Chapter 1. In the autumn, the gentle afternoon sunlight bathed the Hokage building, bestowing a gilded aura upon this venerable edifice that had weathered decades, now somewhat worn and antiquated. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his ceremonial robes, swiftly perused the list of graduates from the Ninja Academy, spanning 46 years. Alongside the roster of ninja teams needing reinforcements, he meticulously endeavored to assemble balanced squads by considering the strengths and weaknesses of each genin, pairing them with suitable genin leaders. In recent years, the tumultuous state of the ninja world had intensified. The frequency of minor skirmishes among the ninja villages had resulted in significant attrition within many of Konoha's ninja teams. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood well that properly constituted ninja teams were vital to enhancing the success rate, survival rate, and combat effectiveness of their missions. This was imperative not only in preparation for any unforeseen war, but also for the safety of his subordinates. The arrangement of team members required utmost caution. After over an hour of careful examination and repeated revisions of his draft, he concluded that he had arrived at the optimal configuration he could conceive. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to summon one genin leader after another. Akimichi-cha, Yamanaka Inoichi, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Kageyama KT, and Yamashinkage. Unbeknownst to him, time had stealthily edged toward evening. Upon hearing another knock at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze to the last genin he had summoned that day. A youth of 18 or 19, standing just over 6 feet tall, possessed a tall and slender physique honed by years of rigorous training. His striking golden hair and handsome visage were somewhat overshadowed by the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, which rendered him rather fatigued. Nevertheless, his mere countenance could undoubtedly stir the hearts of countless Konoha maidens, tossing and turning in the stillness of night. "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama," Yamashita Kei greeted, his face betraying a hint of weariness as he raised a hand in salutation. He had stayed up late training until midnight the previous night, returned to work that afternoon, and had just managed to catch a brief nap before being summoned to the Hokage. Building.jk. You must allow yourself some reprieve, only then will your training yield greater efficacy, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, well aware of the young man's relentless dedication to training and unconcerned by his languid demeanor. After a brief expression of concern, he proceeded to articulate the purpose of the summons that I have conferred with Hayashi and Shikaku regarding your reassignment from the Analysis Division to the regular forces for mission execution. Here are your transfer order and subordinate details. Yes, JK replied, accepting the documents and stowing the transfer order in his ninja tool pouch, while reviewing the information about his subordinates. Earlier, Yamanaka Hayashi had already apprised him of the transition, so he was prepared for the change that IT was merely a matter of joining a standard ninja team and leading a few genin. With just 1 or 2 missions each month, he would have ample time to relax. It was akin to finding a new venue to leisurely pass the time. As he beheld 3 familiar names, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Sunset Red, Mike Guy, and Nara Shikamaru. Had these 3 ever formed a team? No, that couldn't be right. Shouldn't Mike Guy and Nara Shikamaru's teammate be Ebisu? Moreover, they were not graduates of this current class. Were they? The budding leaves of the new generation cannot flourish without the patient guidance of their predecessors, much like the will of fire that has been passed down through the ages. Now, it is time for you to lead the next generation of children. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly had no intention of elaborating to Yamanaka Keisuke on the reasoning behind such groupings and instead began to extol the virtues of his will of fire. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will certainly teach them earnestly. Yamanaka Keisuke suppressed his inner confusion, dismissing his languid demeanor to offer a somewhat earnest assurance. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite pleased with this attitude. After giving a brief instruction for him to report to the Jonin standby location the following day and then head directly to the 4th training ground to gather the team, he waved him off to leave, exiting the Hokage's office. Yamanaka Keisuke exchanged greetings with a few familiar ninjas and headed toward the Yamanaka clan's territory, basking in the glow of the setting sun. Just as he reached the halfway point, a mechanical prompt resounded suddenly in his mind. System repair complete, database organized, energy absorption progress has reached 100. System hibernation has ended, and the profession entry system is now activated. Personal panel activated, exploration function enabled, entry extraction, bestowal, replication, upgrading, and stripping functions are now available. Profession binding complete, bound profession, ninja, complete profession tasks and major events to gain opportunities for entry extraction, bestowal, replication, upgrading, and stripping. The novice gift pack has been opened, granting 3 chances for entry extraction and 1 chance for bestowal. Yamanaka Keisuke paused momentarily, his expression shifting momentarily before quickly returning to normal. As usual, he picked up a takeout meal from the roadside diner and returned home. 5 directions anti-detection barrier. Activate. Forming the way seal with his hands, Yamanaka Keisuke channeled chakra within him and pressed one hand against the ground, activating the barrier technique he had long set up in. His home, a faint blue translucent barrier enveloped the entire room, the intricate runes upon the barrier flickering slightly, completely isolating everything within from the outside world. Standing in the center of the living room, Yamanaka Keisuke's expression fluctuated several times before he finally exhaled deeply and quietly sat down at the coffee table. He had once fantasized about loudly cursing this system that had arrived 19 years late upon activation. He had also imagined crying and laughing, freely expressing his frustrations and excitement. Yet perhaps the discontent and resentment he once harbored had been worn down over the passage of time. When this moment truly arrived, he found himself far calmer than he had anticipated. Host, Yamanaka Keisuke. Profession, ninja. Activated entries, Transmigrator red, Master of Een release purple, handsome blue, slightly knowledgeable green and activated. Entries, none. Entry extraction, 3. Entry grant, 1. Transmigrator red. As a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives, your soul and mental capacity experience a significant enhancement in strength, growth rate, and potential. Een escape master purple. Years of diligent study and training have enabled you to master the nuances and transformations of various Een escape techniques with near perfection, greatly increasing your efficiency in learning, refining, improving, and creating Een escape ninjutsu. The release speed, power, and effectiveness of Een escape techniques are substantially enhanced. Your resistance to Een escape techniques is greatly improved. Handsome blue. Favored by the world, you possess an extraordinary appearance from birth, resulting in an increase in charm and attractiveness towards the opposite sex. Slight understanding green. Through prolonged exploration of ninja memories, you have acquired a wealth of intelligence and knowledge, and through continual practice, you have preliminarily grasped various multi-attribute ninjutsu, with a slight enhancement in learning speed and memory. That it has not been in vain that I have trained tirelessly for over a decade. Shan Zhongjing gazed upon the detailed explanation of his entries, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he promptly began to extract new entries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white entry cocooner, the black entry burst of inspiration, and the purple entry whatever you say appears. Cocooner white. Under specific stealth actions, your concealment effect and stealth speed are slightly enhanced, while your personal visibility is significantly reduced. Burst of inspiration black. The probability of head trauma is greatly increased, while the hardness of the skull and recovery speed are substantially diminished, with a slight increase in the probability of fatality. Whatever you say appears purple. With precise control over chakra, when your proficiency in ninjutsu is sufficient, you can forego intricate hand seals with a clap of your hands. In a call, your chakra control and ninjutsu release speed are significantly enhanced. What are these absurdities? Shan Zhongjing furrowed his brow. Despite feeling a hint of abstraction upon seeing the entry named Slight Understanding, he never anticipated it could be abstracted to such an extent. Aside from a last entry, which seems somewhat related to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and, though humorously named, boasted decent effects, the first 2 entries were truly perplexing. The Cocooner entry, once activated, essentially forfeits one's dating prospects in Konoha, and burst of inspiration. Does it truly mean opening a hole in one's head in a literal sense? Is this entry designed solely for harm? As Shan Zhongjing pondered, he glanced at the entry grant opportunity from the novice gift pack, that he mused that one day, should he make an enemy, he could arrange such an entry for them. This pure debuff might indeed be best utilized against foes. After a moment of fanciful thoughts, Shan Zhongjing finally activated the purple entry. Whatever you say appears. In the next instant, an indescribable feeling of enlightenment surged within him. The dense network of chakra pathways throughout his body felt as if intricately etched in his mind, every detail vividly clear. Every strand of chakra flows like a conductor's baton, entirely under control. The ninjutsu, honed through countless trials, has now transformed into an instinctual aspect of the body, requiring only the simplest of guidance to unleash. Heart-transforming puppet curse technique. With a single hand forming the A seal, Yamashita Kei directed it towards the puppet doll situated in the corner of the room, designated for ninjutsu practice. In an instant, the previously motionless puppet sprang to life, performing a fluid display of taijutsu after a brief warm-up of its limbs. The simplification of seals and the ability to perform them one-handed is indeed a remarkable talent, Yamashita Kei mused, resuming his experimentation with various ninjutsu. The unique hand seals employed by the Yamashita clan when invoking their secret techniques are variants of the moth and yo seals. These facilitate a swifter mobilization of the release energy within, allowing the practitioner to unleash the family's secret arts with greater rapidity. Functionally, it is impeccable. However, its distinctiveness renders it easily recognizable. Any enemy with a modicum of knowledge about the Yamashita clan's techniques would immediately discern the seals and react with swift, evasive maneuvers. After all, the clan's arts delve into the realm of soul power. Should one act without absolute certainty, any misstep could necessitate a considerable time for the soul to return to the body. During this interval, even a child could easily take a life. Now, with the abandonment of the distinctive hand seals, the art of manipulation becomes utterly unpredictable. After hours of testing various ninjutsu, Yamashita Kei formed a Rasengan in his palm, feeling the stable sphere of rapidly spinning chakra, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. All the ninjutsu he frequently employed could now be executed with single-handed seals and simplified seals, with the activation speed more than doubled compared to before. Some familiar techniques could even be performed with the phrase "a clap of the hands," and what I summon appears as for those less familiar techniques. Though they could not be simplified in sealing, their release speed and control had significantly improved. In the fast-paced world of ninja combat, even a fraction of a second can determine the outcome of a battle. Yamashita Kei's prowess among the elite shinobi of Konoha was already formidable. With a direct doubling of his activation speed, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly soar to greater heights. I wonder if I could hold my ground against a shadow-level opponent. I mustn't let it go to my head. Yamashita Kei continually adjusted his mindset, reminding himself not to emulate the reckless abandon of others. After all, he lacked the assistance of the likes of Hozuki Suigetsu, who might shield him from calamity, nor did he have the lifeline of Kagaya and Uzumaki Karen, let alone the legendary Itachi Uchiha or Otsutsuki Kagaya as his progenitor. Should he become overconfident, who knows if it would lead to his downfall. Moreover, the strength of shadow-level fighters encompasses far more than mere speed of attack experience in battle, tactical acumen, the synergy of ninjutsu, physical strength, neural reaction times, and chakra capacity all play vital roles. The road ahead is long and arduous. However, during the Third Great Ninja War, as long as one does not recklessly charge into the enemy's encirclement, it should be manageable, mused Yamashita Kei. The tension that had gripped him in anticipation of the impending conflict began to ease somewhat. Having endured the trials of the Second Great Ninja War, he understood better than anyone the sheer brutality of the battlefield. It was a hell replete with blood and wails of despair, an arena that extinguished humanity, leaving only slaughter and numbness in its wake. Even after many years had passed, the memories of his harrowing experiences on the battlefield still haunted him. With a single hand seal, he dispelled the 5 shadow clones that had been diligently training deep within the confines of his residence. The fatigue from the shadow clone training and the weariness that surged forth after the dissipating pressure washed over him. Feeling no inclination to battle against his Bodis instinct, Yamashita Kei casually dismantled the 5-direction anti-sensing barrier within his home, hastily consumed a simple dinner, and then collapsed into the soft embrace of his bedding. He slept soundly through the night. The following day, the morning sun dispelled the cool mist. Outside his window, birds flitted about, chirping incessantly on the branches. Yamashita Kei stirred from his slumber, lazily yawning as he glanced at the clock on the bedroom wall, which pointed to 10 o'clock. His newfound strength provided him with ample security, allowing him to sleep deeply and peacefully. "Once I relax, my biological clock seems to falter," he remarked, rubbing his face as he rose to wash up, while once again delving into the intricacies of the system's functionalities. The system had clearly outlined the methods for acquiring, bestowing, copying, upgrading, and stripping opportunities for entries. Completing professional tasks and significant career events could yield such opportunities. As a jonin of Konoha Gakure, the nature of his professional tasks was self-evident. As for significant career events, the Great Ninja War, turning points in ninja history, major events from theatrical releases, regardless of which, it seemed that active participation in perilous undertakings was a requisite. Having organized his ninja tool pouch and donned his attire, Yamashita Kei turned and stepped outside. For now, he could temporarily set aside thoughts of major events and instead accompany his subordinates, who had been waiting all morning, to observe the probability rates of ordinary ninja missions. As noon approached, the streets of Konoha basked in pleasant sunlight, bustling with pedestrians. Yamashita Kei strolled towards the Jonin standby station, savoring the red bean chestnut yokon he had purchased from a vendor. His gaze swept across the merchants, civilians, and fellow ninjas along the street. Ordinary villagers rarely bore entries. Even when they did, they were mostly inconsequential white or green entries. In contrast, ninjas had a significantly higher probability of possessing entries, although not all did, with generic ninjas comprising the majority. In no matter the world, it seems ordinary people are always more abundant. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, a profound sigh escaped my lips as I casually tossed the packaging of my sweet delicacy into the trash bin, preparing to step into the jonin waiting area. Suddenly, a solid wooden sofa, accompanied by a piercing rush of air, hurtled through the entrance with alarming speed. Before I could comprehend the unfolding chaos, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within the jonin waiting area. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated, shattering every pane of glass in the vicinity. The ground fissured, creating a gaping chasm that extended towards the entrance, while the walls exhibited various degrees of tilt and collapse. What was once a sturdy jonin waiting area had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a precarious ruin. Almost immediately, a fundamental technique of wind release, gale palm, swept through, dispersing the swirling dust and debris. This revelation unveiled the two figures still locked in confrontation within the remnants of the jonin waiting area, Uzumaki Kushina and Shimura Danzo. The sound of swift air slicing echoed continuously as three root ninjas, clad in dark attire and adorned with animal masks, instantaneously materialized behind Danzo. Adopting an aggressive stance towards Kushina, in the mountain landscape, the figure narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind Kushina Uzumaki. Accompanying him were members of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza and Akimichi Chadu, alongside Nara Shuja from the Nara clan, Inazuka Kiba from the Inazuka clan, and Karasuma Sauen from the Karasuma clan. As for the other jonin who were previously stationed at the command center, perhaps intimidated by the authority of the Hokage's aide, or perhaps reluctant to entangle themselves in the higher echelons disputes, they had long since vanished without a trace. Shimura Danzo, I have made myself abundantly clear. I will never relinquish the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to you. With the realization that she was not alone, Kushina's already formidable aura surged even higher. Upon hearing these words, Yamashita Kei understood the situation. No wonder, apart from the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, even the head of the Kurama clan stood behind Kushina. It seemed that Danzo had indeed trespassed upon the ninja clan's limits. The inability to rein in the emotions of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would only bring catastrophe upon the village. I shall request from Hayashi that you undergo training at the root. Shimura Danzo's cold, penetrating gaze revealed no trace of superfluous emotion. He did not spare a glance at Yamashita Kei, Akimichi Dingza, or Kurama-san, but instead delivered a harsh remark before turning and striding away. Uzumaki Kushina's face bore an expression of surprise. Even Akimichi Dingza and the others were momentarily taken aback by how easily he departed. In the mountains, the entirety of the conflict remains unseen, rendering it impossible to ascertain the true intentions behind Danzo's actions. However, based on the current demeanor of this old rogue, who readily displays a nonchalant attitude, it is likely that his aspirations extend far beyond the so-called sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It is even conceivable that he does not genuinely wish for Kushina to undergo training at the root. After all, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to lose his senses, he would never grant Danzo the opportunity to seize control over the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. In the mountains, Yamashita could not decipher Shimura Danzo's intentions, yet he was certain that the old man harbored no benevolent schemes. Previously, he may have refrained from taking action due to the other party's status and influence, but now, the system bestowed upon Shimura Danzo an entry filled with imaginative possibilities. A dark, ethereal glow, visible only to Yamashita, swiftly entered Danzo's body. As Danzo walked, he felt a slight chill at the back of his head. Assuming it was merely the intense malice emanating from Kushina and the others that triggered a subtle response in his body, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Crack! The beam atop the elite ninja's headquarters snapped with a clear sound, and the entire structure began to collapse rapidly. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, at the very instant the beam fractured, the individuals instinctively employed their body flicker technique to evade the imminent danger. The three root ninjas, who had been closely trailing Danzo, were equally swift in their actions. However, once the swirling dust began to dissipate, the trio exchanged anxious glances, realizing they had not encountered any trace of Shimura Danzo. In a state of panic, they hastily commenced their excavation of the collapsed debris. How astonishingly powerful is this phenomenon? In the mountains, Jing's heart was filled with both surprise and delight as she realized the astonishing effect of the black scroll. Just as she had equipped Shimura Danzo, he was buried alive. Haha. Those who engage in wicked deeds inevitably meet a grim fate. Kushina, hands on her hips, laughed heartlessly at the entombed Danzo. Her amusement intensified, especially when 3 members of the root had exerted tremendous effort to drag the bloodied and tattered Danzo from the rubble. Dazed and disoriented, Danzo continuously circulated his chakra, assessing his own condition. Just moments ago, while executing the body flicker technique, his calf had inexplicably cramped, causing a collapsed beam to crash onto his forehead. Had he not promptly shielded his vital areas with chakra, he would surely have met his demise. Was it the transplantation of the Sharingan that resulted in insufficient chakra supply and a disruption of his muscular and neural functions? Feeling no abnormalities in his body, Danzo could only attribute his condition to the aftereffects of the Sharingan transplant. Ignoring the taunting Kushina who had deliberately approached him, he managed to raise his arm and signal his subordinates. The 3 root ninjas swiftly bandaged his wounds and, with him on their backs, hastened towards the root base. As Yamashiro gazed at Danzo's receding figure, a contemplative expression flickered across his face. Name: Shimura Danzo. Occupation: Konoha ninja. Attributes: one-eyed, 3 tomo, blue. Wind release mastery, blue. Brainwashing expertise, blue. Sealing mastery, green. Ruthless pragmatism, white. Cold-bloodedness, white. Boundless imagination, black. In terms of the sheer number of attributes, Shimura Danzo possessed the most that Yamashiro had ever encountered. It was particularly the attributes unrelated to combat that caught his attention. Brainwashing expertise manipulates thoughts, sealing mastery governs actions. Ruthless pragmatism diminishes interpersonal connections while enhancing goal attainment, and cold-bloodedness lowers the constraints of humanity while augmenting intimidation. With such a series of compounded effects, it is no wonder that his organization, Root, could operate unchecked within Konoha for decades. What splendid weather we have today! Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, her spirits buoyant as she expressed her gratitude to the group standing behind her. The charming smile she wore was a stark contrast to the earlier fiery tension. The Uzumaki are too kind, the esteemed Karasuma congenial acknowledged with a nod, maintaining the dignity befitting a clan leader before gracefully departing. His earlier presence behind Kushina was merely due to Danzo's audacious demand for the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, which had crossed the line for the ninja families. Had Danzo chosen a different pretext, he would have vacated the upper ninja standby post long before. Kushina, however, bore no grudge towards his distant demeanor. After exchanging a few words with Akimichi Chozo and others, she playfully clapped her hand on the shoulder of the pensive Yamashiro and exclaimed, "Hey, it's been a while. I've mentioned countless times that only those of the clan chief's lineage may inherit the title of Inoshika-cho." Yamanaka gazed at Kushina Uzumaki with a hint of irritation. What sort of ridiculous nickname was Pig Sister? As a grown man, with a preference for the fairer sex, he was neither a scion of the Yamanaka clan nor a bull-riding Sazoni. How could he possibly be associated with Pig Sister? Alas, it was his childhood charm that led to such misunderstandings, making others perceive him as a girl. Kushina reminisced about that amusing experience, her smile growing even brighter. Surely, only you would make such a mistake. In the mountains, Kaguya rolled his eyes in exasperation. When Kushina first entered the ninja academy as a transfer student, he was among the few classmates who did not mock her for her vibrant red hair during her self-introduction. Shortly after their first class concluded, she approached him, inquiring about the location of the girls' restroom and asking if she could accompany him there. Her youthful beauty led to a misunderstanding of his gender. Witnessing an 8-year-old girl standing there, filled with embarrassment and apprehension, Kaguya, who had the mindset of an adult, could not bear to let her endure further humiliation and silently stood up to guide her. Reflecting on their initial encounter, it was undeniably a fateful connection. Hihi, Kaguya. Is there a reason you've come to the Jonin headquarters? Kushina asked, her hands clasped behind her back, her pretty face tinged with anticipation. Ahem. I have transferred to the regular forces and am now serving as a leading Jonin. In the mountains. The figure retrieved a scroll containing the transfer orders from the pouch at his waist. Noticing the on-duty leader of the elite shinobi, Narasazaku, glance in his direction, he raised his hand and tossed the scroll over. Oh, splendid. We shall have the opportunity to meet frequently again. Well, shall we converse later? My 3 unfortunate subordinates have already been waiting since morning. To depart so soon after our reunion? I shall let it slide this time. Do make sure to report early tomorrow. Report? See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. amidst the ruins of the once mighty Upper Ninja Command Post. The sight weighed heavily on the heart of Kyubi. Her expression momentarily froze as she began to calculate the financial repercussions of this misadventure. Hastily bidding farewell to Akimichi Dingzwa and Akimichi Dongang, before vanishing in a flash of body flicker technique. In the fourth training ground of Konoha, the autumn sun cast a gentle warmth upon the sweat-drenched forms of Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, who tirelessly engaged in the most fundamental of taijutsu training and weapon-throwing drills. 10-year-old Yuhi Kurenai languidly swung her legs from atop a training stump, boredom creeping in as she listened to the shouts of her new teammates and the sporadic explosions of ninjutsu from the nearby third training ground, where a live combat exercise was underway. It was unfortunate enough that, in her first year post-graduation, she had been forced into a logistical role due to her teammates' abandonment of the ninja path. Just as she began to relish the reassignment of familiar and capable companions, individuals unlikely to forsake their ninja aspirations, she was met with the disheartening sight of a late-arriving jonin who had kept the team waiting for an entire morning. Although the assembly order merely stated a morning gathering at the fourth training ground without specifying a time, it was already past noon. As she pondered the misfortunes of her ninja career, a faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafted through the autumn breeze, teasing her senses. Before she could identify the source of this floral aroma, an unexpected event unfolded in the training ground. The once smooth earth began to swell ominously. Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, ever vigilant, quickly detected the anomaly and retreated with haste. However, before Kurenai could leap from her perch to safety, a massive serpent, its head an astonishing 3 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, ascending with alarming speed. Confronted by the titanic creature, an unprecedented wave of peril engulfed Kurenai. Every cell in her body trembled as her nerves screamed in alarm, rendering her limbs paralyzed with fear, too terrified to make a sound lest she catch the beast's attention. Tragically, fate proved cruel. The serpent lifted its colossal head, its cold, reptilian gaze locking onto her as it prepared to strike. The imminent threat of death threatened to drown her remaining sanity. Move, move, she urged herself internally, and in that moment of sheer desperation, her previously numbed limbs surged with newfound vigor. Yet, the serpent's strike was far swifter than her attempt to evade, the rancid stench emanating from its gaping maw heralding the sin of mortality. Just as time seemed to freeze, a powerful voice thundered through the air. A green figure surged forth from the side of the serpent, delivering a swift kick that redirected the creature's massive head by 2 feet, allowing Kurenai to narrowly escape the jaws of doom. The ground quaked with an explosive force. The massive python, thwarted in its attack, stirred up a great cloud of dust on the ground, emitting a hissing roar. Its tail swayed, seemingly unharmed. Knowing that the three could not possibly match this colossal serpent, Noara Jenkins seized the barely evading Yakumo and, as he sprinted away, tossed out a series of smoke bombs, turning back to shout, "Akai, run!" Might Guy, having successfully struck, quickly followed suit, retreating in swift unison with the two. Perhaps due to their brush with death, Yakumo's thoughts were clearer than ever. As Noara Gunkan's words fell, she immediately added, "Run towards the third training ground. There are Jonin assessing the genin, who has a red signal flare. Quickly." Understood. Might Guy reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Yet, before he could retrieve the flare, the scene before him shattered like glass. The three, propelled by their momentum, hurtled forward, nearly colliding with a tree whose trunk measured over a meter in diameter. Regaining their balance, they stared in astonishment at the vanished python in the untouched training ground. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from one side of the training ground. Emerging from the shade of the trees was Yamashita Kei, clad in a black combat uniform and wearing a jonin vest. With ample patience, extraordinary courage, exceptional teamwork, and sound decisions in the face of peril, congratulations on passing the assessment. I am your new team leader, Jonin Yamashita Kei. I look forward to working with you. Indeed. Youth will never betray those who strive, Might Guy exclaimed, despite having been thoroughly startled by the indistinguishable genjutsu moments ago. He gave a thumbs up, revealing his dazzling smile. I am Noara Jinkan. Please take care of me. Noara Jinkan managed to rise from the ground, bowing earnestly. I am Yakumo, and I hope to receive your guidance. Yakumo's pale face gradually regained some color as she bowed, inwardly lamenting her team leader's abruptness in starting the assessment without so much as a word. She had truly felt on the brink of death. What a formidable genjutsu, as her specialization lay in illusion techniques. Yakumo's understanding of genjutsu far surpassed that of Might Guy and Noara Jinkan. The more she comprehended, the more she realized the immense strength of the young jonin before her. who had just unleashed such a powerful illusion. Utilizing a unique, subtle fragrance, one can ensnare an individual into a realm of illusion without their slightest awareness. Akin to a sensory illusion. In but a single breath, the interference and influence upon the senses of smell, sight, touch, taste, and hearing are executed flawlessly. The practitioner remains utterly oblivious to the fact that they have fallen prey to this illusion. Such a display alone surpasses the capabilities of ordinary A-level illusions. Furthermore, there exists an utterly unreasonable, frigid aura of lethal intent, reminiscent of confronting a colossal python. This influence clearly transcends the five senses, tapping into the primal instinctual awareness of danger embedded deep within human genetics. Moreover, the final and most crucial point is the collective application of the technique. Simultaneously affecting the senses of three individuals, it allows for seamless communication among them, devoid of any sensory discrepancies. This undoubtedly constitutes a multifaceted illusion centered around an A-level technique. The complexity of control and the efficacy of the ninjutsu may very well rival that of lesser S-level illusions. The fact that one superior, a seasoned shinobi, resorts to employing a combination of techniques with difficulty and potency comparable to S-level illusions against three novice genin is, when contemplated, exceedingly troubling. It evokes a sense that one might be entertaining rather impolite thoughts. In the mountains, the scenic view beheld the setting sun, its crimson hues reflecting in the disdainful gaze directed at the figure before it. The eyes narrowed slightly, bending low to scrutinize the ruby-like orbs of the other. No, impossible. How could this be? The setting sun averted its gaze, vehemently denying the recent slander aimed at its esteemed leader. Amidst the serene mountains, the three little ones had, under his cunning stratagems and persuasive rhetoric, completely forgotten his tardiness from the morning. He mused to himself that indeed, children are easily deceived. As he turned to stride towards the training grounds, he addressed the few individuals behind him once more. Since you have successfully passed the assessment, let us celebrate the establishment of our team with a feast of skewers at noon. Keep up, he declared. If you cannot manage that, you shall perform 2,000 leg kicks. Mike Guy responded with his usual enthusiasm. However, Teacher Jing had mentioned skewers, not roasted meat, so the destination should rightly be Sanwei residence. Inu Hisaku Jinkan, lazily holding a stick of sunbon in his mouth, corrected him with drooping eyelids. Huh? Is that the establishment co-owned by the three clans of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly? I've heard their prices are exorbitant. A serving of venison slices costs 500 taels. Sunset Red's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she secretly resolved to set aside her image temporarily and indulge in a hearty meal. After all, it would be a disservice to herself to not enjoy a feast after the fright she had just endured. Her psychological resilience was indeed commendable. In the serene mountains, the sound of laughter from three companions reached his ears, eliciting a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The trio's talents were undeniably remarkable. Among them, Mike Guy possessed the most exceptional gifts, characterized by the attributes of fiery youth, blue, extreme recovery, blue, and thick-browed kappa, white. Fiery youth endowed him with an unparalleled capacity for self-discipline and an indomitable spirit. Extreme recovery allowed him to rebound swiftly even when his body reached its limits, while also mitigating the likelihood of sustaining internal injuries. Although the white attribute, thick-browed kappa, diminished his charm and chakra stability, it simultaneously enhanced his focus and the efficacy of his taijutsu training. The cumulative effects of these three attributes rendered him a figure far beyond the reach of 99% of Konoha's ninjas. Kurenai Yui's talents, though second only to Might Guy's, included the attributes of strong mind, blue, and illusion green. The former amplified her mental strength and capacity, while the latter augmented the potency of her genjutsu. If developed appropriately, it should prevent the recurrence of the infamous Itachi's illusion seen in the future. As for Kakashi Hitaki, he possessed only the attribute of proximity to excellence, blue, which significantly accelerated his learning rate and potential when under guidance and supervision. Though his attributes were few, they could very well rival Kurenai's talents. In terms of mindset and innate abilities, the trio lacked nothing. The scenery within the mountains is undoubtedly enchanting, yet one can ascertain that, had he shown even a modicum of diligence in his teachings, the trio would not have met their untimely demise as depicted in the original narrative. Their future accomplishments would surely surpass those in the source material. However, gazing upon the 10-year-old Might Guy, the 11-year-old Yugao Yuzuki, and the 12-year-old Kurenai Yui, he could not help but let out a sigh. When he first indulged in the anime, he was captivated by the fervor and bonds shared among characters. Yet, upon his arrival in this world, After over a decade of navigating the blood-soaked and tumultuous ninja realm, all that remains visible to him is the stark reality of brutality. Children, merely 11 or 12 years of age, still on the brink of elementary education in his previous life, are thrust into the harrowing confrontations and bloodshed that define their existence in Konoha. This wretched place truly leaves little room for affection. In the heart of the mountains, Yamashita Kei let out a soft sigh. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since outgrown the age of cynicism. Yet, when confronted with the injustices of life, he could not help but ponder whether he ought to take action. As Mencius stated, when impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. Previously, he had lacked the ability to challenge the rules of the ninja world, merely drifting along without daring to overstep boundaries. However, now armed with a system, 500 taels for a platter of venison? That meant a single meal would consume several D-level missions. Might Guy exclaimed in shock, performing a handstand while simultaneously attempting to calculate the expenses. No need to calculate, for I had heard that if one refrains from ordering excessively extravagant items, the average cost per person would be around 3,000 taels, approximately thrice the price of barbecued meat Q. 3,000? Are we in a black market? Might Guy, not hailing from a wealthy family, nearly stumbled at the mention of such a staggering average cost. Harina Yui observed Yamashita Kei, who had not spoken to the 3 for quite some time, and cautiously leaned in for a better look. Noticing the heaviness in his expression, she initially thought he was unaware of the specifics regarding Sanwei Pavilion and had simply wished to treat his subordinates to something nice. However, upon hearing the words of Nara Shikamaru, she too was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. The kind-hearted young woman ultimately chose to temporarily overlook Yamashita Kei's earlier misstep that had nearly frightened her. With great care, she ventured to alleviate the tension, saying, "Teacher Kage, I actually believe ramen is quite delicious." Ha ha ha. In the mountains, Yamashita paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the meaning behind Uzumaki's words. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he reached out to tousle the little girl's hair as she shyly tucked it behind her ears. Her cheeks flushed and her nose scrunched in embarrassment. In that instant, he resolved to take action. It was not driven by a misguided notion of the will of fire, nor was it for the unattainable peace of the ninja world. Rather, it was simply because he felt that the sunlight today was splendid, the breeze gentle, and the people he encountered delightful. The cuisine at Sanmiya surpassed the imaginations of Uzumaki, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamaru in its deliciousness. Upon discovering that he owned a 40% stake in the establishment, which meant he could dine without expense and receive substantial dividends each month, the trio eagerly indulged themselves. Even the typically graceful Uzumaki found herself so stuffed after a ravenous feast that she struggled to sit upright. Reflecting on her previous foolish worries about a Konoha jonin with a notoriously harsh demeanor lacking funds, truly, she had been naive. "Teacher Yamashita, when shall we commence our missions?" asked Nara Shikamaru, having satisfied his hunger and thirst as he inquired about the team's next plans. Both Uzumaki and Might Guy turned their eager gazes toward Yamashita. Among the trio, Shikamaru and Guy had not taken on a mission for quite some time due to Ebisu's transition to a clerical role, leading to a rather austere lifestyle. Although Uzumaki had accumulated some savings during her nearly year-long stint in logistics, her lack of actual missions and forced shift into support roles left her equally eager for adventure. Faced with the expectant looks of his companions, Yamashita, who was also curious about the system's drop rate through completing professional tasks, knew he could not delay. "We can head to the mission board shortly," he declared. The rhythm of youth was about to surge forth once more. Might Guy leapt from his seat, brimming with enthusiasm. However, before he could showcase his signature move, he found himself slightly hunched over, clutching his overindulged belly. Noticing Shikamaru's bemused expression, he unabashedly added, "Youth may occasionally present minor imperfections, fret not. I shall dedicate 200% of my passion and effort to this afternoon's task." Yes, Shikamaru sighed. Even after 2 years as teammates, he remained at a loss with Guy's exuberant personality. Uzumaki rested her chin on her hand, smiling brightly as she observed the antics of the two, sensing that her future days were bound to be filled with excitement. In the village of Nakaguchi, situated over 10 kilometers southwest of Konoha, a colossal wild boar, weighing close to 1,000 pounds and resembling a moving fortress, rampaged with a frenzied intensity. Its crimson eyes glowed with madness as it charged indiscriminately, shattering walls and rudimentary traps as if they were mere paper. Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki engaged in feigned assaults, creating opportunities for the skilled kunoichi, Yugao Yuzuki, to cast her jutsu. After several attempts, She successfully employed the illusion. This place is not technique to mislead the boar's gaze, luring it into a meticulously devised trap. Once ensnared in a deep pit, the wild boar was impaled by numerous steel forks positioned within. After over 10 minutes of anguished roars and futile struggles, it finally succumbed to silence. The trio, utterly exhausted, wiped the sweat from their brows and collectively exhaled in relief. Observing from a rooftop throughout the ordeal, the enigmatic figure of Kakashi meticulously noted their strengths and weaknesses displayed during the mission. Just as he was about to descend to offer a few words of critique, a familiar system notification resonated in his mind. Mission accomplished. Eliminate the wild boar ravaging farmland. Rewards, none. Having completed a professional task for the first time, they were granted 2 opportunities for entry extraction and 1 opportunity for entry bestowal. In the mountains. Shanjiajing paused momentarily. To his surprise, having merely slain a wild boar and not yet returned to Konoha to submit his report, the system declared the completion of his professional task. Furthermore, as it was his inaugural completion of such a task, he was granted 2 opportunities for word extraction and 1 bonus opportunity. As for the standard D-class tasks, he did not anticipate any rewards, which was entirely within his expectations. The nature of probability is inherently a matter of chance. Moreover, the likelihood of various rewards is likely directly correlated with the difficulty of the tasks. A D-class task that consumed an entire afternoon, much of which was spent merely traveling, would hardly yield rewards consistently. If that were the case, within a month, Shanjiajing could easily drag the old sage of the 6 paths out of the Pure Land for a confrontation. This dreadful system lacks even a detailed manual. In the heart of the mountains, the protagonist lamented the system's lack of intelligence. Casting a glance at the 2 opportunities for word extraction displayed on the personal panel, he resolutely decided to proceed with the draws. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue word entry Memory Palace and the white word entry Fragile yet Resilient. Memory Palace. Blue, a harmonious blend of innate talent and rigorous training that fosters optimal brain development, enabling the proficient utilization of the Memory Palace technique, thereby enhancing the speed of learning, improving reading abilities, and boosting overall memory retention. Fragile yet resilient. White, prior to attaining the strength of a high-ranking ninja, the likelihood of encountering formidable foes increases, while the probability of facing life-threatening crises experiences a slight uptick, as does the chance of breakthrough during critical moments and the odds of survival. 1 blue and 1 white, quite satisfactory indeed. Upon gazing at the detailed explanations of the 2 entries, I promptly opted to activate the entry Memory Palace. In both learning and research, the potency of one's memory is undeniably advantageous. The higher, the better. As for fragile yet resilient, for one who has long surpassed the novice phase, it holds little utility. Furthermore, such an effect is likely only to be experienced by those fated protagonists who can withstand challenges during their early stages. Otherwise, no matter how elevated the chances of breakthrough or survival may be, they would still falter against the relentless tide of formidable foes and crises. The blue entry Memory Palace has been detected to have the potential for fusion with the green entry Slightly Knowledgeable. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Initiate fusion. In the mountains. Jiang Lu hesitated briefly before opting for fusion. Although it was his first experience with the amalgamation of entries, both entries pertained to learning capacity and memory retention. No matter how the fusion proceeded, it should not lead to any pitfalls. A vast reservoir of memories surged within his mind, as countless images flickered by like slides in a projector. Even memories from his early childhood, long forgotten, became vividly clear in that moment. Kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, university. A multitude of extensive and intricate memories were systematically stored within the Palace of Memory. Notably, the recollections of watching the anime Naruto and reading various related posts were distinctly preserved, with the memories of his past life meticulously organized. The memories of this life unfurled like a scroll. This included those memories acquired during his tenure in the analysis class, gleaned from the minds of other ninjas, which were also comprehensively stored. The tumultuous memories gradually settled into tranquility. The system's prompt resonated soon after within Jiang Lu's mind. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue entry King of Understanding in the Ninja Realm. King of Understanding in the Ninja Realm, blue. The perfect application of the Memory Palace technique grants you nearly infinite memory capacity. While the vast memories from 2 lifetimes equip you with extensive life experiences, secrets of the ninja world, various ninjutsu, and secret techniques, enhancing your learning speed reading ability. and memory retention. Incredible! Is this not akin to soaring directly into the sky? In the mountains, I am enveloped by vivid memories, my eyes brimming with exhilaration. For a time traveler, possessing intimate knowledge of the narrative is undoubtedly the greatest advantage. Moreover, if one can recall certain intricacies within the plot, acquiring what ordinarily takes an average person decades of toil becomes effortlessly attainable. 19 years have elapsed since the protagonist traversed into the world of Naruto. Although at the onset of this journey, he meticulously documented the memories of the storyline he could recall, employing a combination of illustrations and phonetic notations. He still occasionally revisits these notes today. Nevertheless, even in those early days, his recollections were rather limited. He primarily grasped the overarching narrative, but the intricate details of specific events eluded him. For instance, he is aware that Shimura Danzo, upon recognizing the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization, orchestrated the demise of Yahiko, which subsequently led to Nagato's descent into darkness. However, the precise manner in which Danzo executed this betrayal, and whether others were involved, has long since faded from his memory due to the passage of time since he last watched the series. It appears that he has much to attend to in the days ahead. In the mountains, a subtle smile graced the corners of Jing's mouth. The recently acquired blue title, Understanding King of the Ninja World, though somewhat whimsical in its naming, held significance far surpassing that of the previous purple title. If utilized appropriately, the benefits derived from it would be immeasurable. Teacher Jing's client has arrived. Standing before the pitfall, Kurenai Yuhi stood on tiptoe, raising her hand to call out from afar. The girl's melodious voice pulled Jing back from his delightful reverie as he leapt down from the rooftop. As the scene in the mountains unfolded, the trio arrived before the vast pit, prompting the client to affix their signature on the mission contract for confirmation. Only then did they summon the three small figures, who had just retrieved their shurikens, steel wires, and other ninja tools, and embark on their return journey. For silhouettes swiftly navigated through the dense forest, taking the most direct route towards the hidden leaf village, seizing the opportunity during their travels. In the mountains, the scenery spoke to the three individuals about the errors and shortcomings that surfaced during their recent mission. Firstly, the most significant blunder of the task was their failure to thoroughly inquire about relevant intelligence from the client upon their initial meeting. Instead, they hastily allowed the client to lead them directly to the target. Secondly, upon their first encounter with the target, they neglected to conduct a careful observation, resulting in a miscalculation of the target's defenses. The wild boar bore numerous shallow lacerations on its skin, which, upon examination, appeared to be inflicted by the villagers' machetes and arrows. Given that adult villagers, accustomed to laboring in the fields, wield substantial strength in their strikes, one could reasonably assess the target's defensive capabilities and formulate a more suitable combat strategy. This oversight led to the trio futilely stabbing at the boar with their kunai for an extended period, ultimately failing to subdue it and inciting its wrath, nearly resulting in injury. Lastly, it is crucial to note that a ninja's arsenal does not solely rely on direct assaults. The pouch at Nara Shikamaru's waist held over a dozen potent smoke bombs, while Yugao's small medical kit contained a powerful anesthetic. Furthermore, the desolate hills outside Naka village harbored lethal poisonous plants and insects. They were not mere villagers, illiterate, and reliant on ancestral wisdom for survival. By capturing a few venomous insects and gathering a couple of toxic plants, they could easily concoct a potent mixture as instructed in their Ninja Academy textbooks. If utilized correctly, they could fell not just a wild boar, but even an elephant. The trio, consisting of Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamaru, felt a profound sense of embarrassment as they absorbed the weight of the criticism. The earlier exhilaration from successfully completing their mission dissipated entirely. Upon witnessing the dejected expressions of the three young ones in the mountains, it became evident that educating children requires a balance of criticism and praise. Shifting the conversation, I began to highlight their commendable qualities. It is worth noting that their sense of teamwork is truly exceptional, and they consistently place their trust in one another. Even during their initial collaboration on a task, each individual adeptly showcased their unique strengths. Their adaptability is commendable as well. Upon realizing that the original plan was unfeasible, they ingeniously utilized the dry reservoir to swiftly create a deep pit trap. Furthermore, their awareness of safeguarding the entrusted assets and striving to minimize additional losses during the assignment is also praiseworthy. Overall, I find their performance to be quite satisfactory. In the mountains, Jing smiled as he delivered the final verdict. Hooray! The three of them high-fived in celebration, silently resolving to perform even better in their next mission. After a brief moment of exuberance, The perceptive Sayuri Hong steered the conversation back to their current task. Teacher Jing, if it were you during your days as a Jinin undertaking this mission, how would you have approached it? Naturally, I would have dispatched it with a single jutsu. What a joke. Just now, Zuanqian's fire release only produced the aroma of roasted pig hair. How could a Jinin's technique possibly annihilate such a large wild boar? As a member of the mountain clan, controlling a wild boar to leap into a river or causing it to crash into a mountain for its demise is hardly a challenge. Such jutsu is rather cunning. Haha. The four of them continued their jovial banter until nightfall enveloped the sky in darkness, at which point they hurried back to Konoha. After enjoying dinner at the recently opened Ichiraka Ramen and setting the time for their gathering the next day, they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes, making their way to the territory of the mountain clan. From a distance in the mountains, Zhang's gaze fell upon the warm glow emanating from his home. A question mark slowly forming in his mind. With a single hand forming a seal, he activated the sensory ninjutsu of his clan. He could feel the immense chakra within the house, radiant and overwhelming like the sun, coupled with an ominous aura that was difficult to conceal. In an instant, he discerned the identity of the occupant. This unique chakra could belong to none other than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, famously known as the Red Hot Pepper. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the house. Sensing the intrusion of his sensory technique, Kushina, without even donning her shoes, burst through the door like a gust of wind and leaped onto the garden wall. Her gaze immediately locked onto Jiang, standing at the end of the street. At long last, I've finally waited for you, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with a mix of excitement and reproach, reminiscent of a tragic heroine who, after enduring countless hardships, finally reunites with her beloved. This left Jiang momentarily stunned, nearly prompting him to turn and flee in sheer panic. Good heavens! The fiery little pepper was speaking in such a tone. The rustling sounds from the houses lining the street indicated that the curious clan members, restless in the stillness of the night, had heard the commotion and were stealthily preparing to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. In the mountains, Yamashita Kei swiftly covered his face and executed the body flicker technique, pulling Kushina into the room with him. As the door closed behind them, he instantly activated the 5-directional anti-perception barrier within the chamber. He was certain that had he delayed even slightly, rumors about his association with the last of the Uzumaki clan would spread throughout the clan by the following day. Kushina stumbled as she was drawn into the room. Observing Yamashita Kei's fluid movements as he established the barrier, her tone shifted dramatically within mere 3 words, transitioning from confusion to curiosity, and then to astonishment. Instinctively, she crossed her arms protectively over her chest, displaying a semblance of timidness, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement and anticipation. What on earth? Upon witnessing this scene, a surge of indignation welled up in Jiang Zhongjing's throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. What is that expression of disdain and contempt on your face? Exclaimed Kushina, her breath reeking of alcohol as she lowered her arms, which she had been defensively crossing over her chest. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she was undeniably a stunning beauty, possessing both charm and figure. Was it truly appropriate for her to display such a look? Just how much had you consumed? The scene in the mountain was directly bypassing Kushina's predicament. Gazing at the disarrayed living room, one could only feel a profound sense of speechlessness. The once pristine coffee table, devoid of any clutter, was now littered with empty instant noodle containers and scattered bottles of liquor. Magazines lay strewn across the sofa and floor, intermixed with casually placed scrolls of ninjutsu. Several charming puppet dolls, typically utilized for practicing ninjutsu, had also been tossed aside after enduring relentless havoc. Kushina, noticing the untidy living space, felt a significant portion of her inebriation dissipate. She withdrew slightly, standing still while cautiously stealing glances at Zhongjing's expression. Internally, she mused to herself, questioning how such chaos could arise when she had not engaged in any misconduct that day. She resolved that, regardless of future troubles, it would be wise to consume less alcohol, for such indulgence was detrimental to one's health. Observing the unease etched upon Kushina's countenance, the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue ultimately transformed into a manifestation of concern. Having known her for many years, he understood her character better than anyone else. This young woman, typically abstaining from alcohol, had indulged excessively today. It was highly likely that after her confrontation with Danzo in the morning, something profoundly unsettling had transpired in the afternoon. He formed the uziel with a single hand. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as the practitioner exhibited the advanced technique of heart-transforming puppet doppelganger. 5 small humanoid puppets, each standing over a foot tall, sprang upright from the ground in a flurry of movement, energetically tidying the disheveled living room. The once messy coffee table was swiftly restored to order. The haphazardly strewn magazines and scrolls were meticulously categorized and returned to their rightful places. Barefoot, Kushina scampered about, assisting the puppets in their endeavor. With her diligent demeanor, one might easily mistake her for a paragon of industriousness. All right, enough of this. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Amidst the mountains, Jing observed the cleverly charming and grinning Kushina, feeling rather at a loss with her antics. Hee, Jing-kun, could you lend me 8 million ri? Kushina's tone and demeanor were exceedingly coy, her bashful appearance offering no hint of the fiery allure she had displayed during the day. No. You just collected the rent in July. It has barely been 3 months since then. Have you already spent it all? Upon hearing the request for a loan, Shanjiajing displayed an expression of utter disbelief. When the Whirlpool Water household passed away, it left Kushina with an exceedingly substantial inheritance. The rent collected from the numerous shops along the Konoha commercial street each year could sustain her lavish lifestyle for a considerable time. How on earth did this young lady find herself in such a predicament that she required financial assistance? I lent it to Tsunade, she said. That gambling fool truly possesses a remarkable audacity. I had no choice, she continued. Tsunade wept, lamenting that she had no food to eat or clothes to wear, and that she was on the verge of despair. Did you believe her? Alas, that villainous Shimura Danzo is simply inhumane. He claims that the damage to the Jainin standby station has nothing to do with him and insists that I bear the entire cost of reconstruction alone. While the third Hokage sides with him, Kushina's tone, tinged with sorrow, bypassed the fact that she had lent money to Tsunade and instead launched a tirade against the true culprit, Danzo. Even the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, bore the brunt of her ire. Her tone suggested that the collapse of the Jainin standby station held no relevance to her whatsoever. All right, just 800,000. Right? If only I could have a little more to keep for meals, that would be splendid. You, my dear, must remember to save a portion of your rent for emergencies and plan your daily expenditures wisely. Moreover, when confronted with individuals seeking financial help, you ought to assess whether their need is genuine. In the mountains, Jing, with a face full of helplessness, rose from the sofa. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 deposit slips from the hidden compartment of the study, issued by the Bank of the Land of Fire. Kushina obediently knelt in front of the tea table, perhaps influenced by the alcohol. As she listened to the incessant nagging in her ear, she involuntarily recalled her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. In a daze, she accepted the 2 deposit slips, each amounting to 5 million. In the serene mountain scenery, he observed her dazed expression and waved his hand in front of her eyes, reiterating his advice. Keep the extra 200,000 for a good meal and to purchase a few elegant outfits. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, do not take your frustrations out on yourself. As the old saying goes, rather than tormenting oneself, it is better to impose difficulties on others. As Shan Jiajing had just murmured a few words, he noticed large tear droplets glistening in Jiao Xian's eyes, cascading down her cheeks in a sorrowful stream. Typically unskilled in handling such emotional situations, he hurriedly retrieved a tissue from the box and offered it to her, observing the heart-wrenching sight of Jiao Xian weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. In the mountains, Jingshan sighed deeply, ruminating on how to console his companion. If you truly feel aggrieved, shall we stealthily deliver a blow to Danzo? I am quite familiar with the tactics required. If you find it inconvenient to confront him, I could discreetly take care of him for you. Suddenly, the once silent Kushina, lost in her tears, was unable to hold back any longer upon hearing Jingshan's words. The pent-up grievances and longing for her loved one surged forth, prompting her to tilt her face upwards and weep openly. Tears mingled with snot, transforming her visage into a tear-streaked mess. Since the departure of her beloved Mido, she had not heard such words of concern for a long time. Due to her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she was unable to leave the village freely to undertake missions, nor could she live as a conventional ninja would. Each day, she endured the pervasive disdain and fear reflected in the gazes of those around her. Moreover, there were times when some of the higher-ups in the village, led by Shimura Danzo, would target her with their disdainful remarks. The third Hokage would only offer her a few words of comfort after the fact, often admonishing her to mature and insisting that their actions were for the good of the village. Yet, it was they who consistently sought trouble. If their intentions were truly for the village, why could they not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Shall I accompany you to the Senju ancestral home? In a tentative manner, Jiang inquired, to which Jiao Xian shook her head, wiping away her cascading tears as she asked, Jiang, did you employ any ninjutsu against Danzo today? Huh? No. Why do you say that? In the mountains, Jing felt a slight shock within, yet she revealed not a trace of her surprise on her countenance, skillfully adopting an air of feigned ignorance. Humph, deceiver. You may be able to mislead others, but not me. I sensed your malice flicker away when Danzo departed. Kushina, with her face awash in tears and snot, yet her eyes at this moment curved into crescent moons of laughter. Quickly wipe your face. It's quite unbecoming to cry and laugh simultaneously. In the mountains, Jiang Jing's eyes twitched slightly, ultimately leading her to cease her denial. She retrieved a tissue and pressed it directly against Kushina's face. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Jing thought to herself how fortunate it was to know her. Kushina's inner suspicions were validated. Aware that Jiang Jing had taken her anger out on her, she took a moment to compose herself before gradually ceasing her tears. Content. She curled up on the corner of the sofa, cradling her knees. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of alcohol or the tumultuous fluctuations of her emotions that left her feeling utterly exhausted. Once she found her calm, Kushina quickly began to feel drowsy. I will prepare a warm bath for you. You may rest in the guest room later. In the serene mountains, Kushina sat with her eyes gently closed, slightly nodding as she rose to make her way to the bathroom. By the time she returned to the living room after preparing a warm bath, she had curled up into a small bundle on the sofa, lost in slumber. Observing her, one could see that even in sleep, her brow remained slightly furrowed, and her eyelashes were adorned with the remnants of tears, resembling a delicate little chili pepper. In the mountains, Jing let out a soft sigh as she cradled her into the guest room. After tucking her under the covers, she finally turned to wash up. Reclining in the bathtub, she reflected on everything that had transpired that morning at the Jonin's command post. After confirming that there were no inappropriate revelations from the scene in the mountains, he felt a slight sense of relief. The original text clearly states that only the Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto, as hosts of the Nine Tails, possessed the ability to sense malice. Otherwise, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the transformation technique of White Zetsu would not have rendered the entire Ninja Alliance powerless. Clearly, Kushina has not yet reached the level of Uzumaki Minato, who treats the Nine Tails as a pet fox, casually molding its form. Nor has she achieved the reconciliation with the Nine Tails as Naruto has, becoming a perfect host. Her ability to vaguely sense malice is solely a result of forcefully suppressing the Nine Tails through the use of the adamantine sealing chains, thus seizing a substantial amount of chakra from it. Although she has not awakened to Kagai's Byakugan, her perceptive abilities remain exceptionally keen. In the face of Shimura Danzo, with her chakra circulating at high speeds, a series of coincidences culminated in her momentarily capturing the fleeting surge of intense malice as Danzo made his move. Caution is still warranted in the future. Amidst the serene mountains, Jing contemplated inwardly, engaging in a profound introspection. Although he was aware that no other methods for sensing malice existed within the ninja realm, who could ascertain the presence of other enigmatic techniques, just as the original narrative never alluded to Kushina's ability to perceive malevolence. The storyline is often not all-encompassing. Exercising caution is never a folly. He indulged in a soothing bath, relishing the tranquility it brought. In the serene mountains, the protagonist, Shan Zhongjing, reflects on the narrative notes he meticulously recorded at the inception of his journey, using various code names, pinyin, and doodles. He cross-references these notes with the intricate details of memories evoked by the fusion of two entries in his mnemonic palace, gradually reorganizing the information that proves beneficial to him. As the moon ascends to its zenith, fatigue envelopes him, prompting him to finally succumb to slumber, fully clothed. The moon shines brightly amidst sparse stars, and the night passes in silence. On the following dawn, when Shan Zhongjing awakens, Xin Nai has already departed quietly. Observing the neatly arranged bedding, he retrieves a note hidden beneath a teacup. I am not messy at all. Also, Jing Jun, you've grown quite bold, daring to embrace me in secret. A small smiling face and a large heart adorn the note, bestowing upon Shan Zhongjing a delightful mood for the day. Indeed, as Xin Nai pointed out, he has become significantly bolder since the activation of the system. In the past, he would never have allowed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to spend the night, nor would he have uttered words about striking Shimura Danzo with a blunt object. Throughout his 19 years in Konoha, he has mastered the art of evading the attention of scheming adversaries. Had he been a bit more audacious back then, he likely would have been summoned by that scoundrel, Shimura Danzo, for a warning. In the mountains, the scenery made him curl his lips lightly. He was acutely aware of his identity and understood the significance of Kushina to Konoha. Had he not deliberately maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far between them, Danzo would have long sought a conversation with him. However, at this moment, he yearned to engage in a sweet romance with the soft, red-haired girl. Should the trio of Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate Inazuma dare to stir trouble, he would be more than prepared. In his previous life, he had taken a keen interest in the so-called 8 gates, and in this life, he had acquired the secret technique of body manipulation. To experience wingsuit flying in the Hell Valley of Kumogakure, to snowboard down the snowy peaks of Yukigakure, or to surf amidst the tsunami in the land of water. If those destinations seemed too distant, bungee jumping from Hokage Rock would also be a thrilling option. After all, it was not his demise at stake. Why not embrace the thrill of life to its fullest? He found himself somewhat anticipating their early interference. In the mountains, the scenery brought a smile to his lips as he joyfully set out for the mission dispatch center. He casually indulged in a couple of skewers of meatballs and 2 rice balls on the bustling commercial street, appeasing his early morning hunger. As he pondered, he contemplated whether to establish a few breakfast shops in Konoha for his clan. This endeavor would not only provide a modest income for the elderly and weak of his family, but also offer the villagers of Konoha a delightful culinary surprise. He dared not claim expertise in all dishes, yet he was confident in his ability to recreate a variety of delicacies such as soy milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, steamed buns, sesame pancakes, and lamb soup, drawing upon the memory stored in his memory palace through the fusion of entries. Upon arriving at the mission dispatch center, he presented the signed document from the client, confirming the completion of yesterday's task, to the duty ninja, Nara Shikaku, and received his reward for the completed mission. In the mountains, Jing was preparing to explore suitable low-level tasks when Nara Shikaku called out to him, beckoning him to a small office on the side of the mission hall. Jing, are you still accustomed to being the leading jonin? I am not accustomed to it. Is there a possibility of returning? That cannot be done. I merely inquired casually. You may choose to disregard it. Let us speak of matters at hand. In the mountains, the scenery is such that Nara Shikaku exchanged a knowing glance with the deer. The 3 clans of boar, deer, and butterfly have always shared a bond akin to family. Being merely a year apart and having grown up together in carefree childhood days, they possess an innate understanding of each other's personalities. Formalities and pleasantries are truly ill-suited for them. The 3 subordinates you brought are carefully chosen by Lord Hokage. Particularly, I urge you to take Yuhi Kurenai under your wing and guide her diligently, Nara Shikaku advised thoughtfully. Yuhi Kurenai? Indeed. The current state of affairs in the ninja world is rather precarious. Our clans of boar, deer, and butterfly stand as staunch supporters of the Hokage, I understand. I shall devote myself to their training earnestly. Yamashita, displaying an air of indifference, waved his hand dismissively. Upon observing the composition of the team, he had already surmised the intentions of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Might Guy and Nara Shikaku both came from reputable backgrounds and were known for their willingness to support their comrades. Their diverse strengths complemented one another, ensuring a harmonious interaction among the group. As the leading jonin, Yamashita, hailing from the Yamashita clan, naturally aligned with the Hokage's faction, excelling in genjutsu and the clan's secret ninjutsu techniques, making him the ideal mentor for Yuhi Kurenai. It was evident that Hiruzen Sarutobi sought to leverage Kurenai to solidify the loyalty of her father, Yuhi Zenkatsu, thereby swiftly garnering the support of grassroots ninjas in preparation for the tumultuous state of the ninja world. As for Ebisu, reassigned to the logistics and teaching department, he was merely a pawn, moved under the guise of utilizing his talents. Despite his reluctance towards such endeavors, Yamashita Kei recognized that certain realities were inescapable. Given the advantages bestowed upon him by the Yamanaka clan, all he could do was to impart his teachings to the 3 children with impartiality and diligence. Nara Shikahisa harbored no doubts regarding Yamanaka Kei's political acumen. After exchanging a few brief words, he produced a pre-prepared D-rank mission scroll. Was it to clear the debris from the river's lowlands? Upon perusing the task details inscribed on the scroll, Shanjiajin contemplated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. In contrast to the D-level assignments that involved slaying wild boars or driving off ferocious beasts, the endeavor of clearing the riverbed was considerably more laborious and time-consuming. Yet it promised a substantially greater reward. Presently, he required some time to organize the valuable information swirling in his mind, aiming to exploit his comprehensive understanding of the narrative to the fullest. This task, which allowed him to observe his subordinates toil while he indulged in leisure, was undeniably suitable. Departing from the task-issuing office, he made his way to the rendezvous point arranged with the trio the previous day. After distributing the rewards for yesterday's tasks, Yamashita Kei, with a beaming expression, led the trio directly to the river basin downstream of the Southie River to continue their mission. The task acquisition mechanism in Konoha is not particularly accommodating for ordinary ninjas. For a Jinin to participate in the Chunin exams, aside from requiring a recommendation from a Jounin, merely accumulating 8 task experiences suffices. This illustrates that the frequency of tasks for most Jinin is rather low. One contributing factor is undoubtedly the inability of the number of commissions to fully support Konoha's vast ninja populace. However, an even greater reason lies in the imbalance of resource distribution. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to bolster his authority and governance, tightly controlled the review, distribution, and assignment of tasks. He justified this by claiming it ensures that ninjas of varying abilities undertake tasks commensurate with their skill levels, thereby enhancing the success rate and minimizing casualties. Naturally, those close to the Hokage receive high-quality assignments with a significantly increased frequency. Conversely, those at odds with the Hokage's faction may find themselves fortunate merely to receive no tasks at all, while being assigned several perilous missions could truly spell disaster. For Jinin like Yamashita Kei, who have long struggled to ascend to Chunin, or for low-profile, marginalized ninjas, it is not uncommon to go an entire month without receiving a single task, making survival increasingly difficult. The privileges of being able to choose tasks at will, as he does, are reserved for the direct descendants of the Hokage's faction. Yui Kurenai, having spent the majority of her ninja career in logistical support, remains somewhat indifferent to this disparity. However, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru have acutely felt the torment of inactivity. Thus, while Kurenai laments the debris-laden waters, Guy and Shikamaru have rolled up their sleeves, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. Before the mission commences, allow me to present you with a small token of appreciation. In the heart of the mountains, the figure swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and in one fluid motion, unleashed 3 powerful strikes that struck the trio squarely in their midsections. Sealing technique, reinforced limb seal. A dark, vortex-like sigil rapidly materialized on the abdomens of the 3, extending chains of confinement toward their limbs. An invisible pressure engulfed their entire beings. The physically strongest among them, Might Guy, stumbled slightly, hastily supporting himself with his hands on his knees. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba and Yui Kurenai gracefully collapsed onto the ground. The reinforced limb seal, as its name suggests, is a technique that imposes tremendous pressure and restrictions on the body, requiring a synchronization of physical strength and chakra to resist. As you fully acclimate to the seal, your physical resilience, mental fortitude, and chakra capacity will witness significant enhancement. So, persevere, young ones. In the mountains, a mischievous smile graced the face of the landscape, as it revealed the so-called purpose of the small gift. A novel method of bearing burdens, perhaps? The fervor of youth had already ignited. Oh, how Might Guy felt the weight coursing through his limbs. Rather than displaying any signs of distress, he appeared invigorated, as if he had been injected with a surge of energy. Amidst a cacophony of howls and cries, he began to throw punches and deliver kicks, adapting to the seals that adorned his body. Nora Kurenai cast a glance at the lively Might Guy, silently forcing herself to rise from the ground, gradually beginning to stretch her limbs. What a peculiar way to present a gift. Just moments ago, she had nearly tasted the fresh earth, inwardly lamenting the bizarre sense of humor possessed by her team's lead Jonin. It was a near miss, nearly a fraction away. Had her reflexes not been swift, she would have found herself gnawing on the putrid soil mixed with an unknown amount of refuse. Such a travesty. Her image as a beautiful maiden was nearly tarnished. The tools for clearing the riverbank lay within that wooden cabin. So let us commence our task. A gentle reminder, traversing water while sealed demands a greater mastery of chakra control. As Yamashita Kei observed the 3 individuals gradually acclimating to the sealed state, he promptly declared the commencement of the mission. Utilizing the technique of instantaneous movement, he sought refuge atop a grand tree, reclining against its sturdy trunk while diligently organizing the narrative information. Due to the geographical conditions, the riverine lowlands in this vicinity had become a repository for an overwhelming amount of refuse. Estimating from the typical pace of a low-ranking ninja, it would require no less than 4 to 5 days to thoroughly cleanse this area. Furthermore, the heavy sealing on the limbs of the trio severely impeded their efficiency. It was unlikely that the area could be cleared within a week. Just as Yamashita Kei prepared his scroll and pen, the sounds of splashing water reached his ears. He turned to see the disheveled figures of Might Guy and Nora Kurenai emerging from the murky waters. In high spirits, he resumed his focus on the task at hand. At the root base of Konoha, Shimizu Danzo, adorned with a fully metallic samurai helmet and a thick bandage wrapped around his forehead, sat solemnly within a steel cage, casting a brooding gaze upon several subordinates before him. Since the previous morning, he had inexplicably endured 3 attacks: the broken beam in the J-9 standby quarters, the fallen ceiling in the medical room, and the tumbling stones from his office. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience and swift reflexes, one could fear that another name might soon be inscribed upon the memorial tablet. My Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru has replied, stating that there are no abnormalities concerning your health. If the incidents you faced were not due to chance, they could only be attributed to some unknown secret technique, reported the root ninja with utmost caution, relaying Orochimaru's analysis. Danzo's already somber expression darkened further, veins bulging on his forehead, revealing his dissatisfaction with such vague assertions from Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, he continued. Have the inquiries regarding the Jinchuriki's movements from yesterday to today been clarified? Please review this, Lord Danzo. Another root ninja presented a meticulously organized surveillance report. Danzo opened the scroll and, after a moment of contemplation, fell into a pensive silence regarding his next course of action. Yesterday, he had provoked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under the pretense of demanding the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. His primary objective was to gauge the attitudes of the various ninja clans such as Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Hyuga, and others towards Root, regardless of whether they discerned his true intentions. The Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans exhibited a perceptive understanding of the situation. However, the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, after staying the night, departed the following day with a considerable sum of money. Why would they erect an anti-sensing barrier? Thoughts raced through Danzo's mind, just as he began to formulate an idea. A stone the size of a pigeon's egg narrowly avoided the cage's obstruction and struck his iron helmet. The already agonizing pain in his head intensified to a piercing throb. The several root ninjas squatting before Danzo lowered their heads in unison. The remnants of Danzo's dwindling patience were completely obliterated by the impact of the stone. Search. Compile a list of everyone who had contact with me yesterday. Investigate each one thoroughly. I must uncover who dared to lay hands on me. Yes, unaware of the chaos regarding the roots in the fury of Shimura Danzo. The scenery within the mountains unfolded. After a day spent meticulously organizing the information in his mind, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, along with the third companion, managed to maintain their water-walking technique even in a sealed state. He called out to the trio and led them back to Konoha. Once again, he treated them to dinner, reminding them to prepare their bento for the following day, before ultimately declaring the gathering adjourned. With weary bodies dragging heavily, the 3 exhausted youths made their way home. In the serene mountains, a solitary figure formed a hand seal, subtly employing the sensory techniques of the clan nestled within the hills to connect with the perception barrier enveloping the entirety of Konohagakure. With a silent admiration, he acknowledged the foresight of the ancestors of the mountain clan, who had established this sensory barrier for the village while leaving a hidden passage for their kin. By discerning the essence of chakra, he swiftly pinpointed the location of Uzumaki Kushina. He then discreetly severed the connection with the perception barrier. In the quaint snack shop of Konoha Tea Street, Yamashita Kei purchased a bag of specialty sand dumplings from the Land of Wind and leisurely ambled towards the location of the Jonin waiting station. Upon arriving at the former site of the Jonin station, what had once been a desolate ruin had been meticulously restored, after salvaging usable items and various documents. The ground had been re-leveled and compacted using earth-style techniques. Over 20 workers, alongside several genin, were diligently transporting an array of construction materials under the guidance of skilled artisans. Kushina, adorned with a pristine white hard hat and clutching several architectural blueprints, stood with an air of seriousness in a nearby open space, overseeing the operations. Upon spotting Yamashita Kei approaching with snacks in hand, she swiftly jogged over, raising her soiled palm with a grin reminiscent of a mischievous little fox, directly signaling him to feed her. "Ah," she exclaimed, "what are you looking at with those blueprints?" In the serene embrace of the mountains, Shanjon let out a light chuckle, playfully placing a small ball of sand into Gyoxin's mouth. Upon receiving this delightful morsel, Gyoxin's eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into crescent shapes. As she savored the soft, savory treat, she proudly unfurled the blueprint in her hands. "Take a look at what I've designed. What do you think?" "You designed this? Who drew it?" "I narrated my ideas, and someone else sketched it for me." "Did Lord Hokage approve?" "I funded it myself, so why would he refuse?" "That makes sense. The architectural marvel before me, resembling the delicate tip of an ice cream cone, is composed of a wall featuring 9 spirals that ascend and converge at a single point. I ponder the sentiments that must have accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent to construct this design. The vibrant red hue aligns closely with that of the Hokage building. Aside from its somewhat unconventional appearance, there seems to be no significant issues at first glance. However, should this structure lose even a hint of its color, it would resemble a rather unsightly mass. Perhaps the third Hokage perceived it as akin to a flame, aptly symbolizing the will of fire? Yet, one might question if the will of fire truly embodies such a form. Surprisingly, it does. How would you evaluate it? Kushina's sparkling eyes brim with anticipation. Faced with such an expression, I cannot bring myself to utter anything disheartening. Indeed, the symbolism is commendable, viewed from above. It should closely resemble the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. The 9 spirals not only subtly reference your name, but also signify the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It is a clever conception, albeit I can only imagine the Nine-Tails grumbling in the ceiling space. I have taken a moment to thoughtfully analyze Kushina's design intentions. While highlighting some key attractions in the mountains, a playful jest emerged, emphasizing an overwhelming emotional resonance. Indeed, you understand me best, Kyubi. Kushina nodded repeatedly, unfurling her blueprints to their fullest extent against the setting sun. She intended to leave her mark in Konoha, whether perceived as good or bad, adored or feared by others. She remained unapologetically herself, Uzumaki Kushina, the second host of the Nine-Tails, following Uzumaki Mido. The scene in the mountains was illuminated by the brilliance of her gaze. As radiant as the stars, and her smile mirrored the hues of the evening sky. She appeared to glow like Kushina herself. Silently resolving to consult with her colleagues in the logistics department upon her return, she contemplated the necessity of increasing the maintenance budget for the Jonin standby facility. It was imperative that it did not lose its vibrancy. Otherwise, she feared the impact it would have on Kushina upon her eventual return. Suddenly, the sound of a swift body flicker technique sliced through the air. A ninja, adorned with a mask and clad in the standard uniform of the Umbu, materialized less than 2 meters from her side. The proximity, laden with an inherent sense of threat for a ninja, caused her to furrow her brow slightly. The Umbu, a special unit directly commanded by the Hokage, comprised individuals who had undergone rigorous selection, their loyalty to the village, and the Hokage beyond question. Consequently, the demeanor they exhibited while on missions often reflected the Hokage's own disposition. In the past, no Umbu had ever approached her with such an intimidating presence. Yamanaka, the Hokage commands you to proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. There is a crucial task that requires your attention. Understood. In the scenic mountains. She lowered her head and handed the bag of snacks to Kushina. I shall take my leave to see Lord Hokage, she said. Be cautious on your journey, Kushina replied, her expression somewhat stiff as she accepted the bag. After years of yearning, her feelings had finally received a glimmer of acknowledgement. Just as she was about to devise a plan and seek advice from Makoto on the art of romance, that old coot, the third Hokage, emerged to disrupt everything. That scoundrel, does he truly despise the idea of a Jinchuriki enjoying sweet love? How infuriating. I must report to Tsunade. Let her demolish that old fool's office. Rest assured, I will entrust you with the care of my 3 new disciples. Observing Gyoshina's melancholic demeanor, Yamashita Kei decisively chose to introduce the 3 little ones to alleviate her distress. On one hand, there stood a formidable Konoha Jonin, capable of providing rigorous training to lighten her spirits. On the other, there were the eager Konoha Chunin, undeterred by hardship and keen to enhance their abilities. Indeed, a perfect match. There was no doubt about it. Gyoshina nodded vigorously, her trust in Yamashita Kei proving to be quite beneficial. With a cheerful wave, Yamashita Kei turned and swiftly made his way towards the Hokage building. The Umbu responsible for communications waited until he had set off before following closely behind. This almost surveillance-like behavior solidified Yamashita Kei's unsettling suspicions. Has age truly rendered him more sensitive? It should not be the case. After all, Kushina had merely stayed at his residence for a single night, and they had slept separately. They had done nothing inappropriate, so why such an intense reaction? No. Something is amiss. Last night, to prevent his clan members from utilizing sensory ninjutsu, he had kept the anti-sensory barrier active, hadn't he? Goodness. Could the third Hokage possibly believe that he and Kushina had progressed to a more intimate relationship? In the mountains, the scenery left him momentarily stunned. After contemplating the intricacies of the situation, He found himself at a loss as to whether to attribute it to his own negligence or to continue berating the younger generation for their exaggerated responses. Shimura Danzo? This individual resembled a mummy, with only his eyes and mouth exposed, clad in a hospital gown yet donning a samurai helmet. He seemed to be brimming with a palpable sense of resentment. It must indeed be Shimura Danzo. A look of astonishment flickered in Yamashita's eyes. As he struggled to recognize the situation before him, he truly had not anticipated that merely within a day's time, Danzo would be reduced to such a disheveled state by the black entries. However, upon noticing the Umbu ninjas who had shadowed him throughout the journey now standing behind Danzo, he felt that the effectiveness of these black entries still fell somewhat short. How on earth did the beam in the J-Nin's waiting area not crush this old thief outright? That scoundrel he encountered earlier turned out to be one of the root ninjas. As for Shimura Danzo, the old rogue himself, he had his subordinates dressed identically to the Umbu. Furthermore, he incessantly spoke of the Hokage's orders. What was he thinking? Did he believe that without Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one would pay him any heed? Jing. Elder Danzo has just delivered a piece of intelligence. Sunagakure and Kirigakure have recently been clashing frequently in the southern region of the Land of Tea, with rising casualties on both sides, suggesting a potential escalation of the conflict. I hope you can undertake a journey to obtain accurate information. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, tossed a scroll towards Yamashita. Is this a solo mission? In the mountains, Kage glanced sideways at Shizen TZ, who was seated on the sofa, before lowering his gaze to the intelligence scroll. Sarutobi Hizashi had articulated the matter with utmost clarity. This intelligence scroll had been brought forth by Shizen TZ and was indeed a task proposed by the opposing party for him to undertake. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi assessed the authenticity and significance of the mission and deemed that, given his lineage from the Mountain Clan and his previous role in the analytical division, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, which prompted his summons. However, Yakura? The blaze-release ninja, Yakura? As Yamashita gazed at the name inscribed on the information scroll, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Shikuten Yakura, one of the rising stars of Sunagakure in recent years, had made quite a name for himself. With his mastery of the Shikuten bloodline limit, he had subdued numerous ninjas from Kirigakure, earning a formidable reputation. Not only had Yamashita, who was familiar with the original text, heard of him, but even a random ninja frequently dispatched on missions would recognize his illustrious name. If this were a solo mission, Yamashita would have to contemplate whether the third Hokage had conspired with Danzo to set him up for failure. After all, since joining the analytical team, he had been deliberately concealing his true capabilities. The strength he demonstrated was merely a shade above that of an underwhelming elite shinobi. Facing the renowned Yakura head-on would essentially be tantamount to delivering himself as an offering. The opponent's reputation is considerable. Venturing alone is perilous. I have arranged for a partner to accompany you, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. No sooner had he spoken than there was another knock at the office door. Upon receiving permission, Minato Namikaze entered. Upon seeing Yamashita standing in the office, his previously stern demeanor softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Minato, a truly reassuring comrade. The landscape within the mountains bore a smile at the corners of its lips. The doubts and mistrust I once harbored towards Sarutobi Hiruzen had largely dissipated. The prowess of Namikaze Minato was evident for all to see. Having mastered the flying thunder god technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, his mobility ranked among the best in the entire shinobi world. Not to mention a mere Yamanaka, even when faced with a formidable force of Sunagakure. The two could retreat with ease. It seems we are destined to fight side by side once more, remarked Minato, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Clearly reminiscing about their past missions together. They had grown up together, entered the Ninja Academy as peers, and graduated as shinobi. Although they were not assigned to the same team upon graduation, they had executed countless missions together before Yamano Seiki joined the analysis class, fostering an unparalleled synergy. You can catch up after you set off. Minato, let Seiki explain the mission details to you. Time is of the essence. Once you are prepared, depart immediately, urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the two left the Hokage's office, Hiruzen turned to regard the silent figure seated on the sofa, Shimura Danzo. I have previously stated that Seiki is a child I have watched grow. He is always measured in his actions. He could not have been the one to act against you. Even if he were not the culprit, his close contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is too significant. The power of the Nine-Tails should not be influenced or controlled by any shinobi clan. Danzo pressed his fingers against the chakra-sensing seal in his palm. his already sinister gaze sharpening with even greater severity. The seal in his palm, a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was exceedingly sensitive, surpassing even the most advanced medical instruments of today. Just moments ago, the seal had shown no response to Seki, proving that no trace of chakra related to Seki lingered on him. While this eliminated one suspect, thereby narrowing his focus, he secretly hoped that Seki was indeed the one who sought to harm him. Given Seki's connections with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as his ambiguous ties to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he represented immense potential value to the roots. Hiruzen was not privy to Danzo's innermost thoughts, believing instead that his concern over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was genuine. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, and considering the possible ramifications of Kushina marrying into the Yamano clan, he spoke once more to console his old friend. Danzo, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Much like your past with Koharu, Kushina will eventually marry and bear children. In decades to come, Konoha will require a new Jinchuriki. The childbirth of a female Jinchuriki will significantly weaken the sealing strength, posing a great danger to the village. Though the land of whirlpools has perished, many with the Uzumaki bloodline remain in the shinobi world. Kushina is a ninja from Konoha, not a member of the Root organization. Moreover, Lord Mito has clearly articulated the concerns regarding the Jinchuriki. You should be well aware of the dire consequences that may arise should a Jinchuriki experience psychological issues. Shimura Danzo let out another cold grunt, his agitation mounting as he prepared to retort, but a sharp pain struck his head. He took a moment to steady his emotions, suggesting that they take their time in discussing the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Danzo, who had nearly sent himself into a frenzy, and felt a rush of relief that the victim of this ambush was not himself. The relentless assaults on his head throughout the day were already unbearable. Who could withstand such torment? Bring in the next person, Danzo exclaimed, one hand clutching his helmet as he took deep breaths to alleviate the excruciating headache. At that moment, his resentment towards the one who had ambushed him reached its zenith. He could scarcely contemplate the issue of the Jinchuriki, consumed instead by an urgent desire to uncover the identity of his assailant. However, just as his words lingered in the air, a faint sound resembling cracking wood echoed from somewhere. Having faced a series of unexpected events, Danzo was now akin to a startled bird. The instant the noise pierced the silence, he leapt from the sofa and, employing a body flicker technique, bolted through the open window of the Hokage's office. Creak. The air was filled with anguished cries of pain and fury emanating from outside the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, who was clutching his head in torment, and the crow that had met its demise in a brutal collision, momentarily at a loss as to whom he should extend his sympathy. After Danzo was urgently taken for medical attention, the Hokage's office returned to a semblance of tranquility. Standing by the window, Hiruzen watched the sunset adorn the horizon, refilling his spent pipe with fresh tobacco. The smoke began to rise, obscuring his countenance from clear view. Indeed, Danzo's words had struck a chord within him. The land of whirlpools had been obliterated, and Konoha had lost its most stable source of Jinchuriki. Should any misfortune befall Uzumaki Kushina, it would be exceedingly challenging to swiftly locate a suitable replacement. Lord Mito's admonition still echoed in his mind. Suppressing the emotional needs of the Jinchuriki could only lead to instability, a situation fraught with more peril than benefit. Furthermore, the process of producing female Jinchuriki presented its own formidable challenges. The hereditary method of mother to child often led to unforeseen complications. If Konoha had a few more adept members of the Uzumaki clan skilled in sealing techniques to assist during the Jinchuriki's childbirth, it would not only maximize the stability of the sealing, but also ensure that the Nine-Tails remained contained. Should any unfortunate event transpire, Konoha would not be left bereft of a successor for the Jinchuriki. Moreover, Hiruzen sighed deeply. The tensions between the various ninja villages were escalating, and it was conceivable that war could erupt in the near future. The Land of Fire, with its abundant resources, fertile lands, and thriving economy, had always been a primary target for the ninja villages of other nations. Konoha had yet to fully emerge from the shadows of the Second Shinobi World War. If the situation became dire, the power of the Jinchuriki might prove indispensable. Typically, a standard ninja squad would require approximately 2 days to traverse from Konoha to the southern coastline of the Land of Fire. An additional 2 days would be needed to reach their destination by sea. Given the pressing timeliness of the mission's intelligence, the ever-responsible Namikaze Minato instinctively quickened his pace upon stepping beyond the gates of Konoha, even though he is aware of the current circumstances in Suna village. The search for the missing third generation of wind shadows cannot be halted. However, he finds himself unable to articulate this to Minato Namikaze, leaving him with no choice but to proceed with a heavy heart. Both are formidable shinobi of Konoha, maintaining sufficient stamina to prepare for unforeseen battles while sacrificing their nighttime rest to travel with utmost urgency. When thirst strikes, they quench it with water. When hunger arises, they consume military rations. By 9 o'clock the following evening, they arrive at the southern port of the Land of Fire, boarding a small sailboat designated for the exclusive use of Konoha ninjas. After confirming that the captain and 2 sailors were in good health, Shanjonjing set up various alerts and traps both inside and outside the room. The windswept Bofeng Shuemin summoned 2 diminutive toads from the mystical Mount Miamu, one stationed inside and the other outside to keep watch through the night. The 2, already quite fatigued, finally felt at ease enough to drift into slumber, swiftly regaining their strength. The moderate swells of the sea did not cause the ship to rock excessively, rather. The gentle undulation was not only bearable but also possessed a soothing quality that aided their rest. They slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, awakening to the cacophony of squawking seabirds. After attending to their personal hygiene, the ever-dutiful Bofeng Shuemin presented 2 generously sized bowls of seafood porridge. Freshly harvested from the sea, the seafood was impeccably cleaned, devoid of any fishy odor, and imbued with a subtle sweetness. The rice, saturated with broth, burst with flavor upon each bite. Such delectable fare was naturally met with Shanjongjing's enthusiastic approval. Flattered by the praise, the blushing Bofeng Shuemin's demeanor radiated an even stronger aura of a devoted partner. After satisfying their hunger, the 2 casually seated themselves on the deck of the sailboat, relishing the rare moments of leisure amidst their arduous journey. "I heard that you and Kushina are preparing to wed?" Bofeng Shuemin remarked, shielding her eyes with a hand as she gazed out at the vast, unbounded sea. The unexpected statement left Shanjongjing utterly perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. How could such a rumor arise when he hadn't even embarked on a romantic relationship yet? "Where did you hear that?" "Yesterday morning at the temporary Jonin station. Brother Ding said that Kushina, due to insufficient savings, used the 10 million you gifted her as a wedding dowry to compensate the Jonin station." "Isn't that so? How does Ding know I gave Kushina 10 million? Senior Nara Suzaku, who manages the Jonin station's affairs, mentioned that your name was on the savings statement. That still doesn't prove it was wedding money. Brother Hai claimed that you 2 were already living together and spend the night together. Is it really appropriate for you to gossip like this all day?" Shanjongjing suddenly felt that he was being targeted by Danzo, despite having no faults of his own. What has become of the internal affairs of Konoha? Moreover, why does he feel that the elite shinobi of Konoha are nothing but idle spectators? Do they spend their days merely indulging in gossip? Others may be excused, but that scoundrel, Shanjonghai, dares to drag him and Kushina into the rumor mill? Is this truly the kind of content worthy of gossip? It appears he is utterly unafraid of the higher-up suspicions. Wait a moment. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a sudden realization struck him as he recalled that exceptionally astute individual from Nara, who seemed to possess an uncanny intellect. It dawned on him that this person had likely anticipated the intentions of the higher echelons of Konoha, orchestrating the clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi to deliberately spread such gossip. This, in effect, served as a subtle notification to Saratobi Hiruzen, indicating that they harbored no ulterior motives. These individuals were quietly clearing the path between him and Kushina, truly a group that seemed overly concerned for others. How amusing it was. For within the confines of the Jonin's waiting area, there was little to occupy their time, prompting casual conversation. Minato Namikaze let out a dry chuckle, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. "Have you truly never experienced Kushina's iron fist?" With a resigned sigh, Yamaguchi Kei gazed into the distance. Although the intentions of Yamaguchi Hai and his companions were undoubtedly noble, one could only imagine the consequences if Kushina were to discover this. Given her seemingly carefree demeanor, which belies her delicate sensibilities, the thought of being teased in such a manner could be quite distressing for her. Let us hope that Hai and his friends do not face too severe a reckoning. When the topic arose, Namikaze Minato's smile radiated with warmth. His rapport with Kushina was quite amicable, despite a period during which she, under Yamaguchi Kei's influence, playfully referred to him as the little leaf boy, much to his chagrin. Yet, perhaps owing to his gentle nature, Kushina had never raised a fist against him. In contrast, Yamaguchi Kei often found himself on the receiving end of her playful punches, as he could not resist the urge to tease her intermittently. Is it possible, I wonder, that Kushina refrains from striking you out of the belief that a single blow would leave you in tears, only to return later to comfort you? After gazing upon the vastness of the ocean for an extended period, one inevitably begins to feel a sense of monotony and ennui. In the mountainous realm, amidst the scenic beauty and the gentle breeze, apart from the initial day filled with enthusiasm spent exploring the vast expanse of the overseas landscape, the remaining hours were consumed with discussions about their recently acquired disciples and exchanges of insights on ninjutsu techniques. Occasionally, they would demonstrate various combat techniques, delving into strategies for confrontation. This Watergate fellow is undeniably a prodigy. The remarkable attributes he possesses would elicit envy even from someone as systematic as Shan Zhongjing, causing his eyes to turn green with admiration. His exceptional skills include temporal insight, purple, superspeed response, purple, seal mastery, blue, ingenious mind, blue, fortuity, blue, energy accumulation, blue, mastery of wind release, green, and handsomeness, green. A total of 8 attributes, 6 of which are innate talents. Temporal insight allows him to perceive fluctuations in time and space with clarity, enabling him to seamlessly integrate various time-space ninjutsu. Superspeed response enhances the speed of his neural reactions. Physical responses, hand seal formations, chakra circulation, and ninjutsu release. Ingenious mind augments his learning capabilities, tactical thinking, and the development and research of ninjutsu. Fortuity directly boosts his luck, while energy accumulation increases both his chakra capacity and recovery abilities. Only his handsomeness attribute is slightly inferior to that of Shan Zhongjing. Given all this, if Watergate does not ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage, one must wonder who could possibly be worthy of such a title? Upon witnessing a glimpse of the illustrious Watergate, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Without delving into other matters, the mere insight into the fabric of time and space renders it exceedingly rare. Which time traveler does not yearn to master the art of flying thunder god technique? Alas, traversing into the world of Naruto has not endowed him with extraordinary spatial talents. His aptitude in the realm of time and space is barely sufficient for the use of summoning techniques and storage seals, leaving him far from grasping the threshold to learn the flying thunder god technique. Were it not for the presence of a system as a glimmer of hope, he would have likely relinquished the ambition to learn this technique entirely. In the span of 2.5 days, time swiftly passed as they engaged in fervent discussions and sparring with Watergate. The weather over the sea remained relatively stable, allowing them to arrive at the port town in the southern region of the land of Tea half a day earlier than anticipated. It was midday when their vessel docked. Exercising caution, the two discreetly removed their Konoha headbands and transformed themselves into ordinary carpenters. They were preparing to infiltrate the town, seeking out crowded areas to gather intelligence when 4 ninjas, adorned with the headbands of the Hidden Mist Village, emerged from within the town. The leader, with waist-length orange hair meticulously groomed and towering at about 2.5 meters, exuded an imposing presence, accompanied by the formidable sword, Kubikirib Ch. He could only be none other than the notorious Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 3 figures following him, though not immediately recognized by Yamashita and Watergate, appeared to be elite members of the Mist's Umbu, likely possessing at least Jonin-level prowess. As the quartet of Hidden Mist ninjas approached, the two instinctively feigned trepidation, retreating to the side of the road with expressions of panic, blending seamlessly with the ordinary townsfolk. The 4 ninjas passed by without detecting any irregularities, continuing on their way. In the mountains, both Yamashita and Minato Namikaze observed a group of figures cloaked in mist, leaping gracefully before vanishing at the town gate. Rather than pursuing them hastily, they chose to enter the town directly, under the governance philosophy of the 2nd Hokage, Kahaku Hashigaki. The village of Kirigakure had long embraced the value of covert operations. Even with the ascension of the 3rd Hokage, this principle remained unchanged. When Kirigakure's ninjas undertook missions outside, it was inconceivable for them to brazenly traverse the town's thoroughfare. Such behavior was undoubtedly suspect. Indeed, as Yamashita and Minato crossed the town's threshold, more than a dozen individuals, men and women, young and old, began to emerge from the alleyways. The leader, an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 70s, with hair as white as snow, exchanged a few words with her subordinates before gesturing with a single hand. Instantly, the group surged forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly racing to the north and south, seemingly preparing to encircle the ninjas of Kirigakure. The elderly woman herself, undeterred, also set off in pursuit of the departing figures cloaked in mist. Upon witnessing the scenic mountains and the rippling waters of the gates, it became evident that this was a contest between the hidden mist and the hidden sand. Uncertain if either side possessed any additional strategies, the two individuals, masquerading as carpenters, hastily donned expressions of fear and swiftly ventured into the heart of the town. They meandered through a labyrinth of alleys until they discovered an obscure and unobserved lane. In the heart of the mountains, he formed intricate hand seals, unleashing the secret sensory ninjutsu passed down through generations of his clan to its fullest extent. The chakra responses within a nearly 10-kilometer radius instantaneously flooded into his mind. Indeed, there were quite a number of individuals present. In the mountains, Shanjiaojing muttered softly, his hands weaving intricate seals. He once again employed the heart transmission technique, conveying his perceptions to Namikaze Minato. The recent surge of conflicts had evidently ignited tensions between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Lin Ling sensed over 30 chakra signatures, far exceeding the scale of ordinary border skirmishes. From the Mist Village's side, the quartet led by Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon appeared merely to be luring the enemy. Several kilometers away, within the forest, a concealed ambush of 16 individuals lay in wait. On the Sand Village's front, one individual charged into the encirclement, while 12 others flanked from the north and south, seemingly preparing for a counter-encirclement. Furthermore, within the town itself, for distinct chakra signatures could be detected, leaving one to ponder whether they were spies left by Sunagakure or a contingency from Kirigakure. Such a scale of conflict. Namikaze Minato furrowed his brow at the shared perceptions from Shanjiaojing. A clash involving nearly 40 individuals was no mere feud between ninjas, it was indicative of a deeper, more complex discord. The mobilization of such forces would require the consent of the higher echelons of each ninja village. When the higher-ups become involved, it often signifies that the rift between the two villages has reached an irreconcilable state. Worrying is futile. We must focus on our own responsibilities. The landscape within the mountains did not overly concern itself with the conflict between the hidden sands and the hidden mist. Having long anticipated the inevitable outbreak of war, he was now solely focused on how to execute this task, contemplating whether to incorporate a hint of personal agenda into it. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to subtly influence the course of the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, he decided to employ strategy too. Waiting for the opportune moment to enter the battlefield, Namikaze Minato nodded, temporarily suppressing his anxieties about the war, and began to concentrate earnestly on the task at hand. While aboard the vessel, the two of them devised several tactical plans based on the unique characteristics of their ninjutsu. Given the current situation, the second strategy, which allowed for swift entry into the battlefield as well as rapid withdrawal, was undoubtedly the most suitable. Very well. Amidst the mountains, Shanjiaojing retrieved a slender tube from the inner pocket of his cloak, intricately engraved with numerous sealing techniques. Upon uncapping the vessel and dipping his fingers into the blood contained within, he formed hand seals to invoke the art of summoning. Unlike the ruthless shinobi of the ninja world, who readily bite their fingers or pierce their palms with shurikens without a second thought, he found himself unable, even after traversing a decade into this realm, to inflict harm upon himself with such indifference. With a resounding puff, chakra smoke spiraled upwards as 3 pitch-black crows flapped their wings and materialized before the two. The technique of shadow clone. In the mountainous landscape, the scene shifted as the hand seals transformed, allowing him to maintain control over his own body while simultaneously commanding 3 crows with his mind. The once raucous and lively crows instantly froze in place. Stepping forward, Bofeng Shui Min closed his eyes, taking a moment to gather his thoughts, before gently placing his right hand on the abdomen of one crow, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had yet to reach the level depicted in the original work where he inscribed the technique in the heat of battle against Abido, he had honed the speed of spatial transfer between techniques to its utmost limits. After the technique was inscribed, the 3 crows, under the control of Shanjiaojing, flapped their wings and soared into the sky, heading straight towards the ambush point of the Mist Shinobi. Before he could gain a visual on the battlefield through the crow's eyes, a moment of contact between the old woman and the encircling Mist Shinobi resulted in casualties on the latter's side. In the dense forest, less than 5 kilometers from the town, Itsong, having dispelled her transformation technique, gripped a kunai in each hand. She crouched low, her face filled with murderous intent as she focused on the 10 or so Mist Shinobi before her. 2 blazing fireballs, infused with scorching heat, hovered beside her, rendering the Mist Shinobi's water technique, the mist concealment technique, significantly less effective. At her feet lay a Mist Jonin, resembling a desiccated corpse, completely devoid of life. Without any pleasantries or threats, Suigetsu's companion, the formidable pufferfish, let out a sinister laugh and signaled to his comrades, Although they had not drawn all the sand shinobi as planned, it was likely that some were lying in wait, poised to launch a counterattack. However, as the backbone of the sand shinobi team, Yitsong's swift defeat would scatter the remaining forces like chaff in the wind. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave, commanded the pufferfish as 15 mist shinobi unleashed the technique simultaneously. A torrent of water erupted from their mouths, the similar chakra natures merging to create a colossal wave capable of engulfing everything in its path. Yitsong's eyes flickered as she leaped into action, deftly evading the surging waves crashing from all directions. Before she could disrupt the battlefield and break free from the encirclement of the mist shinobi, 3 mist jonin trailing behind the pufferfish had already completed their hand seals. Summoning technique, black-eyed giant crab. Summoning technique, great swordfish. Summoning technique, man-eating shark. The air was thick with chakra-infused smoke, shrouding the surroundings. Within this haze, 3 colossal figures loomed, instilling a profound sense of pressure within Yitsong. Before the smoke could dissipate, these 3 jonin had already allied with their summoned beasts to unleash a torrent of water release, water bullets. Each water sphere, exceeding 2 meters in diameter and brimming with chakra, struck Yitsong relentlessly, akin to a barrage of cannon fire. The 15 mist shinobi who had previously executed a coordinated water release did not relent either. 8 stood at the cardinal points, forming seals to maintain the chakra output, preventing the dispersal of the water release beneath them. The remaining 7 plunged into the water, launching a stealth attack from below. The relentless onslaught of water release left Yitsong's swirling fire release orbs extinguished in an instant. The 7 mist shinobi, emerging from the depths, leaped forth to unleash their assaults. "Gwahaha, Yitsong, where will you run this time?" exclaimed Suigashin Haju, drawing his formidable blade, Samahata. Observing the numerous wounds that had marred Yitsong's form in such a short span, he relished the sight of his adversary's inability to mount an effective counterattack, forced instead to evade in a pitiful manner. A sense of vengeance surged within him. With a swift movement, Suigashin Haju surged forth, wielding Samahata and riding the waves directly toward Yitsong. Fire release, scorching stream. Yitsong, sensing the impending threat from Suigashin Haju, exerted herself to kick aside 2 ambushing mist shinobi before slamming her palms onto the water's surface. The searing heat radiated from her hands, causing the tumultuous waters beneath her to boil with intensity. The ambushing mist shinobi hastily retreated, striving to evade the rapidly churning, scalding current. Yet 2 of them, delayed in their movements, were engulfed by the boiling water. As they struggled to extract themselves from the depths, their bodies were covered in blisters, and they emitted anguished cries. Even one of the 3 massive summoned beasts was unable to evade in time, dissipating into smoke. The remaining 2 were pushed back a considerable distance. "How much chakra do you have left to execute such a large-scale fire release?" Suigashin Haju's grin grew ever more sinister as he leaped over the scalding surface of the water, his blade Samahata aimed directly at Yitsong's face. Fire release, overheated vapor kill. Yitsong, her hand seals shifting with deft precision, unleashed her most familiar technique, fire release. With a powerful thrust, her fiery orb collided with Samahata. Hiss. The blade emitted a pained wail, its gray-blue surface tinged with a hint of crimson. The blade writhed, its spine standing erect. "My dear, soon you shall savor the most exquisite chakra." Suigashin Haju reassured Samahata, unfazed by the burns marring his arms, as he continued to strike relentlessly. Thud, thud, thud. Under the weighty and forceful strikes, merely a few blows sent the kunai flying from Yitsong's grasp. Her hands and arms, having come into close contact with the spines of the sharkskin, were pierced and drenched in blood. A considerable amount of chakra was also siphoned away from her body. Faced with the relentless assault of Sugakuyama's pufferfish demon and the entanglement of several mist ninjas, Yitsong was acutely aware that she could not confront them head-on. She silently prayed for her comrades to arrive swiftly. It was the wind release of Sunigakure. Quick dodge, as Sugakuyama's pufferfish demon continued to exert pressure. The cries of the mist ninjas echoed. The 8 mist ninjas, originally surrounding the area to prevent the dispersion of water release, were almost simultaneously struck by the wind release. Anticipating the attack, only one was decapitated outright. Of the remaining 7, 2 sustained minor injuries but managed to evade the ambush of the sand ninjas. However, the water release, previously contained within the combat zone, began to dissipate rapidly due to the loss of chakra control. The advantageous terrain they had painstakingly created vanished in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment while Sugakuyama's pufferfish demon was distracted, Yitsong unleashed her scorch release. scorching the blade of the sharkskin. The sharkskin howled in agony from the searing heat. The intense temperature radiating from the hilt forced Sugekuyama's pufferfish demon to relinquish his grip momentarily. The 12 sand ninjas clashed with the remaining mist ninjas, shattering the encirclement. A brutal melee ensued. No longer besieged, Yetsong, now facing the unarmed Sugekuyama's pufferfish demon, felt a surge of murderous intent and immediately shifted from defense to offense. Meanwhile, Yamashita Kei and Namikaze Minato, lying in wait within the town for an opportunity, utilized sensory ninjutsu in conjunction with the vantage provided by the circling crows above, patiently biding their time. Observing the sand ninjas intentionally stretching the battlefield, they began to draw the mist ninjas away from the densely forested area teeming with water. A few severely injured mist ninjas and a gravely wounded sand jonin were left isolated in their wake. In the mountainous landscape, Kaguya and Namikaze swiftly recognized that the opportunity had arrived. 3 crows, imbued with the flying thunder god technique, flew in a triangular formation under Kaguya's command, descending rapidly from the heights. One aimed directly at the wounded sand village jonin, rendered incapacitated in battle. The other 2 targeted a wounded mist ninja, while the last one hurtled towards the location of the Great Blade, Samahata. Watergate, the Blade. The Great Blade, Samahata, in the heart of the mountains. A figure with gleaming eyes fixated upon the remarkable Samahata. This extraordinary blade, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, stands out as the only one imbued with life. It possesses the ability to absorb the chakra of its adversaries, transferring the harvested energy for the wielder's use. Furthermore, it can stimulate the regeneration of bodily cells through the vast reserves of chakra it stores. Remarkably, for those unperturbed by appearances, it allows for a fusion with Samahata, transforming the user into a merman, granting them unparalleled freedom in aquatic environments and significantly enhancing their combat prowess in water. Although, in the original tale, it ultimately betrayed its user, Kisame Hashigaki, aligning itself with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. The blade's efficacy in ordinary circumstances cannot be denied. Facing his friend, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, Namikaze Minato found himself at a loss for words of refusal, only managing a resigned smile. In an instant, he activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from his original location. The escalating distance and the fervent, desperate battle left both Sunigakure and Kirigakure forces oblivious to the plight of their injured comrades left behind. 3 crows suddenly plunged from the sky. A Kirigakure ninja, preoccupied with tending to his own wounds, glanced up in alarm. Before he could draw his kunai, the swift crows descended upon him. The moment his gaze locked with theirs, he fell prey to the heart-turning puppet technique unleashed by the figure in the mountains, rendering him motionless and vulnerable. In the next instant, Minato reappeared, his kunai slicing through the ninja's throat. The fleeting golden glimmer under the sun signaled the end. Minato swiftly approached another ninja targeted by a different crow. It was only after he had claimed the life of yet another Kirigakure ninja that the first victim's blood erupted from his severed neck. A wave of helplessness and suffocation washing over him as his vision dimmed. The 3 crows danced like phantoms through the dense foliage, guiding Minato to optimal landing points. True to his moniker, the Golden Flash, he left behind 6 fallen warriors on the battlefield, all dispatched in less than 10 seconds. In the alleys of the town, the heads of 4 Kirigakure ninjas lay at the feet of the figure in the mountains. Meanwhile, he bore upon his shoulder a gravely injured and unconscious sand ninja, while his right hand dragged another unconscious mist ninja. In his left hand, he held the formidable Samahata, re-emerging in the alleyway. With a deft toss, he passed the still-warm blade to his companion. "Minato, you're incredible!" In the heart of the mountains, a smile graced the corner of his lips as he praised the reliability of his steadfast companion. He toyed with the chaotic remnants of the sealed beast, its tongue lolling out in a languid display, a result of the scorching heat from the blaze release. From the scroll pouch at his chest, he retrieved a scroll and sealed the creature within it. Likewise, he temporarily captured the heads of the 4 mist ninja using the same sealing technique. "Let your summoned beast find a suitable hiding place. Shall we retreat for the time being?" inquired the Hokage, holding a fainted captive aloft as he sought his friend's counsel. The vessel that had brought them here had already departed after delivering them to the port. To extract intelligence from the ninjas' severed heads, they first needed a secure and concealed stronghold. Their familiarity with the surroundings paled in comparison to that of the mist and sand ninjas. Rather than making a blind escape, it would be wiser to conceal themselves right beneath their enemies' noses. In the mountains, with both hands forming intricate seals, he effortlessly unraveled the art of summoning. several kilometers away. Three crows swiftly returned to the avian summoning sanctuary of Konoha. Displaying the most quintessential hand signs of his clan, he directed his focus towards the two unconscious captives. Employing the technique of mind transfer, the two captives, utterly defenseless, found themselves bereft of control over their own bodies. In the mountains, Shanzhongjing, utilizing the transformation technique, morphed the two individuals into strikingly alluring maidens, striking a captivating pose towards Namake's Minato. Meanwhile, he himself adopted the guise of a lascivious middle-aged man. Minato, hesitating several times to speak, ultimately let out a resigned sigh and imitated Shanzhongjing's transformation, becoming an oily middle-aged gentleman. After eliminating the lingering sense of blood and any traceable odors from their bodies, the two, each cradling a seemingly enchanting sister, swaggered into the most luxurious inn of the town. Within the largest suite of the inn, Minato erected a simple soundproof barrier. In the mountains, the scenery prompted the immediate use of the mind-reading technique to delve into the memories of the two captives. The mind-reading technique, also known as the art of memory retrieval, is one of the ninjutsu that must be mastered within the analysis class. Due to its exceedingly high demands on mental fortitude, even in the Hidden Leaf Village, the number of those who have fully grasped it barely exceeds 10. Within the confines of the analysis class, in less than 60 seconds, the adept in the art of shadow manipulation, Hachi Yamamoto, can extract the memories of the day from the subject upon whom the technique has been performed. A skill often lauded. Yet, only a handful of individuals are privy to this remarkable ability. In the mountains, a normal jonin's memories can be comprehended in less than 30 seconds. After the termsome understanding evolved into Konoha's sage, this speed has more than doubled, allowing for the absorption of 5.5 hours of experiences from noon until dusk. In the mountains, Kageyama had thoroughly perused the memories of the two captives from the past 2 years, meticulously recording all vital intelligence onto a scroll. The S-rank mission, acquire intelligence on the war between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, was now complete, granting him 1 opportunity for entry extraction and 1 opportunity for entry duplication. As Kageyama organized the scroll in his hand, he was momentarily stunned by the system notification echoing in his mind. What had he just heard? An opportunity for entry duplication? The prospect of duplication. Almost instinctively, Kageyama turned to gaze at Minato Namikaze, who stood by the window of the room. Temporal insight. The long-desired Flying Thunder God technique had finally come within reach. Without a hint of hesitation, in the depths of the mountains, Shanzhongjing seized this opportunity to replicate the prowess of the legendary Minato Namikaze. The replication of the skill was successful, and congratulations were in order for the host, who acquired the purple skill Temporal Insight. Host, Shanzhongjing Occupation, Ninja Activated Skills, Traveler, Red, Master of Inescape, Purple, Temporal Insight, Purple, Call and it shall come, Purple. Sage of the Ninja Realm, Blue, Handsome, Blue. Inactive Skills, Cicada Nymph, White, Fragile yet resilient, White. The sensation was ineffable, washing over Shanzhongjing like a tide. The surrounding space began to manifest subtle changes within his perception. In the world he once inhabited, the fabric of space was elusive, intangible, and utterly beyond reach. However, with the enhancement provided by the newly acquired skill, the intricate veins of space began to materialize, and the spatial nodes could no longer remain hidden. Even the slightest fluctuations in the fabric of space could no longer evade his awareness. The coordinates he had previously struggled to perceive with countless attempts now stood vividly clear before him. The construction of the Flying Thunder God technique and the establishment of spatial coordinates seemed to transform into an immensely simple endeavor. With a mere thought, he could inscribe his own unique Flying Thunder God mark, akin to that of Minato Namikaze. Moreover, he distinctly sensed the presence of the Flying Thunder God Kunai nestled within the tool pouch at Minato's waist. This coordinate, exclusive to Minato, exhibited a near-perfect compatibility with his chakra. In the mountainous landscape, one can faintly perceive that he seems capable of utilizing these coordinates for movement. However, due to the disparity in chakra properties, the speed and fluidity of his transfer are likely to be significantly inferior to that of Minato. Are these coordinates perhaps exclusive to a particular space? In the serene mountains, the heart perceives clearly. Each individual's chakra exhibits unique differences, even when the nature is identical. The release of the same ninjutsu will yield subtle variations in effect. In the realm of the Flying Thunder God technique, where speed is maximized, such discrepancies are magnified infinitely. It appears I must delve into the study of my own spatial coordinates. In the depths of the mountains, the memories of the exclusive spatial coordinates lingered in his heart. With joy overflowing, he took another look at his personal panel. The insight into time and space was invigorating. Once he became fully adept at the Flying Thunder God technique, he would possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, able to strike and evade, to maneuver and provide support, as well as to break through formidable defenses. His survival skills would reach their zenith. What was there to worry about regarding the third Great Ninja War? If only he could seize another opportunity to replicate the super speed reaction, it would be even more splendid. In the mountains, Jing, feeling an insatiable discontent, murmured softly. Glancing at the remaining opportunity for word extraction, he casually clicked to draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the white word entry, brother. You smell delightful. Brother, you smell delightful. White upon acquiring this entry, your attention will continue to decline, while the attention from brothers of the same age will steadily increase. The effect will enhance with the duration of interaction with these brothers, culminating in an eventual ascendance. Ah, this wretched system. When it comes to disappointment, it truly never fails to deliver. In the mountain, Jing's lips twitched slightly. Just a moment ago, he had been indulging in fantasies of superior reflexes, and now this? Just this? Although he understood that, theoretically, the probability of obtaining a white item was indeed the highest during the extraction process. The disappointment stemming from this singular white item was far beyond mere psychological disparity. Jing? Had he exhausted his chakra? Upon observing his friend's less than satisfactory expression, the vigilant Minato Namikaze felt a slight pang of concern and promptly approached from the window. It's all right. I entrust this intelligent scroll to you for the frogs of Mayaboku Mountain to deliver. In the depths of the mountain, Yamashita took a deep breath and handed the scroll, filled with a plethora of intelligence interspersed with personal insights, to Minato Namikaze. While the information was indeed genuine, extracted directly from the minds of both parties' ninjas, his portrayal of it bore a distinct emphasis. Very well, take some time to rest. Do not overexert yourself, Minato advised, receiving the scroll with a lingering concern. He then retrieved a small tube, identical to the one used by Yamashita, from his robe. Dipping it in fresh blood, he invoked the summoning technique. Ever since witnessing Yamashita perform the summoning in such a manner, Minato felt a twinge of foolishness each time he glanced at the wounds on his fingers that took days to heal. After several attempts, he had shamelessly requested Kushina to procure a blood storage vessel inscribed with sealing techniques for him. The seals on the tube significantly preserve the vitality of the blood, allowing it to remain viable for up to a year if opened infrequently. As the smoke of the summoning dissipated, a small crimson frog adorned with goggles appeared in the room. Ah, good evening, Minato. Jiraiya is currently visiting Mount Mayaboku, where Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima have prepared a grand feast. Would you care to join? The frog, Gamakichi, greeted him enthusiastically. Wait, how did Master Jiraiya get summoned to Mount Mayaboku? Minato asked, momentarily taken aback. It was from Konoha. He returned yesterday and expressed his regret at not seeing you, Gamakichi replied, mimicking Jiraiya's tone with flair. Then please deliver this scroll directly to Master Jiraiya and convey my message. A smile blossomed on Minato's handsome face. Typically, the frogs of Mount Mayaboku utilized a substance known as Waishin Mizu to relay messages to Konoha. This treasure, purportedly passed down from an era even before Sage of Six Paths, enabled the small frogs to traverse swiftly through waterways. It was one of the vital legacies of Mount Mayaboku. The speed at which the frogs conveyed information through Waishin Mizu far surpassed that of ordinary ninja hawks. From the moment a message was dispatched to its arrival in Konoha, no more than an hour would elapse. However, if Jiraiya had indeed been summoned from Konoha to Mount Mayaboku, then dispelling the reverse summoning technique would allow him to return to Konoha instantaneously, taking not even a minute. Minato, you should head directly to Mount Mayaboku. Have Master Jiraiya deliver this to the analysis team, and simultaneously, transfer these two individuals back to Konoha via the frog. Amidst the mountains, Jiang emerged with a scroll containing the sealed head of the Mist Ninja. He forcefully thrust the scroll into Minato's embrace. However, a thought crossed the mind of Namikaze Minato, evoking a faint green hue upon his visage as he recalled the feast of Sage Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku. Yet, upon glancing at the two gravely injured captives by his side, he let out a subtle sigh within. Although the scenery in the mountains has accessed the memories of the two individuals, due to time constraints, only a portion was retrieved. These two retain an exceptionally high intelligence value. If they cannot be transferred back through Miyamu Mountain, for the sake of mission confidentiality, a direct resolution must be executed. Which seems rather wasteful. I understand that you have long anticipated the grand feast at Miyamu Mountain. Go ahead, I can manage alone. The scenery of the mountains revealed a thumbs-up reminiscent of Might Guy's signature gesture. That quintessentially bright and cheerful smile, characteristic of a sunny young man, nearly shattered the composure of Naruto Uzumaki. How utterly outrageous. How terribly outrageous. This was a calculated move. Knowing that he would feel reluctant to openly criticize the culinary offerings of Mayaboka Mountain in front of the toad. Yet, he certainly did not wish to consume insects. Those were indeed insects. Had little Naruto been yearning for this moment for a long time? I shall promptly inform Master Jiraiya. The toad, Jiraiya, responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. And before Naruto could retort, transformed into a puff of smoke, returning to Mayaboka Mountain. Wait. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand in disbelief, his entire being frozen in place. Did he say something? No, he did not. Just hold on to your things, and remember to eat and drink well. In the mountains. The scene unfolded with a smile as one waved their hand, exuding an air of anticipation. I sighed deeply, confronted by the difficult temperament of my friend, and reluctantly employed a summoning technique to call forth the massive toad, Gamabunta, which occupied most of the room. I commanded him to swallow the two gravely injured captives. Just as I dispelled the summoning, instructing Gamabunta to return the captives to Mayaboka Mountain, the sensation of reverse summoning washed over me. With a strained expression, I took several deep breaths, contemplating the fact that I still had my teacher, Jiraiya, by my side, and gritted my teeth in consent to the reverse summoning. As I vanished from sight, the scene was met with a grin from the observer, who eagerly began to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique. Following the method learned from the ninjutsu scroll, he closed his eyes to commune with the spatial force, guiding his chakra to merge with it. Moments later, he placed a hand against the exterior of a teacup before him. The surface bore a circular ring, with two arrows rotating clockwise, appearing on the cup's wall. This spatial perception was exponentially clearer than that of Watergate, prompting a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Yet, the more he examined it, the more he sensed something amiss. This mark. Damn it. The East Wind demands payment. After inscribing his own Flying Thunder God seal on the two teacups, he proceeded with a sense of urgency. In the mountain, Jing maintained a precise seal with both hands, attuning himself to the spatial markers with exceptional accuracy as he endeavored to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. He channeled his chakra along specific pathways, aided by the imprint of the Flying Thunder God, coupled with his inherent talent in ninjutsu. The attribute of whatever is called fourth enhanced his chakra control, while the temporal and spatial insight exhibited remarkable compatibility with spatial ninjutsu. After only a few unsuccessful attempts, he accomplished his first spatial transfer. It was as if he traversed from one door to another. The act of spatial leap was astonishingly simple. Truly, Senju Tobarama is a genius. In the Serene Mountains, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary genius of the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Even in his youth, he was able to devise such an exceptional ninjutsu, which he wielded to defeat Izuna Uchiha, the bearer of the Mangeki Sharingan. He also left behind countless forbidden techniques in the Hidden Leaf Village. Had Tobarama not met an untimely demise, his ultimate achievements might have surpassed even those of Hashirama Senju. Between the two marked spaces, he repeatedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. As I swiftly acclimate to the sensation of spatial leaps amidst the mountains, the initial seconds required for the preparation and brewing of the Flying Thunder God technique have been significantly reduced during my brief practice sessions. However, this expenditure of energy is proving to be quite overwhelming, as Shanjun Jing felt the rapid depletion of his chakra within him, akin to a dam bursting forth. A sense of numbness enveloped his entire being. In comparison to the level of the Flying Thunder God technique, its consumption was indeed not considerable. A single short-distance spatial transfer within 10 meters demanded only slightly more chakra than casting a C-rank fire release, Great Fireball technique. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that who employs the Flying Thunder God for merely a single instantaneous movement? Senju Tobarama, in the Pure Land. Do not cue me. Take, for instance, the previous situation where Yitsong faced 20 members of the Mist Village, launching 10 or even 20 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, who could guarantee that each kunai would land near an enemy. Moreover, in the heat of battle, one must not only teleport close to the enemies to initiate an attack, but also evade their strikes while continuously adjusting the positions of the kunai. Even in the ideal scenario of first encounter kill, every enemy approach would be subject to a lethal blow. Over the course of a battle, one would require at least 30 teleportations, Within a short span, unleashing 30 C-rank Great Fireball techniques would swiftly deplete the chakra of a standard jonin. Even Shanjunjing found this consumption to be quite unbearable. It is noteworthy that, thanks to the Red Trait Traveler, his mental capacity exceeded that of a typical jonin by 7 to 8 times. Coupled with his long-term training, his physical strength surpassed the average of jonin. While his chakra might not rival that of Minato Namikaze, who possessed an innate chakra growth trait, it was approximately 3 times the average amount found in jonin. In the original narrative, the adult Kakashi Hitaki was burdened by the Sharingan yet maintained a chakra level that was slightly below the average among jonin. This implies that Shanjunjing possessed around 3 to 5 cards of chakra. Accumulation, rapid response. In the serene mountains, the scenery evokes a contemplative mood. As one ponders the necessity of acquiring 2 additional attributes to fully harness the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, an immense reservoir of chakra can significantly enhance the technique's margin for error and its endurance. Furthermore, a reaction time that far surpasses that of an ordinary individual directly elevates the potential of the Flying Thunder God technique. The pace of combat among ninjas is exceedingly swift. The vulnerabilities and openings revealed by those formidable in the ninja realm often vanish in an instant. With supercharged reflexes, one can seize upon these fleeting weaknesses, thereby dramatically reducing the number of instantaneous movements required during battle and mitigating the peril associated with predictable actions. While energy accumulation may be set aside, merely a blue attribute, there exists the possibility of replicating a more advanced one. However, securing the supercharged reflex attribute is imperative. Without it, one risks being as ineffective as Kakashi, who, without the Sharingan, flits about chaotically with the Chidori. How curious it is that Senju Tobarama does not exhibit the same prowess as Minato, who effortlessly executes a series of Flying Thunder God movements, suggesting even he may struggle with such rapidity. In the mountains, the scenery unfolded as he meticulously practiced the Flying Thunder God technique, contemplating as he went. He continued his training until he had consumed more than half of his chakra, at which point he ceased his exercises and dealt with 2 teacups inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. He was not prepared to reveal this technique until he could adeptly wield it in combat. After all, ninjutsu was fundamentally a means to vanquish foes. Displaying it prematurely, before it could be effectively utilized in battle, would only serve to alert his enemies unnecessarily. Furthermore, his mastery of in release was already sufficient to navigate the realm beneath the shadows with ease. In the case of the ambush that Yekong faced today, had it been him, unleashing his full offensive capabilities combined with the elusive nature of in release would have easily incapacitated more than half of his adversaries in a single encounter. With a little more effort, he could have annihilated the opposition without sustaining any injuries, avoiding the need for his companion's assistance and escaping unscathed. After all, both the advanced secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan and various illusions were particularly adept at overwhelming weaker opponents. Suddenly, a powerful spatial disturbance emanated from the position where Minato Namikaze had departed, followed by an explosion of dense chakra smoke. Minato, his complexion ashen and seemingly afflicted by some indescribable force, returned to his room. One hand braced against the wall, while the other clutched his abdomen, his expression a vivid portrayal of agony as he struggled to endure his plight. Surely, this was not to be expected. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing blinked, and upon seeing his friend's expression, the previously playful intent faded significantly. The vibrant colors of red, green, purple, and pink, along with the elongated and elliptical forms, danced through Bo Feng Shumen's mind, evoking an involuntary image of the grand feast at Miamu Mountain, nearly causing him to regurgitate on the spot. Why not think of something better? The protein from insects is 6 times that of beef and tastes like chicken. Quite crunchy, isn't it? Shan Zhongjing, you are fully aware of what the grand feast at Miamu Mountain entails. Shuemin retorted. It was you who initially believed Jiraiya's tall tales and entered into a contract with Miamu Mountain. Now that the matter has reached this point, since retreat is not an option, let us simply lie back and enjoy it. Mid-sentence, Bo Feng Shuemin abruptly turned and dashed into the restroom. After a prolonged bout of retching, he returned to the living room, looking utterly spent. Well, since you have emptied your stomach, let us ponder what to have for dinner. I have yet to eat. Are you a devil? Bo Feng Shuemin, still reeling from his earlier ordeal, lost all composure upon hearing this remark. He found it utterly incomprehensible how he had once thought of Shan Zhongjing as a good person, even going so far as to approach him for friendship. Over the years, how much calamity had he endured because of this fool? Meanwhile, 5 kilometers outside the town. 6 mist ninjas, led by Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, returned to the ambush site after barely repelling the sand ninjas led by Yi Song. Captain, there are no signs of battle at the scene. All wounds were lethal strikes. Judging by the neck injuries, it is highly probable that the assailant is a master of wind release techniques. A skilled investigator among the mist ninjas reported the findings to Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon. From which direction did the enemy retreat? The traces of our previous battle were too chaotic to ascertain. We were unable to determine their direction. Are there no other leads? Yes, indeed. The chilling aura of murderous intent gradually enveloped the body of the mist ninja, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. The Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost, observing the fearful demeanor of his subordinate, emitted a discontented snort from his nostrils. Turning, he retrieved the summoning scroll of the Great Blade. Shark skin from his bosom, letting his fingertips glide over the still bleeding wound on his forearm. After forming the necessary hand seals, he struck his palm against the center of the summoning contract inscribed on the scroll. A vast cloud of chakra billowed forth. However, the Great Blade, shark skin, which was supposed to materialize from the center of the scroll, showed no response to the summoning contract. A tremor of unease gripped the heart of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost, and a sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to invoke the summoning technique once more. Yet the scroll beneath his feet remained utterly unresponsive. With a resounding thud, the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost seized the head of his subordinate beside him and forcefully slammed it against the ground. The seething anger rising within him nearly compelled him to smash the subordinate's skull with his fist. The series of defeats against Yi Song had already sown discontent among the higher-ups of the village, and the potential loss of the Great Blade, shark skin, one of the village's proud symbols, would undoubtedly subject him to their relentless scrutiny. I give you one final chance to locate the thief who stole the shark skin, or I shall crush your bones inch by inch. Why yes, the mist ninja, with a collapsed nose and a face smeared with blood, was thoroughly intimidated and could only hurriedly comply. The remaining mist ninjas immediately sprang into action, meticulously searching for traces left on the battlefield. As they distanced themselves from the wrathful Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish ghost, they sincerely hoped to uncover any clues left by the enemy. Otherwise, the brunt of his fury would inevitably fall upon them. Within the town, in an unremarkable dwelling, an oil lamp flickered on a square table, casting dim light with its pea-sized flame. A sand ninja, disguised as a commoner, expertly concealed his presence, feigning normalcy as he busied himself with preparations for dinner. In the basement of the dwelling, Yi Song and his 6 subordinates, having evaded the clutches of the mist ninjas, were receiving medical assistance to tend to their injuries. Though Yi Song's audacious incursion into the encirclement had successfully thwarted the mist plans and drawn the majority of their firepower, allowing his comrades to mount a counter-encirclement, the battle had claimed 5 of their own. With nearly all of them wounded, a long-distance retreat was clearly unfeasible. Under such circumstances, the complexity of the town's layout provided a more favorable environment for concealment compared to the open wilderness. The rhythmic knocking reverberated through the basement door. Upon recognizing the correct signal, the sand ninja stationed at the basement entrance exhaled a sigh of relief and opened the door. Lord Yi Song, the situation appears quite dire. The sand ninjas, having entered the basement, swiftly reported their findings. After both they and the mist ninjas had ceased their actions, the least injured among them, under the direction of Yakura, returned to the initial ambush site of the mist ninjas. However, not only did he fail to locate his comrades, but the sight of 4 headless mist ninja corpses also struck him as exceedingly bizarre. There were no signs of powerful ninjutsu or chaotic footprints left from close combat. It was evident that every attack had been a lethal strike. He understood well that Akisaru, who remained behind due to injury, lacked the strength to execute such a feat even at his peak. Is there a third party? Yukura's eyes narrowed slightly. Her keen senses, honed through years of navigating the perilous edge between life and death, set off alarm bells within her. Almost instinctively, she rose from the ground and addressed her companions. This place is no longer safe. We must withdraw. Understood. The group responded in unison. They hurriedly gathered their weapons and supplies, using transformation jutsu to blend in with ordinary civilians as they swiftly exited the basement. Just as they were about to merge into the street, a peculiar yet eerily familiar sound of flowing water reached their ears. Yukura lifted her gaze toward the source of the noise. Small sharks, enveloped in the water's embrace, swam directly towards their location. Damn it! Who failed to mask their scent? Yukura thought bitterly, realizing that chastising her subordinates at this juncture would serve no purpose. She raised her hand, signaling a warning to those behind her. Although she could not comprehend why the Mist Village ninjas would pursue them again so soon after their earlier confrontation, she was acutely aware that despite the prolonged engagement, both sides had maintained an unspoken agreement to avoid conflict within the town. After all, any large-scale destruction would surely provoke protests from the feudal lords of the Land of Tea, even if they were cowardly, directed at the lords of the Land of Water and the Land of Wind. Given the intricate relationships among the lords, such disputes would inevitably lead to mutual accusations directed at their respective ninja villages. Logically speaking, once the ninjas from the Mist Village were discovered, they would have lost their opportunity to employ poison smoke, fog, or illusions to carry out assassinations. At most, they would exchange a few harsh words before retreating. However, the leader of the Mist side, Suikazan Fugu, had clearly transcended conventional reasoning. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the sand ninjas, his rage erupted. Water-style, water-fong bullet. The swirling water gathered before him, transforming into a barrage of water projectiles that shot forth, aimed directly at Yukura and her group. The other hidden Mist ninjas, despite their lingering reservations, understood that having emerged from the blood mist, they had no choice but to aid Suigetsu and the powerful S-Suk in reclaiming the Dao Dao shark skin. If they failed to act before the village turned against them, their captain, the formidable Suigetsu, would not hesitate to eliminate them. That man never showed mercy to his own. Shuriken and kunai sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed at the sand ninjas standing at the alley's entrance. Following closely behind, torrents of water-released ninjutsu surged forth from the hands of the Mist ninjas. Yukura's pupils constricted. Having misjudged the intentions of the hidden mist, they hurriedly sought refuge while simultaneously employing defensive techniques. The clash of ninjutsu erupted into a deafening roar that shattered the peace and tranquility of the town, which had just begun to bask in the glow of twilight. Yamashiro and Minato, having just finished their dinner, furrowed their brows at the horrific scene unfolding hundreds of meters away. In a flash of thought, they realized their grave miscalculation regarding the significance of the Dao Dao shark skin. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of this blade, both sides, who had maintained a degree of restraint for quite some time, would not have recklessly engaged in battle within the town. Should they return the sword to them, or should they simply eliminate them? Yamashiro and Minato spoke simultaneously, one resigned, the other disdainful. After exchanging glances, the optimistic one ultimately conceded, opting for his friend's plan. The helpless screams of women, the terrified cries of children, and the faint pleas for help from the elderly filled the air. In mere moments, chaos permeated every corner of the town. Buildings, already fragile, crumbled into ruins under the onslaught of ninjutsu. As razor-sharp wind blades and surging waves laid waste to everything around them, the thick fog of water release and mist techniques continued to expand. Under the frenzied leadership of Suigetsu, the Mist Ninjas unleashed their most adept strategies, while the Sand Ninjas, commanded by Yukura, exerted their utmost efforts in utilizing wind release. The power of the wind, entwined with the searing currents of fire release, swept outward relentlessly. Each ninja from both sides fought with all their might. Those previously concealed within the town, awaiting their cue, abandoned their stealth and joined the fray. The already battered town transformed into a veritable hellscape amid the back-and-forth exchange of ninjutsu. In the midst of the frantic crowd fleeing the battlefield, Yamashiro and Minato stood motionless, starkly contrasting with their chaotic surroundings. Now, you are of the sand, and I am of the mist. In the depths of the mountains, he formed a single-handed seal and transformed into the likeness of the fog ninja he had previously captured. His chakra attributes were of the yin and water nature. Despite his exceptional mental acuity and a relentless pursuit of his family's secret techniques and illusions, he had also dabbled in water release techniques, though he could not rival those formidable individuals with mastery over the water release series. His proficiency and potency in water techniques far surpassed his abilities in the four elemental natures of wind, lightning, earth, and fire, which he could only barely execute. Should he endeavor to rely solely on wind release? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, nodded in agreement. Employing the transformation technique to assume the guise of the sand ninja he had once captured, their mission pertained to the village's confidential matters. If feasible, he too wished to keep his identity concealed. Ninjutsu, the art of heart and body transmission. In the heart of the mountains, a solitary figure formed hand seals, invoking the family's secret techniques to connect his spirit with that of the legendary wave wind Minato. The two, capable of communicating through their thoughts and sharing their perceptions, simultaneously drew kunai from their weapon pouches at their waists. The clash of kunai produced a spark, illuminating the night. With a swift leap onto the rooftops, the duo advanced towards the battlefield, still shrouded in lingering mist, where a fierce and perilous close-quarters battle unfolded. Akutaro, one of the sand-hidden ninja, having just repelled an attacking mist ninja, caught sight of Akutaro, clad in tattered garments and wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, clearly suffering from significant injuries. A flicker of joy ignited in his eyes as he rushed forward, intent on aiding Akutaro against the equally bloodied mist opponent. The mist ninja, realizing he was about to be besieged, retaliated with a forceful strike to push Akutaro back. He swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the mist's signature technique, the water release, mist concealment technique. Dense fog enveloped the area as this ninja hastily sought refuge beside his companion, preparing to unleash a wind release technique. However, before he could complete his seals, his companion unleashed a kunai imbued with the sharp wind chakra, slicing effortlessly across his neck. Ah, this naive child. In the mountains. Jing from the Yamaguchi clan let out a soft exclamation. With the aid of the transformation technique, Bofeng Shuei-min once again assumed the guise of the ninja he had decapitated. Bolstered by Jing's expansive sensory ninjutsu, the two, adept in the art of mist concealment, navigated the dense fog with ease, opting not to disperse it, but rather to replicate their previous success, eliminating yet another mist ninja, with their new identities facilitating their ruse. The two combatants found themselves increasingly adept at deceiving their adversaries. The lingering, faint mist, not entirely eradicated by the scorching release, provided a certain degree of visual obfuscation. In the mountains, the illusion was obscured to the utmost degree, accompanied by the feigned release of water ninjutsu and the exquisite wind techniques of Minato Namikaze. In the midst of a fierce battle, both sides of ninjas were too preoccupied to harbor any suspicions. In merely 5 minutes, the two adept combatants silently eliminated over 10 ninjas from both factions. Create some distance. A voice echoed across the battlefield. Someone had transformed into a comrade using a transformation technique. Anyone who dares to approach, strike without hesitation. The voice of Yakura resonated throughout the fray. Unlike the frenzied antics of Suigetsu and the pufferfish demon, she relied on her wealth of combat experience. Upon noticing the anomaly, she quickly deduced what had transpired. The seasoned jonin, Suigetsu, upon receiving this warning, also recognized that the situation was amiss. Despite his urgency to reclaim the great sword, Samahata, the remnants of his rationality compelled him to retreat swiftly, issuing the same command to his subordinates. The faint mist dissipated rapidly in the absence of chakra support. Under the cold moonlight, the remaining ninjas from the mist and sand villages adeptly leaped onto the rooftops, standing still and vigilant, observing their comrades and foes alike. In this brief interval, the mist side, alongside Suigetsu, was reduced to just 4 individuals. The sand side, including Yakura, had merely 5 remaining. Among them were the still transformed Yamashiro and Minato Namikaze. Yakura, surrender the great sword, Samahata? Suigetsu finally recollected that he could still speak. Paying no heed to the heavy losses of his subordinates, he demanded the retrieval of the lost blade. Fool, can't you see? We never took your Samahata. A third party intervened in our battle. Yakura seethed as she glared at the pufferfish demon across from her, inwardly cursing his foolishness. This imbecile, despite witnessing the previous skirmish, failed to recognize the opportunistic third party. He had carelessly placed the blame squarely on their sand village, recklessly launching an attack in the town. She could already foresee the repercussions upon returning to the village. Not only would she fail to gain the accolades she deserved, but she would also face the village's reproach. That blundering fool, Suigetsu, even if he were roasted and sliced into pieces, it would not quell her wrath. Very well. Excellent. Now, everyone, cut your palms. Suigetsu laughed in exasperation, his teeth gleaming with a sinister glint as he raised his hand in public. His position within the higher echelons of the mist was not solely due to his strength. Thanks to Yakura's reminder, he was acutely aware that he had been made a fool of. Ninjutsu, chaos of the heart. The intangible and formless in-chakra energy spread forth. Except for Minato Namikaze, who was already privy to Yamashiro's intentions, all present felt an overwhelming dread. They yearned to evade. Yet the eerie and potent energy of ninjutsu had already infiltrated their bodies like a malignant growth, rendering them immobile. This was the heart-disrupting martial technique of the Yamashiro clan. Cursed Konoha. Suigawa, the pufferfish demon from Suigawa Mountain, felt the overwhelming sensation of restraint coursing through him and, relying on his formidable physical strength, stiffly turned his neck. He glared fiercely towards the direction from which the chakra fluctuations had emanated. The heart-disrupting martial technique, a highly challenging S-rank secret art practiced by the Yamashiro clan. It was said that after the devastating losses of the Second Shinobi World War, very few could still wield it. This technique could easily manipulate the bodies of enemies, leading them to turn against one another. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. As a reward, I shall grant you a more glorious demise. In the mountains, a solitary figure maintained a hand seal, their face adorned with a radiant smile that appeared harmless to both man and beast. Yet, the voice that flowed forth, reminiscent of casual conversation and imbued with a gentle clarity, sent an involuntary shiver down the spines of all who heard it. The nature of the missions entrusted to Yamashiro and Buffing Watergate dictates that they must conceal their identities. At the very least, they cannot allow the higher echelons of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village to realize that Konoha is embroiled in their conflict. Otherwise, Konoha, which inherently possesses the skill of provocation, would inevitably become the focal point of hostility, given its status as a prime target in past ninja world wars. The two would also face accountability from Konoha's upper ranks. Additionally, the disappearance of the great sword Samahata has already shown signs of chaos, as the Watermelon Mountain's puffer fish demon has begun to spiral out of control. Such reckless behavior, engaging in battles within towns without regard for consequences, not only exacerbates the tensions between the sand and mist villages, but also significantly accelerates the march toward war. The ultimate fate of Samahata could also expose Yamashiro and Buffing Watergate. In this precarious situation, unless the two can discreetly return Samahata to the Watermelon Mountain's puffer fish demon under a plausible pretext, their only option may be to eliminate any loose ends, pinning the blame for Samahata squarely on the Hidden Sand Village. We can discuss this matter. Just return Samahata, and Konoha shall bear no responsibility in this affair. The Watermelon Mountain's puffer fish demon's thoughts raced. As one of the leaders of the Hidden Mist Village's Umbu, he possessed a wealth of intelligence. His understanding of the chaotic martial arts surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. The conditions for unleashing this particular technique are stringent, requiring the target to remain motionless. Any misstep would leave the user in a state of paralysis, which is why it has attained the classification of an S-rank secret technique. It is not only due to the formidable difficulty in mastering it, but also because, once struck, the afflicted is left with little means of resistance. One becomes the prey in the hands of others. In order to survive, he could compromise, whether for Samahata or for the interests of the village. It has been said that you should meet your demise with a touch of grandeur. Must you not possess a modicum of spirit? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing cast a disdainful glance at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, his mind racing with thoughts. Under the chaotic influence of his emotional turmoil, the ninjas simultaneously drew their kunai, aiming them at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Wait, I can provide you with Jiao's flesh. I shall not divulge your secrets to anyone. Halt. I have vital intelligence from the Hidden Mist Village. I possess extensive knowledge, so much classified information. Stop. I can instigate a war between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand. I can be a spy. No. I am of great value. I hold a high position in the Hidden Mist. At that moment, the basest facet of humanity was starkly revealed by the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Yet, Shan Zhongjing had long since lost his patience for the fool's prattling. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village was under the control of Uchiha Madara. Even if the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon returned as an informant, how much impact could he truly have? More likely, he would be recognized by Uchiha Madara at first glance. Consequently, not only would the current predicament remain unresolved, but his previously unnoticed presence would also draw Madara's attention prematurely. The sharp whistling of kunai slicing through the air echoed ominously. Helpless to control his own body, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon could only watch in horror as kunai pierced his throat, heart, spleen, and kidneys. The familiar system notification chimed upon the demise of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, signaling minor interference with the development of the world line achieved. Extraction Opportunity 1. Grand Opportunity 1. In the mountains, Jing raised her eyebrows slightly, immediately realizing that the system's assessment of professional tasks and significant events was far more adaptable than she had previously imagined. The renowned supporting character, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, could indeed be considered notable. In the original work, this character makes only a handful of appearances. Its most significant role is perhaps the profound impact it has on the crucial supporting character, the dry persimmon ghost shark, indirectly advancing certain aspects of the main storyline. Thus, the gaze of Shan Zhongjing shifted to the side, resting upon Yitsong. Ah, the unparalleled beauty of the back in the ninja world. Betrayed by the higher-ups in the original narrative, leaving him riddled with kunai. I perused the information regarding Yitsong within the Palace of Memories. In the heart of the mountains, the scene unfolded as one gazed upon Yitsong, who was feigning helplessness while secretly gathering strength. Indeed, he epitomized the quintessential tragic figure of the ninja realm. Initially, he pondered whether eliminating Yi Tsang might yield some form of reward. However, upon learning of the young lady's harrowing past, it seemed that such an act would bear little significance. In the world of ninjas, the reputation of the wielder of the blazing bloodline limit surpassed even that of the infamous watermelon mountain pufferfish. According to the natural progression of events, the impact on the main storyline would be negligible. During his life, he served his village with unwavering loyalty, revered as a hero, only to be betrayed by the village's higher-ups in their pursuit of peace with the hidden mist. Resurrected through the impure reincarnation technique, he was forced to confront a foolish and naive disciple, enduring a barrage of illogical and self-righteous rhetoric, ultimately returning to the realm of the pure in utter frustration. The theatrical portrayal was even more tragic, as he appeared merely as a lifeless corpse, his bloodline limit snatched away by the sinister techniques of the cursed spirit. Truly, he was the epitome of a tragic victim among the tragic. In the mountains, one moment finds oneself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the plight of a girl whose demise surpasses even that of Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hataki, while Tsukumo had the solace of a son who understood him. This girl, Yakura, is assuredly devoid of such consolation, her fate sealed without a whisper of reward from the heavens. Might one then consider a reversal of fortune? The system's reward mechanism appears intrinsically linked to the impact on the main storyline. Should Yakura's destiny be substantially altered, her status in Sunagakure, coupled with her prowess that eclipses that of an ordinary Jonin, could certainly influence the unfolding narrative. As Yakura caught the glimmers of pity and encouragement in the gaze of Yamashita, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Upon regaining her composure, she promptly classified him among the aberrations. Initially, he donned an innocuous facade, wearing a smile while orchestrating the crowd to transform the watermelon and pufferfish into a prickly hedgehog. Subsequently, he shifted through a myriad of expressions directed at her. Was he selecting the visage with which to extinguish her? The depths of this psychological distortion are truly unsettling. Konoha, indeed, harbors its share of peculiarities. Enough of this, Yamashita. If an ordinary person were to witness such antics, it could lead to complications, lamented Minato Namikaze, observing Yamashita's prolonged inaction. Very well, he replied. In the depths of the mountains, Shanjunjing uttered a sound, maintaining a single-handed seal. He suddenly intensified the output of his chakra. Yi Tsang, who was secretly gathering strength, momentarily froze. The chakra that had been slowly accumulating within him, poised to erupt at the last moment, was abruptly severed from its connection to Shanjunjing's control. His hands, now beyond his control, formed the hand seal for scorch release, overheating destruction. An instinct ingrained deeply within him propelled the chakra to swiftly traverse the well-trodden path it had taken countless times before. The fireball of scorch release erupted from his palms in an instant, hurtling directly towards the mist ninja facing him. A few mist ninja, their faces etched with terror yet powerless to resist, bore expressions of despair. Under Shanjunjing's manipulation, they launched themselves towards the scorching fireball while continuously forming seals in their hands. Water release, water bullet technique, water release, water fang bullet, water release, water shark bullet technique. A series of water techniques circumvented the fireball and surged towards the sand ninja, standing frozen in place. In the next moment, both sides were engulfed by each other's ninjutsu. The mist ninja were reduced to desiccated corpses, devoid of moisture, under the scorch release. The sand ninja either found themselves pierced by water bullets or shattered by the force of the water techniques, their blood staining the deadly currents. In a mere instant, aside from Yi Tsang, whom Shanjunjing had deliberately spared, all others fell silent. The gruesome scene perfectly mirrored the chaos of a ninja clash. With but a few adjustments and careful handling of the details, it could easily evade the scrutiny of others. How did you manage to use scorch release? Minato Namikaze regarded the lone survivor, Yi Tsang, realizing that he was the scapegoat Shanjunjing intended to leave behind. He refrained from further comment, yet he found it perplexing. Under the control of the heart-disrupting martial arts, Yi Tsang's primary consciousness should belong to Shanjunjing. How could he still employ scorch release? According to the intelligence he had previously gathered, the secret techniques of the Shanjun clan rendered those with slightly weaker control incapable of utilizing the body of the controlled individual to release ninjutsu. To accomplish such a feat, one needed an exceptionally strong mastery of in release to sever the influence of the controller's consciousness over the chakra within. Given that chakra is a composite of spiritual and physical energy, severing the controller's influence over one's own chakra is far more challenging than merely seizing control of an enemy's body. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the techniques that a controlled individual could release would necessarily be those that the controller also possessed. The controlled individual must also have the corresponding chakra attributes necessary to perform the techniques. While Yitsong indeed possessed scorch release, it was unfathomable that Shanjun Jing had somehow learned it. Through prolonged practice, certain techniques had become muscle memory, transforming into instinctual abilities that could be executed with mere guidance, allowing the body to carry out the remainder of the actions autonomously. In a succinct manner, the landscape of the mountains elucidates the fundamental principles involved. Ultimately, Yitsong possesses an exceptional proficiency in the art of blaze release, particularly exemplified by his signature jutsu, blaze release, overheating vaporization. He merely mimicked the sequence of hand seals executed by Yitsong. His body's instinct, honed through countless repetitions, enables it to perform tasks swiftly before his brain can issue commands. Muscle memory and bodily instinct. Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully. Minato, please adjust the traces at the scene and check for any omissions. I will handle her. In the mountains, Jing addressed the water gate, controlling his gaze, which brimmed with hostility and murderous intent. Yitsong approached a dilapidated, deserted dwelling not far away. Dun possesses the remarkable ability to conjure tangible strength from the intangible. Representing spiritual power, it often accomplishes feats that seem utterly unfathomable to ordinary individuals. It can disrupt the five senses of others, fabricate deceptive illusions, perceive chakra from a distance, delve into another's memories, manipulate their bodies, convey one's own emotions and perceptions, inflict psychological harm, and obliterate consciousness, even alter memories of others. As the sole bearer of the Crimson Entry in the realm of Konoha, he stands unique among them all. The spiritual strength of the mountain scenery is astonishingly formidable. With such an amplification of mental fortitude, the purple-tiered master of the shadowy arts possesses a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Take, for instance, his ability to alter the memories of others. To his knowledge, within the entire ninja realm, there exists no one else capable of such a feat apart from himself. Even if Uchiha Shursui were to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and acquire the ultimate ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, he would only be able to modify intentions rather than entire memories. The mastery of family secret arts possessed by Yamamoto Hachi is second only to that of Yamamoto Kei within the clan. Last year, he made an attempt to alter another's memory. Not only did the subject perish, but he himself also suffered the backlash of the dark powers, resulting in a profuse bleeding from all 7 orifices and severe psychological trauma, leaving him bedridden for over 2 months. Thus, it can be said that the ability to modify another's memories is currently exclusive to Yamamoto Kei. He carefully placed Yitsong upon the couch in the small room. In the heart of the mountains, a single hand formed a seal, and the power of escape swiftly infiltrated the opponent's mind. Memories were extracted from the memory palace, specifically those acquired during a tenure in the analysis division, revealing fragments of a ninja's recollections. These pieces were deftly stitched together, reconfiguring Yakura's origin to portray her as a spy dispatched to Sunagakure during her childhood. Scenes of espionage exchanges were interwoven, completing the identity of the covert operative. Furthermore, her memories from today were meticulously altered, erasing any trace of herself and Minato, placing the blame squarely upon the already deceased Suigetsu Yamato. In the heart of the mountains, the final steps commenced as he meticulously formed hand seals. He invoked the memory sealing technique imparted to him by Kushina. The lengthy and intricate series of hand gestures concluded, and he gently pressed a single hand upon Yekong's crown, temporarily sealing all the altered memories of the spy. He then left a tiny gap in the seal, ensuring that it would gradually unravel over the course of 1 to 2 years. The human brain possesses an extraordinary ability for self-repair and memory restoration. Once the memories are fully recovered, Yekong will be ever more convinced of his identity as a spy. Is this not more impressive than the art of subconscious manipulation? In the mountains, Jing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, revealing a satisfied smile. The memory sealing technique of the Vortex clan can flawlessly conceal seals within the mind, proving far more reliable than the subbrain manipulation technique that necessitates needles piercing the brain. Even if Yitsong returns and the Hidden Sand Village employs secret arts to probe her mind, no abnormalities will be detected. Significant alterations in the fates of supporting characters, slight disruptions in the progression of the world's timeline, yield 1 opportunity for entry extraction and 1 opportunity for entry bestowal. System, you are truly miserly. As he gazed at the system prompt, his eyes nearly rolled to the heavens in exasperation. After exerting considerable effort, altering memories and employing sealing techniques, he had transformed the future hero of Sunagakure into a spy for Konoha. Yet, the reward he received was scarcely more than if he had simply eliminated the formidable pufferfish demon of Suigetsu. He spent a considerable time harboring discontent in his heart. Observing the system's silence, akin to that of a mute, he expressed his boredom with a dismissive curl of his lips. He promptly activated the extraction of entries, utilizing the 2 extraction opportunities he had recently acquired. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blue entry water release mastery and the white entry welcoming smile. Water release mastery, blue years of rigorous training have granted you precise control over the nature and form transformations of water release ninjutsu. When learning, refining, modifying, or creating water release techniques, your efficiency is significantly enhanced. The release speed, power, and effectiveness of water release techniques are all elevated. Welcoming smile, white a permanent alteration of the facial muscle nerves ensures that all expressions manifest as smiles, slightly increasing your amiability while simultaneously raising the likelihood of experiencing depression. A blue entry. Upon witnessing the extracted blue term of water release mastery, the expression of the figure in the mountains instantly transformed from overcast to radiant. The exhaustion that had previously arisen from the intense usage of release and the alteration of others' memories vanished in an instant. One should not underestimate the significance of the blue term. Shimura Danzo, that individual, as a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and a member of the Umbu, toiled throughout his life. His pinnacle achievement in ninjutsu was merely the mastery of wind release, a simple extraction of a term, granting the ability that a moderately talented ninja would toil a lifetime to attain. What more could one possibly desire? Without a hint of hesitation, in the depths of the mountains, Shanjunjing decisively opted to activate the water release mastery. As for the inconsequential white trait, the welcoming smile, it elicited only a derisive chuckle. Who among the virtuous smiles without reason? And yet, depression? In the realm of ninjas, a mere illusion can provide profound psychological guidance. What use is there for melancholy? As the water release mastery was freshly activated, a faint humming resonated in Shanjunjing's mind. A torrent of cultivation memories and ninjutsu experiences surged forth, inundating the palace of his recollections. The vast influx of memories overwhelmed him momentarily, causing his head to throb and a suppressed groan to escape his lips. Jing. I recall you mentioning that it is never too late to rein in one's reckless actions, and that recognizing one's mistakes can lead to significant improvement. The voice of Minato Namikaze drifted from outside the rickety door of the precariously balanced hut. What nonsense are you uttering? In the mountains, the scene momentarily stunned him. He quickly realized that Mizumon, this innocent little son, had indeed been corrupted by that lecherous old scoundrel Jiraiya, whose mind was filled with vulgar thoughts. What kind of nonsense was this? He began to suspect that something scandalous might have transpired between him and Yakura in the confines of their room. Damn it! Although Yakura was undeniably beautiful, with a figure that was truly remarkable, her smooth, jade-like back only added to her allure and temptation. She could easily be considered one of the most beautiful women in the ninja world. But surely he had not descended to such depths of desperation. Therefore, Jiraiya, you truly deserve to be damned. In the midst of the mountains, a figure forcefully swung open the decrepit door, unceremoniously pulling Kazekage into the dimly lit room. However, upon realizing his misunderstanding, Kazekage found himself confronted by the exasperated gaze of his dear friend, whose disappointment was palpable. A flush of embarrassment crept up his neck, rendering him crimson. With a stiff demeanor, he attempted to divert the conversation. Is everything arranged as planned? He inquired. What do you think? In the mountains. Jiang gritted his teeth and retorted. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, it was entirely due to his impulsive desire to seize the great knife, shark muscle. Furthermore, he contemplated enlisting the help of Minato to obscure the events of today in the task report upon returning to the village. He felt compelled to inquire whether Jiraiya, while frolicking with the ladies of Kabuki-cho, had Minato standing guard for that old rascal. Otherwise, it was merely a low grunt. How could such an innocuous sound evoke thoughts of the unspeakable? A pained groan escaped the unconscious Yezong's lips. Minato, attempting to divert the conversation, found his previously cool demeanor once again flushed with embarrassment. In the mountains, Jing rolled her eyes and gestured for a discreet retreat. Without a hint of embarrassment, Bo Feng Shui men hurriedly followed in his dear friend's footsteps, vanishing into the humble abode. Shortly after their departure, Yitsong struggled to awaken from her tormenting nightmare. Rubbing her throbbing head, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, recalling the haunting images from before her unconsciousness, and hastily dashed out of the nearly collapsed dwelling. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with the bodies of comrades and mist-cloaked ninjas, she stood frozen for a long while. It was not until a few civilians, having cautiously returned to assess the aftermath of the battle, that she, steeped in sorrow, began to stagger forward, collecting the remains of her fallen companions. Sighing heavily while leaning against the railing of a three-masted ship on its way back to Konoha, Bo Feng Shui Min let out a deep breath. Perhaps it was the empathy born from shared suffering, or perhaps it was the profound sadness radiating from Yitsong that left an indelible mark. Each time he recalled the scene he had witnessed before their departure, he felt a subtle melancholy enveloping his chest, leaving him in a state of restlessness. Was he still pondering over Yitsong? In the mountainous scenery, the sighing figure of Kakashi Hitaki appeared. Approaching his side, he leaned against the ship's railing, closing his eyes to relish the gentle caress of the sea breeze. What, after all, is the purpose of a ninja? Conflict. You truly show no fear of disheartening me. Kakashi silently regarded his friend's carefree demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Deep down, he understood well. Although his friend's words struck with a harshness, they bore the weight of truth. Regardless of how ninjas emerged into this world, throughout millennia of tradition, conflict has remained the unchanging theme of their existence. Wealth, beauty, territory, hatred, admiration, greed, all desires breed conflict, which in turn gives rise to strife, violence, bloodshed, and slaughter. The reason ninjas have thrived throughout history, surpassing samurai, warriors, priestesses, monks, and Amiji to become the mainstream of this world, lies in their superior aptitude for conflict. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Do you pity the Akura? Are not the innocent civilians who perish in the battles equally deserving of pity? What of the hapless passers-by whose homes have been destroyed? Yamashita Kei yawned languidly. Embodying a spirit from the modern era, yet despite having existed in this world for 19 years, he found it exceedingly difficult to empathize with the ninjas. To him, the ninja village resembled more of a conglomerate of mercenaries and terrorist organizations, possessing formidable power, indifferent to life, and steeped in brutality and bloodshed. At the tender age of 5, children were sent to ninja schools to undergo indoctrination and learn various methods of assassination. By the age of 11 or 12, they were compelled to graduate and embark on missions, witnessing bloodshed under the guidance of their supervising teachers. Which legitimate army in the world could possibly engage in such heartless acts? Ninjas. Namikaze Minato sighed deeply once more, feeling no solace from his thoughts, but instead sinking into a deeper melancholy. Long ago, he had inquired of Yamashita Kei how one could attain world peace. Yamanaka Q candidly relayed his thoughts. Under the premise that societal productivity can sufficiently meet the survival and material needs of the vast majority, there exist only 3 scenarios in which a semblance of relative peace may be attained for a period. First, possessing strength akin to that of Senju Hashirama, capable of forcibly deterring all, thereby securing fleeting tranquility. Second, waging a unifying war to amalgamate all nations and shinobi villages into one entity, standardizing language, infrastructure, and cultural education. Third, the emergence of a threat to the entire shinobi world, compelling a shift in internal discord. Namikaze Minato considered himself somewhat of a genius. However, the thought of wielding the power of Senju Hashirama was a notion too grand for him to entertain. As for the idea of a unifying war, only Shimura Danzo among Konoha's upper echelon might harbor such ambitions. Yet, it is worth noting that Danzo was equally despised by Minato, and given Konoha's current capabilities, such a feat was utterly unattainable. Only the final scenario seemed plausible. If only Uchiha Madara were still alive. A man who could rival the first Hokage should possess the might to threaten the very existence of the shinobi world. Yamanaka Q was taken aback by Minato's words, utterly flabbergasted. What on earth are you saying, brother? That old man Uchiha Madara is truly still alive. Everyone is still in their developmental phase. Why not focus on nurturing our skills in this low-tier arena? Don't stir the pot. What if that old fellow feels provoked and decides to unleash a devastating attack? I could easily demonstrate the consequences right here. The extent of Uchiha Madara's strength remains beyond the comprehension of the majority within the shinobi realm. After all, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to solidify his own position, extensively revised the curriculum of the Ninja Academy, distorting the historical narrative of the shinobi world. He even shamelessly proclaimed himself the strongest Hokage, Even those like Namikaze Minato, who had heard the true history from Yamashita Kei, possessed a severely limited understanding. Uchiha Madara, a man capable of single-handedly dominating the 5 Kage and the Ninja Alliance even in the state of his Manjikyu Sharingan. Were it not for the subtle support of the Sage of 6 Paths and the relentless tenacity of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who, like indomitable insects, kept rising again and again, along with Kagaya's timely intervention, Madara would have undeniably emerged as the ultimate victor. Considering the current stature of Yamashita Kei and Namikaze Minato, confronting Uchiha Madara directly would equate to an offering of defeat. Just the thought of such a perilous world, first with Uchiha Madara and then the Otsutsuki clan, is overwhelming indeed. In the depths of the mountains, a sigh escaped his lips. Were it not for the system at his side, his strength would have continued to ascend rapidly. He truly yearned to retreat into the secluded woods and lay everything bare. Lost in such tumultuous thoughts, a sudden spatial fluctuation arose beside the figure of Bo Feng Shui Min amidst the scenic mountains. The Mai Boku mountain is employing the reverse summoning technique. I shall pay a visit. Bo Feng Shui Min sensed the call of the reverse summoning technique. Raising his hand, he drove a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique into the ship's railing, and amidst the vast chakra mist, he vanished from sight. According to the rules of the summoning technique, upon its dissolution, the summoned individual would return to the spatial coordinates of their original summons. Were it not for the kunai as a guide, upon his return from Mai Boku mountain, this swift 3-masted sailing vessel would have undoubtedly drifted to an unknown location. The duration of Bo Feng Shui Min's journey to Mai Boku mountain was not lengthy, in less than 20 minutes. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear aboard the 3-masted ship. The scenery in the mountains remains unchanged as I bask in the sun on the deck, feeling the gentle sea breeze. Upon returning from Myobokuzan, I noticed a peculiar expression on the face of Namikaze Minato, who inquired with a look of confusion. "What troubles you?" he asked. A notice had been circulated in the village, conveying that the Whirlpool village has always been a steadfast ally of Konoha. Due to certain circumstances in recent years, Konoha was unable to extend timely assistance to the Whirlpool clan during their tribulations. The notice urged the ninjas of Konoha to offer their utmost support when encountering members of the Whirlpool clan in the outside world. Namikaze Minato meticulously organized his words, recounting the information he had gleaned from the toad. After listening to the scene in the mountains, Shang Zhongjing's expression was equally peculiar. He fully comprehended why Wave Wind Watergate had displayed such a countenance earlier. In summary, both of their expressions conveyed a singular sentiment. Why did this not happen sooner? The land of whirlpools had been annihilated for several years, and the Uzumaki clan had nearly been extinguished. Now, at this juncture, recalling them as allies, the third Hokage seems to be preparing to gather some remnants of the Uzumaki clan. The Mountain Clan quickly discerned the intent behind this announcement. The Uzumaki clan, indeed. The only aspects that could draw the attention of those old schemers in the village are their bloodline and sealing techniques. Moreover, the sudden emergence of this matter, which was not present in the original narrative, strongly suggests that it is a result of the rampant gossip surrounding his romantic involvement with Kushina. Are they concerned about potential issues with the Jinchuriki? Or is it a precautionary measure against the Mountain Clan? Perhaps it is a combination of both. It seems likely that Kushina will soon have family members settling in Konoha. Minato, the Wave Wind, nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of joy for Kushina. Konoha stands as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The living conditions within the village are undoubtedly far superior to those chaotic small nations outside. If the Uzumaki clan can migrate to Konoha, they should be able to thrive and preserve their heritage. However, one must not be overly optimistic. The Uzumaki clan may harbor grievances against Konoha. The scenery of the mountains elicited a slight curl of the lips. Yet, deep within, he initiated communication with the system, pondering whether the butterfly effect he had instigated would yield any rewards. Surely, this could be considered a significant influence on the main storyline, could it not? Hey, system, what about the rewards? Canine companion? System of the Hound? Damn. He gazed at the system, which remained utterly unresponsive for an extended period. In the mountainous landscape, Shang Zhongjing furrowed his brows and turned to gaze at his companion, Wufeng Shuimin. Shuimin, do you not desire a wife? Wufeng Shuimin looked at his close friend, perplexed, with a face full of questions. With flowing crimson hair cascading like a waterfall, a visage exquisitely sculpted, and a figure that radiated sensuality, she possessed a gentle disposition akin to flowing water. Would you not wish for such a companion? In the mountains, Kage's gaze ensnared the neck of Namikaze Minato. vividly recalling the image of a girl from the Uzumaki clan. As long as it wasn't the kind of punch that could leave him weeping for an eternity, perhaps, just perhaps, he might entertain the thought of wanting it. A smile blossomed on Minato's face. To be honest, he genuinely found the crimson hue of her hair to be enchanting. Such a color always evoked within him boundless fervor and vitality. Back in the days at the Ninja Academy, had Kage not acted with such swiftness, he might have genuinely considered pursuing Kushina. Just wait. I shall relay this sentiment to Kushina. The scenery in the mountains further solidified the resolve to bring that young lady and Naruto together. Firstly, it would alter Naruto's life trajectory and yield rewards from the system. Secondly, Kushina is rightfully his. Naruto must find a way to settle her soon, otherwise, it would be quite bothersome. Hey, I merely reiterated your words, alright? If Kushina were to strike someone, it would undoubtedly be you. Naruto argued with conviction. She wouldn't dare to hit me, so, if you continue like this, you might lose me as a friend, truly. Laughter ensued as the two engaged in playful banter. The picturesque scenery of the mountains compelled the captain to alter the vessel's course, redirecting it towards the island of summoning in the land of water. For the ninjas embarking on their missions, unforeseen incidents are always a possibility. A few days' delay in returning is of little consequence. No one would voice any objections. The land of water. Situated to the north of the land of water and to the south of the land of lightning, is a small nation nestled between two great powers, serving as a buffer state during times of conflict, much like the lands of grass, bear, and rain. The island of summoning, while officially part of the land of water, is in reality under the dominion of the hidden mist village. In the original narrative, this island is favored by numerous ninjas due to the abundance of formidable creatures that can serve as summoning beasts. Furthermore, a specialized research facility has been established on the island to study, cultivate, and enhance these summoning creatures. Before recalling the memories of that mist-shrouded ninja in the mountains, I had already come to understand that their summoned spirit beasts, conjured by Yekom, predominantly originated from that very place. At the time, however, I did not pay much heed to it. Now, as I speak of the Uzumaki clan, in the mountains, memories of the renowned members of the Uzumaki clan surfaced. Naturally, thoughts turned to the young lady who resided on the Isle of Spirit Communication, only to meet her demise due to the so-called ultimate spirit beast. The recollections from the original work, combined with the intelligence in the mind of the Mist Ninja, suggested that the girl named Uzumaki Sonoko is likely still alive, and her age is not vastly different from theirs. Would it not be far better to have her as a daughter-in-law for Minato than to perish in vain at the jaws of a beast? Truly, I am a genius. In the mountains, a figure in my mind stands proudly with hands on hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. On the surface of the sea, several nautical miles away from the Isle of Spirit Communication in the Kingdom of the Sea, two spirit crows bound by a covenant with the mountains perch upon the ship's railing, flapping their wings and cawing raucously, even without understanding the language of birds. It is evident to the likes of Bofeng Shui Min that these two little creatures are uttering quite the profanities. All right, I see those fellows have frightened you. Later, I shall assist you in dealing with them, if that is acceptable. After a moment of rummaging in the small pocket of his vest, Shan Zhaojing produced a handful of specially crafted pet jerky and offered it to the two little creatures, despite their earlier grievances. Upon hearing that Shan Zhaojing would seek retribution for them, they hesitated for a while before reluctantly nodding in agreement. They hopped over eagerly and began devouring the jerky with great enthusiasm. Having conducted several reconnaissance missions on Spirit Island, they were genuinely terrified by the increasingly ferocious beasts they encountered. Were it not for their master's exceptional skills, showcasing remarkable maneuvers amidst the dense foliage, executing extreme turns with finesse, they would likely have found themselves consumed by an unknown predatory bird long ago. How's the preparation on the third generation progressing? After soothing the two little ones, Shan turned to inquire about Wave Wind Watergate. Before coming to the island of Spirit Communication, neither of them anticipated that this modestly sized island, referred to by the local inhabitants as the Island of Oblivion, would be home to such extraordinary creatures. The average strength of the animals surpassed all expectations, with over 100 beings capable of rivaling that of a CH Nin. Several leaders of different clans even possessed speed or strength on par with that of AJ Nin. Such creatures, with a bit of training, could easily become competent summoning beasts, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the ninja. In the mountains, Jing inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. Upon learning that he was still in Konoha, he promptly decided to utilize the stomach of the great toad from Myaboka Mountain to transport them back to Konoha, intending to hold a summoning beast auction. The profits would be divided as follows. Konoha would receive 30%, he would take 30%, Minato would claim 20%, and Jiraiya would also receive 20%. The Hokage had already dispatched personnel to clear the Zero training ground, which would serve as a temporary accommodation for the beasts, and Jiraiya-sensei had made the necessary preparations. Minato rubbed his cheek, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. This was his first experience negotiating profit distribution with the village. Having been raised under the teachings of the Will of Fire, he felt that such matters seemed somewhat inappropriate. Well then, let us commence. Upon finishing his dialogue, Yamashita Kei leaped from the boat, standing upon the surface of the sea. Although he discerned the complexities surrounding Minato, he chose to remain taciturn. Ultimately, Minato was still excessively earnest. The 3% profit allocated to Konoha was, in essence, a mere transaction. It extended beyond the triviality of Konoha merely providing an auction venue. Rather, it was a means to exchange these benefits for considerable prestige, serving as a ladder for their ascension, significantly hastening their progression into the higher echelons of Konoha. This was a strategy to seek greater autonomy or leadership in the impending conflict that loomed on the horizon. Otherwise, given Yamashita Kei's past conduct, who would willingly distribute funds to the village? In the current tumultuous landscape of the shinobi world, where an outbreak of war could erupt at any moment, it would be more plausible for the higher-ups to provide him with monetary support, while Minato was oblivious to these machinations. The third Hokage and the Council of Elders were undoubtedly well informed. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated in clearing the designated Zero training ground. Excellent, exclaimed Minato, promptly following Yamashita Kei's lead as he leaped onto the sea's surface. The two swiftly dashed forward, covering less than a kilometer. However, the nearby waters began to roil ominously, as a shadow, distinctly darker than the surrounding sea, surged rapidly towards them. In the serenity of the mountains, footsteps echoed persistently. From the chest pocket of the ninja S-vest, a sealed scroll was retrieved, with one hand deftly unfurling the pages of the scroll and the other forming intricate seals. He pressed it upon the storage seal inscribed with the character fish. Release. The art of heart-turning puppet sealing technique. A fish-shaped puppet, crafted from a unique material and no larger than a palm, materialized. Under the mastery of the heart-turning puppet sealing technique, it flicked its tail and plunged into the tumultuous undercurrents of the sea. Merely a few breaths passed. In the heart of the mountains, Jing and Feng halted their steps. Beneath them, a colossal swordfish, measuring over 10 meters in length, gradually ascended, manipulated by the sorcery of the heart-turning puppet spell. It bore the two onward, steadfastly making their way to the island of spirit communication. Under Jing's command, the swordfish swiftly flicked its tail, and in mere moments, it surpassed a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, relentlessly accelerating further, riding the winds and parting the waves. They found themselves somewhat reluctant to part with such a magnificent creature. Gazing at the swordfish beneath his feet, Shan Zhongjing suddenly contemplated the allure of such a maritime vessel. However, the mere thought of transforming this colossal swordfish into a true spiritual beast dissuaded him. It would require not only extensive training and nurturing to enhance its intelligence and obedience, but also long-term feeding, care, and the search for a suitable habitat. Thus, he dismissed the notion, not due to financial constraints, but rather because the cost-benefit ratio was far too low. Even the much-maligned Yamu Mountain did not necessitate the contractor to hunt insects to nurture toads. He circled around the considerable expanse of the spiritual island, where two formidable sea beasts lay hidden beneath the surface, relentlessly pursuing the swordfish in response to Shan Zhongjing's repeated provocations. The water gate was prepared. In the mountain, the storage scroll that had not yet been retracted was once again unfurled. Two uniquely crafted puppet fish, under the influence of the heart-turning puppet incantation, darted forth like arrows, colliding with the heads of two sea beasts. Without exception, both were ensnared by the heart-turning puppet incantation, obediently aligning themselves along the shoreline, joining the slowly decelerating giant swordfish. Frog binding technique. Bofeng Shui Min drew forth a drop of blood to invoke the summoning technique. The belly of the rock-dwelling great frog promptly enveloped the three gathered sea beasts. Subsequently, it returned to Miamu Mountain, accompanied by the three sea creatures. Roar, hiss, moo. As soon as the belly of the rock-dwelling great frog vanished, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the dense forest. It was not only the side of the coast near Shanjiangjing and Bofeng Shui Min that felt the disturbance, but the entirety of the island. All living beings seemed to sense the presence of their nemesis at that very moment. Chaos, unease, fear, and animosity swelled. The once tranquil island was thrown into turmoil in the span of mere moments. Had they been discovered? Standing in the mountains, Shan Zhongjing raised a hand to his forehead, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight as he gazed towards the volcano at the island's heart. His perceptive abilities currently extended to a maximum range of 10 kilometers in diameter, which translates to a radius of merely 5 kilometers centered around him. Presently, they found themselves a considerable 8 kilometers from the research facility at the island's core, exceeding his perceptual range by more than half. Having circled the sea on their swordfish mounts, it would be an egregious oversight if they failed to detect anything. Bo Fengshiman also peered into the distance. The previous night, upon their arrival in these waters, Shan Zhongjing had conjured a crow, discreetly delivering his flying thunder god Kanai to the entrance of the research facility. Should the need arise, they could swiftly manifest there. Thus, he felt no urgency at this moment. Let us proceed. I fear that if we delay, the research data may be destroyed. With a dismissive curl of his lip, the figure in the mountains regarded the clandestine tendencies of the Hidden Mist village with palpable disdain. After all, Hidden Mist was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet, their manner of operation exuded an undeniable air of pettiness. Take, for instance, this spirit island. Ostensibly, it belonged to the Land of Water, but due to its geographical positioning, it resided in the far northeastern fringes, with nothing but an endless expanse of ocean beyond it. The island was rife with ferocious beasts, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary folk, leading the Land of Water to abandon it long ago. By all rational standards, the island teemed with large creatures that could serve as spirit beasts. Hidden Mist Village, however, went to great lengths to establish a research institute here, suggesting that its worth should warrant the attention of the village's higher echelons. In light of such a significant isle, one might expect a semblance of collaboration, at least to safeguard the territory, despite the delicate ties with the feudal lords of the Land of Water. Yet, how did Hidden Mist proceed? Relying on the island's remote shipping routes, they ensured that only those seeking it out intentionally, or akin to Naruto's journey to Turtle Island, evading prying eyes, could ever discover it. Instead, they insidiously spread rumors, employing the nonsensical tale that anyone who lands on the island will forget everything, coupled with rudimentary allusions to instill fear in the hearts of nearby island dwellers, dissuading them from approaching. They imposed strict orders upon their own shinobi, forbidding any unnecessary proximity to the island to minimize exposure. Moreover, they concealed the research institute deep within the dense forests and the core of the island's volcano, all while preparing a team of elite shinobi to obliterate any incriminating evidence and flee at a moment's notice. This was truly secrecy for the sake of secrecy. Perhaps Uchiha Madara was orchestrating everything from the shadows, unwilling to allow Hidden Mist power to burgeon too rapidly, thus leading to such haphazard management? In the depths of the mountain, a thought emerged in the mind of Yamashita, growing increasingly plausible with each passing moment. Otherwise, he found it utterly incomprehensible why the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village would engage in such foolishness, orchestrating an arrangement that would inevitably diminish intelligence. Prepared for his inaugural experience with the long-distance flying thunder god technique, he anticipated a slight discomfort. Upon hearing that the enemy was destroying research data, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow. Although Konoha had not conducted specialized research on summoning beasts, the research value of such endeavors was indeed significant. Should they acquire complete data, it would undoubtedly benefit Konoha immensely. Placing a hand on Yamashita's shoulder, he closed his eyes, locking onto the flying thunder god Kanai positioned at the research facility, and activated the technique, following the spatial coordinates. In an instant, the sensation of spatial distortion and withdrawal enveloped them. Before they could steady themselves at the entrance of the research facility, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the entire volcano. A bizarre and piercing beastly roar echoed, accompanied by an unknown force that rapidly spread across the island. The creatures that had been roaring and expressing their frenzy and fear on the island were plunged into madness by this inexplicable power. Some fled in panic, while others charged towards the direction of the volcano. As the island quaked with the tumult of these creatures, chaos ensued. Quickly, hurry, otherwise your wife will be lost. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita's perception ninjutsu unfurled in a vast expanse. He sensed the internal landscape of the research institute and swiftly seized Minato, initiating a rapid series of body flicker techniques. Within the confines of the institute, several researchers gazed with fervor at the creature gradually awakening from the cultivation pool. Merely stretching its limbs, it shattered the walls of the facility, an ultimate summoning beast. The squad of mist ninjas, poised to obliterate all research data, paused in their tracks, their expressions filled with anticipation as they stood still, surveying the monstrous entity before them. Meanwhile, Yamashita's objective, Uzumaki Onoka, was crouched in the center of a complex sealing array. Hands forming seals, ready to employ sealing techniques to bind the ultimate summoning beast. Lost your wife? You really found me a wife? Minato was abruptly yanked by the collar and dashed forward, his body swaying amidst Yamashita's continuous body flicker techniques. Upon hearing his friend's words, which he had previously taken as jest, he found himself utterly unsettled. Were they not here to dismantle the Mist Summoning Beast research base? This was, indeed, a genuine quest for a wife. With her crimson cloak and flowing long hair, exquisitely sculpted features, a curvaceous figure, and a temperament as gentle as water. Can one truly claim that leaf villagers deceive one another? The eerie roars of the beast intensified, resonating like high-frequency sound waves, causing Yamashita and Minato's eardrums to tremble. Following closely were the anguished cries of humanity, filled with gasps of horror and pleas for rescue. In the mountainous landscape, he effortlessly wielded the flowing waters of the wind and the gate. While traversing the path, he condensed his originally 10-kilometer perceptual range to encompass solely the entire volcano. With a heightened acuity of perception, all beings and objects within this confined area became strikingly vivid, aside from the hues he could not discern. Maintaining the precision of this narrowly focused perceptual ninjutsu, he once again formed a hand seal with a single hand. Ninjutsu, the art of heart and body transmission. The secret art of the shadowy clan within the mountains swiftly transmitted everything he perceived to Minato Namake's. Tentacles ensnared two researchers, forcefully silencing them with the grotesque monstrosity. The terrified, incapacitated researchers lay on the ground, having lost control of their faculties, for ninjas executed a combined jutsu to assault the abominable creature, and a girl, furrowing her brow, exerted herself to unleash the diamond lock. The diamond lock? A girl. Under the confines of her finely tuned perception, Minato could even see the girl's delicate skin. Her graceful figure, the flowing locks of her hair dancing in the wind, and her beautiful visage tinged with a hint of fear. It was not. The fellow in the mountains has not deceived us this time. Although it is understood that he intentionally narrows his perceptual range to see more details. How is it possible that he, in such a rare instance, has not led us astray? It is hard to believe that someone with such a malicious disposition would refrain from trickery. Ingna. Another peculiar cry resounds. In the perception of the mountain scenery, the so-called ultimate spirit beast had already consumed nearly half of the researchers. The ninjutsu attacks from 4 ninjas were completely absorbed by it, even allowing it to grow new grotesque organs, which it then utilized to counterattack with corresponding elemental jutsu. Aside from the leading jonin, who transformed into a puddle to evade damage after being struck, the remaining 3 unprepared ordinary ninjas fell victim to this ultimate spirit beast in an instant. Help me. Someone help me. A frail, tearful voice echoed in the minds of Yamashiro and Minato Namake's. The emotions of despair, fear, helplessness, and anxiety conveyed through that voice resonated deeply within their hearts. Almost instantaneously after the voice faded, Minato, who had been held firmly by Yamashiro, broke free from his grasp. He then vanished down the corridor at a speed that far surpassed Yamashiro's own. Damn it, you really are just putting on a show. In the mountains, a figure, filled with resentment, raised his middle finger towards the direction in which Minato Namake's had vanished. Although he had realized during their numerous sparring sessions that even without employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's body flicker technique was still slightly swifter than his own. The speed he had just witnessed was far beyond mere slightness. Nearly a span of 10 seconds had elapsed when the voice of Uzumaki Onoka echoed in the hearts of those present for the second time. A golden flash appeared before her in an instant, like the clouds parting to reveal the moon, a momentary glimpse of brilliance. Uzumaki Onoka's formidable chakra ceiling had reached its limits, the golden chakra chains disintegrating into countless specks of light. Amidst this dissipating radiance, Minato's sturdy silhouette provided Onoka with an indescribable sense of security. The warmth and sunlight of his chakra breathed hope and redemption into her heart, which had nearly succumbed to despair and darkness. Rasengan, the swirling sphere of chakra formed in Minato's hand, hurtling towards the grotesque ultimate summoning beast. The creature, its visage twisted in fury, was sent careening backward, crashing into the walls of the research facility with tremendous force. The steel-constructed walls of the laboratory crumbled and dented, the ground trembling violently beneath the impact. Inside the damaged facility, the door stood ajar, waves of scorching heat emanating like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by the acrid scent of molten rock. Amidst the agonizing roars, the ultimate summoning beast struggled to rise. It spiraled wound in its abdomen, visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Delicate flesh buds wriggled feverishly as fresh blood and tissue rapidly wove into coherent muscle fibers. More alarming still, a deformed, fan-like organ re-emerged atop the creature's head. After a brief moment of stillness, it began to swing violently. Unleashing sharp wind blades infused with wind chakra, hurtling toward Minato and Uzumaki Onoka. With swift precision, Minato scooped up the dazed Onoka, evading the oncoming wind blades effortlessly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ingna, the ultimate summoning beast, let out an enraged roar. The grotesque, bud-like organ it had developed under the assault of the Mist Village ninjas' jutsu began to undulate rhythmically. A water cannon, imbued with water chakra and propelled by sheer force, pursued the evasive Minato and Onoka alongside the wind blades. One of the elite ninja from the mist, who had been transformed into a puddle by the creature's onslaught, cast a fierce glance at the suddenly appearing Minato. Having just materialized its upper body, it prepared to launch a covert assault, intending to eliminate Minato and escape amidst the ensuing chaos. Suddenly, a light tap on its shoulder interrupted its thoughts. "Isn't it rather rude to disturb someone while they are courting a lady?" remarked a member of the Kageyama clan. Shanjojin crouched behind the fog ninja, whose form was only partially solidified, though his voice was scarcely audible. The silent presence beside him had already caused cold sweat to beat on the brow of this member of the Yagami clan. The Yagami clan's technique of hydration is renowned throughout the ninja world, granting its practitioners immunity against the vast majority of physical and certain ninjutsu attacks. However, the vulnerabilities of the hydration technique are equally well known in the ninja realm. Upon encountering lightning release, the body under hydration becomes paralyzed, rendering it incapable of fully liquefying. The elite shinobi of the Yagami clan slowly turned his head to glance at Shanjojin beside him, his mind racing with calculations. He contemplated whether he could suddenly activate the hydration technique to evade the impending attack from this individual, who had already recognized his affiliation with the Yagami clan. It was implausible for the opponent not to be aware of the technique's weaknesses. Should he gamble on whether the adversary would employ lightning release? "You nameless extra, why do you prattle on?" Shanjojin rolled his eyes, dismissing the time-wasting rhetoric with indifference. With a single hand, he formed a seal and unleashed an illusion. Fantasia, heaven and earth, with a distance of less than 1 meter between them. The elite shinobi of the Gizai clan barely had time to comprehend Shanjojin's hand movements before his consciousness sank into oblivion, ensnared within an endless realm of illusion. The tension in his body gradually dissipated, returning to its usual state. It was unclear what visions he encountered in this dreamscape, but his expression morphed into one of lewdness as he approached a nearby load-bearing pillar. With a dazed gaze, he began to flirt with the column before wrapping his arms around its cold, unyielding surface. He swayed his hips provocatively, occasionally emitting a lascivious chuckle. The illusion, Fantasia, heaven and earth, was a sophisticated A-rank technique, a refinement of the D-rank Naraka's gaze, the C-rank Fox's heart, and the C-rank this is not the place. Although the execution was challenging, its effects were equally formidable. It could unearth the practitioner's innermost desires and amplify them to an infinite degree. Coupled with the hyperrealistic illusory environment and multi-sensory distractions, sight, sound, and touch, unless one possessed a mental fortitude far surpassing that of the illusionist or held an unwavering will against temptation, the victim would remain blissfully unaware of their predicament until it was too late, rendering escape nearly impossible. Truly, it was a sight that stung the eyes. In the mountainous landscape, Shanjojin disdainfully wielded the art of puppet manipulation, commanding 5 diminutive puppets, each less than a meter in height, to drag out the esteemed shinobi of the H-Suki clan. He then directed the little puppets to stealthily remove the researchers who were either paralyzed by fear or had succumbed to fainting. He was quite pleased with the current progression of events. These bothersome individuals should not linger here and interrupt Watergate's romantic pursuits. How intriguing this situation is. In the mountains, he cautiously closed the door behind him, allowing the space to be left for the handsome and beautiful figures still entangled in their battle with the ultimate spirit beast within the laboratory. He expressed considerable satisfaction with the current progression of the story. At the onset, the female protagonist faced a dire crisis, and in her moment of despair, the male protagonist descended from the heavens, repelling the monster and rescuing her. Following this, it was only a matter of time before the male lead unleashed his extraordinary prowess to vanquish the creature. Would the female lead not remain utterly devoted, soaring alongside him? It was simply perfect. The air was thick with the sounds of fury and frenzied roars, accompanied by the approaching tremors generated by a multitude of fierce beasts. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing furrowed his brow slightly. He closed his eyes to sense the flying thunder god Kenai he had previously left at the entrance of the research institute. Utilizing the spatial imprint inscribed by Yamashita Kei's Minato on the Kenai, he executed the flying thunder god technique. With a swish, Shan Zhongjing's figure vanished from the research institute. Yamashita Kei's Minato, who was cradling Uzumaki Sonoko to evade the assault of the ultimate summoning beast, faintly sensed a subtle fluctuation in space and turned his head in curiosity towards the corridor from which he came. If his perception was accurate, someone had just employed a space ninja technique. Was it Shan Zhongjing who used the summoning technique? Yet, this fluctuation. The ultimate summoning beast possessed the ability to devour all living beings, absorbing and transforming their strengths, as well as consuming various elemental chakra to foster mutated organs, thus enabling the use of corresponding elemental ninjutsu. Uzumaki Sonoko, nestled in Yamashita Minato's arms, incessantly recounted information about the ultimate summoning beast. Minato could not afford to dwell on the spatial fluctuation for long. He swiftly regained his focus, intent on confronting the grotesque giant before him. The spectacle was indeed quite formidable. Standing atop the volcano at the heart of the island, Shan Zhongjing shielded his eyes with one hand. Gazing at the chaotic scene of the spirit island, his mouth emitting a series of clicks. The ultimate spirit beast within the research institute seemed to have instilled a primal sense of crisis in the island's inhabitants, perhaps at a genetic level, as they faced their natural foes. Following the initial roar that reverberated through the air, the creatures of the island descended into madness. Most of the weaker beings were overwhelmed by its presence, fleeing towards the coastline. Even those who could not swim leaped into the sea, desperately seeking a glimmer of survival. Meanwhile, the more formidable and temperamental beasts gathered, charging towards the ultimate spirit beast with an apparent intent to confront it in a final showdown. Several raptors of varying sizes circled above the volcano's crater, their agitated cries echoing as they observed Shan Zhongjing standing at the edge. Clearly sensing the imminent danger, they were reluctant to depart. With a piercing gaze and a fiery red eye, a smaller falcon among its kin lost its patience. It beat its wings with increasing fervor, then folded them tightly, propelling itself like an arrow towards Shan Zhongjing's position. Huh, was it you who bullied Xiaohei yesterday? In the mountains. The scene revealed a raptor resembling a falcon, its physique capable of bearing two adults, and its speed akin to that of lightning. The observer immediately recognized it. Previously, while utilizing his crow familiar to scout the island, he had encountered numerous ferocious beasts and predatory birds. Yet, what left the most profound impression on him was this particular raptor, reminiscent of a peregrine falcon. Despite its size being less than 1/5 that of the larger aerial creatures, both its strength and velocity far surpassed those of its counterparts. With a single claw, it can crush tree trunks as thick as a human head, and its sharp beak effortlessly pierces through rock. In terms of speed, it moves with such swiftness that it sends shivers down one's spine. Were it not for the diminutive size of the crow, coupled with his exceptional skills, he would not have been able to execute a myriad of extreme maneuvers through the dense forest with such finesse. The several young crows he has nurtured over the years would surely have long since transformed into little more than fresh bird droppings. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing through the air incessantly reverberates as the peregrine falcon descends. The mountain scenery gazed directly into the eyes of the peregrine falcon, whose keen, piercing gaze remained fixated upon him. The technique of the heart transformation and shadow clone, a secret art of the Gashan clan, was unleashed. Without a hint of surprise, the falcon, charging forward in a straight line, fell victim to the enchantment. With a slight tilt of its neck, it altered its course. Subsequently, under the manipulation of the mountainous scenery, it continuously flapped its wings to decelerate, eventually gliding down gently beside him. This was largely due to the exceptional cellular composition and bone density of creatures within the ninja realm, which far surpassed that of Earth in a previous life. Otherwise, such reckless wing flapping to halt at high speeds would result in a rapid fracture of a normal bird's wings. The sealing technique, reseal of the limbs. In the instant when Shan Zhongjing released the technique of body separation, he seamlessly resealed his limbs. The falcon, still in a daze, was forcefully pinned to the ground, nearly expelling its innards. The raptors soaring in the sky witnessed this scene and erupted in chaos. They collectively flapped their wings, preparing to launch an assault on Shan Zhongjing, the vanquisher of their leader. The distance was now just about right. In the mountainous landscape, the gaze of the observer caught sight of the herd that had already surged to the midsection of the volcano, poised to reach the entrance of the research facility. along with the raptors preparing to dive. No longer willing to linger, he clasped his hands in a series of intricate seals and unleashed an expansive A-class illusion. The technique of Nirvana's sanctuary. Flurries of white feathers cascaded down like the soft, plump snow of the frigid north. The vast expanse of immense spiritual power, fully unfurled, transformed this already extensive A-class illusion technique, the Nirvana sanctuary, into a spectacle of astonishing magnitude. Within a radius of 1,000 meters centered around the mountainous scenery, feathers are scattered throughout the area. The raptors spiraling in the sky drooped their eyelids, gracefully descending in a swirling motion. Beasts charging around the volcano staggered, their movements sluggish, as they collapsed onto the ground one by one. Those that were a moment slower to enter the range of the mountain's enchantment soon followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. The chirping of insects gradually ceased, and the sounds of birds and beasts fell silent. In less than 30 seconds, the entire realm was left with only the rhythmic sound of snoring. Mountains exhaled a turbid breath, sensing the nearly one-fifth depletion of his chakra reserves. He silently resolved that should the opportunity arise, he must acquire an ability to augment his chakra capacity. A radius of 1 kilometer marked the current limit of his Nirvana Temple technique's effective range. Do not mistake this for a modest span. Considering the original Naruto and Sasuke's Chunin exam arena, including spectator stands, which measured no more than 300 meters in length and width, his solitary technique could effortlessly envelop 7 or 8 such venues simultaneously. In the original narrative, a coalition of youthful Kabuto Yakushi alongside Sunagakure and Otogakure shinobi combined their efforts merely to hypnotize a single stadium's audience. The sheer magnitude of his current technique's coverage, if deployed on the battlefield, held the potential to decisively alter the tide of large-scale conflicts. Thud, tremors, and the thunderous roar of explosions emanated from the depths of the volcanic crater. Squinting his eyes, Shanjing peered through the volcanic crater toward the source of the sound. The inner walls of the volcano's flank were fracturing violently under intense impacts. After another thunderous explosion and tremor, the ultimate summoning beast, now grotesquely mutated with fleshy wings sprouting from its back and twisted horns crowning its head, was sent hurtling backward from the shattered fissures. It crashed mercilessly against the opposite inner wall of the volcano. Minato Namikaze, cradling the slender waist of Kushina Uzumaki with his left arm, shot forth from the gaping hole. With a flick of his right wrist, a Hiraishin kunai streaked directly toward Shanjing's position. Meanwhile, Minato himself, still holding Kushina, bounded across the scorching volcanic rock before leaping high above the ultimate summoning beast, just as it struggled to take flight once more. Adamant sealing chains. Rasengan. Uzumaki Onoka's long-prepared adamant sealing chains tightly bound the colossal summon's fleshy wings. Following closely, Namikaze Minato's massive Rasengan slammed mercilessly onto the beast's skull. Already battered senseless and having exhausted its energy through continuous regeneration and evolution, the ultimate summon let out a final agonized howl before plummeting into the churning magma below. With a swift flicker, Minato materialized beside Yamashita Kei, cradling Onoka in a princely embrace. Piercing shrieks echoed from the volcanic depths as billowing black smoke engulfed the scene. The searing molten rock gradually consumed the helpless creature, its resistance utterly broken. And they say Minato doesn't know how to charm the ladies. Amidst the mountain scenery, I witnessed Hatake Kakashi effortlessly switching between holding positions, one moment embracing her waist, the next cradling her like a princess. I nearly couldn't resist thrusting my middle finger right into his face. Damn it all. This script is even more flawless than he had ever imagined, isn't it? The male protagonist and female lead joined hands to vanquish the formidable monster together. Is this not far more heart-fluttering than a mere heroic rescue? That cunning fellow truly knows how to charm. Has the blade of Gamabunda dulled, or have Gamma Hero and Gamakin taken parental leave? Amidst the mountain scenery, his heart silently cursed. He truly hadn't anticipated this. Merely an immature little monster in its infancy, somewhat unsightly in appearance and not yet fully developed, could be exploited to such an extent by the Watergate. Henceforth, should anyone dare claim this fellow to be nothing but an innocent white flower, he would gladly offer them a mouthful of aged phlegm. Hinata Uzumaki gazed blankly at the young man embracing her, whose smile radiated warmth like sunshine. Her slender arms wrapped around Minato Namikaze unconsciously tightened slightly. Overwhelmed by the palpitations in her heart, she impulsively leaned in closer. Damn it, luring me here just to witness this romantic display? Gazing at the dull and clumsy response from Namikaze Minato, Yamashita Kei clenched his fist repeatedly, his teeth grinding in frustration. We're returning to Konoha, he declared through gritted teeth. Tomorrow. We leave for Konoha tomorrow. This wretched place, he could not endure another moment within its confines. The mountain scenery scowled viciously in his heart, cursing under his breath. Gripping the scruff of the peregrine falcon's neck, he dragged the foolish bird, rendered immobile by the four-limb heavy seal technique and further incapacitated by the Nirvana Temple Jutsu, toward the Research Institute's entrance. The volcanic crater's scorching heat was relentless, while his chakra shield protected him effortlessly. Leaving the falcon exposed any longer would soon result in it being plucked, cleaned, and roasted over flames. Within the shinobi world, the ability to soar through the skies was an exceedingly rare gift. Consequently, avian summoning creatures were highly coveted. This creature, resembling a peregrine falcon, though not as monstrously large as its underlings, capable of carrying only 2 adults at most, was the dominant aerial predator of the island, renowned for its unmatched speed and formidable strength. Moreover, entrusting its care to Konoha's avian summoning stable required minimal effort, making it an invaluable asset. The mountain scenery had already stirred within him the desire to form a contract with it. Rather than idly observing Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Onoka's saccharine displays of affection, wouldn't it be more meaningful to engage in substantive endeavors? The Konoha Zero training ground, once a desolate place, nearly transformed into a sanctuary for wild creatures, now teemed with a multitude of Konoha shinobi. As time passed, the gathering only swelled, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. Summoning beasts had always been a rare and coveted resource in the shinobi world. Not only did clans and civilian ninjas without such contracts yearn for them, but even prestigious families like the Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Shimura, who already possessed their own summoning legacies, were unwilling to miss this auction. At the edge of the hastily constructed auction platform, Nara Shikaku moved with apparent ease among the gathered clans and formidable civilian warriors, skillfully mediating the atmosphere. Yet beneath his composed exterior, his heart raced with barely concealed anxiety. My heart fervently prayed that the mountain scenery would prove reliable. The first 3 summoned beasts had emerged long ago. Yet why hadn't a single additional one arrived after all this time? If this continues, he won't be able to keep up appearances any longer. Behind the auction platform, Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a large blue stone, resting his chin on one hand. He gazed up at the high-hanging sun, feeling the tickling warmth of its rays upon the tip of his nose, prompting him to rub it absent-mindedly. A peculiar thought crossed his mind, given Yamashita Kei's meticulous nature when executing missions, where he would scrutinize even the color of an enemy's undergarments. Coupled with Minato's overwhelming prowess after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, how could anything possibly go awry? Sniff, sniff, the pungent aroma wafted to his nose. Jiraiya discreetly glanced at his right hand that had just excavated filth from between his toes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Only after confirming no observers did he exhale slightly in relief. Even as one of the legendary Sannin, the toad sage with his iconic white hair, Jiraiya still maintained certain dignified pretenses. This shameful indulgence in sniffing toe residue while finding it strangely intoxicating was rather unbecoming. A fleeting surge of reverse summoning energy pulsed through their contract bond. Jiraiya's spirits instantly lifted. Springing up from the ground, he bit his already injured thumb again and performed the summoning jutsu, invoking the stomach of the great toad sage. With a thunderous poof, massive chakra smoke billowed forth. 2 enormous avian creatures materialized behind the auction platform, their feathers matted with gastric fluids, talons visibly fractured, yet slumbering with unnatural serenity. Nara Shikaku, who had been waiting impatiently, flashed onto the stage. Upon examining the multiple wounds marring the giant birds' bodies, he tentatively checked their breathing. Thank goodness, he murmured, merely asleep. Then through gritted teeth, damn it all. That brat Jing, couldn't he have exercised a bit more restraint with his illusions? Even with a broken bone. He remains in a deep slumber, utterly convinced those 2 colossal avian creatures have perished. These magnificent wings and massive frame could effortlessly carry over a dozen people, undoubtedly qualifying as a strategic-level aerial spiritual beast. If such a creature were to perish, would that not be an egregious waste of nature's gifts? The clan leaders, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 2 colossal avian creatures, all had their eyes gleaming with avarice. Clearly, they recognized the immense value of these rare and magnificent specimens. Such enormous birds of prey, truly extraordinary treasures. It was truly worth their prolonged wait here. The 2 female eagles suffered only minor fractures and would fully recover with some treatment within 1 to 2 months. The starting bid is 2 million taels. Let the auction commence. Nara Shikaku examined the condition of the two massive raptors before standing on the auction platform and announcing clearly, 2,000,000 taels, the Shimura clan claims them. Using your clan's prestige to intimidate others? Humph. The Anma clan offers 3,000,000 ryo. 3.5 million ryo. Uchiha, for million ryo? You Uchihas never even leave the village. What need have you for such a large eagle? Our Shimura clan bids 4.5 million. One after another. Clan leaders and elders began raising their bids. A female eagle capable of laying eggs held far greater value to them than a male, if properly nurtured. This could become a legacy passed down through generations. The auction proceeded with fervent intensity. The civilian shinobi of modest means observed the heated bidding among clan representatives with calm detachment. While winged summoning beasts were indeed rare, they were not essential for these individuals. Without the backing of prestigious lineages, strategic value held little meaning for them. Their true objective lay in summoning companions that could tangibly enhance their combat prowess. 3 successive waves of 6 massive female eagles and hawks were swiftly claimed by the great clans within moments. After a brief 2-minute interlude, the summoning continued with the emergence of formidable terrestrial beasts, colossal rhinos, gargantuan lizards, immense hippopotamuses, towering bears, and monstrous wolves. At last, the patiently waiting civilian shinobi and those seeking to cultivate their own summoning partners eagerly joined the bidding fray. Nara Shikaka watched the parade of mighty creatures with barely contained delight, regardless of the profits earned. Every purchaser of these summoning beasts would owe the Ino Shikasi alliance a debt of gratitude. After all, in these times, such formidable creatures, each boasting combat prowess rivaling at least a ch-9, were becoming increasingly scarce across the shinobi world. Moreover, seizing this opportunity, the 3 clans of the boar, deer, and butterfly are highly likely to secure an additional seat in the high-level council meeting. To them, this holds far greater significance than mere material wealth. How much longer must this drag on? Jiraiya winced from the stinging pain in his thumb, silently vowing that once this ordeal concluded, he too would have Kushina craft him a blood storage sealing tube. In the past, he had mocked Hataki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato for being overly delicate. But after invoking the summoning technique over 40 consecutive times, he finally understood those two had possessed genuine foresight. How utterly vexing. To earn a meager living. Even the mighty thumb of the Toad Sage had been gnawed nearly to a pulp. Jiraiya sensed that Fukasaku Sage from Mount Myaboku had once again summoned him to utilize the summoning technique. With a fierce determination, he rubbed his scarred thumb across his left palm and gritted his teeth as he invoked the summoning technique once more. He vowed that upon his return, he would seek the comfort of 8 lovely maidens for his soul. Not a single one could be missing. Would the moonlight of the ghostly lantern not beckon? What an absurd name. Is this individual truly a descendant of the second Mizukage, Kahaku of the Mist? Have they managed to secure a long-term station mission outside the village through connections? Indeed, in a place like the Blood Mist, who would not flee? There are truly quite a few remarkable techniques. To think that the water transformation technique operates on such a principle, this is referred to as a secret technique. But in reality, it can be considered a bloodline limit. Indeed, it is unusable. The technique of the water iron cannon, dual strikes, sweeping fire. The grand water arm technique, water hail. This individual has actually perused the ninjutsu scroll of the second Mizukage, Yagura, and has even formed a contract with his summoning beast, the Kraken. Impressive, indeed. In the mountains, one hand rests upon the head of the ghostly lantern. As the art of memory retrieval unfolds, the more one gazes, the greater the delight. The art of hydromancy, a unique illusion belonging solely to the Akari clan, had piqued his interest during his tenure in the analytical division, where he had gleaned insights from the memories of some fog-hidden captives. Although it was a disappointment that, despite comprehending the entirety of its principles and cultivation processes, he was still unable to wield this secret technique due to the limitations of his blue-tier water manipulation. Nevertheless, possessing the formidable water iron cannon technique and other powerful, traditionally transmitted water-based ninjutsu of the Akari clan, he considered himself exceedingly fortunate. Moreover, the legacy of the second Mizukage, Yagura, is indeed remarkable. In the original work, the appearances of Zuki Mitsuki are few and far between. Yet, the brief portrayal within these scan episodes is sufficient for Yamashita to comprehend the formidable strength of this character, even during the confrontation with the Ninja Alliance. Where he exhibited no desire to engage in battle and seemingly held back, he was still able to manipulate the Ninja Alliance with effortless ease. With a single hand, he unleashed steam and explosive power, dragging the second Suchikage, who had created the bloodline elimination, to the realm of purity. It is simply outrageous. That is indeed a bloodline elimination that surpasses the limits of the Kekkei Genkai. Such a legacy, provided that a qualified successor is found, can at the very least cultivate an individual with the prowess of a cinematic-level warrior. How much sorrow can one endure, akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, poor child? Mountainside Kei cast a pitying glance at Ghost Lantern Fuyuki. The young man possessed a rather commendable aptitude for water-style techniques. Yet his talent for genjutsu was utterly abysmal. Even having inherited the legacy of the second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Genjutsu, he remained incapable of unleashing the true potential of this venerable lineage. His desperate plea for this remote outpost assignment wasn't merely an escape from the bloody mist tyranny, but rather a flight from the crushing weight of his clan's expectations. Though blessed with their progenitors' sacred teachings and the clan's generous resources, his progress fell woefully short of their aspirations. The elder's hopeful gazes had long since curdled into disappointment, while his kinsman's whispers of scorn and derision pressed upon his spirit like millstones. Cough. Ugh. No sooner had Mountainside Kei withdrawn from his memory extraction than Ghost Lantern Fuyuki convulsed into wakefulness. The psychic trauma from the A-rank genjutsu, compounded by his suicidal resistance against the mind probe, left him dizzy and nauseated, his vision swimming with dark splotches as he retched violently. Would it not have been wiser to surrender peacefully and spare himself this torment? Shanjianjin curled his lips in disdain. While he felt sympathy for the plight of the Ghost Lantern No Moon, he did not possess the slightest inclination towards mercy when it came to action. Just as he would not expect leniency from other ninja villages if he were to fall into their hands, showing compassion in the ninja world, where executioners abound, was tantamount to courting death. Ninjutsu, heart transfer clone technique. Ignoring the retching of Ghost Lantern No Moon, Shanjianjin executed the heart transfer clone technique with near instantaneous precision, effortlessly seizing control of the other S body. Recalling the chakra required to summon the clam that safeguarded the spirit scroll, he compelled Ghost Lantern No Moon to pierce his fingertip, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Hai Su Yu Shun Wei. With a resounding explosion, a plume of chakra smoke erupted, revealing a clam over 2 meters in diameter, its surface an ominous black, appearing remarkably resilient, now standing in the research chamber. In the mountains, the scenery commanded the body of Gue Deng Wuyue, who gently tapped the shell of the clam. The clam, which had been tightly shut, slowly began to open, revealing a large spirit contract scroll measuring 1 meter in diameter within. How dare you? This is the spirit beast of our Guedeng clan. How dare you? The soul of Guedeng Wuyue was confined in a corner of the sea of consciousness, eyes wide with rage as he watched the contract scroll being extracted. You speak too much nonsense. The spiritual force of the mountain scenery harmonized with chakra, transforming into a formidable shadow energy that struck fiercely upon the soul of the ghostly Lantern Moon. His already wounded spirit suffered yet another devastating blow. The anguish penetrating deep into his essence caused his soul to curl into a diminutive ball, emitting intermittent groans of torment. In the mountains, Jing had been waiting patiently by the side of his true self, receiving the proffered scroll of contracts. Upon unfurling it, he noted that it commenced with the name of Gue Deng Huan Yue, followed by a plethora of names, over 10 in total. With a sigh of exasperation, he realized the Gue Deng clan was fervently seeking to cultivate a successor who could inherit the legacy of Gue Deng Huan Yue. Regrettably, despite numerous attempts, more than 10. To be precise, each endeavor had ended in failure. A slight inconvenience is but a minor annoyance. I certainly do not wish for anyone to be resurrected through impure soil, only to continue summoning this entity. In the heart of the mountains, Jiang Zhongjin withdrew a vial of blood from the pocket of his high-ranking cloak. He dipped it lightly and inscribed his name at the end of the scroll. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him as he felt the bond of the contract solidify, prompting a nod of approval. With his right hand, he swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, channeling energy into a complex sealing technique. Sealing technique. Contract seal. He struck the scroll with a decisive palm, targeting the name of Gue Deng Huanyu. The sealing technique rapidly spread, infiltrating the interior of the contract scroll, effectively severing the bond between Gue Deng Huanyu and the Clam clan. The name, once inscribed in blood and vibrant for decades, began to fade to a deep black as it lost the power of the contract. In the mountains, the scenery remained undisturbed as the practitioner continued to execute the contract seal. The contract seal is an advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. In the original narrative, Minato Namikaze utilized this very seal to dissolve the contract between Obito Uchiha and the Nine Tails, thereby preventing the latter from being summoned through the art of summoning. While studying sealing techniques in the mountains alongside Kyubi, In order to ensure protection from the machinations of Uchiha Obito, considerable effort was devoted to mastering this art. The proficiency attained was comparable to the ease with which one could execute the resealing of limbs, with a series of rapid-fire contract seals exceeding a dozen in succession. The final contract seal was inscribed upon the name of Akatsuki no Miketsu. Subsequently, the summoned black clam transformed into a wisp of smoke and dissipated within the confines of the research facility. In the serene mountains, the figure gazed upon the contract scroll, where his soul name, resplendent in crimson, was inscribed. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned forth the black clam once more, returning the contract scroll for safekeeping. According to the recollections of the enigmatic Kaido, the Clam Clan resided in an uncharted oceanic expanse, far removed from the world of shinobi, a realm untouched by any wanderer. The second Mizukage, Kaido, forged a pact with this clan, much akin to the folly of Jiraiya, having recklessly invoked the summoning technique without prior contracts with any beings. The sole distinction lay in the outcome. While Jiraiya was transported to Mount Myaboku by the power of the summoning, Kaido, endowed with an exceptionally vast chakra since his youth, fortuitously summoned the ancestor of the Clam Clan, a colossal creature known as Shin. Alas, it was a lamentable fate, as there was no inheritance of sage techniques. In the mountains, the scenery captivated, and with a discontented smacking of lips, the figure casually untangled the heart transformation technique from the body of the ghostly lantern. According to the memories of the lantern, the population of the Clam tribe, while not as vast as that of Nyamu Mountain or the Dragon Cavern, surpassed that of most spirit beast clans. Some clams possessed abilities that rivaled the dazzling toads of Nyamu Mountain. Among them were clams capable of releasing special mirage vapor to create illusions, enhancing enchantments, clams with an absurdly strong defense, serving as shields, clams that could produce highly acidic substances, capable of dissolving most materials, and clams adept at utilizing water-based techniques, except for their inability to speak. Complex communication was achieved through the mirage generated by their vapors. Their sole deficiency was the lack of a lineage of immortal techniques. You just wait. The relentless pursuit of our clan will not cease until death. The ghostly lantern curled painfully in a corner. The agony from the depths of his soul caused his body to involuntarily spasm and tremble, his voice emerging hoarsely, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. The ghostly lantern clan. You say? Ah, things have been rather tumultuous in your mist-hidden village lately. In the mountains, the scenery was dismissed with a mere wave of the hand. The situation within the hidden mist village had devolved into utter chaos, with the formidable Uchiha Madara orchestrating events from the shadows. The ramifications of the blood mist policy continued to expand. The martial faction was driven to madness, while the conservatives lived in a state of perpetual anxiety. The influential and neutral Hozuki clan found themselves ensnared in the village's turmoil, unable to divert their attention elsewhere. Once the Third Shinobi World War commenced, even if the Hozuki clan became aware of the inheritance of Hozuki Mangitsu, they would prioritize war response under the village as coercion. After the war's conclusion, the Hidden Mist, amidst power transitions and further implementation of the Blood Mist policy, would swiftly enact a series of measures targeting the bloodline limit clans. The Hozuki clan would meet their end even before the Uchiha clan. Who would pursue them? Would it be the lone survivor of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Suigetsu, who was captured by Orochimaru to serve as a test subject and later kept as a decorative pet? Let the child be. You will come to regret it. As the words fell, Hozuki Suigetsu's entire form seemed to disassemble, dissolving into a pool of water that scattered and disintegrated. An abundance of chakra began to disperse into the surroundings. Within mere seconds, all signs of life had vanished. Clearly, he had utilized the art of water transformation, completely disintegrating his own vitality in an act of self-destruction. I am not Saratobi Hiruzen. Regrets hold no weight for me. In the heart of the mountains, Shanjun embraced himself with both arms, never once intervening to prevent Guizhong Bue from taking his own life. For it was clear from the very beginning that Guizhong Bu's fate was sealed. In the realm of ninjas, no clan desires to see its members captured alive by external foes. Such an event signifies not only the potential leakage of village intelligence, but also the jeopardy of the clan's very foundation, along with the possible exposure of their secret techniques and bloodlines. The current state of affairs within the ninja world is already fraught with tension. Having dismantled the island of summoning, one could hardly claim this territory as belonging to the land of water. Konoha merely eradicated a nefarious laboratory established by an unknown faction, devoid of humanity. Mist Village possesses little justification in this matter. Even if they were incensed, they would have to swallow their anger in silence. Should an elite ninja from the Guizhong clan be captured, the higher-ups in Mist Village might remain oblivious, but once they become aware, the militant faction would swiftly rally the Guizhong clan to retaliate against Konoha. Such a chain reaction is something that, apart from Shimura Danzo, few would wish to witness. The cycle of earthly branches, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In, ignited the flames of fire release, great fireball technique. In the depths of the mountain, Yamashita Kei formed hand seals and employed a rudimentary technique of fire release, effectively evaporating every trace of moisture from the ground. Only after ensuring that no remnants remained did the enigmatic Akatsuki member, Jay Gitsu, turn and depart from the laboratory. Within the expansive research facility, the previously detained researchers, now trembling with fear, busily dismantled and packed various pieces of equipment. 3 shadow clones of Minato Namikaze stood guard at the entrances, while one remained in the corridor, overseeing the operations. "Is it taken care of?" inquired one of the Minato shadow clones as it noticed Yamashita Kei's emergence. Eager for information yet left with no time to inquire further before the tragic conclusion unfolded. In the mountains, the tone of Shanjunjing intensified with the word self-destruction. "Understood." The shadow clone of Minato Namikaze revealed a look of realization. After years of being a ninja, he was capable of contemplating certain matters as well. However, in life, particularly when interacting with his comrades from Konoha, he preferred not to harbor malicious speculations about them. "Have all the summoning beasts returned? What about your main body?" Well, have you gone off to find a place to kiss?" "Huh? No. Jing, please don't tease me. I merely accompanied her home to organize some documents." "I swear." A significant alteration in the trajectory of pivotal characters' fates, a deviation in the progression of the world line, resulted in 1 opportunity for entry duplication, 1 opportunity for entry separation, 1 opportunity for blue entry enhancement, 1 opportunity for entry degradation, and 1 opportunity for entry gifting. The system notification abruptly echoed in Shanjunjing's mind. The reappearance of the entry duplication opportunity, along with a previously unseen rare system ability, all served to affirm that Minato Namikaze was indeed the rightful child of destiny in this era. This reward was extravagantly lavish, beyond compare. Yet, he gazed at Minato, who seemed unwaveringly resolute. Shanjunjing suddenly felt that honest people can be terrifyingly deceptive. With that utterly sincere expression, he had almost believed that this individual was genuinely going to accompany Uzumaki Onoka to organize documents. Organizing documents, really? If it weren't for the system's restrictions on disclosure, he would have loved to throw the system notifications in Namikaze Minato's face and demand an explanation. Who organizes documents to the extent that one's fate undergoes a significant transformation? If nothing extraordinary had transpired in the interim, he would be inclined to reverse the characters of his name. "Minato, do not speak so definitively, or you may find yourself in an embarrassing predicament." In the mountains, Jing, in a moment of earnestness, gently patted the shoulder of his shadow clone. "Alas, Jing, how can you ever trust me?" The shadow clone of Minato Namikaze wore a face of deep sorrow and helplessness. Did he not know himself? "If within 3 seconds, your true self can appear beside me, I will believe your words." "All right." With a resounding boom, the shadow clone left a flying thunder god mark on the wall, and then dissolved into a cloud of chakra smoke. Upon the dissolution of the shadow clone, memories would return to the original body, if nothing truly had occurred. Considering Minato's character, he would appear beside Jing in no time, indeed, within a second, not 3. Unfortunately, nearly a full minute had passed, and still, no one had arrived. Why did I feel a pang of disappointment? The scenery in the mountains gazed at the long unresponsive flying thunder god seal, with expressions shifting several times. "Enough. I shall not wait for an uncertain tomorrow. Tonight, I shall embark on my journey back to Konoha." Outside the entrance of the research facility, on the large rock that serves to shield the entrance, in the serene mountains, one finds solace while seated, opening a personal panel that had long been overlooked. Host, mountain scenery profession, ninja activated attributes, transcender, red, master of shadow escape, purple, temporal insight, purple, manifestation of wishes, purple, water manipulation, blue, sage of the ninja realm, blue, charming blue. Deactivated attributes, cicada pupa, white, resilient flesh, white, greetings of fragrance, white, welcoming smile, white. Attribute gifts, 4 attribute copies, 1 attribute strips, 1 attribute upgrades, 1 blue, attribute downgrades. 1. To think, the opportunities for attribute gifting have astonishingly accumulated to 4. In the mountain scenery, Zhang gazed upon the lengthy personal panel, sifting through the myriad notifications within the system log. Accompanied by 3 companions, they accomplished their task once. Vanquished the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon on one occasion, and caused mischief in the leaf warehouse once more. Now, it is time to clear the excessive white entries. In the serene mountain landscape, Exerting murmured softly, then turned his gaze towards the remaining rewards. The ability to replicate attributes goes without saying. To perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, he had long coveted Minato's extraordinary reflexes. As for the attribute separation, it seemed unnecessary at the moment. Yet, one cannot deny that the value of this reward far surpasses even that of attribute replication. Just imagine Uzumaki Nagato controlling the 6 paths of pain, poised to bear the weight of the world. In the mountainous landscape, a term was stripped away as the opposing Rinnegan's ability was immediately severed. The 6 bodies manipulated by the Rinnegan swiftly succumbed. The blinded Nagato was left with no choice but to rely on the chakra of the Uzumaki clan, executing some basic ninjutsu imparted by Jiraiya. This is utterly outrageous. If he doesn't force Nagato to his knees, it would still be considered an unblemished feat. Kekekek. In the serene mountains, a smile graced the corners of his lips, emitting a laughter reminiscent of an elder from the Soul Palace. After indulging in merriment for a while, he finally turned his attention to the forthcoming opportunity to upgrade the blue attribute. The reward, capable of directly enhancing the blue attribute to a purple one, is of such rarity that it requires no further elaboration. But should it be utilized? Gazing at the 3 azure entries on the system panel, he found himself ensnared in an intricate web of indecision. Had his blue entries been the formidable chakra of Minato Namikaze, the serendipity of strong fortune, or the unparalleled recovery of Might Guy, he would have undoubtedly chosen to upgrade without a moment's hesitation. However, his 3 entries, Water Release Mastery, the understanding king of the ninja world, and Handsome, left him in a quandary. To upgrade? It seemed a waste of such a splendid reward. To refrain from upgrading? To hold on to the reward without hastening to elevate his strength? Was he to await death only to engage in idle banter with the Sage of 6 Paths in the afterlife? This wretched system. It would do well to incorporate a feature for upgrade previews. In the heart of the mountains, a sigh of exasperation escaped from the depths of his mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to allocate his upgrade opportunity to the mastery of water release. Both the handsome and the esteemed figures of the ninja world are not directly linked to the enhancement of combat prowess. In this unforgiving realm of shinobi, strength forms the very foundation of existence. A torrent of experience in water release techniques surged into his consciousness as the skill level escalated. Techniques such as the art of water transformation, water iron cannon, water mirror technique, water sphere technique, oil transformation, mirage, steam catastrophe, grand water arm technique, healing water release, water mosquito, and healing water release, water jellyfish flooded his mind. The previously elusive art of water transformation, hindered by a unique bloodline limit, became seamlessly integrated within him. The legacy ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Kahaku H-Gitsu, which he had merely glimpsed half an hour ago, now felt as if he had practiced it for decades. The myriad water release techniques he had encountered while accessing the memories of others during the analysis class began to unfold before him. The fierce water, the surging water, the cutting water, the bone-corroding water, the gentle water. It embodies both destruction and rebirth, embodying the essence of both rigidity and softness. As he opened his eyes amidst the mountainous scenery, he raised his right hand, and a stream of water seemed to come alive, gracefully flowing across his palm. In the next moment, his right arm became entirely liquefied, transforming into a semi-transparent state. The technique of partial liquefaction felt rather peculiar. In the midst of the mountains, feeling the state of the hydromancy coursing through his arms, he lifted his left hand and gently prodded his right. The index finger of his left hand pierced through the palm of his right, causing a few droplets to splash forth. Upon dispelling the hydromancy, his right hand bore no trace of injury. Was it akin to perspiration, as if his body had lost a trace of moisture? Upon gazing at the water droplets splattered upon the ground in the mountainous scenery, he formed a seal with one hand, drawing in copious amounts of moisture from the air. His physique visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, and his strength surged dramatically in an instant. The technique of the water arm allowed him to absorb moisture from the atmosphere. However, if the intake was insufficient, it would still deplete the water reserves within his own body. Shan Zhongjing meticulously tested the various water-based ninjutsu that affect the body. He marveled at the extraordinary talents of the ancestors of the Kirigakure clan while also grasping why, in the era of the Second Shinobi World War, the enigmatic Mizuki often found himself drinking water for no apparent reason. For the members of the Kirigakure clan, who inherit the bloodline of their predecessors, the initiation into these secret techniques is relatively simple. The true challenge lies in the ability to absorb sufficient moisture from the air during the execution of the jutsu. However, for Shan Zhongjing in the present, this presents no difficulty whatsoever. It seems that the only difference between him and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, regarding their water-based techniques lies in the volume of chakra. Is the threshold for the bloodline limit the mastery of jutsu at the purple tier? In the midst of the mountains, I repeatedly experienced the transformations of my body under the state of the water transformation technique. I have already begun to anticipate the wondrous possibilities that may arise when I acquire other attribute escape techniques represented by the purple descriptors, and the unique bloodline limits that may emerge from such fusion. Having thoroughly tested all the abilities instilled by the system, I have preliminarily completed my adaptation. In the mountains, the scenery remained unchanged as the waves and winds danced around, while the water gate had yet to return. With his right hand, he maintained a portion of the water transformation technique, skillfully swirling a spiraled orb within his palm, gradually infusing it with the essence of water release. The mountain dweller, momentarily taken aback as his arm exploded into a spray of water, stubbornly resolved to try once more. Buzz, boom, buzz, boom, buzz, buzz, boom. Time and again, his arm shattered into droplets, only to regenerate anew. After over an hour of relentless effort in the mountains, Shan Zhongjing felt his chakra nearly depleted. It was only through his remarkable control, granted by the principle of call and it shall come, that he vaguely grasped a hint of the technique. Who knows how long it would take to truly master this skill? Good grief. That fool Naruto was able to create the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. It must surely be a blessing from Kishimoto. In the depths of the mountains, a profound sense of frustration welled up within him as he muttered a curse under his breath. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless ninjutsu techniques, including a significant number of S-rank forbidden arts. Yet, none had ever left him feeling so utterly at a loss. It was difficult, exceedingly so. The rapid rotation of the Rasengan rendered the nature of water release unimaginably ferocious. It resembled a multitude of high-pressure water jets capable of slicing through steel, forcibly compressed into a spherical form. Any slight friction between these jets could result in a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, as the Rasengan accelerated, the water jets elongated and warped. How could anyone withstand such a force? Shan Zhongjing felt a flicker of excitement due to the power enhancement brought by the purple skill, Master of Water Release. However, the failure of the water release, spiraling sphere doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Yet, Shan Zhongjing was never one to easily surrender. Seated cross-legged upon a rock, he gazed vacantly at the distant horizon. As he gradually restored his chakra, he continued to ponder the intricacies of the water release, spiraling sphere in his mind. Having traversed into the world of Naruto for over a decade, he had never once slackened in his training due to the pressures of survival. Following the activation of the system, he had not engaged in such earnest study and practice for a long time. The emergence of the concept of the water release, spiraling sphere had rekindled a spark of motivation within him for his training. Time trickled by, and the setting sun painted the azure sea with a layer of golden-red brilliance. 8 surviving members of the Research Institute labored from midday until dusk, finally transporting all the disassemblable experimental apparatus from the laboratory to the exterior of the institute. Years of research materials were meticulously sorted and packed. The 3-masted sailing vessel, which had previously been anchored a dozen nautical miles away, had now docked in the bay adjacent to the island of summoning. Before the sun completely sank beneath the horizon, Minato Namikaze and Onoka Uzumaki finally reappeared outside the Research Institute, clutching a rather flimsy stack of what they termed research materials, barely 3 fingers thick. 3 seconds? Shan Zhongjing cast a disdainful glance at Bo-Feng Shui-min. Well, there were some unforeseen circumstances that delayed me. Bo-Feng Shui-min, feeling utterly embarrassed, was nearly digging a hole into the ground with his toes. He resembled a boiled shrimp, his complexion turning a vivid shade of red from his neck to his earlobes. He harbored no desire to appear this way. However, at that moment, he truly could not afford to leave. Yes, I understand. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing wore a sly grin upon witnessing Suinokawa, who was shyly hiding behind Kakashi, too embarrassed to even show her face. It was clear to him that, even without any romantic entanglements, their relationship was progressing rapidly. Well, it's getting late. Let me take care of this equipment, and we shall set off for our return journey, Kakashi said, awkwardly seeking to shift the topic. Upon seeing Shan Zhongjing merely dismiss him with a wave of his hand, he hurriedly took Suinokawa along to seek assistance from the frogs of the Mystic Wood Mountain, requesting them to transport the research equipment and materials back to Konoha. Ah, love is in the air, indeed. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing expressed a poignant sentiment, just as he was about to utilize the opportunity to copy the entry. He intended to replicate the swift reaction of the purple entry from Namikaze Minato. However, upon casting a glance at the entry for Uzumaki Onoka, he was momentarily taken aback. Name, Uzumaki Onoka. Occupation, researcher. Entries, abundant energy, purple, Kagura's heart, blue, mastery of sealing, green, beauty, green, mutual pursuit, green. What is this? An additional entry has suddenly appeared? Previously, while at the Research Institute, Shan Zhongjing had observed Onoka's entry when Minato rescued her. If his memory served him correctly, Onoka should only possess the 4 entries: abundant energy, Kagura's heart, mastery of sealing, and beauty. The entry abundant energy is identical to that of Kushina, significantly enhancing the chakra volume within the individual. It is highly likely that she belongs to the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan, endowed with innate talent. Kagura's heart is similarly a gift from the Uzumaki lineage. Earlier, Onoka's ability to project her voice into the minds of both him and Minato can be attributed to this very power. There is little to elaborate on regarding mastery of sealing and beauty. The intriguing aspect lies in the sudden emergence of mutual pursuit. Mutual pursuit, green. When one possesses a sincere relationship and is treated wholeheartedly by their beloved, should the beloved's abilities surpass one's own, then one's abilities will gradually enhance, aligning more closely with those of the beloved. It is one thing for the world's will to bestow advantages upon its favored child, but how could it extend such influence even to the girlfriend of his father? In the tranquil mountains, he gazed silently at the horizon, utterly perplexed. If one were to claim that Narukami had been saved by Kamido, and that the innocent girl, naive to the ways of the world, had developed feelings for him under the influence of the bridge effect, it would be one thing. But what on earth is this notion of mutual pursuit? How could these two individuals, having known each other for less than a day, achieve such a profound connection and reciprocal affection? What on earth did they engage in that afternoon? In the serene mountains, the heart that had just endured the impact of the water escape spiral sphere faced yet another blow. Although it was merely a green attribute, its implications were profound, and its effects were astonishingly powerful. At this stage, Uzumaki Sonoko, despite possessing an enviable reservoir of chakra, pales in comparison to even some seasoned Ni. And what of Minato? He stands as one of the few formidable figures among the younger generation of the ninja world. While he may not yet rival the likes of the third Raikage, he undoubtedly holds the status of a shadow-level ninja. With the enhancement of this attribute, it is likely that Sonoko's strength will soon experience meteoric growth. Fortunately, my enhancement is even more formidable. Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the protagonist glanced at the rewards on their personal panel, still untouched. After a moment of self-reassurance, they resolutely directed their gaze towards the mystical toads that could summon the enchanting Maiboku Mountain, beseeching them to convey various research equipment and materials to Minato Namikaze of Konohagakure. System, I wish to replicate Minato Namikaze's super speed reaction. The system confirmed the successful copying of the entry, and a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple entry super speed reaction. Super speed reaction, purple and innate. Extraordinary neural response speed that transforms the world into a slow-motion spectacle before your eyes. This remarkable ability significantly enhances bodily reflexes, hand seal speeds, chakra circulation, and the speed of releasing ninjutsu. The system's prompt resonated in the air. As soon as the activation of the word in the mountains was chosen, a subtle tingling sensation coursed through the scalp. The world before my eyes began to gradually decelerate. Whether it was the repetitive gestures of Bo Feng and Shui Min employing their spiritual techniques, or the actions of the researchers transporting various objects, everything seemed to have been pressed into slow motion. Bullet time? In the mountainous landscape, her eyes widened slightly, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power of the accelerated response. She raised her arm, attempting to commence the hand seals. Originally capable of performing 5 seals per second, her speed surged under the influence of the enhanced reaction, escalating to an impressive 7 seals per second. The scenery in the mountains allows one to perceive even the subtlest sensations. This remarkable speed of hand seals is not a testament to the limits of his neural responses, but rather to the limitations of his fingers and wrists. He cast a glance at the distant figure of Kakashi, who was still diligently occupied. as the scene in the mountains prepared to return to the three-masted sailing vessel. The intention was to experiment with the additional effects brought about by the superspeed reaction. However, the system's notification tone echoed once more. It detected the purple attribute shout, and you shall receive, and the purple attribute superspeed reaction could be fused. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Fuse. In the heart of the mountains, the landscape decisively embraced fusion. Initially, the green entries, with a mere semblance of understanding, combined with the blue entries of the memory palace. The new entry, the name of the sage of the ninja realm, although slightly perplexing, proved to be immensely beneficial. The value of those long-forgotten memories, now revived, was beyond measure for him. The fusion of two purple entries could only yield results that were equal, if not superior, to their separate existence. At the very moment the entries began to merge, the sensation reminiscent of the time when activating entries brought forth whatever was called, surged through his mind once more, as if every chakra channel within him illuminated in vivid clarity. However, this time, it was not merely the chakra channels, the countless cells within his body. The intricate strands of muscles and fascia, every bone, and the rhythmic pulse of his organs came alive in his consciousness. Upon completion of the fusion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the red entry Zero Frame Initiation. Zero Frame Initiation, read an innate and formidable mental fortitude, enhanced neural responsiveness, and mastery over chakra, bestowing upon him an unparalleled talent. The control over chakra, physical prowess, neural reaction speed, and the velocity of jutsu release have all seen a remarkable elevation. Indeed, upon glimpsing the entry name, Shan Zhongjing felt a slight twitch in his cheek. He understood that, regardless of whether the system produced it through extraction or fusion, very few entries were genuinely respectable. After finally encountering whatever you call, it shall come, another term emerged, Zero Frame Initiation. While the effects undeniably grew increasingly potent, the names became increasingly absurd. Host, Shan Zhongjing. Occupation, Ninja. Activated entries, Traveler, red. Zero Frame Initiation, red. Master of Yin Transformation, purple. Master of Water Transformation, purple. Temporal Insight, purple. Understanding King of the Ninja Realm, blue. Handsome, blue. Inactive entries, Cicada Pupa, white. Fragile yet resilient, white. Brother. You smell divine, white. Welcoming smile, white. Entries granted. For entries stripped, 1 entries downgraded, 1 well, never mind. Upon gazing at the system interface, adorned with vibrant crimson entries, Shan Zhongjing ultimately chose to disregard this psychologically manipulative name. After all, names are but ephemeral illusions. It is the efficacy that holds true significance. The new entry, Zero Frame, seamlessly integrates the concepts of instantaneous response and rapid reaction, fully harmonizing with his innate physical prowess. In the mountainous scenery, one can distinctly sense the surging control over one's physique, enabling precise mastery over every ounce of strength. Agile as a fierce tiger, yet steadfast as a rock. It is certain that such a transformation will significantly elevate his martial prowess. As for the control of chakra, the speed of neural response, and the swiftness of ninjutsu release. In the mountains, the scenery transformed as my arm became liquid. Within the palm of my hand, chakra swirled, and in less than a second, the Rasengan had taken shape. This was approximately a third faster than the time it took to summon what I desired. It seemed I had tested the speed of my ninjutsu release. In the mountains, the scenery once again began to evolve as the user attempted to infuse the spiraling sphere with the properties of water release. The faint blue chakra orb in his palm gradually took on a deep blue hue, with a significant enhancement in chakra control and a dramatic increase in reaction speed. The transformation reached new heights. The scenery within the mountains continuously fine-tunes the tumultuous energy of the water release, spiraling sphere. What was once a mere 3 seconds to detonate the water release, spiraling sphere now witnesses an ever-increasing duration, with the speed accelerating exponentially. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. As the rotational velocity of the water release, spiraling sphere reaches its zenith, the sharp water blades emit a piercing hum at such high velocity. I have achieved transcendence. In the mountainous terrain, Kage's spirit soared with joy. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, a torrent of uncontrollable energy erupted violently. The water-style Rasengan in his grasp began to exhibit irregular protrusions. With a resounding boom, the errant Rasengan detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated the rocks beneath him, reducing everything within a 10-meter radius to mere powder. Kage. Minato Namikaze called out, witnessing his comrade being consumed by the jutsu, his voice laced with alarm. Just as he was about to brave the residual energy of the jutsu to check on him, he was firmly restrained by Uzumaki Onoka at his side. He is unharmed. It seems he utilized the same space ninjutsu as you to retreat to the research facility. He. Minato, flustered with concern, momentarily stalled in his anxious thoughts. He recalled the spatial fluctuations he had sensed when rescuing Onoka earlier. After attuning himself to the spatial waves emanating from the epicenter of the jutsu's explosion, as well as from the location of his previously placed Flying Thunder God mark within the facility, his mind faltered for several seconds, his handsome visage contorted in exasperation. Curse it. The Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with a nature-altered Rasengan. My dear friend harbored such a hidden ace. The earlier spar on the ship had indeed been a ruse on his part. As the tumultuous residual energy of the jutsu gradually dissipated, the site where the boulder once stood had transformed into a deep, circular crater. The iron door, concealed behind the boulder, lay in tatters, ravaged by the jutsu's reach. Delicate, hair-thin water blades had completely penetrated the steel door, leaving behind a multitude of minute fissures. Those who bore witness to this scene felt a chill run down their spines. If the steel door, merely on the fringes of the jutsu's influence, suffered such devastation, one could only imagine the fate that awaited a human victim. There would be no remnants left. Creaking and crashing, the iron door of the research facility let out a mournful wail as it collapsed into the pit created by the Rasengan. Kage, extending his hand to push open the door, beheld the scene before him, a twitch of irritation at the corner of his eye. He had initially deemed the water transformation technique somewhat unreliable, opting instead for the Flying Thunder God technique to make a hasty escape. Little did he anticipate that its power exceeded his expectations. Could those nanoscale water blades, akin to the wind-release Rasengan shuriken, utterly annihilate cells? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing crouched down to trace the delicate scratches on the steel door, examining the marks within the pit. He silently rejoiced that he had not acted recklessly. Had he not evaded in time, the water molecules would have been utterly obliterated. To his astonishment, it was indeed possible. Wufeng Shuimin approached Shan Zhongjing, also kneeling to feel the smooth surface of the pit. The Rasengan was an A-rank ninjutsu that he and Shan Zhongjing had painstakingly developed together over 4 months 3 years prior, representing the pinnacle of form transformation. Upon its successful creation, they had envisioned incorporating nature transformation into this ultimate form. However, due to the daunting complexity, they had to relinquish that ambition. Little did they anticipate that their dear friend would achieve it. If this concept could be realized, could the nature transformation of water release chakra be integrated into the Rasengan? What about wind release? Shuiman, am I not impressive? In the mountainous landscape, a grin spread across the face of the spirited figure as he heartily patted the shoulder of the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Although the recent water release, spiraling sphere technique remained somewhat unstable, prone to explosive failure with the slightest distraction, the essence of success lay in perseverance. Once mastery was achieved, countless repetitions would follow. It was merely a matter of time to perfect this technique. Bravo! Minato, wearing an expression of resigned amusement, offered his compliments. After a brief pause, he continued, have you given this technique a name? If not, I have a few suggestions. Water release, spiraling super annihilation 0, water release, super spiral flying blade break. Stop, stop, stop. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, Shan Zhongjing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing names that were excessively flamboyant and dramatic. He couldn't help but envision the embarrassment of having such a ridiculous title associated with the technique he devised. He could imagine the awkwardness that would ensue when his comrades inquired about the name of the jutsu after he had vanquished his foes. On the shimmering surface of the sea, a 3-masted sailboat billowed its sails, steadily navigating towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Wufeng Shuimin and Uzumaki Hano stood hand in hand at the bow, sharing laughter and reminiscing about their childhood antics and personal growth. Even though this idyllic journey had lasted 3 days, they still felt as if there were endless stories to exchange. On the aft deck of the vessel, 2 crows caught incessantly at a hawk tethered by iron chains to the mast. Occasionally, they would scavenge tattered rags, splintered wood, and rusty nails from various corners of the ship, hurling them from the air towards the ensnared hawk. Their mischievous antics vividly illustrated the notion of the petty reveling in their triumph. Were it not for Shan Zhongjing's strict prohibition against such disgraceful behavior, these 2 raucous crows would likely have taken their mockery to an even more audacious level. The hawk, shackled by chains and unable to soar or even approach its tormentors, had succumbed to despair after 3 days of relentless provocation. Its struggles and fury proved futile, only serving to invite further derision from the crows. What else could it do but surrender? Persisting in resistance bore no fruit. Wouldn't it be better to follow me and enjoy a life of indulgence? In the mountains, Jing donned large sunglasses and wore a pair of national beach shorts from a past life, reclining languidly on a beach chair without a care for appearances. He cast a sidelong glance at the silent falcon sprawled on the ground, offering gentle words of comfort to the irritable and excessively proud little creature. Caw! Came the feeble cry of the eagle. A surge of spirit coursed through him as he beheld the scenery of the mountains. This was the first time in 3 days that the majestic eagle had responded to his words. He sprang from the beach chair with a graceful leap, forming a seal with one hand, and invoked the ancestral technique of his mountain kin, intertwining his emotions with those of the eagle. In the mountains, the scene echoed the earlier words once more. The falcon, languidly sprawled upon the deck, cast a fleeting glance at him before retreating its head beneath its wings, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested a desire for solitude. Yet, its emotions were conveyed back through the bond of their connection. Sadness, despondency, a wish for oblivion? Not at all, my friend. Merely serving as a spiritual beast, occasionally playing the role of a flying steed. Must you take it so seriously? Is it better to live in chains than to die in freedom? As my spiritual companion, your needs are fully met, and much of the time you can lounge in the nurturing quarters, indulging with the gentle female falcons. Why must you be so obstinate? In the mountains, Jiangjing squatted beside the eagle and irritably patted its wing. Caw! The eagle's head emerged from beneath its wing, letting out a fierce cry. This time, the emotion accompanying the eagle's call was far more intense and distinct, resonating with the words, "Did I kill your wives?" In the mountains, Jiang was momentarily taken aback before delivering a sharp slap to the head of the foolish bird before him. Damn it! As a dignified traveler from another realm, I wouldn't dare to propose a harem, yet you, a mere hawk, have taken the lead? Is there no law? Is there no justice? In the realm of spirit beasts, it appears such concepts are entirely absent. Moreover, is it not true that hawks adhere to monogamous practices? And falcons as well? What is the meaning of this? While others follow the principle that 2 negatives yield a positive, you seem to embrace the opposite. Wait a moment. Isn't there reproductive isolation between hawks and falcons? What peculiar lineage do you possess? Damn it. The world of Naruto is indeed a realm of the utterly bizarre. In the mountains, myriad thoughts flickered through his mind. He gazed into the eyes filled with fury, reminiscent of a hawk poised to snatch a piece of flesh, and irritably cast aside a spell of illusion. There were only 6 formidable raptors on the island of spirits. He was not foolish. How could he possibly resort to killing? Those magnificent creatures were precious assets to Konoha, coveted by many who wished to acquire them. Upon returning to Konoha, would the families that purchased the female hawk refuse the prospect of welcoming additional hawk offspring? The eagle chosen from the mountains, though somewhat lacking in stature, stands as the sovereign of raptors upon the island of spiritual communication. Its unparalleled speed and strength far surpass that of its kin, leaving any observing ninja envious. The elderly members of various ninja clans, shrewd as they are, would consider it a testament to their integrity if they refrained from capturing it to administer their potions. How could they possibly hinder the reunion of such a pair? The C-class magical technique, known as the art of non-existence, envelopes what the eye perceives in a veneer of illusion. Through the mechanism of this illusion, in the mountainous scenery, a portion of the ethereal aviary where spiritual beasts are nurtured was captured directly from the memory palace, along with the state of these creatures living there after being contracted by humans. The 6 female eagles observed that day were meticulously replicated in the nurturing abode. The falcon tilted its head, gazing with a bewildered expression at the ever-changing surroundings. After a span of over 10 minutes, the narrative scene simulated by the illusionist finally dawned upon it, the realization that its mates were indulging in another realm. All it needed to do was become a spiritual beast of the mountain dweller, and it would soon find itself transported to that very place. The falcon's previously desperate demeanor faded, and with a piercing gaze, it scrutinized the 2 crows, incessantly calling towards the mountain dweller. Creatures endowed with formidable powers in the ninja realm typically possess a higher intelligence than their ordinary counterparts. Although this falcon had not undergone specialized training as a spiritual beast, its intellect was akin to that of a 10-year-old child. Having come to trust the mountain dweller's words, it felt no aversion to the idea of becoming a spiritual beast. Rather, it perceived it as a remarkably advantageous arrangement. After all, sustaining 6 mates was no trivial task. With provisions and shelter guaranteed, it need not fret about the sustenance for its companions and offspring. How could it possibly refuse such an offer? Yet, The emotional turmoil from the past 3 days was not something it would easily forget. Meanwhile, the two crows, who were initially preoccupied with each other, grooming their feathers with their beaks, felt an unsettling chill as the falcon's gaze swept over them. Trembling, they shielded one another with their wings, casting pitiable glances at the mountain dweller. Ahem, they had been startled by him earlier, and experiencing a bit of emotional distress was entirely reasonable. After all, as the saying goes, leave a thread of goodwill for the eagle, so that you may meet again in the future. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as Shan Zhongjing patted the wings of the hawk, beginning to charm the bird, whose intelligence was rather modest, yet whose heart was untainted. He had nurtured several crows in the aviary for many years, and he truly felt reluctant to let them fall into mischief. Caw, caw, they chirped, their diminutive size scarcely sufficient to fill the gaps between teeth. It would be better for them to serve you in pouring tea and fetching water in the future. Caw. They agreed. No problem, no problem. Henceforth they shall be your little subordinates, bound to obey your commands. Caw, let us finalize this pact, forged in mutual consent. Fair and just for all. In the mountains, amidst an enchanting scenery, the hawk, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. With determination, he retrieved a blank scroll from the side pocket of his cloak and, using his own blood, inscribed a summoning contract. After guiding the hawk to drop a single drop of blood and press its talon upon the scroll, the contract was solemnly sealed. Come, I shall take you to indulge in exquisite delicacies. In the mountains, the scenery delighted as it playfully patted the grand wings of the eagle, exuding an infectious joy. Riding upon the mystical beast of flight, how exhilarating! With a resounding cheer, let us perform an intricate figure-8 maneuver, followed by a swift dive and an elegant ascent. In the mountains, with Chakra firmly anchoring his feet to the back of the falcon, he spread his arms wide, embracing the brisk wind that rushed towards him, as if the heavens and earth had turned upside down. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary sense of freedom. The vast expanse of land, the lush forests, the secluded villages, and the rivers meandering through the dense woods, all were vividly beautiful. After indulging in this exhilarating flight for over an hour, he relished the thrill of soaring through the skies. Upon traversing the realms of space via the Flying Thunder God technique, the illustrious Minato Namikaze found himself once again atop the Great Toad's back. Why not employ your own Flying Thunder God mark? He mused. Glancing at the kunai tethered to his waist, he helplessly raised a hand to massage his brow. While he felt genuine joy for his dear friend's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, the constant reliance on his own mark left him with an unsettling sensation, akin to stepping out in trousers only to discover one's own vulnerability exposed. No, he resolutely thought, the Flying Thunder God technique is a powerful secret, one I am not prepared to share with others. In the mountainous region, Shan Zhongjing firmly grasped the neck of Bo Feng Shuimin, displaying an unmistakable lack of trust towards the village's higher echelons. What will you concoct for this mission report? He queried. Let us propose that we have completed the intelligence gathering in the land of Tea and departed, leaving the subsequent matters ambiguous. As for the island of spirit communication, we shall report honestly. Suicide of the elite shinobi? He continued. The report will indeed state suicide. Privately, let us confer with the third Hokage and present the secret techniques of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan along with the legacy of Hozuki Mangetsu. After all, I am but a steadfast heir to the will of fire for the sake of Konoha. I must extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Lord Hokage. Bo Feng Shuimin, rarely exhibiting such emotions, rolled his eyes. He was not naive. It was evident that Shan Zhongjing was attempting to shift the blame onto the third Hokage. The secret techniques of the Hozuki clan, could an ordinary person truly master them? Whether it be the water transformation technique, the water iron cannon technique, or the great water arm technique, their complexities were daunting for anyone lacking the Hozuki bloodline. The same could be said for the legacy of Hozuki Mangetsu. It required not only exceptional water release talent, but also formidable genjutsu abilities, and the capability to transform the water transformation technique into an oil transformation. How many years had the Hozuki clan struggled since the passing of Hozuki Mangetsu? Had another genius like him ever emerged? For Konoha, this knowledge was as invaluable as the would-release scrolls of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama. Toss it aside? What if a talent capable of mastering it arises? Accept it? Apologies, I am but a fool. Submitting such a scroll, given the Hokage's temperament, would likely cause him much distress, yet he would probably accept it nonetheless. After all, it was once the legacy of the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. Enhancing the foundation of Konoha can hardly be deemed detrimental. However, once this scroll is accepted, if the Hozuki clan discovers that Shan Zhongjing possesses their secret techniques. Even if the Hokage suffers internally, he must take the forefront. And once this scroll is in the hands of the higher-ups, even those two elders in the council who enjoy shifting blame would find it difficult to accuse Shan Zhongjing of any wrongdoing. No need for thanks. It is our duty. In the mountains, the character Jiang showed no concern for the mockery of Bo Feng Shui men. Jiang, if only your actions could align with your words, he remarked. Little son, where did you acquire that sarcastic tone? Isn't it from you? Come now, Suan Naiko, you arbitrate this, he continued. Beside them, Suan Naiko covered her mouth. Watching the two engage in playful banter, giggling incessantly, the worries and unease she had harbored regarding settling in Konoha gradually dissipated alongside their merriment. 2 days later, within the office of the Hokage in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the mission reports submitted by Jiang and Bo Feng Shui men. His gaze shifted to the anxious face of Uzumaki Suan Naiko, standing beside Shui men, along with the 2 secret technique scrolls and 1 sealing scroll laid upon the table. He felt a throbbing at his temples, as if struggling to breathe. Bringing the Uzumaki clan members to the village was one thing, after all. The previous high-level meeting had already approved the resolution to integrate the Uzumaki clan. Even though this girl, Uzumaki Suan Naiko, had previously worked in a research facility in the mist, as long as she possessed the Uzumaki bloodline and harbored no ill will towards Konoha, the villagers would certainly welcome her with open arms. However, what were these remaining items? The great sword of Samahata? The secret techniques of the Hozuki clan? The inherited techniques of the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu? Were they truly unconcerned that the crazed people of the mist might come charging in at any moment? This mission was classified as top secret. The techniques of the Hozuki clan would be stored in the archives, categorized as extremely high risk for training. While the second Mizukage techniques would be added to the sealing book. They could select 2 techniques as rewards from either the archives or the sealing book. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbed his temples. At this critical juncture, with war on the brink of eruption, he truly did not wish to get embroiled in such troubles. Yet, the accumulation of ninjutsu was one of the vital foundations of a ninja village. Could he really blame his subordinates for bringing back a significant inheritance of techniques? If news of this spread, who would dare to undertake such actions in the future? Sighing heavily, he found himself at a loss. It was merely a somewhat perilous reconnaissance mission. How had it escalated into such a multitude of issues? Hokage-sama, I'll take this sword. As I promised Kushina, I would bring back local specialties. With a forced smile, the figure approached the desk. Seizing upon Kushina's opening, they directly retrieved the scroll containing the formidable blade, Samahata. Nearby, Minato's expression subtly shifted. Was Samahata a local specialty? Well, the specifics of its origin might be uncertain. Yet it certainly appeared to hold such a distinction. The Hidden Mist Village indeed placed considerable value on the 7 ninja swords. Thus, until a resolution was reached between mist and sand, it would be prudent to refrain from boasting. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided against confiscating Samahata. The spoils acquired by a ninja during missions inherently belonged to the individual, and seizing the trophies of subordinates was a delicate matter. Moreover, at this juncture, tensions between the Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand had already escalated. If it were merely a single ninja sword, there would be no advantage in provoking Konoha, whether for the greater good or out of animosity towards the sand. Nevertheless, it was wiser to wait until hostilities ensued before revealing such a prize. Very well. The landscape in the mountains seems to radiate a more sincere joy. Indeed, Sandai is a commendable person. Before returning to the village, he pondered that dealing with the matter of the great knife shark might require some effort. Little did he expect that Sandai, still in the prime of his life, would exhibit far greater resolve than he had imagined. Truly commendable. This old fellow is so earnest that he will certainly refrain from taking advantage of him in the future. Leaving the Hokage office building, Minato Namikaze and Hinata Uzumaki engaged in repeated discussions regarding their living arrangements. Minato wished for Hinata to move directly into his home. However, upon suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar environment, Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity and naturally preferred not to be separated from her partner. Yet, this was Konoha, the place where Minato had always lived. She couldn't help but worry that moving into Minato's home right away might create a negative impression. Would others perceive her as a frivolous girl? The perceptive Yamashiro Kage, of course, refrained from suggesting that she should live with Kushina at such a delicate moment. Firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not mentioned Kushina at all, clearly indicating a lingering distrust towards Hinata. He was reluctant to see this newcomer from the Uzumaki clan recklessly engage with the host of the Nine Tails. Secondly, his good friend had just recently embarked on a new romantic journey, eagerly galloping towards a future filled with happiness. As the matchmaker in this scenario, it would be quite detrimental for him to create any obstacles at this juncture. Minato, Hinata, the houseplants haven't been watered in quite some time. So I shall take my leave now. In the mountains, Shanjajin casually sought a reason to bid farewell to the two individuals, then turned and made his way toward the clan's territory. The streets of Konoha remained as lively as ever, bustling with pedestrians and vibrant activity. The air was thick with the aroma of street food. During his 10-day absence, there had been no discernible change. In contrast to the chaotic conditions of the outside world, where skirmishes and turmoil erupted in small towns and villages, Konoha stood as a sanctuary amidst the turmoil of the times. At least the majority of those on the streets wore expressions that were not marked by numbness or suffering, but rather illuminated by genuine smiles. Konoha is truly wonderful. A gentle female voice floated from a nearby distance. Her tone was soft, yet the simplicity of her words seemed to carry a myriad of sentiments: longing, reluctance, aspiration, determination, and resoluteness. The tone of this old fan-shaped figure compelled Shanjajin to turn and observe the girl who shared his view of the same streets. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years his junior, clad in a long black robe, her face adorned with round black-framed glasses, and her light golden hair mostly concealed beneath a white hood. A nun? Name, Yakushina no Oyu. Occupation, Konoha spy. Attributes, Wandering Miko, blue. Mastery of medical ninjutsu, green. Affinity, green. Visual impairment, gray. Yakushina no Oyu? In the heart of the mountains, the scenery momentarily captivated him as he began to fathom the intricate emotions that had just unfolded. As a professional spy meticulously trained by Konoha, the weight of psychological pressure endured while clandestinely residing in a foreign land is beyond the comprehension of the ordinary individual. After merely 10 days away, accompanied by dear friends, his return to Konoha evoked an indescribable sense of familiarity. This pales in comparison to the recurring infiltrations into hostile territories, where the duration of concealment remains uncertain and the time of return is shrouded in ambiguity for a professional spy. Yet, this title bears significance. The moniker of Wandering Shaman was originally earned by the skilled apothecary, Nanoyu, during her ventures beyond the village. Numerous factions are aware of this formidable spy, yet they have perpetually failed to capture her, resulting in her reputation growing ever more illustrious. Little did they realize, this title has now become her very identity. Furthermore, the array of espionage skill she possesses, ranging from infiltration, disguise, intelligence gathering, tracking, to counter-tracking, coupled with an innate ability to earn the trust of others through her amiable demeanor, truly marks her as a natural-born spy. How astute she is. The figure in the mountains cast a glance at the final gray entry before turning to continue towards the direction of the mountain clan. Poor eyesight, a detrimental effect, characterized by severe myopia and mild prosopagnosia. Fortunately, the blue entry, the capable witch, was of great assistance. Otherwise, possessing such glaring weaknesses as a spy could prove fatal in an instant. It seems that in the end, she was indeed ensnared by this very entry, wasn't she? In the serene landscape of the mountains, within the confines of the Memory Palace, one revisited the narrative of the original work. A look of consternation etched upon his face as he internally berated Danzo once more. This old rascal truly exhibits a lack of humanity. The esteemed medical nin, Yakushinan, had retired from her duties, yet he shamelessly coerced her into servitude once again by threatening her with a band of children. As if this duplicity were not enough, he further exploited Yakushinan to manipulate Yakushi Kabuto, turning him into a spy for the orphanage. The machinations did not cease there. In a bid to dominate Yakushinan, he resorted to altering photographs, compelling her to perceive others as Kabuto. As Kabuto matured, Danzo, suspecting that Yakushinan possessed too much knowledge, ensnared him with false intelligence, ultimately leading Kabuto to unwittingly take the life of Yakushinan himself. This, the first encounter with the scenery of the mountains, leaves me feeling that the term newborn lacks sufficient impact. Contemplate the plight of Shursui with his eyes gouged out, reflect on Pain, who bore Rice to Konoha, and then consider the later emergence of Orochimaru. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize an opportunity to eliminate Shimura Danzo. In the serene mountains, the protagonist contemplated deeply, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of the matter at hand. Although the enigmatic black entries had sparked a whirlwind of thoughts, it seemed improbable that Danzo would still possess the energy to cause chaos as he did in the original narrative. Yet, This menace could potentially ensnare his teammates at any moment. The sooner it was addressed, the better. Moreover, as the most formidable shadow of the era and the fifth Hokage, one of the key orchestrators influencing the original storyline, eliminating the adversary would surely trigger a significant response from the system, wouldn't it? The silhouette of Yamashita Kei gradually receded into the distance. Yakuya Nanoru, who had been gazing intently at the street scene, let out a subtle sigh of relief before turning her attention to the tall figure clad in a J-Nin vest. As a seasoned spy, she was always acutely aware of the gazes surrounding her. The moment she felt the scrutiny of Yamashita Kei, she sensed a shift. While feigning an ongoing fascination with the streets, she cautiously observed him from the corner of her eye. His unmasked pity and compassion perplexed her. Why? Could he have inferred her profession from her fleeting words? It seemed implausible. After all, it was merely a moment of reflection. Yakuya Nanoru meticulously recalled the visage of the young ninja, firmly convinced she had never encountered him before. A countenance so pristine and handsome could not easily be forgotten after a single glance. After pondering for an extended time, only two hypotheses remained in her mind. Either he had somehow uncovered her identity, or he possessed an extraordinary intellect and keen perception. Otherwise, a typical ninja would not respond in such a manner. I do not require sympathy or pity. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Yakuya Nanoru silently bolstered her resolve. With a lingering glance at the bustling and vibrant streets of Konoha, she took a deep breath, adjusted her demeanor, and prepared to embark on her next mission, where she would need to infiltrate and gather intelligence on another faction. At this moment, in the mountains, the scenery prompted him to glance back at the direction in which the apothecary Nanoyu had departed. Possessing one of the most acute senses in Konoha, how could he not perceive the fleeting tension that had gripped Nanoyu? In the analysis class, he had encountered numerous spies from other shinobi villages caught in the act. Such individuals are most fearful of having their identities unveiled. Even a casual conversation with a fellow villager could evoke a profound sense of unease within them. Observing Nanoyu's demeanor, it was evident she was preparing for yet another mission. During such times, he would naturally refrain from disturbing her mental state. May you return safely, wandering priestess. With that, he meandered back to the entrance of his clan's territory. As Shan Zhongjing gazed towards the direction of his residence, observing the wisps of smoke rising gently into the air, he caught sight of several elderly clan members who regarded him with mocking expressions. It was evident, even to the most casual observer, that Kushina was undoubtedly within his home. This recollection brought to mind the words of Minato Namikaze as he departed from Konoha, recounting his experiences during his time stationed at the temporary Jonin command post. The scenery within the mountains evokes a certain unease. Given Kushina's propensity to remain on standby for any occasion, it is implausible that the rumors have not reached her ears. Loans have transformed into wedding gifts. Deposit slips have become irrefutable evidence of their connection, and a single night spent together has solidified the notion of cohabitation. 3 days. And then they come. In the mountains, Yamashita Mitsuya, carrying a basket of vegetables, waved to Yamashita Mida, who had just returned from outside. Cousin, what is the matter? In his 6th year at the Ninja Academy, Yamashita Mida's eyes still held the innocent foolishness characteristic of youth. Upon seeing his cousin beckoning him, he hurried over. During my absence, did our clan leaders from the boar, deer, and butterfly clans face any trouble? Huh? Who would dare to strike our clan leader? Do you know where the temporary Hokage station is located since the previous one was destroyed? Yes, I know. Was it demolished? Huh. No, not at all. Please, continue to maintain that innocent gaze of yours, and do make your way home for dinner soon. The scenic beauty of the mountains generously revealed a handful of 200-tael banknotes, which were placed into the hands of Shan Zhongsan Tian. Hee, thank you, uncle. After 3 days in the mountains, Sanzhong, grinning broadly, tucked away the banknotes and merrily bounced his way home. It was astonishing how just a few minor issues could yield such a substantial sum of pocket money. Indeed, the clan uncle was truly the most magnanimous man in the family. In the serene mountains, a subtle inquiry led to the revelation of the desired answer. Instantly, a sense of calm enveloped her. Her heart no longer raced, her cheeks were devoid of color, her breath steady, and her stride was invigorated with newfound confidence. If we consider that Narasha Kaku, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choza, the initiators of the gossip, were not met with any repercussions, it would suggest that Kushina refrained from directing her ire towards them. Furthermore, the fact that the temporary Jonin command post remained intact implies that Kushina was already privy to these rumors. Alternatively, it could be posited that these rumors were disseminated with her tacit approval. Although the specifics of how Nara Shikaku and the others communicated with Kushina remain unclear, her acquiescence to such matters signifies a bold declaration on her part. She is earnest in her desire to be with him. After all, which young woman would willingly endure such unfounded rumors? Perhaps it is time for him to adopt a more proactive approach. If the young lady has gone to such lengths, he, as the male counterpart, must exhibit sufficient sincerity and commitment. After all, love is a reciprocal affair. It would be quite unbecoming for him to allow her to take the lead even in matters of confession. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing strolled home with his hands tucked into his pockets, humming a lively tune from a past life, his steps unperturbed by familial ties. A few elders seated at the entrance of the clan's territory exchanged puzzled glances. What has come over him? I do not know, but I saw him give that child from 3 days ago some money. He must have clarified matters. Has Lady Tsunade lost her intimidating presence? I previously believed he would flee upon hearing her name. After all, when Lord Jiraiya offended her, that punch, my mother coughs. My wife just called me to dinner, so I must take my leave. Yes, it is indeed noon. Time for lunch. Exactly. The clan members, once gathered at the entrance, dispersed like startled birds. Yet, before Shan Zhongjing could reach his doorstep, a myriad of chakra signatures enveloped his home, firmly establishing their sensory range. Shan Zhongjing furrowed his brow. Seriously, are you feeble old folks, missing limbs and all, truly this idle? Just because someone is in love, you feel compelled to gossip? Do you think that if the sensing barrier at my home is not activated, you can simply intrude upon my privacy? And this so-called concealed sensory technique of yours. A couple of signatures would be manageable, but with 8 converging, anyone could sense the prying eyes. He raised his middle finger high towards the sky. In the serene mountain landscape, a resolute decision formed within my heart. The breakfast establishment that had been meticulously planned must commence operations at the earliest opportunity. Are these elderly gentlemen not simply idle? Grinding tofu, preparing soy milk, steaming buns, crafting wontons, frying dough sticks, making pancakes, and pan-frying shrimp dumplings. There is no shortage of tasks awaiting your skilled hands. However, for now, it is essential to allow them a moment of respite. The magical little flying sticks have arrived. In the mountains, the landscape maintained a posture akin to a middle finger pointed skyward, forcefully channeling the mental energy generated by illusion into the myriad perception ninjutsu techniques. Oh, you little rascal. You are resorting to underhanded tactics. Ouch. My hemorrhoids. Bah. You scoundrel. I merely wish to observe you, and yet you employ such malevolent techniques. My dear partner, come quickly and take a look. You are not yet 50. Are you truly so careless? You. My dear partner, allow me to explain. The once tranquil mountain clan erupted into a cacophony of noise, particularly in the household of that uncle who was left utterly incapacitated by the magical flying stick. A veritable uproar ensued. In the mountains, Shang Zhong observed that all perceptual ninjutsu had vanished, nodding in satisfaction. Standing before his own doorstep, he took several deep breaths. After calming his emotions, he finally turned the handle and pushed open the door. I have returned. The sound of the mountain scenery carried an unusual tenderness, one that was seldom experienced. However, upon catching sight of the golden-haired woman, languidly seated in the living room behind the entrance, a bottle of sake in her hand, and a look of drunkenness upon her countenance, his smile abruptly froze upon his face. Damn, his toes had miscalculated. Huh. You little rascal. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Tsunade's grip on the sake bottle faltered momentarily. Her crimson lips parted, revealing an expression of excitement laced with cruelty, as she sprang from behind the coffee table like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Chakra coalesced upon her right fist, imbued with a ferocious gale, aimed directly at the face of Yamashita. Good heavens! Has she truly unleashed the strength of a mighty punch? In the mountainous landscape, Shanjunjing, endowed with the extraordinary reflexes bestowed by the crimson word entry of the zero frame, clearly perceived the dense chakra concentrated at the tip of Tsunade's fist. To say that such a blow could merely graze would be an understatement. Even the most seasoned Nin would find themselves incapacitated at the mere touch. With a strategic block to the angle leading into the house, the force of the punch surged directly towards the entrance. Was he attempting to avoid damaging the structure, preparing instead to launch her outside? Retaining a fraction of power beneath his feet, he maintained the readiness to evade, perhaps wary of her clan's secret techniques. Moreover, the hue of his forehead transitioned from a pale blue to an inky black, rhythmically releasing minute traces of chakra through a shadow seal. Was he countering her genjutsu? Ah. Dear sister, Are you aware of the saying that absence sharpens the eye? Water release, grand water arm technique. With a resounding clap, Shan Junjing's arms swelled with muscle. His entire being infused with overwhelming strength, advancing rather than retreating. He assumed a low stance, forcefully launching an attack to seize Tsunade's wrist with his right hand. Feeling the unassuming yet formidable power emanating from her seemingly frail arm, he pivoted, leveraging her strength to execute a suplex, casting Tsunade out through the threshold of his home. In the serene mountains, a sudden throw to the back sent a fleeting softness coursing through my spine, momentarily stiffening my form. Tsunade, truly, lives up to her reputation. To think that such a simple maneuver could evoke such an exaggerated reaction. I stepped forward, leaving the entrance behind. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing unconsciously shook his shoulders, dispelling the slight itch on his back. He sighed quietly, reflecting on the youthful vigor of his age. Such a trivial stimulus could set his mind adrift. The secret technique of the Kirigakure clan? Tsunade performed a graceful aerial flip, her legs gliding backward, her left palm planting on the ground. After her chest quivered thrice, she swiftly stabilized her form with a flawless disengagement maneuver. Observing the bulging muscles and the faint mist clinging to Shan Zhongjing, she instantly discerned that this was indeed the secret art of the Kirigakure clan. A brief excursion had yielded some rewards. Shall I give it a try? In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow, exuding a hint of provocation as she beckoned Tsunade with a flick of her finger. Hey, I might just break a few of your bones. Tsunade scoffed, a rare seriousness gracing her otherwise cold and beautiful features. With her chakra surging beneath her feet, she propelled herself upward like an arrow released from its bow. Just don't weep if you lose, my senior. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, Yamashita Kei swiftly evaded a punch aimed at him while simultaneously driving his knee into Tsunade's abdomen. Tsunade's punch missed its target, and with a sudden move, her left hand forcefully pressed down to counter the knee strike. Utilizing the momentum, she spun around and aimed a kick at Yamashita Kei's head. With the enhancement of the red attribute, which initiated at 0 frames, Yamashita Kei anticipated Tsunade's actions. As he crouched to evade, he swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling release chakra energy at an astonishing speed. Magical heaven and earth. At the moment of their clash, Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on Yamashita Kei. Almost instantaneously, she fell into an illusion. Her initially serious expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly transforming into excitement. The chakra released from her forehead seal, which interfered with the flow of chakra within her body to dispel the illusion, was voluntarily halted by her. Name: Tsunade. Profession: Konoha. Ninja attributes: Medical Sage, purple. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, purple. Overflowing energy, blue. Seal Mastery, blue. Meticulous craftsmanship, blue. Colossal Battle Chariot, blue. Timeless Beauty, blue. Noble Heritage, green. Hemophobia, gray. Reverse Gambling Saint, black. 2 purple, 5 blue, 1 green, 1 gray, 1 black. Sister, that's impressive. Even the little son only has 8 attributes, and you possess 10. Though the extra 2 are entirely negative attributes, who could dare to claim that this isn't remarkable? Shan Zhongjing gazed in awe at the plethora of entries compiled by Tsunade. One could not help but acknowledge that this sister's mastery in yang release and medical ninjutsu was indeed formidable. And then there was the concept of eternal youth. As long as one possessed an abundance of chakra, their visage would remain untouched by the passage of time, enhancing their grace, charm, and allure. At 80, one could still possess the beauty of 18, with an even more distinguished presence. If Kushina were to learn of such a phenomenon, she would surely go into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, you have lost. Pay up, pay up. Ha ha. Tsunade, enraptured by the illusion, stood barefoot in the courtyard, her hands on her hips, laughing heartily towards the sky. How impressive. Even with the Yin seal activated, Tsunade has fallen victim. Kushina peeked her head out from the entrance, her face alight with astonishment and admiration as she gave Shan Zhongjing a thumbs up. Previously, in her efforts to contend with Shan Zhongjing, Tsunade had not only sought out 2 esteemed jonin from the Yamanaka clan for practice to familiarize herself with their secret techniques, but had also devised a method to assist the Yin seal in dispelling the illusionary seals. This had caused her considerable anxiety for several days, tossing and turning through sleepless nights, fearing for Shan Zhongjing's well-being. And yet, this was the outcome? Well then. In the mountains, Kaori turned to face Kushina, who was tied with an apron and held a spatula in her hand. After a light cough, a gentle smile graced her lips as she spoke again. Kushina, I have returned. Welcome home. I have prepared dinner. As Kushina gazed into Kaori's sparkling eyes, her delicate features flushed a deep crimson, wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. How unfair. Why did Kaori suddenly look at her like that? Such dialogue could only belong to a married couple, right? A devoted wife welcoming her weary husband home after a long day. Overwhelmed by her wild imagination, Kushina transformed into a flustered maiden, unable to meet Kaori's gaze. She swiftly retrieved Kaori's slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance and dashed back into the kitchen. She patted her flushed cheeks, her eyes betraying her uncontainable joy. Hey, today, I, Kushina, shall embark on a sweet romance. Do you need help serving the dishes? The sounds of Shan's hongjing resonated from the kitchen door. No, don't. It will be ready shortly. Kushina splashed her face with cold water, forcing the redness from her cheeks. After taking several deep breaths and clenching her petite fists to bolster her spirits, she finally emerged from the kitchen, carrying a spread of dishes. Green pepper stir-fried with pork, twice-cooked pork, sautéed broccoli, crispy fried potato shreds, and Westlake beef soup. With each dish placed on the table, Shan's hongjing's expression softened further. In the world of Hokage, Chinese cuisine was, of course, non-existent. Kushina's mastery of these dishes was entirely due to a cookbook she had presented as a gift upon graduation. Little did she expect that merely through a single cookbook, she would cultivate such exquisite culinary skills, replete with color, aroma, and flavor. How remarkable it was that Kushina, who once confused salt with sugar, had transformed into such a proficient cook. In the serene mountains, Yamashita Kei graciously offers an abundance of emotional value. Of course, she exclaims. Many desire to savor the dishes I prepare, yet they find no opportunity. Kushina proudly lifts her small face, utterly defenseless against such flattery. During her earlier days at the Ninja Academy, she was utterly captivated by Yamashita Kei's bento, shamelessly indulging for several years. Who could have anticipated that upon graduation, Yamashita Kei's tasks would never cease? Unable to endure the home-cooked meals, she was compelled to delve into that vexing cookbook, which tortured her for quite some time with its ambiguous terms like a pinch, appropriate amount, ansem. For a novice in culinary arts, who could possibly know how much a pinch truly is, or what constitutes an appropriate amount? However, fortune favors the diligent. Under the constant scrutiny of her elder sister Tsunade, she experienced a moment of enlightenment, mastering the art of cooking. Now, even Makoto cannot stop praising her culinary creations. By the way, could you enlighten me as to who these many individuals are? In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjin raised an eyebrow, feigning an expression of utter heartbreak. Is Jiang Jun feeling jealous? Oh dear, I can't continue this act. Your previous expression was far too insincere. There's nothing I can do. The notorious blood-red chili has left me no chance to feel jealousy. That nickname is simply dreadful. You mustn't call me that. Yet, I find little chili to be rather endearing. Can blood-red chili and little chili be compared? Besides, I am already 19. Is it truly appropriate to be called cute? Who would dare claim you are not adorable? You should go over and give them a couple of punches. Shouldn't that be your task instead? I want to do anything without a reward. What reward do you desire? Can you guess? They finished their lunch amidst a cheerful atmosphere. Jiyoshinai was washing the dishes while Jiang Zhongjing sat at the table, resting his chin on his hand, observing her busy figure. This scene was not particularly romantic. Yet for the first time in over a decade, he felt a sense of home in this familiar yet strange world. Jiyoshinai? It's nothing. I just wanted to call your name. And what about you, Jing? Jiyoshinai. Jing. Jiyoshinai. Jing, ha ha ha. During that lunch hour, Jiyoshinai laughed uncontrollably, not knowing how many times she had giggled like a goose. She had no idea why such childish antics brought her so much joy. But hearing Jiang Zhongjing call her name filled her with happiness. After placing the clean dishes in the cupboard, Jiyoshinai dried her hands and hung her apron on a hook in the kitchen. When she turned around, Jiang Zhongjing was no longer at the table. Hearing the sound of rummaging from the study, Jiyoshinai curiously approached the door, observing the open drawers, the scattered bankbook, the casually discarded scrolls. Is Jiang Zhongjing still searching for something? She inquired. Is there something you can't find? Perhaps it is my heart? Huh? Oh, how cheesy. But you're right. I do enjoy hearing it. Ha. In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing set aside the clutter of items he had gathered over the years and couldn't help but chuckle. After his laughter subsided, he gazed at the young girl leaning against the doorway of the study, dressed in casual attire yet unable to conceal her exquisite beauty, and softly spoke. I initially sought something worthy of you to express my feelings and ask you to be my girlfriend. And then? Kushina was momentarily taken aback. But as she comprehended what was about to unfold, a mix of anxiety and anticipation washed over her. Though she had always felt an immense joy simply being with Jiang Jun, Like all girls, she yearned for a formal declaration of love to solidify their bond. Ultimately, I discovered that nothing could compare to you, so I entrust my happiness to you, Kushina. Will you be my girlfriend? Kushina nodded vigorously, her happiness palpable. Yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Previously, Nara Shikaku had informed her of Jiangjun's deep reverence and caution towards every relationship. This regard and caution rendered him somewhat distant initially, whether in familial, friendly, or romantic ties. Perhaps it stemmed from a fear of deception, a dread of loss, or a worry of being let down. Thus, when faced with someone like Jiangjong, you might retreat at your first step and feel lost at your second. However, as you took your third and fourth steps, he would cast aside all reservations and rush towards you. Brother Shikaku, I have succeeded. Jiangjun is racing towards me. In the heart of the mountains, Shanjiaojing embraced Kushinai, encircling her slender waist as they twirled together. Congratulations, Kushinai, on finding love. With a chuckle, she expressed her delight. Your laughter is truly enchanting. Hee, and congratulations to you as well on your newfound romance. Laughter echoed. Let us rejoice together. Quack, quack, quack. She teased. If you keep laughing like that, our home will soon resemble a zoo. How rude. I am certainly not a goose. Kushinai playfully tapped Shanjongjing's chest, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. Rising on her toes, she entwined her arms around his neck. The scenic beauty of the mountains is well known. Yet, what does such a posture signify? Without a moment's hesitation, she took a hearty bite. In the past, Kushina had often pondered why those infatuated couples in cinemas seemed never to have enough of each other's affection. Now, she seems to grasp it, if only a little. It is the most straightforward expression of fervent love, 1,000 declarations of a desire to remain together forever. 21. A total victory. Ha ha ha, give me the money. Those who have beaten me, hand it over. The exuberant voice of Tsunade echoed from outside the room. Awakening from her daze, Kushina belatedly realized that 2 buttons of her collar had been undone, and even her waistband had been loosened significantly. Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, is still outside. Should we wait until she leaves to continue? In the serene embrace of the mountains, Yamakami J warmly enveloped the flustered Kushina, who was hastily adjusting her attire. After playfully receiving a couple of light punches from her, he began to toy with her silky, fragrant hair, finally broaching a question he had long since forgotten. Kushina, how did Brother Rikuj and Brother Hachi manage to persuade you not to lose your temper upon hearing those rumors? Do I have such a terrible temper? She retorted with a playful huff. Why don't you ask Brother Hachi yourself? I shan't tell you. With a pout, Kushina recalled the events of the past and buried her face into Yamakami's chest. The rumors that had circulated did not require Brother Rikuj to persuade her in any way. It was her own awareness of Yamakami's transformation that stirred her feelings, and fearing the myriad obstacles that might arise, she sought the assistance of Brother Hachi, the leader of the Yamakami clan. Brother Hachi, in turn, took her directly to meet Brother Rikuj. Thus, the deluge of rumors and a series of corroborating evidences ensued. All right. You have the best temper, she laughed heartily. In the mountains, Kushina was not entangled in this matter. Feeling a bit shy, she decided to ask Yamashiro Kaichi instead. What a strange fellow, she muttered, tightening her embrace around the lover she had finally managed to pursue. By the way, how did Tsunade end up at our place? A few days prior, Tsunade had returned to the village and borrowed some money from her. Hiki, I just recited the words you taught me last time. And she insisted on waiting for you, so here we are. Should I thank her for bringing you here? By the way, have you packed your clothes and necessities? No. Not yet. Shall I accompany you back to pack now? Sure. Kushina's cheeks flushed once more. Although she was generally courageous, she was still a girl. And reaching this stage made her feel bashful. Both of them had a personality that prompted them to act on their words. After putting on their shoes, they stepped out of the room. Kushina glanced at Tsunade, who alternated between a fierce expression and a flushed face, excitement bubbling within her. Will there be any issues with Tsunade like this? There won't be. Although this illusion technique is classified as A rank. Tsunade quickly realized it was an illusion under the interference of the chakra leaking from the in seal. Really? How come? She initially sensed that forcibly breaking the illusion would impact her mind. Eventually, she simply chose not to awaken. After all, in a gambling city, for a hopeless gambler, it was a perfect trap. A gambling city? You mean Shortbook Street? Essentially the same. It's a scene I constructed using illusion techniques. The scenery of the mountains vaguely depicts the appearance of the bustling city. Although he had never visited the world's 4 major gambling cities in his previous life, he had watched films and played games reminiscent of them. In the Palace of Memories, those chaotic cinematic scenes, along with various games from different platforms, blackjack, baccarat, Russian roulette, horse racing, dodiju, mahjong, and fishing machines created a dazzling array of options that would bewilder anyone. It would indeed be peculiar if Tsunade could resist such temptations. Furthermore, within the realm of illusion, Tsunade was immune to the adverse effects of the gambling spirit's reverse influence. She would not be destined to lose without a victory. Nor would a win lead to calamity. For someone with her exceedingly poor luck as a gambler, even a scenario of losing more than winning felt like paradise. Illusion? Huh. Even if death awaited, she would savor every moment first. Kushina ultimately felt uneasy about leaving Tsunade, ensnared in an illusion, in the courtyard. With good intentions. She moved her back to the guest room, setting up a simple protective barrier before the two set out for the Senju ancestral home. As for breaking the illusion? Please. If they were to dispel it, how would they enjoy their world together? In the mountains, Kushina and Shanku walked hand in hand towards the Senju ancestral home. Despite the villagers' distant glances, filled with disdain and trepidation, Kushina no longer paid them any heed. Granny Mito had once said that when her heart was brimming with love, she would no longer feel lonely or afraid due to her identity as a Jinchuriki. Granny Mito, look at me now. I am neither lonely nor afraid, murmured Uzumaki Kushina softly before the Senju residence. In an instant, a radiant smile graced her face as she eagerly pulled Shanku into the old house. By the way, Kushina, during our mission, Minato and I brought back a member of your clan, a girl about your age. As they helped Kushina tidy up her belongings, Kage spoke of their recent mission. Oh, is it true? What is her name? Having just arrived in Konoha, she must be feeling quite out of place. Should I go keep her company? Does she have a place to stay? She must have endured many hardships outside. Kage, don't worry. Kage reassured gently. I'll explain everything to you slowly. Her name is Uzumaki Onoka, and she was previously in the heart of the mountains. Yamaguchi gently patted Kushina's little head. Under her sparkling gaze, he began to recount the tale of Uzumaki Onoka. In truth, when compared to the trials faced by Uzumaki Kushina in her youth, Onoka's early life could be deemed fortunate. When the land of the whirlpools fell, she managed to escape safely under the protection of her parents. Although she faced numerous hardships along the way, it wasn't long before she settled in the land of the sea. With both parents being ninjas, even their humble life as hunters allowed them to live relatively well. By a twist of fate, Onoka's parents became involved with an underground exchange and unwittingly found themselves on the island of summoning, assisting researchers in containing some uncontrollable summoned beasts. After her parents succumbed to hidden injuries from their early ninja careers and passed away 3 years ago, Onoka took up their mantle, continuing to aid the research on the island until the arrival of Yamaguchi and Minato revealed to her that the island was, in fact, supported by the hidden mist. Thanks to Minato's intervention, the survivors from the research facility were brought to Konoha. With nowhere else to go, she naturally followed them here. Ah, that little boy is certainly no good, using the classic hero to the rescue ploy to deceive an unsuspecting girl. He even took her straight home. Kushina wore an expression of disdain, yet her worries were considerably alleviated. Due to the strong bond between Yamaguchi and Minato, she was also quite familiar with him. Despite her lingering impression of him being somewhat effeminate, she recognized that Minato was a remarkably dependable ally when it came to his friends. With him looking after Onoka, she was confident that the girl would not feel as lost and anxious as she had upon her arrival in Konoha. Haha, indeed. That little boy is far from a good person. In the midst of the mountains, Shanjianjing offered his support to Kushina without a trace of psychological burden. Previously, on their way back, he had not refrained from expressing his grievances about Minato, urging that fellow to exercise some restraint in his displays of affection. Yet, that individual seemed impervious to such counsel. One moment he was agreeing earnestly, and the next, he was reclining on her lap. Even during meals, it was a matter of feeding each other, and while traversing, it was either leaning on one another or embracing closely. Can one truly be deemed a good person under such circumstances? And you are no saint either. Kushina playfully made a face, bestowing upon Shanjianjing the same dubious label. Do not assume she was oblivious. Among the cohort of Konoha ninjas, this individual possessed the most deplorable character. Despite his sunlit and handsome appearance, his penchant for mischief was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Those self-created and adapted illusions. What with the likes of here comes the little flying stick. Here's AT for you. Third brother's ecstatic moment, Zwan's caring mother, Northern Myanmar, and Shining Curse experience card, with such names. To claim he is a good person requires a certain level of credulity. Has he finally voiced what was in his heart? In the mountains. Koyuki gently pinched the tip of Kushina's nose. Observing the girl's charming smile, he felt an irresistible urge. Come on, let us hurry up. Otherwise, if we return too late, Tsunade might very well tear the house apart. Faced with such a ravenous gaze, Kushina immediately wilted. TCH, weren't you once so brave? I could be brave before, but now I hardly have any courage left. You still seem rather proud, don't you? MHM. After a flurry of activity, Kushina managed to gather 8 large boxes of belongings. This was merely her personal items. She hadn't touched a single thing from the Senju ancestral home. Otherwise, 8 boxes would hardly suffice, perhaps even 80 would not be adequate. It seemed she would have to resort to the shadow clone technique. As Kushina dusted off her hands and was about to form the seals, Koyuki pressed down on her palm. Let me show you something amusing. In the mountains. Yamashita Kei raised Kushina's right hand and, after a brief moment of contemplation, placed his palm against her wrist. The chakra intertwined with the power of space. In the blink of an eye, a mark resembling a ping-pong ball in size, adorned with 2 arrowheads rotating clockwise within a circular ring, materialized on her wrist. What kind of sealing technique is this? It seems somewhat akin to maintaining the stability of a certain power. With her large eyes blinking in curiosity, Kushina studied the mark on her wrist. The Flying Thunder God mark, in essence, is a technique that utilizes chakra to invoke spatial power, leaving behind a spatial coordinate. Through a special sealing technique, this coordinate is preserved. Although Kushina was unfamiliar with Yamashita Kei's Flying Thunder God mark, she instinctively articulated its essence. Wait. This also needs to be locked. In the mountainous scenery, Shangjung swiftly formed hand seals, gently placing his palms upon Kushina's right wrist. A diminutive promptly manifested at the center of the Flying Thunder God mark, while an intricate array of sealing runes encircled the outer ring of the mark. A locking seal? Why specifically inscribe your name, as if you fear others might not recognize me as your girlfriend? Kushina's ears slightly flushed, her words tinged with playful reproach. Yet her tone brimmed with joy. This desire to announce their union to the world. Indeed, she found it delightful. This is my exclusive Flying Thunder God mark. In the mountains, the sight of Jiu Xian Nai's playful pout left Shan Zhongjing utterly defenseless. He gently tapped her forehead and smiled as he offered an explanation. The binding seal is a mid-level sealing technique that seamlessly integrates into various sealing arts, forming composite seals. A sealing technique that incorporates the binding seal can only be unraveled through brute force chakra unless the practitioner themselves is able to utilize their own chakra to touch another layer of the seal that exists within. This implies that even if both feng shui men can sense the Flying Thunder God mark left by Shan Zhongjing, he cannot utilize this mark to teleport due to the external lock and the mismatch of chakra. You truly are formidable, she remarked. Rest assured. Tomorrow when I visit the Jonin standby station, I will inform them that this is your exclusive Flying Thunder God mark. Indeed, Lord Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Yes. So, even if we are separated by a great distance, you can instantly appear by my side? Absolutely. Ah, Jing, you are truly amazing, Jiu Xian Nai exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Shan Zhongjing's neck, lavishly showering him with praise. The boxes of items she had prepared were swiftly transported back under Shan Zhongjing's Flying Thunder God technique. Once the protective barrier of the Senju ancestral home was reactivated, the two of them, hand in hand, made their way toward the bustling commercial street, just as they had arrived. As they wandered through the picturesque mountains, one shared the previously conceived plan for a breakfast establishment with Kushina. Unsurprisingly, she received enthusiastic support from her companion. Moreover, she mentioned that several tenants in the more than 10 shops bequeathed to her by Grandma Mito were contemplating not renewing their leases due to the recent instability in the ninja world, which presented a perfect opportunity to establish the breakfast shop. The picturesque scenery of the mountains would certainly not diminish Kushina's goodwill. Ultimately, when collaborating with family to establish a shop, a profit-sharing arrangement is typically devised in advance. It would suffice to allocate a bit more to Kushina when the time comes. However, in order to prevent any dishes from being ill-suited to the local palate in the world of Naruto, it is imperative to have someone sample the offerings beforehand. We will be hosting friends at our home the day after tomorrow to try out the restaurant's dishes. Do you have anyone in mind that you wish to invite? After careful consideration, Yamashita decided to set the date for the day after tomorrow. Although his mental repository contained numerous breakfast recipes, most were gleaned from various social media platforms, and he had little practical experience in executing them. Preparing and sourcing ingredients, coupled with experimentation and adjustments during the cooking process, would take at least a day. Furthermore, he needed to visit the archives tomorrow morning to select 2 jutsu promised by the 3rd-generation elder, if he wanted to avoid feeling rushed. The only feasible option was to schedule it for the day after tomorrow. Surely, you'll invite Brother Hachi and the others, right? Jasmine, Gino, and Chiaoen should also attend. Yes? Are you inviting Minato? I'm rather eager to meet Suenokawa. Hiki, I was also thinking of inviting Mikoto, but I worry that everyone will be paired off. And she might feel left out. With Tsunade, the single woman of a certain age, around, what is there to fear? Indeed. Tsunade will certainly shine. You actually called Tsunade a member of the Paw Patrol? Do single individuals have no rights? That is not the case. Kushina playfully nudged Yamashita a couple of times. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Back in ninja school, she had listened to Yamashita recount tales of Tsunade as heroic deeds, often daydreaming about raising a ninja dog. Her previous comment had merely slipped out. She had no intention of mocking Tsunade. Oh, by the way, should we invite your 3 disciples? They've been missing you quite a bit. Damn, how did I forget such useful free labor? You only think of them for work. Despite how obedient and well-behaved they are, isn't it only natural for a disciple to be diligent, especially after a life of virtuous deeds? In the mountains. Shangjong was pleased as he raised an eyebrow. Although he was striking an electronic wooden fish, did that hinder his disciples from being little angels? In contrast to figures like Orochimaru, Obito, and Nagato, who excelled in the traditional shinobi art of killing their masters, his disciples were undoubtedly here to express their gratitude. It was truly remiss of him to have forgotten the trio earlier. From now on, whenever it came to enhancing the bond between master and disciples, he would certainly think of them at the very first opportunity. The trio? Kushina was utterly amused by Shangjong expression, unable to contain her laughter. In the mountains, Jing had begun to contemplate the forthcoming arrangements. After all, the day after tomorrow, he would host a considerable number of guests, including the formidable appetite of Akimichi Choji and his wife. A gathering of eager individuals arriving to savor culinary delights surely could not leave them returning home on empty stomachs. His mind was awash with an overwhelming variety of breakfast options, even if he were to select only a few to prepare. The task would undoubtedly overwhelm both him and Kushina. It would be impractical to resort to shadow clones or the art of puppet manipulation just to manage meal preparation. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Thus, Might Guy, with his robust strength and endurance, would surely excel at kneading dough. Not to mention, Nara Shikamaru was adept with ninja tools, and one could assume his skills with a kitchen knife and rolling pin would be equally impressive. As for Yuhi Kurenai, her nimble fingers would surely make her a master at crafting dumplings. As dusk settled upon the commercial street, numerous shops had begun to prepare for closing. In the mountains, Yamanaka Sakura brought Kushina directly to the Sanmien. This establishment was created during his 4th year at the Ninja Academy, when he collaborated with Yamanaka Kaichi, Akimichi Choza, and Nara Shikaku. In the mountains, Yamaguchi Hachi secured a rental shop, while the Kudo Tadao, leveraging familial connections, was responsible for supplying various ingredients. Nara Shikahiza took charge of procuring the rare spices and premium venison, which were exceedingly scarce in the ninja world. Together, the 3 of them shared 60% of the profits, while Yamaguchi Kei provided the recipes and managed the operations, claiming the remaining 40%. In the initial years following his graduation from the Ninja Academy, Yamaguchi Kei was preoccupied with missions and thus entrusted the management to his senior, Yoshinoi, who was a year his elder. Many years have since passed. Yoshinoi, could you kindly prepare a few items and deliver them to my house by tomorrow noon? As Shanjun lifted the curtain of Sanwei residence, he beheld Nara Yoshino at the cash register, adorned in a resplendent crimson cheapao, her makeup exquisitely applied. He promptly handed over the meticulously prepared list. Perhaps it was due to the absence of her child, Shikamaru, or perhaps a result of her years of professional experience. Though Nara Yoshino remained married to Shikaku, her attire and appearance had transformed from the depiction of a dutiful housewife in the original narrative to a more polished and competent version of herself. High gluten flour, sweet potato flour, rice flour, yeast. Nara Yoshino glanced over the list and nodded slightly. Then I shall trouble you, Yoshino. We shall take our leave now. Go on, enjoy your date with Kushina, and do not disturb my business, she replied with an air of impatience, waving her hand dismissively. As Shanjun pulled the curious Kushina outside, she looked back at the list in contemplation. Why are you rushing, Jing? Kushina queried, her large eyes wide with confusion as they jogged a short distance. Not only does Shikaku dislike trouble, but I do as well. Ah? Yoshino is quite perceptive, you know. Just from that list, she can infer a great deal, Shanjin remarked. What trouble could arise from it? Kushina asked, her expression adorably perplexed. Yoshino has long expressed her desire to expand her business. If she were to learn about the breakfast shop, what do you think her reaction would be? Perhaps she would be disinterested in managing it? Correct. Then what trouble could there be? Such matters must be addressed by her convincing Shikaku. I have no desire to endure his complaints. That fellow would never dare to argue with Yoshino. In the mountains. Jing let out a sigh and spoke of the circumstances surrounding Lu Jiao and Jinao. Since their marriage last year, Lu Jiao has not hesitated to criticize the prosperous Sanwei residents. Despite being the matriarch of the Nara clan, Nara Jinao has inexplicably refused to assist him in managing the clan's herbal and aquaculture industries. Instead, she devotes her days to the Sanwei residents, insisting that this is her true calling. What can Yamashita do about the situation? He merely wishes to enrich his little treasury. What fault is there in that? At this moment, if a breakfast shop were to open, Nara Yoshino would continue to manage it. Just imagine how grim Nara Kakua's expression would be. Is it true that Brother Kaku holds such a low place within the family? Kushina's words left Yamashita at a loss. Could he assert that Nara Kakua's familial standing had diminished even further under his influence? One could only say that Nara Yoshino is indeed a formidable woman, adept at managing 2 generations of Konoha strategists with such finesse. How terrifying. Rest assured, I shall never treat you that way in the future. Kushina tightened her grip on Yamashita's hand slightly. Her delicate features were filled with anticipation and yearning for a beautiful future. As the gentle evening breeze caressed them, the girl's vibrant red hair danced in the wind, and her radiant smile made Yamashita momentarily lose his focus. Though this world is far from perfect, there are always remarkable individuals who illuminate the dreary landscape with their warm and brilliant light. In the mountain scenery, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips as he tightened his grip on Kushina's left hand. Accompanied by the setting sun, they walked side by side towards home, though from an angle unseen by Kushina. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Yamashita Kei furrowed his brow slightly. He was unequivocally certain of his feelings for Kushina Izumaki, and equally convinced that she reciprocated his affections. Yet, he pondered, why had the system not yet indicated a change in Kushina's fate? Name: Uzumaki Kushina. Occupation: Konoha ninja. Attributes: Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, red, overwhelming power, purple, in the name of love, purple, mastery of seals, blue, talented and beautiful, blue. Initially, Kushina possessed a remarkable array of 7 attributes: 1 red, 3 purple, 1 green, and 1 gray, though now reduced to 5. The attributes that had vanished, if Keisuke's memory served him correctly, were the blue attribute of indomitable spirit, the green attribute of eruption, and the gray attribute of solitary existence. The sudden emergence of a second purple attribute proved to be far more potent than those 3 that had disappeared. Moreover, the negative implications of the gray attribute, solitary existence, were no longer present. In the name of love, purple, a torrent of fervent affection that drowns all loneliness and uncertainty, significantly enhancing mental strength and willpower. When protecting a beloved person or object, all abilities are greatly amplified. The detailed explanation of this attribute elucidated everything, in comparison to Minato and Anoka's relationship, which resulted in Anoka acquiring the green attribute of mutual endeavor. In the name of love, overwhelmingly eclipsed it. The very definition of when protecting a beloved person or object, all abilities are greatly amplified seemed extraordinarily formidable in Keisuke's eyes. Protecting a cherished individual or object is not solely manifested in combat. As long as the motivation is rooted in safeguarding one's beloved, whether it be through enhancing one's strength or acquiring new knowledge and skills, one would experience a tremendous boost. This effect was nothing short of an epic enhancement for Kushina. However, despite this, the system still failed to indicate a change in Kushina's fate. The only remaining explanation pointed to the 9 tails. During the Warring States period, tailed beasts were regarded as moving calamities. The 9 tails, being the most formidable among the 9 beasts, possessed a chakra capacity that was both vast and terrifyingly destructive, even when later forcibly divided into 2 halves by Minato Namikaze. Naruto was able to thrive in the 4th Shinobi World War with just half of the young 9 tails. The existence of the complete 9 tails warranted a red attribute, and this was no exaggeration. Moreover, as one of the crucial pieces of the 10 tails, neither Uchiha Madara nor the subtly scheming Otsutsuki Kinshiki could afford to overlook it. Coupled with the fact that Kushina was a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, she inherently possessed the qualifications to become the perfect Jinchuriki. In recent years, influenced by the enchanting scenery of the mountains, considerable emphasis has been placed on the cultivation of sealing techniques. Even though reconciliation with the Nine Tails has not been achieved, a substantial amount of chakra has been forcibly extracted from the entity. Becoming the perfect Jinchuriki is merely a matter of time. As long as Uchiha Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki are not foolish, there is a high probability they will eliminate this potential threat before Kushina can fully mature. After all, should Kushina reach the heights of Uzumaki Mido, even Uchiha Obito would find himself in a predicament. The release of the tailed beast sealing technique and the summoning contract are at hand. In the mountainous landscape, the eyes of Yamashiro Jing narrowed slightly as memories of Obito's methods from the original work surfaced. By conventional reasoning, Uchiha Madara, now well into his twilight years, would likely refrain from making an appearance in pursuit of the Moon Eye plan. Thus, selecting and nurturing a worthy successor within the Uchiha clan has become Madara's paramount concern. However, even a successor as formidable as Obito would be incomparable in strength to Madara. Even if brainwashed by Madara, the capability to confront Konoha directly would remain unattainable. The approach to action would inevitably hinge upon seizing the opportunity during the Jinchuriki's childbirth, exploiting the moment of weakened seals to launch a surprise attack with the release of tailed beast seals, forcibly summoning the Nine Tails. Kushina, how fares the Nine Tails? Quite well, it seems. Aside from incessantly berating everyone it knows, cursing the toads, and scolding other tailed beasts, it spends the remainder of its time either sleeping or sensing the outside world. Upon hearing Yamashiro Jing's words, Kushina turned her head in confusion. Where did it learn such foul language? Well, when it perceives the external world, it inevitably hears certain things. Over time, it became a habit. It scolds me, and I retaliate in kind, and thus it has evolved into this. 6. In the mountains, Jing pursed her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. When Kushina first became the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails was overwhelmed with resentment, causing chaos incessantly. At that time, Kushina lacked her current strength. Even with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, she was unable to contain the fully manifested Nine Tails, resulting in a highly unstable situation. Consequently, Hiruzen Sarutobi and other high-ranking officials of Konoha confined her within a protective barrier for the safety of the village. As a close friend of Kushina, Kagaya once visited her, and, utilizing the formidable mental fortitude bestowed by the red-titled traveler, entered the sealed space to encounter the Nine Tails. After expending considerable effort, he managed to persuade the beast to remain docile within its confines for the time being. Consequently, Kushina was able to escape her life akin to that of a caged bird. It was initially believed that over time, the relationship between the Nine Tails and Kushina would undoubtedly evolve to be far more harmonious than depicted in the original narrative. To his dismay, however, they ended up bickering. Oh, Kushina, you truly have a way of enlightening your elder brother with your sharp tongue. The very thought of the originally fearsome Nine Tails, with its menacing fangs and savage visage, now spewing incoherent rants made him question the state of the world itself. Ahem, Kage, being an acquaintance of this troublesome fox, felt compelled to awkwardly clear his throat and offer a timid reminder. But why would it berate me? Perhaps it simply wishes to bestow equal attention upon all those it knows? What the? After a prolonged moment of contemplation amidst the mountain scenery, he finally uttered a single word. Observing the awkward smile on Kyubi's face, he let out a resigned sigh. This girl certainly possesses the uncanny ability to deliver a small yet profound shock to the spirit each time. In the midst of their banter, he nearly forgot the reason behind his inquiry about the Nine Tails. Once he returned home, he intended to delve into the sealing space to check on the Nine Tails. Let us hasten our pace. I wish to accompany you to witness it face adversity again. I have not prepared any retorts. Within the dimly lit sealing space, akin to an underground cavern, stood a sealing formation resembling an ancient altar at the heart of the area. 8 colossal stone pillars loomed around the altar. From these pillars extended thick adamant chains, each over a meter in diameter, binding the nine-tailed fox that lay prostrate at the center of the altar. A dark sealing pillar, as wide as half the width of its body, pierced through the center of the nine-tail's back. 8 chains firmly secured it, entirely eliminating any possibility of escape. The nine-tails seemed to have long acclimated to this environment, its forepaws crossed in front, with its head resting upon them, emitting a steady rhythm of breath from its beastly maw. Behind it, nine-tails languidly draped upon the ground, each slight movement resonating with a sound akin to a piercing wind. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed from the distant corridor of the sealing space. The nine-tail's ears twitched slightly, and amidst the clinking and scraping of chains, it gradually lifted its body from the ground. Its pair of crimson-slit pupils silently radiated a chilling malevolence. "Ah, QB, your living conditions have improved significantly." The playful banter echoed through the mountains. He recalled his initial visit to the sealed space of Kushina, where the nine-tails was ensnared within a colossal sphere fashioned from sealing techniques, resembling the 6 paths of Earth explosion stars. Its forepaws, hind limbs, torso, and 9 tails were all pierced by sealing pillars. Chains extended from these pillars, tightly binding every part of its body. Not to mention lying down to sleep as it had just done, even the slightest movement was exceedingly arduous. It appeared that despite their quarrels, Kushina and the nine-tails had indeed improved their relationship significantly. Otherwise, the nine-tails would likely still be engaged in some form of bondage play atop that sealing sphere. "Oh, has the little imp from the Yamazaki clan come to be scolded?" Upon hearing Yamazaki's voice, the nine-tails let out a soft chuckle. Its crimson-slitted eyes, momentarily losing their previous icy malice, blinked lazily as it yawned and shifted into a more comfortable position, resuming its repose upon the sealing altar. "Quite confident, aren't we?" With a light chuckle, the figure in the mountains continued unwavering in his stride. As he drew closer to the altar, the sealing space ignited with flickering flames, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This brilliance revealed the immense figure of the nine-tailed fox, its fiery orange-red fur akin to a towering mountain. Name, Karama occupation, prisoner attributes, 9-mont red, nine-tailed fox, purple, key of chakra, purple, malicious perception, purple, hunting instinct, blue, fearlessness, blue, 9 horns, white, resentment, gray, a prisoner. Poor little nine-tailed fox. In the serene mountains, Jing's mind wandered as he gazed upon the entries concerning the nine tails. With keen interest, he delved into the descriptions of each entry. The 9-ma, the fundamental force of the most formidable chakra life form, provides an immense reservoir of chakra and possesses the ability to generate chakra indefinitely, allowing for swift resurrection even after death. The nine-tailed fox, a unique entry born from human fear, can absorb vast amounts of negative emotions to amplify its intimidation and manipulate the hearts of men, evoking their darker inclinations. The key of chakra embodies the connection between individuals and the resonance of their hearts, functioning essentially as a universal adapter. Akin to a power bank utilized in the Fourth War, malicious perception distinguishes between good and evil, sensing thoughts and emotions, representing a distinct power apart from the chakra system. The hunting instinct enhances combat prowess, while fearlessness bolsters the courage and tenacity required for battling in adversity. 9 horns. 9 llama. 9 horns. What on earth is this nonsense? In the depths of the forest, Yamashita's gaze suddenly darted, as if he had glimpsed something unsightly. He opened his mouth to curse, pondering whether a single curse could surpass the strength of a multitude. To his astonishment, there existed a peculiar phenomenon that augmented the volume, proficiency, and vocabulary of insults while diminishing one's personal image. It was no wonder that Kushina lamented her inability to outwit the nine tails, endowed with such enhancements. Who among the denizens of the shinobi world could withstand its ferocity? Damn, what a disillusionment. So this is the true nature of the nine tails. Kid, speak if you have something to say, otherwise scram, and do not disturb my rest. The nine tails cast a sidelong glance at Yamashita, who remained silent, issuing a harsh warning. Its fierce gaze, coupled with saliva-dripping fangs, would likely send any ordinary person fleeing in terror at such a menacing visage. Yet, Yamashita found himself unperturbed, his expression a complex tapestry of disbelief. The nine tails had truly transformed into a blaring horn. Its voice had grown considerably louder than before. "You foul fox. If you continue to bark, I shall strike you." At that moment, Kushina emerged from the confines of the sealing space, shaking her small fists and threatening the nine tails in return. "Stop drinking so much. Eat your vegetables. Do you think you're an old widow?" The nine tails curled its lip in disdain, its fox-like face vividly illustrating mockery and contempt. Kushina's cheeks flushed with indignation, the golden sealing chains forged by her behind coiling with latent energy, poised for action. Normally, she would have retaliated immediately if alone, but with her boyfriend present, could she afford to lose face? Calm down. I shall help you deal with him." Upon realizing the identity of the elderly widow, Yamashita's expression softened as he endeavored to soothe the upset little face of his girlfriend, who blushed like a ripe tomato. The significance of the nine tails in Kushina's heart was unmistakable to him. The mere mention of the elderly widow stirred an emotional response in Kushina. However, for someone like Yamashita, seasoned by numerous battles and adept at navigating most forums and discussion boards unscathed, the Ninetales assault was rather pedestrian. It was merely a white text, lacking the intensity of the countless online warriors from his previous life who had fervently expressed their thoughts with fiery eloquence. Little brat, it's been years. You've grown quite audacious. How do you plan to deal with me? Will you scratch my back or massage my legs? The Ninetales drooped its eyelids, showing no regard for Yamashita's attempts to comfort Kushina. Deal with it. Did it truly believe that everyone was as formidable as Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha? An absurd notion. In the heart of the mountains, the scene unfolds as Shanjunjing claps his hands, invoking the art of illusion. Within the memory palace, a multitude of past insults from the internet intertwine with various idioms and witty rhymes, all seamlessly integrated into his illusion, centered around the concept of mother, with relatives as the radius, aided by father, and with ancestors as the ultimate goal. In a mere instant, the expression of the Ninetales freezes in astonishment, beginning a rapid transformation of emotions: shock, confusion, disbelief. Flushed cheeks, seething anger, eyes wide with fury, and a boiling intent to kill. A thunderous roar erupts from the Ninetales, its body rising from the center of the altar. With an immense reservoir of chakra, it forcefully breaks through Shanjunjing's self-crafted C-rank illusion. Fueled by rage, it strains against the ceiling altar, tugging at the ceiling stakes embedded in its abdomen and the chains that bind it. Ultimately, the magical technique known as Mother of the Zwan clan is merely a product of Shanjunjing's preliminary explorations during his time at the Ninja Academy. It simply borrows elements from the D-rank technique illusion of the Abyss to evoke the enemy's inner fears and the D-rank technique of the Mirage to create multiple illusory foes. These myriad phantoms deliver a heartfelt greeting to the tender spots of the adversary's psyche. Such a crude C-rank illusion can affect a being of the Ninetales caliber, largely thanks to Shanjunjing's extraordinary mental prowess and masterful skills in shadow manipulation, to truly control or subdue a creature of the Ninetale stature. Even with Shanjunjing's formidable mental strength, one would need to employ a powerful, sustained S-rank illusion. Uchiha Madara. The ferocious roar of the Ninetales reverberates within the ceiling space. Completely unhinged, it rampages and vents its fury upon the ceiling altar. The chains of confinement clank violently, and the chakra, infused with endless negative emotions, spreads, painting the entire ceiling space in a crimson hue. In the mountains, this wretched little imp has audaciously conjured an illusion, manifesting dozens of Uchiha Abido. These manifestations of Abido, embodying an aloofness and arrogance akin to the original, do not unleash reckless roars of slander, nor do they engage in hysterical curses of resentment. With a detached tone and a condescending gaze, they seem to casually lecture mere ants out of sheer amusement. Although devoid of vulgarity, each utterance is laced with such venom that it ignites an insatiable desire within the Ninetales to rend the foe into oblivion. This illusion evokes memories of the past, when it was at the mercy of Uchiha Abido. Even after breaking free from the illusion, its hatred for Abido far surpasses any disdain it harbors for the little imp. You ought to express gratitude to Uchiha Abido. The Ninetales growls, its sharp teeth grinding ominously. A suffocating aura of murderous intent, hatred, and loathing envelopes the little imp, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart and devoured. I share this sentiment. In the mountains, Shanjunjing smiled broadly, utterly unaffected by the swirling emotions around him. He even had the fortitude to shield Kushina. Under the augmentation brought forth by the red text of the traveler, his mental prowess soared beyond that of ordinary beings. Were he to be enveloped by such profound murderous intent and malevolence in reality, his body might have exhibited some stress responses. However, only the spiritual form could enter the sealed space, rendering the negative emotions unleashed by the Ninetales utterly meaningless. With a dismissive snort, the Ninetales fixed its gaze upon Shanjunjing for a prolonged moment before emitting a derisive chuckle. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust and savagery gradually subsided. Although Shanjunjing had merely employed a rudimentary illusion, the intensity of his mental energy instilled a sense of oppression not dissimilar to that of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Having existed for nearly a millennium, few could evoke such a feeling of pressure in it. Should it recklessly unleash its fury in its currently sealed state? Who could possibly predict if this little brat might transform into a second Uchiha Madara? Curse little brat! How could one devoid of the Sharingan wield such formidable mental strength and master the art of in release to this extent? Damn it, 6 paths old man. You better explain yourself. The Ninetales raged internally, feeling both powerless to retaliate and futile in its curses. What could it do? Jing! Kushina exclaimed, gripping Shan Zhongjing's arm, her large eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. After so many years with the Ninetales, she could easily discern that this arrogant and unreasonable fox had, surprisingly, backed down. Ahem. I believe there is no need for further escalation. In the mountains, Jing let out a dry cough, struggling to envision the exquisite beauty of Kushina's words. Beneath the fluttering wings of a butterfly, the Ninetales lay in ruins, leaving him with a profound sense of disillusionment. What if this led to the corruption of Kushina? Would that not be an utter transgression? Moreover, when they eventually reach the stage of an old married couple, one cannot be certain that this boomerang might not return. Teaching her to curse? Not a chance. Jing, could you impart some wisdom to me? Can you bear to see me insulted by that wretched fox every day? Kushina shook Jing's arm, exclaiming with a dramatic flair. In the brief pauses of their conversation, she stealthily inscribed the character scare in the palm of his hand. Very well. Shall I first elucidate her family lineage for you? In the mountain, the scene unfolded as a seemingly perplexed Shanjun Jing acquiesced. He was not foolish. Upon noticing Kushina inscribing words in his palm, he quickly realized that the girl merely intended to intimidate the Ninetales, urging it to exercise restraint and refrain from its incessant loose tongue. Yes, indeed. Kushina nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Understanding one's lineage is indeed advantageous. Even if it is not utilized, it can serve as a means of intimidation in the future. Shanjun Jing, if you dare to teach her, do not delude yourself into thinking that I can coexist peacefully with her. The Ninetales bristled, its crimson-slit eyes fixated fiercely on Shanjun Jing. Others might scoff at the notion of tracing its ancestry, for events from a millennium ago, passed down through fragmented accounts, had long lost their original essence. No matter how much speculation ensued, the truth remained elusive. Yet, Shanjun Jing, that scoundrel, truly knew. The reason it broke through the illusion so swiftly was primarily due to Uchiha Madara, and secondarily because the assertions he made through Madara were all well-founded, leaving no room for rebuttal. Curious fox, it is merely a matter of clarifying your familial ties. Why such agitation? Kushina observed the Ninetales, which could only display a fierce countenance, utterly clueless on how to issue a threat. With her hands on her hips, her charming visage radiated triumph. She finally comprehended the power of possessing the knowledge of another's lineage. Such knowledge may not be necessary, but it is indispensable. Did you not see how the mere mention of it caused the Ninetales to erupt in fury? I am no fool. The Ninetales gritted its teeth, glaring at Shanjun Jing and Kushina. If you smile at me, I may just ignore it. Kushina cheerfully proposed her demand, fully aware that her boyfriend was well informed about the situation. After all, they could always inquire further once out of the ceiling space. I laugh at you, old man. The Ninetales nearly ground its teeth to dust, inwardly cursing every member of the Uzumaki clan, from Uzumaki Ashina to Uzumaki Kushina. As for those distant relatives of Uzumaki Ashina, whom Kushina did not recognize, what purpose would cursing them serve? Let's focus on the task at hand. In the mountains, a gentle hand patted Kushina's small hand, restraining her from further provoking the already agitated fox. Although he relished the spectacle of teasing the ancient fox, he deemed it prudent to prioritize the matter at hand. Oh. Kushina, though unaware of the nature of this pressing issue, obediently ceased her antics. Ninetales, do you still maintain your summoning contract with Uchiha Madara? Upon the utterance from the heart of the mountain, not only did the Ninetales flinch, but Kushina's pupils also constricted involuntarily. A summoning contract? Uchiha Madara? Can tailed beasts indeed enter into summoning contracts? Yet, what of it? That scoundrel is already deceased. Firstly, although Uchiha Madara has grown feeble with age, he is, in fact, not dead. Secondly, even if he were to have passed, he would undoubtedly leave behind a successor, ensuring that you, as an ally, would not be overlooked. Thirdly, the Edo Tensei, that self-satisfied fool, Senju Tobarama. The Ninetales cursed bitterly, even if it harbored doubts about Uchiha Madara's continued existence. Both the second and third points represent tangible threats, particularly the latter. That accursed Senju Tobarama, even in death, seeks to complicate matters for it. He deserved to be slain by those two wretched beasts, the gold and silver horns. Shall I assist you with a contract seal? In the mountains, Jinsheng gazed at the Ninetales, who was fervently cursing Senju Tobarama. It was evident that this stubborn individual had already acknowledged his judgment. Let her come. Your chakra is insufficient. The Ninetales cast a disdainful glance at Jinsheng. The contract seal technique, intended to sever the connection between the summoner and the summoned, requires a seal of considerable power to envelop one party entirely. Given its size and Jincheng's chakra, Shan Zhongjing was momentarily taken aback. And then a deep sense of despair enveloped him. He realized what it meant to say that lies are not terrifying, but the truth can inflict the deepest wounds. Damn it. He resolved to replicate an entry that would enhance his chakra. Upon witnessing Shan Zhongjing's expression, the Ninetales couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as the previous gloom dissipated entirely. Come forth. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing, with an expression of frustration, waved his hand at Kushina. After giving him a reassuring glance, Kushina approached the Ninetales, forming hand seals to perform the contract seal. A vast amount of chakra coalesced, as countless dark sealing formulas spread across the Ninetales' entire being. Unlike its usual mischievous antics, the Ninetales refrained from launching a surprise attack on its Jinchuriki this time, remaining quietly in place and allowing the other to proceed unopposed. Its slit pupils fixated on the beleaguered Shan Zhongjing, a faint smirk gracing its lips, brimming with mockery and derision. After all, no matter how much commotion ensued, it could not escape for the time being. Was it not far more amusing to watch this arrogant little brat falter? What followed would be a cycle of life and rebirth. In the mountainous landscape, the sight of the contract seal completely enveloping the Ninetales instilled a profound sense of assurance within him, effectively eliminating any possibility of the creature being summoned through spiritual techniques. All that remained was to devise a life transfer technique akin to the self-revival created by Chiyo. No matter how much Uchiha Madara schemed and plotted, Kushina's safety was now assured. As for the life transfer technique, it bore the side effect of consuming the caster's lifespan. Had he squandered his mastery of the heart-turning technique? Or was it that White Zetsu's life energy had run low? A significant alteration in the fate of a crucial character had occurred, causing a shift in the trajectory of world lines, resulting in the acquisition of 1 opportunity for entry duplication, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 1 opportunity for entry detachment, 1 opportunity for entry bestowal, and 1 opportunity for entry degradation. The familiar sound of the system notification resonated in the air. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at the system's personal panel. Host, Shan Zhongjing occupation, ninja activated attributes, transcendent, red, 0 frame initiation, red. Master of shadow manipulation, purple. Master of water techniques, purple. Temporal insight, purple. Sage of the ninja realm, blue. Handsome, blue. Deactivated attributes, cicada pupa, white. Resilient yet fragile, white. Brother, you smell divine, white. Welcoming smile, white. Attribute copy, 1 attribute extraction, 3 attribute bestowal, 5 attribute severance, 2 attribute downgrade, 2 as a dedicated gamer. Shan Zhongjing relished the idea of hoarding an overflowing inventory and backpack. Even a mere glance at such a personal panel filled him with delight. Moreover, with 2 instances of attribute severance and 2 instances of downgrading, one could only wonder how Uchiha Madara would respond if he were to provoke a confrontation. The scene within the mountains compels one to truly comprehend the essence of the phrase, "The children of the South Mountain mock my frailty," in the icy expanse. They mercilessly strike me. The legendary eyes of reincarnation? Absent. The cells of Hashirama? Non-existent. The pinnacle of fire techniques? Reduced to mere flickers. Even if Uchiha Madara were to possess unparalleled strength, each strike upon the vital artery would significantly diminish his prowess. Yet, the figure amidst the mountains is equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as the consumption of chakra is manageable, he can effortlessly oscillate between offense and defense, choosing when to engage or retreat at will. It is conceivable that he could extinguish the 4th Great Ninja War at its very inception. The scenery within the mountains becomes increasingly intriguing. Rapidly, I delve into my memory palace, searching for the hiding place of Uchiha Madara as depicted in the original text. However, after a considerable time, I realize that the original narrative merely mentions that Uchiha Madara, on the brink of death, resided in the mountainous graveyard of the Land of Iron's northern region. This is, notably, the same location where Uchiha Obito later convened with Orochimaru and assisted Sasuke in transplanting Uchiha Itachi's Meijiki Sharingan. The expanse of the Land of Iron is neither excessively vast nor particularly small. Locating such a place within this large nation is indeed no simple task. Furthermore, it is evident that Uchiha Madara must have had more than one base of operation. After all, the site of Obito's incident was situated at the Kanabi Bridge, a crucial supply route for Iwagakure during the 3rd Great Ninja War, likely positioned near the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Given Obito's grievous injuries at the time, with half of his body severely damaged. It would have been nearly impossible for him to return to the graveyard in the northern region of the Land of Iron for treatment. He would have succumbed to his wounds long before reaching his destination. Thus, it is highly probable that Uchiha Madara harbored another concealed base within the Land of Grass or the neighboring Land of Rain. One wonders if the intelligence department might uncover some vital clues. In the mountains, Shanjianjing silently resolved to visit the Konoha information office on another day. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the location of the mountain graveyard. What are you laughing at, kid? The Ninetales narrowed its eyes. It had been observing Shanjianjing's expression since earlier, initially believing that the latter would feel humiliated for quite some time. However, before it could revel in its triumph for long, Shanjianjing broke into laughter. Why was he laughing? What right did he have to laugh? Kurama, you actually look quite endearing when you smile. In the mountains, a scene unfolds with a grin. What? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily taken aback by this bewildering compliment. System. Bestow upon the nine-tailed fox the entry of a welcoming smile. In the mountains, Shanjianjing's gaze brimmed with fervent anticipation as he silently instructed the system. A white radiance, visible solely to him, swiftly enveloped the body of the Ninetales. Child, are you mocking me? The Ninetales, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from Shanjianjing, transformed its previously bewildered expression into one of fierce hostility, its mind racing with myriad thoughts. It was the illustrious leader of the 9 great-tailed beasts, renowned as a moving calamity, the fearsome Kai Bai. To think it could be described with such a trivial term as adorable. Surely this was an insult. Undoubtedly a jest. This imp from the Shanjiang clan was certainly no good. Hey, foul fox, could you perhaps restrain that smirk of yours while you utter such words? I remarked, feeling rather out of sorts. Just returning to Shanjianjing's side, Kushina was taken aback by the Ninetales' demeanor, her little head swirling with questions. Wait, is this foul fox truly so easily flattered? Merely being called cute makes it this elated? Kai Bai, may you forever wear a smile. In a single breath, Shanjianjing grasped Jioshinai's hand and fled. Huh? The Ninetales gazed at the retreating figures, its paw curiously brushing against its cheek. The corners of its mouth arched upward, and its eyes twinkled. What should have been a fierce and malevolent expression seemed to be askew. Shanjianjing, you wretched scoundrel, what have you done to me? What kind of illusion is this? Why can I not control my own face? Come back. Come back. How infuriating. You despicable little fiend. You lack the courage to confront me directly. Shanjianjing, await your reckoning. My wrath shall not be easily forgotten. The echoes of its thunderous roars reverberated through the confines of the ceiling space. In the midst of their escape, Jioshinai stole a glance back at the frenzied Ninetales upon the ceiling altar. The creature's smile, stretching almost to its ears, coupled with its incessant rants and curses, elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. As her consciousness returned to her body, Jioshinai doubled over with laughter, clutching her abdomen. Throughout her years as the host for the Ninetales, encounters with the beast had typically been marked by its menacing demeanor, brimming with hostility, as if it wished to annihilate all in its path. Alternatively, it would unleash a torrent of invective, cursing the first Hokage, then the second, and later venting its rage upon the likes of Jinchuriki with golden and silver horns, ultimately delivering scathing remarks about Mido and Uchiha Madara. Though Shanjianjing had previously remarked that the Ninetales was merely a love-starved fox, capable of returning goodwill if treated with kindness and equality, it had often been indifferent to her when in a good mood and scornful when in a foul one. She was no mere soft dough. How could she endure such treatment from the Ninetales? Yet now, with that beaming smile adorning the Ninetales' face, she found it impossible to suppress her joy. Jing, how long can this technique last? Jioshinai half-draped over the sofa, wiping away tears of laughter. It's uncertain. Without external interference, it may very well last a lifetime. In the mountains, Shanjianjing gently rubbed his cheek, greeted by a cheerful smile. The permanent alteration of facial muscular nerves results in all expressions transforming into a smile. While this slightly enhances one's amiability, it also increases the likelihood of depression. For an ordinary individual, being affected by this phenomenon would likely dictate the course of their life. However, for a ninja, whether through Orochimaru's soft body modifications or Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the facial muscular nerves can indeed be altered. Yet, the Ninetales is not a corporeal entity. It is a chakra life form birthed from the sage of 6 paths, who divided the 10 tails. The question remains, can the Ninetales change its own facial muscular nerves? This is a matter of uncertainty. After all, Minato Namikaze managed to split the Ninetales into yin and yang halves, and it continued to thrive. If the Ninetales were determined enough, it might indeed be able to don a new visage, albeit the process might not be particularly amicable. A gurgling sound akin to boiling water emanated from Kushina's body, as strands of crimson chakra began to radiate from her abdomen, enveloping her in a visible aura of chakra. "You stingy fox," Kushina muttered. Noticing the hint of concern in Shan Zhongjing's eyes, she waved dismissively. From her ninja tool pouch, she retrieved a palm-sized talisman inscribed with sealing techniques and affixed it to her abdomen. The orange-red chakra of the nine tails swiftly dissipated, and the seals that had manifested due to its tumultuous chakra returned to a state of tranquility, once again hidden beneath her skin. With a flick of her wrist, Kushina dusted off her hands, her delicate features adorned with an expression that clearly conveyed, "Come on, praise me." This talisman she had painstakingly crafted after poring over the Uzumaki clan's ancestral texts that Shan Zhongjing had mentioned twice, practicing in secret for an extended period. No matter how tumultuous the nine tails could be, the combined efforts of Mito's sealing techniques and her talisman would surely bring it to heel. Bang! As Yamashita Kei was about to lavish praise and provide emotional support to his girlfriend, the door to the guest room was forcefully flung open. Awakening from her trance, Tsunade emanated a fierce aura, her expression grave as she surveyed Kushina and Yamashita Kei in the living room. "Has there been an issue with the seal on the nine tails? We were just practicing to master the chakra of the nine tails." In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing's mind raced as he hastily conjured a somewhat dubious, yet passable rationale. After all, whether he claimed that Uchiha Madara was not dead or suggested that someone in the future would summon Uchiha Madara using Edo Tensei to wreak havoc, most people would perceive it as a manifestation of paranoia. The very act of rushing to place a contract seal on the nine tails was already absurd. He left with a lingering impression of the nine tails' charming smile, gifting it a perpetual smiley face, which ultimately led to the nine tails going berserk. "This well?" Shan Zhongjing felt rather embarrassed to voice it. The nine tails exclaimed in disbelief, "You actually know what embarrassment is?" "Indeed. It was exactly like that." Kushina nodded vigorously. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, discreetly giving her boyfriend a thumbs up from behind. Tsunade cast a skeptical glance at the pair. Noticing their unified stance, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, this was not her home. Even if destruction ensued, it would not be her heart that ached. Besides, rather than fretting here aimlessly, why not continue with the earlier wager? The game known as Nyo Nyo was quite engaging. She already possessed 4 small cards, and drawing one more would yield 5 small cows. Wait, caught up in the excitement, she momentarily forgot that it was an illusion. She couldn't return by herself and would need that little rascal Shan Zhongjing to cast the spell on her again. However, that was not right. Either wasn't she supposed to be troubling this little brat? As Tsunade pondered this, she glanced at the clock on the wall, her pupils involuntarily trembling. She had unwittingly spent an entire afternoon within the illusion. If not for the illusion's energy waning after a prolonged duration and the sudden emergence of the nine tails chakra, which instinctively alerted her body, she might have remained trapped until the illusion was entirely depleted. This kid's genjutsu was remarkably powerful. Tsunade's brows knitted slightly as she regarded Shan Zhongjing with newfound seriousness. The ability to cast what was nearly instantaneous genjutsu to such a degree was astonishing. Even those Uchiha with their 3-tomo Sharingan might not achieve such prowess. Moreover, it was even more outrageous that this nearly instantaneous genjutsu bore a mental backlash. Previously, relying on a little gadget she had created centered around In's ceiling, she had sensed the deception the moment she fell under the illusion. Yet, the reason she had not immediately attempted to break free from the genjutsu was not due to the casino. It was merely a test. That sensation akin to a needle's prick had clearly conveyed a sense of impending threat. Once she forcefully broke free from the illusion, her mental fortitude would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. The damage to her psyche cannot simply be mended with medical ninjutsu akin to palm healing techniques. Even she would require a considerable period of recuperation after sustaining such mental trauma. Thus, she, relying on the assumption that her opponent would not truly harm her, decided to fully immerse herself in the experience of the gambling den within the illusion. However, did that fellow not previously suggest she try the secret techniques of the Akagami clan? That illusion was hardly the secret art of the Akagami clan. Tsunade's captivating gaze fixated on Yamamoto Kei, whose face was adorned with an awkward smile. With his short golden hair, well, this blonde youth was not unappealing. He possessed a commendable physique and formidable strength. But was his bottom line really so malleable, discarding his words without a trace of guilt? When Kushina chose a partner, was it truly only based on looks? So, Tsunade, how about we share a meal and then play some cards together? The scenery in the mountains made him feel utterly uncomfortable, leaving him to resort to idle chatter. Could you enlighten me on what the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan entail? Enlighten? How does one even begin to explain such a thing? In the depths of the mountains, Sanjiangjing could not divulge to Tsunade that he was merely speaking nonsense, preparing to take advantage of the situation with a single strike to bring her down. After all, given the circumstances at that time, the only reason he could fathom for Tsunade seeking him out and confronting him was the rumors circulating in the village regarding himself and Kushina. The crux of the matter was that he could not elucidate those rumors, and Tsunade did not appear to be inclined to listen to any explanations. If he did not incapacitate her first, would he simply wait for her to dismantle his home? Later, when Sanjiangjing heard Kushina mention that Tsunade had come to him because she could not borrow money from her, he pondered for a moment before realizing the implication. Was Tsunade truly in need of funds? As the most formidable medical ninja in the current shinobi world and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, if she were to spread the word that she was financially challenged, she would have no shortage of people willing to offer her assistance, even without the need for a loan. However, at this stage, Tsunade had not yet descended into the depths of despair as depicted in the original narrative. It was only in the presence of her loved ones that she would completely disregard her image. Thus, when she witnessed Kushina taking a man's words to heart, earnestly analyzing the possibilities of borrowing money, and once again advising her to abandon gambling, she felt compelled to come and observe the situation. This woman was here to assess her sister's husband. In the mountain's serene landscape, a certain tension gripped the expression of the protagonist, who, at that moment, earnestly wished to flee and hide his face. What a blunder! While contemplating how to prevent the formidable woman from wreaking havoc upon his home, he lamented that had he known, he should have exercised greater patience and engaged in more exchanges with her. Perhaps, had they tested each other sufficiently, they could have amicably gathered to share a meal. Oh dear, Tsunade, I heard that both Jiraiya and Orochimaru have returned, exclaimed Kushina. Shall we invite them over tonight for some fun? Noticing her boyfriend's awkward demeanor, she quickly intertwined her arm with Tsunade's, cheerfully shifting the conversation. What could possibly be entertaining about those two? This young man's genjutsu is far more intriguing, Tsunade retorted, her lips curling in displeasure as she followed Kushina's lead to the sofa. It became apparent to her that Kushina's heart was entirely invested in this young man, unable to bear even the slightest injustice towards him. Ah, the plight of women in love is truly beyond redemption. Shall I pour another drink for you after dinner tonight? Tsunade? In the mountains, the scenery cautiously began to unfold. Tsunade displayed an expression that suggested a begrudging acknowledgement of his understanding. Turning her gaze, she patted her flat abdomen and cast a glance at Kushina that implied, "You handle this." This morning, she had overslept and missed breakfast, and by noon, she was already wreaking havoc in the world of illusions. As night fell, she feared that if she did not eat soon, her chest would feel diminished from hunger. Allow me, allow me. In the mountains, Jing swiftly rose from the sofa and turned towards the kitchen. After all, this visit was from Kushina's family. Initially, he had been oblivious to the situation. Incapacitating someone with a genjutsu was one thing, but not even offering a meal seemed excessively rude. Moreover, with Kushina busy cooking, he was left to engage in awkward small talk with Tsunade. He feared he might strain his toes in the process. Sister Tsunade, do you recall the announcement that circulated in the village some time ago? Jing inquired, amusedly observing his boyfriend's hasty retreat, before turning to initiate a conversation with Tsunade. Announcement? Who cares about that? The one regarding the Uzumaki clan. Oh, and then, this time, Jing mentioned that he and the younger male companion, along with Feng and Shui, had gone on a mission and returned with a girl from the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Anoka, who was rumored to be in a relationship with Namikaze Minato. Why is it that all you Uzumaki fellows seem to prefer blondes? Huh? What? Do you only consider looks when choosing a boyfriend? The two girls in the living room lowered their voices and continued their conversation. In the mountains, the scenery is shrouded in mystery, and faint conversations from the living room can be heard, eliciting an almost exasperated eye roll. What does it mean to prefer those with yellow hair? His hair is golden. Moreover, we share the same roots, so why the haste? Dear sister, do our hair colors not match? Oh well, I shall let it pass, considering your compliments on my handsomeness. In the serene mountains, the protagonist murmured a fleeting thought, deciding to temporarily overlook the presence of his sister-in-law. He turned around, opened the refrigerator, and began selecting his favorite vegetables and meats in preparation for dinner, all the while glancing at the system interface. He had just acquired 3 opportunities for word extraction, which he had yet to utilize. System, let us proceed with the extraction. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blue entry 1 pregnancy, 9 treasures, the gray entry devoid of possessions, and the white entry expired milk. 1 pregnancy, 9 treasures, blue and naturally blessed body for conception. Enhancing the probability of pregnancy, with a slight increase in the chances of twins, triplets, quadruplets, and even non-uplets, along with improved postpartum recovery speed and a greater likelihood of subsequent pregnancies. Devoid of possessions, Gray a pitiable young man overshadowed by misfortune. No matter how hard he strives to change, his critical attributes may gradually diminish to below 5 centimeters, significantly increasing the probability of being despised by partners, as well as the chances of breakups, divorces, and feelings of inferiority. Expired milk, white when employing medical ninjutsu. Subtle and difficult to measure changes may occur within the nature of the technique, slightly enhancing the mastery of medical ninjutsu and its therapeutic effects, albeit with a chance of causing brief and mild side effects in the recipient of the treatment. 1 blue, 1 gray, 1 white. In the mountains. Jing pursed her lips and instinctively glanced at Kushina and Tsunade, who were whispering in the living room. Today marked the beginning of her romantic relationship with Kushina. And yet thoughts of having a child seemed rather premature. 1 or 2 would be manageable. Changing diapers, feeding, and soothing to sleep could certainly be handled by 2 people. But 9 children in a single birth, wasn't that a malevolent curse? Childbirth is already a formidable challenge, and carrying 9 would be nothing short of perilous. Even with a cesarean section. Even if she were to safely deliver them, the prospect of 9 infants crying out for nourishment was utterly overwhelming. In the mountains. Jing felt a shiver run down his spine, overwhelmed by the malevolence of this term, which rivaled even the darkest of phrases. Moreover, one is left with nothing. At first glance, Jing believed it to signify a reduction in fortune. However, it turns out to be even more insidious than the notion of bearing 9 treasures in 1 birth. It explicitly states that no matter how hard one strives to change, the outcome will ultimately diminish. Does this imply that even Orochimaru's soft transformation cannot provide salvation? As Shang Zhongjing glanced downwards, he inwardly rejoiced at the unparalleled magnitude he possessed. Otherwise, the situation would have been utterly terrifying. As for the expired milk, it is likely that for a medical ninja, it might not be particularly benevolent. Although it enhanced the mastery of medical ninjutsu and improved healing efficacy, the brief and mild side effects are rather. Is it due to a lack of hand washing? Or perhaps it's a consequence of engaging in too many unscrupulous deeds of late. In the tranquil mountains, the scenery silently observed the hands diligently washing vegetables, decisively dismissing the fleeting thought that had just arisen within. This could not possibly be his fault. Absolutely not. As a person who cherished the village, cared for his companions, eagerly offered assistance, and showed concern for his disciples, how could he be at fault? If there were an issue, it must lie with the system. Perhaps this wretched system is fundamentally flawed. Since acquiring the system, he had drawn numerous entries, yet how many genuine items had emerged? Indeed, it was evident. The blame rested solely upon the system. System, is there no one to speak on my behalf? The scenery in the mountains has left me thoroughly dissatisfied with this round of entries. I would rate it 100 out of 100 in disappointment. Were it not for the opportunity to copy an entry, he might have showcased to the system what it truly means to express one's frustrations eloquently. Unlike previous rounds of entry selections, this time there was not a single entry capable of enhancing his abilities. Is this not simply a test of one's mental fortitude? It seems that one can no longer place hope in the extraction of entries. In the tranquil mountains, he sighed softly, momentarily casting aside the vexing entries that troubled his mind. Listening to the hushed whispers of Kushina and Tsunade in the living room as they deftly prepared the ingredients, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Presently, he lacked no formidable means of attack. Mastery of both in release and water release enabled him to swiftly overwhelm the majority of ordinary jonin, even when faced with several well-coordinated jonin squads. The unparalleled mobility afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to effortlessly vanquish them. The sole consideration was merely whether his chakra reserves would suffice. Thus, the type of entry he sought to replicate was abundantly clear. He had encountered numerous entries capable of augmenting chakra, including the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kaibai no Ma, the power of abundance, and energy accumulation. Among these, the most potent was undoubtedly the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails possessed an array of remarkable capabilities. Without delving into the heavy particle mode of non-flammable substances, even the perfect Jinchuriki mode was enough to provoke envy. However, he had witnessed firsthand the corrosive nature of the Nine Tails chakra. without the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan. For an ordinary person to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tantamount to courting death. To attain the perfect Jinchuriki state, one not only needed the strength to suppress the beast, but also must fully open one's heart to it. For someone who would restore his phone to factory settings at the brink of death, it was patently impossible. Moreover, he was still a traveler from another world. To open one's heart to a tailed beast? Absurd. Then there was Kai by Noma. The Nine Tails were unique chakra life forms. If Shan Zhongjing dares to replicate this entry, it would undoubtedly transform into a chakra life form in an instant. Is it truly akin to Dio, who cries out, "I shall no longer be human, Jojo"? Yet, he remains but a mere child in this lifetime. As for the remaining purple entry, Piranha Energy, well, perhaps I shall simply replicate it from Suenai. Piranha Energy, purple, the formidable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which bestows abundant vitality and robust chakra, significantly enhancing cellular activity, life force, and chakra volume, while also marginally increasing lifespan and physical strength. The might of the Uzumaki bloodline is beyond question. Possessing this entry is tantamount to inheriting the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Whether it results in red hair remains uncertain, but it is assured that the blood within will undergo some transformation. If Shan Zhongjing's girlfriend were not Uzumaki Kushina, he would have effortlessly replicated it from her. However, given the current circumstances, his sole replication target can only be Suenai. Fortunately, the bond between Suenai and Kushina has long transcended mere acquaintances. Otherwise, would he be able to maintain his composure amidst such formidable obstacles? Damn it! Tsunade, you feeble little brat, could you not manifest a sage body? After all, he is your own grandfather. Why have you not learned something worthwhile? Amidst the mountains, while preparing a meal, Tsunade secretly laments her fate. Instead of inheriting something noble from the sage of the Six Paths, she has instead acquired a penchant for gambling, one that inevitably leads to loss. It is truly disheartening. If only Tsunade possessed the body of a sage, she would scarcely glance at the abilities of the likes of Pei-Ran. In the serene mountains, the cicadas chirped for a while, yet a sense of regret lingered. According to the original narrative, considering Orochimaru's research progress on the impure world reincarnation, it would require at least a decade or more for him to encounter Hashirama Senju. Moreover, who can say whether Hashirama's essence would still be intact after being reincarnated in such a manner? After all, those summoned through the impure world reincarnation are not flesh and blood, but mere vessels of earth. At this juncture, the only apparent means to attain the sage body appears to be Uchiha Madara. Regardless of the influences of Azura and Indra's powers, it is evident that Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan after acquiring Hashirama Senju's abilities. This strongly suggests that he likely possesses the sage body at this stage. Who knows where that eccentric old man is hiding? In the mountains, Jing murmured softly as he swiftly transferred the stir-fried vegetables from the pan to a plate. Just as he was about to prepare the next dish, a certain individual suddenly came to mind, Yamato. Although in the original work, Yamato's wood-release techniques somewhat fell short of the illustrious title god of ninja held by Senju Hashirama during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Yamato certainly made his presence felt while under the control of White Zetsu. His ability to unleash techniques utilizing the 5 elemental natures through the wood clone technique was undeniably formidable. Might he? Well, it is highly unlikely. Otherwise, the saying the first generation conquers the world with wood release, while Yamato uses it for greening wood, not have emerged in the previous life. The one with the special physique should be the White Zetsu known as Obito. However, it seems that Yamato at this stage has undergone cellular transplantation in the mountains. I recalled the timeline from the original work. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru clandestinely selected 60 infants to implant them with Hashirama's cells, but they ultimately abandoned the endeavor due to the successive deaths of the experimental subjects. Among the so-called failures, Yamato fortuitously survived and was discovered by Danzo. By the age of 10, he had completed the rigorous training of Root and became a member designated with the codename Taka. Subsequently, he was assigned by Danzo to assist Orochimaru in his defection. At the age of 10, Orochimaru defected. If we trace back, he should now be around 3 to 4 years old. I am uncertain whether he has already been retrieved by Danzo. In the depths of the mountains, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. According to his conjecture, the wood release and the sage body are likely 2 distinct entries. Regardless of whether Yamato possesses the sage body, the ability to utilize wood release is undoubtedly certain. If he could seize Yamato ahead of time, and should he be granted another opportunity for entry duplication, could he not endeavor to master wood release? Madara, would you not wish to witness once more the sage art, would release True Thousand's Hands, Transformation into Buddha of Hahashila Mama? After visiting the archives tomorrow, let us first explore the intelligence room and the ancient book repository. In the mountains, a smile graced the corners of his lips. It is often said that while imagination is beautiful, reality can be harsh. Yet, one must harbor dreams, mustn't one? Tomorrow, he plans to visit the archives of the Hokage building to select 2 of the jutsu promised by the first 3 Hokage. Afterward, he intends to explore the intelligence room and the ancient texts. Who knows? He might uncover information regarding the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara hidden within the graveyard of mountains. As for Yamato, the location of the original would-release research facility is likely known to very few now, and those who are aware would certainly not divulge it to him. In the Serene Mountains, the protagonist reflected upon certain narrative details within the Palace of Memories. Upon witnessing the scene where the 3rd Hokage confronted Shimura Danzo with an investigative report, forcibly halting the wood-release research, a surge of joy welled up within him. Such a document would undoubtedly be classified as top secret and securely stored thereafter. Others might never gain access to it, but he had allies within the Hokage building, Narashikaku. It was decided he would be the one, armed with the speed befitting a jonin and exceptional culinary skills. In less than an hour, Yamaguchi had prepared an extravagant dinner. This was further augmented by Gyo Xinai's late request for an additional large pot of rice sufficient for 10 people. And the subsequent dishes were also presented in generous portions. Otherwise, given Yamaguchi's pace, half an hour would have been more than adequate. As the dishes were served, Tsunade, who was already starving, uttered a brief "I shall begin" before commencing a remarkable display of voracious consumption. The rice in the pot vanished at an astonishing rate, akin to being on fast forward, while the sizable portions of stir-fried dishes also rapidly disappeared from the table. One couldn't help but wonder, sister, had you not just engaged in battle with pain? Observing the scene, Yamanaka J found himself momentarily halted in his actions, chopsticks poised mid-air. Were it not for Kushina's earlier revelation that Tsunade had been waiting for him for several days, he might have doubted whether this formidable woman had just returned from an intense real-life battle. Recently, Tsunade had been engrossed in the development of a new ninjutsu, which was quite taxing. Witnessing her voracious appetite, Kushina's exquisite features betrayed a hint of envy, prompting her to offer an explanation. The creation of ninjutsu did not concern her. Rather, she envied Tsunade's carefree indulgence in a myriad of culinary delights. Advanced medical ninjutsu necessitated the utilization of the nature transformation of yang release. It resembled the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan, which enabled rapid fat storage through food, subsequently converting that fat into chakra. With Tsunade's mastery over medical ninjutsu, no matter how much she consumed, she remained perfectly proportioned, effortlessly maintaining her figure without a hint of concern. Moreover, indulging a bit more could even replenish the chakra for her seals. Her envy was so profound it almost brought her to tears. Yamanaka J immediately recalled the seal that assisted in the operation of seals, specifically designed to counter genjutsu. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. After all, this was the same individual who, in the original narrative, had developed the creation rebirth, 100 healings technique, capable of rejoining a body cleaved in two. A minor sealing technique of relatively low complexity would pose little challenge for someone with Tsunade's medical prowess. She could undoubtedly master it within a few hours, if not less. Could it be a new ninjutsu? Indeed. Tsunade, with your current medical ninjutsu, is it possible to create a technique for the transfer of life? In the serene landscape of the mountains, amid the momentary silence that followed Tsunade's chewing and swallowing, a question escaped the lips of the observant companion. Tsunade's hand, poised to serve herself, hesitated slightly as her mind involuntarily drifted to Orochimaru. With a piercing gaze, she lifted her head from the bowl of rice. Life transfer? Ah. Do you possess medical ninjutsu? Well, I know a few techniques of medical water release. Shan Zhongjing set down his chopsticks, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Previously, during his time in the analysis class, he had encountered several memories of medical ninjas and had even trained in medical ninjutsu for a period. Unfortunately, he lacked the yang release in his innate chakra nature, and whenever he attempted to utilize medical ninjutsu, his chakra would instinctively blend with some yin release properties. Not only was the cultivation arduous, but the results were also remarkably unstable. A half-dead fish, after treatment, would either spin in a Thomas-style rotation before perishing or, akin to a dazed pig, become as stiff as if it had been dead for 3 days. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of the purple trait water release master, which enabled him to swiftly grasp several memories of medical water release techniques. His medical ninjutsu would have served little purpose beyond providing his classmates with a few grilled fish or pots of fish soup. Medical water release is a gentle technique. Upon hearing Shanjiangjing's response, Tsunade's previously fierce gaze softened considerably. Unlike medical ninjutsu driven by yang release chakra, such as the resurrection technique, medical water release predominantly employs water-based chakra. Due to the differences in chakra properties, the former forcefully activates all cells around the wound, stimulating rapid division and regeneration to heal the injury. In contrast, the latter utilizes water release chakra to supply an abundance of energy and nutrients required by the body, allowing cells to autonomously enter a stable state of division and regeneration due to this energy intervention. In terms of treatment efficiency, conventional medical ninjutsu far surpasses medical water release. However, the extensive cell division and regeneration inevitably consume the patient's life energy rapidly, diminishing their lifespan. This explains why many severely injured ninjas remain weak for a period even after recovery. While the recovery speed of medical water release is considerably slower, it is undeniably more patient-friendly, resulting in far less physical depletion compared to conventional medical ninjutsu. Individuals with severely diminished bodily functions are often better suited for treatment with medical water release. In conclusion, choosing to study medical water release, which is gentler on patients, over the more immediate and potent conventional medical ninjutsu, suggests a character that, even if flawed, cannot be excessively so. Tsunade resumed her rapid eating, finishing a bowl before pausing to speak again. You inquire about life transfer. What is your intention? I have heard of a technique known as dragon life rebirth, which utilizes the transformation of yang chakra to bestow the caster's life energy upon another. Regardless of the severity of that individual's injuries, they can be healed. Yes, I have heard that the Kusa Hidden Dragon clan employs a technique activated through their bloodline limit. Yet, once executed, the caster meets their demise. Can you accept such a price? Some people and some matters are more precious than life itself, and at times, regret can be more terrifying than death. In the midst of the silence that enveloped the dining table, Yamashiro spoke, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Tsunade held a bowl brimming with rice, her gaze vacant as she absently poked at the grains with her chopsticks. Kushina, touched by the moment, felt tears welling up but was interrupted by Yamashiro discreetly signaling her from beneath the table with a gesture for the heart-turn technique. How infuriating. Return my sentiment. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, fearing that her expression would betray her to Tsunade, and hastily lowered her head, mimicking the action of poking at the rice with her chopsticks. The rice seemed to lament, wishing it were still in the pot. Do you have any insights regarding this type of ninjutsu? Tsunade mused, returning from her reverie. She had to concede that even someone like her, who believed they had little left to lose, could harbor a longing for such techniques. If only she had possessed such ninjutsu back then. Among the secret arts she had recently acquired from the Ghost Lantern clan, there was one known as water transformation healing technique, which could envelop a target's wounds by transforming oneself into water, thereby facilitating rapid healing and involving aspects of life transfer. However, this life transfer was entirely passive, failing to touch upon the core essence. She had heard that the secret technique Grudge of the Land from Takigakure could entirely transfer life energy into special black tendrils. Moreover, there were formidable characters in the underground exchange of the Land of Fire who wielded a technique called Corpse Ghost Rebirth, capable of transferring life energy alongside blood into hair. Then there was the Wind Demon clan, which possessed a one-time use ninjutsu called Dragonfly Ninjutsu, Metamorphosis, enabling a complete transformation through life energy, healing injuries, and evolving from cocoon to butterfly. Oh, and that medical ninja Shinong who had visited our Konoha several times was said to have profound knowledge in physical activation and mastered a forbidden technique of bodily regeneration. I believe that by mastering the aforementioned methods of life transfer, making slight modifications, and incorporating the Wind Demon clan's metamorphosis or Shinong's regenerative technique, one might perhaps create something akin to the Dragon's Fate rebirth technique. The landscape of the mountains murmurs softly, recounting its original intentions. Tsunade's gaze shifted from gentle to one of vigilance and skepticism. Does this young man even comprehend the gravity of his words? Previously, it was merely the Dragon clan of the Hidden Grass Village, but now he speaks of the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Waterfall Village, the Underground Currency Exchange, the Wind Demon clan, and that enigmatic figure, Shinno. Are you not seeking to forge ninjutsu, but rather to incite war? The notion of drawing upon the strengths of various schools and innovating anew was unequivocally dismissed by Tsunade. According to her, Merely transferring life energy is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in utilizing the transferred life energy to heal the physical wounds of the afflicted. After all, not everyone possesses resilience akin to Gaara from the original tale. Even when captured by the Akatsuki and deprived of his tailed beast, his body remained remarkably intact. In most instances, the fatal injuries sustained by ninjas can only be described as breathtakingly severe. The manner of death experienced by Noera-rin, having her heart extracted, is already considered one of the less grievous forms of bodily harm within the ninja world. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the figure in the mountains silently delineated the techniques of Earth Grievance and Corpse Demon within the confines of his requirements. Simultaneously, he emphasized the dragon rebirth of the Dragon Clan and the butterfly transformation of the Wind Demon Clan. Even though he could not boldly seize them as Hidden Cloud Village might, with his current prowess and mastery of release, it would not be particularly arduous to find an opportunity among these two clans to capture a member possessing the desired techniques, subsequently altering their memories. Perhaps spurred by the recent discussion, Tsunade found herself reminiscing about the past. After showcasing an extravagant spread of dishes and rice, she refrained from demanding to enter the illusion to wreak havoc, instead retreating to her previous chamber to continue her study of the ninjutsu from earlier. In the serene embrace of the mountains, Kage and Kushina returned from their respective duties, one freshly back from a mission that spanned over 10 arduous days, and the other just having overseen the establishment of a new elite shinobi station. After meticulously unpacking several large boxes brought back from the Senju ancestral home, both weary souls, equally fatigued, exchanged brief greetings before retreating to their rooms for rest following a refreshing wash. As for any romantic notions of cohabitation, they discreetly set aside their burgeoning desires in the presence of Tsunade, maintaining an unspoken understanding between them. The night passed in silence. At 9:30 the following morning, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain, Kage stirred from a deep slumber. It is often said that with each autumn rain comes a chill, and this mid-October downpour swept away the last remnants of summer's heat. Upon opening the door to the bedroom, Kage discovered that the once spacious living room was now filled with an array of ingredients and cooking utensils. The list entrusted to Narashiji Yoshino, along with a note and a breakfast, lay neatly on the dining table. Kage reviewed the list, ensuring nothing was amiss. I have arranged with the furniture store owner to customize furnishings for the elite shinobi station, and I want to return until noon. The entrance is ready with an umbrella. Do remember to take it along. Also, you must finish breakfast before heading out. The familiar handwriting on the note on the dining table brought a sense of warmth and comfort. In the serene mountains, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. After a swift morning wash, he seated himself at the dining table, hastily attending to his breakfast. Although Goxin now is no longer present in the household, the lingering sensation of being cared for and remembered continued to envelop him, bringing warmth to his solitary existence of many years. He finished his breakfast with hearty bites. In the mountains, the scenery shifts as one dons a simple yet elegant combat uniform, complemented by a pristine J-nin vest. After inspecting the various scrolls tucked within the pockets and the ninja tool pouch secured at the waist, one finally grasps the umbrella by the entrance and steps outside. On this rainy day in Konoha, the streets are notably less crowded than usual. Although the stone-paved paths do not become muddied in the rain, many still prefer to remain indoors rather than venture out in such weather. In the mountains, the scenery delights in rainy days. Whether nestled in bed, indulging in sleep, gazing out the window at the falling rain, or quietly writing, the gentle patter of raindrops outside brings an extraordinary sense of comfort and contentment. With an umbrella in hand, he made his way to the Hokage building. In front of the building, Yamashita stood upon the steps, shaking the closed black umbrella in his hand. After temporarily placing it in the document review room on the first floor, he ascended to the second floor to register in the archives room. The archives room is divided into two sections: the outer room, which contains a desk and two chairs, where an UMBU member sits, his gaze fixed on Yamashita as he enters. The inner chamber, however, is secured by a heavy metal door, with another UMBU member stationed at the entrance to maintain vigilance. The previous afternoon, an order signed by the third Hokage had reached the archives room. After assisting Yamashita with his registration, the UMBU captain, known as Nyo, conducted another verification of his identity before retrieving a thick directory of jutsu from the archives, measuring 3 fingers in thickness. "No need," Yamashita replied. "I have already made my selection, the art of darkness and the art of spiritualization." In the mountains, the scenery beckoned. Yet he chose not to gaze upon the extensive catalog. Indeed, The archives housed a plethora of ninjutsu techniques, but the ones inscribed in the directory held little significance for him. The origins of the clan in the mountains and the experiences gained from the 5-year analytical course have endowed him with an array of ninjutsu and various esoteric techniques that surpass the imagination of ordinary individuals. Please wait a moment. Neo nodded slightly, secured the directory, and exchanged a brief nod with another member of the umbu. He then opened the heavy metallic door and entered the archives room. After a brief interlude, Neo produced 2 palm-sized scrolls and placed them upon the table. Confirm the authenticity of the ninjutsu. Sign here. I trust one need not elaborate on the management regulations. Neo's tone remained stern and unyielding. As a veteran who had joined the umbu during the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, his many years in the shadows had rendered him reticent. Speaking so much today was a privilege reserved for acquaintances. No recording, no removal, no disclosure of the principles of ninjutsu, and no unauthorized teaching to others. In the heart of the mountains, the scenery unfolded as I perused 2 scrolls, casting a cursory glance before inscribing my name upon the document. I then devoted my attention earnestly to the 2 techniques of ninjutsu. The first, an illusionary art known as the Dark Passage technique, is classified as an A-rank illusion. This technique focuses on suppressing visual perception, plunging the opponent into an abyss of darkness. Unlike the majority of illusions, once an individual becomes aware of this technique, they may disrupt the flow of chakra within their body to escape its grasp. However, the critical issue lies in the fact that those ensnared by the Dark Passage technique are acutely aware of their predicament from the outset. Yet, the challenge remains, they are unable to liberate themselves. Indeed, this technique was crafted specifically to counter the Sharingan. Given the Sharingan's remarkable ability to defend against, reflect, and unravel various illusions, it is evident that breaking free from this particular illusion poses a formidable challenge. The current illusionary arts in the mountains are indeed formidable, and various restrictions have been imposed to prevent their unraveling. Nevertheless, the techniques of the dark arts continue to provide substantial assistance. The art of spiritual transformation, an S-rank soul secret, functions akin to the legendary emergence of the sun god, allowing the soul to depart from the body and roam freely. It enables rapid movement, transcending distances, and facilitates long-range perception of other souls. Moreover, it permits the transmission of chakra through the soul, renders one immune to physical assaults, shatters the opponent's psyche, and grants dominion over their body. Even following the dissolution of the impure world reincarnation, it remains possible to control the ascending souls. As a member of the Mountain Clan, despite the family's secret techniques being capable of shattering an enemy's spirit and exerting control over their body, they remain incapable of achieving astral projection or autonomous movement, let alone the transmission of chakra. If he could integrate this particular ninjutsu into the family's secret arts he has mastered, allowing for a controllable state of the soul to adeptly modify the clan's techniques, his power would undoubtedly ascend to an unprecedented level. Furthermore, in a spiritualized state, the ability to traverse distances with remarkable swiftness opens up a realm of possibilities. In less than 15 minutes, the scenery in the mountains had allowed him to return 2 scrolls of ninjutsu. Endowed with the rapid reading and memorization abilities conferred by the blue-tinged inscription of the ninja realm sage, he had intentionally restrained himself within this brief time frame. Had he been in a greater hurry, he could have forcibly committed the contents of the scrolls to his memory palace, returning later to peruse them at his leisure. He departed from the somewhat oppressive atmosphere of the archives, inquiring with a clerical staff member on the first floor. Shanjonjing learned that Narashika was once again on duty at the task release office today, rather than making an additional trip. He resolutely secured his umbrella and made his way to the intelligence room. After all, he would be able to meet Narashika by tomorrow evening at the latest. To peruse those classified documents, one must seek the appropriate opportunity and timing. A day's difference holds little significance. It would be more prudent to visit the intelligence room first and inquire with the staff there about any news concerning the mountain graveyard. The morning's gentle drizzle gradually intensified as time passed. The patter of raindrops against the surface of his umbrella sent up tiny splashes. As he walked through the chilly curtain of rain, amidst the mountains, he twirled the handle of his umbrella, observing the raindrops splattering against its edge. His spirits lifted further as he reflected on the recently viewed dark technique. This technique possesses the ability to seal away the 3-tomo Sharingan and lower, and its seemingly intricate principles were, in truth, somewhat simpler than he had anticipated. Undoubtedly, this technique is an illusion. However, the creator cunningly integrated sealing techniques within it. Thus, When the technique is executed, the target first perceives the encroaching darkness, akin to tentacles, swiftly approaching and enveloping them, gradually robbing them of light. This initial step serves as a precursor to the sealing technique. The sense of sight, one of the five senses, is manipulated by the illusion, and subsequently, the energy of the illusion constructs a simple seal in the outer layer. Who among ordinary individuals could fathom such a mechanism? Simply employing methods to dispel illusions would be futile in unraveling a sealing technique. For the majority, once ensnared by this illusion, unless one possesses extraordinary prowess, breaking free from the seal formed by the illusion's energy would be implausible. Otherwise, one could only hope that their teammates swiftly eliminate the caster. Truly an intriguing concept. In the heart of the mountains, a sigh of contemplation escaped his lips. With the power and techniques of illusion, he simultaneously wielded this energy to construct a seal. Although the complexity of the operation was astonishingly daunting, merely sealing the visual sense elevated the mastery of ninjutsu to an A-rank difficulty. Yet, did he lack control over chakra? Having gained the extraordinary ability of zero-frame initiation, he could now sustain even the Super S-rank forbidden technique, the water release, spiraling sphere, for over 30 seconds. While casting illusions, he could also, from a distance, employ in-release chakra to establish a simple sealing technique. Surely, it could not be more challenging than the water release, spiraling sphere. Could he perhaps create a layered light array while wielding the flying kunai? In the mountainous landscape, an inexplicable vision emerges in my mind, an ominous black silhouette forcibly restrained upon a table. Meanwhile, the adult Kakashi Hitaki forms a tiger seal with both hands, casting a watchful gaze upon the dark figure behind him. It is utterly brutal, shockingly brutal. In the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing rubbed his goosebumps and shivered profoundly. A phantasmagorical version of the ancient technique known as 1,000 Years of Pain could instill significant psychological trauma in most individuals. It was imperative not to allow others to spring forth. What distinguished this from Naruto wielding kunai with an explosive tag tied to it? Even the African hyena would not exhibit such ferocity. Lost in his musings, Shan Zhongjing made his way to the intelligence department. He greeted two familiar old acquaintances at the gate. Without hesitation, he handed one of them his umbrella for safekeeping before sauntering into the intelligence room, which was responsible for organizing and compiling information. According to Konoha's administrative structure, the analytical team where Shan Zhongjing had previously worked fell under the jurisdiction of the intelligence department. Having spent a considerable time in the analytical team, he was well acquainted with the workings of the intelligence room, which also belonged to the intelligence department. Upon returning, he ventured into the intelligence department, unafraid of being treated as mere labor by Hai. The current head of the intelligence room, Sanda, upon noticing someone entering, adjusted his thick glasses and, recognizing the visitor, could not help but tease. He was 11 years older than Shan Zhongjing and had been with the intelligence department for nearly 15 years. When Jianjing first entered the analysis class, he appeared to be merely a lad on the cusp of adulthood. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has reached the age where discussions of marriage and courtship are appropriate. As long as I inquire and depart swiftly, he shall not be able to catch up with me. With a cheerful demeanor, Yamashita approached Sandai and unceremoniously seated himself in the adjacent chair. "Isn't it just like returning home to the intelligence department?" he remarked. "You understand the regulations. I shall respond to what I can." Sandai chuckled lightly, momentarily setting aside the materials he was organizing to address Yamashita. "Are you aware of the exact location of the mountain cemetery in the Iron Country?" he inquired. "If I recall correctly, it is an area shrouded in an unknown miasma, where both humans and animals can easily become lost. It is a basin or valley strewn with the skeletal remains of large creatures, if I am not mistaken?" Yes. Senior, where exactly is it located?" Yamashita pressed. "Let me see. I believe I have found it. You may access it freely with your permissions." Sandai rose and approached the file cabinet marked with the 40-year history of Konoha. After sifting through the neatly organized documents for some time, he ultimately retrieved a sealed packet, dusting off the cover before turning to hand it to Yamashita. "The investigation into the death incidents in the Iron Country conducted by Team Qianpu?" Upon glancing at the document's title, Shan Zhongjing opened the long-sealed file pouch. The first item within was a hand-drawn map of the Iron Kingdom, meticulously marking the location and extent of the mountain tomb. The remaining stack of documents contained several hand-drawn sketches of the mountain tomb, strikingly reminiscent of the scenes within Shan Zhongjing's memory palace. The written records elaborately chronicle the events that transpired here 6 years prior, along with the findings and final conclusions regarding the mountain tomb. Shinpu, a jonin from Konoha, renowned for his perceptive ninjutsu and cautious demeanor? The scenery of the mountains reveals much without the need to examine the records below. One can intuit the circumstances at hand. As a perceptive ninja, Chihitsu, while traversing the graveyard of the mountains, likely due to his intrinsic nature, employed his sensory ninjutsu to explore the surrounding environment. He either sensed something amiss and sought to investigate further, only to be intercepted by Uchiha Madara, detecting the intrusion of the sensory technique, took the initiative to confront Chihitsu. Subsequently, it can be surmised that the investigation team was similarly deceived by Madara's jinjutsu or other means. I have found you, Uchiha Madara. In the mountainous landscape, a subtle instinct prompted him to lick his lips, stirring a sense of restlessness within his body. He had merely come to seek a stroke of luck. Who could have anticipated that he would effortlessly discover a location that, in the original narrative, remained concealed until the Fourth Shinobi World War? Moreover, since Madara had been there for 6 years, specifically preparing to confront the Konoha ninjas who ventured to the mountain graveyard for investigation, it was highly probable that he would not relocate before the onset of the Third War, or rather, prior to designating Obito as his successor and initiating his indoctrination and training. As long as he maintained the Flying Thunder God coordinates and prepared ample contingency plans. If he could overpower him, he would seize the old man and unleash a relentless assault. If he could not prevail, he could merely replicate the entries and make his escape. In the mountains, Jing meticulously committed the intricate details of the Iron Kingdom map to his memory palace, repeatedly examining the sketches of the mountain tombs before finally returning the documents to their folder. After filing the documents, he bid farewell to Sand, who was still patiently sifting through fragmented information and rewriting the intelligence reports. With a black umbrella in hand, Yamashita repressed his restless heart and bid farewell to the members of the intelligence department before stepping once more into the curtain of rain. The swift acquisition of precise intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara's whereabouts was entirely unexpected for him, a delightful surprise. Likewise, he had no intention of seeking trouble with the formidable figure today. After all, this was Uchiha Madara. Both the memories from the original narrative and the family records of the Yamashita clan spoke volumes of this man's overwhelming power, his body technique honed through countless trials, the terrifying fire release that incinerates all, the unrivaled Susanoo, and the cataclysmic Tenjin Shins. This was a man whose mere name could instill fear throughout the entire shinobi world. Even if one's intellect were as flawed as Danzo's, one would not recklessly charge ahead upon receiving news. The gentle patter of rain continues to fall, shrouding the landscape in a mist that resembles both smoke and gossamer, rendering the distant Hokage rock somewhat indistinct. Meow meow meow. In the midst of a scenic moment in the mountains, an urgent cry accompanied by the sound of items toppling over, intertwined with a series of footsteps splashing through puddles, emanated from a narrow alley on the left. A slender tortoiseshell cat, its face a portrait of panic, darted out from the alley. It zigzagged and swiftly vanished across the street, diving into a chaotic heap of debris stacked against the wall, towering nearly 3 meters high. Once the cat disappeared, 3 young genin, seemingly not yet 10 years old and drenched in their garments, emerged from the alley in pursuit. Damn it, it got away again. This one is far too cunning, Uchiha Obito lamented, his face etched with frustration. If it weren't for some fool insisting on wearing goggles in the rain and then shouting about being under the mist technique after spotting the target, our mission would have been accomplished. Kakashi Hitaki mocked Obito's unreliability, his emotionless gaze sweeping across every corner of the street, searching for any trace that the cat might have left behind. Curse it, if I hadn't found that cat first, you wouldn't have even seen the mission target by now. Obito retorted, feeling his pride wounded and flushing with embarrassment. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves to argue with Kakashi, Noera Rin stepped forward, positioning herself between the two, her voice gentle as she sought to mediate. All right, it's fine. Let us just keep trying. Obito, albeit reluctantly, turned away with a huff. Kakashi, however, did not spare Obito a moment's glance, his attention fixated on every alleyway, every step, and every possible hiding spot where the cat might conceal itself, relentlessly searching for signs of the target. Hey, Senpai Yamashiro. Upon turning, Obito immediately noticed Yamashiro standing not far off, holding an umbrella and observing the trio. He, along with Kakashi and Rin, had previously visited the Jainin apartment where their teacher, Minato Namikaze, resided. While flipping through an album, they had seen numerous photographs of Minato with this very Yamashiro, including snapshots from their entrance into the Ninja Academy, their graduation, and images of the two returning from the Second Shinobi World War, battered yet triumphant. According to Minato, this individual was a dear friend upon whom he could rely with his life. With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed on Obito's face as he jogged over to Yamashiro. "Senpai, I am Uchiha Obito, a disciple of Minato-sensei. May I inquire if you happen to see a tortoiseshell cat pass by here?" The pile of debris came the response. As Shanjonjin gazed at the child before him, whose face radiated with a sunny smile, a fleeting yet subtle complexity flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand, gesturing toward a pile of clutter where Mi was hiding. Name: Uchiha Obito. Occupation: ninja. Attributes: profound affection, blue; kindness, green; friend of the elderly, white; simpleton, gray. Unlike Shimura Danzo, whose attributes clearly marked him as a villain, or those with explosive innate talents, these attributes tell a different story. Profound affection signifies genuine emotions, authenticity, and a rich emotional landscape that enhances one's spiritual energy, slightly amplifying the power of fire release and explosive capabilities in times of crisis. Kindness reflects a pure and simple heart, increasing one's affinity and social charm. Friend of the elderly dramatically elevates the probability of encountering individuals over 50, increases the chances of tardiness, and significantly boosts the goodwill of the elderly after offering assistance. Simpleton suggests a decline in independent thinking abilities, making one prone to foolish mistakes. Foolishness, kindness, authenticity, and a sincere nature, traits that endear one to the elderly and catalyze explosive growth in times of crisis. These character attributes seem quintessentially reminiscent of a protagonist from a spirited manga. As long as one continues to grow normally, supported by the encouragement of a mentor, the companionship of comrades, and the care of those around them. Even if they cannot become a hero destined to save the world, an individual endowed with such attributes should undoubtedly embody a character that radiates the brilliance of humanity. Who could foresee that this person would eventually transform into a born simpleton, eh? As Shanjonjin gazed at the three figures in the distance, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy regarding the whims of fate. To be candid, he had indeed contemplated whether he should simply eliminate Uchiha Obito. However, first and foremost, to take the life of an innocent child for a crime yet to be committed seemed to contradict his innermost sense of morality. Secondly, what Uchiha Madara sought was not Uchiha Obito himself, but rather a malleable tool, someone who could be indoctrinated to execute his Moon Eye plan. Although Obito's eye-opening talent might be commendable, it was by no means the sole option available. Even in death, future generations would undoubtedly produce individuals with the potential for water, fire, lightning, or even charm. Yet, the question remained, should one truly refrain from intervening? In the picturesque mountains, I glanced at the brotherly charm displayed on the system interface. In the original work, Obito is thoroughly brainwashed and resolutely executes the Eye of the Moon plan, the fundamental reason being that he witnessed his beloved Rin Nohara's heart being pierced by Kakashi. But what if Kakashi were Obito's beloved instead? My damned moral scruples prevent me from indulging in such a delightful notion. How can I possibly bring myself to act on it? In the mountains, Jin glanced at his personal panel several times, noting the unactivated entry that read, "Brother, you are quite fragrant." He stood still, grappling with his inner conflict for quite some time. Not far away, Kakashi summoned 3 ninja dogs using a summoning technique, collaborating with Noera Rin to block off the escape route of Sanwa on the ground. Meanwhile, he leaped onto the rooftop to prevent Sanwa from fleeing from above. Uchiha Obito, while bickering with Kakashi, began to shift the clutter in the pile, attempting to force Sanwa out. Realizing that his hiding place was compromised, Sanwa leaped out from the debris. Quick as a flash, Obito crouched and pounced, capturing Sanwa, but before he could utter a word of triumph, he crashed headlong into the pile of clutter. With a thunderous crash, the already precariously stacked debris collapsed, burying both him and Sanwa beneath it. The incessant raindrops failed to obscure the massive cloud of dust that erupted into the air. In the mountains, a pained expression adorned the face of a character as he gazed upon the wreckage. With closed eyes, he sensed the debris beneath him, acutely aware of the injuries he had sustained. Yet, he persistently arched his body, shielding the small figure of Obito cradled in his arms. A faint sigh escaped his lips as he thought, "Obito, you must always remain kind from now on." Suddenly, Rin, her face etched with panic, rushed forward to clear the fallen debris. Kakashi, who had previously worn an expression of indifference, was startled and swiftly leaped down from the rooftop. "I'm fine, Rin. It hurts so much." Cough, cough, I can't breathe. Obito's voice emerged from beneath the pile, and before he could finish his sentence, he gasped in pain several times. Step aside. The sound of the scenery in the mountains emanated from behind Kakashi and Rin Noera. Upon hearing his voice, both realized that their esteemed teacher's close friend had chosen to intervene and swiftly retreated to the side. Water style, water prison jutsu. In the mountainous terrain, Yamanaka Kage formed a one-handed seal with his right hand, and the surrounding rainwater swiftly converged upon the heap of debris. Almost instantaneously, it enveloped all the scattered items within a vast azure sphere of water, creating an ethereal prison. With a flick of his wrist, the water prison ascended several meters off the ground, then glided sideways to a corner of the wall, revealing Uchiha Obito below, hunched over in pain, gritting his teeth. Obito, how are you? Don't move. Let me take a look. Noera Rin hastened to Obito's side, retrieving a portable first aid kit from her ninja pouch at her lower back. She promptly began tending to the injuries on his back. Meanwhile, Kakashi took hold of the task objective from Obito's grasp, the small creature known as Sanwa, his gaze fixated on the spot where the water prison technique had just descended. As the water prison descended, the turbulent waters rolled and surged, swiftly rearranging the debris into an orderly pile. Upon reaching the ground, it transformed into gentle streams that silently merged with the surrounding rainwater, vanishing without a trace. The astonishing control displayed in this ninjutsu left Kakashi in awe. He had never encountered nor even heard of such a technique before. Could the water prison technique be employed in this manner? After the completion of the water release, the water did not simply scatter with a loud splash. Was this truly a ninja from the Yamanaka clan? Shouldn't they be more proficient in their family's secret techniques? Was he an anomaly? Or did this individual possess a family secret technique that surpassed the water release? Mike Guy had previously mentioned that his team leader bore the same name. Although Kakashi maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, his mind was inundated with countless questions. Observing Yamanaka Kage, who had unknowingly turned and departed, he tightened his grip on Sanwai's arm. In the past, he had believed that his strength was nearly equivalent to that of the seasoned Jainin, merely lacking in battle experience. He thought that as he matured further, with enhanced strength and speed, he could undoubtedly emerge as a standout among Jainin. However, it now appeared that he had been overly arrogant. Among Konoha's Jainin, there were certainly many of mediocre strength, but there were also formidable individuals like his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and Yamanaka Kage. Hey, Kakashi. I was the first to obtain this information and even managed to capture the task objective. Uchiha Obito, receiving Rin's meticulous care, were a childlike expression of pride and satisfaction. As for his injuries, they were merely bruises and contusions from being struck by heavy objects. Once the ointment was applied, he would be nearly healed by the next day. In comparison, the fact that Kakashi had been bested was of far greater significance than these minor injuries. You nearly put the task objective in peril. Kakashi held a three-pronged kunai under his arm, casting a gaze towards Obito that was tinged with indifference and a hint of disdain. It was merely a D-rank mission. The failure of their initial capture attempt due to Obito's hindrance was unfortunate enough, but it was compounded by the fact that he not only sustained injuries himself, but also nearly jeopardized the mission's target. Impulsive and reckless, driven by emotion, he acted without consideration for the consequences, lacking a sense of time, and invariably encountering unforeseen circumstances at critical moments. Kakashi had never imagined that he would one day find himself partnered with someone of such disposition. After all, camaraderie among companions is essential. I assenti it. Had Senior Jing already departed? He had yet to properly express his gratitude for the senior's assistance. Rin subtly shifted her position, obstructing the clash of gazes between the two. Her eyes flickered towards the original location of Jing in the mountains, striving to divert the conversation, serving as the glue and lubricant of their team. In the distance, the street corner faded into the misty rain. Amidst the mountainous scenery, Kakashi observed the elusive figure of Minato Namikaze lurking behind the wall, rolling his eyes in silent exasperation. If there were concerns, why not follow openly? Although Kakashi had attained the rank of CH Nin, his character and approach to matters often leaned towards the extreme. I sincerely hoped he would come to appreciate the significance of camaraderie more profoundly. If he were aware of my presence, it would invariably influence his genuine thoughts and decisions. Minato chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he delicately articulated Kakashi's issues. Possessing remarkable talent, formidable strength, and a commendable sense of discipline, he nonetheless found himself troubled by the lingering shadows of Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hataki, which affected some of his conduct during missions. Alas, his father had perished in vain. Shanjiajin curled his lips in disdain. casting a disparaging remark at Kakashi. One day, he would come to understand. Wolfing Watergate sighed, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Once, this illustrious figure known as Konoha's White Fang was regarded as a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. Who could have foreseen that he would take his own life amidst a whirlwind of rumors? Initially, he too found it incomprehensible why Hatake Tsukumo would make such a choice. However, through Shan Zhongjing's insights and his observations of Konoha's transformations over the years, he genuinely felt the profound effects of this event. In the 6 months following the White Fang's demise, the casualty rate for Konoha's mission surged dramatically, although some high-ranking officials were reluctant to admit their errors. The Hokage consistently reminded the ninjas undertaking missions to cherish their lives and those of their comrades. Many high-difficulty missions were explicitly stated at the time of issuance, allowing for the option to withdraw based on the circumstances. As long as valid reasons were provided, there would be no repercussions. The number of missions that were rigidly mandated to be completed at any cost significantly diminished. Numerous ninjas, who were frequently dispatched on high-stakes missions, secretly breathed sighs of relief. Who could argue that the death of the White Fang was without significance? What about your true self? In the mountainous scenery. I no longer wish to continue the discourse on Hatake Tsukumo. He once endeavored to alter the fate of Tsukumo, but the Hatake clan hails from a lineage of samurai. Hatake Tsukumo held steadfast beliefs and convictions. It was this very faith that enabled him to become a renowned figure in the ninja world, the Konoha White Fang. Thus, when his belief shattered, he could not be swayed, nor could anyone else persuade him. The researchers we previously returned from the Isle of Summoning have been thoroughly interrogated by the Umbu through reverse hypnosis. A new research facility is commencing construction at the Zero Training Ground. Upon learning this, Anoka proactively expressed her desire to undergo reverse hypnosis as well. Accompanying my girlfriend with my real self while my shadow clone attends to my disciple is indeed a taxing endeavor. Haha, it's manageable. Tomorrow at noon. Bring Anoka to my home. Kushina, Jiku, and Yoshino will all be present to sample the new dishes from the restaurant. Anoka will undoubtedly be thrilled to know. Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile. Although the Umbu's reverse hypnosis does not provide the detailed memory retrieval one might expect, it is sufficient to ascertain Anoka's stance. After the inquiry, I will meet with Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. Even the Hokage will not utter more upon discovering this. Suddenly, Minato recalled the embarrassing incident from the previous night and inquired, Jing, do you know the procedures for obtaining housing land approval? Building a love nest? Is the J-Nin apartment unsuitable? No. I just feel Minato, caught in the web of his own thoughts, nearly lost control of his shadow clone. Feeling an overwhelming surge of embarrassment. Just take your J-Nin credentials and go find Narashizaku. He is well acquainted with the process. When you relocate to your new abode, I shall offer you my warmest blessings. In the mountains, Shanjunjing was interrupted by the voice of Mado Guy, who was about to explain. What blessing? A litter of 9 treasures. After bidding farewell to Namikaze Minato, Shanjunjing sauntered back home. Stealthily, he employed the secret techniques of the Shanjun clan to connect through the back door to the perceptual barrier that enveloped the entirety of Konoha. Following the chakra signatures of Mado Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Nara Shikamaru, he easily located the trio beneath a canopy outside a sweet chestnut shop. Enjoying some yokon while watching the rain, he summoned his summoning technique, preparing to call forth the crow he had nurtured in the bird summoning house of Konoha, one that was most familiar with the village's environment, to bring the 3 small ones over. This crow was distinct from the swift-type crows he had summoned previously in the Tea Country town and on the summoning island. Its intelligence was evidently superior to its peers. After just a few casual interactions during leisure time, it could utter small blessings such as wishing you prosperity and may you always wear a smile. It could also comprehend and execute some not overly complex commands. Its favorite pastime was to roam around Konoha during the feeding time in the birdhouse, approaching anyone holding food with its small blessings to snag a few bites. This led to it being nearly 1.5 times larger than its counterparts. Round and plump, and significantly slower in flight. In the mountains, it observed its cleverness. Not only did it not harbor any disdain, but it even bestowed upon it a name, the Slippery One. However, what on earth should I do with this slippery creature? In the mountains, Jing stared blankly at the vanishing spirit summoning array. Unconvinced, he once again dipped into the reservoir of blood and performed the summoning technique anew. Regrettably, the sweet-talking little black chubby figure still failed to materialize, leaving him with a lingering sense of doubt. In the mountains, the scenery attempted to commune with other crows. The raucous cawing of the crows immediately echoed throughout the mansion. Dead. In the heart of the mountains, he casually dispelled the spirit summoning technique, rising from the ground in bewilderment. If the issue did not lie with him, it must certainly be attributed to the summoned spirit beast. The lack of response from the spirit beast to the summoning could only indicate two possibilities. Either it was confined within a ceiling barrier or bound by some form of restraint, or it had already transcended to the realm beyond. Who, in their right mind, would take the time to seal a plump crow? Thus, what could have happened to his faithful companion? Upon his return yesterday, he had entrusted the falcon, Bai Jiao, to the avian spirit beast sanctuary. The staff had not informed him of any issues. How could such an incident arise from yesterday noon to this very moment? Something feels amiss. The breathtaking scenery of the mountains flickers in the recesses of my memory palace. The expressions of the staff who welcomed him yesterday are vividly magnified before my eyes. At that moment, in my haste to deliver the mission to the Hokage building, I paid little heed to their demeanor. However, upon reflection, it appears that their gazes seemed somewhat evasive. While one or two instances may be mere coincidence, the collective reluctance to meet his eyes raises a significant concern. How could this be? I invest so much annually in the breeding facility, and yet they wouldn't even inform me if something were to happen. The scenery in the mountains grew increasingly frustrating for him. He even began to suspect that his spirit beast had perished due to issues at the breeding facility. Disregarding any thoughts of preparing a unique breakfast, he promptly rose and set out once more, heading directly towards the northeast of the village. The breeding facility for avian spirit beasts in Konoha is situated in the northeastern corner of the village, nestled against the shattered cliffs of the Shadow Rock. On clear days, one can often witness flocks of avian spirit beasts soaring freely in the sky or resting in various spots along the cliffs. However, due to the inclement weather today, most of the birds remained inside the breeding facility, seeking refuge from the rain. Even from a distance, the cheerful chirping of numerous birds could be heard. Upon entering the gates of the breeding house, Shang Zhong had yet to utter a word when he was met by several staff members who, without hesitation, bowed deeply in unison. The person in charge of the breeding house hurriedly approached, bowing as he came, his head bowed low as he began to express his profuse apologies. Esteemed Shang Zhong, we are profoundly sorry. Your spirit beast, that rascal, tragically encountered an unfortunate incident 12 days ago during its exercise period. Previously, I was summoned to the Dark Division for questioning, and the staff were bound by a confidentiality order, rendering us unable to inform you of this distressing news in a timely manner. This is a grave oversight on our part. We shall earnestly reflect upon our mistakes and strive to compensate you, in hopes of alleviating the sorrow of your lost spirit beast. Please believe. After the series of apologies, the official hastily retrieved a well-prepared envelope from beneath a nearby desk, presenting it with both hands in utmost reverence. Judging by its thickness, it appeared to contain an amount nearing 50,000 taels. In the mountains, there exists a nurturing facility that is taken in 10 crows, incurring an annual maintenance fee of approximately 80,000 ryo. This translates to an expenditure of 8,000 ryo per crow each year. One might underestimate this as a modest sum. However, it is noteworthy that the war orphans of Konohagakure managed to survive on merely 600 ryo per month. The cost for the care of a single crow as a summoning beast surpasses the living expenses of these orphans. This individual has cared for the crows for 3 years, resulting in a total expenditure of around 24,000 ryo. When factoring in the initial cost of hatching and training the summoning beasts, the overall expenditure amounts to approximately 30,000 ryo. Therefore, the compensation of 50,000 ryo is indeed a gesture of sincerity. What has transpired within the Umbu? As Shan Zhongjing observed the group of staff members who remained in a bowing posture, he found himself repeatedly on the verge of speaking, only to let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had arrived brimming with indignation. However, their justifications were sound, their demeanor beyond reproach, and the involvement of the Umbu demanding confidentiality left him with little room for blame. What was he to do? Your summoning beast met its untimely demise when it flew past the Hokage's office just as the time for its release was drawing near, colliding with the Hokage's assistant who had leapt from the window. The expression on the responsible party's face was a mix of dread and financial distress. He had truly suffered a significant loss this time. Previously, he had been taken away by the Umbu ninja and was suspected of intentionally attacking the upper echelons of Konoha, nearly giving him a heart attack. Had it not been for the reverse hypnosis and memory retrieval confirming his lack of intent to harm the higher-ups of Konoha, deeming it a mere accident, his return would have been uncertain. Moreover, even under these circumstances, the breeding house compensated the Hokage's assistant a substantial sum. But who could be held accountable for this? Should the fault lie with the crow flying too low, lacking adequate defense? Or was it the Hokage's assistant who leapt too high, donning a steel helmet? 12 days ago? Danzo, I had just exited the Hokage's office when he caused the death of my summoning beast. Are you certain it was a collision and not a grievous wound inflicted by a kunai? The once diminished flames of anger within the mountains have now surged forth anew. Could it be that Danzo, that wretched old man, is targeting him? It must surely be the case, with the speed at which that rascal typically meanders through Konoha. How could a collision with a person possibly result in death? It is said that the esteemed Hokage's advisor was in haste to undertake a confidential mission, departing in an instant, adorned with a combat helmet atop his head. Was it not fortuitous that your summoning beast collided with the helmet? Indeed. We extend our condolences, and regarding the matter of compensation for the Hokage's advisor, our breeding facility has already finalized the arrangements. You shall bear no responsibility, so there is no need for your concern. Compensation? That old fool still has the audacity to demand recompense. Shan Zhongjing was utterly astonished. His summoning beast had been slain by a steel helmet from Danzo, and that individual even had the audacity to demand compensation? Ahem, esteemed Jonin Shanzhong. Here's the ashes of your summoning beast. Would you prefer to take them with you, or shall we inter them in our summoning beast cemetery? The head of the breeding house, upon hearing Shanzhongjing curse Danzo, felt a profound shiver run down his spine and promptly shifted the subject. He truly wished to avoid another encounter with the Umbu. Thus, regardless of whose fault it was or where the blame lay, it would be best to conclude this troublesome matter swiftly. Let us proceed to the cemetery. In the mountains, Shanzhongjing gazed at the white urn in the caretaker's hands, which was scarcely larger than a cigarette box, feeling a mix of anger, frustration, and speechlessness. It was he who had opened the floodgates of imagination for Danzo. It was also he who had lost the spirit beast. Damn it! The anger simmering within him was unbearable. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Shanzhongjing went to check on the remaining 9 crows, as well as the hawk that had arrived just yesterday. Observing that the little crows were living in comfort without any issues, he noticed that the hawk had found 2 companions from the Spirit Beast Island and was engaged in tender interactions. After bidding farewell to the caretakers, he turned to leave. He had arrived filled with rage, yet departed with a sense of unresolved turmoil. The scenery in the mountains is such that one could hardly imagine a boomerang could strike so deeply. What is this? A cycle of cause and effect? Retribution that is inescapable? Nonsense. That old scoundrel Danzo has committed countless heinous acts. If retribution were truly a reality, he would have perished long ago. Yamashita Kei wore a disgruntled expression as he strolled along the streets of Konoha towards the renowned sweet shop, Genkuri Gank, where his teammates, Yugao Yuzuki and Mike Guy, were located. Established during the era of the first Hokage, Genkuri Gank has long been a staple in Konoha. The shop specializes in yokan, a jelly-like delicacy crafted from steamed beans or chestnuts, beloved by the younger generation. Recently, after joining Yamashita Kei's team, Yugao, Guy, and Jay had undertaken 2 D-rank missions, significantly alleviating their financial burdens. With the ongoing reinforcement of their physical abilities, their skills had notably improved, and their teamwork had become remarkably synchronized after a week of collaboration on missions. Originally, the trio had planned to train together at the number 4 training ground today, but due to inclement weather, they were forced to alter their plans. Have you heard? The summoned beasts auctioned off earlier were likely taken down by a collective genjutsu. Jay remarked, casually chatting with his teammates while holding a senbon between his lips, his gaze fixed on the rain outside. Over 100 summoned beasts of varying sizes, even if they were all crowded together, would occupy a space larger than the school-esque training ground. Sensei is truly impressive. Yugao rested her elbows on the table, cradling her face in her hands, her cherubic visage illuminated with wonder. She longed to become such a master of illusion, effortlessly ensnaring foes in endless nightmares. The mere thought of such achievements stirred her blood with excitement. Meanwhile, Guy was energetically throwing punches beside them, his boundless enthusiasm evident as always. I hear someone is praising me, a familiar male voice chimed from behind the trio. Their faces lit up with joy as they turned to see Yamashita Kei, holding a black umbrella and wearing his characteristic warm smile. Ah, Sensei. Good morning. Yugao responded swiftly, rising to bow respectfully. Guy mirrored her actions, his serious demeanor suggesting he was preparing for battle. Upon noticing the black umbrella in Jay's hands, Yugao felt a pang of concern and swiftly circled around him for a thorough inspection. Relieved to find no bloody bandages or any medicinal scent, she exhaled deeply. In the ninja world, aside from those who wield umbrellas as weapons, most ninjas typically avoid using them, as they can hinder swift movement. At first glance, seeing her teacher with an umbrella had led her to worry that he was injured and unable to get his wounds wet. Thank you for your concern. But I am perfectly fine. The umbrella is merely a precaution someone advised me to take today. In the serene mountains, the gentle sunset was tenderly received by Yuhi Kurenai, who, without uttering a word, affectionately ruffled her small head. It must be said that such concern from a disciple was immensely gratifying. However, while gratitude was felt, the fates of the three small ones had long been predetermined. Yet, should they diligently fulfill their tasks, well, perhaps a modest reward would be in order. The gentle demeanor of Kushina-senpai immediately prompted Kurenai to realize who was advising her teacher, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with envy. When Kushina-senpai offered her counsel, the teacher earnestly complied, radiating a sense of happiness. Nearby, Might Guy and Narashikamura nodded in silent agreement upon hearing Kurenai's words. Throughout the duration of their teacher's mission, it was Kushina-senpai who consistently accompanied them, tending to their needs, clarifying their doubts, and guiding their training. Although at times her personality mirrored that of their teacher, occasionally revealing a hint of wicked humor, such as when they had just adapted to the sealing of their limbs and she, under the pretense of gifting, suddenly intensified the restraint's potency. Nevertheless, Kushina-senpai truly embodied an exceptional and gentle mentor. Will you be visiting my home today? I am preparing to create some unique culinary delights, and tomorrow I plan to invite someone for a tasting. In the mountains, the sight of the three little ones brought a sense of affirmation to Kushina, lifting her spirits considerably. Without hesitation, she decided to take action. Is this the home of Teacher Kage? Then we shall lend a hand. I have diligently studied the art of cooking at home. Without a moment's thought, Red Sunset leaped into the fray, oblivious to the magnitude of the task ahead. Kai and I should be able to assist, mused Kakashi as he scratched his head, pulling Might Guy into the ranks of helpers. At their age, while they may not have been particularly fond of learning to cook, they were equally powerless against the allure of delicious cuisine. Kushina had often mentioned that their teacher possessed remarkable culinary skills during his time at the Ninja Academy. Who could possibly resist delectable food? As the rain subsided, the group made their way to Kage's residence. The luxurious three-story home, spanning over 200 square meters, left the three little ones in awe. However, upon witnessing the multitude of ingredients and kitchen supplies occupying most of the living room, they fell into a collective silence. How infuriating. We've been duped. With this many ingredients, it's enough to open a restaurant. Just then, Tsunade, looking disheveled and yawning, emerged from her bedroom, casually greeting Kage while mentioning lunch plans. Tsunade-sama. Good morning, Red Sunset exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. The legendary Tsunade, one of the three Sannin, was an object of admiration for every female ninja. At this moment, Might Guy and Kakashi regained their composure, hurriedly bowing respectfully to Tsunade. Although they understood that Kushina and Tsunade shared a familial bond, they wondered if it was appropriate for a boyfriend to cohabit with his girlfriend while also bringing along her sisters. Going to the hospital at 11? In the mountains. The scenery caught his attention, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had assumed that Tsunade and Kushina had ventured out together in the morning, yet here he was, astonished to find that she had merely slept through until now. As long as she could make it in time to pay her respects, that would suffice. With a discontented pout, Tsunade turned and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After all, she was only attending this gathering out of respect for the old man. There were certain individuals she found utterly repugnant, so how could she possibly offer them her healing? Surely, you wouldn't be considering treating Danzo, would you? Upon observing the expression of Yamashita, Tsunade immediately formed a conjecture. Only a handful of individuals in the entirety of Konoha could provoke such impatience in her. Among these, it seemed that only Danzo had been recently in a rather precarious state. The news was indeed well circulated. Was there an inclination to witness some amusement? Tsunade recalled that both Yamashita and Kushina appeared to have a contentious relationship with Danzo, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Ahem, primarily concerned about your convenience, Tsunade. That wretched girl truly shares everything with you. Tsunade, displeased, turned up her nose and continued her stride towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Yamashita's lips were stretched into a grin that could scarcely be contained. Danzo, what a delightful surprise. I am on my way. Upon arriving at Yamashita's residence, the three little ones were left utterly bewildered, facing the abrupt departure of their teacher. Initially, they had contemplated rescheduling their visit. However, with a mere shadow clone from Yamashita, all issues were swiftly resolved. The three free laborers had been lured into the task, who would roll out the dough for the afternoon's noodles, wrap the buns, or grind the soybean milk. The shadow clone remained at home, diligently washing and tidying various pots and pans while methodically directing the trio in their chores. Might Guy kneaded the dough, Yuga washed and prepared the vegetables, and Kakashi chopped the meat. The three worked fervently, immersed in their tasks. In the heart of the mountains, Tsunade and Kakashi made their way towards the Konoha hospital. On the third floor of the hospital, in the special care ward, Shimura Danzo sat on his hospital bed. With an intravenous drip in his left hand, he rapidly perused the latest intelligence reports from various ninja villages laid out on the small table beside him. A member of the route, clad in standard umbu attire and wearing a mask, dutifully stood guard beside the bed. The ceiling and walls of the ward were infested with countless minuscule parasitic insects, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Despite their unsettling presence, this minor inconvenience paled in comparison to the immense energy and manpower required to maintain a defensive barrier of greater efficacy. After reviewing the intelligence, Danzo closed his eyes, organizing the information in his mind. He then took a blank scroll and began to assign tasks for the root ninjas to execute over the next 2 days. Suddenly, the door to the ward creaked open, pushed by an aged hand. The root member lowered his head slightly, acknowledging the three elderly figures who entered. Danzo's piercing gaze swept across the room, softening only slightly upon recognizing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Tsunade and Mido Gate. He set aside the scroll momentarily. "What brings you here?" Sarutobi inquired, settling himself on a nearby sofa, seemingly unfazed by his friend's frosty demeanor. He understood Danzo's emotions and felt a degree of sympathy for the burdens he bore. After all, anyone under the influence of an unknown force, constantly on edge against unforeseen attacks, would likely find their spirits diminished. "Perhaps you wish for me to perish in this place," Danzo thought, his single eye fixating intently on Sarutobi's hand as he retrieved a pipe, the tension in the air intensifying. "She merely harbors some misunderstandings. We recognize your contributions to Konoha," Sarutobi remarked, attempting to defuse the silent accusation in his friend's gaze. "Really now, if you choose not to smoke, then why glare?" Sarutobi pondered. "You are too lenient with Tsunade. Look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Consider their current states." Tsunade and Mido, seated on the opposite sofa, wasted no time in retorting to Sarutobi's evasive comments. Jiraiya is reckless, dismissing Konoha's ninja regulations. He often uses the guise of gathering intelligence to seek the elusive child of destiny from Mount Mayaboku, frequently absent from his missions. Tsunade is lazy and irritable, frequently absent from high-level meetings, sneaking out to indulge in drinking and gambling. Is it not enough that her husband died shortly after their engagement? How long has it been since his sacrifice? Does she not have the right to grieve? And what of Orochimaru? The task was accepted with alacrity, yet upon returning, one became ensnared in the research lab, hopelessly immersed in the study of ninjutsu. If this continues, trouble is inevitable. Tsunade, still in the bloom of youth, possesses certain flaws in her temperament. However, for the sake of the first Hokage and her mentor, one should exercise a measure of forbearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly sidestepped the core issues, neglecting to mention Jiraiya or Orochimaru, merely alluding to Tsunade's shortcomings. He invoked the names of the first and second Hokage, hoping to redirect the conversation away from this matter. Yet, he underestimated the long-simmering dissatisfaction and fury harbored by his old comrade. Youth is no justification for her descent into debauchery. The legacies of the first Hokage and her mentor are not a license for her reckless behavior. As their descendant, she ought to embody the virtues of a Konoha ninja. Crash! The hospital room door was violently dislodged from its frame. The twisted remnants of the door flew toward Tsunade, who was seated on the sofa. As one of the elite members of the second Hokage Shadow Guard, and having recently celebrated her 51st birthday, Tsunade, despite a significant decline in her abilities, had not yet succumbed to the frailty characteristic of the later years of the Shippuden era. Instinctively, she executed a kick, sending the deformed door panel flying. While she staggered back to the window of the room, buzz! A swarm of parasitic insects enveloped the hospital bed. Shimura Danzo observed the door corner, which had embedded itself dangerously close to his head, and beads of sweat trickled down his spine. A glance at the kicking Tsunade and the furious Tsunade sparked a barely contained surge of killing intent within him. They both understood that he was ensnared in a conspiracy. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would ultimately be directed at him. Were these two women truly so reckless as to engage in conflict within the hospital room? What folly possessed them? Standing a step behind Tsunade, Yamashita Kei peered through the empty door frame, witnessing the fallen door and the swarm of parasitic insects engulfing the hospital bed. And he let out a sigh of regret. An old adage rings true: good people rarely live long, while calamities endure for millennia. This old fellow, Danzo, certainly has a remarkable knack for survival. His gaze shifted to a figure standing aside, using the insects to shield against the door. A mere shadow quietly positioned in the corner. He understood the implications. By the timeline, this individual must be Yamanaka Ryama, who in the original narrative was regarded by Danzo as his right hand after the Third Shinobi World War. Though young, her prowess was commendable, likely surpassing that of many Konoha genin. As she swiftly surveyed the room filled with onlookers, Tsunade's smooth forehead was marked by protruding veins, and the azure seal upon her skin had, in an instant, transformed into an inky black. Old hag. Enough already. Which of my words was incorrect? Tksh Rin subtly shifted her somewhat numb right leg, yet her resolve remained unyielding. Despite Tsunade's evident superiority in strength, she firmly believed she had spoken no falsehood. Sensing the tension between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily positioned himself between them, adeptly assuming the role of mediator. Tsunade, Sh Rin's words may have been a touch fervent, but you know her intentions are never malicious. And Sh Rin, you too. We have all watched Tsunade grow and naturally wish for her improvement. However, even as elders, we must be mindful of our approach. Tsunade, we are aging, and the future of Konoha rests upon your generation. Our concerns for the future inevitably lead us to raise our expectations of you. The first and second Hokages entrusted the burdens of the future to us, and we cannot help but worry that we may not fulfill our duties adequately. Hiruzen's earnest yet meandering words gradually tempered Tsunade's fierce demeanor. Mito Minyan nodded in agreement, his expression one of understanding. After several deep breaths, Tksh Rin's previously defiant countenance softened. Only Shimura Danzo remained a cold observer, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. If one were to speak of deception, it was indeed the old man who excelled at it. Observing the rapidly easing atmosphere under the persuasion of the third Hokage, Yamano felt a profound respect for the old man. With such a skill in diplomacy, who wouldn't be enchanted by his words if they held even a modicum of affection for him? After all, he is the Hokage. Danzo, take note. Master the art of expression. Master the art of expression. Upon observing the mocking expression of Danzo, Yamashita's gaze faltered momentarily, prompting an immediate realization of his own inappropriate demeanor. He hastily summoned every ounce of his acting prowess, emulating the expression of Mito Minyan with fervor. I, Yamashita, am the inheritor of the will of fire of the new generation of Konoha. In a previous life, while indulging in anime, Yamashita harbored a certain disdain for the duo of Tsubaki Sakurako and Mito Minyan, occasionally perceiving them as mere pawns of Danzo. However, after over a decade of existence in this world, he began to dismantle his preconceived notions of the two. They truly embodied the rare essence of benevolence within the higher echelons of Konoha. Mito Minyan, a paragon of integrity, adhered steadfastly to his principles. Though often burdened by excessive worry, frequently probing into the affairs of others, he unintentionally cultivated an image of meddlesomeness. In truth, he merely offered counsel without interference, a duty befitting his role as a senior advisor. Conversely, Tsubaki Sakurako, as a disciple of Hashirama Senju, deeply ingrained the ideals of collectivism within her very being. Stern and serious, her words could sting, yet her unwavering commitment to the village remained paramount. She was unhesitant in proposing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan when their threat loomed over the village. And she boldly questioned Danzo regarding his absence during the Kyubi incident when he opposed Hiruzen Sarutobi's return to the role of Hokage. Both individuals persevered into the era of incombustible entities, maintaining their esteemed positions as senior advisors in Konoha, not merely due to their affiliation with the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but also because their disfavor stemmed from their reluctance to engage in disorder alongside the protagonist. Initially, Naruto embodied the essence of bonds in the ninja way, often disregarding the regulations governing Konoha as shinobi. He would pursue Sasuke without restraint and seek Orochimaru regardless of warnings. Ultimately, Konoha is a military organization. It is indeed peculiar that Tsubaki Sakurako and Mito Minyan aligned themselves with him amidst such chaos. One cannot overlook that as Naruto matured, he underwent a transformation in his demeanor towards the two, displaying profound respect in his interactions. This change was not a result of any alteration in Tsubaki and Mito, but rather an awakening within Naruto to the understanding that without rules, chaos reigns. To safeguard Konoha, one must first uphold its regulations. If everyone acted recklessly, the village would inevitably crumble. Regarding Tsunade, as Zhuangzi once articulated, without experiencing the suffering of others, do not advise them towards goodness. If you have not endured my trials, you may not possess my virtues. Tsunade, in her childhood, was bereft of parents. with only her great-uncle, second uncle, Mido, and younger brother, Nawaki, by her side. Her great-uncle had once ventured out to protect Konoha, engaging in a battle for its defense. Due to injuries, she did not have the chance to grow up, and life slipped away. It was but a few years later that my great-uncle, in his quest to safeguard the village of Konoha, ventured forth to sign a pact and met his demise. My younger brother, who had just expressed his ambition to become Hokage and protect Konoha, was suddenly lost. After a long search, I finally encountered a warm-hearted individual who also aspired to become Hokage and protect the village, yet he vanished during a mission. Upon returning to Konoha to seek solace from my grandmother, she urged me to protect the legacy of my grandfather's Konoha and to relocate a tailed beast, only to be lost as well. This is akin to a tragic tale set in the world of Hokage, reminiscent of Sufugue, in the mountainous realm. A shift in perspective reveals an undeniable truth. If the roles were reversed, one might not express an intense loathing for Konoha, but would certainly develop an aversion to the very notion of protecting Konoha. Who would dare broach this subject with him? He would undoubtedly demand to scrutinize their family lineage, compelling them to take turns in safeguarding Konoha. Consequently, regarding the friction between Tsunade and TNSH, he would feel inclined to convey to TNSH, I understand your intentions for Konoha's sake, but spare her. Her household registry is nearly depleted. The farce in the hospital room did not endure for long. Under the masterful verbal maneuvers of Saratobi Hizashi, TNSH, who had just quarreled with Tsunade and found herself in an awkward position, promptly excused herself. Mido Gaiden, seeing no further necessity for his presence, also chose to exit. The two approached the entrance, politely nodding to Yamashita Kei before turning to leave Konoha Hospital. Can we commence now? Shimura Danzo, relieved that the nuisances had departed, immediately urged the proceedings. He could not afford to be patient. He had conducted an exhaustive examination at the root base, yet those medical ninjas could not discern the cause. Orochimaru had also expressed his impotence in the matter. A few days prior, a monk named Nakajaku from the Fire Temple had visited, equally baffled by his condition. Several root ninjas had ventured to the land of demons to consult the priestess, yet they had not even laid eyes on her, merely receiving the cryptic advice that the one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. Did he not comprehend that the caster of the jutsu could indeed dispel it? The crucial question remained: who was the scoundrel responsible? Examination results, Tsunade declared, lacking the patience to engage in prolonged discourse with Danzo. Instantly, the oil woman Rima presented a thick stack of examination reports. Tsunade swiftly perused the data, her brow furrowing with each line. A negligible allergic reaction, natural cellular degeneration due to aging, and no abnormal chakra responses indicated that the issue did not lie within the physical body. This was beyond her capability to resolve. After merely flipping through a dozen pages, she articulated the diagnostic conclusion. Shall we not conduct a further examination? Shimura Danzo clearly found it difficult to accept such results. Meanwhile, Yamashita Kei, positioned at the entrance, contemplated the implications of Danzo's words. Observing the disappearance of the once prominent blue entry of the Mangeki Sharingan, he mused to himself, as expected, to allow Tsunade to conduct a thorough examination and treatment. How could that old fool not have extracted the Sharingan? Elder Danzo, your body exhibits no issues. Further examination would yield identical results. As for the condition manifesting in you, I recommend consulting an expert in release. Tsunade cast a glance at Yamamoto, who was peering curiously from the doorway. Inside the ward, Shimura Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen instinctively followed her gaze. Danzo's expression darkened considerably. Observing this, Hiruzen felt compelled to invite Yamamoto inside. Yamamoto, you are likely aware of Elder Danzo's condition, as Tsunade had previously mentioned it briefly. In the mountains, Q, filled with frustration, silently cursed Tsunade for her lack of martial ethics. She had come merely to mock Danzo and to ponder whether to bestow upon him some unique local specialties, a means of venting the resentment over his unjust demise. This sister did not wish to engage with Shimura Danzo, yet she could not shift the blame onto him. After all, he was indeed the true puppet master behind the scenes. What is your perspective? The third Hokage did not perceive anything inappropriate in Tsunade's words. If Danzo's physical condition was sound, where else could one delve into the realm of mental manipulation? The Yamanaka clan was renowned for their expertise in such techniques, and Q was an elite within that lineage. Not only was he proficient in the clan's secret arts, but he also possessed formidable genjutsu skills. Who else could he consult? Lord Hokage, regardless of how the shadows may transform, they still necessitate chakra to activate their jutsu. given Danzo's circumstances. The scenery of the mountains portrayed a visage of entanglement. Such a palpable hesitation could hardly escape the discerning eyes of the three generations. You may speak plainly. During my prior studies of the forbidden arts of sealing, I encountered various historical accounts from the Warring States period, detailing the soul reaper capable of sealing souls, the galloping horse that devours memories, and the malevolent spirits wielding dark powers. In the mountains, the scenery attempted to cast the pot further away. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Danzo both furrowed their brows. Such power is not the forte of a ninja. Ahem, of course, there are ways to address Lord Danzo's predicament. The discourse in the mountains took a sudden turn. Years of accumulated experience informed him that shifting blame was a matter that required only a gentle nudge. People tend to trust what they see and the conclusions they draw for themselves. Over-explaining might even lead them to doubt him instead. What method? A fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible anticipation flashed across Danzo's darkened visage. Wasn't Elder Danzo constantly under assault? Mastering a technique akin to the art of hydration would allow him to restore himself, even if his head were to explode. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashiro proposed the most optimal solution. Regardless of whether it was the third generation or Danzo, they all fell silent at that moment. The technique of fluid transformation. Without the bloodline of the Hozuki clan, who could possibly master such an art? Tsunade's originally stern demeanor crumbled upon hearing Yamashiro's words. Due to the unique nature of ninjutsu, the difficulty of learning fluid transformation was on par with developing a bloodline limit. What is the level of difficulty in creating a bloodline limit? The 5 great shinobi villages each possess legacies from their ancestors capable of developing bloodline limits. The magnetic release of Sunagakure, the storm release of Kumogakure, the melting release of Awagakure, and the boiling release of Kirigakure. Yet, how many individuals within the entire shinobi world can master these? Does Danzo possess such talent? He has talent, yet he lies here? Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her lips and gently patted Yamashiro on the shoulder. A commendable idea, but do not dwell on it further. Yamashiro, such techniques intricately tied to bloodline limits pose an immense challenge for those lacking such lineage. Elder Danzo is no longer young. He does not have the time or energy to delve into these matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly provided Danzo with an escape route. Although the life of a ninja may appear glamorous, it is far from an easy profession. The continuous refinement of chakra and frequent injuries can deplete one's physical potential, leaving various hidden ailments. For most ninjas, once they surpass the age of 40, their physical condition takes a sharp decline. Their abilities and overall state begin to deteriorate. Given Danzo's current age, it would be unwise to burden him with such difficult techniques. Danzo's already somber expression darkened further upon hearing Hiruzen's words. What does it mean that he is no longer young? What does it mean that he lacks the time and energy to study these matters? That old monkey surely believes he cannot learn them. Humph. Inwardly scoffing, Danzo chose not to argue with Hiruzen on such matters, lest he become the subject of ridicule among the younger generation. Instead, he began to ponder Yamashiro's previous words. In truth, he had long suspected that the assailant was likely not a ninja. Otherwise, he would not have sought the powers of the Temple of Fire and the Priestess. However, whether from the ancient texts of Konoha or the archives of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, there were no records aligning with his symptoms. The chances of finding anything further were slim. Yet, Yamashiro's second suggestion sparked a revelation. It was not imperative to eliminate the source of the attack on his mind. Developing immunity to such an assault could also prove to be an effective strategy. If it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to master techniques reliant on bloodline limits, then what if one possesses a bloodline limit? The experiment involving the wood release Kekei Genkai faces significant challenges due to the overwhelming power of the original cells. These cells tend to reject and devour the subject's own cells, leading to the unfortunate transformation of the subject into mere wood, resulting in death. Other Kekei Genkai do not bear such inherent risks. Furthermore, a fortnight ago, Orochimaru, while requesting research funding, mentioned that he had made substantial progress in the study of Kekei Genkai, having successfully managed to transplant certain aspects of it. With the possession of Kekei Genkai's power, one need not fear the inability to learn techniques that confer immunity to attacks. Mastering such techniques would render one less vulnerable, even in the face of head injuries. Shinobi Shimura Danzo's gaze flickered with contemplation. He could currently identify 3 Kekei Genkai that offer immunity or resistance to physical assaults. The extraordinary magnetic release of Sunagakure, The bone manipulation of the Teiktorai clan and the hydration technique of the Hozuki clan, along with the mist technique of the Iburi clan. Although the Iburi clan resides in the land of fire, their Kekei Jinkai harbors significant drawbacks. Even the strongest among them dare only to dwell in underground caverns, fearing that a mere gust of wind could lead to their demise during their mist transformation. The question remains, which of these can Orochimaru transplant? Do not be disheartened, Danzo. There will always be a resolution, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured his friend. He understood Danzo well. Unresolved issues would greatly affect his state of mind. Given the current precarious situation in the shinobi world, it was imperative that Danzo, as the leader of Root, not succumb to despair over these matters. Are you not leaving? Danzo raised his eyes to Hiruzen. What purpose does lingering here serve if the problem remains unsolved? I am here to keep you company. It has been a while since we had a proper conversation. There is no need for that. I comprehend your feelings. Anyone would be affected by such circumstances. Yet, we have weathered many storms together over the years. Hiruzen seemed to reminisce about their glorious past, his gaze softening considerably. Please close the door on your way out. Danzo gestured toward the twisted, deformed door on the ground, turning his head away with a cold huff, urging once more with impatience. In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing overheard a dialogue between two individuals, initially suspecting he was merely imagining it. No, really. What scripts do you two usually engage with? These lines echo the sentiment of the gentle CEO and the proud Wi-Fi watched years ago. This is outrageous. If you two continue like this, I might just wish you a century of bliss together. Sarutobi Sasuke, sensing the intense gaze beside him, turned to see Tsunade, arms crossed, and Jiang Zhongjing, tilting his head while counting the bugs. If you two have nothing pressing, perhaps you should return to rest. And do remember to close the door upon your departure. Humph. Tsunade scoffed disdainfully, seizing the door that was almost reduced to scrap metal beside the hospital bed. With her extraordinary strength, she effortlessly bent it back into its original form. Although the metal still bore the marks of distortion, it was likely serviceable. System, hurry up and send brother. You smell amazing to dance. The proud demeanor has faded. I refuse to witness a bad ending. As the scene unfolded in the mountains, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily offered his blessings, recognizing that it was improper not to do so. When Shimura Danzo mentioned the need to guard the entrance, the third Hokage promptly instructed his disciples to take up their positions. Failing to extend his well wishes would have been quite discourteous. A beam of white light swiftly penetrated Danzo's being, unnoticed by the onlookers. Danzo stared at the wall, now obscured by the infestation of parasitic insects, and after a moment of contemplation, he began to reflect. Had he been unduly harsh in his attitude towards Uchiha Shisui? Although Shisui had preemptively answered the teacher's query, causing him to miss out on the Hokage title, he had not wronged Danzo in any significant way over the years. Moreover, it was not Shisui who had acted against him this time. Why should he vent his frustration upon a friend? With a forceful tug, Tsunade yanked the slightly warped door, firmly embedding it within the frame. After casually brushing off the dust from her palms, she turned and departed. As he followed Tsunade through the mountains, the potential scenarios that might unfold in the future crossed his mind, along with the widely circulated image of the third Hokage and Danzo sharing a kiss, sending shivers down his spine. However, despite the goosebumps, the corners of his mouth could not help but curve upwards. With each step, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity. He had lost 8 pounds in weight. After only a few days away, he returned with merely 2 tails of ash remaining. The fact that he had not vanquished Danzo was merely a result of his own restraint. What harm would it have been for Danzo to receive a few blows from Dio? I asked what harm indeed. Outside the window, the rain pattered incessantly, falling for 3 days and nights, reminiscent of my dearest love, who has yet to return home after such a lengthy absence. In the mountains, Yamaguchi was joyfully singing a modified version of the lyrics to The Rain Continues to Fall as he cheerfully made his way towards the clan's territory. The lyrics were so sorrowful, yet he sang with such delight. Was he deliberately trying to distract her? Tsunade was repeatedly interrupted in her contemplation and, in irritation, delivered a sharp slap to Yamaguchi's arm. This little rascal had no sense of the situation. Couldn't he see she was deeply engrossed in her thoughts? You don't understand. This is just a side gig. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjin rubbed the area where he had been struck, lamenting the formidable strength of his sister's hand. Who could possibly seek a partner with such a formidable foe? A mere little fist pounding your chest would surely send them packing. Oh, she is single. Well, that's a relief. A side hustle? Does your barbecue shop play such songs? Please do not disturb my contemplation. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Shang Zhongjing, dismissing his nonsensical chatter with indifference. After assertively claiming half the space under the umbrella, she bit her thumb, continuing to ponder over the unsettling items on the checklist that had troubled her. Consuming nail polish is detrimental to one's health. Are you resilient to punishment? Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation as she glared at Shang Zhongjing, her teeth clenched in frustration. How many times has this happened? Why is it so difficult for her to concentrate on something? If there is something you can't figure out, speak up. I'll help you think it through. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita Kei paid no heed to Tsunade's threat. It was laughable. What strength did he possess now? Engaging in playful skirmishes was one thing, but if Tsunade were to unleash her full might, he would swiftly bring her to the ground. Did he truly believe that the crimson entries of the zero-frame initiation were mere embellishments? The reports reviewed by Danzo revealed an unsettling rejection phenomenon. Do you understand what a rejection reaction entails? Tsunade cast a fierce glare at Yamashita Kei. Her medical ninjutsu boasted the title of the second best in Konoha, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Although the fluctuations in the data of the reports were minimal, there undeniably existed a certain degree of rejection, as stated in the case reports. These rejection reactions were merely a consequence of the prosthetic ocular implant that had been placed in Danzo's right eye years ago to prevent facial distortion after its destruction. On the surface, this explanation seemed reasonable, and the data appeared largely unproblematic. Yet Tsunade could not shake a lingering sense of disquiet. Thus, she meticulously reconsidered the earlier data, striving to discern the source of her unease. Without the Uchiha bloodline yet possessing a Sharingan, how could there be no signs of rejection whatsoever? Yamashita Kei let out a scoff, nonchalantly uncovering Danzo's hidden truths. Indeed, Danzo operated with utmost caution. The bandages wrapped around his head were imbued with a sealing technique capable of concealing his chakra's unique signature, effectively masking the distinct aura of the Sharingan. In a bid to prevent Tsunade from discerning anything amiss during his treatment, he had even resorted to extracting the Sharingan anew. Furthermore, during his time in Konoha, he had never utilized the Sharingan publicly, thus evading any suspicions from those around him. Consequently, this secret had remained unexposed for many years. However, the body's rejection response is not easily deceived. Kakashi, with his prodigious talent, had indeed awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, yet he too struggled due to the rejection response. Unable to freely control the activation of the Sharingan, which often left him depleted of chakra in battle. The Sharingan? Are you certain? Tsunade's pupils dilated, her entire being trembling thrice as she stared incredulously at Yamashita Kei. Danzo, the Sharingan. Where did he acquire it? How could this be possible? Is he not afraid of facing the wrath of the Uchiha? How dare he? Do not regard me thus. In order to facilitate your examination and treatment, he extracted it in advance. Who could have known that you merely glanced at the medical records and reports, failing to conduct a thorough examination? What a futile endeavor. The smile at the corners of my mouth widened a bit more amidst the mountain scenery, regardless of whether Danzo administered anesthesia during the eye extraction. The recovery period must have been painful. Once the body is nearly healed, it surely needs to be restored, doesn't it? Enduring suffering back and forth. How is it that my wild and unrestrained smile cannot be suppressed? Are you certain? Tsunade, clearly still in shock, inquired once more. Believe it or not. The scenery within the mountains lacked any further elucidation. He felt disinclined to share these thoughts with others, as it was likely that no one would believe him. Moreover, even if he were to publicly expose Danzo, what difference would it make? The hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan was indeed audacious. Yet the prevailing authority lay with the dovish faction, which comprised the majority within the clan. They had not endured the targeting of the Third Shinobi World War, nor had they been marginalized due to the chaos caused by the Nine Tails. There were no rampant rumors circulating within the village, nor had they frequently suffered from various injustices. Even if the Uchiha were inclined to reclaim that single three-tomo Sharingan, they would never choose to sever ties with Danzo, one of the higher-ups in Konoha. Given his current standing in the village, it was far more probable that he would concoct a plausible excuse to save face, such as, "This was entrusted to me by my dear friend Uchiha Kagami to protect the eyes of Konoha." Subsequently, through some form of mutual benefit or promises from the third Hokage and Danzo, this matter could be trivialized. That wretched old man Danzo. Could he not simply retire to his home and await his demise? Tsunade cursed vehemently under her breath. She was nearly tempted to turn back and incapacitate Danzo, rendering him helpless. Yet she understood that he had already extracted the Sharingan. Without irrefutable evidence in her possession, she was powerless against him. Furthermore, The root ninjas would not idly stand by and witness their leader being assaulted, and the third Hokage would equally not remain apathetic. The root ninjas were manageable. But she could not contend with the third Hokage. How infuriating. Hey, walk properly. What do you mean by staring at my feet? If you seek to vent your frustrations, go find Jiraiya, amidst the mountain scenery. The protagonist sensed the increasingly perilous gaze of Tsunade beside him and cast a silent sidelong glance in her direction. What ire did Danzo have towards him? Who desired to seek out that pervert? After all, you have surreptitiously eyed my bosom numerous times. What harm is there in collecting a little interest from you? With a resounding thud, a forceful stomp cracked the ground, leaving a spiderweb-like pattern in its wake. With a single step, the left foot of Yamashita Kei transformed into a mist, dispersing into the air. Alas, whether through mere physical prowess or the unparalleled strength that Tsunade takes pride in, none could inflict harm upon his water transformation technique. In the blink of an eye, Yamashita Kei's left foot had fully restored itself, aided by the torrential rain that enveloped the surroundings. On such a rainy day, unless faced with a large-scale lightning technique, few ninjas could hope to harm him in his aqueous form. Sister, when did I ever sneak a glance? If you keep this up, I might just accuse you of slander. Not admitting it? What is there to admit? I was simply observing. What is wrong with appreciating beauty? Save your sweet words for Kushina. Trying to deceive me? You are still too inexperienced. Tsunade unleashed a flurry of punches, splashing water everywhere. In the mountains, the scenery is so enchanting that I find myself too lethargic to evade it, allowing the raindrop-like fists to fall upon me. My heart marvels at the efficacy of this water transformation technique. It is indeed impervious to piercing, while it renders me immune to physical attacks, astonishingly. It also hydrates my clothing. Moreover, who claims that sweet words are ineffectual? Tsunade's strength is evidently much diminished compared to that earlier kick. Women. I must return home for a meal. After venting her frustrations, Tsunade turned and made her way toward the clan nestled in the mountains. That place is my home. The lofty scenery of the mountains left me momentarily speechless at the mention of Tsunade. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, I merely scoffed inwardly. After all, her household registration book has but one page remaining. A little understanding, a little consideration. I empathize with Tsunade, but who will extend the same courtesy to me? In the midst of the mountains, Yamaguchi looked at the high heels with a flick, then, barefoot, strolled over to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of sake. Sipping leisurely, he urged his shadow clone, Tsunade, to prepare dinner, wearing an expression of existential doubt. Is this truly his home? Then why was Tsunade so naturally seated at the dining table, insisting he cook? The shadow clone cast a perplexed glance at Yamaguchi, who trailed behind Tsunade. It silently speculated that something must have transpired during the time the original was at the Konoha hospital with Tsunade. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly become so familiar with Jiraiya. Rather, too familiar. Original, it's your turn. The shadow clone, unable to fathom the situation, decisively opted to abandon futile thoughts and dissipated into a wisp of chakra smoke. What would Lady Tsunade like to eat? Karina's petite had peeked from the kitchen, her ruby-like eyes brimming with admiration. Beneath an idle filter thicker than Tsunade's own skin, she perceived her as generous and grand, truly deserving of the title of Konoha's foremost female ninja. Whatever Kushina has for lunch, I shall have too. With her chin resting on one hand and the sake bottle swaying in the other, Tsunade directly posed the question to Yamaguchi. This lad may be thick-skinned and cunning, yet he treats Kushina quite well. She doubted he could conjure anything unpalatable for her. But wait, with such bravado, has the meal cost been covered? In the mountains, the scenery was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes. Let me retrieve my Grey-Tunkel scroll on the water release technique for your perusal. But do hurry and prepare the meal. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, fully embodying the sentiment of a child indifferent to the sacrifices of their forebears. Please wait a moment. Esteemed elder sister. In the midst of the mountains, a spectacle unfolds as a figure performs a flamboyant transformation. Without uttering a word, he dons an apron and swiftly makes his way into the kitchen, leaving my Tei Kai and Shiranui Jinken in a state of bewilderment. Known as the man who forged a pact with the sea, Senju Tobarama wields the art of water release. How could one not question their existence upon witnessing such a ninja? His original techniques, water release, water severing wave, water release, heavenly weeping, and water release, hard vortex water blade, are each imbued with formidable power and exceptional practicality. Although I have witnessed countless water release techniques during my 5 years in the analytical class, Can any of them truly compare to the lifelong dedication of Senju Tobarama? Once I master the techniques of Senju Tobarama, I shall possess the legacies of both the second Mizukage, Yagura, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Ha ha ha, Mizukage. I beseech you for a favor. In the mountains, the scenery was idyllic, and yet, the three little ones displayed a look of disdain, as if they did not wish to acknowledge him as their teacher. With a hint of irritation, he spoke. Why are you dawdling? Kai, quickly knead the first batch of dough that has already risen. Afterwards, I shall teach you an ancient technique of the steel fist. Have you ever heard of the 8 extremes fist? Xian Jin, go to the steamer and fetch the cutting board to prepare the dough. Would you like to learn the technique of the flying needle and the torpedo needle? If so, why are you not hurrying? Hong, come and learn how to make buns with me. Make sure to wrap them well. I shall teach you my own illusion technique, the Flash Spirit Curse Experience card. With a mixture of disdain and understanding, they became immersed in the allure of various ninja techniques, their movements becoming remarkably swift. Sunset Red, possessing a foundational skill in culinary arts, quickly adapted after just 2 demonstrations from Shan Zhongjing. As she grew more adept, she even managed to chat while wrapping the buns. Teacher Jing, I've heard that you possess an illusion technique capable of causing despair among all practitioners, even tormenting spirit beasts to the point of suffering immensely. Is that true? The little girl's face was alight with hope, clearly preferring this over the previously unheard of Flash Spirit Curse Experience card. Who told you that? In the serene mountain landscape, there was a brief pause as he inquired with an expression of peculiar disbelief. Among the myriad of illusions he had created, many had caused the practitioners to collapse in despair. Yet, it appeared that only one illusion, known as the Third Brother's Ecstatic Gambit, could induce such profound torment even in spiritual beasts. This advanced version of the flying stick would transform the practitioner into the pursued third sister-in-law within the illusion. If one could not catch her, the pursuit would continue indefinitely. Upon finally catching her, there would be. In his youthful naivety, he had been reckless, believing that as long as the effects were potent enough to deliver a psychological blow to both man and beast, swiftly dismantling the enemy's mental defenses, other considerations were of little importance. However, that was no longer the case. He had matured and now valued his reputation. Did I say something wrong? Asked Yugao, her large, innocent eyes blinking as she timidly inquired. She had heard from the esteemed Jiraiya that the difficulty of this ninjutsu was merely B rank, consistent with the techniques her teacher intended to impart, which prompted her question. Yet, it seemed she had unwittingly broached a topic she ought not to have. That scoundrel Jiraiya. In the mountains, a figure ground his teeth in frustration, lamenting how Jiraiya had become increasingly insufferable over the years. Due to Minato's early decision to take Jiraiya as his mentor, there was a certain familiarity between them. On one occasion, for reasons now forgotten, Jiraiya sought to experience his own illusionary technique, which he had recently devised, and decided to test its efficacy. Thus, Jiraiya and his summoning beast became the initial victims of this endeavor. Come on, it's merely an illusion. It's not as if it actually occurred. What is withholding a grudge for so long? Why go to the lengths of tarnishing the image of his teacher by insinuating such things around his disciple? Suddenly, a realization struck, and with a hearty laugh, she exclaimed, I remember now. You must be referring to the technique that instills fear in both Jiraiya and the toads of Mayaboko Mountain. Let me share the tale with you. Tsunade slapped the table in mirth, nearly doubling over with laughter. The tumultuous waves and surging tides were particularly captivating, as she recalled the scene from over a month when Jiraiya would tremble at the mere sight of Orochimaru and the peculiar green-skinned toad from Mayaboko Mountain. Her laughter grew so intense that she struggled to catch her breath. In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to halt Tsunade's continued discourse. Yet, he was apprehensive that the truth articulated by Jiraiya would be even more explosive. After all, the mere fact that Jiraiya broached the subject of this illusion technique in front of his disciple signified a profound degradation of his character. The three young ones, observing Tsunade's incessant laughter and glancing at their teacher who was engrossed in preparing buns, sensed that they could listen in and eagerly perked up their ears. The past exploits of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside their teacher, also intertwined with the tales of Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 great summoning beast sanctuaries. They were keen to hear more. They implored Tsunade to hasten her narration. After finally regaining her composure from her mirth, Tsunade began to recount her experiences from years past. The narrative was, in essence, straightforward. During his younger days, Jiraiya had sought to allow the summoning beast to experience the peculiar illusion created by Jing, thus summoning a green-skinned toad named Gamakichi from Mount Mayaboku. Initially, Yamakichi was a pristine male toad, and due to his somewhat handsome appearance, many female toads in Mount Mayaboku were said to be enamored with him. As a summoning beast, Yamakichi did not believe that an ordinary illusion could inflict any harm upon him. However, mere seconds after the illusion was cast, he erupted into a cloud of smoke and returned to Mount Mayaboku. When Jiraiya attempted to summon him again to help dispel the illusion, he was met with refusal. Driven by curiosity, the young Jiraiya could not resist asking Jing to let him experience the illusion as well. Subsequently, Jiraiya, with remarkable tenacity, managed to extricate himself from the illusion. For the next month and a half, upon encountering Orochimaru, he would tremble. Every time he squatted, he would inadvertently pass gas, rendering countless pairs of trousers a dismal shade of yellow. Had it not been for the intervention of the third Hokage, who, unable to bear the sight, had someone administer psychological counseling through illusion techniques, it was anyone's guess how long the situation would have persisted. As for Yamakichi, a month later, he reappeared as Yamakina, with fiery red lips, a captivating figure, and a large bow adorning her head. She had acquired the same unfortunate aftermath as Jiraiya. Every squat resulted in a fart, and crucially, she was a toad. Tsunade, while recounting this tale, burst into hearty laughter, slapping the table. My guy glanced at his tight-fitting outfit, feeling a chill run down his spine, while Kakashi felt a shiver of dread wash over him. The aftermath was indeed alarming. Teacher. Ino's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Although she said nothing, her expression conveyed her desire. She yearned to learn this. Desperately, upon witnessing Ino's expression, Guy and Kakashi instinctively took a step back, feeling as though the Ino before them was an unfamiliar entity, instilling a sense of fear. Goodness. Teacher, this cannot be taught. Learning this will surely hinder your chances of finding a boyfriend. In the mountains, the expression of the young man was peculiar. He genuinely did not wish to bring harm to the tender sprouts of the new generation in Konoha. Yet, the budding youths clearly held a different perspective. The newly appointed Genin, driven by an innate yearning for formidable strength, sought the power of a genjutsu that had troubled the esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, for over half a month. A technique so potent that even the toads of Mount Mayaboku, one of the three great summoning realms, could scarcely endure its after-effects. How could one who could not defeat me dare to be my boyfriend? Teacher, please guide me. The resolute expression on Yakumo's adorable face was unmistakable. She aspired to become a renowned kunoichi like Lady Tsunade, and matters of boyfriends could be addressed later. Oh, Jiraiya, you truly deserve to be scolded. In the mountains, there has never been a moment quite like this one, when I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle Jiraiya. His future resembles a blood-red mandala, exuding an alluring elegance, captivating yet perilous, as if he were destined to tread a path of no return. The illusions he conjures are but a mere taste of the Pandora's box that lies within. Who knows what transformation awaits after Tsunade? Just contemplating the fate of Tsunade in the original narrative sends shivers down my spine. In the serene mountains, enlightenment unexpectedly dawned upon him. The absence of a partner, at least for the time being, is not a lamentable circumstance. It spares one from the confusion of becoming a widow. Moreover, with his current prowess and the insights gleaned from observing numerous individuals' attributes, he possesses genuine confidence in nurturing the potential of Yuhi Kurenai. While it may not be akin to the original tale where Might Guy nearly propelled the narrative to its climax with a single kick, surpassing the power of the three-tomo Sharingan with illusions poses no challenge whatsoever. As for whether he can rival or even subdue the Manjiki Sharingan, that is beyond his tutelage. It ultimately hinges on Yuhi Kurenai's own dedication and effort. Teacher? Yuhi Kurenai raised her delicate face, anxiously observing the shifting expressions of her instructor. Let me ask you one last time, are you truly prepared? Embracing this technique entails a plethora of knowledge to acquire and sacrifices to endure. In the depths of the mountains, the sage inhaled deeply, questioning his young disciple. The third brother's ecstatic trap is an advanced illusion that can simultaneously exert profound effects on both vision and touch. Although the threshold for mastery may resemble that of a conventional B-level ninjutsu, its potential is remarkably high. The fundamental principle lies in ensnaring the adversary in a labyrinthine predicament, akin to the C-level illusion Fox's heart technique. Concurrently, it employs the principles of the D-level illusion Naraka's gaze, conjuring the target of the victim's fears to pursue them. Ultimately, rather than being captured by the third brothers, the victim finds themselves ensnared in a state reminiscent of the B-level illusion tree bind and kill, wherein their consciousness remains alert. Yet they are rendered immobile and incapable of resistance. At this juncture, the visual disturbances are largely accomplished, aside from the ongoing visual assaults. There is a need to amplify the interference with tactile sensations. The realm of touch and illusions encompasses a myriad of sensations: cold, heat, warmth, pain, pressure, pull, and pleasure. After extensive study of illusions, Shanjun Jing finds the most challenging aspect to master is precisely this. However, if one can achieve mastery, tactile perception transforms into an extraordinary weapon. Should Ziyuri Hong wish to learn this technique, the intricate manipulation of touch is essential. More importantly, to learn this art, one must first master the ability to prevent one's illusions from being rebounded by adversaries. Although Ziyuri Hong possesses remarkable mental prowess, it pales in comparison to Shanjun Jing's exceptional capabilities. Thus, the technique of magical mirror world transition is indispensable, for it can be integrated into illusions. Moreover, one must also learn to counteract and rebound the mental force explosive through forceful means. The technique of dark walking, which incorporates sealing methods, could also be worth exploring. Complex sealing techniques are difficult to execute, yet the one taught at the Ninja Academy, the one-line lantern formation, should pose no issue. Teacher, I am ready. Ziyuri Hong eagerly nods her little head, her youthful face flushed with excitement at the prospect of learning her teacher's most treasured techniques. With the dream of becoming a master of illusions within reach, how could she not feel exhilarated? Teacher Jing, is Bagwazang truly formidable? The stone mill in Might Guy's hand spins vigorously as the freshly ground soy milk is returned to the pot for boiling and filtering once more. He has heard that the ninjutsu intended to be taught to Xianjian is a formidable technique that activates with 1,000 blades. This skill, imparted to Ziyuri Hong, could leave even the 3 legendary ninjas at a disadvantage. Bagwazang, he has never heard of it. There exists a saying. In literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the realm. In martial arts, Bagwazang stabilizes the universe. Are you familiar with Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams? The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan indeed bears some resemblance to Tai Chi, yet it falls significantly short. Bagwazang stands alongside Tai Chi as a martial form, signifying the capability to unleash energy in all directions with great distance. In the mountainous realm, Yamashita Kei recounted the origins of Baji Quan and shared various techniques for harnessing power. Thanks to the advanced networks of his previous life, he had indeed acquired substantial knowledge during his adolescence. Initially, these teachings had faded from his memory over time, but the memory palace of the Sage of the 6 Paths revived them within him. As he spoke, his explanations flowed effortlessly. Without delving into the complexities of the martial arts principles that were challenging to articulate, the application of Baji Quan in utilizing force through the head, shoulders, elbows, hands, tail, hips, knees, and feet captivated Might Guy, who felt as if he had unearthed a treasure, eager to produce sparks from grinding stones. At the dining table, Tsunade initially regarded the discourse with indifference, having never witnessed Yamashita Kage's exceptional prowess in physical arts. However, after a brief moment of listening, she could no longer underestimate Baji Quan. Her ears perked up as she attentively absorbed the crucial techniques and combat methods. If these skills were combined with extraordinary strength, she wondered whether her medical ninjutsu could save Jiraiya after a single strike. Jiraiya, bemused, questioned, "So what did I do wrong this time?" The table was laden with an array of culinary delights, including freshly ground soybean milk, dumplings filled with pork and carrots, pork with scallions, and pork with vermicelli. There were also pancake rolls filled with sausage and eggs, delectable pan-fried buns filled with fresh meat, shrimp, and crab roe, culminating in a steaming bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup. Throughout the meal, Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on the table, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Might Guy and Shiranui Genma matched her speed in consuming the feast, with one hand clutching a large bun and the other delicately grasping a steamed dumpling. Among the trio, only Yugao exhibited a slightly more refined manner of eating. No further accolades were necessary. The collective performance of the group vividly illustrated just how splendid the meal was for them. Yet, the breakfast Yamashita Kei was capable of preparing extended far beyond this modest spread, with plans already set for the following day. And the anticipated guests numbering more than 1 or 2, the group resumed their bustling activities after a brief hour of rest post-lunch. Kushina returned home around 2 in the afternoon, determined to partake in the culinary tasting and social gathering. She had diligently completed all her tasks for today and tomorrow. After hastily satiating her growling stomach, she exuberantly joined her friends. Various culinary creations were continually emerging from the hands of the 5. Having stepped out for a while, Tsunade returned home after more than half an hour, clutching the water-release scroll of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. As she unraveled the storage seal, she imparted a jolt of the Senju clan's profound heritage to Yamashita Kei. Wow, I had no idea the Senju Tobarama water-release scrolls were so plentiful. The study was adorned with a plethora of scrolls and tomes, creating a truly magnificent sight. The water-release scrolls that Tsunade had brought back encompassed not only the water techniques devised by Hashirama Senju, but also a wealth of ancient texts inherited from the early Senju clan. Additionally, there were countless insights left behind by predecessors, including reflections on martial practices, experiences in ninjutsu development, and spontaneous notes that captured fleeting inspirations. After Hashirama's meticulous organization and annotation, these treasures were enough to entice any ninja dedicated to mastering water release. Yet, Tsunade treated them with the nonchalance of discarding refuse, carelessly tossing them aside before brushing off the dust from her hands and retreating to her quarters to continue her own ninjutsu innovations. Such an imposing demeanor. Should you desire anything in the future, simply voice your wish. The mountainous scenery generously bestows upon us its praises. A treasure that embodies the essence of a ninja clan's heritage, one that transcends the mere confines of monetary value. This is the foundation that ensures the continuity and stability of a lineage. As long as this essence endures, even if the descendants possess mediocre talents and the family experiences a gradual decline, the emergence of a single individual with commendable aptitude can swiftly elevate the clan, allowing it to flourish once more. Tsunade's grand gift has been bestowed upon us. In the mountains, if Shan Zhongjing were not clinging to some semblance of dignity, he would undoubtedly be kneeling before the other, serenading them with a song of sisterly affection. Of course, should he truly act in such a manner. It remains uncertain whether the fiery Gyoshinai would unleash her wrath upon him, but Tsunade certainly would. This elder sister has never been known for her amiable disposition. She possesses a comprehensive and remarkably effective approach to dealing with lecherous individuals who dare to take advantage of her. In the serene mountains, he momentarily subdued the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and plunged into his study, driven by an impulsive desire to immerse himself in the depths of culinary creation. Just yesterday, he had returned from completing a mission. An urgent task would need to arise, one that only he could undertake, for him to be summoned again. Given the current volume of missions in Konoha and the third Hokage's methodical approach, it would be at least 10 days to a fortnight before he might be assigned a new task. He possessed ample time to gradually absorb the wisdom and knowledge left behind by predecessors. By the way, Kushina, how is the situation with the Ninetails today? In the serene mountains, I recalled how I had playfully pranked the Ninetails yesterday, nearly provoking a furious outburst from that creature. With a hint of concern, I inquired about its well-being. Rest assured, I have thoroughly calmed it today, came the response, accompanied by a cheerful laugh. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Kushina, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter mimicking the sound of geese. It was evident that the Ninetails, under the influence of its continuously improving strength and various suppressive techniques, was no longer a source of significant disturbance. Do not always tease the Ninetails. That old fox has its own struggles, I remarked. Was it not you who instigated the trouble yesterday? Today, it seems to have learned some rather colorful insults from your illusions. I recall the sealing technique, perhaps known as the seal of silence. However, its level seemed rather low. The sealing strength was insufficient, allowing the Ninetails to easily break free with a modicum of effort. Tomorrow, coincidentally, Anoka would be visiting, and you could collaborate on developing an upgraded version. Wait, can she really come over? I exclaimed. Fear not. She is currently undergoing reverse hypnosis inquiries with the Umbu. Once the questioning is over, no one will utter a word. Anoka is simply too wonderful, I reflected. In the heart of the mountains, the enchanting scenery served as a backdrop for Kyubi and Kushina, who engaged in a lively conversation while skillfully handling an array of ingredients. The three little ones watched in a daze, feeling that the spacious kitchen had inexplicably transformed into a cramped space. At the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru forcefully pushed open the door to Danzo's room. Observing the door he held, which threatened to fall if he loosened his grip, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. How could a door lack even a single screw and open straight ahead? Glancing at the slightly warped door frame and the numerous creases on the door itself, he recalled that today was the day Tsunade was treating Danzo. And he understood the situation. As he stepped into the room, several patterned pythons emerged from his sleeve, neatly reattaching the door into its frame. It seemed that Lord Danzo's life today was quite eventful. The snakes gradually retreated back into his sleeve. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile, his formerly cold demeanor now revealing a hint of wicked joy. He was certain that Tsunade had not resolved Danzo's issues, yet she must have provided him with some inspiration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to summon him to Konoha Hospital. I require an ability that can completely withstand or be immune to such attacks. Danzo disregarded Orochimaru's taunts, focused solely on swiftly resolving his own predicament. Hiruzen was indecisive, lacking the decisiveness and firmness expected of a Hokage. Given the current tense situation in the ninja world, if he were to falter, Hiruzen would struggle to manage the ensuing chaos. Body modification, bloodline limits. A glimmer of insight flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips, immediately discerning Danzo's intentions. The magnetic release, the Shikatsu Miyaku, and the Kagaya clan's bloodline limits. What was the success rate? Danzo's calculating gaze locked onto Orochimaru's serpentine eyes, awaiting his answer. The magnetic release is uncertain. We lack experimental subjects. The Take clan and the Hozuki clan stand at approximately 30%. Too low. I need more experimental subjects, more samples of bloodline limits. Orochimaru suppressed his excitement and fervor, maintaining an outwardly stoic demeanor. He understood that his experiments were reliant on Danzo's support, and this time, he had seized the moment when Danzo needed him the most. The support he gained would be unprecedented, propelling his ambitions forward significantly. Eternal life, a concept both alluring and coveted. My patience wears thin. Once the experimental subjects are in place, within a month, at most, I will elevate the success rate to over 80%. I hope you deliver on your promise. Danzo tapped the back of his left hand with his right index finger, his words laced with veiled threats. Yet, this did not perturb Orochimaru in the slightest. After all, he had uttered falsehoods. The magnet release Kekkei Jinkai indeed lacks substantial data, rendering it challenging to estimate the approximate success rate of transplantation. The Bone clan of the Take Torai is extraordinarily domineering, with a historical success rate lingering around a mere 30%. However, the bloodline limit of the Kirigakure clan is not an overtly manifest ability, should one acquire the qualification to learn the hydration technique. There exists an over 80% assurance of success. After all, his companion, Obito, harbors an obsession with the bloodline limits that far surpasses his own. Through years of experimentation and accumulation, a relatively mature method for the transplantation of bloodline limits and a comprehensive theoretical foundation have been established. The technique of Kagaya's descendants. It is indeed a remarkable ninjutsu, were it not for Obito's desire to advance further. Merging multiple bloodline limits to obtain powers that transcend both bloodline limits and the elimination of bloodlines, that fellow might have already acquired strength beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. What a greedy individual, much like myself. Therefore, if there are no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Orochimaru withdrew his thoughts, casting a glance at the door embedded in the doorframe, and decisively opted to depart through the window. This wretched door, let whoever wishes to leave, do so. The gathering held in the mountains attracted more attendees than he had anticipated. Aside from Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi, along with their respective wives, Minato Namikaze and Hinata Uzumaki brought along Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara to indulge in the feast. They claimed their presence was a gesture of gratitude for Yamanaka and Noichi's assistance the previous day. In addition to them, Yamanaka and Noichi had invited Shiho Aburame and his wife, Tsunade, while Kushina summoned Mikoto Uchiha and Inazuka Kiba. Jiraiya, however, arrived uninvited. Kushina gathered with Hinata, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Kiba around the dining table, chatting and feasting with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, in the living room, the Inazuka trio and Shiho Aburame sat comfortably together, engaged in lively conversation. The wives, under the organization of Nara Yoshino, ascended to the second floor, relishing delectable dishes while sipping drinks and enjoying each other's company in a relaxed atmosphere. Might Guy, Shiranui Gunma, and Yuhi Kurinai, accompanied by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, completed the final preparations of a multitude of semi-finished dishes before liberating themselves. The six of them set up a large table on the lawn of the estate, indulging in a diverse array of culinary delights. Obito, who had long been salivating at the prospect of food, unabashedly began to devour everything in sight. Might Guy, fueled with enthusiasm, compared his appetite to Obito's. Kakashi and Shiranui Gunma, as the rare voices of reason, sat together, savoring the exquisite flavors at a leisurely pace. Rin and Kurinai leaned in closer, whispering excitedly to each other, occasionally erupting into melodious laughter. How delightful! In the mountains, Jing stood with both hands resting on the railing of the third-floor balcony. observing the vibrant energy of 6 children below, their playful banter and laughter echoing in his ears, leading him to believe that life ought to be this way. Haha. I always thought you disliked crowds, Jiraiya remarked, approaching Jing with a bottle of liquor in hand, propping himself against the railing while taking a delicate sip from the bottle. Senior Jiraiya, it suddenly dawned on me that there is an account yet to be settled with you. As he turned to gaze at Jiraiya amidst the mountain scenery, a wave of indignation washed over him. This rascal had the audacity to corrupt his beloved disciples while he was away from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hadn't the accounts from the auction of the summoning beasts been settled? If the senior understands what I mean. I shall let this matter slide if he accompanies me as a sparring partner in the training cave for a couple of days. But could you kindly enlighten me on what exactly I did? Jiraiya's form momentarily stiffened, only to be replaced by a fade of feigned confusion. Just as he was about to engage in conversation, Minato Namikaze executed a smooth turn, seizing the opportunity to have a heartfelt discussion with his disciple. Kakashi's psychological issues indeed required considerable guidance. How many misdeeds have you committed? How could that be? Well, I merely recounted your glorious achievements to your disciples, and what else? Cough. Before returning to the village, I may have used your face in a brawl. Used my face in a fight? Are you certain you are referring to a legitimate confrontation? With whom? Absolutely legitimate. The opponent was the village chief of the Hidden Stone Village. By the gods, Jiraiya, you are truly a scoundrel. If the ancestors of the Inuzuka clan were to meet you, there would be no need for ninja dogs at all. The scenery in the mountains was so breathtaking that it nearly shattered my teeth, and I found myself wishing fervently to strangle Jiraiya. In the world of ninjas, Fuziko Village boasts a modest reputation, not for the prowess of its warriors, but rather for its status as a true matriarchal society. As a village governed by a purely maternal clan, its proliferation relies entirely on defeating formidable opponents and compelling them to join the village through marriage. Essentially, any strong individual they set their sights on, upon being vanquished, is promptly carried back to the village for a wedding night. Those whom they cannot conquer, unless the disparity in strength is insurmountably vast, are destined to endure incessant challenges. And yet, Jiraiya had the audacity to confront the village chief of Fuziko? What difference is there between that and shamelessly participating in a flower-picking contest, and then fleeing immediately afterward? Is this behavior befitting a human being? After all, he is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Must he so thoroughly debase the standards of human decency? But I emerged victorious, and besides, the opponent was aware that I had utilized a transformation technique. There is nothing to worry about. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head. Being out in the world, one must adopt a different identity to gather intelligence more effectively. The visage of Shan Zhongjing is undeniably a potent tool for extracting intelligence. It would be a lamentable waste not to utilize it effectively. Who could have anticipated that it would attract the attention of the village chief of Fuziko, Kasumi Fuziko? 3 days of training. In the depths of the mountains, the scenery has subtly resolved that during the training session, I shall relentlessly pummel Jiraiya. This is not merely an outlet for my frustrations. Rather, I firmly believe that purifying the environment of the ninja world is a shared responsibility. No objections. As long as you refrain from employing those inappropriate illusions, everything shall be perfectly fine. This time, I shall refrain from using illusions. Ahem. Though it is not entirely impossible to utilize them, I perceive that the technique known as sending you possesses considerable tactical value. In the mountainous scenery, it was acknowledged that he had underestimated Jiraiya's shamelessness. The illusion he devised was initially intended purely for amusement, crafted with the intention of causing mischief. It awakened the most primal desires within both the heart and body. Subsequently, artists from various generations, including Aizawa, Sakura, Ishihara, Kurai, Hashimoto, Hitano, Arakaki, and Hamasaki, took turns participating. How should one put it? When encountering a typical female ninja, this illusion merely caused blushing and embarrassment, serving little purpose. However, when faced with someone like Jiraiya, a notorious lecher, in the mountains, one may boldly indulge in the scenery, much like Jiraiya, who revels in the experience, unwilling to dispel the illusion even at the cost of his own well-being, even if he were to suffer from a profuse nosebleed, leading to a critical loss of blood that necessitates an emergency visit to the Konoha hospital. He would still persist. Upon regaining consciousness, he might find his trousers considerably heavier than before. Such is his degree of lechery. In the realm of the shinobi, the scenery in the mountains evokes a sense of unparalleled excellence. Name, Jiraiya. Occupation, ninja. Author attributes, destined master, purple, one of the legendary Sannin, purple, summoner, purple. Hero of the ninja world, blue. Poet and scholar, white. Effortless, white. Dance upon hearing the rooster, white. Is he strong? Indeed. The attribute of Destined Master not only significantly enhances Jiraiya's teaching capabilities, but also elevates his mastery over the 6 elemental natures of water, fire, earth, wind, yin, and yang, as well as sealing techniques. This attribute bestows upon him a fateful advantage. Until he successfully instructs his disciples, he is free to indulge in his whims. As one of the legendary Sannin, he bolsters his personal strength while instilling a sense of dread in his adversaries and enhancing his reputation among allies. The summoner attribute greatly improves his rapport with summoning beasts, reduces the consumption of summoning techniques, and allows for the full potential of these creatures to be realized. The hero of the ninja world attribute augments his personal charisma, mental fortitude, and unwavering beliefs, thus enhancing his resistance to illusions and amplifying his influence over others. When considering these attributes alone, Jiraiya undoubtedly emerges as an exceptionally powerful and charismatic ninja. Yet, who among the virtuous bears 3 white attributes? The effects of white attributes are fundamentally a mixed bag of positive and negative effects. It is not that their enhancements are weak, but rather that their adverse effects are rather detrimental. The poet and scholar attribute enhances his literary prowess, sufficient to make Jiraiya a celebrated author in the ninja world. Yet his works may falter in popularity if devoid of sensational content. The effortless attribute boosts his physical endowments, invigorating him. Yet he may become overly stimulated at the slightest provocation. As for dance upon hearing the rooster, it nearly eradicates negative emotions such as depression, isolation, and fear. However, it necessitates frequent engagement with beloved pursuits, lest his mind be cluttered with detritus. Jiraiya, you are fortunate to be a ninja, occasionally penning small essays that help reduce the crime rate among the populace. Otherwise, you would contribute little to this society. In the heart of the mountains, Yamashita Kei gazed earnestly at Jiraiya. What began as a mere gathering to sample an array of breakfasts in preparation for opening a shop had transformed into a jubilant celebration among a group of young ninjas. Uchiha Mikoto, Inuzuka Kiba, and Onoka, in collaboration with Kushina, managed to overpower Tsunade as evening approached, and soon after, they took their leave. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Yamanaka Shirwei continued to indulge in revelry until past 8 o'clock, ultimately succumbing to inebriation, all being carried home by their respective wives. As for Yui Kurenai and Noera Rin, along with the other 6, they diligently tidied up the disorderly living room and kitchen before gracefully bidding their farewells. As for Jiraiya, in the mountains, the lively and inebriated Kushina engaged in a playful duel of tongues with the adorable Shikamaru, completely oblivious to that fellow. Had it not been for Minato and Onoka's unsettling return home, they might not have recalled the existence of such a teacher after much contemplation. They specifically made the trip back, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to the training cave. Jiraiya would likely spend the night sprawled on the 3rd-floor balcony. The once boisterous residents fell into silence after everyone departed. Under the influence of alcohol, Kushina quickly became weary, and after a brief moment of affection with Shikamaru, she succumbed to slumber in his embrace. In the mountain, Yamashita cast a glance at the guest room where Tsunade resided. With a sigh, he reluctantly settled Kushina back in her quarters before retreating into the study. Utilizing the enhanced speed-reading abilities and remarkable memory bestowed by the Sage of the 6 Paths, he swiftly perused the numerous scrolls and secret texts brought back by Tsunade. As one of the dual titans of the warring states, the Senju clan's research on water release surpassed that of most other clans. They had mastered the transformations of water's nature and formed to an extraordinary degree. Beyond the myriad of ninjutsu, numerous scrolls delved into advanced studies on how to release greater amounts of chakra in shorter timeframes and with fewer hand seals, thereby creating more potent techniques. After all, the ninjas of the Senju clan, endowed with their bloodline, naturally possessed an impressive reservoir of chakra. The principle of overwhelming force triumphing over skill was undoubtedly their most fitting path. Thus, even the techniques of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, such as the water barrier and the spiraling water blade, which required high compression and rotation, had astonishingly high chakra consumption. Of course, these scrolls also contained records on reducing chakra expenditure. However, Yamashita felt that the forebears of the Senju clan approached this aspect of research with a certain nonchalance. Evoking a sense of the high chakra consumption is not my concern, but yours. In contrast, The legacy of the Hozuki clan evidently leaned more towards generating greater lethality with minimal expenditure, which, while appearing frugal, proved far more accommodating for ordinary ninjas. The water iron cannon technique stands as the most representative of this philosophy, condensing a water sphere the size of a bullet to achieve devastating localized damage. The principles behind this water bullets technique seem akin to the water iron cannon. It doesn't even require the water transformation technique as a foundation. Starting instead with a barrage of several water bullets, truly, chakra is abundant. In the mountainous landscape, as one praised the water release techniques of the Akatsuki clan, the predecessors of the Senju clan imparted an invaluable lesson. Apart from the slightly elevated chakra consumption, the principles underlying the water iron cannon were thoroughly dissected. The ancestors of the Senju clan, exhibiting remarkable ingenuity, crafted a technique with a broader range and greater lethality based on similar principles. The corrosive nature of the water release could be considered a preliminary transformation of the dissolution release. One can only imagine the anguish it would inflict upon the hidden mist. The experimental attempts at morphing water release, along with various trials involving high and low temperature water techniques, showcased an array of characteristics: sharp, keen, twisted, surging, corrosive, substantial, agile, and gentle. The wave surge strike allowed for fluid motion within water, perfectly complementing the water transformation technique, serving as a divine skill for infiltration, ambush, and escape. The water blade slash, featuring a layer of rapidly spinning water blades affixed to the surface of shuriken, would likely yield impressive results, wouldn't it? Do I not possess a ninja sword? The picturesque landscape within the mountains initially inspired thoughts of perusing 2 volumes of ninjutsu scrolls and retiring to bed before midnight. However, in the presence of the treasures held by the Senju clan, such notions were rendered laughable. Even as a time traveler, he could not help but marvel at some of the innovative hypotheses and experiments. Who could have imagined that the ancestors of the Senju clan, centuries ago, contemplated harnessing the nature transformation of water release to wield power, achieving an effect akin to the stacking waves found in martial arts novels? A single strike could unleash a cascade of force, amplifying one's strength by several times, even dozens of times. Were it not for the stringent mastery required over chakra, it would surpass sheer brute strength. Who could withstand the might of the Senju clan? The night passed in silence. When the morning sun illuminated the study, it gleamed with brilliance. Shanjiajing emerged from his reverie, having perused numerous scrolls. Glancing at the wall of his study, he noted the clock indicating 8 o'clock. He set aside the scrolls and proceeded to freshen up. After preparing a few breakfast dishes with the leftover ingredients from the previous day, he satisfied his hunger. Upon casting a glance at the still and silent bedroom, Shan Zhongjing packed a breakfast and left a note before rising to depart through the door. Heading towards the training cave. Although he had not slept throughout the night, his extraordinary mental fortitude rendered him largely free of fatigue. He had arranged a 3-day training session with Jiraiya the day before, and being late on the first day would undoubtedly be unseemly. The training cave is situated in the northwest of Konoha village, directly opposite the breeding house for the village's avian summoning beasts. In the past, Jiraiya had tirelessly worked within the village to secure the land near the training cave, investing a considerable portion of his manuscript fees. Over time, Minato, who frequently accompanied Jiraiya for training, also developed a fondness for the place. After several years of intermittent financial contributions from both men, the cave, once merely a hollow in the cliff, was transformed into an exquisite architectural marvel, while the wasteland below evolved into pavilions and lakes. At first glance, it resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Eagles and falcons gracefully descended from the heights above. In the mountainous realm, the perception of the landscape unfolded, revealing Jiraiya, soundly slumbering in the grandest edifice nestled within the sheer cliffs. As he leaped from the back of the eagle, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. A pervert is peeking at the women's bathhouse. Seize him. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya launched from his chamber without even opening his eyes. After a moment of disorientation, he traced a graceful arc through the air, plunging into the lake below the precipice, sending a cascade of water soaring into the sky. Jing, can't you be a tad gentler, like Minato? Jiraiya lamented, as he floated on the surface of the water, a look of exasperation etched on his face. Is it too much to simply call someone to wake them up? That shout nearly gave me a heart attack. Meanwhile, in the residence of the mountain clan, the hungover Kushina scratched at her sun-kissed, slightly itchy cheek. Realizing that a considerable amount of time had elapsed, she jolted upright in bed. With wide eyes, She surveyed the guest room's decor and the strap of her dress, then pulled back the covers to glance at her trousers. "Oh dear, Kushina. How could you let this happen?" she muttered, puffing out her cheeks in frustration as she slapped her smooth thigh, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. The atmosphere was so charged last night. Even if Tsunade was still at home, would she really burst into sea? How could it have slipped her mind? Just a few more minutes of restraint would have sufficed. Drinking leads to trouble. Drinking leads to trouble. From this day forth, she vowed to abstain from alcohol. With a thunderous splash, the water erupted, obscuring her view. The scenery within the mountains, influenced by the force of the aftershock, was sent soaring above the water's surface. With a twist of the waist and a swing of the arms, an elbow strike was unleashed towards a frog that had attempted a sneak attack, sending it plunging back into the depths. Utilizing the momentum, a graceful somersault was executed, leaving a trail of rippling water behind. Before the form could stabilize, both hands struck the surface with great force, invoking a technique of ninjutsu. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick, dense mist rapidly ascended, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of vapor. In the midst of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing bit down hard on his gums, preparing to dab a bit of blood from his gums. He intended to summon a mirage using his mystical arts to deliver a slight shock to Jiraiya. However, his movements suddenly froze. Had he not declared just yesterday that he would refrain from using illusions? How infuriating. This drop of blood from his gums felt utterly wasted. He quickly formed seals with his hands. In the midst of the mountains, Yamashita Kei once again altered his tactics. Employing the ninjutsu he had only mastered the previous night from the scroll of the Sinter clan. Water release, wave surging strike. Although his proficiency in ninjutsu was lacking, preventing him from omitting the hand seals. The unparalleled chakra control granted by the Crimson title and the deep understanding of water release from the Violet title allowed him to unleash his techniques at a speed far exceeding that of an average J-nin. As he executed the water release, wave surging strike, he swiftly submerged into the water like a swimming fish. The usage of the water transformation technique rendered his figure invisible to the keen eyes of the Mayaboka mountain toads, who lay in wait below. The younger generation truly lacks consideration for their predecessors. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow as the iron arm toad beneath him began to shift positions, vigilantly guarding against potential ambushes. From the outset, he had been on the defensive, with several counterattacks ending in failure. Despite having summoned 8 Mayaboku mountain toads to his aid, he could not alter the fact that he was gradually losing ground. This was still the result of Yamashita Kei refraining from employing genjutsu. If he were to unleash his full potential, ribbit, underwater, vanished, no trace to be found, ribbit. The croaks echoed through the mist of the hidden mist technique. Jiraiya felt a sudden jolt of alarm as he leapt into the air, rapidly forming hand seals. The current situation rendered the hidden mist technique a significant hindrance to his vision. Meanwhile, Yamashita Kei's perceptive abilities remained unaffected by the dense fog. To restore the balance of power, merely dispelling the hidden mist technique would only render Jiraiya more vulnerable. For whether he attempted to disperse it with wind release or evaporate it with fire release, it would require chakra several times that of the hidden mist technique. And Yamashita Kei would not allow him to easily counter it. Thus, he could only resort to barrier, heavenly cover formation. Boom. Just as Jiraiya's perception barrier unfolded around him, the iron arm toad stationed on the water's surface slammed its arms down violently. The resulting water dragon collided with the iron arm toad, creating a massive, bowl-shaped depression on the surface of the water due to the overwhelming force. This power exceeded its limit, causing the iron arm toad to dissipate into chakra smoke, returning to Mayaboka Mountain. However, Yamashita Kei's momentum for an underwater ambush was also stifled, granting Jiraiya a moment to breathe. Well done. Jiraiya felt a surge of hope, preparing to initiate a counterattack. But the awareness from the barrier, heavenly cover formation caused his eyes to twitch. Above him, 2 crows circled incessantly, while 4 small puppets, barely half his height, silently concealed themselves within the mist, sealing off the space around him. Meanwhile, Yamashita Kei, having sent the iron arm toad back to Mayaboka Mountain, stood quietly on the water surface, waiting for Jiraiya to leap into his trap. No path above, no door below. He could be certain that no matter what counterattack he devised, he would inevitably face a tempestuous onslaught in the next moment. I concede. Cease. Cease. Jiraiya shouted, utterly indifferent to his own dignity. There was no choice. He genuinely feared that if he hesitated, this unscrupulous individual, known for his lack of martial ethics, would employ a technique to disturb his mind and subject him to another round of Pure Land bliss. That spectacle, when performed by a young girl, could nearly make his eyes pop out. As for his own participation, he preferred not to recall it, and thus chose to leave it at that. Huff. Amidst the mountainous landscape, a figure exhaled a cloud of murky breath, effortlessly dispelling the dense fog of the concealment technique. Two crows soared through the sky, cawing twice before transforming into a swirl of chakra smoke, returning to their sanctuary. For small puppets, each standing at half the height of a man, were summoned back to his side under the influence of the heart transformation technique. From the left chest pocket of the Jonin vest, he retrieved the previously used storage sealing scroll, re-imprisoning the four diminutive puppets within it. Seated upon the serene surface of the water, he contemplated the issues that had emerged during his recent confrontation. First and foremost was the matter of his proficiency in ninjutsu. The techniques he had gleaned from the scrolls of the Senju clan the previous night had proven remarkably effective, yet further practice was essential. It was not merely about performing without hand seals, at the very least. He needed to master the art of synchronizing his hand movements with incantations to fully harness the benefits of instant initiation. Moreover, the realm of taijutsu beckoned him. Enhanced by the techniques of the Hozuki clan, he employed the moves from his previous life within the memory palace. The power he unleashed surpassed his expectations. Just moments ago, he had utilized water release, wave propulsion for an underwater acceleration, amplifying his strength with the Hozuki techniques to obliterate the iron-armed toad. If he could further master the stacking waves technique he had observed the night prior, centered on water release, he might rival the third Reikage, in a contest of strength against tailed beasts. Of course, a critical aspect remained: his combat habits. His current training sessions with Jiraiya were, in essence, rehearsals for his impending confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Hence, he had proactively suggested abstaining from genjutsu during their sparring match yesterday afternoon. After all, even though Madara had implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, his ocular power was undoubtedly on par with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The effectiveness of genjutsu against such an opponent would likely yield unsatisfactory results. Therefore, it was imperative to rectify his habitual reliance on genjutsu at the onset of battle. Lastly, there was the Flying Thunder God technique. After his practice with Jiraiya, he intended to summon Minato for further training, acclimating himself to the high intensity, rapid teleportation of the Flying Thunder God, thereby maximizing the advantages of instantaneous initiation. Once these tasks were accomplished, with Madara and Kagaya absent, would it not be fitting for my enhanced version of Tobi to accompany you in a dance? In the mountains, Shangjong smiled, increasingly anticipating his encounter with Uchiha Madara. You truly are a remarkable individual, Jiraiya remarked as he settled beside Shangjong. He had never been one to shy away from defeat. On the contrary, witnessing the youth surpass him brought him unparalleled joy and contentment. If only Konoha could boast a few more young talents like Shangjong, would it not be better for him to traverse the ninja world, rescuing those unfortunate maidens who had strayed from their paths? Just a moment ago, you could have countered, enveloping yourself entirely with the needle of the earth deity or allowing a toad to consume you, only to dispel the summoning technique once the toad touched the water. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at his opponent, not placing much weight on the flattery that had just been uttered. Their recent clash had indeed been exhilarating, with Jiraiya being thoroughly pressured throughout the encounter. However, the circumstances that led to such a scenario were twofold. Firstly, his adversary had underestimated him, resulting in an initial setback. Secondly, there had been a misjudgment regarding the intelligence at hand. Even without the use of illusions, he possessed an arsenal of formidable offensive techniques. As for his eventual concession, Jiraiya's leap into the air was a rather significant miscalculation. Regardless of his efforts to resist, he would have only found himself at an even greater disadvantage. Yet, it was evident that his opponent was holding back. Whether it was the technique of forming seals with his feet from the original narrative or the formidable combined ninjutsu with the toads of Mount Myaboku, there were indeed opportunities for a counterattack if desired. The recent technique he employed against the iron-armed toad could easily rival Tsunade's tremendous strength, who would dare to receive such an attack with mere needles. Furthermore, even summoned beasts experience pain. It was merely a friendly sparring session. Jiraiya chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Having always regarded the toads of Mount Myaboku as companions and friends, he could never treat his summoned beasts as mere tools. As for withstanding a blow comparable to Tsunade's incredible strength, he still recalled the ache in his ribs from her punch. That was an experience he would rather avoid. "How is your sage mode training progressing?" he inquired, shifting the topic. "You truly are. The scenery in the mountains is somewhat speechless. Is this immortal mode truly so challenging that it renders one reluctant to even mention it? For 3 consecutive days, Yamashita has risen early each morning to engage in sparring with Jiraiya in the training cave. When his chakra has been depleted, he consumes soldier pills to swiftly restore his condition. If injured, he simply employs medical ninjutsu for basic treatment. He does not return home until the sun has completely set. Utterly exhausted, only to continue his evening studies of the water release techniques of the Senju clan, thanks to his formidable comprehension and learning abilities. Along with the enhancement of Jiraiya's purple tier destiny as a master after 3 days. The combat experiences he has gleaned and recorded from the memories of other ninjas during his 5-year analytical class, as well as those dazzling water release techniques, have gradually begun to meld with his own essence. Whether it concerns the selection of ninjutsu, timing, or countermeasures, his combat rhythm has transformed entirely. Jiraiya initially believed that once he had gradually deciphered Yamashita's techniques and hidden cards, he would gain a decisive advantage in their battles. Yet, the reality proved far more daunting than he had anticipated. A moment's inattention, and he, one of the legendary Sannin and a renowned hero, found himself performing Pure Land of ultimate bliss, majestic presence, love cycle, and fierce gaze before the training cave. Had it been only Yamashita present, it might have been manageable. However, on the very first afternoon of their practice, Minato Namikaze arrived with Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara to join in the fray. On that same afternoon, the 3 disciples of the mountain began their training in the vicinity. Kushina and a young girl named Anoka arrived punctually each noon, carrying their lunchboxes. And they would not leave until evening, when they would return home together with their respective boyfriends. How infuriating. While he indeed relished the idea of gathering materials, he most certainly did not wish to be regarded as one. In an effort to avoid performing that embarrassingly mortifying dance in public, he resolutely maintained his rigorous training over the next 2 days, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The fact that he did not succumb to despair was solely due to his formidable inner strength. As 3 days elapsed, Jiraiya wasted no time packing his belongings and departed from Mount Maiboku to train. Is mastering Sage Mode truly difficult? Regardless of the challenge, he was determined to learn. After all, he was Jiraiya, and he could not betray the titles he held. It seemed that he would not be returning any time soon. Minato, gazing at the emptied residence of his mentor, felt a profound sense of Jiraiya's unwavering resolve. Had we perhaps laughed too heartily in the past? Lin, feeling somewhat at a loss, glanced at her companion, Kurenai, who shook her head in response. Her own expression reflecting a measure of apprehension as both turned their attention to their teacher. Let us not bear the weight of responsibility unnecessarily. I, the one directing him in dance, have yet to voice any complaints. In the mountains, scenic views were plentiful as one playfully ruffled the hair of 2 little girls. Jiraiya's dance was undeniably captivating, yet alas, it could not be witnessed today. Uchiha Obito polished his goggles, contemplating the wisdom in Sensei Jing's words. Though he still felt a pang of regret, he had yet to fully memorize those dance moves. If, and he mused on the possibility, he were to be with little Rin in the future, he could envision her performing for him. You're bleeding from your nose. Kakashi Hitaki, with his lifeless gaze, swept over Obito's increasingly lewd expression, coldly reminding this perpetually absent-minded individual. He simply could not fathom why anyone would bleed from the nose at the thought of Jiraiya dancing. Wasn't he that rather perverse? I was just recently. Obito dabbed at his nosebleed, his face flushed in embarrassment, struggling to find an explanation. Seeing how yellow your urine was yesterday, I knew you were on fire. That's the fervor of youth. Gaimedo slapped Obito on the shoulder, flashing a wide grin and giving him a thumbs up. Obito gazed incredulously at Guy. Is there really no other reason, brother? Puberty causing you to be fiery, how normal. Narashikamaru, chewing on a kunai, glanced swiftly between Rin and Obito. As a perceptive outsider, he had already seen through everything. Minato Namikaze exchanged a knowing smile with Sensei Jing. Youth, after all, is meant to be tumultuous and passionate. They had all traversed this age. How could they not understand the thoughts swirling in the minds of these young ones? All right, enough of the jesting. Let us prepare for today's training. In the heart of the mountains, Yamanaka Kage clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Might Guy and his companions. Yes, the 3 young ones responded promptly. Might Guy immediately commenced his laps around the training cavern. Yugao and Hinata maintained a standard triangular formation, diligently following in Might Guy's footsteps. Thanks to Kushina's enhanced continuous 4-limbed seal, the trio had experienced a notable increase in their physical strength. What once required several hours of training to achieve could now be accomplished in less than an hour. Aside from Might Guy, who was dedicated to further strengthening his physical techniques, Yugao and Hinata devoted nearly all their remaining time to practicing their new jutsu. Let's give it our all in today's training. Minato Namikaze also offered encouragement to Kakashi and the others, having grown accustomed to this rhythm over the past few days. The trio embarked on their own training journey. As for Yamanaka Kage and Minato Namikaze, shall we begin? In the mountains, Jiang Zhangjing raised an eyebrow, his fingertips deftly manipulating a shuriken. Do not imitate me any longer. Similarly, Bufing Shuimin brandished his own flying thunder god shuriken, a rare seriousness etched upon his handsome visage. Over the past 3 days, he had observed the sparring between his dear friend and his mentor, unable to fathom how his companion could conceal so much. Family secret arts, illusions, water release, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques. How much had he kept hidden? If you choose not to perform, I shall refrain as well. In the mountainous landscape, her eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, the clash of kunai sent sparks flying in all directions. 2 agile figures made contact and swiftly retreated, simultaneously launching their kunai. The sound echoed through the not-so-spacious estate as the 2 ghostly figures, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, continued to collide. After a brief exchange of probing moves, they both leapt out of the estate almost in unison. In the mountains, the scene unfolds as Shanjun Jing deftly releases 2 shurikens, one soaring towards the sky, while the other plunges towards the ground. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, with each hand gripping 4 flying thunder god shurikens, spins and, utilizing the strength of his waist and abdomen, hurls them in the direction of Shanjun Jing. The shurikens collide mid-air with a series of sharp sounds, altering their original trajectories. 2 shurikens ascend towards Shanjun Jing's head, effectively sealing off his escape upwards, while 2 others descend towards his feet, similarly blocking his path downward. The remaining 4 flying Thunder God shurikens carve elegant arcs, targeting the vital points surrounding him. Uchiha Shuriken throwing technique. A look of astonishment flickered through the eyes of the figure in the mountains. This seemingly extravagant technique, which demands an exceptionally high level of insight and reflexes, is not without its challenges in practice, yet its practical value remains rather ordinary. Often, it serves merely to achieve an element of surprise. Aside from the Uchiha clan, whose mastery of the Sharingan significantly eases the learning curve and allows them to pursue this technique without reservation. Few individuals dedicate themselves to the practice and application of such throwing techniques. Over time, this art has become synonymous with the Uchiha name. In the midst of the mountains, one could hardly anticipate that Kakashi Hatake would employ such a tactic in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. It is essential to recognize that ordinarily, a shuriken, once cast, is merely thrown away, often lacking further implications. However, with the Flying Thunder God technique, wherever the kunai of the 4th Hokage lands, others shall follow. Upon reflection, this maneuver indeed complements the Flying Thunder God technique remarkably well. Yet, it is too late. The collision and friction of the ninja tools invariably influence both strength and speed. While this minor discrepancy may seem insignificant under normal circumstances, in a confrontation between 2 individuals whose reflexes are extraordinarily rapid, such a gap is sufficient for Kakashi to seize the initiative in the early stages of combat, disregarding the incoming kunai propelled by the Flying Thunder God technique. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth was wiped away by his right hand, and his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the shuriken he had just hurled into the sky. Ninjutsu crows. The cacophony of cawing filled the air as 9 pitch-black crows erupted from the swirling chakra smoke, resembling a volley of dark arrows that swiftly dispersed in all directions. As he sensed the embedded Flying Thunder God technique sealed within these crows, Minato Namikaze's expression darkened. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the battle between his friend Kakashi and his mentor Jiraiya. Noticing that his dear friend had yet to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he had inquired about the reason. The response he received was that Kakashi's mastery of the technique was still lacking, and applying it in actual combat would require considerable further development. The realization struck him. The long road he was referring to was merely a ruse to counter my strategies. A bond of brotherhood, and yet you dare to toy with my mind? The more Minato pondered, the more incensed he became. Ever since befriending Kakashi, he had found himself outwitted time and again, each encounter uniquely confounding. The 9 crows darted rapidly across the battlefield between Minato and Kakashi, frequently altering their flight angles and trajectories. 8 flying thunder god shurikens, continuously relocated by Minato, were repeatedly retrieved and launched, weaving an impenetrable net. 2 figures, both clad in the vests of Konoha's elite shinobi, collided and separated in a relentless dance of combat. The formal shuriken imbued with water release, water blade strike clashed against the flying thunder god shuriken infused with wind release chakra, an unending exchange of blows. Their lethal techniques, capable of easily claiming the lives of elite shinobi, were unleashed with fervor, yet they still failed to graze even a corner of each other's garments. The perilous sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade sent chills down Minato's spine. In the past, his superhuman reflexes allowed him to deftly evade and counter any opponent. However, during this spar with his dear friend, even with unwavering focus, he could not shake the encroaching sense of danger that shadowed him relentlessly. Thrilling, lethal, exhilarating. Under such immense pressure, he found himself compelled to concentrate and commit even more fervently. This is bad. How is it that his speed only increases as the battle progresses? In the mountainous landscape, one can similarly sense an eerie feeling of crisis. The crimson entries, originating from the same source as Nameki's Minato, surpass him in prowess. Coupled with an unparalleled perception that grants an unobstructed field of vision, he, who should have held the upper hand, surprisingly did not overpower Minato as anticipated. The exquisitely angled flying thunder god Kanai barrage, followed closely by the spiraling sphere infused with wind nature transformation, collided at an extreme velocity. Under such conditions, any technique requiring intricate hand seals and preparation time became utterly unfeasible. Oh no, how had he previously overlooked that Minato was a formidable opponent who thrived under pressure? Clash. A fierce exchange ensued. In the mountainous landscape, on the right, Kurama skillfully wielded his kunai against the assault of Tobarama Senju, while his left hand concentrated chakra, intending to inscribe the flying thunder god technique upon his opponent. Simultaneously, Tobarama harbored the same intention, pressing his left hand towards Kurama's abdomen. With a resounding clash, their palms met midair. In an instant, the body and arms of Narashikage transformed entirely into flowing water, allowing the palm of Nameki's Minato to pass through from his abdomen. The technique of water transformation rendered the body immune to all harm. However, the splashing droplets did not scatter as Nameki's Minato had anticipated. Instead, under the influence of chakra, they released a chaotic flow of chakra into his body. Within him, the flow of chakra experienced a momentary turbulence. Alarm bells rang in Nameki's Minato's mind. The spatial transfer, which was almost instantaneous, was delayed by the disturbance in his internal chakra, and at that moment, his gaze met the eyes of Narashikage. Unbeknownst to him, the right hand of the figure in the mountains had quietly released the kunai it had once grasped, even after the flying thunder god technique had grazed his palm. The motion of forming hand seals continued unabated, showing neither hesitation nor alteration. Jingu, please, no. Suinokawa is coming over to bring lunch. The words of Nameki's Minato did nothing to alter the outcome of this battle. The secret technique of the clan in the mountains, heart disarray body control, seized dominion over his physical form. The two figures intertwined as they passed each other. Watergate stood rigidly on the surface of the water, his limbs immobilized, repeatedly attempting to break free from the constraints of the forbidden jutsu, yet each effort ended in failure. In the mountains, the secret arts of a certain clan render any resistance futile when there exists a vast disparity in spiritual power between the practitioner and the afflicted. Furthermore, the spiritual prowess of his dear friend far surpasses his own by several magnitudes. With no recourse available, Nameki's Minato could only raise his head in a wry smile, hoping that his companion would exhibit some humanity. Hokage, you are truly being excessive. Achieving a breakthrough in battle? Is this not an abuse of power? In the mountains, the malicious individual hastily accused others, promptly laying blame upon the esteemed Minato Nameki's name, Minato Nameki's occupation, ninja attributes, golden flash, red, seal mastery, blue, ingenious insight, blue, fortuity, blue, energy accumulation, blue, rival and best friend, blue, mastery of wind release, green, handsome green. The original abilities of temporal insight and supersonic reflexes have vanished, supplanted by the alarming new attribute, golden flash. The already ludicrous enhancements have been significantly amplified, as a fusion of attributes has bestowed upon Minato an unprecedented level of power. The remaining attributes exhibit no discernible changes, yet the sudden emergence of the rival and best friend attribute is perplexing. Rival and best friend, blue, when the prowess of the best friend and rival surpasses or closely matches one's own training efficacy, focus, and willpower are heightened. Engaging in combat alongside the best friend or partaking in mutual training slightly increases overall strength and the probability of breakthroughs in critical moments. Current best friend and rival, Kageyama. Ah, so it is directed solely at me, is it? Truly remarkable, Minato Namikaze. The sight of the mountain landscape evokes in him a sense of both solace and incredulity. He finds comfort in the fact that he has been regarded as a close friend by Watergate, and naturally, he harbors hopes for his companion's burgeoning strength. However, he is utterly unable to accept this sudden and inexplicable surge of power. Is there no longer any semblance of law? Are the rights of traversers non-existent? Is the progeny of the world will truly so exceptional that they cannot bear to witness their favorite child being wronged? How absurd. In the mountains, a figure, filled with frustration, defiantly raised a middle finger to the heavens, secretly resolving to expedite the acquisition of his own knowledge. Otherwise, he might indeed find it difficult to contend with this group of boastful individuals. The breakthrough in battle was a testament to your formidable strength. Yet even if I manage to surpass my limits, I still face defeat. How can this be deemed as bullying? The thought of that exhilarating moment of transcending limits brought a faint smile to the face of Namikaze Minato. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that the mutual sparring among close friends truly served as the finest means of enhancing one's power. Defeat is defeat, and boasting is boasting. These are two distinct matters. I must ponder how to elevate my spirits a little more. In the mountains, Jing cast a disdainful glance. Having known Namikaze Minato for many years, it was no simple feat for him to achieve victory even once. He ought to relish the fruits of his triumph. Otherwise, he would be remiss in disregarding the diligent contributions of the entry system throughout this time. Shall we first unravel this technique and then deliberate? He suggested. I trust you as much as a ghost. Once you unlock it, you will flee. Do not accuse me of being ungrateful. Choose between Little Apple and Subject 3. Can I not choose the latter? Suenai exclaimed, Hashinokawa will arrive shortly. Just as the words little left Minato's lips, he noticed the corners of his dear friend's mouth lift, prompting him to hastily alter his choice, resulting in an even broader smile from his companion. Teacher Jing, I wish to see Little Apple. The exuberant shout of Uchiha Obito echoed from the dense forest near the training cave. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious to any impropriety in witnessing his teacher dance, his expression brimming with anticipation and excitement. Subject 3 does sound a tad more serious, doesn't he? Nara Shikamaru remarked, his fingers tapping rhythmically as his cheeks flushed slightly, caught between expectation and reluctance. The sight of such a dashing ninja as Minato dancing was indeed a sight to behold. What if they all dance? Yui Kurenai proposed, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Might Guy and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, discreetly shifting aside. To be frank, ever since they began studying Teacher Jing's original Jinjutsu, Kurenai had become increasingly formidable. Are we not waiting for Senior Hashinokawa and Senior Kushina? Noera Rin did not refute the words of Uezaka Kurenai, merely posing a fatal question. Kakashi's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, twitched uncontrollably as he silently moved beside Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru. Women, oh, they are all devils. The enchanting dance, combined with the mountainous scenery, was specifically designed to prevent monotony, utilizing the D-rank illusion technique enchanting BGM. The dual performances by Minato Namikaze garnered unanimous acclaim from all present. After a light-hearted jest, Might Guy and Kakashi resumed their rigorous training. Only Obito hesitantly approached Nara Shikamaru, inquiring whether he could teach him the two songs and their accompanying choreography. His intentions were purely sincere. He simply felt that the teacher's performance was exceptional, and it would be a pity if no one learned it. As expected, that afternoon, Obito was subjected to Minato's focused scrutiny after he carelessly piled rice before selecting his vegetables during lunch, resulting in over an hour of additional training. During the afternoon, Minato Namikaze and Nara Shikamaru did not engage in further sparring, but rather reflected on their acquired experiences. The Crow-Flying Thunder God and the Flying Thunder God Kenai each possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages in actual combat. The former was agile and swift, significantly elevating the height of attacks. There was no need to re-throw Kenai after each strike, nor to laboriously calculate the landing points of the Flying Thunder God. In high-speed combat, this allowed the user to exhibit greater velocity. However, the drawbacks were evident. Often, the flight trajectory of the crows was somewhat predictable, and when too close to the target, they were easily struck down. As for the latter, the constant throwing of the Flying Thunder God Kenai allowed each attack to achieve the desired effect, rendering it more perilous and lethal. The spatial landing points were also harder to predict, making effective counterattacks by the enemy exceedingly difficult. Yet, the downside was that when facing numerous foes or extraordinarily fast opponents, more throws and landing calculations were required, leading to a significant increase in spatial transfers. Furthermore, although each throw consumed little time, repeated attempts against those with rapid jutsu could easily create time discrepancies. Minato Namikaze found himself somewhat troubled. In the recent battle, he had employed the Flying Thunder God technique 3 to 4 times more than his dear friend. The reasons for this outcome were primarily threefold. Firstly, due to the enhancements from his friend's water release technique, Minato found himself at a disadvantage, necessitating a reliance on spatial transfer to absorb force and accelerate, trading speed for power. Secondly, those summoning crows were indeed quite troublesome. He has begun to ponder whether he should also consider raising some crows as summoning beasts. In Konoha, the crows that are suitable for summoning have generally undergone several generations of cultivation. During their juvenile phase, they are assisted in their growth with secret medicines. And with appropriate training, they can become competent combatants in as little as 3 months. Although the chakra within them is nowhere near that of the toads from Mount Myaboku, their ability to unleash rapid bursts of speed, combined with the elusive attacks of their summoners, can indeed pose a challenge even for him. Moreover, and perhaps most crucially, his Flying Thunder God technique must absolutely incorporate anti-theft measures. At the very least, it should be as fortified as the kunai he employs during sparring sessions with Kage in the mountains. His Flying Thunder God kunai is meant for his own throws. After all, it is utterly unreasonable that Kage would audaciously utilize his technique to seize a position beforehand and then toss the kunai far away, leaving him to fetch it. Is this akin to playing with ninja dogs? Furthermore, on multiple occasions, he believed he had seized an opportunity, only for Kage to evade him using his spatial coordinates, ultimately placing him in an even more disadvantageous position. Minato Namikaze is acutely aware that if this battle continues at such a pace, his disadvantages will only compound. Thus, he took the risk of attempting to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique directly onto Kage. Little did he expect that Kage, having anticipated this move long ago, would lay a trap and swiftly bring him down. It seems he has grown somewhat complacent over the years. Minato glanced at his dear friend sitting cross-legged on the rooftop in deep contemplation and silently resolved to exert himself more diligently in the future. While he does not oppose dancing per se, he would surely be more delighted if it were his friend performing. He recalls that Mount Myaboku has a technique known as the Toad Shadow Manipulation Technique. Minato stroked his chin, quickly identifying the best ninjutsu to substitute for the heart-confounding technique. Next time he must ensure his friend performs a splendid dance for him. Achoo! In the mountains, the scenery was unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden sneeze. Rubbing his itchy nose, he instinctively glanced towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake, where Namikaze Minato was diligently sketching on a scroll. This fellow was no longer the innocent and naive little son he once was. Lately, his methods have grown increasingly ruthless, which good-hearted individual resorts to such underhanded techniques. Fortunately, his mastery of the water transformation technique was sufficiently high, otherwise, the outcome would likely be quite grim. Chakra. In the mountains. Jing let out a sigh, increasingly impatient to acquire a term that would enhance his chakra. It is often said that when one is impoverished, precision strikes are essential. When one is affluent, overwhelming firepower reigns. Had he possessed an equal measure of chakra as Minato, he would not have had to be so miserly in the recent battle, refraining from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique more liberally. And if he were endowed with a chakra reserve akin to that of Hashirama Senju, he would understand the concept of saturation bombardment. Upon returning in the afternoon, he must inform Rikuji to select a mission from the Iron Country. In the tranquil depths of the mountains, Kage murmured to himself. He had made nearly all the preparations he could muster. As long as he encountered a suitable mission, he could depart from Konoha with integrity, setting forth to the land of iron in search of Uchiha Madara. Time swiftly passed amidst the calm and stable routine of life. The serene environment of his training cave rendered the looming tension of the Third Shinobi World War almost imperceptible. Mornings were spent sparring with Minato. Afternoons were devoted to solitary training or mentoring the trio of young ninjas, and evenings were blissfully spent embracing the fragrant Kushina, relishing rare moments of leisure. Unbeknownst to him, mid-November had already arrived. As Kage pondered the reliability of Nara Shikaku, who had yet to accomplish either of the 2 tasks he had entrusted him with, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned him once more to the Hokage's office. Within the expansive office, a haze of smoke lingered. Saratobi, pipe in mouth, faced away from the setting sun, exhaling clouds of smoke. The brilliant golden sunset failed to illuminate his figure, instead casting shadows upon his visage, accentuating a sense of gravity and gloom. Recently, the borders of the Land of Fire had experienced intermittent disturbances from various ninja outposts. It was evident that some shinobi villages were impatiently eager to test Konoha's mettle. However, this was not a mere provocation encountered during a mission, nor was it an intentional ambush. This was the border outpost, a bastion representing the dignity of Konoha and the territory of the Land of Fire. If a robust counterattack or a redirection of tensions could not be achieved, Kage, I need you to proceed to the village hidden in the clouds to undertake a covert mission. There, an undercover operative known as the Wandering Priestess will be responsible for your extraction and will provide you with intelligence support. Saratobi's voice bore a rare seriousness and weight. He tossed a scroll without any indication of its rank, but the contents within could easily cause even the faint-hearted ninja to feel their heart race with trepidation. Understood. In the mountains, Jing pressed her lips together, silently cursing as she raised her middle finger towards Nara Shikahisa. This was utterly infuriating. After waiting for over 10 days, the destination of the mission was not the Land of Iron, but rather the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, the difficulty of this mission, was this a joke? She had just departed from the Hokage's office. In the serene mountains, a perceptive barrier enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village subtly honed in on Nara Shikaku, who was diligently working at the mission reception. Noticing that the distance between them was less than 500 meters, he immediately employed a technique to connect their minds. Brother Shikaku, I've just accepted a mission. Can you guess where I'm headed? The sound of gnashing teeth echoed through Nara Shikaku's mind. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "No guesses, farewell." His pen momentarily paused as he hastily set it down, intertwining his fingers in a series of seals. Utilizing the Nara clan's shadow technique, he enveloped himself in a vast expanse of darkness, striving to sever the connection of the mind-body transmission technique. Both the Nara clan's shadow arts and the Yamanaka clan's mental techniques stemmed from the same hidden realm of in-release, each possessing its own unique strengths. Yet, ultimately, they were mere variations of in-release, susceptible to mutual influence. However, can you fathom why the mind-body transmission technique remained unbroken? The words of Yamashita struck Nara Shikaku, causing a fleeting twitch upon his visage. The disparity in mental prowess was far too great. He could not sever the connection established by Yamashita's heart-transmitting technique. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He had a contingency plan. His gaze shifted towards the seldom-utilized confidential room at the task reception area. Grasping the documents on the table, he prepared to enter and activate the anti-perception barrier. With the existence of such a barrier, coupled with his own shadow techniques, the predicament seemed manageable. I have heard that in Atafuku Street, there are two geishas rivaling even the courtesans, seemingly named Iwayama Momoko and Yanagi Sakura. Alas, Yamashita is aware of this too. Nara Shikaku covered his face with one hand and despondently sank into his seat. Atafuku Street is located less than 40 kilometers from Konoha and is a vibrant thoroughfare within the bustling district of Senju. Due to the relatively stringent management within the confines of Konoha Village, there are few recreational activities available for ninjas, lacking flower streets and casinos. Naturally, Atafuku Street, situated on a major transportation route, became home to a plethora of such enterprises. In his youth, driven by curiosity, he had ventured there a few times with Kai and the others. Apart from drinking and listening to music, he had truly engaged in nothing more. Yet, would Jino believe him if he were to speak of this? How could Yamashita threaten someone with such trivial matters? What happened to the camaraderie of brothers? What about the principles of manhood? Would he believe that he might inform Kushina of his misdeeds? I have truly endeavored. The Hokage has his own aspirations. What am I to do? I have been dispatched to the village of Kumogakure to aid in the assassination of high-ranking officials and incite discord between the martial factions of Kumogakure and other ninja villages. I cannot fathom why this task has befallen me. Amidst the serene landscapes of the mountains, the grievances of Narashika were met with indifference. He could not comprehend why. Despite demonstrating a certain level of prowess, he was assigned such clandestine tasks typically reserved for the members of the root. It appeared that Lord Danzo's relationship with the Hokage had recently improved significantly, leading to a considerable number of missions being transferred from root. What could this signify? Mere coincidence? Had you encountered Lord Danzo recently? Over 10 days ago, during your visit to the Konoha hospital with Tsunade, you had the chance to meet him once. Previously, Lord Danzo had proposed to the Hokage that you be inducted into root, akin to the privileges granted to Orochimaru. The Hokage did not outright decline, but merely stated he would ponder the matter. This is utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka-Kyu's expression darkened, as he found it difficult to comprehend Toanzo's intentions. While he could understand the need to ease relations with the third Hokage, perhaps due to the influence of the intel, he was perplexed by the reasoning to transfer Root's responsibilities. At this stage, Toanzo was eager to extricate himself from the overwhelming influence of the Black Intel. Whether it was to investigate the malevolent artifacts from the Warring States period or to ensure his own personal safety, a substantial number of personnel was required. However, could he truly be expected to join Root? Would he receive treatment akin to that of Orochimaru? It was essential to note that Orochimaru did not bear the curse mark of tongue calamity. Even if he could not attain the position of Hokage, he was still the designated successor to the next leader of Root. Conversely, Kyu had stood in opposition to Toanzo on multiple occasions. And now he was the boyfriend of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, undeniably a staunch supporter of the Hokage. Was this not a ploy to undermine the third Hokage? In truth, I surmise this may very well be an instance of mutual testing between the Hokage and Toanzo. Your sufficient strength, coupled with a lack of status and reputation, renders you the perfect candidate for their subtle maneuverings. Nara Shikaku ultimately voiced his suspicions. He had witnessed the clandestine power struggles between the Hokage and his advisors far too often. Toanzo's proposal could serve multiple purposes. Firstly, to curry favor with the Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans, signaling support for their kin attaining higher positions. Secondly, it might be an attempt to garner greater backing from various ninja clans at this juncture. Thirdly, it likely served as a test of the third Hokage's willingness to relax restrictions on Jinchuriki now that additional Uzumaki clan members had emerged. And fourthly, it aimed to demand more authority and personnel, further expanding Root's influence. The third Hokage's reaction this time was rather intriguing. He did not immediately reject Toanzo's suggestion of Yamanaka-Kyu joining Root. Previously, during several missions to the Land of Iron, he had recommended Kyu, only to be rebuffed by the Hokage in favor of others. Perhaps the Hokage sought to use this opportunity to reclaim some of Root's power and hinder its further expansion. Or perhaps he wished to discern and clarify certain matters through Toanzo's response. It was simply inconceivable that he genuinely intended for Yamanaka-Kyu to join Root, considering he was the future husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sufficient strength, yet relentless turmoil? What a peculiar situation. Are there truly no virtuous individuals among them? In the mountains, the scenery was filled with exasperation as the connection to the heart and body technique abruptly severed. He began to swiftly assess the supply of ninja tools and various healing scrolls at his disposal. Regardless of the intentions harbored by Danzo and the third Hokage, it was evident that neither had any immediate plans to turn against him, nor did they contemplate making him a sacrificial pawn. Nevertheless, this sensation was undeniably unsettling. Why must they engage in mutual probing? Could they not find a secluded space to test each other? After all, if it came to a direct clash, who would dare to condemn their actions? Why involve others in their schemes? In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita took a deep breath, suppressing the discontent within his heart. He silently resolved that this time he would elevate his prowess to the level of the super shadow, in the face of absolute strength. All schemes and intrigues are rendered futile. Reflecting on the content of the mission scroll he had just perused, as well as the rendezvous time with the pharmacist Nanoyu, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Midnight in 5 days? A typical ninja would require approximately 4 days to travel from Konoha to Kumogakure at full speed. To account for any unforeseen circumstances along the way, an additional day is often reserved. However, he possessed a rideable flying summoning beast, the hawk. Given the speed and endurance of the hawk, even if he chose to take a detour to the Land of Iron before heading to Kumogakure, he would still have ample time. It would be ideal to locate Uchiha Madara directly. If that proved elusive, he could return to the mountain graveyard after the mission to lie in wait. It was somewhat troublesome. Yet the prospect of obtaining the sage body from Uchiha Madara rendered such inconveniences trivial. Upon returning from the outside, he would be most curious to see what those two were truly plotting. A piercing cry of the hawk resonated through the skies. Even without employing the technique of mind-to-body communication, Yamashita could discern the unrestrained ease and joy in the hawk's call. However, was this joy not a bit excessive? Had his hawk been mistreated in the breeding house? It was no wonder Yamashita entertained such thoughts. Although the unexpected escape of the creature was indeed the breeding house's responsibility according to their initial agreement, they had suffered losses on both ends. And the person in charge had been dragged into Root for interrogation, enduring considerable grievances. What if they grew increasingly agitated in retrospect? What if they took out their frustrations on his remaining summoning beasts? Was the breeding house treating you poorly? In the serene mountains, a profound connection was established between the consciousness of the magnificent eagle and the technique of heart and body transmission. The eagle's cries resonated continuously, recounting in vivid detail the pleasures of its existence within the nurturing abode. Each meal was a sumptuous feast, a delightful array of delicacies it had never before experienced. Mornings were spent engaging in simple training exercises with the caretaker, who provided a soothing massage service thereafter. After a brief midday respite, it could soar freely through the skies, liberating any excess energy. Upon returning in the afternoon, the caretaker would meticulously groom its feathers, removing any dirt or pests. As night fell, a gathering of enchanting female birds awaited, each exuding charm and allure. This lifestyle surpassed its wildest dreams. The sole dilemma lay in the overwhelming number of female birds drawn to its regal presence. Aside from the companions from the Isle of Spirit Beasts that accompanied it to the Land of Leaves, the females in the nurturing abode were each more exquisite than the last. It found itself in a quandary. The mountain scenery reflects the head of the eagle, akin to a slap in the face. How dare you establish a harem in the breeding house? Where is your dignity? I, as a time traveler, have witnessed nearly 2 decades pass since my arrival, yet I remain a mere child. You, on the other hand, indulge in nightly revelries, surrounded by thousands of beauties? How have those sirens not exhausted you to oblivion? Caw. The majestic eagle, bewildered, turned its head to gaze at its master. With its limited intellect, it found it utterly incomprehensible why it had suddenly incurred such wrath. Just continue your flight. A day and a half's journey will not suffice to reach the Iron Kingdom. I shall personally ensure your sterilization. In the mountains, the atmosphere was tense as the hawk, with a disgruntled expression, turned the head of the eagle back. How infuriating. Spending his money while indulging in the finest services of the breeding house, carefree and leisurely flirting with the ladies, to the point where his waist ached. Where could he seek redress for this injustice? Caw. The eagle's pupils dilated in alarm, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. In a flurry of urgency, he began to flap his wings vigorously, further amplifying his already impressive speed. In the mountains, one feels the fierce wind howling past the ears. Casting a glance back at the tail of the majestic eagle, which startled and flapped in surprise, I finally withdrew my gaze with satisfaction. How amusing it is that this creature, living with more grace and comfort than its master, dares to express such sentiments. Though I may not truly strip you of your pride, can I not bestow upon you a hint of color? The eagle, oblivious to its master's sinister intentions, diligently soared through the skies, determined to secure a blissful existence for the latter half of its life, not daring to slacken its pace for even a moment. Perched upon the back of the majestic eagle, Yamazaki took out a kunai from his waist pouch, meticulously inscribing the flying thunder god seal upon each one in preparation for the impending battle. The Land of Iron, with its unique geographical features, stood in stark contrast to the temperate climate of the Land of Fire, which experienced distinct seasons. Here, the cold was palpable. While the mid-November weather in Konoha merely hinted at the onset of chill, the Land of Iron was already engulfed in a flurry of snowflakes. As he journeyed northward, the eagle had only taken 2 brief pauses for nourishment and rest, expending less than 2 days to help Yamazaki pinpoint the approximate location of the mountain graveyard. The swirling snow blanketed the once lush forests depicted on the map, and the colossal beast bones that towered among the trees appeared ever more grotesque and fearsome under the biting winds and relentless snowfall. The eagle, harnessing the power of the wind, soared gracefully at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Amidst the mountains, Sean gazed intently with squinted eyes, laboriously scrutinizing the terrain while silently comparing the landmark information on the map for an extended period. Only then could he ascertain that approximately 6 or 7 kilometers ahead lay the lair of Uchiha Bido. Biao, descend now. In the mountains, the scenery gently tapped the back of the griffin. The griffin gradually descended, and at an altitude of over 10 meters from the ground, it transformed into a cloud of chakra and returned to the breeding house in Konoha. In the heart of the mountains, he clapped his palms together, invoking the fundamental technique of wind release, causing the air currents to dance chaotically and counteracting the force of his descent, allowing him to alight gracefully upon the ground. He raised his hand to a massive rib bone of an unknown creature and inscribed a flying thunder god technique, no larger than a fingernail. With closed eyes, he attuned his senses to the spatial coordinates extending southward and eastward, confirming the safety of his retreat route. Only then did he proceed toward the sunken hollow at the center of the mountain sepulchre, in contrast to the naturally formed valleys, gorges, and sinkholes that adorn the landscape. The graveyard of mountains abruptly descends, resembling a terrain that has been forcibly compressed into the earth by a colossal earth-shifting nuclear technique, bearing unmistakable signs of human intervention. Uchiha Madara was evidently filled with immense confidence, believing that none would ever discover this place, and those who stumbled upon it would ultimately be at his mercy. Ninjutsu, concealment technique. Ninjutsu, camouflage. As Yamaguchi approached the mountain's burial grounds, a mere 5 kilometers away, he swiftly subdued his presence, minimizing his chakra response to the barest whisper. Employing the camouflage technique from the hidden rock village, he rendered himself utterly invisible against the snowy landscape, coupled with the odor-neutralizing spray he had been utilizing. There were no traces left behind, save for the faintest footprints in the snow. After traversing nearly a kilometer, Yamaguchi, still in his state of concealment, felt a slight jolt of alarm. To avoid alarming the quarry and jeopardizing his meticulously laid plans, his sensory ninjutsu had now been refined to a radius of merely 100 meters, with an exquisite level of detail that captured even the most minute of nuances. Yet, there, seamlessly integrated into the tree trunk and nearly indistinguishable from the wood itself, was the presence of the pale figure known as Haku. Were it not for the exceedingly faint chakra response, he might have easily overlooked it. Was it in a dormant state? In the depths of the mountains, Shanjun Jing steadied his mind and cautiously navigated around the surveillance network laid by the ordinary white zetsu before him. This particular specimen was merely a mass-produced variant of white zetsu. Logically, if it were to possess such a feeble presence during the Great Ninja War, it would have been impossible to detect its movement and thus establish a front line. Hence, the only plausible explanation was that it was in a state of hibernation. Name: white zetsu. Occupation: soldier. Entry: degradation wood, green. Assimilation, green. The term degradation would unequivocally indicate that it was a mass-produced weapon created by Kagaya Otsutsuki through the divine tree. It could manifest in spore form for parasitism, assume the shape of a pitcher plant for fusion, or traverse underground in its ephemeral form. Assimilation enabled it to absorb the chakra of others for its own use, and even transform into the likeness of others. Such soldiers would pose a formidable challenge for ordinary genin, and even a careless chunin could find themselves at a disadvantage. The mere thought of 100,000 white zetsu sent a shiver down Shanjun Jing's spine. This was merely the ordinary variety. One could only wonder what the uniquely evolved white zetsu might resemble. Employing his exceptional skill in chakra concealment and utilizing a Wagakure's ninjutsu, camouflage, Shanjun Jing skillfully evaded the multitude of white zetsu surrounding the tombs of the mountains and reached the precipice of a colossal pit. Gazing down into the abyss, he beheld the skeletal remains of a gigantic creature, ominously positioned at the center of the chasm, as if to serve as a dire warning to any who might inadvertently wander into this perilous domain. Around the edges of the pit, numerous artificially carved openings appeared, reminiscent of relics left by ancient civilizations, blanketed in snow and humus, entirely devoid of signs of habitation. Should anyone truly stumble upon this place, they might be compelled to marvel at the wisdom and might of the ancients. Outer path, Golem, in the mountainous landscape, his gaze fixated upon the orifice at the base of the colossal beast's caudal vertebra, even though he had minimized his sensory perception to its barest limits. His body's instinctive awareness remained unyielding, conveying the dreadful nature of what lay concealed within. The atmosphere, akin to the abyssal gaze that ensnares one in the tumultuous depths of an ocean, rendered him paralyzed, with every hair on his body standing on end. It was undeniably the essence of a malevolent entity from the outer realms. Stealing his mind, he subdued his presence to the utmost degree. After concealing a flying Raijin Kanai in the snow, the figure known as Uchiha Madara maintained his camouflage with the ninja technique of invisibility, silently infiltrating the cavernous pit. A few torches cast a dim, yellow glow within the shadowy underground chamber. Seated at a stone table hewn from azure stone, the hunched form of Uchiha Madara, illuminated by the flickering light, inscribed the final stroke upon a scroll. This scroll, intended for the office of the Mizukage, was casually tossed to the waiting figure of Black Zetsu. Exhaling a weary breath, Madara felt the weight of age upon him. His body as frail as a candle flickering in the wind, stripped of the youthful vigor he once possessed. Even with the assistance of the outer path statue, he could only cling to life. Yet, this state of existence felt more like a mockery to a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, prompting him to reflect and reminisce time and again. Receiving the scroll hurled by Madara, Black Zetsu's lips curled into a peculiar smile, just as he was about to speak. The dim cave was pierced by the blood-red gleam of Madara's eternal Meijiki Sharingan, silencing him as he descended into the depths. Delivering the scroll back to the land of water, Lord Madara, he began, as per your orders. The higher-ups of the Mist Village have already sent inquiries to the Sand Village, demanding an explanation regarding the death of the Konoha ninja. But there are still those within the village who wish to take action against Konoha first. The voice of Black Zetsu, half black and half white, brimmed with fervor and flattery. Though he harbored dissatisfaction with Madara's continual deferral of war, the passage of a millennium had honed his unparalleled acting skills. Even someone as formidable as Madara remained oblivious to any hint of discontent. However, at this moment, Madara had no inclination to entertain Black Zetsu's ramblings. A hint of derision creased his aged visage, and his blood-red Sharingan fixed its gaze upon the entrance of the cavern. Human curiosity is often insatiable. It drives individuals to explore the unknown and leads them inexorably toward their demise. His voice, aged yet imbued with inner confidence and composure, resonated through the chamber. Despite his white hair and skin resembling gnarled branches, thick with wrinkles and age spots, the tether connecting him to the outer path statue rendered him seemingly frail and powerless. Yet, the formidable aura he exuded remained captivating. Name: Uchiha Madara. Occupation: ninja. Titles: Yin-Yang Reconciliation, red; Indra's Power, red; The Chosen Uchiha, red; Sage Body, red; Will of 100 Battles, red; Battlefield Rose, red; The Warlords of the Warring States, purple; Song of Blood and Fire, purple; Born Leader, purple; Solitary Spirit, blue; Polymath, blue; Strategies of Chaos, blue; Outer Path Life Extension, blue; Brother Complex, green; Fate Entangled, gray; Obsession, gray; Burned Out, black. To hell with this, utterly ridiculous. It's beyond absurd. Upon first encountering the entry in the mountainous realm, a profound darkness enveloped him, nearly inducing cardiac arrest. He had anticipated that with the possession of 2 entries for deprivation and 2 for demotion, even the formidable Uchiha Madara would be reduced to a mere shell of his former self. He had even contemplated the image of Madara in the original narrative. An elderly figure barely able to traverse the path, suggesting that he might not even require the system to engage in a protracted battle lasting hundreds of rounds. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Truly, Madara proved to be formidable beyond measure. 6 crimson entries, 3 violet ones, for azure, 1 emerald, 2 gray, and 1 obsidian. Is this the measure of strength possessed by the most powerful boss, aside from the Otsutsuki clan? The initial manifestation of Yin-Yang, the primordial power of the 6 paths, had only just been acquired, allowing Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Though he had yet to fully grasp the essence of Yin-Yang release and could not perform feats akin to those of the Sage of 6 Paths. The very fact that Madara excavated the Rinnegan resulted in the entry bearing the mark of defective. Nevertheless, this artifact is undeniably of the highest caliber, even though he was aware that replicating this entry would be futile due to his own limited chakra reserves and lack of 6 Paths lineage, rendering him incapable of harnessing the full potential of Yin-Yang power. Who could resist such intoxicating allure? The remaining powers of Indra, the chosen Uchiha, the sage's physique, the spirit of 100 battles, and the battlefield rose. Each enhancement effect of the crimson entries imparted upon him an exquisite appreciation of Data's beauty. Furthermore, even the remaining violet and azure entries sufficed to overwhelm 99% of the strongest shinobi in the world. No wonder the old man Inoki's legs trembled and cold sweat poured from him faster than rain at the mere mention of Madara's name. If only he were in his prime. In the midst of the mountains, the protagonist felt that even a single glance here would be a profound disrespect to life itself. Fortunately, at that moment, the black inscription hanging at the end of Madara's panel, though depleted and dim, proved to be sufficiently potent. It not only significantly diminished Madara's overall combat prowess, but also triggered a countdown to his demise upon severing the connection with the Outer Path's golem. Furthermore, after engaging in a fierce battle, the depletion of his attributes, strength, stamina, spirit, and life would accelerate even further. Yet, he was relieved to have his cheat. Deep Blue, grant me. No. System, replicate the sage's body for me. In the end, the scenery of the mountains chose its original aspiration, the sage body. The sage body read an unparalleled mastery of yang release chakra energy, bestowing vibrant vitality and extraordinary talents, enhanced cellular strength, cellular activity, regeneration speed, life force, chakra volume, and a significant increase in affinity for yang release and natural energy, alongside a remarkable enhancement in the affinities for water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. In comparison, although Indra's power is formidable, it gradually influences the will of its possessor over time. As the fated descendant of the Uchiha clan, he must first confront his kin upon his return, lest he fail to elucidate the origins of the Sharingan. The title of battle-hardened warrior does not suit him, nor does the title of Rose of the Battlefield, despite its ability to amplify various combat skills, ninjutsu, and mastery of ninja tools, as it is not his current priority. Only the Sage Body remains. Once acquired, it will precipitate a transformative leap in his strength. The entry has been successfully copied. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the red entry Sage Body. Amidst the serene mountain scenery, the sound of an alert echoed in the ears of the listener, causing the previously taut nerves to ease slightly. Under the increasingly impatient gaze of Uchiha Madara, the illusion technique, camouflage, was dispelled. The silvery white hair stood out conspicuously in the dimly lit corridor, while beneath the iron forehead protector styled like a mask lay a face marked by sharp angles and an air of solemnity. Cold crimson eyes met the astonished gaze of Uchiha Madara. In the depths of the mountain, the enigmatic figure known as Yamazaki spoke with a solemn tone. "It has been a long time, you malevolent specter of the Uchiha clan." The three black tomo within his crimson eyes radiated an eerie luminescence in the dim cavern. Before Uchiha Obito's words had fully escaped his lips, he had already leapt from behind the desk with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, as he approached Yamazaki, he deftly unleashed a thread of chakra from his fingertips, ensnaring the scythe that hung upon the cavern's rocky wall. The conduit linked to the outer path statue elongated swiftly, and with a twist and a flourish of his arm, the towering scythe surged forth, its blade aimed directly at Yamazaki's face. Yet, Uchiha Obito did not pause for a moment. Forming the tiger hand seal with both hands, he opened his mouth to unleash four searing fire dragons. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. The blazing flames illuminated the surroundings, casting a terrifying aura that accompanied Uchiha Obito as he moved in tandem with the four fire dragons. Reminiscent of the blood-red rose that had once bloomed on the battlefield decades ago, even in the twilight of his years as life neared its end. The choice to engage transformed him into the very man whose presence sent shivers throughout the entire ninja world. Magical mirror, heaven and earth turn. In the mountains, with a clap of his hands, the world in his eyes began to twist and shatter rapidly. The swiftly approaching Uchiha Madara had vanished. Yet the elderly man still seated behind the desk, with a blink of his eyes, seemed to return to a meandering stream from decades past. In his memory, a watermelon-headed boy languidly tossed stones to skip across the water. This time, Uchiha Madara picked up a stone from the ground, bypassed the watermelon-headed boy, and sent a stone skipping directly to the opposite bank. Indeed, girls learn things with remarkable speed. The watermelon-headed boy, disheartened, crouched in a corner, tears welling in his eyes. Even knowing it was an illusion, Uchiha Madara gazed at this familiar scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, as one ages, nostalgia for the past becomes inevitable. Wait, a girl? Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, only to see Senju Hashirama had grown significantly larger. With tearful eyes, she clutched his hand tightly, looking as if she might weep uncontrollably. "Little Madara, marry me. I will always treat you well." Uchiha Madara was momentarily bewildered, kicking the young Senju Hashirama away. "Oh no, little Madara, please don't treat me this way. I'm seriously pursuing you." Her appearance, character, and even her voice bore such striking resemblance. Such an impeccable illusionary skill. Yet I am a woman? Uchiha Madara's cheeks twitched, as he prepared to forcibly dispel this absurd illusion. But what did he see? His brother, Uchiha Izuna, had transformed into a beautiful girl? That rascal Senju Tobirama seemed to have developed feelings for his brother, now sister. How outrageous. Wait. The plot was progressing far too swiftly. As the illusion shifted, Uchiha Madara had already come of age, having subdued all dissenting voices within his clan with his overwhelming power. She, finally, under Hashirama's relentless pursuit, entered into the sacred bond of marriage. Astonishingly, his younger siblings also married that rascal Senju Tobirama at the same time. That despicable fellow. How dare he? Before Uchiha Madara could continue to question the mind behind this revolting illusion, the scene transformed once more. She and Senju Hashirama established Konoha together after their marriage, attracting countless ninja families who cherish peace to join willingly. Konoha was truly founded. Everything is progressing in a positive direction, although she and Hashirama occasionally engage in heated disputes. However, in the realm of matrimony, Conflicts at the head of the bed often lead to harmony at the foot. There is no obstacle insurmountable. After enduring a series of confrontations, cold wars, hot battles, skirmishes on tatami mats, and kitchen conflicts, Hashirama ultimately acquiesced to his counsel, amassing absolute power to incorporate the newly established 4 ninja villages. Although skirmishes still arise in the ninja world, the combined might of her and Hashirama swiftly restored an atmosphere of peace. Following this, was there anything beyond mere domestic affairs? Childbearing. Alas, with a flurry of swift movements, Kage swiftly established 2 shadow clones, poised to intercept any pursuit from Uchiha Madara within the cavern. He himself vanished rapidly from the mountainous graveyard using the Flying Thunder God technique. Previous experiences with potent skill activations had taught him that even blue-tier abilities could impose significant strain on the body, while such effects are usually negligible. In the presence of Uchiha Madara, even in peak condition, Kage felt a tinge of insecurity. The brief side effects following the activation of skills made him question whether Madara's formidable side had dulled. After a series of instantaneous relocations via the Flying Thunder God, Kage swiftly arrived at a glacier, several dozen kilometers away, blanketed in deep snow. Concealing himself within the natural crevices of the glacier, he swiftly employed sealing tags from his waist pouch to establish a simple barrier that would mask his presence. In the heart of the mountain, Jiangjing resolutely commanded the activation of the immortal body within his mind. As soon as the command was issued, a tingling sensation surged through his form. Every cell within him began to undergo a profound metamorphosis at the very essence of life itself. His internal organs radiated a terrifying vitality, with the functions of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys swiftly completing cellular renewal under the unimaginable power of Yangdan. Powerful, surging, and restless, the transformation of his vital organs resembled an antiquated automobile fitted with an F1 engine. The life-imbued essence of Yangdan, propelled by the heartbeat circulating blood, instantaneously permeated every cell of his being. Each bone, every fascia, each muscle, and every inch of skin. His mental energy began to stir, drawn irresistibly by the abundant life force. Long transformed into instinctive chakra refinement, it surged forth like a roaring torrent, continuously converging within Jiangjing's body. The days when his mental energy could scarcely extract even a single strand of chakra from within were now a distant memory. The body, synchronized with his mental prowess, ushered in an unprecedented transformation. Was his physical strength truly doubled? Such an outrageous phenomenon. In the mountains, Jing clenched his fist, and his body transformed into a state reminiscent of the technique of liquidization. The black and gray refuse produced from the rapid iteration of cells was swiftly eliminated. While the overall weight and cell count of his body remained largely unchanged, his strength doubled, and his life energy surged exponentially, increasing by dozens, even hundreds of times. The chakra, once merely a gentle stream, had now transformed into a vast ocean. His mastery over the 5 elemental ninjutsu seemed to have significantly improved in this state of abundant life energy. When did I ever engage in such a prosperous battle? In the mountains, the corners of Shang Zhongjing's mouth nearly stretched to the roots of his ears. The days of being frugal and relying on ninjutsu were finally a thing of the past. Host, Shang Zhongjing occupation, ninja activated attributes, transmigrator, red, 0 frame start, red. Sage body, red, master of E ninjutsu, purple, master of water ninjutsu, purple, temporal insight, purple, sage of the ninja world, blue, handsome, blue, inactive attributes, cicada pupa, white. Fragile but resilient, white, 9 treasures of 1 birth, blue, barehanded, gray. Expired milk, white, attributes granted, 3 attributes stripped, 2 attributes downgraded, 2 with a total of 8 attributes, 3 red, 3 purple, and 2 blue, when compared to Uchiha Madara's 6 red, 3 purple, for blue, 1 green, 2 gray, and 1 black. It may seem there is still a gap. However, let us not cast shadows. The absence of negative black attributes does not hinder progress. With the ability to fully unleash his utmost combat prowess, this should suffice for a formidable contest against Madara. In the mountainous landscape, he flexed his limbs slightly, adapting to the surge of newfound strength and physical prowess. He transformed once more into the likeness of the 1,000-handed Tobirama. With a mere thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself directly back to the cave within the mountain graveyard. There, 2 shadow clones remained, tasked with obstructing any pursuit by Uchiha Madara or Kagaya, allowing the original to awaken and acclimate to the new temporal parameters. Upon his return, One of the shadow clones dissipated into a cloud of chakra, relaying the memories accumulated during his absence. He gestured, and the other clones silently nodded, activating the flying thunder god to vanish from the cave. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara lowered his head slightly, clearing his throat. The three-tomo Sharingan within his eyes had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even though the tomo did not belong to him, as the most formidable Uchiha, a master of yin-yang release, he understood that with a mere desire and a slight increase in physical strain, he could awaken the dormant ocular power within him, temporarily manifesting the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, such usage would not only exhaust the eyes but would also render the eternal state ephemeral. His aging body would become even more frail and decrepit from forcibly activating the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, he was acutely aware that the current adversary was beyond the capabilities of the three-tomo. Uchiha Madara recognized his own deterioration, particularly over the past couple of years. He found himself increasingly incapable of even walking unaided. Perhaps in a few more years, he would need to rely on a scythe as a cane to shuffle along. Had he encountered this impostor, the fake thousand-handed Tobirama, a few years earlier, he would have had no interest in employing any illusions. He would have seized the scythe himself and reduced this audacious fool to naught but a head. It is worth noting that upon hearing the sudden news of Tobirama's death, he had dispatched Kaguya to investigate multiple times. Even he himself had secretly visited the hidden leaf after the body was returned, seeking confirmation of Tobirama's demise. Was he not aware of the truth after all this preparation? Surely, it could not all have been in vain. Upon receiving the memories of his shadow clone, Uchiha Madara observed the return of his true self, and then, with an unhurried demeanor, he began to unravel the illusion he had cast. A cryptic smile graced his lips. As he had meticulously laid various contingencies, he was wary of the possibility that his opponent might flee or, conversely, pursue him directly. He feared being ensnared by Kaguya's schemes, as well as the risk of leaving a foe alive to retaliate. Every precaution was taken to ensure meticulous preparation. Yet, there sat Uchiha Madara, exuding an air of tranquility, as if to say that no matter how intricate the plots against him, he remained steadfast and unyielding. Even Kaguya, with her head bowed, stood silently by his side. Proud and aloof, his confidence bordered on arrogance, undeterred by any sense of danger that might threaten him. He was too disinterested to even dispel the illusion, perhaps viewing it as a rare form of entertainment. Surely, his illusion could not have genuinely resonated with this formidable individual. A mere gender-bending tale, after all. A man of Uchiha Madara's caliber could hardly be swayed by such trivialities. Aging, indeed, is a lamentable affair, as any life approaches its inevitable conclusion. It reveals itself to be grotesque and pitiful. Uchiha Madara raised a hand, its skin resembling gnarled bark, full of deep creases and coarse calluses developed from wielding numerous weapons in his youth. The roughness of his palm starkly contrasted with the delicate skin he possessed in the illusion. In that dreamlike realm, he experienced an untroubled existence. The powers of the Uchiha and Senju birthed a myriad of phenomena. Although the approaches differed, was this not another interpretation of the stone tablet at the Nanga shrine? Indeed, the illusion, or rather, the infinite Tsukuyomi, was the singular and eternal answer to this world. And then, gazing at the imposing presence of Uchiha Madara, who radiated an air of dominance, the figure in the mountains finally managed to stammer out two words: "I apologize." Lacking the skill to employ the art of evasion and unable to grasp the jest, he acknowledged his shortcomings. Upon returning, he vowed to seek guidance, aspiring not to match the fierce prowess of Madara, but at the very least to become a competent foil, ensuring the atmosphere remained intact. Ah, the youth, full of vigor, fearless and unknowing, merely the flying thunder god technique of Senju Tobirama. How dare you appear before me once more? Madara, arms crossed and voice laced with derision, looked on. When Shang Zhongjing first appeared, he regarded it as mere coincidence. Perhaps he had uncovered some clues, or perhaps an unsettling intuition compelled him to investigate further. However, upon recognizing him, he dared to return. Believing that the old man had grown frail and weakened, his once formidable prowess diminished. He likely thought that with the flying thunder god technique of Senju Tobirama, he could retreat unscathed even if he were to fail. Perhaps he even harbored intentions of eliminating the old man. Such arrogance from the young. Uchiha Madara sat regally upon his throne, enveloped in a swirling aura of azure chakra. Skeletal structures formed from chakra and ocular power encased him. A colossal blue skeletal giant occupying much of the cavern. This was the second stage of Susanoo. The giant's mouth bore a mocking grin identical to that of Uchiha Madara. A menacing aura swept through the surroundings. With a mere gesture, a colossal chakra blade descended upon Shang Zhongjing. Boom! A massive cloud of dust billowed forth, the instantaneous strike cleaving Shang Zhongjing in two. Following another sweeping attack, the once narrow passageway lay utterly shattered. Great blocks of earth and stone collapsed and fell. Sunlight streamed into the dim cavern, illuminating the scene within, as well as the ominous figure concealed behind Susanoo. Perhaps I possess more than just the flying thunder god? The technique of water transformation in the mountains gradually recuperated after enduring 2 successive strikes. Although the water transformation technique could not render one completely immune to the harm inflicted by the chakra blade, the instantaneous response afforded by the zero-frame initiation allowed him to preemptively bisect his body just moments before the strike landed. Gazing upon the magnificent exterior of the Outer Path's demonic statue and the formidable presence of Susanoo, in the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing clapped his hands, unleashing the profound chakra within him like a boundless abyss. Instantly, it transformed into a high-pressure water column at his lips, cleaving towards Susanoo and the Outer Path demon statue. As if aiming to split them both in twain in a single strike, Uchiha Madara remained seated upon his stone chair, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan providing him with an extraordinary perceptive acuity, allowing him to discern every response from Shan Zhongjing with clarity. His body, previously divided by the water transformation technique, did not require hand seals for the advanced water release, water dismemberment, augmented by the earlier display of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the mere instant of their confrontation, Uchiha Madara had already deduced that this individual before him was likely stronger than the legendary Senju Tobarama. The formidable mental prowess manifested in powerful genjutsu, extraordinary reflexes, commendable chakra control, exceptional water release talent, and the rare mastery of space-time ninjutsu. All of these attributes made the emergence of such a formidable being in this era a source of astonishment for him. Yet, it was indeed a technique that incited a profound aversion deep within one's heart. Madara's voice was low and hoarse as he slightly raised his gaze towards the high-pressure water blade, which had already severed a portion of the second stage of Susanoo, yet continued to descend rapidly, poised to strike the Outer Path demon statue behind him. The power within his eyes and the chakra surging through his body erupted forth like a river breaching its banks. The body of Susanoo, formed from azure chakra, rapidly solidified, enveloping its previously exposed skeletal structure completely within the tangible chakra. Uchiha Madara found himself elevated to the head of Susanoo, as if he were a ruler gazing down upon mere mortals. While still seated upon his stone chair, his expression remained calm and unyielding. Yet, he alone understood that apart from his battle with Senju Hashirama, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to compel him to utilize Susanoo in such a form against a handful of adversaries. While the need to protect the Outer Path demon statue played a role, the more significant factor was that he had lost his ability for rapid movement. In the face of an attack that exceeded the defensive limits of Susanoo's second stage, he could neither retreat to dissipate the force nor evade swiftly to avoid harm. He could only choose to confront it head-on. The high-pressure water blade continued to grind against Susanoo, the sharp, slicing sounds resonating painfully in the ears. The defensive power surged dramatically, causing the once unstoppable speed of the water release, water dismemberment, to slow to a crawl. Almost at the moment the third stage of Susanoo began to take form, for ethereal blue arms wielding swords swung once more towards Shan Zhongjing, while the other 2 arms began to weave seals. In the mountainous scenery, at the very moment when Susanoo initiated its actions, it swiftly halted the assault of water release, water-severing wave. Taking a deep breath, it forcefully clapped its hands once more. Water release, great exploding water collide. Susanoo unleashed a torrent of turbulent water towards the ground. As it leapt into the air, the surge of water aimed at the earth simultaneously accelerated its ascent. It narrowly evaded 2 intersecting chakra-infused swords. The great exploding water collide also conjured colossal waves soaring over 10 meters, surging towards Uchiha Madara and the Outer Path statue behind him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames gushing from Susanoo's mouth collided with the torrent of the great exploding water collide, creating a mist that enveloped the sky. Water churned and surged, steam billowing upward. The evaporating mist rapidly spread across the entire mountainous graveyard. Even with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara was unable to discern the figure of his adversary within the thick fog at first glance. Shadow clone technique. In the heart of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing clapped his hands, summoning a shadow clone that appeared in place. He swiftly melded into the torrent of water generated beneath him through the water transformation technique. Water release, Hard vortex water blade. The shadow clone darted forward, its palms opening and closing, as a spiraling water spear took form atop its right hand in the blink of an eye. With a few leaps, it soared above the dense mist, ascending skyward. The hard vortex water blade aimed straight at the visage of Susanoo, utilizing a shadow clone marked with the flying thunder god seal, combined with the hard vortex water blade for an assault. Upon striking the opponent, the original body would execute a secondary strike with the flying thunder god slash, a tactic that had grown old and tedious. Uchiha Madara possessed the ocular prowess to perceive the would-release clones of Shinja Hashirama, and with a mere glance, he discerned Shanjunjing's shadow clone. This very technique had once claimed countless members of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Shinja Tobirama. His brother, Izuna, had also perished beneath the flying thunder god slash. Back then, who among the Uchiha clan was unaware of the hard vortex water blade technique? To employ such an approach against him was either sheer ignorance or a misguided attempt to provoke his wrath. Boom. The colossal chakra blade wielded by Susanoo collided with the hard vortex water blade in the hands of the shadow clone. The water vortex, compressed to its utmost limits, broke free from its constraints, expanding explosively in an instant. The fierce rotating water blade clashed against Susanoo's massive blade, generating a cacophony of piercing resonance. Just as the two forces remained locked in a stalemate, Susanoo's other arm gripped the chakra blade once more and struck down again. The water vortex summoned by the hard vortex water blade was shattered into a cascade of droplets. Meanwhile, the remaining arms of Susanoo had already completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, surged toward the area where the hard vortex water blade had spread. Had Shanjunjing acted as Madara anticipated, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to reappear at the location of the previous shadow clone, he would likely have been instantaneously reduced to cinders by this expansive fire release. Boom. The gigantic fireball struck the ground, erupting into a conflagration that transformed into a searing sea of flames. This inferno collided with the expansive lake created by Shanjunjing's previous water release, generating even greater plumes of smoke. The mist once again enveloped the entirety of the pit. Madara squinted slightly. He had just glimpsed the shadow clone being engulfed by the great fire annihilation, transforming into a cloud of chakra smoke. Within the thick fog, he precisely locked onto the enemy's position, and through Susanoo's movements, he surmised that continuing to employ the flying thunder god technique was unwise. Such an exaggerated response speed was indeed remarkable. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled into an amused smirk. This battle was beginning to resemble something more substantial. Yet the original body remained hidden. Was the target the Outer Path's demonic statue? Susanoo leaped back vigorously through the fog created by the clash of fire and water releases. Unbeknownst to him, he had already created a distance of nearly 100 meters, which rapidly diminished with this leap. Drawing from countless experiences of life and death on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara easily deduced that the vanished foe was undoubtedly heading towards the Outer Path's demonic statue. After all, since the commencement of the battle, the tube connecting him to the Outer Path Golem has remained ever present. In theory, the conduits extending from the Outer Path Golem, provided they possess sufficient chakra, can span thousands of meters without issue, and their hardness is beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to damage. Yet this individual can even sever the second stage Susanoo. TSK. Such a swift reaction. In the depths of the mountains, the perception of the surroundings had reached its zenith, penetrating through the dense fog generated by the collision of fire and water. It keenly captured every movement of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara understood the significance of the Outer Path's golem better than anyone. In the original narrative, under the opponent's control, the chains emitted from its mouth could span thousands of meters, ensnaring the necks of the nine-tailed beasts. Heaven knows how far the conduit delivering life energy could extend. Simply relying on the chaos of battle would likely prove futile. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to remove this entity. Without the Rinnegan, even Uchiha Madara, formidable as he was, could not summon the Outer Path's golem back. In moments of life-threatening peril, individuals often exhibit an astonishing fighting capacity. The wisdom of our ancestors teaches us that adversaries in such dire circumstances can be the most formidable. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara was no ordinary individual. Should he resort to desperation? Well, that would truly test the system. As for the mountain dweller, why not indulge in some plums? Even the Ninetales claimed he dared not confront it directly. Against Uchiha Madara, who had mercilessly bested the Ninetales' progenitor, wouldn't it be illogical to engage openly? Initially, when the mountain dweller departed the cave to merge with the entry, he left behind 2 shadow clones. Upon his return, one clone voluntarily dispelled itself. Thanks to the characteristic of memory returning to the original body upon dispelling, he swiftly grasped all that had transpired in his absence. The other clone, however, lay in wait for the opportune moment, seizing the chance during the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and the mountain dweller. The first collision of water and fire unleashed a vast expanse of mist that rapidly approached the outer path's golem. Although the initial shadow clone was limited in chakra due to its master's incomplete merging with the sage mode, making the task of shifting such a substantial target somewhat slower. The formidable strength of the original body S attacks, coupled with the guise of Senju Tobarama, continuously captivated Uchiha Madara's attention. Now, the spatial technique had fully unfolded, enveloping the outer path's golem entirely. Even if Uchiha Madara belatedly realized the situation, it would be of no consequence. Buzz. A powerful wave of spatial disturbance radiated outward. Ripples, akin to water, swiftly spread throughout the space, as he executed a casual leap toward the outer path's golem within the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation and turned in astonishment. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan spun rapidly, its overwhelming ocular power piercing through the rising fog, dimly revealing the technique shrouding the entire outer path's golem. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3rd stage of Susanoo's left foot struck the ground, and a torrent of chakra coalesced into sharply defined battle boots. As it twisted and turned, the majestic armor enveloped Susanoo's entire form in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but in that fleeting moment, Susanoo's stature had exponentially enlarged multiple times, towering over 100 meters. The colossal figure unleashed a blade draw as swift as lightning, aimed directly at the shadow clone, initiating the flying thunder god technique. The speed, the power, coupled with the sudden increase in size, rendered the previously vast distance of hundreds of meters negligible in an instant. This was the complete form of Susanoo. Who could possibly withstand such might? The urgent voice transmitted through the body flicker technique barely faded, and the shadow clone, along with the enormous outer path golem, vanished from sight, leaving only an expanse of barren stone wall behind. Boom. The unstoppable strike descended upon the ground, and the terrifying blade aura spread for miles. Beneath the surface, hundreds of meters deep, molten lava flowed, sending chills down the spine of any who dared to gaze upon it. In the depths of the mountains, the pupil of Shan Zhongjing contracted sharply upon witnessing the expansion of Uchiha Madara. He too opted to activate the flying thunder god and make his escape. The success of the shadow clone in transferring the outer path golem was inconsequential. After all, who could stand against such a force without appearing foolish? In the original narrative, the complete form of Susanoo nearly cleaved the 5 Kage apart with a single strike. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, contemplated surrendering on the spot, were it not for the unwavering resolve of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, whose verbal prowess was equally remarkable. She might have remained defeated. Without his intervention, there would have been no subsequent battle. You have truly brought me joy, young one, to force me into such a state. Uchiha Madara's voice was aged and raspy. While he spoke of joy, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounded him, almost tangible in its intensity. The stone chair that had once supported him was lost to the ether as the complete form of Susanoo began to take shape. Standing at the center of Susanoo's brow, encased within a gem-like chakra shield, he severed the broken conduits of the outer path golem behind him, his stooped figure gradually straightening. An immense pressure, reminiscent of mountains and seas, of abyss and prison, bore down upon Shan Zhongjing. As Susanoo turned once more, its height had evidently surpassed 200 meters, prompting him to swallow hard. He was neither the carefree spirit of Huagua Mountain nor the haughty demeanor of Guanjinkou. Let us abandon any pretense of joy. Before Shan Zhongjing could respond, Uchiha Madara, perhaps feeling mocked by Mirance or sensing the rapid decline of his own vitality, resolutely commanded Susanoo to unleash an attack once more. The towering figure of Susanoo, exceeding 200 meters, moved with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. As it swung its blade, countless Yotsuka no Magatama simultaneously encircled the vicinity. The earth trembled, and the cries of beasts echoed through the air as the ferocious, tyrannical, and unmatched power obliterated all that lay in sight. The terrain of the mountain graveyard was effortlessly rewritten. Beneath the full manifestation of Susanoo, the phrase devastation no longer served as mere hyperbole. The wood release, floral tree realm descended. Before the dust could settle, countless branches surged forth from the ground, engulfing an expanse of several kilometers within their reach. Thick branches, broader than a person, launched relentless assaults. utilizing the previously established flying thunder god technique. The protagonist navigated the ceaseless onslaught with agility. With the disruption caused by the trees born of the floral tree realm and the overwhelming strikes initiated by the full Susanoo upon detecting his movements, the battle intensified. The scenery in the mountains is exhausting, nearly prompting an outburst of eloquence. How pitiful. In the original work, Uchiha Madara did not exhibit such seriousness even when confronting the five Kage. Moreover, is Madara truly merely a super shadow? If that is the case, to what heights would the Sage of Six Paths ascend? And if it is not, how could a mere enhanced version of Senju Tobarama possess such audacity? With a swift motion, he once again evaded the attack launched by Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. In the vast perception of the mountainous terrain, numerous wood-clone manifestations of Uchiha Obito raced in all directions with remarkable speed. Although his sensory abilities were not adept enough to perfectly distinguish between the wood clones and the original body, it was unlikely that Uchiha Obito's true form could move at such velocity. With a thunderous crash, a mere moment of distraction almost led to a severing of Shanjunjing's head from his body as the colossal chakra blade of the complete Susanoo changed direction mid-swing. A wood clone barrier? Is he intent on employing a barrier that can seal off space, thereby cutting off my escape route? The blossoms of the flower tree world are on the verge of blooming. If the pollen disperses, amidst the mountainous scenery, a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind. To flee? There lingered a sense of reluctance. It was evident that he had driven Uchiha Madara into a corner. Should his adversary falter first, he could achieve the remarkable feat of vanquishing the legendary figure, thereby rewriting the entire timeline of the Naruto universe. However, to remain was daunting, for Uchiha Madara possessed an offensive prowess that surpassed most of the Tsutsuki from the original narrative. The prospect of enduring countless assaults was indeed overwhelming. One misstep could lead to bidding farewell to this world. As the moment approached, what was there to deliberate? One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. The thought of parting with his beloved was truly heart-wrenching. Although I am reluctant to part with the hard-won opportunities for 2 instances of article disassociation and 2 instances of article demotion, the significance of achieving a solo defeat of Ban Yi is undeniably paramount. System, swiftly strip this chosen Uchiha and the power of Indra from this living father. Let the sage body be demoted. As the words of Yamashita echoed, 2 shadows of deep black, visible only to him, along with a dark crimson silhouette, swiftly merged into Uchiha Madara's form. A faint sound, akin to the cracking of bones, was nearly inaudible amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. Yet, through the perceptive ninjutsu that he maintained on Madara, Yamashita distinctly saw the elder's condition. Had he hurt his back? It appeared as though something vital within him had been abruptly extracted. An overwhelming sense of weakness immediately surged within. In that moment, Uchiha Madara felt as if his body had transformed into a dilapidated house, riddled with drafts. His once mighty chakra, unfathomable ocular power, and the remnants of his vitality all dissipated uncontrollably into the surroundings. His vision gradually blurred, and a sharp pain in his lower back caused him to hunch over once more. With each labored breath that echoed like the straining of a windbag, the formidable complete body Susanoo, which stood tall like a pillar of heaven, began to disintegrate rapidly. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan he had forcibly awakened also regressed incessantly, from kaleidoscope to 3 tomo, 2 tomo, 1 tomo, until it vanished entirely. Gasping and coughing, Uchiha Madara stumbled to the ground before the Susanoo fully dissipated, desperately inhaling the air around him. The smoke and dust enveloping the battlefield provoked a relentless cough. With one hand bracing his seemingly fractured waist and the other struggling to support himself against the ground, he fought to remain upright. The eyes beneath his mane of graying hair revealed a hint of senescence. Struggling to lift his gaze toward the direction where Yamashita once stood, his blurred vision rendered him incapable of detecting his foe's presence or expression. Damn, that cursed place lacks the flying thunder god technique, this old man's combat experience. The moment Uchiha Madara revealed a moment of weakness amidst the mountainous scenery, it became apparent that this was the opportune moment to strike. However, the positioning of his adversary was exceedingly astute, for that particular area lacked any coordinates for the flying thunder god technique. Initially, upon his emergence in the realm of flowering trees, over a dozen wooden clones dispersed rapidly in all directions, executing the body flicker technique to perfection. They swiftly converged back towards the original body. A few of these wooden clones even ascended from the ground, propelled by the branches of wood release, their hands brimming with the potential of ninjutsu. What a pity. In the mountains, Jing pressed her lips together, realizing that the opportunity had slipped away, and she no longer forced an attack. Now, Uchiha Madara's true form was nearing its end. The real threat lay in the dozen or so wooden clones of Uchiha Madara, which had been unleashed before the extraction of their attributes. The chakra of these wooden clones would eventually be depleted. If, in a moment of haste, she were to be overturned by these clones at this critical juncture, she would surely cough up blood on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs echoed across the gradually calming battlefield. Uchiha Madara, shielded by the multitude of wooden clones, struggled to rise from the ground. He strained to pull apart the fabric of his chest. The visage that once belonged to Senja Hashirama had already become gaunt and distorted, though it had not entirely vanished. His strength had diminished severalfold. Without the continuous life force provided by the outer path golem, the sage body he had acquired from the transplantation of Hashirama's cells had weakened significantly due to an unknown power. Even his Mangeki Sharingan had regressed to that of ordinary eyes. This sensation of impending death, how long it had been since he last felt it? Ha. Uchiha Madara let out an enigmatic low chuckle, which quickly escalated into a wild and unrestrained laughter. He struck his lower back with the palm of his left hand, forcefully realigning his displaced spine through the perfect control of every muscle and bone acquired from countless battles. Pain? Weakness? Despair? Regret? No. Even as life approached its end, he would not allow himself to display such disgraceful emotions. He was Uchiha Madara, the one who stood atop the shinobi world, who, alongside Senja Hashirama, brought an end to the Warring States period, established the system of shinobi villages, and became one of the legendary figures that commanded respect across the 5 nations. The supreme Uchiha, who manipulated the hidden mist, subdued the tailed beasts, and toyed with calamities in shinobi villages alike. He was a warrior, having fought since birth until now. His hunched form gradually straightened once more. Uchiha Madara slowly formed hand seals. The last remnants of his potential and power ignited into a blazing flame of life at the moment the seals were completed, casting aside all concerns and hesitations. He viewed this battle as the final dance of his broken body, yearning for one more exhilarating fight. With a soft clap, the bare tip of Uchiha Madara's right foot struck the ground. 2 white zetsu emerged from the earth beside him. One presented a small vial containing 2 Mangeki Sharingan, while the other brought forth the scythe and Uchiha fan that had just been unearthed. The abilities of the sage body were diminished, making even the exchange of his eyes considerably more troublesome. Uchiha Madara removed the 2 orbs from his eye sockets, which had nearly lost all vision, and replaced them with new eyes. A radiant glow of palm sage technique illuminated his palm as he swiftly connected the optic nerves. A faint sense of rejection emanated from the eye, causing him to frown slightly. What a nuisance! Amidst the mountains, the figure of Kage, concealed in shadows, silently cursed through clenched teeth, lightly pressing his feet to swiftly retreat into the dense mirage. Just moments ago, as Uchiha Madara was enveloped by the wood clone, laughing maniacally, he had summoned forth the great clam mirage using his summoning technique. Ju, my will, you know what must be done. Madara's tone remained devoid of fluctuation, and as his words echoed, he brandished the Uchiha flame fan and the scythe, charging forward into the thick fog accompanied by over a dozen wood clones. The mist before him twisted and warped with light and shadow. In the next instant, the figures of Kage and the summoning beast, the mirage, appeared in a completely different direction. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan within the eyes of Madara's numerous wood clones continued to revolve, still locking onto the positions of both the mirage and Kage. Is that the technique of the little bearded one? I increasingly find you to be a formidable opponent. Haha. Though the 3-tomo Sharingan of Madara's original form had lost the ability to see through this illusory mist-rising pavilion technique, the wood clones remained capable. The scenery within the mountains is well aware of this truth. Just moments ago, confronted by Uchiha Madara, who possessed the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the fully realized Susanoo, he dared not act recklessly. However, the current state of Madara is that of a formidable yet waning force. To discern the presence of Shin and himself, he can solely rely on his wood clone technique. Should the wood clone become ensnared, as long as Shin can draw sufficient attention, he will undoubtedly find an opportunity to eliminate the Uchiha Madara, who is no longer in his prime condition. It is indeed a strenuous endeavor for you to face such a powerful adversary in your first battle. Should the pressure prove too great, do not hesitate to retreat. In the mountains, Jing gently caressed the slightly coarse shell of the mirage. The mirage subtly swayed its soft flesh in response to his words. The technique of multiple shadow clones. With a resounding clap of his hands, the scenery of the mountains transformed, as over 30 shadow clones materialized in the swirling chakra mist behind him. In an instant, the shadow clones activated the flying thunder god technique to confront the wood release clone. A barrage of powerful water release techniques and spiraling spheres surged forth, echoing thunderously across the battlefield. In the mountainous scenery, Shanchong clasped his hands once more, unleashing the unparalleled secret technique of the second Mizukage, Terumi-mei. The technique, known as steam danger, erupted forth. A colossal plume of chakra-infused vapor ascended, entwined with the abundant steam generated from the previous clash of water release and fire release, creating a misty sea that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. Under the formidable exertions of Yamashita Kei, the atmosphere pulsated with a chakra far more potent than that of the second Mizukage, Terumi-mei, coupled with the advantageous timing and terrain. 5 ghastly smiling visages emerged amidst the mist-laden sky. Hailstones cascaded from above, and an oily mist, born of the water transformation technique's secondary alterations, enveloped a substantial volume of steam. Influenced by the descending hail, this vapor rapidly cooled and contracted, ultimately manifesting as 5 youthful water oil clones. The formidable figure of steam hazard explosion was fully realized, bearing a disconcerting smile reminiscent of Senju Tobarama. With a sudden movement, it surged toward the oncoming Uchiha Madara. As their bodies coalesced from water and oil, the speed of the 5 clones rivaled that of Yamashita Kei executing the body flicker technique at full power. The clash resounded as the ninja blade, formed from the right arm of a steam hazard explosion clone, collided with Madara's scythe, sending it hurtling away. The remaining 4 clones launched their attacks toward Madara's neck, lower back, groin, and heart, producing a symphony of metallic clangs. Madara wielded his scythe as though it were an extension of his own being, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of the 5 clones. With a swift motion, he drew forth the Uchiha flame fan from his back. In the ensuing whirlwind, all 5 clones were sent reeling backward. What a feeble display! Is this all you can muster? Madara's aged voice reverberated with arrogance and dominance. With a flourish, he swung the fan, causing the chain-linked scythe to slice through the air and ensnare one of the steam hazard explosion clones by the neck. As the clone was thrust backward, its form merely expanding slightly, it was abruptly constricted by the iron chain and detonated. The explosion, with a force only marginally surpassing that of a detonating tag, failed to harm Madara in the slightest. As he deftly parried the subsequent attacks of the 4 remaining clones with the fan, the scythe was drawn back to his hand by the chain's pull. The reformed steam hazard explosion clone, now in its youthful guise, rejoined the fray with renewed vigor. Once again, Madara preemptively obliterated one of the clones, the subsequent explosion propelling him back several meters. Observing the 3 increasingly formidable clones and the 2 smaller ones gathering energy anew, an inferno of excitement and fervor flickered in Madara's eyes. The 5 infinitely regenerating and exploding water oil clones presented a level of difficulty greater than he had anticipated. Was this technique reminiscent of the divine transformation of Shinnō? In the heart of the mountains, Shangjōjing stood before the mystical beast, the Shinch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon every movement of Uchiha Madara. Although Madara appeared old and frail, not having regained his youth like Shinnō, his power and speed had transcended their former limits. Remarkably, even though his sage body had been diminished to a lower tier, he had transformed into a prodigy of the Purple Sage clan. One could only speculate how formidable his physical prowess would become if he fully recovered. Theoretically, the explosive nature of steam, which expands and detonates under heat, should have rendered Madara's unparalleled fire release techniques utterly ineffective. Yet, merely through extraordinary combat skills, 5 avatars of the steam explosion had managed to momentarily hold him at bay. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, a single avatar of the steam explosion had rendered Gaara defenseless and nearly led him to peril. Thunderous clashes erupted as the wooden clones engaged in battle with the shadow clones, displacing copious amounts of earth and timber. Countless branches proliferated wildly, while 2 wooden avatars had already reached the 3rd stage of Susanoo, effortlessly obliterating everything in their vicinity. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Shangjōjing, harnessing a vast reservoir of chakra, unleashed a massive Rasengan, colliding relentlessly with various wooden dragons and wooden figures. Wood splintered and earth shifted, as the landscape within a 10-kilometer radius was transformed in an instant, upheaving the very fabric of the world. Although the scenic beauty of the mountains allows for the creation of numerous shadow clones, the pursuit of mere quantity over quality renders those clones no more than expendable pawns when confronted with Uchiha Madara's wooden clones. Conversely, prioritizing quality could hinder the combat prowess of the original body at that moment. It is essential to recognize that the 32 shadow clones he previously manifested were an equitable division of his chakra. Furthermore, The subsequent technique of infinite explosive destruction serves as an insatiable devourer of chakra. In the original narrative, the second Mizukage, Terame, found that merely summoning a single clone of the explosive destruction technique would leave the original body in a state of profound weakness. In the mountainous landscape, a singular manifestation has coalesced into 5 entities, allowing the essence to remain unscathed by frailty. The attributes of a traveler and the celestial body are indeed formidable. The vibrant cellular energy of the celestial body continuously flows into the meridians, merging with the immense mental fortitude accumulated over nearly 2 decades through the traveler's essence. In a mere fleeting moment, the chakra of the mountainous figure has already replenished by 20%. This increment equates to several multiples of his previous total chakra capacity. It appears that recovery is nearly complete. In the heart of the mountains, Kage emerged, exhaling a breath of murky air and gently moving his neck. In the next instant, his figure flickered, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and he appeared beside a clone of the Steam Danger explosion. The esteemed Senju Tobarama had long provided an exemplary demonstration of how to effectively utilize clones alongside powerful offensive jutsu. Following this model, the fusion of his Steam Danger explosion clone and the Flying Thunder God would inevitably become even more formidable. Crackling with energy, the massive Rasengan struck at Uchiha Madara's face. The horizontal flame fan barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the Rasengan. In that fleeting moment before the recoil, 2 Steam Danger explosion clones launched simultaneous attacks from either side toward Madara's vital points. Yes, just like that. Allow me to savor the thrill of life and death combat. Haha. Within Uchiha Madara's eyes, the 3 Tomo shimmered. Utilizing the recoil from the clash between the flame fan and the massive Rasengan, he was propelled backward. Yet behind him, a clone of the Steam Danger explosion, on the brink of detonation, was prematurely ignited by Kage. Boom. Once more, he shielded himself with the flame fan. Madara's organs throbbed with excruciating pain, and he was thrown uncontrollably forward. A wooden clone, sensing the precarious situation, shot toward him, its surface awash with azure chakra. As the colossal form of the 3rd stage Susanoo enveloped Madara entirely in an instant. However, Kage's figure materialized directly beside Uchiha Madara within the Susanoo. A flame fan, you say? Madara instantly grasped the situation. At the moment of impact between the flame fan and the massive Rasengan, this individual had left a Flying Thunder God mark on the fan. The reason he had not perceived this detail was due to the summoning beast, the SHR. The magical mist emitted by the SHR conjured an illusion, rendering the eternal Mangeki Sharingan ineffective against the wooden clone, yet this trick was enough to deceive his current 3 Tomo Sharingan. This opponent had astutely exploited the inherent flaw in the inability of the wooden clone and the original to share real-time visual awareness. Truly a worthy adversary. Yet, his lack of the aura of a strong warrior, reminiscent of Senju Tobarama's meticulous tactics, made him rather unlikable. Farewell. In the mountainous landscape, a sudden thrust of the right hand propelled a water-style spiral sphere, smaller than the giant jade spiral sphere by several folds, yet radiating an ethereal blue glow, hurtling towards Uchiha Madara's visage. With a thunderous roar, Madara barely managed to raise his scythe to shield himself. However, it was only for a fleeting moment. As the water-style spiral sphere effortlessly pierced through the weapon, exploding from his chest, "You little leaf brat, we shall meet again." Under the extraordinary and terrifying destructive power of the water-style spiral sphere, Madara's chest was instantaneously obliterated, leaving a gaping cavity the size of a human head. Amidst the mountains, the scene shifted as the Flying Thunder God technique enabled a swift departure. In the next instant, the uncontrollable water release, spiraling sphere erupted in a cataclysmic display. The originally human-sized sphere transformed into a terrifying spiral with a diameter of several meters. Within this vortex, countless minuscule water blades sliced through the air at high velocity. A sharp, resonating hum echoed across the battlefield. Uchiha Obito's form was almost instantaneously reduced to myriad droplets of crimson, staining the azure water release. Spiraling sphere a deep scarlet. Unlike the seemingly innocuous wind release, spiraling shuriken, which inflicts devastating cellular and meridian severance, the water release, though similarly a micro-level assault, lacked the penetrating power of its wind counterpart. Conversely, it possessed a unique adhesive quality and frictional force absent in the wind technique. Upon striking a target, it was improbable for the water release to leave a complete corpse, for any remnants of flesh found on the ground signified a misfire of the technique. The bone-chilling winter wind swept across the ravaged battlefield. Over a dozen of Uchiha Obito's would release clones experienced a rapid depletion of chakra, akin to a dam bursting. The Susanoo dissipated, and the wood release techniques faltered. Gradually, even their forms began to morph into peculiar trees. Yet, just before their complete vanishing, all the wood release clones, in unison, expended their remaining strength to transform their distinct wood release techniques, such as the wooden man and wooden dragon, into the most ordinary trees imaginable. In the mountainous landscape, Jing furrowed his brow, instantly grasping the intent behind this action. As the legendary god of ninjas who established the ninja villages, Shinja Hashirama's would release Kekkei Jinkai symbolizes an unparalleled force for the vast majority. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, a formidable powerhouse once regarded as Hashirama's equal, instilled fear in countless hearts with his ideology of tyrannical domination. No one desires the continued existence of Uchiha Madara, and even fewer wish for him to have mastered would release while still alive. After decades of seclusion, remaining hidden from the shinobi world, it is likely that anyone observing would perceive a grand conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. To avoid disrupting the Moon's Eye plan, the optimal solution lies in ensuring that people do not believe he has survived to this day, although this may sound challenging in truth. As long as irrefutable evidence remains absent, those who have only encountered him through tales will not consider him alive. Conversely, those who have experienced his might would fervently hope he is no longer among the living. People are often inclined to believe what they wish to accept, without sufficient evidence. He is deemed to have perished at the hands of Shinju Hashirama in the Valley of the End, relegated to mere speculation. The sudden emergence of this adversary amidst the mountains raises doubts about how many would genuinely believe that a battle transpired between the two. This is beyond his control. Having preemptively vanquished one of the villainous boss figures, the trajectory of the world line experiences a deviation, resulting in the acquisition of 1 opportunity for entry duplication, 1 opportunity for conceptual entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry bestowal, 1 opportunity for entry downgrading, and 2 opportunities for entry resetting. The system notification chimes in belatedly. Upon hearing the familiar sound, the figure in the mountains paused for several seconds, fixated on the words killed, before finally exhaling deeply in relief. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Uchiha Madara being completely engulfed by the water release, spiraling sphere. Once the jutsu dissipated, the vast elliptical hemisphere, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, was left with only a few faint pinkish water stains. The formidable wooden clones, after their creator's disappearance, seemed to have their power drained, vanishing one by one. Yet, Uchiha Madara had initially sealed Izanagi within his eye using a transcription seal, delaying its activation and successfully deceiving Shinja Hashirama, the god of ninja. Just moments ago, he had spoken of their inevitable reunion. It was indeed strange not to ponder such matters. Suck. In the depths of the mountain, the protagonist inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the dazzling array of system rewards, which had accumulated to an impressive 11 times. With a single hand, he performed a series of seals, exerting control over the rapidly expanding shadow clone that remained vigilant on the battlefield. He then activated the technique of heart transmission, linking his consciousness with that of the 32 shadow clones engaged in battle against Uchiha Obito. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique and the instantaneous initiation of the zero-frame maneuver, their evasion skills were maximized. Regrettably, only 2 shadow clones fell victim to a widespread ninjutsu, resulting in their destruction. Under the command of the protagonist, the remaining 30 clones commenced swift action. 1 clone pursued the direction taken by the shadow clone that had originally relocated the outer path golem. 2 others arrived at the edge of the semicircular crater created by the water release, spiraling sphere. Utilizing a relatively simple C-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, returning to the Earth, they meticulously uprooted the ground inch by inch, removing all soil potentially tainted with Uchiha Obito's sporadic blood and bodily remnants down to a depth of 3 feet. This earth was then carefully packed into sealing scrolls and dispatched back to the original body. The remaining shadow clones employed Earth Release, Fish in the Ground technique, and Earth Release, Underwater Navigation technique, plunging into the depths of the earth. The previous confrontation between the protagonist and Uchiha Obito had been exceedingly abrupt, the chaos of their battle resonating violently, resulting in the entire base being collapsed and buried. The white Zetsu, concealed underground, were no longer fearful of death, yet they could not evacuate everything in a short span of time. With the enhancement of Sage Body, the protagonist now possessed mastery over all 7 chakra natures. What was once a resource-intensive and only modestly powerful Earth Release technique had significantly improved. Even in underground combat, he would not find himself at a disadvantage against ordinary white Zetsu. Naturally, within the base, the treasures of Uchiha Obito were ripe for the taking, and he intended to seize as much as possible. Even if he could not acquire them all, capturing several white Zetsu would still be a worthy gain. As soldiers transformed from the Divine Tree a millennium ago, they possessed inherently unique physiques, making them highly valuable for research, as well as excellent vessels for Edo Tensei. It would be prudent to capture a few more, should the need arise in the future. He would not want to face the dilemma of searching fruitlessly for them due to their tight concealment. Everything should proceed smoothly. In the mountains, the scenery folded into itself, concealing the shadowy figures that extended their hands to deliver a storage scroll imbued with a multitude of blood-stained soil, which he cautiously tucked into his ninja tool pouch. The foremost requisite for the impure world reincarnation technique is the acquisition of a portion of the deceased's corporeal remains. He meticulously cleared the remnants of Uchiha Obito's blood and flesh from the scene. He had done all that he could. Should Uchiha Obito be capable of being resurrected through this technique, he could only utter in admiration, acknowledging the impressive prowess of such a feat. After a moment of contemplation, he reconfirmed that there were likely no significant oversights. The scenery in the mountains momentarily shifted as he directed his gaze towards the recent system reward. The fate of the main storyline characters has undergone a transformation, influenced by the main plot, resulting in a coveted opportunity for the replication of entries. The rarity of such an opportunity is self-evident. The chance to extract conceptual entries has appeared for the first time, guaranteeing the extraction of entries related to conceptual interference. One can easily fathom the immense value of this item. As for entry extraction, he chose to forego it. Having experienced numerous disappointments that have rendered his trust in such matters utterly diminished, the option for entry gifting was likewise bypassed. The entry downgrade, coupled with the previous remaining instance, has now accumulated to 2 occurrences. Although this mechanism lacks the ruthlessness of entry stripping, its effects remain commendable. Should he unexpectedly encounter a formidable adversary, he would not be left without recourse. Entry reset? A novel approach. Upon confirming the reset of entries, the selected entry shall randomly transform into any entry of the same series at varying levels. Upon gazing at the explanation of the reset of the entries in the mountains, I blinked in astonishment. Uncertain, I decided to take another look. Are those white entries of his destined for a remarkable resurgence? Wait a moment. Could this thing also be employed to deceive others? The scenery in the mountains is merely a figment of imagination. Upon resetting the enemy's attributes, one can only envision the bewildered expression on their faces as smiles involuntarily begin to grace their lips. However, this attribute reset carries a semblance of gambling nature. It would be one thing if the enemy's red attributes were transformed into purple, blue, green, white, gray, or black all at once. Yet, should the enemy's purple attributes be directly reverted to red, the ensuing chaos would be monumental. One cannot reasonably expect that an adversary, who was just moments away from a life and death struggle, would suddenly feel gratitude and kneel in reverence upon discovering their newfound strength. This thing. In the midst of the mountains, Shangzhong gently brushed his cheek. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to exclude this item from the battle roster. He was not a gambler like Tsunade. Engaging in activities that could accelerate one's heartbeat to the brink of sudden demise was best avoided. Typically, he would use it to reset the white attributes, hoping to transform waste into treasure. Alternatively, he could simply keep it, in case his loved ones or friends were ever plagued by the black attributes, allowing him to provide a timely remedy. For now, he chose to forego the attribute reset. Amidst the mountainous landscape, the gaze of the protagonist fell upon the newly unveiled concept of conceptual term extraction opportunity. Previously, he had encountered a plethora of rather bizarre terms, such as the imaginative notion bestowed upon Danzo, the long-stored yet resilient crisp skin, and the recently acquired possessing nothing alongside expired milk. Could these truly be classified as conceptual terms? If so, the intrinsic value of this reward would undoubtedly plummet several tiers. System: initiate conceptual term extraction. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white term Average Luck E. Average Luck E, white when the host actively activates this term, within the perceptual range. Should anyone issue a 1v1 challenge and it be accepted, the effects of all fate-related terms for both combatants shall vanish entirely. Luck will concurrently diminish to its nadir, significantly reducing the probabilities of errors, explosive occurrences, fortunate events, passive triggers, and reinforcements, while simultaneously increasing the likelihood of injury and slightly elevating the risk of death. What on earth? So it's a true test of manhood in a 1v1 battle, is it? Amidst the mountainous scenery, the bright white words struck the observer. leaving them momentarily at a loss for their emotions. The fortune of both opposing sides was simultaneously diminished, weakening the enemy while pulling oneself down to the same level. When facing foes akin to Jiraiya, those blessed with a fateful aura who are unlikely to perish easily before their mission is accomplished, the effects may prove surprisingly beneficial. However, when confronted with ordinary adversaries, it seems utterly futile. There exists the potential that the influence of luck could introduce numerous uncontrollable factors into the course and outcome of battle. Is it possible to actively choose to activate or deactivate this, not limited to oneself, but extending to all within the realm of perception? In the mountains. The scenery caressed his chin as he pondered whether to reset this entry. This activation allowed for the freedom to choose whether to enable or disable it. Akin to an active skill entry, a novelty he had never encountered before. Although the usage conditions were somewhat stringent, if employed wisely, it could serve as a trump card or a decisive weapon. Furthermore, if he were to reset this entry, any resulting entry of the same series at any level would likely yield slightly superior effects. It need not be extravagant. Even a mere green entry that grants the enemy a stroke of luck while preserving his own would possess immeasurable value in practical combat. It is often said that throughout history, gunmen have enjoyed a stroke of luck. One only has to consider the fate of those lancers. As the scenery in the mountains grew more captivating, the protagonist became increasingly convinced of the potential of this matter and promptly issued a directive to the system in their mind. System, reset the white entry average luck E. Upon completion of the reset, a notification followed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the black entry unfavorable contest. Unfavorable contest, black when the host actively activates this entry. Within the range of perception, should anyone issue a 1v1 challenge, the opponent must inevitably engage in combat. The fates of both combatants will be stripped of the effects of their entries, and a state of misfortune will ensue, significantly heightening the probabilities of errors, illness, misfortune, accidents, injuries, and death. In the tranquil mountains, silence lingered for a moment as a thorough examination of the states of misfortune befalling and being ensnared by calamity was conducted. Only after considerable contemplation was a final assessment rendered. In essence, these two states encapsulate every conceivable and inconceivable stroke of bad luck imaginable. Once the ominous competition is deemed to commence, it is akin to sipping cold water only to find it lodged between one's teeth. Lifting a foot only to suffer a cramp, and before the engagement even begins, one is already beset with the urge for a sudden bowel movement. The instant hands meet. Disaster strikes, rendering one's trousers a shade of yellow. What a farcical predicament this is. It is evidently a contest to see who will succumb first. An invitation is extended, and the opponent is left with no choice but to acquiesce to the system. Must one truly be so merciless? In the mountain scenery, an elderly man on the subway gazes intently at his phone. Yet, beneath the surface, thoughts begin to churn. In the future, when faced with formidable adversaries, should he summon Jiraiya to engage in a grave contest with the opponent? His own resilience is lacking, and he struggles to endure. Jiraiya, seasoned by the trials of war, should manage without significant trouble. Moreover, even in the event of defeat, he could activate the effect of his entry to rescue those in peril. Following that, he could allow Minato to take the lead. Akimichi Chozo would also suffice. At the very least, his vitality is robust, and under normal circumstances, he would not perish easily. After several rounds of combat, even the Otsutsuki would be compelled to kneel before him. Is this not a worthy plan? In the mountains, Jiang scratched his cheek, contemplating the rarity of the opportunity for a reset of the entry and the necessity to use it sparingly. This ominous struggle, though it might cost him friendships, could lead to a point where those dear companions, with whom he had shared his childhood, would sever ties with him. Yet, when faced with insurmountable foes, a remarkable turnaround could occur in an instant. Friends or a comeback. Ultimately, the noble cause of safeguarding the tranquility of the ninjas and protecting the happiness of humanity prevailed. In the mountainous landscape, inspired by the noble thought of enduring hardships for the sake of his friends while ensuring happiness for the entire realm, he resolutely chose to activate the entry. Gazing upon the system interface, he observed a solitary black entry. He nodded slightly. Black it may be, but as long as it does not turn against him, he shall be fine. It seems he must cultivate more friendships in the future. Otherwise, he may find himself lacking when it truly matters. In the serene mountains, a thought crossed his mind. He resolved that upon his return, he would reach out to those fellow ninjas from his generation to strengthen their bonds. Of course, it would suffice to connect with those from different cohorts as well. He found the young Uchiha Obito to be quite commendable. Now that Uchiha Madara had been vanquished, Wouldn't it be reasonable for this young lad to express his gratitude? Moreover, the elders in the village who incessantly spoke of the will of fire and professed their dedication to Konoha, when faced with adversity, they surely could not remain passive observers. Each of those individuals seemed to possess remarkable resilience, and considering their circumstances, having both elders and young ones to care for, along with dear friends, it was settled. The scenery in the mountains nodded in satisfaction, turning once more to the remaining 3 opportunities for word extraction. This time, the outcome of the conceptual word extraction was fairly commendable. However, he wondered if this ordinary word extraction could offer him a delightful surprise. System, proceed with the extraction. All 3 chances had been utilized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue word silent wanderer, the green word master of support, and the gray word complete childhood. Oh, hearing the system alert. The eyes of the mountain dweller suddenly sparkled with interest. He immediately focused on the detailed descriptions of the 3 attributes. Silent walker, blue wandering beneath the veil of night. Moving stealthily within the shadows, silent and elusive, possessing the ability to conceal one's presence, adept in stealth, lurking, and disguise. With enhanced stealth speed and a diminished probability of detection by perceptive ninjutsu. Master of flattery, green, a consummate flatterer who never allows words to fall to the ground. When engaging in conversation, eloquence and persuasive abilities are modestly heightened. Interactions with superiors see a slight improvement in praise, flattery, and ingratiation. While dialogues with subordinates witness a subtle enhancement in the art of commendation, encouragement, and consolation. Complete childhood, gray, a wholesome childhood is incomplete without the nurturing force of love. Prior to the age of 18, the probability of mischief, errors, encounters with non-lethal accidents, obstinacy, and rebelliousness are significantly elevated, alongside a greatly increased likelihood of receiving a severe reprimand from parents or elders. Quite impressive. In the mountainous realm, a radiant smile graced his lips. Prior to entering the graveyard of the mountains, he had maintained a stealthy approach, commencing from 5 kilometers away. Not only did he employ the breath-concealing technique taught at the Ninja Academy to suppress his presence, but he also utilized the ninjutsu of camouflage to mask his form. Although he narrowly evaded the dormant white zetsu scattered throughout the graveyard, he was swiftly detected upon entering the cave by Uchiha Madara. Following this encounter, he was set to rendezvous with the wandering priestess, Yashiro Yunayu, in the hidden cloud village to assassinate key figures from rival ninja villages. Such stealth-oriented skills were indeed a boon for him, given that the hidden cloud village was replete with perceptive ninjas. Even if discovered, he could swiftly retreat using the Flying Thunder God technique, sparing himself from capture. However, such an eventuality would signify a complete failure of his mission. After all, he had ascended to the pinnacle of strength, crossing the threshold of the super shadow. To falter on such a trivial task would be an unbearable disgrace. The efficacy and nomenclature of this technique far surpass that of the cocooner. The more one gazes upon the tranquil scenery of the mountains, the more one finds satisfaction in the explanation of the silent walker. The name is melodious, and its effects are potent. Unlike the cicada larva, it poses a significantly diminished risk to one's personal image. It is a non-intrusive system that activates the silent walker. As Shan Jianjing's voice faded, an enigmatic force swiftly merged with his being, reminiscent of the moment he first integrated the azure-tinged water release control. A torrent of memories related to stealth and breath-holding surged forth, inundating the palace of recollection within him. Having experienced this phenomenon twice before, he simply settled into a meditative posture on the ground, meticulously contemplating the influx of newfound memories. Advanced techniques for breath control, including the breath-holding technique and the absolute breath technique, along with a unique ninjutsu capable of decelerating heart rate and blood flow by several folds, emerged in his mind. The method to eliminate one's scent, the odor erasure technique, was also among them. Techniques better suited for concealment in arid climates, such as the polar sand array and heat sand camouflage, presented themselves, as did the frost concealment technique for snowy conditions and the raincoat concealment technique for rainy weather. It seemed that the water transformation technique might prove to be particularly advantageous. In the brief span of moments, Shan Jianjing appeared to have diligently cultivated for years, as if time had stretched endlessly. When he finally reopened his eyes, the once keen glint that had shone like a blade now appeared as dull as that of an ordinary person. His aura had become inconspicuous, akin to that of a tree. Even without employing techniques such as camouflage or concealment to obscure his presence, he felt significantly less palpable than before. Was this the essence of a ninja devoid of vitality? In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow. The feeble presence, the subtle aura emanating from him concealed any hostility until the moment of action. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to that of the root organization. As for why it did not evoke the Anbu, the elite forces directly under the Hokage, it was due to their long-standing service, which often precluded them from remaining entirely concealed. Over time, their skills in stealth and evasion had indeed paled in comparison to those of the root. Meanwhile, he was experiencing the enhancement brought about by the Silent Walker. Amidst the mountainous scenery, he cast a sidelong glance at the remaining entries, supporting Comedian Master and Complete Childhood. The former, supporting Comedian Master, held little value for him, akin to a mere white entry. Though he did not consider himself an expert in the art of language, he was certainly not so tongue-tied as to be incapable of expressing himself clearly. Additionally, he was disinclined to indulge in flattery or sycophancy towards others, rendering that entry utterly pointless. As for the latter, did Konoha truly have its share of bothersome children now? In the mountains, one contemplates the words of the three clans' pigs, deer, and butterflies echo through the hills for 3 days amidst the mountain winds. The autumn path leads east, as does the east of the autumn hall, where the Nara ellipse and the Nara true circle reside. They are all such well-behaved and obedient children. To bestow this entry upon them would be an act of great mischief. Abido? In the serene mountains, memories of Uchiha Abido surfaced once more. After all, among the youthful rascals he currently knew, it seemed that only he stood out. Yet, it would be remiss to overlook Asuma Saratobi, another mischievous spirit. However, due to their infrequent encounters and Abido's more exuberant nature, the comparison seemed less fitting. Who else could be considered? Mitarashi Anko? Arika Yumino? Uchiha Shursui? Aside from Shursui, who activated his Manjiki Sharingan and found himself in a precarious situation, mistaking Shimura Danzo for a benevolent figure. It appeared that the new generation of Konoha's children faced no significant issues. Wait, recently there were whispers that Uchiha Fugaku had welcomed a child? Although the mother was said to be a daughter of an Uchiha elder and not Makoto, the child was reportedly named Itachi, the world's tendency for correction. Oh. But I digress. This newly introduced character could very well be the ideal candidate. It is often said that some individuals heal their entire lives with their childhood, while others spend their lives mending the wounds of their youth. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi's eventual departure from the righteous path stemmed from his premature maturity, thrust into the battlefield at the tender age of 4 by Fugaku, which ultimately led to psychological distress. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku was not without his own flaws. Who would willingly expose their 4-year-old child to the gruesome realities of war without a significant ailment? Even in the pursuit of excellence, moderation is key. To expect the next generation to soar when one cannot take flight themselves is folly. Granting Uchiha Itachi a wholesome childhood would merely lead to more mischief and the occasional reprimand. It would allow him to relish the experience of a father witnessing his son thrive. Amidst the chaos of wolves, this would not only provide Fugaku with the illusion that his child was less mature but would also significantly mitigate the likelihood of Itachi becoming the harbinger of destruction in the future. A flawless plan. Truly, I am a paragon of benevolence. One must ponder whether this constitutes a shift in Itachi's destiny. He is indeed a pivotal character, and thus, the rewards should surpass the sacrifices made. In the serene mountains, Shan Zhongjing pondered for a moment before directing his gaze once more to his system interface. Host, Shan Zhongjing Profession, Ninja Activated Attributes, Traveler, Red, Zero Frame Initiation, Red, Sage Physique, Red, Master of Yin Ninjutsu, Purple, Master of Water Ninjutsu, Purple, Temporal Insight, Purple. Understanding King of the Ninja World, Blue, Silent Walker, Blue, Handsome, Blue, Ominous Conflict, Black. Inactive Attributes, Cicada Pupa, White, Tough Skin and Hard Life, White. 9 Treasures from One Birth, Blue, Bare Essentials, Gray, Expired Milk, White, Expert in Supporting Roles, Green, Complete Childhood, Gray. Attribute Copies, 1 Attribute Gifts, 6 Attribute Downgrades, 2 Attribute Resets, 1. 3 Reds, 3 Purples, 3 Blues, 1 Black. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who possessed 6 Reds, 3 Purples. For Blues, 1 Green, 2 Grays, and 1 Black, Shan Zhongjing overwhelmingly surpassed him in all aspects, save for the Black attribute. The effects were relatively reliable, not truly negative in nature. However, in other aspects, his attributes still fell short of Uchiha Madara's prowess. That old fellow is indeed formidable. Casting a glance at the opportunity to copy attributes, Shan Zhongjing had yet to determine his copying target. Previously, he had chosen to merge the would-release Bloodline Limit attribute from Uchiha Madara into the Yin-Yang Initial Convergence fragment. At that time, he had to choose between two options. And naturally, he opted for the sage physique. Now, with the chance to copy attributes once more, should I return and learn the impure world reincarnation? In the midst of the mountains, a hand rested upon the waist, where the scroll containing the blood and soil of Uchiha Madara was stored. A faint stir of ambition flickered within. After all, the original Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama was not particularly formidable, with sufficient preparation. The summoned beings could be met with a comprehensive sealing technique. It seemed that this should pose no significant challenge. Yet, the urgency was palpable. The figures fled with a speed surpassing that of rabbits. A shadow clone emerged, each hand grasping a comatose white zetsu, utilizing earth release to burrow forth from the ground. Casually discarding the white zetsu onto the earth, the clone began to rummage through pockets in search of various items. The shadow clones that had delved underground began to return in succession. Over 40 white zetsu were unceremoniously deposited onto the ground. A plethora of ninja technique scrolls, sealing scrolls, training scrolls, and intelligence scrolls were also collected in abundance. Moreover, 3 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, preserved within specialized sterile vials, were retrieved by the shadow clones. In the mountains, a figure played with the sterile vial containing the 3-tomo Sharingan, casually lifting the Uchiha fan at his feet, which bore only a few scrapes, and tossed it aside to be sealed by a shadow clone. Unlike the Sharingan, which seldom saw the light, the Uchiha fan was indeed a valuable artifact. Even if he had no personal use for it, he could easily exchange it for numerous treasures from the Uchiha clan, citing its acquisition during a mission. As a prestigious ninja clan that has endured since the Warring States period without ever waning, the Uchiha's heritage was in no way inferior to that of the Senju clan. A plethora of scrolls obtained from their conquests was meticulously categorized and sealed within storage scrolls. Over 40 white zetsu also received the same treatment. While most living beings sealed within storage scrolls would perish, the white zetsu, having essentially become a form of plant life, boasted a survival capacity that surpassed even that of cockroaches. They would remain unharmed for a good 10 days to 2 weeks. The plight of the Uchiha clan was indeed tragic. In the depths of the mountains, Jiang Jing cradled the glass vial in his embrace, contemplating the notion that for the majority, possessing a bloodline with limitations may not necessarily be a boon. Just observe, throughout the course of events, how many pairs of 3-pronged jade have crossed his path. Even in death, one's eyes are sought after. There are instances where individuals are ruthlessly hunted solely for their eyes. It is one thing to be coveted by outsiders, yet even one's own ancestors harbor such desires. With a series of resounding thuds, the shadow clones, having dealt with a plethora of spoils, dissipated one after another. The scenery within the mountains revealed itself, unraveling the perilous enigma of the oil and water separation. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I traversed the path marked by the shadow clones towards the location of the Outer Path demon statue. This colossal demon statue, resembling a small mountain, had been displaced to over 50 kilometers away into the forest through the relentless efforts of the shadow clones. With its legs crossed in a lotus position and hands raised in a lotus-like gesture, the Outer Path demon statue, with its 9 closed eyes, emanated a peculiar aura that coexisted with malevolence, instilling tremors of fear in the surrounding fragile creatures. What on earth is happening? The scenery in the mountains encircled the Outer Path deity as he stood before it with arms crossed, feeling an overwhelming headache. The sealing technique he employed was woefully inadequate. Such a colossal entity was far beyond his capabilities. Moreover, the wielder of the Rinnegan possessed the extraordinary ability to summon the Outer Path deity. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even when Uchiha Obito absorbed it into his body, it was forcibly summoned away by Uchiha Madara. If left unattended, he was certain that it would soon be discovered by Kaguya and hidden away once more. After conferring with the shadow clones in the heart of the mountains, with an unwavering resolve to avoid any semblance of failure, Yamashita Kei unleashed the water release, spiraling sphere, decisively severing 2 horns from the Outer Path golem, barely managing to secure them within a sealing scroll. Alongside 2 shadow clones, he meticulously inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique throughout every nook and cranny of the golem. One of the shadow clones even ventured into the golem's maw, etching the technique within its very being. Let's go. With the task accomplished, Yamashita Kei summoned a majestic falcon, riding upon its rejuvenated strength as they soared towards the land of lightning. Deep within a shadowy subterranean cavern, hundreds of miles from the graveyard of mountains, Black Zetsu sat brooding upon a throne that once belonged to Uchiha Obito. Surrounding him, White Zetsu engaged in lively discussions about the recent battle. their laughter and casual demeanor betraying no hint of sorrow or fear, as if they had not just narrowly escaped annihilation. Konoha, Yamashita Kei. Black Zetsu's fingers glided over the intelligence scroll before him, his dark triangular eyes narrowing to slits, while Uchiha Obito lurked in the shadows, remotely controlling the village hidden in the mist and observing the entire shinobi world. They had tirelessly gathered intelligence from various ninja villages. Every individual who had ever existed in the shinobi world left traces behind. It was impossible for them not to. By analyzing expertise in the Flying Thunder God technique, Jinjutsu, and water release, and systematically eliminating those who did not meet the criteria, Black Zetsu ultimately pinpointed Yamashita Kei's identity. Even though the latter consistently maintained the appearance of Senju Tobarama, and his immense chakra did not align with the Yamashita clan's lineage, after dismissing all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. 5 years ago, he had withdrawn from the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War, exchanging his accomplishments and familial connections for the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. For 5 years, he had kept a low profile, content in his role within the analytical division. A month ago, he had been reassigned by the third Hokage to a regular team, becoming a leading instructor. His first deployment was for an S-rank classified mission, one from which even White Zetsu had failed to extract sufficient information. My millennia of efforts cannot be undone by you, Mother. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, staring daggers at the intelligence scroll on the table, wishing he could gouge out the very name Yamashita Kei from it. Senior, you were just cursing, weren't you? Simply calling for your mother might lead to misunderstandings, a White Zetsu quipped as he sidled up to Black Zetsu. The words nearly caused Black Zetsu to spit blood in frustration. Fei, you were the fastest to flee just now, weren't you? Black Zetsu snapped, turning to glare at the solemn-faced Fei, wishing to swat the foolishness out of him. Was he cursing his mother? No, he was reminiscing about his beloved mother. Learn from your senior. Before the battle even began, he had already hidden underground, far swifter than I. Fei offered a respectful gesture, feeling no qualms about his escape. The roots of Black Zetsu's teeth itched with irritation. That individual named Shanzhongjing had been casting glances at Uchiha Madara, his gaze lingering uncertainly upon him. After Madara vanished underground, he searched for an extensive period. Were it not for his confidence in the concealment of his identity, he might have doubted whether someone had discovered something. Why else would they incessantly fixate on him? Senior? Fei inquired, his voice tinged with confusion. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village bore a unique seal. Upon Madara's death, the seal would immediately eliminate the Mizukage. You and I must venture to the Hidden Mist Village. It must not spiral out of control. Hey, Senior, you must promptly seek out the Outer Path Golem. Once located, bury it underground, and after some time, we shall determine which base to transfer it to. Black Zetsu rose from his seat, issuing commands to the assembled White Zetsu below. Why should we heed your orders? Is freedom not preferable? I have yet to experience the sensation of eating. Indeed, in the experience of relieving oneself as well. It must be quite pleasant. I observe that their expressions are filled with joy. Yet, there must be moments of agony too. I yearn to experience it. Perhaps you could assist me in creating an opening for a trial? The White Zetsu deviated from the topic with just a few remarks, descending into a cacophony of chaos. Silence. Black Zetsu's gaze was fierce. As a being birthed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, he merely had to stir his thoughts, and all the White Zetsu became rigid, incapable of movement. They were merely soldiers mass-produced by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even in his incomplete form as a yin-yang release creation, he possessed the power to control them. Upon seeing the perplexed expressions of the White Zetsu, Black Zetsu continued, From this day forth, I am Uchiha Madara. You shall obey all my commands. Do you comprehend? You fools. As the night deepens, thick clouds obscure the already dim moonlight, rendering the darkness even more profound. 30 kilometers southwest of the Land of Lightning's Union Village lies a bustling town known as Crescent Street, ablaze with lights. Even as midnight approaches, the sounds of revelry, laughter, and boisterous chatter fill the air. This place bears a resemblance to a Doff Street near Konoha, serving as a haven for ninjas seeking respite between their missions. However, due to its unique geographical position as a crucial stop on the trade route between north and south, the town thrives with much greater vibrancy than a Doff Street. Here, one can find arenas for combat, izakayas, entertainment districts, hot springs, and shopping streets. It must be noted that while the geographical advantages of the Land of Lightning may not compare to those of the Land of Fire, the current daimyo is indeed an adept administrator, particularly in terms of enhancing the nation's economy. surpassing all other great nations. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young girl with black-rimmed glasses and a gentle demeanor, appearing not too old, seems to have come here to unwind after completing her mission. With her left hand laden with shopping bags, she hums an unfamiliar tune, her steps light as she ventures into a dark alley. In the izakaya lining the street, several intoxicated men reluctantly withdraw their gazes. Young, fit, and undeniably charming, she is an anomaly among ninjas, who in this peculiar era are often synonymous with lethality. Though ninjas may not always enjoy the highest regard, they possess a power that ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom. Even those noblemen parading their wealth in the royal capital, if not utterly foolish, would think twice before offending a ninja, let alone the merchants of modest means. Winding through the shadowy alley, the girl soon arrives at the entrance of an aged estate. Noticing 5 small stones carelessly placed in a triangular formation to her left, she confirms the meeting point for the apothecary, Yao Shi Yi Nai Yu, whose expression darkens as he listens to the faint, seductive melodies emanating from within the courtyard. It is not uncommon for ninjas to harbor desires. Each ninja often seeks various outlets to relieve the pressures that come with their duties. However, indulging in such excess during a mission raises significant doubts in Yao Shi Yi Nai Yu's mind regarding the competence of those involved. This mission holds great importance. Should the current situation in Konoha remain unchanged, the village would become the prime target for other ninja villages if war were to erupt. At this critical juncture, while the arrival of non-root ninjas can be understood, the sheer debauchery of the situation raises concerns. Could it be that the notorious Jiraiya, famed for his insatiable lust, is among them? If so, that would not be entirely unexpected. A small pebble whizzed past and landed at her feet, rolling twice on the ground and disturbing the 5 stones arranged at the entrance. Pharmacist Yano Yu felt a chill run down her spine, her body growing slightly rigid. With a serene smile adorning her face, she feigned an expression of surprise and turned to the direction from which the pebble had come. A middle-aged ninja, appearing to be nearly 40 years old, with a scruffy beard and wearing a yunin forehead protector, stood in the shadows of the house, regarding her with skepticism. Mukai, what are you doing here? Senior Sisei? I never expected to encounter you here. I was just out for a stroll, and it seems I've inadvertently lost my way. Yeno Yu replied with a sheepish grin, scratching her head. She perfectly embodied the image of a muddled chunin who respects her seniors. Meanwhile, her mind raced to recall information about Sisei, a chunin from Yunnan, a member of the magnetic release Troy team, known for his prudence and extensive mission experience. He had lost his spouse a few years prior and had a child named Mizai, who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and become a genin. It appeared this man harbored suspicions about her. Approaching 40 without advancing to jonin, his strength must be lacking, as long as she handled the traces carefully. Silencing him would be the best course of action. Ah, I have a little one who can do backflips. Mukai, would you like to see? Sisei's gaze audaciously scrutinized Yano Yu's figure. The greasy aura of the middle-aged man was palpable as it enveloped her. Do you practice ninjutsu? I've heard that in Konoha, both the Uchiha and Aizu clans have quite a significant connection with ninjas. The corner of Yano Yu's eye twitched slightly, yet she maintained a naive demeanor, tilting her head as if intrigued by the topic, unconsciously inching closer to Sisei. That pertains to the Aizu clan. Transformed into the guise of Sisei, Yamanakage still wore the same oily expression, his slanted eyes glinting with ill intent. Have I made a mistake? In a flash, Yano Yu's previously empty right hand shimmered with a pale blue chakra light. A sharp chakra scalpel lunged toward Yamanakage's throat. However, in the next moment, Yano Yu found herself frozen in place, her body uncontrollably dissipating the chakra scalpel and reverting to the appearance of a docile, innocent girl standing still. Hey, sister. I've already signaled. You're being quite rude. In the mountains, the scene was filled with a sense of helplessness as Yamashita gazed at the figure of the pharmacist. Nanoyu. Phrases such as my family can perform a backflip and Aizu no were preordained signals. Nanoyu's ability to respond to these cues indicated a confirmation of identity. Yet, to act against him was truly excessive. Yamashita's secret technique? What is this appearance? This is not a transformation technique. The pharmacist, under the influence of a mind-altering technique, had essentially verified that the person before him was indeed a Konoha ninja. However, this transformation lacked any discernible traces of disguise. The overwhelming sin of middle age and the aura of wrongdoing permeated the air. The face mimicry technique, a secret art of the Kita clan from the Land of Fire, could flawlessly replicate the target's visage and essence, to the extent that even ninja hounds could not discern the difference. Its drawback, however, was that the subject must be in close proximity, and the casting time was somewhat lengthy. In the serene mountains, Shan Zhongjing shrugged, elucidating the secret technique he wielded. The Kidiyuan clan, though relatively renowned in the Land of Fire, had refrained from joining any ninja village. Instead, they thrived upon their ancestral arts, becoming esteemed guests among numerous nobles. The world of ninjas has never lacked instances of assassination. The Kidiyuan clan, capable of serving as the perfect substitutes, has maintained a stellar reputation, making them the preferred choice for the aristocracy. His mastery of this technique stemmed from an incident where the Konoha guard apprehended a member of the Kidiyuan clan who had transformed into another's husband. That individual was quite remarkable. Captivated by another's wife, he struck during her departure from the village, subsequently usurping her home. However, barely a day after arriving in Konoha, he was reported by the woman and swiftly confined to the interrogation room. According to her account, her husband could endure at least 30 minutes. Yet this man could not last even 30 seconds. Wasn't that problematic? In the Kidiyuan analysis class, Shan Zhongjing, the apothecary, Yao Shi furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before directly revealing Shan Zhongjing's name. Am I truly that well known? Yamashita's expression was one of astonishment. Are modern spies truly this formidable? How could he discern his identity with just a few words? It was a coincidence that he had heard of it. The corners of pharmacist Nozomi's eyes twitched once more. Ordinary individuals might be oblivious to such matters, but years ago, the Kita clan had agreed to a series of conditions set forth by Konoha in order to redeem one of their own. Among these stipulations was a requirement for members of the Umbu training institution to undergo a period of training in disguise and transformation techniques. The infamous 30-second incident had become a popular topic of conversation among many trainees at that time, and the stories behind it had been thoroughly unearthed. She had once remarked that the technique of memory retrieval was indeed a skill well suited for spies. Unfortunately, her mental fortitude did not meet the necessary criteria, preventing her from mastering such arts. Pharmacist Nozomi was not well acquainted with Yamashita. She had merely known of his existence within the analysis class. However, after their initial encounter, she felt that at the very least, his abilities were commendable. The Kita clan's nearly imperceptible facial transformation technique, his stealth skills that had eluded her vigilant observations, and the technique that had instantaneously rendered her incapable of resistance were all indicative of a talent well suited for executing high-stakes assassination missions. Yet, the presence of outsiders in such a location was perplexing. Pharmacist Nozomi furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring about the situation in the room. Those engaged in espionage loathed unexpected occurrences and detested encountering irrelevant individuals, as these factors heightened the risk of exposure. The dilapidated place you chose appears to be permeated with some enchantment. I've hidden in this corner for 2 hours, and at least 8 pairs of wild lovebirds have wandered in. Without some commotion, everyone is inclined to gravitate toward this area. In the mountains, the landscape encountered a rather impatient eye roll. 2 hours prior, he had arrived to survey the terrain, only to overhear some murmurs of labor emanating from the corner. Just as he managed to make the individuals depart, another pair arrived within mere minutes. It was evident that the situation was escalating towards a confrontation. In haste, he employed an illusion to redirect the two to a neighboring alley. Yet, once again, more individuals appeared, with 2 white specters now in the fray. The potential for chaos was palpable. Could anyone remain undisturbed amidst such turmoil? Irrelevant figures. The apothecary, Yayo, surveyed the room and reiterated the crucial point. The dead. In the mountainous scenery, Shan Zhong waved his hand, stating that Baiju, despite resembling a human, bore little relation to humanity. Is it incorrect to deem it a corpse? Not at all. Can it perform water-based techniques? Yashir nodded slightly, having grown accustomed to the shadows of the ninja world. She was not unfamiliar with the concept of utilizing disposable tools. Though instinctively averse to such methods, she was a competent ninja, capable only of restraining herself from engaging in such actions. Beyond that, she felt utterly powerless. I have a basic understanding. Earth techniques? This was indeed only a superficial comprehension. She could proficiently execute around 20 techniques, while the remainder could only be clumsily managed. Seeing the doubtful gaze of Yamaguchi Kei could only speak the truth. His earth release technique lacked even a single entry. Were it not for the formidable enhancement granted by his sage body, which transformed him into an all-attribute ninja and bolstered his affinity for the earth element, he likely would have been unable to utilize his Earth release in practical combat. Of course, his notion of practical combat would at least entail a level of proficiency akin to that of A.J. As for bullying weaker opponents, that posed no challenge whatsoever. Faced with a choice, he adeptly disguised the scene. Yao Shi Yanao Yu unfastened the buttons of his garment, reached into his bosom, and retrieved a small scroll, no longer than his finger. He tossed it to Yamashita Kei. After the handover, he cast a glance at Yamashita Kei's current expression and turned to leave. Oily, lecherous, disheveled, and insipid. Yes, this face of Zisei is quite unforgettable. Very well. Shan Zhongjing accepted the scroll, which still bore a hint of warmth, with a somewhat clumsy gesture, acknowledging its presence. This scroll is indeed well concealed. He watched as the apothecary, Yanao Yu, departed from the narrow alleyway, in the dim light cast by the moon. The scenery of the mountains unfurled as he unrolled the scroll. Glancing at the diary-like entries, he could only smirk in silence. The clandestine organization had a penchant for such convoluted matters. What could be succinctly conveyed in a single sentence was instead elaborately twisted into an elaborate performance. Without the cipher, one could scarcely decipher the contents written therein. In the mountains, upon examining the concealed arrangement codes inscribed on the scroll, I delved into my memory palace to retrieve the corresponding cipher. I commenced the meticulous process of deciphering the content word by word. The subject is read by the third generation of the Raijin clan, a Jonin adept at supporting assaults on the hidden mist. At the age of 26, he excels in lightning release techniques and swordsmanship. All of the target's personal information, daily itinerary, and the method of reuniting post-mission were meticulously annotated on the small scroll. In the mountains, he rubbed his slightly sore eyes. The spiral sphere in his hand was nearly complete, and he effortlessly reduced the small scroll to dust. Damn it. The notes I took during the exam were not even written this small. He muttered with a curse. As Shang Zhongjing was about to enter the courtyard to retrieve the two restrained by Ju, a middle-aged man, with one hand impatiently unfastening his belt and the other grasping a seductively enchanting woman, rushed into a narrow alley. Upon witnessing Shang Zhongjing on the verge of pushing the door open and hearing the alluring sounds emanating from the courtyard, the two momentarily froze and, in unison, displayed peculiar expressions. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you shall join us. In annoyance, the figure in the mountain cast a sharp glare at the two individuals. What a wretched place this is. Even the most disreputable brothels in the land of fire possess more subtlety than this. If the esteemed ninja wishes for it, I suppose it cannot be helped. Damn it. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing observed the concealed excitement of the middle-aged man after a moment of silence, causing him to falter. Without hesitation, he cast an elaborate illusionary spell on both individuals, allowing them to indulge in their whims. This place was undeniably treacherous. Swiftly, he retracted the dual enchantments of sealing and illusion that had ensnared the two, as he called out to Bai Ju for over an hour. Feeling an intense surge of frustration, Shan Zhongjing turned and melded into the darkness. The assassination target was already known. The timing of the strike was merely a matter of choice. The sooner the task was completed, the sooner the reward could be claimed. And the earlier he could return home. After more than half an hour, he verified his identity at the gates of Yunin village and exchanged a few words with the familiar gatekeeping ninja. Under the pretext of returning home early to see the children, Shan Zhongjing bid farewell to the two gatekeepers and brazenly infiltrated Yunin village. He accessed the memories of the face's owner, Zisei. Upon entering the village, he exerted little effort in locating his assassination target, Raid Bai, who was drinking in a tavern with 7 elite shinobi. After a brief contemplation on how to shift the blame onto Kirigakure, he proceeded. In the dimly lit mountains, a faint aura of menace emanated, directed towards the figure of Red Bai. Ninjas, who perpetually tread the fine line between life and death, are particularly attuned to such subtle threats. Red Bai's wine cup experienced an almost imperceptible pause before he resumed his revelry with companions, casually draping an arm around his shoulder to feign camaraderie while discreetly exchanging vital information. In less than 5 minutes, the seemingly intoxicated Red Bai rose to bid farewell to his comrades, swaying as he exited the izakaya. After a few steps along the main road, he turned into a secluded alleyway. This demeanor unmistakably suggested a deliberate ploy to use himself as bait, enticing the would-be assassin to take the hook. Swish. After Shan Zhongjing donned an additional layer of transformation disguise, he emerged from the shadows of the narrow alley, brandishing his shuriken. The formerly intoxicated expression on Ruidebi's face vanished in an instant. Drawing a ninja blade from his back, he confronted the oncoming assailant head-on. In the next moment, Ruidebi's blade effortlessly sliced through Shanjun-jing, who was in the state of water transformation. Their forms intertwined and passed by each other, and a wide-eyed head rolled onto the ground. Ruidebi, how despicable! It is the water transformation technique of the Kaigitsu clan. Following closely behind Ruidebi, a Yunin Jonin let out a furious shout, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning ball. A series of radiant golden lightning orbs rapidly sealed off the alleyway. As the scenery of the mountains unfolded before him, he collided directly with the wall of a nearby house. After evading the constraints of lightning release, he swiftly employed the technique of instantaneous movement to escape the scene, despite the relentless pursuit of the hidden Cloud Elite shinobi behind him. Upon plunging into a well connected to an underground river, he could only resentfully unleash lightning release ninjutsu towards the well. Utilizing the technique of water transformation and the ability to move freely underwater with water release, wave surge, he sought to navigate his predicament. After circling the mountains several times, Yamashita returned to Yunin village, having quietly discovered another well. The village, which had previously illuminated only half of its streetlights, now glowed in full brilliance. With all the houses perched atop the towering rock pillars aglow, the alarm echoed throughout the village, awakening many of the ninjas who had already succumbed to slumber. Their faces etched with anxiety as they hastened towards the site where lightning jutsu was being unleashed towards the heavens. Yamashita, who merely maintained the facade of the transformation technique, seamlessly blended into the crowd, observing the commotion with keen interest. "Uncle, what has transpired?" A soft, melodious voice inquired from beside him. As I turned my gaze towards the diminutive figure, even shorter than the crimson hues of the setting sun, I instinctively took a step back upon discerning her features. Goodness! A lowly version of the second Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. The actions of the young ones in the mountains, driven by instinct, undoubtedly inflicted emotional wounds upon the tender hearts of the two wooden figures. The experiences of the Jinchuriki across various villages were, in essence, quite similar. Even in later times, when Karabi was busy taking on apprentices and holding concerts, he remained shadowed by the disdain, fear, panic, and rejection that followed him relentlessly. The distinction lay in the fact that Karabi had the support of his brothers, granting him the audacity to isolate the entire village and dwell in his own world. In contrast, the others often found themselves alone, solitary figures who, despite their injuries and grievances, could only retreat to corners to nurse their wounds in silence. "I'm sorry." The once radiant golden hair of the two wooden figures seemed to have lost its luster in that moment. Their small heads hung low, and their tiny hands were tightly clenched together. They bowed in apology to the mountain scenery, their toes subtly shifting to indicate a clear intent to flee. Yet, in the next instant, a sensation from above made them freeze in place, akin to a startled creature rendered immobile. "Ahem. I just returned from a mission outside the village and am feeling a bit overwhelmed. You must understand, right? I'm not entirely sure what has transpired in the village. Shall we go and see together?" In the mountains, Shanjunjing gently caressed the little girl's soft head. How should one describe it? It was tender, fluffy, and the tactile sensation was simply sublime. The original owner of this visage, Shisei, was honest and somewhat dull, having spent decades as a ninja. Fully aware of his ordinariness and the mediocrity that often accompanies middle age, filled with a sense of trepidation about the future. Logically speaking, Shanjunjing's current behavior seemed inconsistent with the original owner's character. However, he would not linger for long. Upon completing his mission, he would swiftly return to Konoha. Inconsistencies aside, the little girl was hurt by his retreat, resembling a wounded fawn, evoking a sense of pity. If he did not offer some comfort, he feared that lying in bed at night would lead to a torrent of self-reproach, accompanied by a muttered, "I truly deserve this." The warm sensation atop her head gradually eased the originally rigid form of the wooden figure. Without a moment's hesitation, she believed Shanjunjing's words. A ninja returning from a mission must have endured a fierce battle, leaving him in a state of heightened tension. Yes, precisely. The uncle was not detesting or shunning her. Shanjunjing gently tapped the small head of the two wooden figures in response. His gaze lingered for a moment on the entries of the other. Then he prepared to push his way into the crowd. Name: two wooden figures. Occupation: student of Ninja Academy. Entry: two-tailed Jinchuriki, red, agile and flexible, blue, resilient, green. Solitary, gray. The two wooden figures closely followed Shanjunjing, their small hands tentatively grasping at the hem of his garment. Observing that the gentleman before him showed no reaction, their large eyes sparkled even brighter, and a smile involuntarily spread across their cherubic face. If you continue like this, I might just have to abduct you. Amidst the mountainous scenery, the protagonist found himself continuously lamenting. To speak frankly, he was merely there to execute an assassination mission, targeting high-ranking members of the Cloud Village to create confusion and divert attention away from the Leaf Village. The matter of the Jinchuriki held no significance for him whatsoever. Moreover, should any misfortune befall the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the Cloud Village would likely descend into chaos at once. Given their tendency to prioritize brawn over intellect, if they couldn't ascertain who had abducted our Jinchuriki, I would take matters into my own hands. After all, I would relish the opportunity to confront each of them. Shan Zhongjing quickly shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. In the present Konoha, if Tsunade were the Hokage, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation, apprehending the target immediately. With the third Hokage and Danzo in power, he chuckled at the thought that just as he secured the Jinchuriki, the Shanzhong clan might very well produce a contemporary Hinata Hizashi, destined to be handed over to the hidden Cloud Village for atonement. After all, his identity loomed large. The most powerful of the Yamanaka clan, a staunch faction of the Hokage, and the fiancé of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as the third Hokage and Danzo strive to prevent discontent within the village while safeguarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the latter's safety will remain assured. However, should it pertain to an ordinary member of the Yamanaka clan? Ah, little girl, consider yourself fortunate this time. In the mountains. He glanced back at the little girl who was tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Upon noticing his gaze, she immediately lifted her head, revealing a slightly bashful yet radiant smile. It was as if she had seized the most precious treasure. The young girl was earnestly striving to present her finest self. In the mountainous landscape, Jiang Zhongjing gently ruffled her small head, a benevolent smile adorning his face. The thought of the Jinchuriki weighed heavily on his heart. Yet he found himself at a loss for words once more. His stance, the current situation, and his capabilities, all these factors constrained him from expressing any grand gestures of goodwill or taking decisive actions. Towering rock pillars flanked the street, and two members of the Umbu stood atop the steep cliffs, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the accompanying figure. Captain, who is that person accompanying the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Inquired a noticeably youthful Umbu, his voice tinged with tension. Zisei, a ch-nin, a good-natured fellow, with a child who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy, replied the older Umbu, his eyes momentarily narrowing before he turned his attention back to the epicenter of the assault. At this moment, he was far more concerned about the situation unfolding there than the Jinchuriki. If it were merely an assassination, even the death of a high-ranking official should not have stirred such a commotion. The entire village was in uproar, yet the alarm bells continued to blare. Was this not a recipe for unnecessary turmoil? Or was there an ulterior motive behind this assassination? Does this mean we need not worry? The young Umbu, clearly still uneasy, questioned. You fail to comprehend. Those who have children often feel a sense of feudal sympathy and compassion when observing other children of the same age, even if one of them is a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki are not inherently malevolent beings. You are Umbu, not ignorant villagers. Think critically. Hey, Captain, the older Umbu squad leader exclaimed, delivering a playful jab to the head of his subordinate. He understood well that the power of tailed beasts always commanded respect. Recognizing the truth and treating a Jinchuriki as one would a normal person were entirely disparate matters. Just as he had experienced, as the Umbu squad leader, he had participated in the sealing of the Eight Tails and the Two Tails, witnessing his comrades fall one after another under the might of the tailed beasts. Despite countless reassurances that Jinchuriki were not the beasts themselves, but rather the heroes chosen by the village to seal and control them, the hatred, sorrow, and resentment born from the loss of comrades would inevitably surge forth at the sight of a Jinchuriki. He found himself incapable of reconciling these emotions. Faced with the clash of logic and sentiment, the moral qualms and the self-reproach of conscience, all he could do was maintain his distance, to avoid confrontation, to refrain from inflicting harm. Zisei, if you can manage it, grant her an easier existence. The mask upon the face of the dark squad leader concealed the intricacies of his emotions. He pondered whether, when reporting to Lord Rakage tomorrow, he should tactfully speak well of Kisame. After all, his child and Kisame's child were teammates. Rady had consistently advocated for an offensive against the Hidden Mist Village, an act that was evidently retaliatory in nature. Yet, Had they not been embroiled in fierce conflict with the Sand Village recently? While other ninjutsu might be fabricated, the water transformation technique was intrinsically linked to the bloodline limit of the Hozuki clan. It seemed implausible to be a mere ruse. I still felt this behavior did not align with the style of the Hidden Mist. Were they not known for their pursuit of secrecy? Secrecy, my foot. Look at the 7 ninja swordsmen. Which one of them is not arrogantly flaunting their massive blades throughout the ninja world? Have they ever been discreet? Can you not be so presumptuous? Is your intellect truly reduced to mere muscle? We have been focusing on silence. With a crackle of lightning, the figure of the third Reikage, enveloped in electric energy, descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the ground at the center of the assembly. As his voice resonated, the cacophony of debate among the high-ranking officials abruptly ceased. The second Reikage had met an untimely demise due to the rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers, paving the way for the third Reikage's formidable rise. Over the course of 20 years, through sheer strength, a firm hand, and an imposing presence, he had subdued the various factions within the village. His long-accumulated prestige rendered him the cornerstone of support for all upon his arrival. In the mountains, the scene unfolded before the watchful eyes. One must concede that the intimidation and influence exerted by Sarutobi Reikage could hardly be matched. The village's alarm was lifted. A team from the Umbu secured the area, while the remaining squads without missions promptly cordoned off and inspected all water sources. Sukadai, send a document to the Hidden Mist, inquiring about their water shadow and whether they seek to engage in conflict. Dispatch the document as soon as it is prepared. Evacuate the ninja and villagers immediately. The security team must maintain order to prevent unnecessary chaos. After listening to his subordinates' reports, Third Reikage suppressed the fury boiling within him and issued 3 consecutive commands. Earlier that day, he had visited the Komorii Gorge to see his son and Killer Bee. Upon returning midway, he caught sight of the turmoil in the village from afar. The brazen assassination by the Hidden Mist, the warmongering instigation by the pro-war faction within the village, and the ostentatious displays by some high-ranking officials seeking to win hearts. All of these ignited his wrath. He had merely been absent for a short while. He had not perished. Reikage's emerald gaze scanned every high-ranking official present. Some averted their eyes, hesitant to speak. Others feigned calmness, lost in thought, while a few seethed with indignation, consumed by righteous anger. Yet, none dared to meet his gaze. I shall await you in the conference room. Take this time to contemplate how you will explain yourselves to me. With a cold huff, Reikage propelled himself into the air, his form vanishing from sight amidst the dazzling flashes of lightning, as he deftly maneuvered off the rocky pillars. TSK, the third Reikage remains formidable. As Mountain Scene gazed at the departing figure of Lei Ying, a wave of emotion swept over him. This old man truly deserves his reputation as a formidable warrior capable of engaging in close combat with the Eight Tails and battling 1,000 Earth-released ninjas for 3 days and nights. This brief description is rather amusing. Name, AI occupation, shadow attributes. The mightiest spear, red, shield of minor flaws, purple, thunderous might, purple, strength of a mountain, purple. Raging thunder, purple, accumulated power, blue, open to counsel, green, fondness for offspring, white. Oh day slash. Once again, you have faced defeat. Under the guidance of the security team, Yamashita began to gradually disperse among the surrounding crowd. After assessing the aura exhibited by Reikage 3 upon his entrance, he elevated his evaluation of the opponent's strength. According to his conjecture, the third Reikage should possess at least 2 crimson attributes, the mightiest spear and the most formidable shield. After all, even a wind release, Raisin Shuriken merely left superficial wounds upon him. Had it not been for the weak point created on his right chest by one of Yamashita's own techniques, it would undoubtedly have been a full crimson rating. With supreme offensive and defensive capabilities, the third Reikage's physique, nurtured by the thunderous might, continued to enhance gradually. Alongside his mastery over lightning release and the defensive prowess of his lightning armor, the accumulated power of the earth-shattering strength, combined with the combat skills of raging thunder and unwavering willpower, made him a formidable adversary. Not to mention how Sarutobi Asuma would fare against such a formidable opponent. Even with Yamashita's overwhelming attributes, facing the third Reikage would pose a significant challenge. Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, under conditions of attribute restraint, did not manage to inflict substantial damage. His water release, Rasengan, would likely be equally ineffective. Illusions and family secret techniques could potentially confound the third Reikage. But to defeat or even kill him would likely require the devastating power of the Mist's Ghost Lantern technique to grind down the damage. The only swift path to victory might lie in employing illusions or family secret techniques to replicate Naruto's tactics when the opponent utilized one of his techniques, prompting the adversary to inadvertently harm himself. If the art of spiritualization could be mastered completely, perhaps one could attempt to utilize the spiritual form. However, the lack of protection for the physical body poses a grave risk. Should one consider replicating the Third Raikage's mightiest spear? In the serene mountains, Jing contemplated with a hand gently stroking his chin, feeling somewhat skeptical. The formidable strength of the third generation of thunder stemmed from the cumulative synergy of all attributes converging towards a singular direction, resulting in a remarkably specialized and potent tank warrior. If he were to replicate a single attribute, however, his foundational physical prowess would be insufficient to fully unleash the optimal potential of that attribute. "Uncle, may I come visit you at your home tomorrow?" As the moment of parting drew near, the two individuals, somewhat anxious, fidgeted with their hands, lowering their heads to softly inquire. "Well, tomorrow morning I will be at the mission center for a debriefing, after which I should have no further commitments." 36th Column of Clouds, 1701. In the mountains, the address of the wooden man was revealed. Yet, my heart began to mourn silently for the two of them. If it were known that he was a spy who had infiltrated, would the young girl not retreat into herself on the spot? Alternatively, upon the conclusion of the mission, would it be possible to fabricate an accidental death? Those two Umbu should not withstand his illusion, if all else fails. Perhaps a discreet parting gift akin to a leaf from the Yakura style for the young girl? "Your two-tailed Jinchuriki is actually one I haven't trusted to your care?" The Raikage would surely weep. "I am truly too benevolent." "All right." The wooden man's large eyes sparkled with bright light. Ecstatic, he dashed a few steps forward, turned back to vigorously wave at Shan Zhongjing, then spun around and ran into his home. "Father, is she the daughter of my stepmother, or is she my stepmother?" A resentful, youthful voice echoed from behind. With a sharp intake of breath, Shan Zhongjing felt his cheeks sting and, without a word, swung around to slap the boy on the back of his head. It is only natural for a father to discipline his son. Although this lad was not his biological son, using the original owner's visage, he felt no psychological burden in delivering the blow. Just listen to the nonsense this boy has been spouting. There are still two Umbu lurking on the cliffside. Are you truly unconcerned about your father being summoned for questioning by the Umbu, risking disgrace? Moreover, I am not a metallurgist. What can be done and what cannot? Am I unaware? Muzai, if your eyes are of no use, perhaps they could be donated. Ouch, father, your strength is too great. It hurts. I just saw that girl tugging at your clothes the whole way, and you still try to deny it. Tomorrow, we shall go to the hospital to sign the donation agreement. Are you truly my biological father? Stop pretending to be a ninja. You should consider a career in pig farming instead. Our livestock industry is quite prosperous here. Wild boars are easy to raise and sell. Tomorrow, I will take you to sign your retirement application. Father, are you serious? Listen to me. With your eyes, you are worse than someone afflicted with an eye ailment. If you do not farm pigs, you will inevitably perish out there. I merely came to speak a single sentence, and ended up receiving 3 slaps. And now I am being forced into retirement? Is there any other option? The Umbu squad leader, stationed on the cliff to monitor the two-tailed Jinchuriki, could not help but chuckle as he watched the father and son retreating into the distance. The bond of filial piety is truly delightful. The Umbu members nearby also struggled to contain their laughter. This lad named Mizai surely has something amiss with his eyes. This is the wooden man, the two-tailed Jinchuriki. You followed your father all the way and did not even take a proper look at his face, only preoccupied with finding his stepmother? The following morning, having spent his first night in the serene village of Yunin, he ambled confidently into the mission center, wearing the countenance of an elderly man. After submitting the sea-level task previously completed by the original owner of this visage, he purchased a few calla lilies from the flower shop to commemorate the deceased and made his way to the cemetery of Yunin. Ninjas, who often traverse the thin line between life and death, instinctively harbor a disdain for mortality. Consequently, aside from the memorial days of certain significant individuals, few are inclined to visit the cemetery on ordinary days. He laid a calla lily at the gravestone agreed upon with the pharmacist Yano. In the depths of the mountains, the landscape intertwined with the memories of its inhabitant, who, upon discovering the grave of a once dear friend who had fallen, strolled thoughtfully to the gravestone. According to the stipulations outlined in the scroll, after placing a solitary calla lily to convey the completion of a task, he was meant to depart. awaiting the next rendezvous details for his subsequent assassination target. However, this seemed overly cumbersome. Would it not be far more delightful to spend that time reminiscing about the joys of childhood with like-minded companions? After paying homage for over half an hour to his friend at the grave, the bespectacled pharmacist, Yamashita, arrived somewhat late, clutching a bouquet of chrysanthemums. From a distance, she noticed the calla lily resting at the designated gravestone, which eased her apprehension slightly. Last night, upon learning that Ruidi was assassinated by a ninja employing a technique of hydromancy, she had briefly entertained doubts about whether it truly was an operation from the hidden mist village. If that were indeed the case, her meticulously drafted plans would surely encounter numerous complications. Seeing the bouquet brought her a measure of solace. Yet, upon spotting the figure standing silently before the gravestone, lost in contemplation, Yamashita instinctively questioned her own sight. This figure appeared greasy, lewd, disheveled, and insipid. "Ah, well, I must not have been mistaken." "Good morning," came a sudden voice that startled the unprepared pharmacist, causing her to shudder. Affecting an innocent demeanor, she glanced around to confirm that the voice was undeniably connected to that individual from the Yamaguchi clan. The technique of telepathy? Surprisingly, this voice sounded rather youthful. "I still have 2 months until I turn 20, so of course, I am still young." The voice of the mountain dweller echoed once more in the mind of Yakushi Nanoyu. This time, Nanoyu, having prepared herself, exhibited no change in expression as she walked deliberately to the tombstone of her friend, placing the chrysanthemums she held down gently. After a pause of over 10 seconds, she finally spoke in her mind. "What is it?" So swiftly did she master her emotions, preventing her true feelings from surfacing. She truly embodied the essence of a wandering priestess. "Urgent matters. Just relay the task to me directly. The back and forth is rather cumbersome." I reflected on this. Yakushi Nanoyu remained silent for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons of this approach. Firstly, assigning the entire assassination mission at once was a privilege reserved for the core squad leader, and thus, it did not adhere to protocol. Secondly, eliminating targets one by one would continuously impose psychological pressure, compelling the higher-ups of Kumogakure to swiftly redirect their animosities towards Konoha under the threat of death. Lastly, disseminating intelligence in phases would maximize the security of that information. Yet, with advantages come disadvantages. The mist ninjas emerging from the Blood Mist village seldom intervened unless absolutely necessary. When they did, they were ruthlessly efficient. If assassination orders were issued from such a distance, it would be implausible to execute a killing every few days. Should there be multiple instances of assassinations occurring at such intervals, Kumogakure might initiate a widespread espionage investigation, significantly increasing their exposure to risk. The assassination carried out by the mountain dweller last night was exceedingly successful, and the fog ninjas bore the blame solidly, no matter how much they might deny it. The impact would likely be minimal. However, the current leadership of Kumogakure had heightened their vigilance. They were well aware of the operational style of the mist ninjas. Premature action would escalate the danger level of the assassination mission exponentially. If the mountain dweller were to be captured alive and subjected to torture, revealing her secrets, you worry that the assassination mission may become perilous. I am pleased by that concern, but I do not appreciate your subsequent apprehensions. Why can you still hear my thoughts? Yakushi Nanoyu furrowed her brow. As a spy, it is essential to restrain one's thoughts, conceal emotions, and even resist the allure of genjutsu. She was certain she had just suppressed her wandering thoughts. The mind transmission technique of the Yamanaka clan should not possess the efficacy of memory reading. Why then? Could this individual still perceive her inner voice? I suppose you could say we share a mental connection, and indeed, you have guessed correctly. To facilitate communication with my summoning beast, I have incorporated a slight application of memory reading into my mind transmission technique. In the mountainous landscape, Yamashita contemplated turning away, prompting her to hastily cease her actions akin to that of a mantis shrimp. Lands, a 34-year-old jonin, proficient in lightning release and physical ninjutsu, diligently trained every afternoon at the training ground beneath the 22 rock pillars. Yamashita swiftly articulated 9 pieces of intelligence regarding the upper and mid-levels of the cloud-hidden village. Some of the requests were as straightforward and unambiguous as that of Ruidi, while others necessitated feigned assassination failures. Some even specified the exclusion of water release, insisting instead on the use of fire or wind release. After relaying all the information, she began to strain her mind to recall various trivial memories and promptly turned to exit the graveyard. Her hurried steps seemed to evade something unsavory. Wow. Is someone from Cloud Hidden Village pursuing you? TSK, a dark-skinned physical ninja. A pale illusion ninja? Are all illusion ninjas mere curs? What kind of fallacy is this? Amidst the breathtaking scenery of the mountains, Shanjunjing fled in disarray as Yaoshi Yinayu vanished into the cemetery. Fearing that the young lady might be provoked into some distressing state, he uttered a farewell and promptly disengaged from the heart transmission technique. Initially, he had no intention of prying into Yinayu's innermost thoughts. It was merely a habit acquired during his journey to the Land of Thunder, conversing with the eagle-like spirit beasts, which inadvertently led him to employ a semblance of memory-reading techniques. After all, one must devise strategies when confronted with a spirit beast that only utters chirp, chirp, chirp. However, he had not anticipated that this technique would yield such effective results when applied to a human. Even a professional spy like Yaoshi Yinayu found herself at a loss when first encountering this skill, only able to forcefully dredge up inconsequential memories to create a distraction. This revelation was only possible because Shanjunjing had voluntarily shared the technique's effects with her. Had he remained silent, had he pressed her with a few more inquiries, he likely could have gleaned even the color of her undergarments for the week. No probing allowed. In the mountain, Jiang Zhongjing lingered in the cemetery for an additional half-hour, contemplating the methods, techniques, timing, and sequence of the assassination. As the clock approached 10 in the morning, he leisurely made his way home. As a mere fringe member of the magnet-release Trojan team, he had little presence in the village, unless summoned by the Trojan for a mission, given the dire shortage of task resources across the ninja villages. Receiving 2 missions in 3 months was already a cause for gratitude. He had just completed a C-rank mission, and for a considerable time thereafter, he could legitimately remain within the confines of Yunnan Village. The higher-ups of Yunnan Village would soon find their days. Chuckling softly, Jiang Zhongjing strolled back to his doorstep. There, he spotted 2 small wooden figures huddled in a corner, their knees drawn to their chests. He stepped closer. Juice? Milk? Have you had breakfast? Juice? Not yet. A simple inquiry elicited a radiant smile from the wooden figures, rising from the shadow of the rock pillar. The young girl beamed under the sunlight, her genuine smile embodying pure and exquisite beauty. Only at this moment did I truly perceive the scenery within the mountains. The hair of the wooden figure was not the same golden hue as his own, but rather a shade more akin to a pale beige, lacking the brilliance of gold. It exuded a gentler and more soothing warmth. The hair of the wooden figure was indeed quite beautiful. In the heart of the mountains, she received a heartfelt compliment. Thank you, thank you. The small wooden figure's face flushed with a rosy hue, appearing somewhat bewildered by the unexpected praise. Throughout her years as a human pillar, she had encountered precious little kindness. Even in the beginning, when some were unaware of her true identity, they would treat her with warmth. However, upon learning the truth, those same individuals would reveal a deeper loathing and fear than others. A simple meal of 2 fried eggs accompanied by a small serving of steak, a delicacy from the Land of Thunder, and a modest portion of corn noodles, concluded with a refreshing cup of sweet and tangy juice. In the serene embrace of the mountains, a delectable breakfast was crafted in a mere 10 minutes, leaving Yumu in a state of astonishment. Observing the little girl as her eyes squinted with delight, he sensed the presence of 2 ninjas from the Umbu, their auras subtly altered from the previous day. However, he refrained from taking immediate action. Instead, he leisurely sipped a glass of juice while inquiring about Yumu's daily life. Perhaps it was due to the frequent rampages of the 8 tails, while the 2 tails posed less concern. Or maybe it was the prevailing belief within the higher echelons of Kumogakure that the power of the 8 tails far surpassed that of the 2 tails. In any case, Yumu was evidently not held in the same regard as Killer Bee within the village. Their educational paths were starkly different. Killer Bee had been under the tutelage of the 3rd Raikage son, the future 4th Raikage, since becoming a Jinchuriki. In contrast, Yumu had followed a more conventional route, gradually entering the Ninja Academy, receiving scrolls from the Umbu on occasion that detailed the training and enhancement methods for Jinchuriki. Within the Serene Mountains, one can somewhat discern the thoughts of the 3rd Raikage. It seems he believes that as a girl, Yomurin requires the companionship of her peers. The so-called exclusion and isolation experienced by the children merely stem from Yomurin's insufficient strength. Children invariably idolize the powerful. In essence, the 3rd Raikage exhibits a modicum of attentiveness, though not extensively. The notion of strength as the ultimate virtue resonates with the majority of the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the children in the Ninja Academy, who have yet to encounter the harsh realities of the shinobi world, are unlikely to ponder such complexities. Moreover, Ineffective companionship only exacerbates Yomurin's solitude and anxiety. Thank you for your hospitality, Yomurin expressed after finishing her breakfast, her cherubic face radiating joy as her delicate hands came together in a gesture of gratitude. Shall we engage in a game of chess? Perhaps cards? Or do you have a more delightful suggestion? In the mountains, Jing casually tidied up the dining utensils on the table and tossed them into the kitchen sink. That rascal Mazai had dashed off with a piece of bread early in the morning, leaving no trace behind. Washing dishes was indeed a task well suited for him. The shinobi world has always been merciless. If one lacks strength, others may invade your territory, harm your loved ones, and squander your resources. As for me, I am rather inept. Yomu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she fidgeted with her fingers, having never engaged in such games. She had only glimpsed her classmates playing from a distance on a few occasions, and her understanding of the rules was minimal at best. No worries, I shall teach you. Well then, let us try everything and see what you enjoy. The scenery in the mountains alleviated the awkwardness caused by the wooden figure with a warm smile. From a small box beneath the table, various games were retrieved: shogi, go, backgammon, hanafuda, and playing cards. The young girl listened with great enthusiasm to the rules of each game, reminiscent of the future Jinchuriki of the Seven Tales from Takigakure. After a simple overview of the rules, she opted for the more engaging backgammon, a game akin to the Monopoly of her previous life. Dice were cast to determine the number of moves, and players advanced across the game board, encountering a variety of situations. The first to reach the finish line claimed victory. Despite the wooden figure's apparent lack of luck, often encountering peculiar and whimsical challenges, such as barking like a dog, spinning with closed eyes, alternating between crying and laughing, or mimicking a noblewoman's walk. Each time she engaged in these antics, her laughter rang out joyfully. The small room was filled with her melodious giggles, creating a precious experience that felt almost dreamlike and surreal to her. Outside, two members of the umbu watched the scene before them, momentarily stunned by the cheerful, lively, and slightly naive charm of the girl. Was this the same Jinchuriki they knew, who once displayed a haughty demeanor at the ninja academy? Lunchtime was once again a culinary creation of the mountain scenery. After a simple meal, they switched between several games, with the wooden figure never feeling the slightest bit bored. As evening approached and the clock neared 8, having shared another dinner, the vigilant umbu could no longer refrain from knocking on the door, reminding the wooden figure to return home early, for there was school at the ninja academy the next day. The young girl bid her farewell, glancing back 3 times as she departed. Shan Zhongjing leaned against the railing, gazing at the persistent shadows by his side, and let out a resigned sigh before speaking up. Do you need me to assist the umbu with their inquiries? No one doubted you. Lord Rakage would be pleased to see someone embracing the Jinchuriki. The umbu's shifts were typically divided into 2 teams, and before Shan Zhongjing stood the same squad leader from the previous night. Is that so? The leader inquired. I heard you wish for your son to retire? Life, after all, is about acknowledging the ordinariness of one's parents, accepting one's own mediocrity, and ultimately recognizing the simplicity of one's offspring. Recently, I have just been concerned about him perishing on the battlefield. The ramblings of the mountain dweller flowed unbidden from his lips. The captain of the shadow team followed his gaze. Beholding the houses standing majestically amidst the clouds and the shimmering lights of the hidden village. Listening to the wistfulness in those words, he suddenly felt a pang of empathy. He nodded gently before vanishing in an instant. As he departed, he thought it prudent to leave a trace behind, lest it become too burdensome for those remaining. As Shan Zhongjing observed the retreating figure of the other, he increasingly grasped why spies could not remain in their roles for an extended period. The serendipitous encounters between lives inevitably give rise to new emotions. Although he was unable to discern between kindness and malice, he could surmise that the absence of being taken to the dark department for interrogation indicated someone had vouched for him. Even though he was acutely aware that mercy towards an adversary equated to cruelty towards oneself, the thought lingered, whether for the sake of the wooden figure or for other reasons. Perhaps death was the most prudent choice. With hurried footsteps echoing like a gust of wind, Mizai dashed to his doorstep. Casting a glance at his father, who appeared lost in thought, he flung off his shoes and bolted into the living room, simultaneously pouring himself a glass of water while inquiring loudly, Father, what is for dinner tonight? Check the kitchen yourself, came the curt reply. Father, am I not your biological child? Just a bowl of leftovers? My child, there is something I have never disclosed to you. I am, in fact, your stepfather. That year, amidst the heavy snowfall, you lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ah, So that's why I endured 6 beatings over 3 days. You old fool, you're mistaken. My apologies, dear father. I was wrong. After the weighty embrace of paternal love and concern, Mazai obediently consumed a bowl of cold leftovers. Father, this morning I inquired about my retirement application. I can fill it out myself. I also spoke with my teammates about my plan to retire and raise pigs, but they advised me to raise cattle instead. Well, perhaps I could do both. In the mountains, Jing's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at Mazai. In this day and age, such an earnest child is indeed a rarity. How much livestock could our family's wealth procure? It seems that renting a plot of land also requires funds. Do we possess such resources? Truly reluctant to abandon the path of a ninja? Father, my teammate saw you purchasing flowers this morning, calla lilies, I presume. Meant for honoring the deceased. Quite well, he replied. What do you mean? Tomorrow I shall submit the application and proceed to rent land and acquire cattle. Father, you still haven't disclosed the extent of our family's fortune. If it's merely 1 or 2 cows, we shall hardly survive. You want to starve. Espionage is certainly not a vocation for the faint of heart. Midnight strikes. After Mountain Zhongjing repeated this phrase in his mind, an illusion dispelled Mazai, who had been persistently discussing the cattle farming enterprise with him, transforming into the standard appearance of a member of the cloud-hidden Umbu. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the cemetery corner he had visited earlier in the morning. With caution, he employed sensory ninjutsu to scan the surroundings of the cemetery. Upon confirming that the area was deserted, Mountain Zhongjing rose and casually wiped away the Flying Thunder God mark left at the edge of the gravestone. Clapping his hands, he summoned 8 shadow clones from the swirling chakra mist. Once the shadow clones appeared, they immediately commenced the assassination plan devised earlier that morning, swiftly vanishing within the cemetery using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, Mountain Zhongjing himself flickered and arrived at the edge of the water reservoir located southwest of the cemetery, adjacent to the training ground. Using the water transformation technique, he gradually melded into the water pipeline. He traversed the winding pipes, slowly making his way towards the assassination target, the sole individual whose disguise must remain intact in the event of a failed assassination, the bloodline limit ninja from the Sachida clan. Sachida, a Jainin of the Cloud-Hidden Village, possessor of the lava-release bloodline limit, and the right-hand man of the Third Reikage, AI. In terms of status within the Cloud-Hidden Village, he was nearly equivalent to Nara Shikaka during Tsunade's tenure as Hokage, overseeing all Jainin affairs. He stood as a staunch supporter of the attack on Konoha. In this instance, the mountain scene is to assume the role of a Konoha ninja tasked with assassinating the opponent. The mission demands that at first glance, it appears as though a Konoha ninja has executed the attack, yet upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be the work of a mist ninja. Furthermore, the operation requires the pretense of a failed assassination, followed by a successful escape. Were a root ninja to undertake such a mission, they would likely leave behind an inconspicuous insignia on their person, and in the event of failure, would resort to the standard method of suicide characteristic of the mist. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing, untainted by brainwashing, could not possibly engage in foolish endeavors. Thus, this troublesome task could only be undertaken by his own self. After a winding journey, as he approached the residence of Tu Tai, hidden within the water pipes, Shan Zhongjing discerned the perception and early warning barriers enveloping the entire dwelling. It was evident that the assassination attempt from the previous night had instilled considerable unease among the upper echelons of Yunin. Even an elite shinobi like Tu Tai was currently on high alert. However, this was fortuitous, as it alleviated the need to subtly hint at the identity of the mist ninja. Evading the barriers above ground, he navigated through the water pipes to enter Tu Tai's home. In the serene embrace of the mountains, the silent walker's abilities reached their zenith, manifesting silently within the self-cleaning basin. Glancing at the study, still illuminated despite the late hour, he gradually approached the door, peering through the crack to observe the scene within. The earthen platform, its left eye long extinguished, remained adorned with a small wooden plaque inscribed with the character for thunder. Seated at the desk, it moved with remarkable speed, pen gliding across the scroll as it swiftly penned the text. The aura emanating from the platform was indistinguishable from its original self, and visually, there were no apparent discrepancies. Yet, the system interface remained entirely unresponsive. A molten rubber clone, perhaps? Indeed, no accomplished ninja is ever simple. In the heart of the mountain, the protagonist murmured softly, refraining from immediately revealing his presence or seeking the location of the earth platform. At times, one must indeed synchronize with the performance of their opponent to render the act more compelling. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the antique wall clock in the study chimed precisely. The earth platform before the desk shook its slightly dazed head, gazing at the pile of documents that still awaited attention. Closing his eyes, he gently patted his cheeks with both hands, striving to awaken his senses. And in that fleeting moment of closure, in the heart of the mountains, with a single hand forming intricate seals, he activated his full perception of ninjutsu while deftly retrieving a kunai from his waist. Secret sword, moon shadow. Using the kunai in place of a sword, he executed the somewhat unrefined techniques of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship. The figure of Shanzhongjing appeared ethereal, leaving behind trails of residual shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the side of the earth platform. Although he was not particularly well-versed in swordsmanship, his flawless control of his body, thanks to the perfect mastery of the zero frame and the enhancement provided by his celestial physique, made him embody the quintessential image of a sword-wielding ninja. With a swift motion, he slashed at the neck of the earth platform with a kunai, effortlessly severing the head from the body. This rubber clone instantaneously transformed into a flowing mass of rubber, enveloping the form of Shanzhongjing. As he evaded in a flash, he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom. The rubber, rushing towards him, was violently repelled by the wind release, with a thunderous roar resonating throughout the entire estate. The sensing barrier and warning barrier emitted piercing alarms. What initially appeared to be a wooden structure of a study gradually morphed into that of rubber under the onslaught of the wind release. The entire study, astonishingly, was composed entirely of rubber. Truly, not a single ninja who has made a name in the ninja world is to be underestimated. The perception ninjutsu of Yamashita has already pinpointed the earthen platform concealed within the lofts interstice, confronted by the ever-tightening and increasingly dense layers of rubber surrounding him. He formed hand seals and invoked the art of wind release once more. The technique, wind release, multiple wind shuriken, unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades towards the swiftly closing door of the study as Yamashita entered. The air crackled with a piercing sound of friction. Amidst the mountains, a figure emerged from a jagged opening, evading the winds with agility. Confronted by a descending foe wielding shuriken aimed directly at his face, he deftly blocked the attack with his own shuriken, simultaneously sidestepping to dissipate the force, and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his adversary's lower extremities. The impact resounded as the opponent bent low, using his left hand to strike the back of the agile one's foot, leveraging the force to leap upwards, enduring the blow while firmly gripping the ninja footwear. Struggling against the searing pain that momentarily clouded his vision, the adversary reversed his shuriken, aiming directly for the tendons of the agile one's foot. Even the most formidable ninja would find their combat prowess significantly diminished if their tendons were compromised. In retaliation, the agile one unleashed a powerful kick aimed at his opponent's wrist, sending the shuriken flying, and with a fluid motion, he broke free from the grasp, executing a series of backward flips. Cursed be the day. He had encountered a formidable opponent. He would rather embrace his explosive nature than allow his adversary to remain unscathed. Melt release, binding rope technique. The opponent, pale-faced, felt his legs weaken, yet his hands continued to form seals rapidly. From the rubbery confines of the room behind him, ropes of varying thickness surged forth, attacking the agile one, who had retreated to a corner. With swift movements, the agile one evaded the onslaught, his shuriken frequently striking, as if seeking an opportunity to eliminate his adversary. Meanwhile, his heightened sense of perception remained attuned to the developments within the hidden cloud village, as he observed two figures, clad in crackling lightning armor, racing towards him at an astonishing speed from less than a kilometer away. He continued to evade while swiftly forming seals with his hands. 1. Noon, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A resounding shout echoed through the mountains, startling the Earth Master, who hastily activated his molten defense to shield himself. Before him, a ninja clad in dark attire clapped his hands and vanished underground. Fire? Earth? Earth escape. He stood there, helplessly watching his foe disappear right before his eyes, teeth nearly grinding to dust. The hand seals were flawless. The incantation was executed perfectly. Yet his adversary resorted to earth escape? Was this a mockery of the honest? Earth escape, earth-shattering eruption. The Earth Master slammed his palms against the ground, causing the soil and stones within a radius of several dozen meters to surge upwards. As a wielder of the molten bloodline limit, which resulted from the transformation of fire and earth, he possessed considerable prowess in earth escape techniques. Even though his opponent had initiated a retreat underground, he was confident he could unearth them directly. However, as the earth continued to rise, having already excavated a 100-meter radius beneath him. The Earth Master was forced to concede. His enemy had indeed fled. They had escaped. The water pipes buried underground had long since ruptured due to the pressure of the upheaval, now gushing forth with torrents of water. The swirling earth and stones transformed the surroundings into a desolate wreckage. The adrenaline coursing through the Earth Master gradually subsided, gazing at his painful, dizzying groin. His pupils trembled wildly upon witnessing the blood that had soaked through his trousers. That scoundrel, did he have blades on his shoes? Blades. The Earth Master felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, desperately suppressing his fear as he unfastened his belt. Just a glance brought him to his knees in agony. Which ninja village did that scoundrel hail from, resorting to such underhanded tactics? Did they really have blades on their ninja footwear? Unbelievable! As arcs of electricity crackled around him. The third Reikage, along with his son, arrived in a rush, their expression shifting drastically upon seeing the Earth Master kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The Earth Master was a crucial figure in the Hidden Cloud Village. If anything were to happen to him, the village would surely descend into chaos. Earth Master, where are you injured? Damn it. Which ninja village did this? Boss, quickly summon a male medical ninja. The Earth Master managed to utter with great difficulty. Huh? A medical ninja. Right. Male. Now is not the time to be picky about gender. It must be a male. The veins on the Earth Master's neck bulged prominently, his voice tinged with a distinct sob. This was disastrous. He hadn't even married yet. In the house of the Sei family, the Earth Master truly knew how to endure. In the mountains. Kage muttered softly to himself as he removed a pair of slightly damaged shinobi shoes, pulling them off with considerable effort. After ensuring that there were no traces left behind, he temporarily sealed them within a storage scroll. He then rummaged through his shoe cabinet and donned an old pair of shinobi footwear. With a swift clap of his hands, he invoked the ninjutsu technique of odor removal, thoroughly eliminating any lingering scents from his body. Just moments prior, he had utilized earth release to burrow underground. The technique of earth surge began to upheave the surrounding soil extensively. Initially, he had planned to escape directly using Flying Thunder God technique, but unexpectedly, the buried water main was ruptured during the excavation. Fortunately, he employed the water transformation technique in conjunction with water release, wave surge, allowing him to escape far away through the main water line, washing away all dust and grime that had clung to him. He then returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique. After tidying up, Kage glanced out the window at the rapidly illuminating warning lights of the Hidden Cloud Village, listening to the piercing sound of alarms ringing in his ears. Adopting a posture of utmost urgency, he dashed into the room where Mazai was located. The alarms blared. Why was he still asleep? With a couple of sharp slaps to rouse him, Kage grabbed the young man's collar and sprinted downstairs. Father, what is happening? Mazai awoke from his illusion, appearing dazed, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. The shrill alarm reverberated throughout the entire shinobi village and in various locations. The faint sounds of ninjutsu clashes could be heard. This commotion sent the newly minted shinobi, who had yet to experience the horrors of bloodshed and fire, into a state of panic. Did you remember the assassination attempt from yesterday? In the mountains. Yamashita responded in a hushed tone and joined the ninjas who had also been startled from their slumber, all hastening towards the signal for aid that ascended into the sky. According to his previous strategy, the conclusion of the battle at the Tsukidai residence would coincide with the commencement of the Shadow Clone's assassination plan. Given Tsukidai's significance to the Hidden Cloud Village and the Third Reikage, it was certain that the Reikage would rush to the Tsukidai estate the moment combat ensued. The remaining Shadow Clones could then exploit this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on their predetermined targets. Even if the commotion were somewhat pronounced, the Third Reikage would likely be too preoccupied to take notice. As it unfolded, events transpired as he had envisioned. Although the noise was considerable and attracted the attention of many, all 8 Shadow Clones executed their tasks flawlessly. However, he found himself puzzled by the fact that this signal for aid did not seem to originate from any of the intended assassination targets. Was it possible that Karabi resided nearby? And what of the sounds of battle? Could it be that they had inadvertently crossed paths with another assassination scheme from a rival village? What unfortunate soul had found themselves caught in such a predicament? Retreat. Lower-rank ninjas. Mid-rank ninjas, secure the surrounding districts. Upper-rank ninjas, tighten the encirclement. Capture him alive. Lower-rank ninjas, do not meddle. Withdraw. Damn it. Finally, I've caught one who hasn't escaped. I shall see which village's scoundrel dares to conduct an assassination in my Hidden Cloud Village. Such a transgression cannot go unpunished. Mid-rank ninjas. encircle the surrounding districts swiftly. Amidst the cacophony of chaos and conflicting commands, Yamashita forcefully cast Mazai aside, quietly advising him, "Keep your distance. Those who dare to engage in assassination are never ordinary individuals. And you, my father, are no exception." Mazai nodded repeatedly, hastily retreating into the throng of lower-ranked ninjas. In the mountains, the scenery shifted as the figure furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable disquiet, yet unable to articulate the source of his unease. The colossal tail of the octopus writhed wildly in the night, accompanied by an incessant rumble of thunder. After a lengthy interval of over 10 minutes, the distant flashes of lightning encircling the epicenter gradually began to fade. Throughout the ordeal, the so-called assassin failed to breach the blockade established by the elite shinobi. All the upper ninjas and the covert operatives meticulously inspected their ninja footwear. Some were damaged, others rigged with mechanisms, while those without proper footwear were retained. As the others continued their scrutiny of the middle and lower ninjas, a command resonated from the focal point of the encirclement. In the depths of the mountains, Shanjun Jing raised an eyebrow, contemplating the orders issued by the ninja. Is Tuchai attempting to identify someone through their footwear? Alas, it is too late. He has already changed his shoes. Moreover, the ninja footwear he previously donned bore no hidden mechanisms. During their earlier confrontation, driven by an instantaneous reflex triggered by the rapid engagement, upon noticing that his opponent intended to endure the impact of his kick, he spontaneously activated the medical water release, water madness, extending a small blade at the tip of his shoe. The application of medical water release, water madness bears resemblance to the chakra surgical scalpel. However, bolstered by the mastery of water release, Shanjun Jing found it exceedingly more adept and convenient to utilize. Not only was it unnecessary to form hand seals, but the speed of execution surpassed even that of the Rasengan. With clear directives issued, all the ninjas present swiftly sprang into action. 7 ninjas remained stationary, while the others proceeded to examine every chunin and genin who had arrived. Mazai, having been abruptly yanked from his bed without the chance to don his shoes, predictably found himself among those scrutinized. "Why are you barefoot?" inquired the Yunin Jonin, narrowing his eyes as he fixated on Mazai. I fell asleep. My father heard the alarm, barged into my room, slapped me twice, and dragged me out without giving me a chance to wear them." Mazai lamentably revealed the marks of his father's hand on his face. To be honest, those slaps really hurt. Thankfully, having been accustomed to such discipline since childhood. "My skin is tough. It should fade by tomorrow." If it were anyone else, their face would likely swell like a pig's head right on the spot. "Just go stand over there," the Yunin Jonin said, the corner of his mouth twitching, unwilling to comment on such a father-son dynamic. "My son. This is my son. I will accompany him." In the midst of the scenic mountains, he hurriedly joined in agreement, standing alongside Masei amidst a group of suspects. The events of the evening had left him utterly perplexed, and this opportunity allowed him to observe the unfolding situation. Before long, 2 medical ninjas arrived, carrying a stretcher from the direction of the Tsukadai residence. Lying on the stretcher was Tsukadai, his complexion ashen, eyes tightly shut, hands forming seals as he utilized his bloodline limit, lava release, to sense and control the surrounding rubber. Earlier, while firmly gripping the enemy's footwear, his lava release ninjutsu had still been in effect. The shinobi sandals worn by the adversary were composed of leather and rubber, the latter inevitably retaining a significant amount of his lava release chakra. This chakra residue is notoriously difficult to eradicate, as long as he remained within a reasonable distance. He could identify and pinpoint the assailant. However, after sensing for a considerable time, he resignedly shook his head at the nearby Umbu captain. Those not wearing shoes followed suit, and the Jainin joined the task force while the others dispersed. The Umbu captain nodded slightly and issued new orders to the assembled group. Amidst the mountainous scenery, Mazai trailed behind the procession of the Tsuchikage. In a relentless series of screenings, over a dozen barefooted ninjas followed the stretcher of the Tsuchikage into the very heart of the recent battle. Within 100 meters of the combat zone, numerous structures lay in ruins, and the air was filled with the echoes of anguish and cries for help. Medical ninjas hurriedly attended to the wounded, working feverishly to provide aid. In the center of the battleground, within a vast crater measuring over 50 meters in diameter, several medical ninjas surrounded a robust figure, clad in a white headscarf and sunglasses, administering care. The third Raikage, along with his son and several high-ranking officials from the Cloud Village, stood gravely around the injured man. Was it Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Was the assassination target indeed Karabi? What kind of ruthless individual would dare to commit such an act? In the mountainous landscape, Jing furrowed his brow as he recalled the outcome of his encounter with Tsuchikage. At that time, the third Reikage and his son were the first to hasten towards the Tsuchikage's residence. Kurabi's movements were merely a fraction slower than theirs. Additionally, several skilled ninjas from Kumobakure, upon hearing the commotion of battle, began to make their way towards the Tsuchikage's abode. The crux of the matter was that Kurabi, in his vicinity, did not perceive any particularly formidable adversaries. In other words, there were no assassins capable of posing a threat to Kurabi. So, what could have triggered the Jinchuriki's rampage? Why? In the depths of the mountains, there exists a profound certainty that there is no record of Kurabi becoming a Jinchuriki in the subsequent rampage of the Eight Tails, the Gyuki. In my memories, in the original narrative, during the Third Shinobi World War, Kurabi was already adept at harnessing the power of the Eight Tails, collaborating with the future Fourth Reikage to contend against Minato Namikaze. To achieve such a feat, one must first acclimatize their body to the might of the tailed beast. Following this, victory in confrontations with the beast must be attained, culminating in a reconciliation with it. These processes cannot be accomplished overnight. Even Naruto, the destined protagonist, spent 3 years training under Jiraiya to initially adapt to the power of the Nine Tails Four Tails. While the Eight Tails may not be as formidable as the Nine Tails, its strength should not be underestimated. Thus, it stands to reason that during this time frame, Kurabi should have at least begun to acclimate his body to the power of the Eight Tails and establish preliminary communication with it. If this is the case, how could he suddenly go berserk? Was he similarly undermined as the previous Jinchuriki, Boru? What could possibly have transpired? The third Reikage's expression was grave. His arms crossed over his chest, exuding an aura of authority that caused many surrounding shinobi to tremble. Boss, prior to tonight, Lord Kurabi exhibited no abnormalities. He was preparing to assist Elder Tsuchikage, but for some unknown reason, he twisted his ankle upon exiting. While attempting to leap onto the rooftop, he struck his head against the eaves. The Umbu responsible for Kurabi's protection answered the third Reikage's inquiries with trepidation. As he recounted the events of the night, his masked face bore an expression of utter peculiarity. Not only did he twist his ankle upon exiting, but his attempt to sprint onto the rooftop led to a collision with the eaves, which he could almost rationalize as a residual effect of the sprain. However, upon landing, he stumbled and fell into a foul ditch. Before he could rise, a large chunk of stone fell from the previously breached rooftop, forcibly plunging him into the muck, leaving him to consume a mouthful of filth. In under 3 minutes, a series of misfortunes occurred, each one a rare topic of conversation in its own right, uninterrupted and relentless. The ultimate outcome was that the Eight Tails had gone on a rampage. After a prolonged tumult, just as the third Reikage and others arrived on the scene, the Jinchuriki began to lose consciousness, and the Eight Tails inexplicably receded. The third Reikage, glared fiercely at the Umbu beside him. Was this truly not a jest? Could a person be so unfortunate? Furthermore, the beast's inexplicable rampage, only to cease upon his arrival. Was this reasonable? Could it be that the Eight Tails was frightened into submission? Was that even conceivable? That beast was notoriously stubborn. Even when they fought to exhaustion and ultimately sealed him away, he never yielded a single word of submission. It seems I am beginning to understand. In the heart of the mountains, the ears of the third Reikage stood erect, attentively listening to the faint sounds of conversation emanating from the depths of the pit, where the third Reikage and his subordinates from the Umbu were engaged in discussions. With utmost stealth, he discreetly disabled the ominous effect of the unfortunate conflict black entry. The unfortunate conflict, black, when the host actively activates the entry, it encompasses their perceptive range. Should anyone issue a 1v1 challenge, the opponent is compelled to accept. The fates of the combatants are intertwined, resulting in the complete nullification of the entry's effects, while simultaneously triggering a cascade of misfortunes, heightening the probabilities of errors, illness, calamity, and accidents, alongside a significant increase in the likelihood of injury and death. For some time now, the effects of the unfortunate conflict had remained active. Yet, he had never dared to extend a 1v1 invitation to others, nor had anyone approached him with such a proposition. Out of fear of revealing his identity, he had refrained from employing wide-range sensory techniques. Who could have anticipated that? Kababi would indeed strike luck. This fellow must have been in the midst of preparing to assist Tsuchikage when he habitually engaged in idle chatter with the Eight Tails residing within him. The outcome was tragic. With a deep exhale, the third Reikage's countenance darkened considerably as he struggled to suppress the tempest of rage bubbling within him. Casting a glance at Tsuchikage, who was being carried on a stretcher with a dozen barefoot ninjas trailing behind. He inquired in a grave tone, "Is there any news?" "No. The enemy has likely retreated entirely. Your suspects?" "Initially, I thought it was Konoha. Given that both my stance and the techniques displayed seemed to align with those characteristic of Konoha ninjas. However, it is not Konoha." "Speak plainly," the third Raikage commanded. Sensing Tsuchikage's reluctance to disclose information, his brow furrowed slightly. Had it not been for Tsuchikage's recent ambush and the irreparable injuries he bore, he would have erupted in anger right then and there. Was it too much to ask for straightforwardness at such a critical juncture? Ahem. "The protective barriers of our village are divided into surface and underground defenses, and there are limited ways to infiltrate them without triggering an alarm. Just now, the Umbu detected traces of chakra from the water transformation technique that had not fully dissipated at the site of the fractured underground water pipeline. They are currently following the traces to track the source." Observing his leader's growing impatience, Tsuchikage hastily divulged all the information he possessed. "Mist Village?" A cold gleam flickered in the third Raikage's eyes as a powerful surge of lightning released chakra coursed through him. Coupled with the previous night's events involving Rady, there had been a total of 10 assassination attempts. Excluding Tsuchikage, who possessed sufficient strength to survive such deliberate attacks, all others had perished. Had it not been for Tsuchikage's testimony, based solely on the mixed traces of water, fire, earth, and wind release left at various sites, he would have first suspected Konoha. However, now the most crucial evidence pointed directly to the Mist Village, an entity he had previously dismissed without a second thought. The evidence placed in plain sight appears to be a deliberate attempt to mislead. Moreover, Kaira's inexplicable predicament evokes memories of Burubi's sudden and frenzied outburst. With no recollection and no apparent cause, even in hindsight, no clues can be discerned. Misty Village. Splendid. Surely, the incident involving Burubi was orchestrated by you in the shadows. Confronted with repeated provocations, Third Raikage AI felt an overwhelming fury. Such a large-scale assassination endeavor had not been encountered by their village for many years. If the Mist Village desires war, then let it be war. AI surveyed the surroundings, where the high-ranking officials were already stirred with fervor, and coldly conveyed his resolve to everyone. To him, everything had become crystal clear. The Mist Village would never acknowledge their misdeeds, and the inquiries made yesterday would yield no satisfactory answers. Thus, let the Mist Village learn the consequences of their provocations through the strength of their fists. The familiar system notification chimed in. S-level mission Alter Cloud Village's strategic objectives, incite war with other nations has been completed. Rewards. Opportunity for term extraction 2. Opportunity for term gifting 1. Random white term upgrade opportunity 1. In the mountains, the distant view revealed the thunderous response of the hidden cloud ninjas, evoking a quiet admiration. Merely an expression of intent had led the system to deem the task accomplished. The prestige of the Third Raikage must indeed be unparalleled among his predecessors. Moreover, this assault from the hidden mist is bound to be catastrophic. With so many colossal threats looming, one can only wonder if they can withstand the onslaught. The hidden mist murmured in despair. After stabilizing his condition, Killer B was transported alongside the Tsuchikage to the hospital in the hidden cloud. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the hidden cloud, under the protection of the Umbu, proceeded towards the conference room in the hidden cloud's administrative building. The Third Raikage, observed a dozen barefoot ninjas standing at the edge of the ruins and cast a puzzled glance towards the Umbu beside him. "Boss, we have conducted a preliminary investigation of our village's ninjas as per Lord Tsuchikage's instructions." The Umbu ninja swiftly elucidated the situation. The Third Raikage nodded slightly and strode towards the group. He understood that Tsuchikage's desire to swiftly apprehend the assassin. However, doubting one's own comrades was not his approach. Seeing the anxious and uneasy faces of the dozen hidden cloud ninjas, he spoke with a firm voice. "You are my most trusted subordinates. I refuse to believe that those who rush to support their comrades without even donning their shoes upon hearing the alarm would be traitorous scum. Oh, boss, it is such a relief to know you believe in us." The initial anxiety and grievances of the barefoot ninjas dissipated upon hearing the Third Raikage's words. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, found themselves shedding tears. During a time of suspicion, their leader stood steadfast in his faith in them. This unwavering trust shattered their pride, igniting an even stronger resolve to follow their leader. A man's tears should not flow so freely. "Now, everyone disperse and return home to rest well," the Third Raikage declared, turning and waving his hand as he strode towards the Raikage building. His robust and resolute figure appeared extraordinarily majestic at that moment. As they traversed the mountainous landscape, Mosai's flushed face caught the attention of his companion, who silently patted him on the shoulder and guided him home. The young man was not blushing from excitement due to the thunderous energy of the third rakeage. Rather, his lack of footwear was a result of his deep slumber. Oblivious to the village's alarm, a source of embarrassment for him. As for the rescue team, that notion was non-existent. The numerous ninjas left behind were filled with profound emotion as they disbanded and returned to their homes. Another captain of the Umbu swiftly appeared beside the third rakeage after a series of instantaneous movements. Lord Rakeage, we have discreetly inspected every household, and there are no suspicious traces to be found. Starting tonight, the village will be sealed. All ninjas and villagers will be permitted to remain but not to leave, and self-examinations will commence tomorrow. The third rakeage spoke with a steady and resonant voice. While he indeed trusted his subordinates, as Tsuchikage had mentioned, spies infiltrate without a trace, and exercising caution is never unwarranted. Moreover, the simultaneous assassination of 9 individuals was alarming. Adding the troubled Karabi to that number brings the total to 10. He harbored doubts that those who infiltrated the village could escape Kumogakure in such a brief span. The presence of spies and insiders was undeniable. The only uncertainty lay in whether these infiltrators were ordinary citizens or ninjas. Engaging in warfare against Kirigakure had become imperative. Yet, before hostilities commenced, if the hidden traitors could not be unearthed, the potential losses to Kumogakure could be catastrophic. The rakeage, robust yet discerning, would wait for the matter to be clarified before rallying the hearts of his people. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the house, an immediate awareness washed over him. Someone had indeed been there, for every object bore the subtle marks of displacement. An ordinary ninja might overlook the traces of such a meticulous search. However, his innate observational prowess, coupled with the unparalleled memory bestowed upon him by the revered leaders of the ninja realm, rendered even the slightest variation strikingly evident. The infinitesimal differences were glaringly apparent to him. Feigning ignorance, he closed the door with a casual air and forcefully ushered Mizai back to the bedroom to sleep. Standing before the window ledge under the cloak of night, Shanjiangjing finally found the time to reflect upon the system rewards he had just received. 2 opportunities for keyword extraction, 1 chance to bestow a keyword, and yet another random opportunity to upgrade a white keyword? It seemed quite substantial. However, in terms of actual value, it paled in comparison to the rewards received upon the successful completion of the initial S-rank mission. Has this marked the end of my novice period, leading to the forfeiture of my beginner's benefits? In the mountains, Jiang scratched his head and expressed his thoughts aloud. Yet internally, he felt little disturbance. The demise of Uchiha Madara, the orchestrator of chaos, significantly alleviated the sense of urgency that had enveloped him. With ample time ahead, he possessed the opportunity to gradually cultivate his abilities. System, extract entries. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the white entry Sister Yao's reversal and the purple entry magical girl transformation. Sister Yao's reversal. What a wealth of hand-to-hand combat experience has bestowed upon you greater agility and a more enchanting demeanor. Your physique is supple and nimble, enhancing your allure to men while diminishing women's fondness towards you. Magical girl transformation. Purple by exclaiming magical girl transformation. You may harness special magical energy to integrate within yourself, perfectly manifesting a unique energy outfit and awakening a personal exclusive ability, thereby acquiring specialized magical equipment or weaponry. This grants a significant enhancement in strength, speed, defense, stamina, casting speed, and willpower. By heavens! Upon hearing the entry in the mountainous landscape, he felt a surge of excitement. Believing that fortune had finally smiled upon him, presenting an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, to his dismay, it turned out to be a mere jest. System, are you mocking me? At first glance, the pristine white entry led him to believe he had encountered a turning point, only to reveal itself as something entirely unexpected. The subsequent entries were even more absurd. Magical girl. I am a man, after all. The scenery in the mountains was as dark as ink. Although magical girls appeared to be quite charming, he understood that their potential was extraordinarily high. However, as a grown man, if he were to truly activate such a term, who could fathom the dreadful consequences that might ensue? The system's integrity had never been particularly commendable. How infuriating. In the mountains, the scenery was filled with a cacophony of expletives directed at the system. Contemplating whether to bestow this particular entry upon Kushina, he mused that, after all, she was his beloved wife, and granting her a purple entry would not be a loss. Imagining Kushina exclaiming, magical girl transformation, and then emerging in a splendid outfit filled him with a tinge of excitement. Alas, he thought, the system should also grant me the opportunity to upgrade that random white entry. In the midst of the mountains, the protagonist envisioned the transformation of Kushina and casually issued a command to the system. The white text in his eyes was akin to tasteless fare that one could neither relish nor discard without regret. Moreover, the randomness of such events was beyond his control, regardless of the upgrade. It merely culminated in a green text, which could hardly be deemed extraordinary. Congratulations, host. The white text expired milk has successfully upgraded to the green text enhanced healing milk. Enhanced healing milk, green when utilizing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the jutsu undergoes subtle, unpredictable changes, enhancing proficiency in medical ninjutsu, chakra control, healing speed, and treatment efficacy, with a slight probability of eliciting a positive response from the recipient of the healing. Is that satisfactory? Amidst the mountains, Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow and effortlessly activated the green skill to enhance his medicinal abilities. Although he possessed the physique of an immortal, allowing him to recover at an astonishing pace after injury, he typically did not require medical ninjutsu. Nonetheless, it is always better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Who can guarantee that those around him will remain unscathed? Thus, it is prudent to be equipped for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the development of a technique akin to self-revival for Kushina remains unresolved, and Tsunade has proven to be somewhat unreliable. By improving his medical ninjutsu, he could also become self-sufficient. Couldn't he? A wealth of memories pertaining to the practice of medical ninjutsu flooded Shan Zhongjing's mind. Techniques such as healing arts, healing, extraction of minor ailments, vital rebirth, and the chakra scalpel were swiftly mastered. The medical water release, which he had already become quite familiar with upon attaining mastery in water release, was once again revisited. The chakra scalpel seemed to be more refined than the medical water release and watermanist techniques, did it not? In the mountains, with a swift clap of his hands, he eliminated the cumbersome steps of forming seals. A delicate, translucent blade of pale blue chakra swiftly materialized upon his palms, its form exceedingly thin yet intricately refined. With the deftness of his thoughts, he continuously adjusted the blade's tip in size and length. Unlike the more potent cutting force of the medical water release, watermanist technique, the chakra scalpel possessed a lesser cutting strength. However, its elevated precision and chakra control allowed it to veer towards an entirely different extreme. A medical ninja, fully mastering the chakra scalpel, could even create a blade capable of bypassing the skin's surface to directly assault the body's muscles, meridians, and internal organs. Naturally, such a formidable technique was not without its flaws. The more intricate the chakra manipulation, the farther it strayed from the surface, the greater the chakra control required. In the original work, Kabuto had once employed this technique to sever the muscles in Tsunade's right arm and thigh to hinder her from unleashing her formidable strength. Yet, constrained by his chakra control, the length of his chakra scalpel in battle was exceedingly short, rendering him unable to directly sever the major blood vessels of Tsunade's heart in a single strike. Could it be that the layer of fat was simply too thick? In the midst of the mountainous scenery, he glanced at the elongated chakra scalpel, now nearly 20 centimeters in length, resting in his palm. After silently estimating Tsunade's formidable prowess, he felt a moment of sympathy for Kabuto. It was not that Kabuto lacked strength. Rather, the enemy's defenses were exceedingly robust, making it challenging for anyone to prevail. It is worth noting that his chakra control, enhanced through zero-frame initiation, ranks among the finest in the entire shinobi world. Although the medicinal infusion he received was merely a modest enhancement, his mastery over the chakra scalpel undoubtedly surpassed that of 99% of the medical ninjas in Konoha. Yet, even with such skill, the length of his chakra scalpel could only extend to nearly 20 centimeters. In the heat of battle, that length would likely diminish even further. While he might manage to cut through the likes of young Sakura, Karatsuchi, Karen, or Karui, facing off against the exceptionally gifted Tsunade, Samui, or Konan would require a more pragmatic approach, perhaps a change in ninjutsu. What faintly positive reaction might emerge from such circumstances? Shan Zhongjing glanced at the previous entry's detailed explanation, contemplating briefly before dissipating the chakra scalpel in his hand. With a clap of his hands, he employed one of the most frequently used medical ninjutsu techniques, the healing palm. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the pale green chakra made contact with his arm, prompting him to quickly withdraw his hand. The sensation was akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day, a refreshing clarity enveloping him. Observing the fine hairs on his arm standing upright, he placed his palm back upon it. Unlike the previous experience, this time it felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. No, even more delightful than that. A profound comfort that invigorated his spirit. What could this be? An invigorating form of ninjutsu? The effect seemed quite remarkable. As time passed, the sensation intensified further. How intriguing. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a shiver coursed through him, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hand once more. He gazed at the verdant green of the A-grade medical ninjutsu on his palm, his face adorned with an expression of sheer disbelief. Just moments ago, it seemed he had encountered something unsavory. System, are you certain that the potion added to this entry is a legitimate remedy? The scenery in the mountains shifted dramatically, and he dispelled the palm technique he held. Resolute in his decision, he vowed never to employ medical ninjutsu on others unless absolutely necessary. This technique, once utilized, could tarnish one's reputation, had it not been for the fact that the entry could only be activated once and could only be removed through the opportunity of stripping the entry, which he had already exhausted. He might have been compelled to discard it on the spot. His face bore an expression of indescribable strangeness. The scenery of the mountains has veiled its visage and retreated into the bedroom for slumber. The following morning, at the hour of 11, accompanied by Mizai, who had completed the formalities of his retirement, the scenery of the mountains unfolded as they exited the Raikage's office building. In the village of Cloud, where strength is revered and the powerful are idolized, it is a rarity for a ninja to choose retirement unless faced with an incurable and grave injury. Thus, the retirement process in Cloud is considerably more straightforward compared to the multiple approvals, redundant verifications, and dedicated counseling that characterize that of the Leaf Village. At 8:30 in the morning, the retirement application was duly filled out, and by 9 o'clock, the third Raikage, A, had promptly approved it with a simple affirmation. By 9:30, the ninja headband originally issued was returned, and the employment record was officially rescinded. In the mountains, Jing and Mizai, with their remaining time, leased a piece of land located to the east of Yunin Village, which was rather desolate yet favored by its flat terrain and convenient transportation. Due to the short 2-year lease, the savings accumulated by the former ninja, Zisei, after nearly 30 years of service, had only been partially utilized, leaving them with ample funds to construct a shelter, purchase feed, and acquire calves and piglets. Muzai, who had felt a tinge of disappointment upon returning his ninja headband, found that sentiment dissipate entirely the moment he received the land lease contract. The prospect of being a big boss filled him with an exhilarating sense of longing. As for the lower-ranked ninjas, they were merely the laborers for his breeding farm. Once the farm was up and running, he was determined to post several tasks at the mission board, specifically requesting his teammates to undertake them. Holding the land lease contract in his hand, a smile of uncontainable joy adorned Mizai's face. In the mountain scenery, Jian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the passing figure of the apothecary, Yano Yu, who seemingly carelessly dropped a book onto the ground. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. The title of the book was Ripples. This was the signal for urgent communication designated in the initial mission scroll. Should this signal be activated, it would indicate that the situation in Yunin Village, or rather Yano Yu's predicament, had reached a critical juncture. It was time to bid farewell to his comrades. Upon gazing at the two young lads standing at the corner, beckoning to Mizai, the figure in the mountains delivered a playful slap to the back of Mizai's head. "Heh, old man, I suppose I shan't return home for lunch." Mizai chuckled amiably. As he spoke, he sprinted towards the direction of his teammates. "Eat if you wish." In the mountains, the scenery feigned a helpless smile. Utilizing the technique of instantaneous movement, it vanished from its original position. With his right hand tucked into his pocket, he silently completed a one-handed hand seal, capitalizing on the chakra fluctuations generated by his swift disappearance. Given his current mastery of shadow techniques, unless one were to constantly employ sensory ninjutsu to track him, the subtle chakra disturbances concealed within the instant movement would be imperceptible to ordinary ninjas. What is the matter? The sound of the scenery in the mountains resonated in the mind of pharmacist Nanoyu. During last night's high-level meeting, Yuin Village had resolved to declare war on Wuyin Village, and our mission was now accomplished. Furthermore, this morning, Yuin Village initiated a rigorous examination of its ninjas, aiming to uncover all spies concealed within the village. My identity cannot withstand scrutiny. I must evacuate immediately. Will you join me? Nanoyu's voice was remarkably steady. As a seasoned spy with a modest reputation throughout the ninja world, she understood all too well that in critical moments, one must remain composed and unflustered. Once panic set in, capture would be imminent. Yuin Village must have implemented a lockdown. Are you certain you can escape? The scenery in the mountains raised an eyebrow, possessing perhaps a 70% certainty. 70%? What difference does that make? The pharmacist Yano Yu felt her eyelids twitch. Was this even coherent? The peril of espionage is inherently severe. In a situation where the entire ninja village is under lockdown, Most spies have long been rendered powerless, forced to surrender to fate or resort to self-destruction. To claim a 70% assurance is already quite remarkable. Do you mind if I take a nap? In the secluded alleyway, unnoticed by others, Yamashita Kei descended from the rooftops. Through a technique of mental transmission, he directly conveyed the route to this location into the mind of the pharmacist, Nanoyu. With you? Yamashita Kei was puzzled, ready to utter a question. However, Nanoyu's voice resonated once more. How confident are you in a safe retreat? Absolutely certain. Next time you wish to deceive a girl, remember to say less. It would enhance your credibility. Furthermore, consider adopting a less disheveled and greasy persona. Disheveled? Greasy? In the serene mountains, he subconsciously touched his face, acknowledging that his current appearance indeed matched the description. However, it was the first time in his life that someone had expressed disdain for his looks. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, who would dare to deceive him for a fleeting encounter? Was he truly that kind of person? When I mentioned taking a nap, I meant merely dozing off for a short while, not sharing a bed with me. After taking several deep breaths in the serene mountain setting, Shanjun patiently elucidated the matter to the apothecary, Yano. A confidential route? Yano furrowed her brow slightly. Yet inwardly, she felt a sense of relief. She understood that certain routes were of extreme secrecy. During personnel transfers, the eyes of those being relocated would be covered, or they might be induced into slumber, ensuring the utmost safety of the route. If such a pathway exists, it would indeed be far more secure than the retreat route she had initially prepared. So, shall we proceed or not? In the mountains. The scenery prompted a thoughtful scratch of the cheek, followed by a rhetorical question. For him, safely departing from Yunin village amidst a complete lockdown was not a formidable challenge. The simplest method would be to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for spatial transfer. As for explaining to the third Hokage upon returning to the village about the mission, it would largely depend on the disposition of those old-timers. If they refrained from causing him trouble, he would not mind enjoying a few more tranquil days. He could conveniently excuse his absence by claiming to have used the water transformation technique for underground movement to fulfill his duties. However, should the elder statesman choose to provoke him, he would regretfully assert that it was time for the Hokage to step aside, ushering in an era for the younger generation. Could the secretive route accommodate multiple transfers? The medic, Yashiryu, inquired once more. Although the intelligence operatives were fundamentally unfamiliar with one another, and communication or identity exposure was strictly prohibited, she had previously discerned 2 more spies from Konoha through careful observation and synthesis of information during her intelligence gathering. Given the current circumstances within Yunin village, delaying their retreat would inevitably lead to their capture. If crucial information about the village were to be leaked, the consequences could be dire and unpredictable. Not to worry, I shall rendezvous at the Eastern Number 14 training ground in 1 hour. Shan Zhongjing paused for a moment, designating a location that was in close proximity to the tributary of the underground water vein. Though he was uncertain about the extent of the infiltration by Konoha spies within Yunin, he recognized the diligent efforts they had made for Konoha. If he could lend a hand, he was more than willing to do so. Understood. Pharmacist Yayo did not rendezvous with Shan Zhongjing again, but turned towards the mission reception area instead. An hour later, at the number 14 training ground of Yunin, Pharmacist Yayo, accompanied by 2 male ninjas, arrived from different directions. Concealed underground by the Doton, Doria Taiga technique, Shan Zhongjing glanced at the profiles of the 2 individuals. There was no doubt they were indeed spies from Konoha. He gradually emerged from the ground and signaled his identity to Pharmacist Yayo and the 2 men with a covert gesture. Ah. The 2 male ninjas displayed expressions of delight and promptly reciprocated with the same signal. This morning, upon learning that Yunin village had enacted a complete lockdown and commenced extensive investigations for spies, they felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. They had prepared for the worst, destroying all documents and intelligence, and were awaiting further inspections in hopes of evading capture. No one understood better than they the grim fate that awaited spies once apprehended. Now, with the opportunity to escape, it was akin to a miraculous salvation for them. Shaman, shall we begin? In the mountains, the scenery did not directly invoke the name of the healer, Yashiryu, but rather referred to her by her code name. Hurry, the actions are too hasty. I cannot guarantee that no flaws have been left behind. Yashiryu nodded in agreement. The other 2 male ninjas also followed suit with a slight bow of their heads. Nirvana Sanctuary Technique. In the midst of the mountains, a resounding clap of hands echoed, causing white feathers to gracefully descend around the 3 individuals. As they gazed intently at him, they were enveloped in a haze, and in the next moment, they succumbed to the irresistible embrace of slumber. With his right hand, he steadied the collapsing figure of the medic, Nanoyu, while his left hand deftly grasped the waistbands of the other two ninjas. Closing his eyes, he harnessed the extraordinary spatial awareness granted by the purple title of Time-Space Insight. Swiftly capturing the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God located several dozen kilometers beyond the hidden cloud village. The scenery of the mountains prompted the use of the Flying Thunder God technique, causing the three individuals to vanish from their original location. In an instant, the scene transformed before their eyes. The rocky pillars and yellow earth of the number 14 training ground metamorphosed into a lush and verdant forest, interspersed with dense shrubs. This place is situated over 50 kilometers west of Hidden Cloud Village, having long departed from the routine patrol range of the village's garrison. As they journeyed from the Iron Country to Union Village, they paused here to allow the eagle to regain its strength. From his storage scroll, he extracted a map of the ninja world. After briefly marking the current location of the three, he handed it to Yakushi Nanoyu. He glanced at Nanoyu, whose sleeping face bore fewer traces of the previous fade of innocence and vulnerability, appearing instead more serene and tranquil. A smile crept across his lips as he closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then playfully patted her thigh. "I hope you enjoy this gift," he thought, a mischievous grin gracing his features. In the heart of the mountains, Shanjun Jing clapped his hands, leaving behind a shadow clone while his main body swiftly returned to his abode in Union Village. The shadow clone surveyed its surroundings, forming hand seals to execute a rudimentary earth release technique, causing the ground beneath the three individuals to sink slightly. It then employed another earth release technique to create a layer of camouflage above the sunken ground. Once assured that no passerby would discern their presence at a glance, it burrowed underground, concealing its form. As midnight approached, the medic, Yao Yinayu, struggled to awaken from a dream conjured by the Nirvana technique. Having slept for nearly 10 hours, cautiously gripping her unique paper map, she surveyed the dark environment around her, confirming the safety of herself and the two other Konoha spies. After a moment of searching, she used a kunai to carve an opening in the earthen cover above her. The starlight illuminated her eyes, and by its glow, she checked the markings on the map indicating their locations, her tense body relaxing slightly. Returning to the pit, she re-examined the condition of her companions. Noting that they would not awaken anytime soon, her gaze shifted to a river merely 100 meters away. With the intention of recamouflaging herself, she set up a simple warning trap before plunging into the cold waters, swiftly washing away the disguise from her face and body, eliminating any trace of her scent. After a short while, she noticed a large, glaring mark on her thigh. Skeptically, she rubbed at it for some time. In that moment, despite her professional training, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. 17 times. It was merely a matter of utilizing a confidential route. Or was it not? Yao Yinayu cautiously assessed her physical condition, confirming her well-being, and her tears receded, though her complexion fluctuated between green and pale. The good news, she had not truly been violated. The bad news, she did not believe that this mark could have been imprinted through her clothing. Moreover, it clearly involved sealing techniques that she had no means to remove. Would anyone believe her if she explained? How could she ever enjoy a hot spring again? How could she swim? Would she even dare to show her face in public? Scoundrel. Shameless. Lecher. Scum. Despicable wretch. Yao Yinayu muttered incessantly. Even after having reciprocated the other party's affections and safely escaping from Union Village, the price she paid. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains of Union Village, Shanjun Jing sneezed repeatedly in the dead of night, feeling the memories transmitted back from the dissipating shadow clone. A grin crept across his face. It seemed that Yao Yinayu was quite fond of his gift. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Let us see if she dares to harbor malicious assumptions about me again. Standing by the window, Yamaguchi contemplated the brightly lit village of Kumogakure, even at past midnight. He silently offered a moment of remembrance for the spies from other hidden villages. This night, all ninjas were confined to their homes, yet within the limited area he could observe, 3 battles had already erupted since evening. This indicated that at least 3 spies had been apprehended. In a bid to swiftly eliminate threats within the village and formally declare war on Kirigakure, the higher-ups of Kumogakure had truly resolved to take decisive action. As Yamaguchi gazed into the night, a swirling mass of dark, luminous blue flames erupted from the streets several kilometers away. Was that the chakra flames of the Two Tails? And from a wooden construct? The leaders of Kumogakure must have lost their wits. Their judgment was certainly not sharper than Danzo's. just as the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had finished his business. How could they neglect to guard against the spies making desperate counterattacks, allowing them to approach the two-tails host? And those Umbu, weren't they also arrogant in their usual demeanor? Why did they collectively falter at such a critical moment? The landscape of the mountains shifted in hue several times. Logically speaking, as a ninja from Konoha, what concern should he have with the Jinchuriki of Kumobikure? Yet, his presence in Kumobikure was precisely for the sake of the wooden people. If, by chance, his butterfly wings were to sweep away the young girl, how could he ever find peace at night? Reflecting on that pitiful girl crouched at his doorstep, hugging her knees, and remembering the sheer joy and happiness that radiated from her face while playing games, he thought, the higher-ups of Kumobikure truly deserve their fate. In a fit of frustration, Shang Zhongjing cursed under his breath and abruptly flung open the door, rushing out. Father, Musumi, who had been languidly reclined on the sofa, idly perusing a guide on pig farming, was taken aback by his father's sudden departure, exclaiming in surprise, "Stay at home and wait for my return." The sounds of the mountain scenery echoed from afar. Musai stood at the entrance, gazing at the azure chakra flames rising in the distance, his pupils constricting with urgency. He wished to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was watch as his father's figure swiftly vanished into the cool night breeze. This was due to the decree issued by the Third Reikage, which mandated that, with the exception of the elite shinobi and Umbu, all ninjas and residents of the hidden cloud village were to remain indoors. The scenery in the mountains led smoothly to the vicinity of the neighborhood inhabited by the two wooden figures. Numerous residents, compelled by the azure flames that erupted in the vicinity, rushed out of their homes in panic. Similarly affected were several Chunin and Jinin, who tirelessly directed and guided the bewildered civilians towards the sanctuary. In the midst of the mountain, Shanyong Jing swiftly advanced against the tide of people, soon reaching the periphery of the battlefield, where the central scene unfolded before him. More than a dozen elite ninjas from Yunin were besieging four individuals clad in the standard attire of Yunin's Umbu. Surrounding them, 6 Umbu ninjas formed a sealing barrier to assist in suppressing the rampaging two-tails within the body of the wooden figure. Scattered around were approximately 7 corpses. Dressed in Umbu attire, their disarrayed positions and the indistinguishable nature of their outfits rendering it difficult to ascertain whether they were genuine Umbu or mere imposters from other factions. However, at this moment, Shan Yongjing's attention was no longer on these individuals. The wooden figure, ensnared within a rudimentary sealing barrier, was on all fours. Its eyes rolled back in agony, its body slightly arched like a raccoon, emitting low, painful growls. The once adorable girl now bore a visage twisted by the unbearable torment. Within the sealing barrier, the azure flames of chakra continued to surge and swell, seemingly escalating in intensity. It was evident that despite the wooden figure's utmost efforts, the frenzied two-tails remained beyond control. Was it an illusion? A jinjutsu stemming from ocular bloodline limits? Perhaps there were hallucinogenic influences at play? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjin gazed intently at the 2 wooden figures ensconced within the barrier, his brow slightly furrowed. The 6 members of the Umbu clearly possessed a certain level of experience in dealing with the tailed beasts and the host's rampage. Although the sealing barrier they employed was not of high rank, the combined strength of the 6 significantly alleviated the pressure exerted by the wooden figures. However, the chakra of the 2 tails seemed peculiar, and the condition of the wooden figures was equally unsettling. The mastery of Yin release was a purple skill that Shan Zhongjing had painstakingly cultivated through innate talent, and few in the ninja world could rival his understanding of it. He could distinctly sense the subtle yet pervasive Yin release energy entwined within the chakra of the tailed beast. Unlike the jutsu of ordinary illusion-type ninjas, the purity of Yin release energy was palpable. Its essence was steeped in a foreboding, murky, and sanguine atmosphere. Was it the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan? No. The power of the Sharingan was more extreme and darker, lacking this overwhelming scent of blood. It was the Blood Dragon Eye, the Blood Pool clan's Blood Dragon Eye. Moreover, the wooden figures exhibited violently trembling pupils and dangerously unstable mental waves, clearly indicating the influence of some form of drug. This was reminiscent of how Orochimaru had once manipulated the previous Eight Tails host, Ruby, with a potent hallucinogen. A similar method had now been employed on the wooden figures, albeit the effects of the adversary's hallucinogen were evidently not as formidable as Orochimaru's. Currently, the situation was such that the wooden figures, due to the chakra unleashed by the Two Tails, had escaped the control of the illusion. Yet, under the influence of the drug, they were utterly incapable of fully restraining the tailed beast, let alone awakening the Two Tails. As for the Two Tails host, It seemed less a matter of being ensnared by an illusion and more akin to a foolish reluctance to awaken from it. Why choose to emulate someone else? If one must be foolish, why emulate Tsunade of all people? In the depths of the mountains, Shang Jing cursed inwardly. If the situation were to continue unfolding unchecked, the body of the wooden figure would inevitably be the first to succumb to the relentless power of the tailed beast rampage, ultimately meeting a tragic end akin to that of Barubi. To resolve this predicament, one must forcefully awaken and subdue the two tails. Such a level of technique is readily available within Shang Jing's arsenal of illusions. He could easily find a plethora of options. However, given his mere Nin status, he would be unable to contain any of those techniques. In close proximity, with direct contact, utilizing pure Yin release to minimize chakra leakage to the greatest extent, he could rely on the chakra unleashed by the rampaging two tails to provide cover. In the depths of the mountains, the mind of Yamashita Kei swiftly traversed several feasible plans. He swiftly executed the body flicker technique, arriving at the periphery of the ceiling barrier conjured by 6 Umbu ninjas. All 6 members turned their gaze towards him, filled with wariness and vigilance. 2 of them nearly succumbed to the impulse to strike. What are you planning to do, say? The Umbu team leader, who had previously been familiar with Yamazaki, exclaimed anxiously. His fear was palpable. Throughout the day, the Umbu had already uncovered several spies from other ninja villages. If Sei was indeed one of them, it would spell trouble for the team leader, who had recently given assurances. I wish to assist her. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita's demeanor feigned a forced bravado. Leave this place. What chaos can be added at such a moment? The captain of the Umbu squad nearly ground his teeth to dust. He could empathize with the instinctive urge to act when witnessing someone dear ensnared in peril. Yet, you, a mere Nin, truly lack awareness. The heart of a Jinchuriki, solitary and resolute, beckons him to enter and awaken the dormant spirit within. Oh yes, today's rhythm remains resplendent. The voice of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, echoed from a nearby vicinity. Behind him, several octopus-like tails wielded ninja blades like barbed spears, tracing shimmering arcs through the air. In a flurry of movement, the once defiant adversaries were swiftly overwhelmed, either meeting their demise on the spot or being captured outright. Lord Killer Bee, the surrounding Umbu and Jonin collectively exhaled in relief. After dispatching the foes, Killer Bee merely gestured to Yamashita, signaling him to hasten his actions. Just yesterday, he lay unconscious like a lifeless dog in a pit. Today, he emerged vibrant and ready to support his comrades. The regenerative prowess of a Jinchuriki is indeed astonishing. All right. In the midst of the mountains, under the watchful gaze of several shadowy figures, Shanjiangjing took a deep breath and, trembling, made his way toward the direction of the wooden figure. Despite the apparent terror gripping him, his movements were deliberate and unhurried. As he called out the name of the wooden figure, he disregarded the encroaching chakra of the two tails that was beginning to seep into his being due to their proximity. He gently placed a hand on the small head of the wooden figure. Is it amusing to torment my little girl? The art of illusion countering illusion. Forcibly altering or overriding an enemy's genjutsu is a technique that can only be employed when one possesses a mental prowess several times greater than that of the opponent. Wasn't the two tails just now willingly entrapped in the illusion, reluctant to awaken? If you possess the ability, may you never awaken in this lifetime. In a vibrant meadow adorned with blossoming wildflowers, the playful two tails frolicked joyfully with the other tailed beasts. The furry 9 tails, the disheveled ox demon, the bustling Zhongming, the languid rhinoceros dog, and the lively Mu King all engaged in delightful antics. The sage of 6 paths sat serenely amidst the floral expanse, quietly observing their merry play. The agile tail of 2 tails lightly flicked against the back of the 4 tails Sun Wukong, provoking the little monkey into a frenzied chase. After a considerable time, reluctant to relent, it turned its attention to Zhongming, who was slower to escape. Enraged, the still caterpillar-like Zhongming spewed silk in frustration, missing Sun Wukong entirely, and instead ensnaring the 3 tails Jifu in a sticky net. The innocent 3 tails Jifu sighed in resignation, casting a mournful glance at the instigator, 2 tails. The air was thick with an essence of freedom and joy. However, in the next moment, the entire space underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The figure of the sage of 6 paths vanished, replaced by a man adorned with a heavy golden turban, clad in a resplendent knee-length robe, his hands glimmering with jewels. The other tailed beasts, too, transformed into giants, distinguished by their white turbans and vividly colored robes. They were giants indeed, their forms subtly larger than that of 2 tails. Even in their juvenile stage, tailed beasts dwarf humans by several multiples. Encountering such towering beings was unprecedented for Two Tails, whose instinct prompted a retreat. A sense of foreboding swelling within. Name, Two Tails. Occupation, family attributes, 9 lives, purple, Two Tails demon, purple, shining fiery demon, purple, swift reflexes, blue, hunting, blue, agile and graceful, blue. Yin-yang vision, blue. In the hidden recesses of the mental realm, a figure observed the mountainous scene of Two Tails, glancing at its attributes before losing further interest. Compared to the lavish configuration of 9 tails with 1 red, 3 purple, 2 blue, 1 white, and 1 gray, the 3 purple and 4 blue of Two Tails seemed somewhat lacking. 1 red attribute, 9 ma, could effortlessly obliterate the array of attributes belonging to Two Tails. It is no wonder that in previous lives, many claimed that tailed beasts could be categorized into 2 types, 9 tails and all others. Now, little cat, we shall begin our pursuit. Do try not to be captured by my servants, or else, hee. In the illusionary space, the transformed figure of the Sage of 6 Paths clasped his hands together, bowing slightly in an odd gesture. Rising, he shook his head and uttered a phrase. Before gesturing to the 8 giants, now transformed from tailed beasts, standing beside him. The 8 humans, larger than Two Tails, lunged towards the bewildered creature. The blue feline, unaware of the impending fate, instinctively dodged a few times, but was soon pinned down in the meadow by the adept pursuit of the 8. Yamit! A piercing scream reverberated through the illusionary realm. In the depths of the mountains, Jing decisively closed herself off from the perception of the illusory realm, peering into the inner world of the wooden figure through the energy of shadowy retreat. Within this somber mental landscape, countless eyes fixated on the wooden figure, who huddled on the ground, embracing her knees. The young girl dared not lift her gaze to meet the myriad hostile, disdainful, fearful, and hateful eyes surrounding her. Instead, she remained transfixed on the only vibrant object before her, a double 6 checkerboard. Each movement of the pieces on the board reflected the joyful scenes of her playful moments with Jing amidst the mountains. In those images, the girl always wore a radiant smile. Witnessing such scenes, the wooden figure within the realm of consciousness would also curl the corners of her mouth into a faint smile. Yet, as Shang Zhongjing gazed at the scene before him, an unsettling doubt began to stir within his heart, prompted by the somewhat indistinct silhouette captured in the image. What could this imply? If it were a mere recollection, one would expect clarity rather than an intentional obscuration of the figure. Such a depiction suggests a certainty that this was not his true visage. How could this be? Where did I reveal any flaws? Amidst the mountainous scenery, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that his seemingly flawless disguise would be exposed by the wooden figure. Confounded by this revelation, he relied on the fact that their communication took place within the realm of the mind, imperceptible to the outside world and not overly time-consuming. With ample means and hidden cards at his disposal, he was prepared to confront any eventuality that might arise. The spirit of Shan Zhongjing regained its original form and gracefully settled cross-legged before the wooden figure. "Uncle, I knew you would come." The wooden figure, initially oblivious, eventually recognized Shan Zhongjing sitting across from her. After tilting its head and observing for a few moments, the previously vacant gaze transformed, sparkling like a precious pearl in the vast sea. A radiant smile blossomed on the youthful face. "How did you recognize me?" In the mountain, Jing smiled as he spoke. In truth, he himself was uncertain. If given another chance, would he still charge forward so recklessly? The trust bestowed upon him by the wooden figure weighed heavily on his heart. The great cat remarked, "Your soul is far more delectable than your exterior suggests." With a grin revealing his teeth, the wooden figure beamed with a hint of pride on his youthful face. "Aren't you afraid?" Shan Zhongjing raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the intrigue page of the Two Tails and the Traveler, inwardly lamenting a missed opportunity. The yin-yang eye, a rare ability that allows one to perceive souls through its distinct pupils. In a realm governed by the old man of the 6 paths, this ability seemed to yield little utility in combat, support, or enhancement of strength. However, it was fortuitously the nemesis of transformation-type ninjutsu. How frustrating. The original text did not mention that the Two Tails and the Traveler possessed such an ability. "Uncle, you truly appear remarkably youthful and handsome." Yomu blinked her large eyes, and in response to Shan Zhongjing's inquiry, simply smiled and shook his head cheerfully. Youthful, dashing. His smile radiated an unblemished purity, reminiscent of the sky after a rainstorm. With all dust settled, indeed, he was even more attractive than she had envisioned. "Thank you for the compliment." The mountain scenery gently tapped the forehead of Yumo. It was surprising to discover that this little girl was indeed a member of the beauty brigade. Yumu covered her forehead with both hands. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Shall we go out? The big cat was unusually exuberant today, and I seemed to have indulged in something I shouldn't have, leaving me unable to restrain it. However, it matters not, for the uncle has already taught it a lesson, and for a considerable time to come. It shall not cause any further mischief. Is it all right if I cause some trouble? What trouble? You performed splendidly, Yumo. You are truly an exceptional child. I am proud of you. At the sound of such words, the long-held grievances and loneliness within Yumu burst forth in a flood. She rushed into the embrace of the mountain scenery and wept openly. Although I long to take you out just like this. It wouldn't be quite right to harm anyone. Uncle, allow me to offer you a small token of apology. May your future be radiant and filled with hope and beauty. As the words of the figure in the mountains faded, the consciousness of the wooden man gradually succumbed to darkness. In the realm of reality, the chakra of the two-tailed beast swiftly retreated into the ironclad seal upon her abdomen. With a muffled groan, she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. "Medical team," exclaimed Karabi, who stood outside the barrier with crossed arms, a barely perceptible smile gracing his taut lips. As the host of the Eight Tails, he held a deeper concern for his fellow Jinchuriki, the two-tailed wooden man. Yet, precisely for this reason, he refrained from utilizing the power of the Eight Tails to aid in suppressing the Two Tails. He understood well what a Jinchuriki truly needed. Following this unforeseen incident, he was confident that the future of the wooden man would be one of untrammeled paths. The two-tailed wooden man, whose body had been severely eroded by the chakra of the Two Tails, began to receive urgent treatment from the medical team of ninjas. If it were not for the quick reflexes of the scene in the mountains, the medical ninjas, upon receiving the wooden figure, would have immediately wrapped their arms tightly with medical bandages. Given the regenerative abilities of it is likely that by the time the medical ninjas arrived to conduct their examination, they would have already fully recovered. Such remarkable recuperative power. In the mountains, Jiang Zhongjing glanced at his right arm and hand, which were tightly wrapped in bandages. Having always pursued a flawless completion without injury, he had never truly experienced the miraculous healing speed of a celestial body. The rapid recovery was visibly astonishing. If others were to witness this, it would be impossible to conceal. The wounds of a Jinchuriki heal swiftly. Your concern is the finest remedy. Oh yes. Karabi's rapping remained excruciatingly off-key, enough to provoke an eye roll. Yet he appeared blissfully unaware, singing with unrestrained joy. Alas, I have disobeyed orders and ventured out from home. The scenery in the mountains continues to vividly portray a middle-aged ninja who is both contemplative and reflective. His expression, tinged with a hint of melancholy and helplessness, only serves to render Karabi's smile even more genuine than before. The willingness to disregard his own safety and rush to this place at the first sign of trouble speaks volumes. He has already sensed this sentiment. You fool. Love and courage are the finest qualities. No one will blame you. You are an exceptional ninja. The rhythm seems a bit off. I shall note this down and make some adjustments. Karabi, lost in his thoughts, retrieves a notebook and a brush from his robes. He expels ink resembling that of an octopus and, undistracted, begins to delve into the study of his rap rhythms on the small page. In the heart of the mountains, Yamaguchi Kage lamented that this individual's thought process was indeed unlike that of ordinary folk. Moreover, would the ink crafted from octopus ink not fade over time? Could it be that the ink of the eight-tentacled creature would resist such deterioration? Meanwhile, the dozen or so elite shinobi responsible for the skirmish commenced the swift cleanup of the battleground. Captured individuals were immediately taken for interrogation, while the deceased were painstakingly gathered, awaiting further examination and intelligence collection. The 6 Ambu who had been tasked with maintaining the barrier remained steadfastly vigilant around the wooden figure. Observing that the medical team had concluded their urgent treatment, they prepared to transport the Jinchuriki to the hospital in the hidden cloud. The Ambu squad leader, who had previously been acquainted with Yamaguchi Kage, wasted no time in beckoning him to accompany them. The Jinchuriki's condition remained precarious. Who could tell what complications might arise upon awakening? Only a fool would allow such a being, capable of preventing the Jinchuriki's rampage, to roam free. The scent of disinfectant in the hospital was far from pleasant. It was only after the wooden figure's condition began to stabilize that Yamaguchi Kage procured a cot for caregivers and allowed himself a brief respite. The tumultuous and cacophonous night had finally passed. The rising sun replaced the relentless glow of artificial lights, illuminating the village nestled within the clouds. The swift and decisive actions of the shinobi from the hidden cloud had largely eradicated the known threats within the village. Though the Umbu continued their interrogations of the assassins captured the previous night, the overall atmosphere gradually settled into stability. Orders for inventory checks and logistical preparations began to emanate from the Raikage office that very morning. Perhaps due to the village's recent upheavals, the workload had become overwhelming, and the war drums had begun to sound. The third Raikage, A, did not personally visit the wooden figure. Instead, he instructed the Umbu to convey a message to Yamashita Kei, urging him to temporarily attend to the wooden figure's needs, originally intending to return home that morning. Yamashita Kei found himself obliged to remain in the hospital, keeping the wooden figure company as he recuperated. "Father?" came the muffled call of Mazai from beyond the door. In the mountain, Jing cast a sidelong glance at the furtive young man, nodded towards the captain of the covert team beside him, and then rose to exit the infirmary. Mazai circled around him twice, letting out a sigh of relief. "Just a minor injury? Thank goodness. I nearly thought I would have to go collect the casualty compensation." With a sharp slap, Jing struck the back of the young man's head at his words. "If you can't speak properly, then keep silent, every single day. Your presence gives me a headache." "Hey, old man, that's exactly it," Mazai exclaimed. Covering the back of his head with one hand while giving a thumbs up with the other, his expression radiating pride. Earlier that morning, in a state of panic while inquiring about his father's whereabouts, a young operative had recounted the events of the previous night to him. To single-handedly thwart a Jinchuriki's rampage, such a feat could be boasted about for a lifetime among Chunin. That is a certainty. In the mountains, with his chin slightly raised, he wore a look of satisfaction at the praise bestowed upon him by his son. Has this injury not warranted the attention of a medical ninja? He mused. At my age, it is best to minimize the use of medical ninjutsu, which is a strain on the body's cells. You are well aware of your own years, aren't you, dear father? I must address you directly. The next time you undertake a task, could you kindly clarify where you have placed the bank deposit slip? Your sudden departure sends me into a flurry of panic. You scoundrel. The hospital corridor once again witnessed a scene of familial affection amidst the chaos. Father, I have arranged to meet with some friends to inquire about the construction team's prices, so I shall take my leave now. Mazai, sensing that his father was not genuinely upset, dashed out of the hospital, leaving behind a hasty remark as he made his escape. Shan Jongjing cast an apologetic smile towards the petite nurse who stifled a laugh beside her, before turning to re-enter the ward. The once peacefully slumbering Yomiuri had now opened her eyes, and upon seeing Shan Jongjing enter the room, a radiant smile blossomed on her small face. Did I disturb you? Seated beside a chair amidst the mountains, Yuki observed the wooden figure shake its head and inquired once more, Would you care for something to eat? Feeling the emptiness of her stomach, Yuki shyly responded, despite her body being ravaged by the tailed beast chakra, rendering her unable to lift her arms. She managed to have a modest breakfast. With nothing to occupy his time, Yuki began recounting stories to the young girl to pass the hours. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, the higher-ups of the Cloud Village had grown to trust him even more. That very afternoon, Yuki received a personally pinned appointment letter from the Raikage, designating him as a special jonin, along with a position as the head instructor of the Ninja Academy. Similar to Konoha, the principal of the Cloud Village's Ninja Academy was also the village leader. Although the vice principal was nominally in that role, they were, in truth, the actual overseer of the academy. The position of head instructor surpassed that of a teacher. Tasked with assisting the vice principal in managing the academy, an undeniable step toward becoming the vice principal himself, he had already taken a significant stride into the upper echelons of the Cloud Village, even gaining the privilege to attend high-level meetings. Am I not? A mere ninja from Konoha, now part of the Cloud Village's elite? When Shan Jongjing received 2 appointment letters, he was utterly bewildered. How did he suddenly ascend to a high-ranking position within the Yunin organization? Moreover, as the headmaster of the Ninja Academy, he feared he would scarcely have any opportunity to leave the village. How could he possibly find a chance to feign death now? Oh no, this was indeed troubling. Such concerns lingered until a week later, when the wooden man's body had fully recovered and he was granted permission to be discharged. On the eve of his appointment at the Ninja Academy, the magnetic release bloodline limit ninja, Troy, paid a visit to the mountainous landscape. He sought to enlist the protagonist as a member of his team, hoping for one final mission together. This time, Troy would lead the squad across the vast maritime expanse in the southeast of the Land of Lightning. Their task was to survey the waters, ascertain supply routes, and identify temporary encampment locations, thereby eliminating any potential hazards for the subsequent march of the larger ninja contingent. Although the original owner of this visage, Shizui, possesses questionable physical prowess, he has served as a ninja for several decades and has weathered the trials of both the First and Second Ninja World Wars. Renowned for his prudence and meticulousness, his experience surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. In light of the lives of thousands of comrades at stake, Troy naturally does not wish to forego such an exceptional partner for his missions. In the mountains, Shang Zhongjing readily acquiesced to the other's request. Hastily arranging all the possessions of his original self upon the family table, he departed Yunin village alongside Troy. As a special jonin who had perished in battle, he had, after all, lived up to the visage of his former self. Engaged in combat upon the tumultuous sea, where bodies are seldom recovered, seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Alas, I still find myself too benevolent. In the month of December, the Land of Thunder had already witnessed several light snowfalls, although it did not resemble the Land of Iron. Where winter cloaks the earth entirely in ice and snow, the temperatures here were undeniably lower than those in the Land of Fire. For ordinary folk, unless absolutely necessary, waging war in such a season would be unthinkable. However, ninjas are not mere mortals. Thanks to the existence of chakra, even freshly graduated genin could easily navigate the most extreme weather conditions. Thus, neither the third Raikage, nor the other high-ranking officials of Yunin had ever considered the issue of weather. With the cold sea winds blowing, the 4 members of Troy's squad, including Shang Zhongjing, alongside another standard team led by a jonin, set sail from the southeastern port of the Land of Thunder. They meticulously surveyed the islands along the route to the Land of Water for over 10 days before finally completing their reconnaissance of the waters of the Land of Thunder. Upon entering the territory of the Land of Water, they prepared to land on a strategically vital island, the Isle of Departure. Positioned between the powerful nations of Thunder and Water, the Land of Water would likely become a battlefield, akin to the Land of Rain during the Second Shinobi World War. Should conflict arise between Yunin and Wuyin, the Isle of Departure, with its critical geographical significance, would undoubtedly become a coveted prize for both factions. As their vessel approached the port of the Isle of Departure, a chunin stationed at the lookout spotted the Wuyin ninja warships concealed among the many vessels in the harbor. Shang Zhongjing, who had long awaited the enemy's appearance, let out a subtle sigh of relief upon receiving this news. The Isle of Departure marked the final destination of their mission. If no enemies materialized now, he would have to masquerade as one to facilitate his own exit. He glanced at the Yunin ninjas aboard the ship, who were employing transformation techniques to disguise themselves as sailors and fishermen. In the mountains, the landscape was devoid of perceptive ninjas within the ranks. With hands deftly forming seals, he simultaneously employed transformation techniques while silently invoking sensory ninjutsu. This sensory technique, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, allowed him to perceive up to 5 kilometers away, swiftly scanning the harbor. To his astonishment, he detected a total of 15 distinct chakra signatures emanating from the port, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise as he gazed at the relatively bustling harbor from afar. In the midst of the mountains, Shang Zhongjing leaned against the side of the boat, a hint of intrigued amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Among the 15 chakra signatures, 14 were utterly unfamiliar. Yet, the remaining one left an indelible impression on him, ominous, obscure, and drenched in blood. Without a doubt, this was the Blood Dragon Eye ninja who had been ensnared by the treachery of the Wooden Man over half a month ago. The Blood Dragon Eye indeed. TSK. Shang Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance at the location where the 3-hooked jade writing wheel sealing scroll was stored on his chest, feeling a slight itch in his hand. The meager rewards from this expedition to the Hidden Cloud Village left him yearning for something more. Returning empty-handed would hardly justify the long journey. The boat glided gently to the shore, anchoring at a vacant spot in the harbor. With the operational details previously discussed, and excluding the 2 middle-ranked ninjas guarding the ship, 6 individuals, including Shang Zhongjing, disembarked while maintaining their transformation techniques, preparing to scout the island for information. His peripheral vision swept across the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea. Guided by Troy, the group traversed towards the town located behind the harbor. At the modest port, several sailors and laborers, clad in ordinary garb, were fervently engaged in the loading and unloading of goods. At first glance, everything appeared unremarkable. Yet, an insidious aura, reminiscent of the blood dragon's unique malevolence, lingered about them. As they caught sight of the approaching group, The individuals momentarily stiffened, their eyes flickering with a subtle crimson glow. A few among them, seemingly casual, inched closer to the group. One burly man, occupied with the transport of wooden crates, appeared to lose his footing, stumbling towards the leading figure, Troy. The atmosphere felt ominous. With a vigilant gaze, Troy scanned the surroundings and urgently cautioned his companions. In a swift motion, he evaded the impending threat, retreating a distance of over 10 meters. Upon witnessing the scene, Shang Zhongjing and his companions swiftly followed in Troy's footsteps to evade the unfolding chaos. The fallen giant did not detonate. Instead, he repeatedly apologized to the group while bending down to gather the scattered goods. Clearly, the puppeteer behind the curtain was reluctant to reveal their secrets so soon. However, it seemed that the patience of some individuals was wearing thin. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind the crowd as the vessel carrying Shang Zhongjing and his companions approached. It was violently shattered by the explosive shockwave. A fog-cloaked ninja, adorned with a white mask and a turban, wielded an unusual blade, sweeping it across the two middle-ranking guards who were caught off guard by the blast. In the next instant, another explosion reverberated through the air. The two ninjas, armed only with shuriken, found their arms obliterated, scattering flesh like confetti in the wake of the detonation as they plummeted towards the sea. Suddenly, a slender weapon resembling a steel needle pierced through the water, maneuvered by fine wires like a serpent gliding gracefully. It deftly entwined the falling ninjas together. And as the steel needle submerged, the wires tightened instantaneously, causing their bodies to disintegrate, staining the ocean crimson. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, were there not the user of the explosive blade, Nashi Semihachi, and the wielder of the long blade, Kurosawa Sukumaru? In the mountainous scenery, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt. Among the 7 legendary ninja, swords of the Mist Village, the most esteemed in his view was undoubtedly the Great Blade, Samahata. Following closely were the Lightning Blade, the Twin Blades of Flounder, and the Decapitating Sword, each possessing some merit. As for the remaining dull blades, the Dagger of the Scythe, the Needle Blade, and the Explosive Blade of Flying Mist, they were nothing short of rubbish. One boasted about a hammer affixed to an axe, claiming it could shatter any defense. Another, a sharpened steel stake with a wire tied to its end, proclaimed its ability to pierce all foes and bind them together. The most outrageous was the Explosive Blade of Flying Mist, which was said to conjure explosive talismans that detonated upon swinging or scattered upon release. Its ultimate technique involved self-destruction, obliterating both the blade and its wielder, allegedly capable of slaying even the immortal. Such grandiose claims were utterly absurd. Shattering defenses, piercing everything? Perhaps it should challenge Susanoo? Could it truly annihilate immortals? Even Conan, with her 600 billion explosive talismans, had failed to kill anyone. Could a mere blade turn the tides? Hee. Magnet released Ninja Troy. I hear you are the nemesis of the 7 ninja swordsmen? With a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of the Killmate fashion, and wearing a dark mask of the Umbu, Kurasame Shiranui emerged, shouldering the needle blade, emitting a chilling laughter as he slowly rose from the blood-stained surface of the sea. Surrounding him, 12 ninjas adorned with the Mist Village forehead protectors simultaneously revealed themselves. Among them were 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, accompanied by 3 standard elite shinobi teams, and hidden in the shadows, a blood dragon eye ninja. This configuration, in terms of visible combat power, far surpassed Troy and his companions. Dozens of residents ensnared by the blood dragon eye genjutsu glimmered with crimson light, blocking the path to the offshore escape. The Mist villagers obstructed any routes from the sea. A fierce battle was imminent. Was the Mist village preparing to shift contradictions outward, akin to the Sand village? Upon gazing at the formation before him, it became evident that, following the loss of Uchiha Madara's remote control, the hidden Mist village had not experienced significant upheaval. Otherwise, in such a state of self-preservation, it would be improbable for the village to dispatch such a contingent to confront the looming threat of war from the hidden Cloud village. This sentiment is akin to the situation in the hidden Sand village, where the presence of Chiyo and Kuratsuchi ensured stability even after the demise of the 3rd Kazekage. The hidden mist also boasts esteemed elders like the revered Genji. Confronted with analogous predicaments, their choices are not markedly different, while one cannot claim to be a nemesis. As a wielder of the magnet release bloodline limit, dealing with adversaries whose abilities are predominantly reliant on ninja tools should not demand excessive effort. Troy retrieved a storage sealing scroll from his waist and held it in his mouth. As chakra smoke ascended, he grasped several shuriken imbued with magnetic force in each hand. Soon, he would seize the opportune moment to break free. Nikaya, do not act too rashly. As the figure of Yamashita Kei slightly bent forward and gripped the kunai in his hand, he lowered his voice and spoke to the eager young jonin beside him. His thoughts began to ponder how he might meet his end in a manner that would seem more heroic. The young cloud-hidden jonin, named Nikai, was momentarily taken aback by this remark and instinctively shifted his gaze towards Troy. Upon noticing Troy's barely perceptible nod, he swallowed hard, contemplating, "Brother, did you not just assert that it would require little effort to handle the opponent? I was ready to charge in. If it weren't for Brother Sisei's words, would I be the first to perish?" Troy's vacant eyes betrayed a hint of incredulity as he regarded the young man with an expression that suggested he was witnessing foolishness. "Youngster, do you grasp the concept of trash talk tactics? The two members of the opposing 7 ninja blades are renowned figures in the ninja world. If a confrontation ensues, the most optimistic outcome would merely see me using my magnetic release to barely hold off 2 of them. The remaining trio comprises an elite jonin team consisting of 3 jonin, accompanied by 9 chunin and jinin. With you, a newly appointed jonin, an especially promoted jonin due to merit, leading 3 chunin. Do you truly believe you can manage this? And let us not overlook the unsettling crowd of dazed individuals obstructing the dock. Who knows if there are hidden enemies lurking? Are you waiting for someone to collect your corpses?" Nikai's 2 remaining subordinates exchanged glances, silently assessing their leader's inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They resolved that if they were fortunate enough to return alive, they would have to enlighten their jonin. Otherwise, who can say when they might unwittingly lead them to their doom? "I hope you can still utter such words after this," they mused. Hirasame Kunmaru, the user of the long blade and sewing needle, cast a cold gaze. With the long blade slung across his back, he swiftly formed hand seals, causing a thick fog to envelop the area. Water release, hidden mist technique. Let the screams commence. Let the wails echo. Await the moment when death descends upon you in despair. Witness your insides torn apart. Watch your comrades fall one by one. And see the blood stain everything around you. How delightful, is it not? You too are anticipating this, are you not? Kirasame's distorted, frenzied voice sent shivers down the spines of the cloud-hidden ninjas. Troy's eyes narrowed, as he initially intended to buy some time to magnetize the ground beneath him, hoping to gain an advantageous position during the ensuing battle. However, the enemy acted with such swiftness, clearly aware of his tactics, that they afforded him no such opportunity. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind him. Wuji Shinpachi, wielding the explosive knife, wore a cruel grin as he swung his blade towards the last chunin in Yamashita Kei's squad. Troy waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of square shurikens directed toward his rear, accompanied by the unique magnetic properties of these shurikens. Any strike upon an adversary or their weapon would result in magnetization. Subsequently, his magnetically charged assault would create an irresistible attraction with the magnetized foe, rendering evasion impossible. With a resounding explosion, the square shurikens scattered in all directions. From the storage scroll in Troy's mouth, billowing clouds of chakra smoke erupted, while his hands conjured a flurry of afterimages. Countless square shurikens, reminiscent of celestial blossoms, soared into the misty expanse. The faint sound of metal clashing ignited a spark in Troy's eyes. Instantly, 2 colossal square shurikens, towering over half a person in height, materialized in his grasp and were hurled toward the recently magnetized enemy. With a splash, 2 water clones disintegrated under the assault. Yet, more water clones silently coalesced within the dense fog. The fog-dwelling ninjas, each a master of cunning. With their numerical advantage, they resort to such tactics. In the depths of the mountains, a sense of foreboding enveloped the heart of the protagonist, who silently murmured to himself, with an expression of unwavering resolve. He leisurely began to form hand seals. Lightning release, spider web. With a single hand, he struck the ground, channeling his lightning chakra into a web-like formation that rapidly spread through the shrouded surroundings. Crackling sounds echoed, and a series of muffled groans emerged from the obscured vicinity. Numerous water clones dissipated under the assault of the lightning release. The newly minted jonin, Nikai, along with the remaining 3 chunin, swiftly unleashed their jutsu towards the direction of the lightning and the sounds. However, the enemy was equally swift, countering these techniques with their own and retreating once more into the thick fog. As the water clones shattered amidst the electrical chaos, they failed to hit the adversaries who had already concealed themselves anew. In the next moment, 2 towering water tornadoes surged from either side. The sky was alive with intense chakra signatures as several shark-like forms, composed of water release, plunged down upon the group. Confronted with the meticulously orchestrated onslaught of the mist ninjas, the team could only evade the incoming attacks. Their tightly knit formation was swiftly fragmented by the enemy's tactics. A relentless barrage of attacks followed, as one after another, the mist ninjas launched a series of strikes that left no room for respite. In the midst of the mountains, Yamashita Kei, feigning a state of disarray, rolled forward to evade the impending threat, raising his right arm to parry the enemy's kunai aimed directly at his neck. Kai, along with another nin, swiftly rose to their feet, choosing to dodge in the same direction. They quickly formed hand seals back to back, unleashing a lightning release technique that forced the two assailants behind them to retreat. The crackling sound of the lightning had yet to dissipate when a barrage of water blades, water needles, shurikens, and kunai assailed them from all directions. Their vision obscured, the trio found themselves in a desperate struggle to evade the onslaught emerging from the thick fog. In less than a minute, they bore numerous wounds. "Senpai, what should we do now?" Kai decisively relinquished his own thoughts in this critical moment, directing the question to Yamashita Kei. Perhaps due to earlier counsel, he now placed unwavering trust in this slightly weaker yet seasoned mentor. "Prepare to follow my command and break through." The scenery in the mountains cast a disdainful glance at Nakai. Is this fellow truly a jonin? In the hidden cloud village, do they only assess strength and disregard intellect? Just moments ago, they were not merely enduring attacks, they were also anticipating the enemy's movements. Through the threat posed by Troy, a ninja with the magnetic release bloodline limit, they aimed to draw the enemy's elite forces into a vulnerable position, preparing for an impending breakout. Excellent. Nikai's mind had come to a standstill. It was reminiscent of his days as a chunin, where the words of the leading jonin dictated everything. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by the whistling of shuriken from the direction where Troy and the others had just moved. The small shuriken scattered by Troy, some plunging into the sea while others embedded themselves into the ground, were now drawn by magnetic release, transforming into a swirling tempest of shuriken. This formidable storm effectively repelled several advancing mist ninjas, the likes of Kuri Asatsuki and Wooly Shimbachi, who dared not let their kunai come into contact with the shuriken, also retreated a considerable distance. Run. In the midst of the mountains, Yamaguchi let out a low growl, his hands forming seals as he unleashed a thunderous illusion. A pillar of lightning, a powerful radiance emanated from him, piercing through the dense fog. Troy, prepared for a breakout, indicated the direction of their escape. The moment Nakai heard his words, the brilliance of lightning flickered in his hands as he surged forward. Another nin followed closely behind him. Receiving the signal, Troy immediately activated his magnetic escape, advancing towards Yamaguchi's location. The previously retreated Kurosakamaru and Wooly Shimbachi sprang into action simultaneously. Kurosakamaru, wielding a long blade, flicked it towards Yamaguchi, whose brilliance shone like a bulb. Yamaguchi raised a hand to block, staggering as he absorbed the unexpected strike. Seeing this, Troy launched a kick towards the long blade, aiming to magnetize the opponent's weapon. However, a fierce blade of light sliced toward him midair, leaving him unable to evade. Just as he was about to deflect the strike with a shuriken, he recognized the form of the blade, causing his pupils to constrict. Explosive blade fragments. Wooly Shimbachi, unable to initiate an attack in time, had thrown the explosive blade first. Run. In a critical moment, Yamaguchi grasped Troy's belt, spinning and forcefully hurling him towards Nakai's direction. The explosive blade fragments descended with a thunderous crash. Yamaguchi, attempting to curl his body to absorb the impact, endured the explosion. As he was forced back, he rolled to evade and instantly sprang back to his feet, intercepting an oncoming kunai attack, then bending sideways to avoid a silent water blade from behind. Two Cloud Village nin, who had been closely following Troy, were caught off guard by the explosion of the blade fragments. One was struck in the temple by a kunai, dying instantly. The other, while barely dodging an attack, was slashed across the abdomen by another Mist Village ninja, leaving a trail of innards in his wake. The explosion briefly dispersed the surrounding fog. Seeing Yamaguchi in dire straits, Troy was about to rush back to assist when he heard his old teammate's urgent shout, "Retreat!" Gazing at the figure with his back turned, hands forming seals, once again releasing a thunderous net to obstruct the enemy's pursuit, Troy felt the resolve and determination emanating from his comrade. With his hands forming seals, he unleashed a storm of magnetic shurikens, once more halting the enemy's advance, before gritting his teeth and charging towards Nakai's escape route. Perfect. Perfect. At last, I'm ready to meet my end. As the scenery in the mountains observed the gathering mist, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. more difficult to suppress than an AK. After releasing another wide-ranging lightning technique, he feigned a state of exhaustion. Stumbling to evade the attacks from the surrounding mist ninjas, he deliberately moved closer to the user of the explosive blade, Wooly Shenba. Originally intending to pursue Troy, upon seeing an enemy presenting themselves willingly, Wooly Shenba wasted no time and executed a sweeping strike. Magic, this technique is indeed extraordinary. In the mountainous landscape, when Shanjuan's gaze met that of Wooly Shenba, a fleeting illusion of C rank briefly disoriented his vision. With a swift motion, his left hand unleashed a storage scroll, releasing a cloud of chakra smoke. The corpse of his original self, Zisei, collided directly with the splintering shards of the explosive blade. Meanwhile, he himself vanished into the dense fog through the flying thunder god technique. A cacophony of dismembered limbs and shredded flesh erupted, emerging from the blood mist. The inherently ruthless Wu Lishinba wore a sinister, bloodthirsty grin, casting not a single glance at the scattered corpses. He turned, alongside Kurisai Shuran, to pursue the fleeing figures of Troy and others attempting to break free. With a significant alteration to the destinies of the supporting characters and a subtle interference in the progression of the world line, he acquired one opportunity for extracting a keyword and one opportunity for bestowing a keyword. Utilizing the keyword Silent Walker, he concealed his own presence. Furthermore, employing the water transformation technique, Shanjun merged with the sea, bearing a fragment of a ship inscribed with the flying thunder god symbol. As he watched the cloud and mist ninjas depart, upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, he blinked in confusion. Whose fate had been altered? Troy? Nakai? The original text did not specify the exact demise of Troy. However, Nakai's end was quite clear. This unfortunate child did not perish in the Third Shinobi World War but met his demise impulsively at the hands of Xuanyuan's explosive insects while attempting to seize a ninjutsu scroll in the land of the trees alongside the fourth Reikage. AI. It must have been him. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the individual whose destiny has been irrevocably altered is undoubtedly Nikai. As an esteemed veteran of the ninja world, Troy has weathered the trials of life and death for many years and has become accustomed to the farewells that accompany such experiences. Even if a comrade were to sacrifice themselves to save him, his sorrow would be fleeting at best. It is only a novice like Nikai, who has recently ascended to the rank of Jonin and possesses limited experience, that would allow the death of a teammate to profoundly transform his character and, in turn, reshape his fate. Thus, it is a matter of little significance. In the depths of the mountains, a figure smacked his lips. Employing the art of hydromancy to stealthily navigate the ocean floor, he swiftly approached the vicinity where he had previously sensed the presence of the blood dragon eye ninja. Within the modest dwellings at the edge of the island's harbor, a youth sat calmly on a sofa, his eyes a striking crimson, with a dark red iris marked by a delicate lavender stripe. He held a cup of steaming tea in his hand, savoring it leisurely, seemingly unaffected by the fierce battle that had just transpired at the dock. Was it the flame of YG Castle? Shan Zhongjing gently pushed open the half-closed door, gazing at the figure before him, Yu Wu Qingyan, who bore a striking resemblance to the character from the original work, albeit with a noticeably youthful appearance. A wave of confusion washed over him. Wasn't this man supposed to have slaughtered his entire clan after his wife was driven to death by their own kin, subsequently taking his daughter, Chino, to pursue a life as a merchant? What was he doing here? Truly, the mist-hidden ninjas were utterly incompetent. How could they have failed to eliminate him? Yet, discovering him here, was it a stroke of luck or a twist of fate? Yu Wu Qingyan turned his gaze toward the middle-aged ninja standing at the door, a hint of disdain curling the corners of his lips. As their eyes met, the blood dragon eye technique was unleashed. An imperceptible wave of shadowy energy began to permeate the cramped space of the cabin. The thick, dark, and fetid aura of the shadow technique made Shan Zhongjing furrow his brow slightly, instantly extinguishing any desire to experience the blood dragon eye illusion. Disinterested in engaging in further dialogue, he casually invoked a magical technique, reflecting the blood dragon eye illusion back at its source. He observed Yu Wu Qingyan, now sitting dumbfounded upon the sofa. In the mountains, a glass vial, no larger than half a palm, was extracted from the sealing scroll. Enveloped by the water release, water ball technique, it left no trace behind. The figure approached the other party, raising a hand to seize their eye. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from within the small dwelling. The serene scenery of the mountains enveloped the azure water sphere surrounding Yuya Qingyan, cleansing the bloodstained palms. Gazing at the crystalline blood dragon eye within the glass vial, a satisfied nod followed. My eyes. I cannot see. Yu Qingyan, amidst excruciating pain, struggled to break free from his own illusion, yet had not uttered a few cries of anguish. In the mountains, the scenery once again bestowed upon us a self-crafted grade A illusion, heaven and earth. The loss of the blood dragon eye rendered Yu Qingyan instantly ensnared within the enchantment. Despite the oscillation of his expression between ecstasy and agony, he found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth. As the illusion continued to permeate, his countenance gradually settled into a state of tranquility. In the mountains, one hand grasped the waistband of the other. The blood-stained water orb technique was cast into the sea, erasing all traces. Summoning a hawk through the art of spirit communication, one soared directly towards the southwest of the island. A glance was cast back at the direction in which Troy and the others had fled. In the mountains, a long exhalation of stagnant air escaped my lips. My son Mazai had nearly completed the construction of the planned breeding farm before my departure, securing all necessary livestock, feed, and workers. With the remaining savings on the table, the business could sustain itself regardless of circumstances. The hidden cloud has lost a ninja, while the hidden leaf has lost a competitor. All is well, and perfection reigns. From the information obtained through the Wooden Man. Aside from the residual plans left after the two-tailed beast's rampage, I made several arrangements during the week I spent recuperating in the hospital. Once the news of his sacrifice reaches back, under the right conditions, the temporarily sealed information will gradually be unlocked. Once the little girl matures, she should not fall into the same trap and be captured by the immortal duo. The hidden cloud has lost a valuable Jinchuriki, and the hidden leaf has lost a potential threat. The plan of Otsutsuki Kinshiki to save his mother has become more challenging. Indeed, it is all quite perfect. Come. Let me see why you have wronged my little girl. In the tranquil mountains, Shan's Hanjing placed a hand upon the head of Yu Qingyan, employing the art of memory retrieval to swiftly delve into the depths of his consciousness. He had long harbored doubts regarding the assassination orchestrated by the forces of the Wooden Man. According to the timeline, when he covertly eliminated the high-ranking officials of Yunin, Uchiha Obito had only just perished, leaving Kirigakure in a state of disarray and devoid of leadership. It seemed implausible that they could have diverted their attention to Yunin village. Yet, the interrogation of the surviving captives from the Umbu pointed unequivocally towards Kirigakure. Now, Yu Qingyan was indeed entangled with the ninjas of Kirigakure. Could it be that the orders were issued by Uchiha Obito before his demise? Oh, Anoki, you truly are remarkable. Upon reflecting on the recent memories of Yu Qingyan in the mountains, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unlike the original narrative where he fled the Hell Valley with his daughter after slaughtering his entire clan, Yu Qingyan has only recently entered the bonds of matrimony. Due to the exceedingly harsh living conditions of the Bloodpool clan, he commenced accepting tasks at the underground exchange over a year ago to secure resources for his wife and clan. After several months of diligent work, his commendable skills and reputation quickly caught the attention of a prominent patron, enabling him to frequently undertake lucrative missions within the underground exchange. There were many other ninjas like him. By a stroke of chance, someone caught a glimpse of the hidden mist ninja headband inadvertently revealed by their patron. Consequently, they all assumed that their employer hailed from the Mist Village. Had it not been for the recent mission to assist the Mist Ninja in combating the Cloud Ninja, which proved impossible to conceal, Yu Qingyan might never have discovered that their esteemed patron was, in fact, the Stone Village. In the original tale, the Raikage had previously reproached Anoki for frequently employing bounty ninjas for various tasks. In the relentless theater of war, such actions are not without justification. However, has the Stone Village indeed forged an alliance with the Mist Village? In the mountains, the figure retracted the hand that had been resting atop the head of the fiery-haired individual in the royal palace, momentarily dismissing the notion of silencing him directly. In the original narrative, during the tumultuous era of the Third Shinobi World War, Iwagakure and Kirigakure indeed maintained a relationship of alliance. Had it not been for Iwagakure's sudden and irrational betrayal while collaborating against Kumogakure, culminating in the tragic events of the Valley of Green, this alliance might have endured until the Fourth Great Ninja War, given the geographical positions of both. One can only speculate what expressions would adorn the faces of the bandaged man and the mustachioed individual upon discovering this. In the mountains, Kage's thoughts were filled with incessant complaints. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Yagura, had directly perished in the First Shinobi World War. illustrating the deep-seated enmity between Iwagakure and Kirigakure. It had only been a few years since then, yet these two ninja villages had formed an alliance. In the original narrative, one could comprehend Uchiha Madara's actions, as he had no ties to the second Mizukage, Yagura. Alliances were dictated by vested interests. Previously, Kaguya had assumed that it was during the Third Shinobi World War, following a sudden assault by the Third Reikage, on Iwagakure's rear, that Iwagakure had been compelled to ally with Kirigakure. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that these two villages had already conspired together long before. Is there truly no eternal enemy, only eternal interests? With a dismissive scoff, Yamaguchi cast a weary glance, too disinterested to offer further critique. After all, the standards of the higher-ups in Konoha were markedly inferior compared to those of Iwagakure and Kirigakure. The hawk soared swiftly through the lofty skies, burdened by an additional passenger. After an exhausting two-day journey, the weary hawk finally delivered Yamaguchi to the shores of the Land of Fire. Releasing the summoning technique, he allowed the hawk to return to its resting place in Konoha's aviary. Amidst the mountains, carrying the weight of the royal castle's flames, he continued his journey towards Konoha. Thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Should he consider forging a summoning contract with Kurenai Yuhi and the clan? His young apprentice possessed remarkable talent in illusion techniques and naturally harbored water-based chakra, yet had never been properly trained in its potential. With diligent effort, even if he could not become a second Mizuki Kaguya, he could certainly broaden his horizons and significantly elevate his capabilities. The most crucial aspect was that once he could summon the clan, he would no longer need to carry captives back over long distances. The burden of transporting individuals was indeed a grievous ordeal. A substantial alteration in the fate of a pivotal character had shifted the trajectory of destiny, resulting in the acquisition of one chance to extract a fate-related attribute, one opportunity to upgrade a random green attribute, and one chance to bestow an attribute. It appeared that the news of my demise had indeed reached the hidden cloud village. During the intervals of his journey, in the mountainous landscape, the familiar sound of the system's notification resonated in his mind once more. The dreadful mood he had while trudging along with a burden transformed completely upon witnessing the reward. The fateful attribute, the extraordinary fortune of the Watergate, the destined mentor of Jiraiya. He too yearned to be the cherished darling of the world's will. System, come forth. Let us draw directly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the green attribute Reversed Fate Apprentice. Reversed Fate Apprentice, green. The life of the living is tumultuous and unpredictable, while the life of the deceased shines brilliantly like a meteor. Life is full of uncertainties, and fate is subject to change. By actively intervening and altering the destinies of others, one may subtly absorb the undirected power of fate that dissipates during significant upheavals, thereby enhancing one's own fortune. This effect, in the serene embrace of the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before comprehending the operational mechanism of this peculiar phenomenon. According to the entry, when a person's fate undergoes a significant transformation, a novel force of destiny manifests within them, while the original force dissipates, temporarily becoming a power without a master. This ethereal force is elusive and intangible. However, through the practice of reverse fate, one can absorb this unclaimed power of destiny and transmute it into fortune. Fortune, indeed, a hallmark of the chosen child of destiny, is it not? Is it acceptable? In the mountains, Jiangjing smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth. Without uttering a word, he chose to activate the entry first. At this moment, he had just altered the fate of the wooden man, although he was situated thousands of miles away from the wooden man. The power of destiny can indeed transcend such distances, no matter how improbable it may seem. Moreover, if there were limitations on the distance of absorption, it would only prompt him to be more cautious when altering the fates of others in the future, wouldn't it? As the moment of activating the reverse fate trial arrived, Jiang Jing felt an inexplicable sense of clarity and comfort coursing through his entire being. The world remained the same, yet it appeared far more vibrant in his eyes. A force, indescribable yet palpable, was drawn in by the power of the entry, swiftly merging into his body from the direction of Yunin village. Remarkably, it had indeed been absorbed. The range of this entry's absorption is astonishing. While extolling the beauty of the mountain scenery, he simultaneously lauds his own cleverness. Fortunately, he approached it with a trial mindset, activating the reverse fate apprenticeship ahead of others. Otherwise, wouldn't that have been a waste? Although he cannot tangibly perceive the extent of his own fortune's elevation or what level he currently occupies, as long as this entry exists, He can alter the destinies of others. Is there any reason to doubt that he will not become the cherished darling of the world's consciousness? Moreover, in the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhaojing cast a glance at the system interface displaying the random green trait upgrade opportunity, his heart igniting with fervor. Currently, he possessed only 3 green traits: the Master of Support, Medic, and the Apprentice of Reversal Fate. Should he take a gamble? Such an act would indeed befit only the likes of Tsunade. With a mere 1/3 probability, what difference did it make from certain defeat? Host, Shan Zhaojing Profession, Ninja Activated Traits, Traveler, Red, Instant Start, Red, Sage Body, Red, Master of Een Escape, Purple, Master of Water Escape, Purple, Temporal Insight, Purple. Understanding King of the Ninja World, Blue, Silent Walker, Blue, Handsome, Blue, Apprentice of Reversal Fate, Green, Medic, Green, Ominous Contest, Black. Inactive Traits, Cicada Pupa, White. Tough, yet fragile, White. 9 treasures from 1 birth, Blue. Possessing nothing, Gray. Master of Support, Green. Complete Childhood, Gray. Sister from the Kiln, White. Magical Girl Transformation, Purple. Trait Copies, 1 trait draws, 1 trait gifts, 9 trait downgrades, 2 trait resets, 1 random green trait upgrade opportunity, 1 in total. He possessed only 3 green traits. In the realm of the mountains, the adept Shan Zhaojing possesses the opportunity to bestow a total of 9 precious word entries, a privilege that a master of comedic timing can readily share. As for the remaining green word entries, particularly those related to medicinal elixirs, there exists a plethora of strategies for their utilization. Firstly, one might contemplate the replication of a word entry, specifically one associated with medical ninjutsu, thereby merging the medicinal elixirs with the newly acquired entry. However, this approach entails a considerable sacrifice. Although the fate-related word entries hold immense significance, the chances for replication are equally invaluable. During his time in the Hidden Cloud Village, Shan Zhaojing refrained from utilizing this opportunity to replicate the red entry of the 3rd Reikage, recognizing the folly of squandering such a resource. Secondly, there lies the option of downgrading the green word entry directly to a white one. The drawback of this method is that it would render his medical ninjutsu utterly unusable in the future, thereby considerably delaying his ambition of independently developing the technique of self-resurrection. Lastly, there is the possibility of resetting the word entry with the hope of altering its grade. Yet, this endeavor carries a hint of gambling. Should the reset result in yet another green entry, it would be a jest at the expense of Tsunade, a reflection of understanding and becoming like her. Yet ultimately a gamble. After pondering for a while amidst the mountains, he ultimately resolved to utilize the opportunity for a reset of the entry. Now, he too was endowed with the favor of a fate-related entry. Who knows, perhaps fortune would smile upon him in abundance. A gentle reminder, fate-related entries cannot interfere with the system's operation, and the probability of resetting entries is entirely random. Enough of the trivialities. Reset the green entry and provide me with the healing elixir. Reset complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the blue entry Elysian elixir. Elysian elixir, blue, when utilizing medical ninjutsu. The nature of the ninjutsu undergoes wondrous transformations, allowing the recipient to experience various forms of ecstasy, alleviating the negative pain typically associated with healing. Enhancements in yang release control. Learning, refining, modifying, and creating medical ninjutsu are all rendered more efficient. Improvements in medical ninjutsu control, chakra management, healing speed, and treatment efficacy are achieved. I knew it. Today will not be a day of misfortune. Amidst the serene mountain scenery, a plethora of medical knowledge inundated his mind, accompanied by an extensive repertoire of medical ninjutsu practices firmly etched in his memory, causing the corners of his mouth to stretch into an exuberant grin. What does it mean when the heavens align in harmony and fortune flows through all beings? This is precisely it. Although the medical ninjutsu of the blue entry level still falls short of independently developing techniques akin to life rebirth, has he not made significant progress? In the future, when the opportunity arises, he shall seek inspiration from similar techniques. Furthermore, he plans to consult his beloved sister Tsunade to acquire her treasured collection of medical ninjutsu tomes. One word, steady. Now, let me ponder, to whom should this master of comedic timing bestow his talents? The figure of Yamashita Kei swiftly traversed the dense forests of the Land of Fire. After an arduous journey lasting the better part of a day, he finally pierced through the fabric of time and space, faintly sensing a spatial coordinate situated 100 kilometers from Konoha. Leaving his own flying thunder god coordinate on the tree trunk beside him, he formed a single-handed seal to initiate a space-time technique. Accompanied by the flames of Vyak, he transported himself to the designated spatial coordinate. The immense distance of the spatial transfer resulted in a significant increase in chakra consumption. However, for Yamashita Kei, now possessing the body of a sage, such expenditure was utterly trivial. Gazing at the 4 characters Sword of Shinobi Love inscribed in a hidden crevice of the rock, he couldn't help but admire Minato's foresight. In the depths of the mountains, the young man secretly resolved to inscribe his flying thunder god coordinates throughout every corner of the ninja world. Although the temporal insights did not permit him to be physically present in Konoha while sensing the coordinates of the hidden cloud village, he believed that possessing an abundance of coordinates would suffice. The journey from Konoha to the hidden cloud village would merely require a few additional uses of the flying thunder god technique. He once again focused his senses on the coordinates that were in closer proximity to Konoha. In the heart of the forest, just a kilometer from the grand gates of Konoha, Yuyuki stood resolutely with the flame of Yuyuki Castle in hand, gazing at the towering entrance from a distance. Reluctant to prematurely reveal his flying thunder god technique, he proceeded along the main road with unwavering determination. An hour earlier, within the office of the Reikage and Kumogakure, the third Reikage, surveyed the 2 individuals before him, Yuki and Mizai, and spoke solemnly. Moments prior, news had arrived from the front line. The advanced reconnaissance team had encountered an ambush by the Mist Village upon landing on the islands of the Land of Water. The elite Jonin, Saisei, had fallen in battle. Yuki stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of the news. Tears streamed silently down his cheeks, blurring the world around him. Reikage-sama, my father. Mizai, his mind a void, wept uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his thoughts or inquiries. His retirement had long been approved. No longer a ninja, he had been summoned to the Reikage's office by the Umbu. On the way, he had considered many possibilities and prepared himself mentally. Yet, upon hearing of his father's demise, he realized he was far from the strength he had envisioned. In the battle against the Mist Ninja, Saisei had displayed unparalleled bravery, devising optimal strategies to protect the inexperienced Jonin, Nikai, and successfully rescuing the endangered Jonin, Troy. In a selfless act to create an opportunity for his comrades to escape, he had chosen to remain behind, heroically delaying the enemy's pursuit, ultimately sacrificing himself in the process. He was a hero of Kumogakure, an exemplary ninja embodying the will of lightning. Stepping forward, the ever-present Tsukadai elaborated on the circumstances of that fateful day. A hero? Mizai cried, his voice choked with grief, desperately wiping his tears with his sleeve. Memories of his father's proud expressions when he was idolized surged forth, deepening his sorrow. In truth, he did not idolize heroes. He revered only his father. Liars. You are all liars. Uncle promised me. Yuki murmured, lost and bewildered, gazing at his surroundings like a forsaken creature stripped of its only support. Above him, the azure chakra of the two-tailed beast enveloped his form, its fiery essence swirling around him. The 2 tails, composed of chakra, waved behind him, displaying signs of impending fury. Yuki, stay calm. The Reikage furrowed his brow, emanating the terrifying aura of a shadow-level powerhouse. However, the current Yuki, completely oblivious to his words, could not perceive his formidable presence. A sound akin to fabric tearing echoed in her mind. In an instant, her consciousness plunged into the depths of her inner sea. A young man, clad in a Konoha Jounin vest with a mane of dazzling golden hair, sat atop the head of the 2 tails. He was engaged in a nonchalant conversation with the beast, intermittently and playfully patting its head. The once temperamental large cat, which resided in Yuki's heart, now lay listlessly on the ground, entirely devoid of the will to resist. Upon noticing Yuki's entrance, the creature stiffened momentarily, then slowly covered its face with its massive paws. Uncle? Yuki tilted her head, uncertainty lacing her softly spoken words. Fragments of sealed memories surged back, accompanied by an unending stream of sealing techniques, tailed beast control secrets, and training experiences flashing through her mind. Are you happy to know that I am not dead? In the mountainous landscape, Urwei leapt down from her head, emerging from the confines of the ironclad seal. Approaching the wooden figure, she gently ruffled the little one's hair. You're such a deceiver, the wooden figure pouted, her expression one of endearing discontent. She slightly rose on her tiptoes, enhancing the sensation atop her head, making it feel even more tangible. For now, concealed by Urwei's power, it is difficult for Reikage to detect any anomalies. However, over time, the discrepancies will inevitably come to light. Thus, I shall keep my words succinct. In the mountains, The wooden figure gently tapped the small head of its doppelganger. This manifestation, sealed by an iron armor, was composed of a substantial amount of shadow energy and fragments of memory, although limited by its somewhat inadequate sealing technique and the unremarkable iron armor. It was estimated that the total amount of energy was likely less than that which the original character, Minato Namikaze, had left within Naruto. However, owing to a mental prowess that surpassed Minato's by several folds, the quality of this energy was significantly superior. As long as this power was not squandered recklessly, it could accompany the wooden figure for a long, long time. In the Raikage's office, the third Raikage, observed the wooden figure, whose tailed beast chakra was rapidly dissipating. His gaze vacant. Aside softly, the wooden figure was indeed a promising talent, and Kisame was a man worthy of trust. His earlier orders were largely intended to mitigate the dangers Kisame faced during missions, allowing him to properly support the Jinchuriki's growth. Who would have thought that Kisame would fall on the path of his last mission? Liar, the wooden figure muttered, lowering his head, repeating the phrase in a hushed tone. Without greeting anyone, he turned and pushed open the door of the Raikage's office, stepping outside. Lord Raikage, Tsuchikage called out, taking a step forward, nervously watching the retreating figure. It was all right. She would not betray Kisame's intentions. The voice of the third Raikage, reached the wooden figure's ears distinctly. The young girl hesitated for a moment before continuing to walk outward. Did you hear that? The Raikage is calling you. The sounds of the mountain scenery echoed in the depths of Yomiurin's heart. Uncle, I am so nervous. Please, do not jest, she murmured quietly to herself. With her head bowed, she kept her expression hidden from others and silently made her way home. Lord Raikage, I must take my leave as well, Mazai said, wiping away the tears in his eyes and bowing to the third Raikage. Live well, the Raikage managed to utter, his voice conveying a weight of emotion in those four simple words. As a ninja, Saisei had diligently fulfilled his mission. Yet, as a father, he wished for his son to lead a peaceful life. Thus, as Raikage, he chose to respect that wish. After seeing Muzai force a smile and depart from the office, the third Raikage, spoke again to his aide, T-Dai. Ensure that logistics pays attention. If necessary, prioritize purchasing from their farm. Understood, T-Dai replied, quickly jotting down the instructions in his notebook. Also, keep an eye on Yomiurin's condition today and inform the family of the next fallen ninja. Standing by the office window, the third Raikage gazed out at the tumultuous sea of clouds, his grip on the railing tightening involuntarily. The railing creaked ominously, bending under the pressure of his hand. Kiri Village. Covert assassinations, deliberate provocations, and preemptive ambushes. Very well. If they disregard our Kumogakure, we shall make them our first target. In the second district of Kumogakure, Yomiurin quickened her pace, eventually breaking into a run as she returned home. Upon closing her bedroom door, she buried herself under the covers, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Pouting, she complained, Uncle, I cannot act. What if someone discovers my flaws in the future? Ding ding ding. Class is now in session with Uncle Keika. In a peculiar tone reminiscent of storytelling for children, Yamashita Kei recounted his years of experience in disguise. At this stage, even if the wooden puppet were to reveal himself and burst into laughter, others would likely attribute it to the young girl's overwhelming shock. As for the future, with his guidance, it would merely be a performance, a minor issue. Uncle, why don't you take me to the Hidden Leaf Village? Yamashita Kei rested his chin on his hands, expressing his naive fantasies. That's a splendid idea. I, your uncle, shall strive to see how many years it may take to achieve that. Uncle, you're quite lacking. Why don't you put in some effort yourself? Become the perfect Jinchuriki and come find me? Hige, that sounds great. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito were all present. They gazed at the frail figure of Yakuju-en, their expressions grave. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some discontent regarding Yamashita Kei's delay of over 20 days in returning to the village. However, upon receiving intelligence about the alliance between the Mist Village and the Rock Village, he had seemingly forgotten his earlier thoughts. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who had been summoned on short notice, frequently cast appreciative glances at Yamashita Kei. Merely due to the sheer coincidence of the assassination of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki by the Mist Village, he boldly speculated and cautiously verified, ultimately obtaining such crucial intelligence and even bringing back the informant. This young man exceeded his expectations. Why is this old man looking at me like that? In the mountains. The sight of Yamato made Danzo Shimura feel utterly uneasy. After more than a month apart, the once bandaged figure was now devoid of the wrappings that had enveloped his head. and his appearance bore no trace of the disarray he had exhibited during his time at the Konoha hospital. Although years of living in the shadows had left him shrouded in a somber aura, his unveiled visage surprisingly appeared more agreeable. Could it be that even the renowned Hiruzen Sarutobi could not fully satisfy this man? In the serene mountains, a wave of disdain surged within me. Instinctively, I cast a glance at the title above the individual's head. Name, Shimura Danzo. Profession, ninja. Title, Oni Yagura 2, purple. Wind Release Mastery, blue. Brainwashing Expertise, blue. Illusion Mastery, green. Water Release Mastery, green. Sealing Mastery, green. Ruthless Means, white. Cold-Blooded, white. Balanced Offense and Defense, white. Vast Imagination, black. Oni Yagura 2, purple. Utilizing the forbidden technique Oni Yagura, and with the aid of top-tier scientists in the ninja world. This technique merges the three-tomo Sharingan with the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan, resulting in a pseudo-double bloodline limit. It significantly enhances compatibility with Ein Release, illusionary talent, mental strength, insight, resistance to illusions, and greatly improves affinity and talent for water release, while also lowering the cultivation difficulty of the secret techniques of the Akatsuki clan. What is this nonsense? Has it evolved? As he gazed upon the violet inscription atop Danzo's head, the scenery in the mountains stirred a tempest of disdain within his heart. It has only been a little over a month. How could this old fool have allowed Orochimaru to conjure such a phenomenon? Moreover, in the original narrative, was it not stated that the technique of the Ghost Bud was contingent upon specific celestial and terrestrial conditions for its execution? Did Danzo fortuitously encounter such circumstances? Or is it merely a matter of two bloodline limits, devoid of the intricate fusion of 5 bloodlines as required by the likes of Hiruzen? Alternatively, has that research-obsessed Orochimaru resolved these conundrums? It seems as though it demands a sacrifice of life. As Shanjiajin gazed upon the detailed annotations at the conclusion of the entry, a sense of certainty enveloped him. He was convinced that Danzo had indeed made the necessary preparations. Otherwise, given this old man's aversion to risking his life, it was inconceivable that he would sit here calmly, deliberating matters with Sarutobi and his companions. In contrast to Danzo's initial entry, the aged man now boasted an additional purple entry, Ghost Budding, Level 2. Along with 2 newfound green entries, Mastery of Illusions and Mastery of Water Techniques. Even in his advanced years, when his physical condition had deteriorated significantly, he had exhibited an audacious prowess. The sudden enhancement of his abilities was nothing short of miraculous. Wait a moment, where has my brother, who is so fragrant, gone? In the mountains, the gaze of Yamashita settled upon the white entry, embodying both offense and defense. Just a fleeting glance at the entry's details sent chills racing down his arm. He comprehended the situation. Greetings, my fragrant white entry. You have encountered a transformation, becoming a formidable dual threat. This old fellow, who has he targeted? His eyes discreetly scanned the entries of Sarutobi and Mito. Noticing that neither of their entries exhibited any changes, Yamashita's mind abruptly conjured the alluring figure of Ant Snake. Surely it cannot be. At this stage, Orochimaru's threshold should not be so adaptable. Who, then, is the unfortunate victim? In the depths of the mountains, Kage's curiosity had reached its zenith. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have truly desired to cast an illusion upon Danzo and inquire with fervor who had truly caused the turmoil. Kage, please return and rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally commanded after a moment of contemplation, enveloped in clouds and mist. Yes, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave now. As I was about to exit the Hokage's office, eager to return home and share a tender moment with my beloved Tsunade, Shimura Danzo unexpectedly spoke up. Wait a moment. He produced a scroll from within his robes and placed it before Sarutobi Hiruzen, fixing his gaze upon the old comrade with an expression of utmost seriousness. This is what you desire. My roots indeed require a ninja of such caliber as you. In the heart of the mountains, Kage was momentarily taken aback, nearly suppressing a shiver. Damn it. Just before arriving at the village, Nara Shikaka mentioned that you were merely testing each other in a casual manner, right? Come on, Akatsuki. Are you serious about this? Please, take a moment to reflect. I am a staunch supporter of the Hokage lineage, a ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Moreover, I am the fiancé of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and I have stood by Kushina on numerous occasions. Our positions are fundamentally different, you know? And didn't you previously express doubts about my intentions towards you? Please, continue to harbor those suspicions, if you would. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reach for the scroll that Danzo had placed before him. After silently inhaling from his pipe, he spoke once more. We shall discuss this matter later. Kage, for now, you may return. Understood. In the mountains, Shanzhongjing decisively made his exit. Upon stepping through the office door, he swiftly formed a hand seal, establishing a connection to the back door of the Konoha perception barrier. He quickly located Narashikaku, who was leisurely enjoying drinks with Yamashita Kei and a kimchi choza at the Sami restaurant. With a series of body flicker techniques, he arrived at the private room within less than 2 minutes, seizing Narashikaku by the collar and shaking him vigorously. Speak. Did you sell me out? I refuse to believe you didn't suspect that Danzo truly intended for me to join the route. No, if Danzo wants me in the route, it must be you who instigated it. Stop. Stop. I'm going to be sick, Narashikaku exclaimed as the relentless shaking threatened to expel the alcohol from his stomach. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza and Yamashita Kei exchanged guilty glances upon hearing Shanzhongjing's words, cautiously lifting their cups to take small sips. Unsure how to explain themselves, they glanced at Narashikaku and promptly abandoned any further contemplation. With an external brain present, there was no need to panic. Damn, your expressions reveal everything. None of you are innocent. You're all involved? Are you even human? Observing the reactions of the three individuals, it became abundantly clear to him that his suspicions were indeed correct. He nearly succumbed to the urge to bestow upon them a paternal display of concern. Clenching his fists, he shot a fierce glare at the trio and released his grip on Narashikaku's collar. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Cough, cough, Jing. Narashikaku began, carefully choosing his words. I believe that entering the route may not be as dreadful as it appears. As the newly appointed leader of the elite Jonin, he had encountered numerous confidential matters pertaining to the route. He had even thoroughly investigated the issue that Yamashita Jing had previously tasked him with. Ruthless, unfeeling, and merciless. One could even argue that it was devoid of humanity. Yet, what shinobi village can claim to be free from such dark facets? However, by joining the route, one could enjoy a status and privileges akin to those of Orochimaru, all while evading the control of the cursed seal of tongue. Once the third Hokage steps down, and Orochimaru ascends to the position of fourth Hokage, would it not be a certainty that he would emerge as the next leader of the route? Moreover, even if one were to feel unfit for the role and wish to withdraw, without the constraints of the cursed seal, a simple conversation with the third Hokage would suffice. Could Danzo truly hold someone against their will? Why the vehement resistance? Do you wish for me to become the second shadow of the ninja world? Shanzhongjing wore an expression of peculiar bewilderment. He had never considered this path before, yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat plausible. However, the arduous tasks at the roots were indeed numerous. But if one were to assume the role of a leader, would they not ultimately bear the brunt of the responsibility? Moreover, given Tawanzo's current state of both offense and defense, who in their right mind would dare to engage with him excessively? Offense and defense? Narashikahiza found this familiar term, uttered by his brother, to be somewhat strange. After all, he was a formidable individual with an IQ exceeding 190 according to official data. Having grown up alongside Shanzhongjing, he merely needed to ponder for a moment to grasp the concept of offense and defense. But Tawanzo? This revelation was indeed shocking enough to challenge his very worldview. With an expression of utmost peculiarity, Narashikahiza brushed away the goosebumps on his arm and exchanged a knowing glance with Yamashita Kei beside him. Years of collaboration had forged an impeccable understanding between them, and Yamashita Kei immediately employed a technique to connect their minds. Narashikahiza's voice resonated within the hearts of the group. Currently, the number of ninjas in Konoha had surpassed its carrying capacity, and the influence of ninja clans within various departments was intricately intertwined. And the mountains listened intently to his analysis. Overall, the upper echelons of Konoha are currently saturated. The third Hokage, in his efforts to mobilize Konoha's resources to effectively confront the impending war, is unlikely to disrupt the existing balance easily. This explains why both he and have been permitted to attend high-level meetings without being granted actual power. Once Konoha enters the battlefield, as a member of the standard ninja ranks, he will inevitably become a frontline blade directed into combat. Given his prowess, he could indeed shine in the war, much like in the original narrative, quickly ascending in status and position. However, his lineage as a member of the clan limits his potential far more than that of the unblemished genius that represents. Furthermore, his strength is both a blessing and a curse. The higher-ups in Konoha are acutely aware that his abilities have surpassed those of, and many ninja clans within Konoha have come to learn of this development. While they may suppress their apprehensions during the war, what will happen afterward? To prevent such uncertainties, Joining the roots and becoming part of its higher echelon undoubtedly presents a commendable option, even if harbors ulterior motives and secrecy. The prowess of Yamashita Kei, coupled with the support of the boar deer butterfly, and further bolstered by Kushina as a formidable deterrent, paves the way for strategic planning. The actual control over the roots is not an insurmountable challenge. With strength, influence, and the ruthless operational style of the roots, who would dare provoke Yamashita Kei? If Orochimaru were to seamlessly ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage after the Third Great Ninja War, you would stand as the unwavering aide to the Hokage, with a status second to none. Narashikaka summarized, painting a picture of a bright future for Yamashita Kei. Second to none? I'm second only to one. In the depths of his heart, Yamanaka Kei responded with irritation before speaking again. Your analysis is commendable, but refrain from such analysis in the future. Allow me to share some news. On the third day of my mission, I eliminated a formidable foe. Who? Which hidden village? Konoha. Uchiha Madara. Narashikaka opened his mouth, poised to utter something, when suddenly, through the mind-body technique, the vivid imagery of the confrontation between Yamanaka Kei and Uchiha Madara flashed before him. The overwhelming Susanoo, the cataclysmic birth of the god tree, wooden beings and dragons rampaging in all directions, the fierce clash of fire and water techniques. Even having perused the clan's historical records multiple times, witnessing this scene in reality struck him with an impact that nearly caused his eyes to bulge out. Beside him, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi dropped their wine cups onto the table, their mouths opening and closing in speechlessness. How infuriating. If you possess such power, you should have mentioned it sooner, Narashikaka exclaimed, gripping Yamanaka Kei's collar, his eyes nearly bloodshot. Cough, cough. I've recently experienced a slight breakthrough in strength. In the mountains. Jing let out a dry cough, stirring the overly excited Narashikaka. Before seeking out Uchiha Madara, he had not possessed such prowess. What does this imply? Jing, do you aspire to become the fourth Hokage? The moment you express your desire, we shall commence efforts to support you. Do not jest. What significance does that position hold? Consider this. If I were to assume that role, who would be the busiest person? Narashikaku's eyes twitched at these words, his expression beginning to shift unpredictably. The temperament of the Yamanaka clan is well understood by him. This individual only exhibits diligence during his training sessions. At all other times, he prefers to recline rather than stand. Once the other party ascends to the position of Hokage, it is highly likely that he, as the captain of the Jonin, will be treated as mere livestock. Moreover, it is not just him. Any member of the Nara clan with a modicum of intelligence will likely find no respite. Even the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans will be relegated to the role of the primary labor force. Yet, the opportunity for the rise of the pig, deer, and butterfly trio is right before them. Reflecting on the development of the Sarutobi clan since the ascent of Sarutobi Hiruzen to the position of third Hokage, he cannot reconcile himself to relinquishing such a rare opportunity so easily. The Senju clan is no more. The Uchiha have been marginalized within the village, and who knows when they might face their demise. The Sarutobi clan, alas. In the serene mountains, Yamanaka Kage gently patted Narashikaka's shoulder. In such an environment as that of the Hidden Leaf Village, the rise of any ninja clan to prominence inevitably invites fierce backlash, whether from those in power, other ninja clans, or even common ninjas. There exists a shared reluctance to allow any single clan to dominate for an extended period. Narashikaku remained silent for a considerable time before finally exhaling a long, heavy breath. The cycle of prosperity leading to decline is inexorable. What reaches its zenith must inevitably descend. The tangible benefits that are visible to the naked eye may be alluring. Yet neither he nor Yamanaka Kage can escape the constraints of mortality. Just as the third Hokage will age and eventually step down, it is imperative that the legacy of their clan be entrusted to the hands of the younger generation. When the burden becomes too great, decline becomes a certainty. Now that the serious matters have been addressed, let us indulge in some entertaining activities. In the mountains, the malevolent gaze of Yamanaka Kei swept across Narashikaku, Akidu Tei's, and Yamanaka Aichi. These fellows, without so much as a greeting, conspired to lead him into a predicament, even if it were for his own good. The lack of consultation felt utterly unacceptable. Upon catching Yamanaka Kei's eye, Akidu Tei's involuntarily shuddered, his flesh quivering in tandem. Having grown up together, he was all too familiar with this individual's temperament. Kei, you understand me. My intellect has never been particularly sharp, and this plan was certainly not my own. Narashikaku looked incredulously at the first to abandon him, Akadu Tei's. Before he could question his friend's apparent disloyalty, Yamanaka Aichi chimed in. Kei, you know me. I am but a sieve in your presence. Had Shikaku confided in me sooner, how could you possibly be unaware? You guys. Nara Shikaku was taken aback. They had vowed to be lifelong brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Here they were, still enjoying a drink together. And yet, they had forsaken him? Ninjutsu, heart confusion technique. In the heart of the mountains, a solitary figure, Jiang Zhongjing, executed a hand seal, invoking the secret techniques of his clan. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Nara Shikaku, poised to flee, found himself firmly restrained in place. What the devil? Jiang, let us discuss this amicably. Yoshino is still at the reception. Spare me a chance to escape. Nara Shikaku's countenance was one of sheer terror, as he foresaw the dreadful events that were about to unfold. Fear not, for my medical ninjutsu has improved significantly of late. Magical heaven and earth. With that, Jiang Zhongjing swung open the door to the private room. Under the influence of the specially tailored magical heaven and earth, Nara Shikaku could no longer resist the encroaching illusion. With dazed eyes, he rose from his seat, a blissful expression adorning his face as he seized a decorative fan from the cabinet. He began to dance in a flamboyant manner, singing as he moved. Oh, do, I hear that drinks are to be had. To the left, peach wine, do, and now to the right, cherry sauce. Do. Yinshan peach, lumuing. I'm doomed. He was ensnared by the illusion, mistaking the scene for a revelry on Adofa Street. The expressions of Akimichi Dingzu and Jiang Zhonghai shifted dramatically. They attempted to escape, only to find Nara Yoshino, alerted by the commotion, peering curiously from the doorway of the private room. Excuse me, are the peach and cherry sauces referring to the lovely Miss Yinshan Peach and Miss Lu Muing? Nara Yoshino inquired sweetly, her face beaming as she observed Nara Shikaku, who was now playfully manipulating the fan. As the de facto manager of Samei Pavilion, she greeted patrons daily, far from being an oblivious lady of leisure. With the drinking song and the mention of peach and cherry sauce, she instantly recalled the two exquisite geishas from Adofa Street. The dance was performed with remarkable skill, suggesting that he had frequented such establishments often. Ah, Yoshino. I have just returned from a mission and was eager to see Kushina, so I headed home first. In the mountains, Jing smiled at Nara Yoshino, waving his hand before swiftly exiting the private room through the window. Ahem, it suddenly occurred to me that I had forgotten to turn off the tap before leaving. In the mountains, Hachi's reaction was swift. He hastily concocted an excuse and departed through the window. I too. Just as Akadu Tetsuzu finished speaking, he vanished from the private room. Turning back, he cast a sympathetic glance at Nara Shikahisa, who had just emerged from the illusion. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. He sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he lacked loyalty, but given the circumstances, there was truly no salvation. Staying a moment longer might even lead to his own downfall. Nara Shikahisa's wife was not easily dealt with. Could his own partner be any more lenient? Yoshino, please allow me to explain. I was ensnared by that trickster Yamamoto. He even employed a technique to control my heart and body. I had no means to resist. Nara Shikahisa hurriedly attempted to clarify. Well, have you finished? Yoshino raised her palm with a tender expression, wiping the sweat from the anxious Nara Shikahisa's forehead. It's over. You might as well search the storeroom for a washboard to kneel on. With so many people outside, do not disrupt the business. Nara Shikahisa was about to protest again when he saw his wife's expression gradually turn serious. He hastily rose to seek out a washboard in the storeroom. For now, kneeling in there was preferable. If he further incited his wife's anger, he could only imagine where he would end up kneeling. Iwayama Momo, Yanagi Sakura. It seems there is still some vitality left within. They actually have the energy to indulge in frivolous pleasures. Nara Yoshino scoffed. She understood that Iwayama Momo and Yanagi Sakura were merely entertainers, not offering their bodies. Yet, who could predict the whims of men? Today they may dare to remain chaste. But who knows when they might decide to indulge? If he did not safeguard his interests, would he not live in constant trepidation? As I returned to the mountainous village, I caught sight of the delicate wisps of smoke rising from my home, a smile unconsciously gracing my lips. It is often said that newlywed couples feel as though a day apart is akin to 3 autumns. Although I have yet to marry Kushina, the fact that I had to embark on a mission so soon after cohabiting left me yearning for her presence. I'm back. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kushina, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, turned to see me at the entrance, changing my shoes. Her charming visage, free of makeup, radiated with sheer delight. Without even setting down the spatula in her hand, she hurriedly slipped on her fluffy little fox slippers and leapt into my embrace. I spun her around in my arms, engulfed in the warmth of our reunion. Kushina, with her head lowered, silently expressed her yearning through her actions as she sat with Yamato, her eyes gently closed. She embraced the neck of her beloved, clumsily reciprocating the fervent emotions they shared. After a span of over 5 minutes, the disheveled Kushina finally blushed deeply as she grasped Yamato's restless hands. Tsunade will be back soon. Has she really been away from the village for such an extended time? In the mountains, a visage of consternation lingered upon his face. Considering Tsunade's disposition, it would be uncharacteristic for her to remain in the village for more than 10 days before vanishing without a trace. Yet, here we are, a month later, and she still resides at his home. Although the inheritance of the water release techniques from the Senju clan ensures her future comfort, he merely yearns for the simple pleasure of being with his girlfriend in the sanctity of his abode. What fault lies in that? The Hokage has imposed a restriction, forbidding Tsunade from leaving the village. Kushina playfully stuck out her tongue, adorably nuzzling against her boyfriend's chest, inhaling the reassuring scent that brought her solace. How about we visit the Senju ancestral home? She suggested. No, that wouldn't be appropriate, he replied. On the mountains. A long sigh escaped from the depths of his being. He could comprehend the prohibition placed upon Tsunade to leave the village. After all, war loomed ominously on the horizon. Even though she suffered from hemophobia and was unable to personally tend to the wounded, her mere presence at the Konoha hospital served as a profound source of reassurance for the vast majority of Konoha's shinobi. How could the third Hokage possibly allow her to wander freely across the world? I won't lock my door at night, Kushina said, her cheeks flushed crimson. After uttering those words, she swiftly darted into the kitchen, locking the door behind her with a click. In the mountains, Shangjong chuckled softly, humming a little tune as he made his way towards the bathroom. A refreshing bath was in order. By evening, this step could be blissfully omitted. Perfection. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, causing Shangjong to turn in puzzlement as he prepared to draw the bathwater. Approaching the door, he swung it open. Before him stood Captain Neo, clad in the attire of the Umbu and wearing a mask that concealed his features. He addressed Shangjong. The Hokage has sent me to inquire your thoughts on joining the Umbu training department. Should you choose to join, you would assume the position of deputy director, primarily overseeing the training of Umbu reserve members, providing guidance for advanced studies and evaluations, as well as organizing daily internship tasks. If you do not wish to join, the Hokage will convey your refusal to the Hokage's assistant. After delivering this lengthy message, Neo, who typically favored brevity and refrained from unnecessary speech, exhaled deeply. It was indeed a challenge for him to relay verbal instructions. I accept the offer. Please extend my gratitude to the Hokage. In the heart of the mountains, Jiang gazed at Kai Shernai, who was busily occupied in the kitchen, and readily accepted the position at the Umbu training department. The Umbu training department is merely a FAAD for the route, overseen by Shimura Danzo, who holds the title of minister. As the authoritative deputy minister responsible for the training, advancement, and assessment of reserve members, as well as the distribution of route missions, it is only fitting that he supersedes Danzo. Moreover, Nara Shikaku's earlier remark rings true. To eradicate all underhanded schemes, one must wield a power that instills fear in others. The shadows of the ninja world, the second Hokage. Perhaps? Just a playful thought. Jiang, who just arrived? Kai Shernai inquired, using the back of her hand to cool her still flushed cheeks, peering through the kitchen door. The Umbu should soon deliver my appointment letter. Huh? Weren't you just reassigned to the regular combat team? Where are you going now? Take a guess. There's a prize for the correct answer, but if you guess wrong, you owe me a kiss. I'm not foolish. Umbu's visit must signify a significant department. You've just come from the analysis class, so it's unlikely you'll be reassigned there again. It must be the intelligence department or the sensory barrier unit. Wrong. Come on. A bet's a bet. Open the door for a kiss. Oh, didn't you just come by? Kai Shernai looked at the locked kitchen door, which Jiang easily opened with a key formed from his earth-style chakra. Her face, still not fully cooled, flushed anew. Is it really the same? In the embrace of the mountains, Kushina found herself nestled against the waist of Yamashita. Once more, they indulged in the exquisite flavors of their meal. While a long-married couple might find such moments trivial, for young lovers, the allure never wanes. A waft of burnt food reached their nostrils. Kushina playfully thumped Yamashita's chest twice before rushing to salvage the dish in the pot. Now, you must tell me where you are going to work, right? Not going to guess. Not a chance. I refused to jump into that pit twice. But just a moment ago, You claimed you weren't foolish, didn't you? Humph. Precisely because I am not foolish, I shall not venture a guess. You mischievous rascal, making me guess only leads to a destination I cannot fathom. Kusanai scrunched her little nose and made a playful face at Yamashita. Her charming demeanor evoked an irresistible urge to pinch her delicate, porcelain-like cheeks. It's a secret. In the mountains, Jing smiled as she spoke. Tanglang Kusanai slightly parted her lips, causing the spatula in her hand to slip and fall into the pot. With a look of concern, she turned to glance at her boyfriend. Lacking any signs of a tongue-tied curse, she held the position of a powerful deputy minister. It seemed that the 3 generations of elders intended to use my influence to counterbalance Danzo. As for Danzo himself, he likely harbored his own ulterior motives. But the issue was not significant. The scenery in the mountains has been elucidated. Should you wish to confront Danzo, do remember to summon me. I have recently come to an agreement with that cunning fox. Kiki, when the time comes, you shall witness what true invincibility looks like. Kushina's eyes gleamed with an alarming brightness as she raised her right arm, attempting to showcase her biceps. However, her slender and delicate arms lacked any semblance of strength, instead rendering her appearance adorably charming to the thug. If it weren't for the sound of the door opening outside, this little tomato would surely have fallen prey to the villain's grasp. Kushina, with an extra little one to feed, do cook an additional bowl, will you? I have been rather bored these past few days, you see. Tsunade, with a small slug perched upon her head, entered the living room barefoot. She swiftly pulled Yamaguchi from the kitchen. If it weren't for her exhausting morning, leaving her ravenously hungry, she would have preferred to forego the meal altogether and indulge in some amusement. Ah, Las Vegas. Truly a place that captivates her dreams. Understood. In the mountains, Jiang gazed upon a once stunning face, now marred by the lewd expressions of Tsunade, eliciting a resigned sigh. Damn it. Can't this face be utilized properly? And your tone. One might mistakenly think I intend to take you to a brothel. Senior Jiang, Senior Kushina, I apologize for the intrusion. Hataki Kakashi, having donned the slippers prepared for guests at the entrance, ambled into the living room with his signature deadpan expression, bowing respectfully to Jiang and Kushina. Don't look at me. This kid lost his teammates on a mission again. The 3rd Hokage asked me to provide some guidance. As if I could offer any meaningful counsel. Upon hearing you had returned, I thought it prudent to bring him for you to evaluate. Tsunade, displaying evident impatience, reclined on a nearby sofa. While she was indeed a medical ninja, Kakashi's issue was neither physical nor a matter of mental trauma. It was blatantly clear that the death of his senior, Shumo, had left him with unresolved feelings. What good would it do to hand the matter over to her? It would be more beneficial for Jiang to cast a few more illusions. Rin has perished? Or perhaps Obito has met his end. As the scenery unfolded before him, Yamashita's gaze flickered towards the lethargic Kakashi, an unfamiliar shinobi from Konoha. Kakashi, feeling the weight of Yamashita's scrutiny, averted his eyes and whispered a response. Recently, their mentor, Minato, had been engaged in arduous missions, and their team struggled to keep pace, inevitably left behind. 10 days prior, the esteemed 3rd Hokage had unexpectedly assigned them to collaborate with another team. The leader of that team, a Nin, disregarded his counsel and recklessly ventured forth with Obito. While the team members lacked sufficient prowess, was it not commonplace for 2 to perish in such circumstances? Ultimately, he bore the brunt of the responsibility. Yet he could not fathom how it had fallen upon him. Would you recount the events? Upon hearing that it was not Haruno Sakura and Obito, Yamashiro Aki felt a sense of relief. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he inquired about the origins of the matter. Kakashi met Yamashiro Aki's gaze directly, remaining silent and refraining from speaking. According to the regulations governing the ninja of Konoha, C-rank missions already mandated that no information be disclosed to unrelated parties. As for B-rank missions, one must first report to the Hokage's office and obtain the Hokage's approval before proceeding. Is that when the Hokage assigned you the mission? In the mountainous setting, Yamashita initially believed that Kakashi was at a loss for words. Thus, he took the initiative to propose a time frame, albeit under strict confidentiality. Damn. Yamashita, nearly choking on those 4 words, found himself both infuriated and amused. To be honest, after years of being a ninja, he usually engaged in casual conversations about tasks below A rank and whispered discussions regarding S rank missions. It was truly a first encountering Kakashi's obstinacy. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke again. I believe your current challenge lies in a lack of effective communication. You ought to attend a few classes on the art of language before addressing your conceptual issues. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly in response, yet he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tsunade, reclining on the sofa and awaiting dinner, observed Kakashi as he began to tease Yama's Hanjin, barely suppressing a laugh. Excellent. At last. She was not the sole bearer of the torment. Before dinner, let me offer you a little prelude. In the serene mountains, Kage, with one hand pressed against his forehead, felt for the first time that communicating with another person was an arduous task. Revised Nair's illusion technique. Activate. He formed a hand seal, casting a modified D-rank illusion that ensnared Kakashi within its grasp. Casting a fleeting glance at his system interface, Kage commanded, System, bestow the skilled supporting role upon Kakashi. After all, he deserves more than a mere cannon fodder. Furthermore, Kakashi's ineptitude was exasperating. He barely managed to articulate anything coherent, and when he did, it was delivered in a manner that could choke a person. A faint green light, visible only to Kage, swiftly merged into Kakashi's being, immersed in the illusion. Kakashi experienced intense emotional fluctuations, his expression shifting dramatically, completely oblivious to any irregularity. What kind of illusion did you cast on him? Tsunade inquired, raising an eyebrow as she observed Kakashi, who had barely been under the illusion for 2 seconds before doubling over in pain, clutching his abdomen. The revised Nair's illusion technique not only instills psychological fear but also disrupts the 5 senses, sight, hearing, and pain. Its operational difficulty is roughly classified as B rank or higher. As for the strength of the illusion well, he certainly cannot break free. I was asking about the content, Tsunade replied, her tone laced with concern and affection that echoed from a father to son. Truly, that is so like you. Upon hearing it was a father's torment of his son, her lips curled into a smirk. Serves him right. Kushina has never been slow in the kitchen. Upon Tsunade's return, within a mere 15 minutes, a feast of aromatic and visually appealing dishes was laid out upon the dining table. In the serene mountains, Kakashi effortlessly dispelled the illusion that ensnared him. As he emerged from the depths of the Jinjutsu, he found his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing the attentive gazes of those around him, he, who prided himself on being a mature young man, turned his head away to wipe his tears, regaining his composure before taking a seat at the head of the dining table. How does Kakashi feel? In the mountains, Jing inquired about Kakashi's feelings. I am well. Esteemed senior, thank you for your concern, Kakashi replied, pausing his meal and sitting up straight in a respectful manner. Very good, very good. Maintain this state. I am certain it will greatly enhance your interpersonal relationships. Yamashita nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Kakashi to relax and hasten his meal. I appreciate your concern, senior. Kakashi nodded and resumed his meal. Tsunade, who was fiercely devouring her food, furrowed her brows and glanced up at Kakashi, who had begun eating again. Meanwhile, Kushina cast a puzzled look towards Yamashita. Although this little fellow was always quite polite, expressions such as I am troubled, I appreciate your efforts, and thank you for your concern had never previously escaped his lips. Illusionary techniques for healing. Could they truly have such an immediate effect? After uttering those words, Kakashi himself felt they were somewhat uncharacteristic. However, recalling the phrases his father had taught him amidst battle, he instinctively attributed this transformation to the efficacy of the illusionary treatment. Perhaps, pain makes memories more vivid? This was merely the beginning. In the mountains, the peculiar glances exchanged between Tsunade and Kushina elicited a silent chuckle from Kakashi. It occurred to him that it was fortunate he had yet to encounter Obito, the incessant chatterbox. The mere thought of Obito's relentless prattle, with Kakashi responding to every utterance, preventing any remark from falling to the ground, brought a smile to his face. He increasingly believed that bestowing the role of the straight man upon Kakashi was indeed a sagacious decision. Surely, Minato and Rin would be delighted. Afterward, a rather pleasant lunch came to a close. In the mountains, Jingshan, without uttering a word, cast another illusionary spell upon Kakashi. Kushina tidied the tableware and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tsunade, having overindulged, resembled a woman several months into pregnancy, leaning back on the sofa while cradling her belly. Sister Jingshan, you've already assumed your position. Please act swiftly. Jingshan, having just sent Kakashi away and sipping her post-meal digestive tea, nearly spat it out at the audacity of such words. What outrageous remarks. While you may disregard your reputation, I still hold mine dear. A fantastical world, a realm of dreams. Though I may jest, the sentiment remains. In the realm of the mountains, Yamashita's splendid illusion has transported Tsunade to the gambling city she has long yearned for. Haha, I am back once more. Witness my unparalleled prowess today, she exclaims exuberantly. Oh, the dealer seems to be quite fortunate. 20 points, but this time, I hold 21, an absolute victory. Do you possess the strength to compete with me? the gambling goddess of Konoha, Tsunade. With 3 consecutive wins, she declares, "None of you shall escape today." Lying on the sofa, Tsunade flails her arms joyfully, her exuberant laughter echoing far and wide. Kushin appears in, nearly toppling off the sofa herself at Tsunade's antics. Meeting Yamashita's gaze, her bright eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She clearly recalls Tsunade's previous experience under the illusion. System, calm. Let us first utilize the random green attribute upgrade opportunity. The scenery in the mountains is equally delightful. With a deft flick of my toes, I propelled Tsunade's tumbling body back onto the sofa. My gaze shifted towards the system interface. The previously green item, medicinal milk, has now been upgraded to the blue item, ecstasy milk, and the skilled support has also been dispatched. Among the 3 green items, only Fate Reversal Apprentice remains. 100% probability. Steady. Congratulations, host. The green item Fate Reversal Apprentice has successfully upgraded to the blue item Fate Manipulator. Fate Manipulator, existing beyond the currents of destiny. Traversing the interwoven realms of fate, actively intervening and altering the destinies of others. Capable of absorbing a small portion of the untamed power of fate that dissipates during significant changes in others' destinies, thereby enhancing one's own fortune within a 10-meter radius. The depth of others' fortunes can be observed. Has the minuscule transformed into a small quantity, augmenting the ability to perceive fortune? Amidst the mountain scenery, the protagonist raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with the enhancements brought about by the advancement of the entry, though it seemed merely a subtle alteration of a single character. The difference between 1% and 10% is a concept of its own. His gaze shifted towards Tsunade and Kakashi, and through the abilities granted by the Fate Master, he distinctly perceived the 2 enveloped in a deep purplish aura of fortune. As the 5th and 6th Hokages in the original narrative, they played a pivotal role in advancing the main storyline. Thus it came as no surprise that they possessed remarkable luck. However, this ability seemed to hold little significance for him. The power of the Memory Palace enabled him to recall the plot of the Hokage world with clarity. When encountering characters from the original work, he could easily consult the Memory Palace. There was no need for observation. As for characters who did not appear in the original narrative, why am I the one in green? As I gazed down at my own form, enveloped in a radiant green glow, I nearly succumbed to despair. Fortune is distinct from fate. While the 2 are interconnected, they are by no means synonymous. Though individuals blessed with abundant fortune generally enjoy favorable destinies, there exist exceptions, such as Tsunade, who is ensnared by ominous labels. Thus, despite my formidable strength, am I still to be deemed an unfortunate soul? In the dimly lit mountains, the protagonist ground his teeth in contemplation, his gaze incessantly shifting between Tsunade and Kakashi. To transition from a nonchalant existence to one of significance, one must alter the fates of others. The more entwined one's destiny is with the forces of fate, the greater the release of such power upon its alteration. The amount of luck absorbed and transformed through the master of fate grows correspondingly. Moreover, the system's rewards are significantly influenced by the repercussions of their fates on the timeline. Tsunade, a future 5th Hokage, and Kakashi, the 6th Hokage, present a formidable opportunity. Should their destinies be altered, the potential for an exponential increase in luck is immense. Not to mention, the rewards from the system could lead to an extraordinary fortune. But the question remains, where should one begin? In the serene mountains, fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the sofa. After alleviating Tsunade's fear of blood, was it truly feasible for her to ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage ahead of schedule? This alteration, while significant, was not insubstantial either. Even with potential rewards, they were likely minimal. The same rationale applied to Kakashi. He could not simply resort to violence against the 2 for the sake of system rewards. This was not a mere game, where eliminating an NPC carried no emotional burden. He was not a player of P, and it was hardly within reason to descend into madness for trifling rewards. The rhythmic knocking at the door echoed once more. In the serene mountains, he momentarily set aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and rose to open the door. A ninja clad in dark attire knelt before him upon his entrance, promptly presenting a scroll. Root? In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow and inquired aloud. Indeed, esteemed Jing, I am known by the codename E, the captain of the 2nd Squad. The Root ninja nodded in response, his tone slightly stiff, yet one could distinctly perceive the awe and respect emanating from him. It is the first time I have encountered such politeness from you. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as he received the scroll from the other party. Upon unfurling it and glancing at its contents, he found that the appointment letter was identical to what the Umbu ninja had previously conveyed. He addressed the root ninja before him, stating, "You may return and report back. Relay to Lord Hokage's assistant that I shall present myself tomorrow." "Understood," the root ninja replied, bowing respectfully before vanishing in an instant. "Given that Tsunade and Kakashi posed a challenge, it seems I must rely on you, Akatsuki, to shoulder the burden." In the serene mountains, a smile crept upon his lips. Just as he found himself in need, Danzo emerged unexpectedly. Who else could it be but him? One can only exclaim, Lord Danzo is truly unparalleled. After finishing his second treatment at 8 in the evening and enjoying another meal, Kakashi respectfully took his leave. In the mountains, Shanjun Jing watched as Kushina, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly entered the bathroom after washing the dishes. He decisively intensified the illusion cast on Tsunade and, without returning to his own room, swiftly slipped into Kushina's bedroom. The bashful Kushina lingered in the bathroom for over an hour before, clad in a bathrobe. She stealthily made her way back to her room. With a click, she locked the door behind her. Standing hesitantly before the door, her face still aflame, she eventually unlocked it with another click. With the silent grace of a stealthy wanderer, Shanjun Jing concealed his presence. Resting his chin on his hand, he sat quietly at the vanity, watching his girlfriend struggle with the door lock, a smile playing on his lips that he could not suppress. He rose and approached her from behind, gently locking the door for her. In the midst of Kushina's bewildered expression, Shanjun Jing swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the soft couch in the bedroom. What are you doing in my room?" Kushina stuttered, her shyness rendering her neck and earlobes as crimson as her cheeks. "I have an inkling of what you intend to do." In the mountains, Jing Shan, emulating Kushina's manner of speaking, lay down on the couch beside her. "That insufferable fellow," Kushina remarked upon noticing her boyfriend's playful expression. Feigning ferocity, she playfully bit his shoulder. The following morning, when Jing Shan awoke from his slumber, he found Kushina's presence had already vanished. Hearing the sounds emanating from the kitchen, he felt a sense of fulfillment from the delightful night spent together and rose from bed, refreshed and ready to wash up. "Where is Tsunade?" "As I was washing up amidst the mountains, I caught a glimpse of the ajar door to Tsunade's bedroom and casually inquired." Given the intensity of her actions the previous night, it was unlikely that she would stir before noon, considering her notorious penchant for gambling. Why then? Was she absent so early? It seemed that the Umbu had summoned her this morning. "I heard that 2 ninjas who had just returned from a mission required her expertise to ascertain a treatment plan." Kushina turned her head slightly, an air of discomfort enveloping her as she fixated on the breakfast simmering in the pot. The events of last night lingered in her mind, and even now, the recollection brought a flush to her cheeks. After a swift wash-up amidst the mountain scenery, I entered the kitchen and embraced the delicate waist of Kushina from behind. "Allow me to present you with a small gift." "What kind of gift?" Kushina, feeling the overwhelming sense of security emanating from her boyfriend, found her initial shyness and nervousness dissipating quietly. It could be considered a unique ability, perhaps. In the serene mountains, Kushina found her chin resting gently against the head of Shanjun. Meanwhile, a command was issued to the system within. "System, bestow the magical girl transformation upon Kushina." The magical girl transformation, purple. Upon exclaiming magical girl transformation, one can harness a unique magical energy, seamlessly integrating it into oneself, culminating in a splendid energy garment. Awakening personal abilities and acquiring exclusive magical equipment or weapons, significantly enhancing strength, speed, defense, endurance, casting speed, and willpower. A flash of deep purple luminescence flickered and vanished. Kushina, who had been pondering how to gift such a special ability to another, momentarily paused in surprise. An overwhelming influx of knowledge, foreign to her, surged through her mind. Her body seemed to perceive an energy unlike chakra. Illusion? A particular application of release? Magical girl? Exclusive magical equipment or weapon? Kushina blinked, quietly disrupting the flow of chakra within her body with her nine-tails chakra. It appeared not to be an illusion. Shall I give it a try? In the mountains, the scenery was serene as the pine trees swayed gently. Holding on to Kushina's arm, he refrained from mentioning his girlfriend's recent antics, which seemingly disrupted her chakra and were likely a ploy to evade genjutsu. After all, during their time at the Ninja Academy, he had often playfully teased Kushina with illusions. Bringing up that topic might stir up old grievances. Thus, he decided it best to sidestep any discussion that could potentially jeopardize their relationship. Wait. Kushina sensed the requirements for activating her abilities and dashed into the living room, promptly activating a soundproof barrier. She was no longer a child, and expressing such sentiments in front of her boyfriend felt trivial. However, if overheard by others, it would be utterly mortifying. Coughing lightly, she declared, "Magical girl. Transform." Clearing her throat, she raised her right arm and uttered a line that felt somewhat juvenile. A dazzling array of multicolored light erupted from her being. Intricate, unknown magical patterns manifested around her, coalescing in a spectacular display of shimmering magic effects. A cartoonish nine-tailed fox, formed from gathered magical energy, appeared behind her. With a flicker of light, Kushina adorned herself with verdant green gloves. Her crimson hair was secured by a green and gold butterfly ribbon, while her bangs were embellished with a tiny golden star-shaped hairpin. Dressed in a green short robe, she draped a snowy white fur-lined crimson cape over her shoulders, and a whimsical nine-tailed fox purse hung from her waist. Her white knee-high boots accentuated her long, elegant legs, presenting her as the quintessential winter-themed Kushina. One couldn't help but wonder if she possessed any extraordinary abilities. In the mountainous landscape, Jing couldn't help but swallow hard. He never anticipated that the transformation of a magical girl would unfold in such a peculiar manner. This ensemble, if paired with that skill. Wait, is it a power? Kushina was gazing at her new attire with a face full of curiosity. Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes to sense her surroundings for a while, then cautiously opened the cartoonish pouch at her waist and retrieved a golden star, composed of a fusion of magical energy and chakra. Well. In the presence of the mountain scenery, Jing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although he had harbored a suspicion moments earlier, the realization of that suspicion brought about a surge of excitement within him. "Jing, you are simply marvelous," Kusina exclaimed, feeling the energy coursing through her body as she embraced him tightly. With her long, graceful legs fluttering, she expressed her inner joy and exhilaration. "Humph. I shall turn around and boast to that pesky fox. If he dares to show me a glum face again, I shall not hold back. With such kindness. You expect me to wear this outfit tonight? Is that so, indeed?" Ha. In the mountains, with a hearty laugh, the protagonist spun around several times while holding on to Kushina. The two of them frolicked for quite some time, thoroughly investigating the capabilities and limitations of the magical girl transformation before they began to enjoy their breakfast together. According to Kushina, although the magical girl transformation rapidly depletes the user's physical strength and chakra, her Uzumaki lineage allows her to effortlessly endure such expenditure. Furthermore, she could sense that this power, which harmoniously aligned with her chakra, also resonated with the chakra of the Nine Tails. If an agreement could be reached with the Nine Tails in the future, her strength might ascend to an entirely new level. "Shall we venture to the training cave for some sparring after a while?" In the mountains, Shanjianjing suggested with a playful demeanor. "To be careful not to be knocked down by me." Jioshinai, raising her small face, cheerfully leaned in and planted a kiss on Shanjianjing's cheek. Having such a boyfriend truly is splendid. At 9 o'clock in the morning, within the Konoha training department, Shanjianjing, clad in a black combat uniform and adorned with a Jainin vest, approached the entrance. A root ninja, concealed behind the gate, rose to open it and slightly bowed in respect. As Shanjianjing stepped through the threshold, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoed in the vast hall, devoid of windows. With the closing of the gate behind him, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by darkness, gradually dimming. The captain of the second squad, who had met him once before, appeared beside him in a flash using the body flicker technique. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed respectfully and spoke, "Lord Jing, Lord Danzo has ordered me to guide you and to explain the duties and divisions of the various departments within the route." "Lead the way," Shanjianjing replied. In the mountains, Kage's subtle nod conveyed an unspoken understanding. He mused inwardly. No wonder one could ascend to the role of captain while another could only remain a mere gatekeeper. The disparity in attitude is unmistakable. It's evident which individual Danzo would favor. "Indeed, Lord Kage, please follow me," he said, rising from the ground and gesturing forward, guiding the way from a slight angle. The organization known as the Training Division indeed bears the responsibility of selecting and training members for the The upper echelons of this structure are predominantly comprised of classrooms and various training facilities. Due to the impending war, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has no immediate plans to expand the leaving much of the upper levels in a state of disuse. As Kaga followed his guide, descending into the depths via the elevator, he was introduced to the formidable power wielded by Shimura Danzo. He encountered the interrogation unit, responsible for detaining and questioning high-risk individuals, the intelligence unit, engaged in espionage activities, the combat unit, tasked with executing various missions, and the information unit, dedicated to organizing intelligence. Further down, There existed a research unit focused on the development of ninjutsu and a logistics unit overseeing supply chains. The total number of personnel within the Foundation remains a mystery. In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow and inquired of the squad leader, standing nearby. Currently, there were 77 personnel in the combat unit under his command. The exact number of individuals in other departments remained known only to Lord Danzo. Squad leader E once again entered the adjacent elevator and pressed the button for a lower floor. The scenery in the mountains gently nods in acknowledgement. The elite Umbu Corps directly under the command of the Hokage, led by Saratobi, comprises merely around 100 members. The combat unit under Danzo's command is slightly inferior in strength, which does not come as a surprise to him. However, when one considers the interrogation team, the espionage unit, the intelligence division, the research department, and the training squad, it undoubtedly resembles a miniature Konoha. It is no wonder that, even in an era of non-flammable materials, Danzo's subordinates managed to stir up a multitude of troubles. The actual number of his underlings is likely greater than anyone could have imagined. Following the guiding squad leader, they descend further into the depths of the base, and as the elevator doors slide open, the sounds of training and commands resonate in their ears. As Yamashita Kei stepped out of the elevator, he felt a fleeting surge of chakra pulsating through him, prompting him to turn and thoughtfully observe the numerous barriers affixed to the walls. In the subterranean space, dozens of children, appearing no older than 8 or 9, exhibited vacant expressions and lifeless eyes as they mechanically engaged in monotonous training. One child, momentarily distracted by Yamashita Kei's arrival, was struck by a nearby root ninja. Despite the sharp pain, there were no cries or complaints. The child merely averted his gaze and continued the repetitive motion of wielding a blade. Lord Jing. 3 root ninjas responsible for training bowed in unison to Yamashita Kei. Is this truly all the reserve members currently undergoing training en route? The scene in the mountains unfolded as several individuals were beckoned to rise, inquiring about their positions, evidently the leaders of the root organization. Currently, 5 groups of trainees were undergoing instruction, each comprising 3 leaders. Group A consisted of 13 trainees, presently engaged in their final assessment at Training Base Number 2. This cohort exhibited commendable qualifications, with expectations that at least 6 individuals would successfully complete the evaluation and join the route by next month. Before the esteemed figure stood Group B, comprising a total of 88 members, with an anticipated training duration of another year. Group C currently encompassed 145 members, training at Training Base Number 3, with projections indicating a further 2 years of training before they could manifest combat effectiveness. Group D consisted of 200 individuals, while Group E also comprised 200. The root ninjas responsible for the training swiftly conveyed all pertinent information. In the serene mountains, the figure nodded slightly, gesturing for Team Leader B to proceed to the next location. He was genuinely apprehensive that if he lingered any longer, he would be compelled to dismantle the place. From the words of the root ninja before him, he had largely deduced the training methods employed by the organization. The initial 2 years comprised of fundamental cultural education and basic skills training, followed by a merciless process of survival of the fittest. Observing the remaining 13 individuals from Group A, one could grasp the extent of havoc that Danzo, that wretched scoundrel, had wreaked upon countless youths. This old man truly exhibited a complete disregard for humanity. Starting with a cohort of 200, by the conclusion of training, scarcely 10 survived. Damn it! In the depths of the mountains, Jiang Jing discreetly pinched his palm, urging himself to regain composure. It was true that he harbored a dark heart. Yet the matter concerning Danzo had transcended mere morality. The man seemed utterly devoid of any ethical compass. Lord Jing, the functional areas have been thoroughly introduced. Lord Danzo is awaiting you in his office, which is conveniently located adjacent to yours, reported Team Leader B. He then ascended the elevator to the first basement level, the area closest to the surface. Following Team Leader B's guidance, he arrived at the office door. The youth stationed at the entrance was none other than the oil girl Ryoma, who had once stood vigil by Danzo's side at the Konoha hospital. Pushing open the imposing door, he entered a dimly lit room where Danzo sat at his desk, swiftly reviewing a succession of documents. Upon noticing Jiang Jing's arrival, he set aside his brush and gestured for Team Leader B and the guard Ryoma to leave. The office door closed behind them. The figure surveyed the corners of the room with a piercing gaze, his eyes alighting momentarily on the 4 masked root ninjas, a hint of mockery flickering within their depths. "Please, take a seat," Danzo said, rising to move to a nearby sofa designated for guests. leisurely beginning to boil water for tea. In the heart of the mountains, Yamashita sat opposite Danzo, observing the latter skillfully demonstrate his exquisite tea-making art, and he raised his hand to applaud. Truly commendable, Lord Hokage essayed. Hailing from a prestigious lineage, Danzo responded with a slight nod, pushing the brewed tea toward Yamashita before taking a delicate sip. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. While the sun illuminates the Hokage, I dwell in the shadows of Konoha. The ninja world is rife with matters best left unspoken, the assassination of rival leaders, the sowing of discord among opposing factions, the gathering of rogue shinobi, and the execution of human experiments. In the mountain scenery, one hand grasped a teacup, lifting it to the lips. Just as he was about to sip, an expression of unspoken words flickered across his face, only to subsequently lower the cup. Noticing that Toanzo had shown no signs of unusual behavior, he, in a state of indifference, smacked his lips and reclined carelessly on the sofa. How dull. Let us commence without further ado. Have I revealed any vulnerabilities? Toanzo, rather than hastily taking action, chose to inquire instead. The secrets I have witnessed are far too numerous. Even Orochimaru might not possess such knowledge. A light chuckle escaped Yamashita's lips. In excess lies deficiency, given his relationship with Danzo. It was implausible for the latter to genuinely place his trust in him. Upon uncovering such a multitude of secrets, how could Danzo possibly lack measures to control him? This indeed was a significant oversight on my part. Danzo took a delicate sip of tea, setting down the cup before signaling the four root ninjas, who had been poised and ready. However, the ninjas, crouched in the corners of the room, seemed oblivious, remaining eerily silent in their positions. Noticing their lack of movement, Danzo raised his gaze to meet Yamashita's, speaking with a calm demeanor. Truly, as one capable of defeating Jiraiya, you warrant my utmost preparation. As Danzo's words resonated in the air, the room erupted in a blinding violet glow, revealing the unique barrier technique of the Tsuchi Spider clan, Illusory Dream. In the original narrative, the traitor Hakuru from the Tsuchi Spider clan had imparted this technique to his four subordinates. Upon their first encounter, they ensnared Naruto's chakra entirely. Even when Naruto, in a fit of emotion, unleashed the chakra of the Ninetales, he could not break free from this binding barrier. With a sudden explosion, the figure of Danzo before Yamashita transformed into a cloud of chakra smoke. It became evident that until now, the office had been occupied solely by a shadow clone of Danzo. Moments after the clone's disappearance, the previously shut office door swung open. Entering was the true Danzo, clad in black combat attire and wielding a ninja blade strapped to his back, as the four root ninjas simultaneously bowed to him. The barrier technique, Illusory Dream, had begun to constrict from the walls inward. The four individuals stationed in the corners of the office, ensnared in the illusion, were abruptly interrupted in their chakra circulation, making it unsurprising that they could awaken from the genjutsu. Observing Yamashita, now slumped upon the sofa under the effects of the Illusory Dream, Danzo returned to his prior seat. Your pride is your downfall. Strength does not encapsulate the entirety of a ninja's essence. Blind confidence will only lead to the forfeiture of the most vital qualities of a ninja. As he leisurely began to brew tea once more, Danzo's composed visage concealed an air of superiority. What if his strength surpassed that of Jiraiya? Every individual possesses vulnerabilities. As long as one comprehends the intelligence at hand and formulates appropriate strategies, even the mightiest can be rendered helpless. In this world, there is no shortage of means to restrain the powerful. Has your true form finally made an appearance? Bound upon the sofa, Yamashita gazed at the glaring interface emanating from Danzo, instantly discerning that this was indeed his true self. Since your essence is confined here, why should I not dare to present myself before you in my true form? Tuan Zhang's hands moved incessantly. After cleansing the teacup, once stained with medicinal concoctions, a crimson glow flickered within his eyes, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. As the Genjutsu from the Sharingan disrupted the mental state of the mountain's deity, his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. The dark walls of the room illuminated once more with enigmatic and elaborate patterns of technique, resonating with the chakra emanating from Tuan Zhang's being. Becoming part of the root, transforming into the sharpest weapon in the old man's arsenal, let us proceed together. Alas, despite all these preparations, my adversaries never seem able to engage me in a proper game of strategy. In the mountains, Jingshan let out a deep sigh. The crisp sound of applause resonated from the corners of the room. For ninjas, who had been concealed in the shadows, rose simultaneously. In an eerie synchronization, they clapped their hands. The formidable shadow energy swiftly shattered Danza's mental defenses, plunging him directly into an illusion. In a flash, Jingshan's shadow clone appeared beside the teacup he had previously held, grasping the body ensnared by the ethereal mirage and vanishing from the office using the flying thunder god technique. Moments later, the essence of the scenery in the mountains, accompanied by Kushina, returned once more to the dimly lit office, observing Danzo, who was trapped in an agonizing state. His three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly as he writhed helplessly on the ground, ensnared by the illusion. Meanwhile, Kushina, maintaining her magical girl transformation, felt a surge of anger on her charming face, her knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists. How dare he plot against her boyfriend? If there were even a morsel of good flesh to be found on this scoundrel today, she would gladly write her name in reverse. Do not touch him. He is filthy. In the mountains, Kage gently patted Kushina's little head, acknowledging the surrounding shadow clones with a subtle nod. Two of the shadow clones swung open the office door, standing at the entrance to thwart any unexpected intrusions from the members of the root. Meanwhile, the other two shadow clones swiftly inspected the office, searching for any traps that might have evaded his notice. Humph. You just recklessly endured the sealing techniques of the Tsuchigumo clan with your true form. That was exceedingly perilous, Kushina remarked, her hands resting on her slender waist as she let out a few discontented hums. Isn't that what you're for? In the mountains. The scenery was enchanting as Yamaguchi gently ruffled Kushina's hair, placing a tall hat upon his beloved's head. Kushina beamed, clearly delighted by such praise. After relishing the affectionate gesture from her boyfriend, she finally spoke up. How did Danzo, such a cautious individual, fail to notice your hand seals while performing ninjutsu? Perhaps applause is indeed an art? With a light chuckle, Shanjunjing remarked that there are no stipulations mandating that applause must involve the simultaneous touching of all 10 fingers. Even the thousand-handed Hashirama can execute ninjutsu with a mere clash of fists. Empowered by the zero-frame initiation of the technique, he unleashed an illusion with a simple clap. Is there any issue with that? Danzo's preparations were indeed meticulous. When Shanjunjing first entered the underground training space, the unique barrier interwoven with anti-sensory elements posed a significant interference to shadow clones. Normally, shadow clones would dissipate instantly upon passing through such a barrier. Clearly, it was intended to ascertain whether the entity reporting to the root was indeed his true self. Upon confirming the identity beyond doubt, the old man utilized shadow clones to divert attention while he secretly laced the tea with an odorless and tasteless drug. Lacking sufficient medical knowledge, one could easily fall victim on the spot. Even if one managed to evade the tainted tea, the 4 root ninjas could collaboratively invoke a specialized sealing barrier, encompassing the entire office with a technique known as dreamlike illusion. Had it been anyone else, the old man might have succeeded. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong adversary. From the very beginning, the scenery within the mountains indicated that this old fellow harbored no good intentions. Before reporting to the root organization, he had already left behind a total of 30 shadow clones within his home. Subsequently, he marked the hidden corners of the root elevator and various floors, as well as on Squad Leader B. Upon entering the office, the system's capabilities allowed him to instantly discern that the Danzo seated behind the desk was not the true body. By feigning applause while praising Danzo's tea artistry, he ensnared everyone in the office with an illusion. After leaving a flying thunder god mark on the teacup, he connected to the perception barrier enveloping the entirety of Konoha, notifying his shadow clones and Kushina to prepare. In order to lure out Danzo's true form and prevent this old schemer from endlessly creating clones, his own body was genuinely ensnared by a fleeting illusion. Only when Danzo's shadow clone vanished did his own shadow clone emerge, substituting for the 4 root ninjas. What shall be done now? Kushina's gaze swept across the various items in the office. Grasping a paperweight the length of a ruler, she relentlessly poked at Danzo, who lay on the floor in agony. First, ascertain the most crucial matters before proceeding. In the depths of the mountains, a resounding clap echoed as a hand struck the back of Danzo's head. The Root's ninjas had all fallen victim to Danzo's insidious curse seal, a technique of great complexity. Once the old man perished, this ninjutsu would dissipate entirely, plunging Root into turmoil. To fully assume control over Root's power, it was imperative to eliminate this latent threat by transferring the dominion of the curse seal to oneself. As the technique for memory extraction infiltrated Danzo's mind, in the depths of the mountains, Yamashita quickly sought the means to control the root of the calamity, mastering the intricate sealing techniques essential for its existence. In but a fleeting moment, he grasped the essence of this arcane art. Once the urgent matters were addressed, he swiftly delved into the memories of Danzo. A recent series of explosive images caused Yamashita to grimace in astonishment. My eyes, the ever-watchful oil woman Ryoma, the researcher Shinaluki, a formidable blend of offense and defense, unparalleled in the world. This old man, wait, is he truly preparing to strike against Sarutobi Hiruzen? Oh my goodness. As he glossed over these spine-chilling memories, Yamashita finally arrived at the fragments concerning the roots. The composition of the root personnel, the structure of the research base, the sources and destinations of funding, the information of various department heads, the tasks currently being executed, and the spies infiltrating each ninja village. Countless intricate and chaotic details were swiftly inscribed into the Palace of Memory. Having acquired a portion of Danzo's recollections, Yamashita promptly conjured 2 shadow clones. One assumed Danzo's guise through transformation jutsu, stepping in to manage the complex affairs of the roots in front of Ryoma and the squad leader. The other clone displayed a deep reverence for Danzo, formally taking up the responsibilities of the deputy minister, gradually assuming the various duties required. Meanwhile, he continued to excavate the depths of Danzo's memories. Countless secrets of the ninja world were unveiled before him, shrouded in mystery. This endeavor spanned a full 2 days. In the mountains, Yamashita meticulously revisited the memories of Danzo that spanned several decades. Over the course of these 2 days, he had begun to transfer the cursed seal of silence from the principal leaders of the root to himself. Yet, these leaders constituted only a minuscule fraction of the root's members. Throughout Danzo's decades of influence since the ascendance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the root had evolved into a formidable entity. According to Yamashita-jing's estimation, it would take no less than 1 or 2 months to alter the cursed seals on everyone, especially those spies and operatives dispatched to other ninja villages. Unless they were all summoned back immediately, it would be nearly impossible to even see them in the short term. Thus, the question lingered, could he truly afford to die? Kushina's delicate face was etched with frustration as she relentlessly prodded Danzo with a small wooden stick. Having gone 2 days without a morsel of sustenance, compounded by the forced extraction of memories, Danzo's countenance had grown exceedingly gaunt. His body was riddled with countless bruises from the incessant jabs of the stick. Kushina had indeed succeeded in her earlier intentions, rendering Danzo's body devoid of a single and scathed patch of flesh. It seems I have misjudged, Danzo rasped, his voice betraying an unrestrained madness and fervor. All prior resentment and bitterness appeared to dissipate in the face of witnessing the emergence of the root. To remain alive did not equate to living well. Shan Zhongjing placed a foot upon Danzo's face, utterly indifferent to such rhetoric. Was it not merely a desire to survive initially, followed by a quest for resurgence through other means? After perusing Danzo's entire memory, he was acutely aware of even the distances the latter could manage to urinate. What use was subterfuge? What should we do then? Kushina pushed Shan Zhongjing's foot aside and resumed prodding Danzo's head with a small stick. This face could still articulate words, indicating there was still viable flesh. Enough of this. Step outside for a moment. I shall perform a minor operation on him. In the mountains, with hands forming intricate seals, a spiritual breach was opened through the art of shadow evasion and memory retrieval, allowing for the forcible erasure of Danzo's memories. Kushina obediently emerged from the basement, her heart brimming with curiosity. The old fool will not allow you. Danzo felt an excruciating pain surging through his mind, his entire being on the verge of rupture. Yet, in the next moment, the overwhelming agony surpassed his limits, triggering his body's self-preservation mechanism. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the torment. In the mountains, the scenery offers no room for tenderness towards Danzo. With unwavering resolve, all remnants of his memories are ruthlessly obliterated. Subsequently, from the Palace of Recollection, he selectively extracts horrifying images encountered in previous lives, cloaking them in the guise of the ninja realm's visage, forcefully implanting them into Danzo's mind. After amending the memories, he forms hand seals, conjuring a chakra scalpel in his left hand. Employing the blue-tier medical ninjutsu bestowed by the elixir of bliss, he boldly transforms Danzo's countenance. Coupled with the restorative prowess of the water-style technique, water jellyfish, his meticulous healing crafts a visage that, within a mere half-hour, shifts from that of an aged man to that of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. The skin, once slackened by the passage of time, now aligns harmoniously with the youthful appearance he has curated through his exceptional medical skills. Observing Danzo's body contorting under the side effects of the elixir, the expression on the mountain dweller's face remains utterly indifferent. After perusing the entirety of Danzo's memories, the restraint shown in refraining from dismembering him is a testament to his self-control. Henceforth, all tribulations that befall this individual are nothing short of his just deserts. Grasping Danzo's bloodied hair, he extracts his Sharingan, replacing it with a pair of ordinary eyes, and adorns him with a new hairstyle. In the depths of the mountains, a figure flickered, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Danzo to a remote corner of Konoha. Without hesitation, he cast the fully unclothed individual into a refuse heap. Accompanying this action was the system's notification sound. A significant alteration in the fate trajectory of one of the villainous bosses had occurred, leading to a deviation in the timeline's progression. Rewards included 1 opportunity to extract conceptual entries, 1 chance to upgrade a random blue entry, 1 opportunity to extract an entry, and 1 reset opportunity for entries. Following the system's notification, the effect of the Fate Manipulator was activated, causing the power of fate originally residing within Danzo to dissipate rapidly. In the mountains, one can distinctly sense the landscape. The forces of destiny, under the influence of the effects of the inscriptions, are absorbed and transformed into the power of fortune, swiftly integrating into his being. A glance at the verdant vitality surrounding him reveals its enhanced vigor compared to before. The mood of the mountain scenery, which had initially improved due to the system's prompt sound, has once again plummeted. This old fellow cannot even manage to elevate his fortune to the color blue. With a disgruntled murmur, he expressed his dissatisfaction. In the depths of the mountain, Shan Zhongjing's figure flickered, returning to the basement, where he employed his rudimentary mastery of fire techniques to erase all traces of his presence. After a considerable period of diligent effort, he confirmed that no clues remained. Only then did he direct his gaze towards the system interface within his mind. Host, Shan Zhongjing occupation, ninja activated entries, transcender, red, 0 frame initiation, red, sage body, red, master of Yin ninjutsu, purple, master of water ninjutsu, purple, temporal and spatial insight, purple, sage of the ninja realm, blue, silent walker, blue, handsome, blue, fate manipulator, blue, supreme healer, blue, unfortunate contest, black, inactive entries, cocoon weaver, white, fragile yet resilient, white, 9 treasures from 1 birth, blue, possession of nothing, gray, complete childhood, gray, sister's ascendancy, white, entry copy, 1 entry extraction, 2 entry bestowal, 7 entry degradation, 2 entry reset, 1 concept entry extraction opportunity, 1 random blue entry upgrade opportunity, 1 5 blue entries remain unmanageable. In the serene mountains, Jing sighed deeply. After contemplating how to maximize benefits, he first opted for the extraction of conceptual terms. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue term Invisibly Decapitating Strike. Invisibly Decapitating Strike, blue through relentless dedication to the art of swordsmanship, you have serendipitously ventured into uncharted realms. When launching any form of strike towards a target, there exists a slight probability of invoking this power, randomly severing one head of the target. When wielding bladed weapons, your proficiency, power, and speed will be enhanced. Is this head of yours truly legitimate? As the scenery of the mountains unfolded before him, he gazed at the system's vague and unclear annotations, already conjuring vivid images in his mind. One cannot blame him for harboring such malicious conjectures. The system's unreliability has occurred far too often. The probability of this contraption being a legitimate skill approaches absolute 0. For now, let us momentarily bypass the intangible beheading. In the midst of the mountains, the remaining 2 opportunities for ordinary attribute extraction have been utilized. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the green attribute size alteration at will and the white attribute crimson frenzy. Size alteration at will green. Through extensive study of various transformation techniques, you have mastered profound skills in shape-shifting, allowing you to effortlessly alter your physical form. Your proficiency in various transformation arts has seen a modest enhancement. Your abilities in mimicking presence, voice, habits, and physique have also improved slightly. Crimson Frenzy, white born from a baptism of blood and constantly surrounded by it, you possess an innate craving for blood. Your understanding of biological vascular structures and weaknesses in living organisms, along with your desire for combat and bloodlust, has been slightly amplified. Furthermore, prolonged exposure to a sanguine environment increases the likelihood of abnormal transformations. Shan Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance at the green entry, dismissing it without a second thought. This entry, not only in its nomenclature, but also in its efficacy, was utterly disappointing. Were it capable of conjuring a Susanoo, perhaps it might have piqued Shan Zhongjing's interest. However, it merely offered a meager enhancement to transformation techniques. It was hardly worthy of his attention. With the advantage of 0-frame chakra control, augmented by the aura mastery of the Silent Walker, his own transformation skills could easily deceive even shadow-level adversaries. Activating this entry held no significance whatsoever. His gaze then settled upon the crimson fervor of the white entry. This contraption, one would surmise, should stand in stark contrast to Tsunade's hemophobia. Was she on the verge of a complete resurrection? Amidst the mountainous scenery, she absent-mindedly scratched her cheek. One craves blood while the other fears it, surely. Their opposing natures would neutralize each other, rendering it a trivial matter? Oh, dear sister, my gratitude towards you is profound. And is it too much to ask for a modest favor? With a sinister chuckle, she pondered how to negotiate with Tsunade. In the midst of the mountains, Jing halted his rambling thoughts and directly utilized the random blue attribute upgrade chance. Congratulations to the host. The blue attribute Understanding King of the Ninja Realm has successfully upgraded to the purple attribute Source Seeker. Source Seeker, purple. The Memory Palace technique has been transformed into instinct and talent, endowing you with an almost boundless capacity for memory, the ability to probe various secrets, in the pursuit of all origins. Your comprehension, insight, and memory have been significantly enhanced. The speed of learning ninjutsu, secret arts, and skills has markedly increased. The system notification resounded. In the serene landscape of the mountains, a clarity envelopes his mind. The sensation of heightened cognition is ineffable, yet it brings him a profound sense of ease and comfort. The elusive jutsu he yearns to create, akin to rebirth of the self, suddenly begins to take shape in his thoughts. Many of the uncertainties that had plagued his past training seem to find resolution at this moment. In the serene landscape of the mountains, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. The transformation of the Understanding King within the ninja realm into a seeker of origins, though it may not instantaneously enhance his combat prowess, significantly augments his memory and learning capabilities. This advancement considerably reduces the time required for autonomous learning. In terms of long-term benefits, its impact is undoubtedly far greater than the enhancement of the attributes of Silent Walker, Handsome, and Blissful Milk. The system activated the intangible beheading strike. As the effects of the upgraded terminology gradually faded, the newly acquired conceptual entries were finally activated. Day by day, memories of wielding the sword flooded his mind. The techniques of Konoha, such as the dance of the three crescent moons, Konoha's willow, the secret sword Moonshadow, and the vacuum sword, were analyzed repeatedly. The arts of Yunin, including the gentle slash, reverse slash, the Iato of the land of iron, the rending slash, and the wind and snow slash, became second nature through relentless practice. Thanks to the enhanced effects of the seer entry post-upgrade, the influx of martial memories transformed swiftly into instinctual prowess within his body. In the mountains, one can distinctly sense that any weapon placed in his hands can be effortlessly wielded to showcase its unique characteristics and formidable power. The invisible decapitation strike is merely a test of probability. Shan Zhongjing cast one last glance at the content displayed on the system interface before rising to push open the door of the basement. HM? Where is Danzo? Standing in the corridor, Kushina, upon seeing Shan Zhongjing emerge, approached the door while gripping a small wooden stick. Peering inquisitively into the basement, she noticed that Danzo had vanished without a trace, and with a puzzled expression, she inquired of her boyfriend, "What a dump." In the mountains, Yamashita Kei playfully embraced Kushina's waist, guiding her towards the first floor. Are we just letting him go? Oh, it's merely a middle-aged vagabond, babbling incoherently, filled with nonsense. I've already dispatched a root ninja to keep an eye on him. Ah, but will your shadow clone be able to conceal its flaws from the third Hokage? Rest assured, my shadow clone is quite adept at this. Hee, you're too mischievous. Who speaks like that every day? Kushina laughed, resting her head on Yamashita Kei's shoulder. I'll borrow this for a moment. In the mountains, Jingxiao cheerfully took from Kushina's hands a small wooden stick, about a foot long and as thick as his thumb. He had mastered all of Danzo's memories and instructed his shadow clone to employ the Yanshutsu technique of the Uchiha clan, perfectly mimicking Danzo's appearance and aura. He harbored no concerns about being detected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Soon, he would merely need to alter the memories of Danzo's two associates, Oilwoman Ryoma and Shingitsu Raccoon, to ensure absolute security. The only potential threat remained the other deputy of Root, Orochimaru. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Once he had complete control over Root, even Orochimaru's machinations would struggle to stir any significant turmoil. Hiki, I bought 2 chickens this morning. How about we have a big plate of chicken for lunch? Kushina felt entirely at ease with her boyfriend. With her worries set aside, she began to ponder the cooking arrangements. Well, I'll just borrow the chickens for now. Don't worry, there should still be enough to eat afterward. In the midst of the mountains, the scenery was enchanting as he gently ruffled Kushina's hair. In her puzzled gaze, he brought two roosters, tightly bound, into the courtyard. With swift motions of the small stick, he executed a series of seemingly formidable strikes, yet lacking any real force. After over 20 consecutive swings, the spectacle continued. In the mountains, one finally faintly perceives that enigmatic and elusive force, which flashes by in an instant. A chicken's foot detached from the rooster, falling gently to the ground. Is this a head? A bone? In the mountains, Jiangjing cursed under his breath for a while before brandishing a small wooden stick at another rooster. After delivering over 100 strikes, he finally unleashed a certain power. The shrill, transformed cry of the creature pierced the air. A tiny red tongue, measuring less than a centimeter, fell from the rooster's open beak. Many members of the Jiang clan, busy preparing meals, poked their heads out from the kitchen upon hearing this bizarre sound. Realizing that the commotion originated from Jiangjing's residence, these curious relatives promptly withdrew, knowing well the reckless nature of that mischievous lad. Last time, several elder brothers and sisters lost their dignity due to his antics. Better not to indulge in such chaos. The shadows cast by Jiangjing's stick danced wildly. An hour later, he observed Tsunade, frozen in fear and sitting on the ground of the courtyard. Her limbs stiff and her expression one of terror, all from the sight of the blood-soaked ground. Jiangjing, now somewhat deranged, instinctively glanced at the large thunderous presence before him. No, this behavior is utterly inappropriate. You, please take care of this. As Tsunade finally discerned that all the bloodstains were from the two roosters that had met their end with eyes wide open, her expression began to improve slightly. Compared to human blood, the sight of chicken blood affected her far less. All right. In the mountains, the scene depicted a rooster, its head and feet missing. Its entire skeleton cleaved in two, the neck shorter than that of a duck's. It seemed unnecessary to burden Kushina with the complexities of cooking. With a swift clap of his hands, a water release technique summoned a swirling vortex, absorbing all traces from the ground. The slender water spout soared into the sky, traversing the territory of the Yamashita clan, and cascaded directly into a nearby stream. What were you just doing? Tsunade pondered as the bloodstains vanished before her eyes, her pallid complexion regaining a hint of color. Practicing medical ninjutsu? You fool. Do you think I can be easily deceived? What kind of medical ninjutsu produces such results? A chakra scalpel? Which medical ninja uses a stick to practice a chakra scalpel? Come, take this broken stick and show me a slice. Is that really necessary? You come one called. Oh, Yamashita Kei, how dare you shave my eyebrows? You wretched scoundrel. Stand your ground. Only a fool stands still to take a beating. You coward. If you have the audacity to wield a blade against me, then don't flee, face my punch. Can this matter truly be resolved with a single punch? Do not resort to the water transformation technique. I could easily flip you with a gentle strike. I wouldn't trust your word. In the mountains. She dashed forward with wild abandon, her veins visibly throbbing on her face. If she were to cease her frantic escape and face the consequences, would she not meet her end right then and there? Oh, but I possess a celestial physique, so perhaps I would evade such a fate. Yet, the pain would still be excruciating. The invisible guillotine of misfortune, why did it not manifest its high probability just moments ago? As Jiangjing dashed through the forest, he found himself fervently critiquing the situation in his mind. Just moments prior, he had intended to showcase his prowess to Tsunade by attempting to condense chakra into a surgical knife using a mere wooden stick. Given his current mastery over chakra control and medical ninjutsu, even though the stick exhibited no conductivity for chakra, the sheer force he could exert could have made the feat achievable. Yet, who could have predicted that the probability of triggering such an effect during the previous hour-long experiment was a mere 1%? And yet, it had activated rather unexpectedly. Thankfully, it was only his eyebrows that had been trimmed. Had it been elsewhere, Tsunade would not have been so lenient in her pursuit of him. Hey, Tsunade. It's time for lunch. Kushina called out cheerfully from the entrance, coming to Jiangjing's rescue. She had caught a glimpse of the gory scene in the courtyard while preparing the meal and realized that the menu for the day needed a significant alteration. As for the two unfortunate creatures that had been subjected to 1,000 cuts, it was perhaps best to let them rest in peace. Jiangjing, don't let me catch you. Tsunade halted, her teeth clenched as she glared at the little rascal who was over 10 meters ahead of her. She silently resolved to investigate the technique that could enhance speed to such an extreme in an instant. After all, she could not afford to be left behind or find herself at a disadvantage in the future. Ahem, Tsunade, that was merely an accident. You know I am the most reliable person. You? Reliable? Ha! I have spent the entire morning researching how to remedy your predicament. and I have already made some preliminary progress. In the mountains, the scenery is but a mere draft, and words flow effortlessly. Are you studying how to resolve the issues within me, or are you investigating the essence of my being? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. At the entrance, Kushina stifled her laughter upon noticing Tsunade's missing eyebrow. Her face flushed crimson and her entire body trembled. She mustn't laugh. She mustn't laugh. Her boyfriend was on the verge of bewildering Tsunade. If she burst into laughter now, it would spell disaster. Can there still be a semblance of trust between individuals? Oh, certainly not. My dear sister, just a few days ago, you witnessed the effects of Kakashi's treatment. Are you serious? Tsunade regarded the earnest Shanjun Jing with skepticism. She had observed Kakashi's transformation. Although she remained uncertain whether further issues would arise during their next mission, it was evident that his communication skills had significantly improved. Truly, not a hint of falsehood. The demeanor of Yamashita Kei was nothing short of sincere. While others may not grasp the power of the system's terminology, he was certainly aware of it. The effects were undeniably immediate. Tsunade pressed her thin lips together, her gaze fixed intently on Yamashita Kei for several seconds, observing his unwavering eyes. Ultimately, she chose to temporarily believe his words. Turning, she made her way into the residence. After dinner, they would converse. Kushina stifled a laugh, silently giving her boyfriend a thumbs up. He had managed to charm his way through. That was impressive. In the serene mountains, Yamashita Kei cast a triumphant glance at Kushina before briskly entering the house. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Tsunade began to inquire about Yamashita Kei's therapeutic methods. As a medical ninja, she had contemplated various approaches to address her own psychological struggles. Yet, being a healer, she was acutely aware of the root of her afflictions. If she could not confront the events of her past, any attempt at healing would not only prove futile but exacerbate her suffering. However, the treatment proposed by Yamashita Kei diverged from her expectations. It involved sealing away all memories and constructing a brand new existence through illusion, from birth to maturation, gradually acclimating to the essence of blood. Was it truly possible to evade the confrontation with her past? Tsunade's expression became somewhat dazed. She understood that such a method came with considerable risks, if one could not discern between illusion and reality in due time. Yet, if it meant avoiding those painful memories. After a moment of silence, she beckoned to Yamashita Kei and voluntarily retreated to the bedroom to recline. In the depths of the mountains, Jing inhaled deeply, his hands swiftly forming seals as he constructed an expansive illusionary realm. After a moment of disorientation, Tsunade succumbed entirely to darkness, her senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, completely ensnared by the illusion. The potent energy of Ein release quickly sketched the memory-sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan within her mind. The system bestowed upon Tsunade a fervent crimson essence. After a full minute of laboring over the illusionary landscape, he exhaled a cloud of murky breath. The illusion he conjured, in terms of operational complexity, was indeed at the level of an S-rank technique. However, the duration of the simulation was excessively lengthy. To replicate a person's life over 6 years, from the construction of the scene to the feedback of the 5 senses and the shaping of NPCs, was an undertaking of immense proportions. Had it not been for the advancements granted by his newfound Source Seeker status, which accelerated his acquisition of the Memory Palace Visuals Manifold, he might not have completed this illusion even within 5 minutes. Jing, are you all right? Kushina gently wiped the sweat from Jing's forehead. In her recollection, her boyfriend typically executed illusions with just a glare and a clap of his hands. This was the first time she witnessed him exerting such effort. Good. Very good. I believe I am beginning to grasp the principles behind Tsukuyomi and Amenodojikara. The scenery within the mountains is strikingly vivid, almost startling in its brilliance. Perhaps it is the combined efforts of the Master of Shadows and the Seeker of Truths. This time, he has executed such an extensive illusion, in a moment of inspiration. He unexpectedly grasped the principles behind Tsukuyomi and the other divine techniques. The manipulation of time, space, sensory perception, and mass in Tsukuyomi is relatively straightforward. It is estimated that with a bit more contemplation, within 2 or 3 days at most, he could devise an illusion that mirrors the effects of Tsukuyomi perfectly. The subconscious implantation and cognitive control of the other divine technique are somewhat more complex. Particularly the method of silently executing the technique without the victim's awareness may require further study. However, once he has a lead and understands the basic principles, it is certainly within reach of his research. What technique is that? Kushina blinked her eyes, gazing at her boyfriend with a look of confusion. The Uchiha clan. with their kaleidoscopic Sharingan harboring the most formidable illusions. In the mountains, a smile crept across the corners of my mouth. My mind began to weave intricate strategies, contemplating how to impart valuable lessons to my adversaries within the realm of Tsukuyomi. I pondered whether the intangible beheading technique would prove effective in the illusionary space. Such sudden, unexpected assaults instill a profound sense of dread in foes, surpassing the mere act of stabbing with a blade. Furthermore, I questioned whether the effects of the blissful milk could be triggered within the realm of illusions. The culmination of 3 days of exquisite ecstasy could be achieved in an instant. Alas, how did I manage to cast Danzo aside this morning? Now I find myself devoid of a suitable subject for experimentation. Kushina may not grasp the significance of Tsukuyomi and the other celestial techniques, but she certainly understands the worth of her boyfriend. Any technique that could impress someone like me is undoubtedly formidable. Nevertheless, in comparison to Tsukuyomi and the celestial arts, her intrigue clearly lies with the illusion I just conjured. The ability to allow one to experience 6 years within a mere 6 days of illusion is a chilling thought. What was the name of the illusion you just performed, Jing? Did you just serve a bowl of mangpa soup? In the mountains, a name was crafted for a scene. Such intricate illusions, requiring extensive scene construction and character development, are ill-suited for fast-paced combat. Moreover, the characters conjured by these illusions cannot possess the intelligence of real individuals. For adults with a well-formed understanding of the world, illusion remains but an illusion. As for completely erasing the original memories of the illusionist and replacing them with memories fabricated by this illusion, that remains a distant notion. The moment the thought of the mountainous scenery arises, it is swiftly dismissed. It is not merely the arduous task of fabricating a decade's worth of memories that is at stake. The extensive erasure of memories would inflict irreversible and grave harm upon the practitioner's mind and spirit. Would it not be more efficient to simply eliminate the memories altogether? However, if the illusion is propelled by the practitioner's memories and desires, would there not be a limitation to character reversal akin to that of the monthly reading? The scenery in the mountains glimmers with brilliance, invoking the memories and inner desires of others. Is there anyone more adept than him at this? An exclusive monthly reading. I must quickly find someone to experiment with. Sigh, Jing, if you create any new techniques next time, allow me to name them. Kushina covers her face with her hand. This name undoubtedly reflects the consistent style of her boyfriend. Sure, why not? In the mountains, the scenery was enchanting as Kakashi gently ruffled Kushina's hair. He rose and made his way to the study, swiftly jotting down the inspiration for the illusion he had just conceived. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Kushina seated cross-legged in the study, her chakra surging, clearly immersed in her own training. He then refocused on the scroll before him, diligently refining and evolving the concepts of Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami. Before long, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Nara Shikamaru appeared at the door, their expressions tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Although Yamashita holds the position of Deputy Minister of the Umbu Training Department, perhaps due to political entanglements, the third Hokage has not assigned a new Jonin leader for the 3 young ones, leaving them still under his jurisdiction. Once more, he creates a shadow clone to guide the trio in their training, before he could immerse himself further into his research on illusionary techniques. Another Umbu member arrives to inform him that the third Hokage wishes for Tsunade to visit the Konoha hospital. He casts a glance at Tsunade, who is absorbed in her own genjutsu. In the mountains, the scenery can only leave behind a shadow after studying illusion techniques. Rising, I followed the Umbu towards the Konoha hospital. Damn it, I am nearly becoming a model worker of Konoha, I muttered in frustration, amidst the mountainous scenery. He swiftly employed the technique of body flicker, darting across the rooftops of numerous edifices. Deep within, he began to contemplate whom to persuade for assistance. In order to alleviate the burdens weighing upon him, Danzo, that insufferable rascal, had expanded the operations far too extensively. Given the escalating tensions within the ninja world, intelligence from various nations and villages had been incessantly flowing back to the espionage unit. Nearly every day, a multitude of missions required delegation for completion. The combat unit occasionally apprehended key individuals, while the interrogation team submitted report after report. The research and training divisions were equally demanding, incessantly requesting funding, experimental materials, equipment, and various resources under the guise of necessary progress reports. Previously, he had observed Danzo tirelessly frequenting the Hokage's office, mistakenly believing that such duties were uncomplicated. Only upon assuming the role did he realize the myriad complexities involved. Were it not for his thorough examination of Danzo's memories, he would often find himself struggling to replicate the necessary actions. Managing all of this alone was indeed a formidable challenge. Who could he possibly persuade to elevate the existing ninjas of Root? After contemplating in the mountains for a while, a flurry of names swiftly traversed his mind. He had previously confided in Pig, Deer, and Butterfly about his undertaking of the organization, subtly taking over the affairs of the Root. In the mountains, both Heihachi and Akito Data were momentarily taken aback. However, Nara Shikuhisa abandoned any pretense and directly expressed his indifference, stating that anyone who desired his presence should extend an invitation themselves. It was evident that he had anticipated this reaction based on his understanding of his own capabilities. Yet, the younger members of the Nara clan lacked experience. Once they entered the Roots, their assistance proved to be minimal. The older generation, while increasingly astute, also tended to be increasingly lethargic. It would be quite unusual for them to respond positively to a conventional invitation. In the mountains, the number of astute individuals within the clan is fewer than that of the Nara clan. However, those who could truly offer assistance are unlikely to venture into the depths of the Roots. As for the Akimichi clan, the plump individuals are rather endearing, and it would be unkind to burden them with the task of critical thinking. Ultimately, what remains within the Roots are the original ninjas. Perhaps a selective review and modification of their memories could be considered. In the depths of contemplation, Yamanaka Q followed the Umbu to Konoha Hospital. Upon ascending to the second floor, he encountered a considerable assembly of Uchiha ninjas, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing in the corridor, flanked by two Umbu members. "Where is Tsunade?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his curiosity piqued by Q's solitary arrival. Tsunade had previously observed the positive effects of Kakashi's psychological therapy and wished to personally partake in this method of healing. The words of Yamashita Kei were not entirely clear. The news of Tsunade's hemophobia had been tightly sealed by the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, with so many people around, if it were openly spoken, it would likely spread throughout the village by the next day. Several members of the Uchiha clan, upon hearing this, stepped forward with faces full of indignation, clearly prepared to question Yamashita Kei regarding why he had not awakened Tsunade. However, before they could voice their concerns, the leading elder of the Uchiha clan raised his hand, halting them all. His piercing gaze swept over the eager clan ninjas, compelling them to swallow their words. While ordinary ninjas might not have been aware of Yamashita Kei's identity, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, he was always attentive to the shifts in the village's upper echelons and could not possibly be unfamiliar with the newly appointed deputy leader of the Root. To question the deputy leader of Root in front of the Hokage, was that a sign of living too comfortably? Upon hearing Yamashita Kei's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Tsunade was treating her own hemophobia. He took the initiative to interject, addressing the Uchiha elder beside him. Though Kage was young, he excelled in the treatment of mental trauma, and Uchiha Makoto's injuries were not severe. He was more suited for the task than Tsunade. "We shall rely on you." Lord Kage, the Uchiha elder said, bowing respectfully to Yamashita Kei, his demeanor exceedingly amicable. "You are too kind, Lord H. Kaido. I shall exert myself to the utmost." In the mountains, Yamanaka Kei paid his respects. Before him stood an elderly gentleman named Uchiha HD, one of the surviving relics of the Warring States period from the Uchiha clan. He has always been aligned with the village, actively encouraging his clansmen to refrain from being confined to the ranks of the guard and to engage more in the daily operations and tasks of the village. He is considered one of the more visionary figures among the Uchiha leadership, although Kei had only encountered him a few times. The records provided a comprehensive account of his life. With a click, the door to the infirmary swung open. The medical ninja, Kei's Ryu, who had just been conversing with others, stepped out and addressed Yamanaka Kei. "Kei, please take a moment to assess the patient's condition. It seems they are still under the influence of a genjutsu." "Understood." As Yama gazed upon the injured Sasuke and the elder Uchiha, he nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly entered the infirmary. Due to his connection with Kushina, he had known Mikoto Uchiha since childhood. Witnessing their injuries and possessing the means to assist, he could not remain a mere bystander. Upon stepping into the ward, in the mountainous scenery, Yamazaki observed the pale complexion of Uchiha Mikoto. He cast a glance at the ford drip hanging beside the bed, noting that it contained only a standard solution for replenishing bodily energy. He then formed hand seals, earnestly attuning to the current mental state of the individual before him. This state. In the mountains, the scenery perceived the mental state of Uchiha Mikoto, her brows slightly furrowed. Although Effing Chuel is a professional medical ninja, his understanding of genjutsu is rather limited. Uchiha Mikoto is not merely ensnared by an illusion, rather, the enemy's in-release chakra has fused with the genjutsu that rebounded off her, creating an exceptionally tenacious force of in release that continually clashes with her own power. Perhaps due to previous mental injuries, despite Uchiha Makoto relying on her physical instincts to incessantly draw upon her internal chakra to sustain her ocular prowess. This external force proves remarkably resilient and cannot be extinguished in a short span of time. This renders her mental state exceedingly unstable, with her Sharingan's ocular power surging wildly. The conventional methods to dispel Genjutsu are inapplicable to Uchiha Makoto's current predicament and may even induce adverse effects, hindering her ability to combat that formidable force. Furthermore, any external intervention would require a in-release force several times greater than Makoto's. Otherwise, they would merely suffer from the backlash of their colliding powers. Ninja Technique. Heart-turning clone technique. In the mountains, with a resounding clap of his hands, he unleashed the ancestral secret technique. His formidable mental power surged forth in an unstoppable torrent, penetrating the very depths of Uchiha Makoto's consciousness. Before the bewildered Uchiha Makoto, within the realm of her mind, a scene of astonishment unfolded. The force of the landscape and the mountains, embodying its inherent retreating power, transformed into colossal waves of the vast sea, swiftly submerging the uncontrollable might entirely. Jingjun's prowess remains as formidable as ever. Uchiha Makoto's consciousness observed the overwhelming power that had left her weary from the struggle, now effortlessly eradicated. With her hands gathered gracefully before her, she inclined her body in a respectful bow. Her gentle visage still bore a tranquil smile, seemingly capable of soothing the troubled soul. Beneath the fatigue of her diminished spirit, a hint of fragility evoked a sense of tenderness. Might you kindly elucidate the circumstances of the mission and the nature of the adversary? In the mountains. The scenery waved a hand and swiftly inquired about Uchiha Makoto's experiences during this mission. The girl was in dire need of rest given her current mental state. However, the dark, extreme, and frenzied power of the in-release she had encountered seemed unmistakably reminiscent of the Sharingan. He could not quell his unease without asking her a question. Our small team was tasked with delivering a scroll to Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, and the first half of our mission proceeded smoothly. Yet, on our return, we encountered a group of youths adorned with Rain Village forehead protectors and cloaked in black robes, distributing food to civilians. I found this curious and sent my subordinates to inquire further. It was said that these youths were members of the Akatsuki organization, founded by orphans of war, with a philosophy seemingly aimed at achieving peace through nonviolent means. Upon re-entering the land of fire, a masked ninja, displaying only one of his 3 Tomo Sharingan, suddenly ambushed us. Although only one eye was visible, his ocular prowess surpassed mine by a considerable margin. Had it not been for the flying summoning beast previously sold by Kyukuin, our team might not have returned. I probed into the identity of that masked ninja. He could not possibly be one of our Uchiha clan. And his speech bore a hint of foolishness. After analyzing Hanzo's situation, it seemed unlikely that he would act against us. Thus, I suspected that the issue lay with this Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Makoto pondered for a moment before recounting her experiences and speculations throughout the journey. Please, do rest well, she said. Thank you for your concern, Kyukuin. Once I regain my strength, I shall personally express my gratitude. No need for such formality, it is not our first acquaintance. In the serene mountains, a gentle wave of the hand beckons tranquility. As consciousness returns, one's spiritual energy gradually soothes the restless dark chakra within Makoto. A silent lament arises. This girl does seem to have an unfortunate fate. Why must she encounter the likes of Nagato and his companions? Ever since Black Zetsu's escape, he had contemplated making a discreet visit to the Rain Village with the intention of extracting Nagato's Rinnegan. Such a powerful artifact, left unchecked, remains a perpetual threat. However, prior to this, he was unaware of Nagato's whereabouts. After taking over the route, he had stumbled upon some intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Yet these past few days had been overwhelmingly busy. Thus, he had temporarily set this matter aside. Little did he expect that before he could make a move, Black Zetsu would act prematurely. Was this a ploy to incite Konoha against the Akatsuki, orchestrating a grand performance to manipulate Nagato into executing the Eye of the Moon plan? In the heart of the mountains, a myriad of thoughts flitted through the mind, casting a veil of uncertainty over the intentions of Kurizetsu. It seemed implausible that this individual felt threatened by the attention of the Leaf Ninja, prompting him to venture forth solely to silence them. If that were the case, what of the prior root ninjas who had gathered intelligence on the Akatsuki? Why had they not met the same fate? As for the collection of Sharingan, if he were truly intent on eradicating threats, then Akatsuki's Deidara should have employed would-release techniques. It was inconceivable that Uchiha Makoto and her team could have survived unscathed. Clearly, a resolution had been reached. The wind rustled as Lu observed the expression of anguish gradually dissipating from Uchiha Mikoto's face. Her mental state began to stabilize, and she ceased the relentless drain of chakra from her body, releasing a profound sigh of relief. Had that state endured for an extended period, it would surely have inflicted significant harm both mentally and physically. The foreign release energy had been purged, however. Her own spiritual strength would require a period of quiet recuperation. The remainder of her recovery now rested in your capable hands. Shan Zhaojing faced the gentle breeze and uttered a word before turning to exit the ward. With the interference of that sinister energy now dissipated, all that remained was to recuperate properly, and Uchiha Mikoto would soon return to her former vitality. As for employing medical ninjutsu for a personal treatment, he would rather abstain. He feared he might struggle to elucidate his actions later on. How did it go? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as soon as Shan Zhaojing emerged. Uchiha Mikoto held a significant position within the Uchiha clan, and in recent years, she had served as a vital link between the village and the Uchiha. Were it not for this, he would not have taken the trouble to come from his office, nor would he have summoned Tsunade through the Umbu. Over a dozen members of the Uchiha clan, equally anxious, gazed at Shan Zhaojing with trepidation, as if they feared the arrival of ill tidings. It has been resolved. Yamashita Kei reiterated the words he had just spoken to F. Jean, prompting a slight nod from the three generations. The more than 10 Uchiha ninjas standing nearby simultaneously exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, several Uchiha ninjas had glared at Yamashita Kei upon hearing that Tsunade would not be attending, yet now their faces were adorned with gratitude as they repeatedly expressed their thanks. Their demeanor was such that one might think they were eager to embrace him and bestow a kiss upon him. The contrast in their attitude was strikingly profound. The gaze of Yamashita Kei swept over 3 young Uchiha, a boy and a girl, wrapped in bandages and weeping in each other's embrace. Recognizing them as the lower ninjas who had accompanied Uchiha Mikoto on her mission, he sensed their presence through his sensory ninjutsu. Yet, like them, he found no trace of Kagaya's essence, leaving him perplexed about the true intentions of this black Zetsu. Was it a ploy to lure Konoha into action against the Akatsuki without leaving any eyes to monitor? He decided to dismiss such thoughts. It was a waste of mental faculties. Soon, he would mount his falcon and journey to the land of rain, intent on extracting Nagato's eyes without delay. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing the matter resolved, courteously bid farewell to the others and departed first. Amidst the mountains, Jing turned to nod at Uchiha Hua Island, intending to depart, when the latter called out to him, "Lord Jing, may I inquire if you have a moment to converse?" To which Jing replied, when summoned by Lord Hua Island, "I naturally have the time. Thank you for your graciousness, Lord Jing. Please." The starry river stretched across the night sky, as eagles and falcons soared through the darkness, transforming into shadowy specters that hastened towards the land of rain. In the mountains, Shan Zhaojing reclined with his legs crossed upon the back of a majestic eagle, savoring the fierce winds that howled around him while gazing into the boundless expanse of the starry sea, lost in thought. In the afternoon, Uchiha Hashima extended an invitation to him to visit a tea house established by the Uchiha clan. The intent of this invitation was uncomplicated. They merely wished for Shan Zhaojing to select a few ninjas from the Uchiha clan to join the Root organization. In return, the Uchiha clan would wholeheartedly support any initiatives that Shan Zhaojing pursued within Root. Experience brings wisdom. In the serene mountains, a whisper escaped the lips, and eyes were gently closed. During this period, Shimura Danzo's frequent visits to the Konoha hospital raised suspicions among many, leading them to believe that the leader of the Root was nearing his end. However, shortly thereafter, his health appeared to improve. Yet he fervently sought to recruit him into the Root. To this end, he even made considerable sacrifices at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those with a keen intellect might speculate that Danzo has begun to prepare for the cultivation of a successor. Orochimaru cannot remain in the Root indefinitely. Given the current circumstances, this cold figure stands as the sole candidate capable and worthy of becoming the 4th Hokage. Shan Zhaojing hails from the esteemed faction of the Hokage. His prowess acknowledged by Jiraiya and held in high regard by the Hokage himself, as well as favored by Danzo. He entered the Roots ahead of time, familiarizing himself with its operations, while also cultivating a rapport with Orochimaru. The future dynamics of Konoha's higher echelons seem increasingly evident. Although the Uchiha clan is not yet subjected to the direct surveillance experienced post-Ninetales incident, many have begun to perceive their estrangement from the core circle of Konoha. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, entrusted the police force to the Uchiha clan, ostensibly bestowing upon them significant authority. However, over time, numerous individuals have recognized the limitations inherent in confining themselves to the police department. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has permitted the Uchiha to integrate into regular ninja combat teams. Yet their presence remains conspicuously absent from the Umbu and various secretive departments. In light of these circumstances, Uchiha Hataka has chosen to support Shan Zhongjing's ascension. This decision not only seeks to secure the friendship of a future high-ranking official in Konoha, but also endeavors to strengthen the bonds between the Uchiha and Konoha. Furthermore, it may serve as an opportunity to explore potential breakthroughs through him. Perhaps most critically, it aims to create a division between certain clan members and the Uchiha. Ninjas who join the Roots are marked with the curse of tongue and undergo emotional eradication training devised by Danzo, becoming utterly obedient to the leader of the Roots, thereby placing their family ties secondary. They are thus distinctly different from the typical Uchiha. While such actions may appear detrimental to the family's interests, considering the long-term perspective, they could serve as a safeguard for the clan's continuity. Those who have survived from the Warring States period until today are far from simple-minded. Makoto, possessing a delicate and perceptive nature, along with adequate strength, finds herself in a rather premature situation, as Shursui will only be 5 years old after the new year. In the Serene Mountains, the names of various members of the Uchiha clan flickered through my mind. Danzo would never permit the Uchiha to join Root, for he, much like Hashirama Senju, harbored a profound wariness and suspicion towards this clan, even entertaining some covetous thoughts. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was not as extreme as Danzo as a ruler, how could he possibly neglect to guard against the mightiest of ninja clans? Their every fear fundamentally stemmed from their own inadequacies and strength. In the serene mountain landscape, one need not ponder excessively. He has recently altered the authority over the core department responsible for the eradication of the tongue's calamity. Next, he must not only modify the other members' seals of calamity eradication, but also implement a dual approach of sealing and memory alteration to deal with those unwavering loyalists of Danzo. Moreover, he must attend to the myriad affairs of the Root organization. The tasks at hand are indeed overwhelming. Since the Uchiha have presented themselves, it would be prudent to select a few capable individuals. If one wishes to manipulate them under his command, one must first unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, he fears that his strength may become excessive, leading to an unfortunate demise with a single strike. Caw-caw, the hawk let out a cry from its beak. In the mountains, the landscape responded to a sound, turning to gaze in the direction of its approach. A glance revealed the endless horizon shrouded in dark clouds, progressively obscuring the stars that adorned the night sky. A fine mist of rain enveloped the rain-soaked realm, as if the entire world's gloom had descended upon it, creating an atmosphere of oppression and melancholy. Casually, a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique was cast into the uninhabited thicket below. The gentle drizzle caressed the skin, adding to the somber ambience. In the mountainous landscape, the adept of water transformation reclined comfortably, indulging in the serenity. In the Rain Country's Rain Ninja Village, within a steel edifice distance from the village's nucleus, Conan, clad in a flowing black robe, stood upon the balcony. Extending her hand to feel the raindrops cascading onto her palm, her gaze lost in the somber horizon. Behind her, several youths who had recently joined the organization gathered around a fire pit, engaging in spirited discourse about the future with their leader, Yahiko. Nagato, the somewhat introverted one, quietly observed from a corner, watching his companions revel in their exchanges. "Leader, I've heard that many more individuals wish to join us lately," exclaimed one youth. "We are on the righteous path. Surely, others will take notice. Shouldn't we welcome them? We must observe them a bit longer. Fear not, our fellowship will only grow. Indeed, I long to converse with Lord Hanzo. That way, our ideals could swiftly permeate the entire Rain Country. As long as we persist in our efforts, we shall undoubtedly succeed." Listening to Yahiko's exuberant voice, a faint smile graced Conan's lips as she prepared to step indoors. Suddenly, a ninja clad in the Mist Village's Umbu attire, wielding an oddly shaped large blade upon his back, gradually materialized from the flowing water. In a swift motion, Conan leaped backward, her hands deftly forming seals, as a flurry of paper, each the size of a palm, swirled around her. The commotion stirred the Akatsuki members inside, who quickly sprang into action. Yahiko and Nagato were the first to reach Conan's side, their brows furrowed as they regarded the ninja standing at the balcony's edge. Umbu of the Mist? The water transformation technique of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan? That blade resembles the legendary Kubikirib of the Mist Village, Yahiko mused. "What brings you here, sir?" he inquired, subtly signaling to his companions with his right hand behind his back. Prepare for something. In the mountains, the scenery elicited a spontaneous remark. A formidable perception swept over the initial members of the Akatsuki. How peculiar. None of these individuals appeared to be parasitized by the white Zetsu. Previously, the observer had tested those captured white Zetsu, finding that even with the transformation techniques employed, his perceptive abilities could not discern them. However, the limitations of perception did not imply the same for the system. Remarkably, none of the individuals before him were masquerading as white Zetsu. Nor was there any sign of parasitism among them. This was unsettling. We do not possess what you seek. I kindly ask you to vacate the premises immediately, the leader. Yahiko furrowed his brow, his hand already resting on the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. Explaining the situation would be overly cumbersome. Thus, I shall resort to action instead. Whoosh. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing suddenly appeared beside Nagato. Bending low, he grasped the hilt of the colossal blade. Shark skin, resting it upon his shoulder to gather strength. With a whoosh, the blade expanded dramatically, its serrated edges standing erect, crashing down toward Nagato with ferocity. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply as Nagato, in a desperate move, deflected the attack with a kunai. Several of the blade's protruding spikes pierced his arm. The once starved shark skin, upon encountering chakra after a long absence, began to voraciously absorb it. Nagato initially intended to endure the pain in his injured arm and unleash ninjutsu in tandem with his allies to deliver a decisive blow to the adversary before him. However, sensing the chakra within him draining away rapidly, akin to a breached dam, he felt a surge of alarm. With the insight granted by his Rinnegan, he observed that Konan and Yahiko had arrived to provide support. Straining against the pressure of shark skin, he sought to create distance. Yet, the hidden mist Umbu before him appeared utterly unfazed by the attacks from Yahiko and Konan behind him. The monstrous blade transformed its slashing motion into a thrust. The bizarre weapon opened its drooling maw, resembling a creature intent on devouring him whole. Konan's shurikens, laced with explosive tags, pierced through Shan Zhongjing's water transformation technique. Yahiko's kunai, enveloped in wind chakra, penetrated the gap in his right shoulder blade, sending water splattering. Yahiko withdrew. Nagato prepared a lightning technique. Observing Yahiko's persistent focus on incapacitating rather than killing the enemy, Konan urgently shouted. With a resounding boom, a repulsion force emanated from shark skin. Sensing the imminent danger but lacking the time to cast a jutsu, Nagato barely managed to repel the drooling mob before him with the power of his Rinnegan. In the mountainous realm, the breathtaking scenery is reliant upon the extraordinary reflexes bestowed by Zero Frame. Before the repulsive force could reach its peak, the upper body, enveloped in a peculiar state of hydration technique, executed a bizarre 180-degree rotation. Just as Yahiko was preparing to retreat, his expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, the mists Umbu, utilizing the repulsive force of Nagato's Rinnegan, abruptly accelerated their assault. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's fist had already struck his cheek. Yahiko! Accompanied by the exclamations of Konan and Nagato, Yahiko was sent hurtling sideways, crashing violently into the steel wall. It was evident that the tremendous force of that punch had rendered him unconscious. The repulsive force from behind, emanating from the Rinnegan, propelled Yamashita Kei and the formidable Samahata forward at an alarming speed, just as Konan prepared to ignite the explosive tags embedded within her paper shurikens. She witnessed the mist Umbu's legs suddenly bulk up considerably. With a powerful kick against the steel floor, the assailant forcefully twisted their body and, in an instant, lunged towards her. Konan! Nagato called out urgently, striving to activate universal pull and draw Konan to his side before the enemy could strike. Yet, the speed of his body's reaction paled in comparison to the swiftness of the adversary's actions. In the mountainous landscape, the great blade of the shark muscle was swung fiercely, thwarting the gravitational pull of Nagato's universal pull. Starved to the brink of madness, the shark muscle paid no heed to its recent humiliation at Nagato's hands. Following the force of the universal pull, it once again soared towards the adversary. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed, just as Nagato leaped to evade the oncoming blade. He cast his gaze upon Konan, whose body lay limp upon the ground. Meanwhile, a member of the Akatsuki, akin to a tiger among sheep, plunged into the ranks of the organization. Relying solely on taijutsu, he effortlessly sent everyone crashing against the surrounding walls. Jutsu. Great Buddha. Refuge. Nagato's eyes widened in fury as he formed hand seals, ready to exhaust his body to unleash the most potent power of his Rinnegan. However, The misty shadow operative had already placed a hand atop Conan's head. Glancing around, he noticed his companions were gravely injured yet appeared to be alive. Nagato suppressed the turmoil and unease within him and spoke. "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind, leaving Nagato no time to react before darkness enveloped him. Stumbling forward, he collapsed straight to the ground. This power was indeed a considerable distance away. In the midst of the mountain scenery, the shadow clone seized the unconscious Nagato upon his formidable blade. Not only were there seals designed to prevent the hidden mist village from summoning him back, but also inscribed were several flying thunder god marks. Focused solely on the adversary before him and his injured comrade, he completely overlooked the weapon that had just soared behind him. After all, he was still young. His combat experience paled in comparison. As he raised his hand to catch the glass vial thrown by his original self, the shadow clone was about to commence the extraction of the eye, when suddenly the original's voice rang out. "Stop." As Shanjanjin gazed upon the entry interface of Nagato before him, he mentally extended a fragrant greeting to Kurizetsu. He had previously utilized the system to scan the names and identities of all present, yet due to the considerable number of individuals, he had not scrutinized each entry in detail. Now, his attention was fixated on Nagato, and he quickly discerned something amiss. Name: Nagato. Occupation: ninja entries, bloodline of the ancestors, purple, pseudo-renegade, purple, mastery of 6 natures, blue, Kagura's heart eye, blue, intelligent, green, proficient in puppetry, green, interdependent, white, blind obedience, gray, bloodline of the ancestors, purple, a pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which underwent gradual mutation when stimulated by the powers of the 6 paths within the Rinnegan, significantly enhancing the affinity for the 6 elemental natures of water, earth, fire, wind, lightning, and yang. Life force and chakra levels were greatly augmented. Pseudo-Rinnegan, purple, based on the powers of the 6 Pazinyoung ninjutsu and the technique of transformation. This eye was forcibly created through the fusion of the God Tree's powers with a pseudo-Rinnegan born from a 3-tomo Sharingan, endowed with a substantial reserve of Rinnegan energy, enabling the use of certain 6 paths powers. Once the energy is depleted, the eye will be destroyed. Indeed, Kurizetsu, you have truly brought forth the powers of the 6 paths with remarkable finesse. In the depths of the mountains, the figure inhaled cautiously, prompting the shadow clone to begin an examination of the bodies of these Akatsuki members. Could Black Zetsu fathom whether Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan and transplanted it into Nagato? Logically, it seemed improbable. Yet, one must consider that this individual had lived for nearly a millennium, steeped in shadows. Following Madara's abrupt demise, any subsequent actions he might take would not be surprising. However, to deliberately incite Akatsuki's involvement in a mission against the Rain Village by a leaf ninja, thereby drawing attention to the nascent organization, and leaving behind a pair of counterfeit Rinnegan. Was it merely a ruse to deceive him? Or perhaps, the original body, the transcription seal. The shadow clone let out a slight sound of realization and distanced itself slightly from Nagato. In the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow slightly, signaling to continue. After a thorough examination, it was revealed that Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan all bore the Tsukuyami seal. No anomalies were found among the other members. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara had employed the Tsukuyami seal to confine Izanagi within his right eye, delaying its activation. Uchiha Itachi also utilized this technique, embedding Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes and leaving Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami in Naruto's possession. The conditions for activating the Tsukuyami seal remain unknown, as does the nature of the technique it encapsulates. Without unraveling this enigma, understanding its implications is impossible. The scenery within the mountains is such that even to brainwash the 3 individuals and return them to Konoha would require considerable hesitation. After all, should the sealing technique contain within it the summoning arts, the outer path, Gedo statue, or the super, Deva path, the conditions for activation might be fulfilled as soon as they arrive in Konoha. It is likely that before the 3rd Great Ninja War even commences, Konoha would already be in ruins. As for eliminating the 3 individuals, as the mountain dweller was lost in contemplation, the ravenous, swordfish-like creature, resembling a caterpillar, slithered its way beside Nagato. Its lengthy tongue incessantly licked the young man's head. A multitude of sharp spines seemed to transform into soft fur, closely adhering to its body. An overwhelming surge of chakra flowed forth from Nagato, causing the fainted youth to tremble uncontrollably due to excessive chakra depletion. Suddenly, the sound of a signal flare exploding resonated from above the mountain dweller's head. with a swift distortion of space. The shadow clone left on guard outside appeared beside the creature, wearing a grim expression. It unceremoniously discarded the obviously ensnared ninja at the feet of the mountain dweller. Is it White Zetsu? In the midst of the mountainous landscape, I glanced at the interface of the figure before me and tossed a sealed scroll to my shadow clone. As the sharp alarm resonated throughout the entirety of Rain Ninja Village, I retrieved a blood storage vessel from my pocket and applied a small amount to the tip of my finger. A colossal plume of chakra smoke billowed forth, summoning a clam far larger than the average. Observing this, the shadow clone promptly placed the bodies of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan into the clam's open shell. For the moment, let us ensure their survival, I instructed the summoning beast. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as the art of spiritual communication was dispelled, returning the essence to the abode of the Clam clan. Sensing the rapid approach of figures beyond the edifice, one swiftly grasped the large blade resting upon the ground. Although the intentions of the enigmatic Black Absolute remained unclear, one could not arrive without bearing some local treasures. Over there, our people are under attack. The insignia on the masks. This is the covert division of the Mist Village. Exercise caution. Surround the neighboring blocks. More than a dozen individuals were felled. Be vigilant. This is no ordinary adversary. A swift sound pierced the air, accompanied by muffled shouts emerging from beneath the gas masks. The current base of the Akatsuki organization, while situated in a secluded area near the outskirts of the Rain Village, still lay within the confines of the village. As a distress signal was launched, the guarding ninjas of the Rain Village promptly sounded the alarm. In mere moments, the ninjas from the surrounding blocks hastened to the scene. Be steadfast. If you falter, beware of my retribution. In the mountains, the great swordfish trembled in Shan Zhong's right hand. However, after a sudden, fierce shake, the great swordfish, seemingly intoxicated, not only failed to regain its rigidity but became even more limp. Its appearance was less vigorous than the green tongue he had tasted in his past life. As he surveyed the approaching and increasingly numerous ninjas from the rain, a sense of foreboding washed over him. In the mountains, the formidable figure of Dideo Jiaoji turned his back, exuding an air of displeasure, as he retrieved a ninja sword that had just been discarded by a member of the Akatsuki organization. The enhanced mastery of the blade granted by the invisible decapitation strike endowed him with a swordsmanship that transcended mere weaponry. Weighing the approximately 1-meter-long ninja sword in his hand, a myriad of techniques and applications for such a weapon flooded his mind. Moreover, in contrast to the somewhat cumbersome nature of Dideo Jiaoji's strength-based approach, the more agile ninja sword facilitated a greater frequency of slashes within a short span of time, making it far more conducive to triggering the conceptual assault of the invisible decapitation strike. Water release, cutting rain. In the heart of the mountains, Shanjunjing wore a mischievous smile at the corners of his lips. With his left hand, he formed a singular seal, as the chakra within him surged tumultuously, ample enough to unleash 2 S-rank ninjutsu. This chakra was wholly dedicated to the water release technique, cutting rain, a secret art capable of diminishing all external ninjutsu and chakra, save for water release itself. In the original narrative, the Umbu of the Mist had previously utilized this technique to weaken Naruto's Rasengan and the Super Beast imitation technique unleashed by the Root Ninja, Sai. In such a unique environment, a ninja proficient in water release would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in power, while those less adept would find their techniques substantially weakened. Weaker individuals might even be relegated to utilizing only taijutsu in combat. Centered around Shanjunjing, the gentle drizzle within a kilometer radius of the Rain Ninja Village began to intensify under the influence of cutting rain. Some Rain Village ninjas, who relied on chakra to cling to walls, were caught off guard and began to plummet towards the ground. Meanwhile, the more seasoned ninjas promptly increased their chakra output. Summoning technique, Kite King. A colossal, bizarre summoning beast, resembling a fusion of clam and conch, materialized at the street corner. A Rain Ninja Jainin, adorned with a gas mask, stood with crossed arms atop the summoning beast. As he caught sight of Shanjunjing and his companions, the esteemed Yamada no Orochi, known as the right hand of Hanzo the Salamander, spoke in a cold tone. Such a vast application of water release, cutting rain, is beyond the capability of mere Jinin. Jinin, retreat. Ch Nin, secure the surrounding districts. Jainin, utilize water release and join me in the assault. Yes. The surrounding ninjas of the Rain Village responded in unison. The Jinin hurriedly attempted to escape the encirclement, while the Jainin began to form their seals. Yamada no Orochi, indeed, your summoning beast is impressive. The voice, altered by the scenery of the mountains, emanated from behind the spirit of the mountain pepper fish. When did this happen? The eyes of the mackerel fish god, Datong, narrowed sharply, and with a swift motion, he thrust his kunai behind him. The sound of water clones shattering echoed around him. Before Datong could even exhale in relief, he found himself encircled by 4 indistinguishable water clones, each wielding a ninja blade aimed directly at his vital points. Normally, a water clone possesses less than 1/10 of the original's attack power. However, this was under normal circumstances. Within the realm of water release, cutting ray. The ferocity of these clone strikes was formidable. The glinting blades, even before making contact, sent a sharp sting across Datong's skin. The clang of metal against metal resounded continuously as the colossal spirit beast, the king of shells, beneath Datong's feet, extended numerous tentacles, each as thick as an adult's arm, to absorb a significant portion of the assault. The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out. In the mountains, a resounding slap landed on the back of the brain of the mountain pepper fish deity, rendering it unconscious. With a flick of the wrist, it was tossed to a nearby clone. The clone hoisted the fallen figure and, with agile footwork, swiftly dove into a nearby structure. A spirit beast of remarkable quality. It shall be mine. Suddenly, a flurry of powerful, tentacle-like appendages lashed out. In the mountainous landscape, Shanjiangjing unleashed the formidable water arm technique with both feet, delivering a powerful stomp that caused the Shell King to plunge suddenly into the ground by a foot beneath the tremendous force, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water hail. Water release, water prison technique. Water release, water gun technique. Water release, water whip. Water release, mist concealment technique. Streams of water techniques surged from all directions. Having just employed the water release, wave surge, Shanjiangjing melded into the water using the technique of water transformation and swiftly reappeared above the Shell King. Curiously glancing at the individual employing the mist concealment technique, he turned to observe the clever strategist. Are you serious? With a sharp slap, the elderly ninja beside the clever strategist abruptly interrupted the young one's attempt to execute the mist concealment technique. In the mountainous scenery, a smile graced the corners of his mouth as his entire being transformed into flowing water. Utilizing the ability of water release, he swiftly maneuvered through the torrents of water ninjutsu that surged around him. Cried a mist-hidden Jainin standing atop a protruding steel structure, as a blood-stained kunai pierced through his left chest, emerging from his back. The blade was flung away, leaving his body in its wake. In the heart of the mountains, the figure of Yamanaka revealed itself, forming a hand seal with a singular motion. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick mist surged forth, enveloping the surroundings and obscuring the vision of all present within mere moments. Amidst this haze, a melodious yet sorrowful song echoed from all directions, sending shivers down the spines of the Rain Ninja Village's warriors. Outside the window, the rain patters incessantly, falling for 3 days and nights, much like my beloved, who has yet to return home after all this time. Has this affection truly dissipated? Is this your answer? How infuriating. No, I did not steal your woman. Damn it. Brother, allow me to introduce, a series of short, agonizing cries and wails blended with the sounds of blades piercing flesh and bodies collapsing to the ground, reaching the ears of the onlookers. The eerie song continued unabated, chilling to the bone. What manner of perversion dwells within the hidden mist village? To sing while slaying. Who can disperse this damned mist with wind release? Fire release would suffice as well. The rain is still in effect. Who can manage it? Curse it. Everyone, retreat. Expand the encirclement. Do not linger within the mist. Lord Hans shall arrive momentarily. Hold your ground. Do not let the enemy escape. A cacophony of frantic shouts and commands filled the air. Drip kills edge characters, slightly interfering with the development of the world line, yielding entry extraction opportunity X1, concealed within the hidden mist technique. Yamanaka stowed away the summoning contract scroll handed to him by a shadow clone. Glancing at the system's reward and sensing the almost imperceptible flow of fortune, he slightly curled his lip. It was fortunate that he had intercepted a summoning beast. Otherwise, would this reward have justified his long journey? His gaze turned toward the center of the Rain Ninja Village. In the mountainous realm, his gaze narrowed slightly. Within the expansive realm of his heightened perception, a remarkably powerful presence was rapidly approaching. Could it be Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world? The Salamander indeed possesses a formidable reputation. Unlike the obscure figures such as the minor character known as the Salamander God, or the enigmatic second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, Hanzo stands as a prominent figure whose reputation commands significant attention across the ninja villages. His personal dossier, encompassing his developmental journey, character traits, ninjutsu, summoned beasts, and even analyses of his acquaintances, has become an indispensable resource for the intelligence agencies of every ninja village. Although he had not scrutinized the materials in detail, he had earnestly examined the memories of Danzo. He had thoroughly grasped the hidden truths behind Hanzo the Salamander. The summoning beast, the Salamander, was not situated in remote gathering spots like Myobokuzen or the Dragon Cave, far from this continent. Instead, it resided in a poisonous swamp on the outskirts of the Hidden Rain village. Due to its excessively potent venom, this clan faced significant challenges in breeding. Moreover, their capabilities posed a lethal threat to ordinary ninjas, resulting in their targeting by multiple factions during the Second Ninja World War. Presently, this clan consists solely of two beings, the Great Cat and Little Three. Therefore, in theory, abducting Hanzo's summoning beast is not as formidable a task as it may appear. The poisonous swamp and the summoning contract scroll. As soon as the scene in the mountains unfolded, the two shadow clones beside him immediately grasped the situation. Simultaneously employing transformation techniques, they took on the appearance of ninjas from the Rain Village. The first clone dashed toward the central tower, while the second clone headed straight for the toxic pond inhabited by the mountain pepperfish. Should the first clone succeed in locating the summoning contract scroll of the mountain pepperfish clan at the central tower, a single sealing contract would enable the second clone to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, thereby abducting the entire clan's combat power. However, if the scroll could not be found, the second clone would have to exert considerable effort, individually executing sealing contracts before eventually re-establishing an agreement with the clan. Everyone, retreat. As Sancho Fish Hanzo arrived in the fog-shrouded area, he let out a thunderous command, instructing all his subordinates to stand back. With the fingertips of his right hand gliding along the sharp edge of the scythe protruding from behind, he formed a series of hand seals and summoned the Sancho Fish Jibutsu. Toxic Spray. The formidable Hans of the Salamander formed hand seals, his robust chakra intricately linked to the summoning beast beneath him. Years of harmonious collaboration allowed the Salamander to swiftly grasp Hans's intentions. As the deep purple venom accumulated within its toxic sac erupted forth in an instant. Under the cooperative control of Hans and the summoned creature, the dense fog of the mist technique swiftly filled the air, carrying with it lethal toxins capable of claiming a life with but a breath. Water Release. Water Body Flicker Technique. In the depths of the mountains, the figure of Shanjunjing darted through the water with remarkable swiftness, skillfully evading the suffocating, poisonous mist that obscured the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Hanzo. The ninja sword, enveloped in the Water Release, Water Blade Slash, collided with the scythe in Hanzo's grasp. Sparks erupted amidst the clash. The weighted end of the scythe surged towards Shanjunjing's head, splashing a torrent of water upon impact. Hanzo's eyes narrowed slightly. His extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly discern that this was not merely a water clone, but rather the water transformation technique of the Kaigetsu clan. With a swift horizontal swing of his scythe, he aimed to cleave through his adversary's form, while simultaneously, the weighted end initiated a secondary assault. Meanwhile, beneath him, his summoned beast, the mountain pepper fish, shifted positions almost instantaneously, altering the direction of the toxic mist's expulsion, thereby enveloping the area in a deep, violet haze of lethal poison. In the mountains, beneath the scenery, I swiftly utilized the art of water manipulation to create distance. With the tip of my left finger, I aimed at the scythe and the weight approaching me. Water Release. Water Iron Cannon Technique. Barrage. The small projectiles, no larger than a walnut, unleashed a formidable power as they collided with the scythe and the weight. The close combat expert, Sanchuo Hans, was compelled to hurriedly defend against the relentless onslaught of the water iron cannon. Forced to remain stationary, he could only watch as his adversary retreated. After a distance of several dozen meters in the mountainous landscape, he came to a halt at the protruding section of a steel structure. In his hand, the blade of his was already marred with speckles of deep purple corrosion. Casting a glance at his right arm, slightly discolored due to the technique of hydromancy, he swiftly expelled the toxins from his body, utilizing the efficiency of this very art. He then harnessed the water droplets cascading from the rain to rapidly replenish the moisture lost within him. He gazed upon Hanzo, who stood proudly above him like a sentinel. At the peak of the mountain, the splendor of the mountains has been keenly felt, reminiscent of the bewildering atmosphere during the Second Shinobi World War, when Tsunade and her comrades grappled with a sense of helplessness. This old fellow is not merely a vessel for summoning beasts imbued with poison. The taint permeates his entire being. To subdue the adversary without revealing one's identity, one must resort to the ancestral ninjutsu of the second Mizukage, Kagyuki, and deliver a subtle yet impactful demonstration of explosive power to the hidden Rain Village. But wait, what compels him to contemplate a massacre of the Rain Shinobi? A vague restlessness and a thirst for blood stir within him. In the mountainous terrain, the expression on the face of the figure darkened as he forcefully expelled the unknown power within him with his formidable escape energy. His perceptive abilities meticulously scanned a radius of 10 kilometers, inundating his mind with a plethora of complex information. The potent insight bestowed by the purple entry of the Seeker allowed him to swiftly identify the source of the anomalous state. Deep underground, within a 3-kilometer radius centered around the Akatsuki organization's base, 3 figures enveloped by the parasitic entity known as White Zetsu were frantically maintaining a peculiar formation that appeared as a circular ring on the outside yet manifested as an equilateral triangle within. The cult of the evil god, perhaps? The scenery within the mountains cast a subtle gloom upon the heart. Uchiha Obito looked down upon such base tactics. However, Korezetsu harbored no such arrogant disposition typical of the formidable. That cunning old soul would resort to any means necessary to rescue his mother. He surveyed the earlier arrivals from the Rain Village. The breath of most had grown noticeably labored. Some individuals of weaker resolve had reddened eyes, their mental state fluctuating tumultuously. In the heart of the mountains, a wave of realization washed over Jing as he muttered an expletive under his breath. He quickly interconnected a series of revelations, coming to the stark understanding of Black Zetsu's intricately devised scheme. This fiend had meticulously orchestrated events to divert the attention of the Konoha ninjas towards the Akatsuki. One possible intention was to exploit the residual sealing techniques left by the Akatsuki members to achieve a certain objective. Another was to embroil the Rain Village once more in turmoil, regardless of which faction within Konoha was drawn into this web, or where the impending assault would occur, even if masked as ninjas from other villages, the moment an attack was launched. Black Zetsu would possess a means to summon a multitude of Rain Village ninjas, potentially even the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander himself. Through the nefarious machinations of the evil god cult, a horrific massacre could be incited. As for the strength of those attracted by the Akatsuki, did it truly matter? Black Zetsu was never short of soldiers. The Rain country's unique geographical position had previously served as a battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War, where several great nations clashed. Should anything befall Hanzo, the great powers, unaware of the instigator, would nonetheless perceive the signs indicating a desire to ignite warfare through the Rain country. In matters of war, the adage holds true. The early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers the consequences. Faced with the loss of Hanzo, any ninja village sensing a threat would, to avoid being on the receiving end of an attack, swiftly enter a state of readiness. There would be no need for further provocation. The Third Shinobi World War would inevitably commence in full force, even if Hanzo were to remain unscathed. The undeniable evidence of the massacre of Rain ninjas at the hands of other villages would necessitate a robust response from Hanzo, the leader of the Rain village. To prevent being manipulated and to avoid plunging the Rain country back into the quagmire of conflict, he must adopt a sufficiently aggressive stance and retaliate decisively against the adversaries. However, once he strikes back, the other villages, already poised for conflict due to the skirmishes between the Cloud and Mist villages, would surely seize the opportunity to unleash their wrath. In light of the prevailing circumstances, regardless of Hanzo's choices, the Third Shinobi World War was destined to erupt in its entirety. And as chaos reigns in the shinobi world, the more devastating the battles become, the easier it would be for Black Zetsu to realize his plan of collecting tailed beasts to save his mother, capturing them and dismantling that formation. In the mountains, the scenery is conveyed through the technique of heart and body connection, reuniting the previously scattered shadow clones. In this current situation, whether he chooses to slay the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander or not, the outcome is likely to unfold in accordance with Kagaya's predictions. Given this, it may be wiser to eliminate the opponent outright and reap the rewards from the system. As for the Fourth Great Ninja War, well, it is bound to commence sooner or later. Does Kagaya not yearn for chaos in the ninja world? He eagerly anticipates the moment he can showcase his overwhelming power before the other ninja villages. How will he incite discord among those villages that cower in fear? Too intimidated to move? I await the moment when the poisonous mist seals off all your escape routes. What are you waiting for? The gaze of the pepperfish Hans pierced through the air, fixating upon the mountain dweller Jing, who had yet to launch another assault. Even amidst the disruptions caused by the water escape technique, the nearly minute-long standoff provided ample opportunity for him to command the poisonous mist emanating from the summoned creature. The pepperfish, effectively sealing off all roads and concealed entrances in the surrounding district. In the mountainous landscape, under the weighty gaze of Hanzo the salamander, the countdown commenced. At the very instant the countdown culminated, a plume of chakra smoke abruptly arose beneath Hanzo's feet. Concealed in the shadows, the salamander's well of poison mist silently amassed. And without warning, he unbound the summoning technique, vanishing from sight. Damn it, you have accomplices. Hanzo the salamander instinctively recalled the stratagem of luring the tiger away from its mountain lair. He raised his voice, addressing the ninjas of the rain village surrounding him. Teams 2, 3, and 4, hasten to the poison pit. Teams 5 and 6, proceed to the rain tower for support. The rest of you, signal and secure all entrances and exits of the village. Yes, Lord Hanzo, came the swift replies. Several signal flares, marked with distinctive symbols, erupted in the sky. Under the unparalleled prestige of Hanzo the salamander, even the ninjas of the rain village, whose mental states were exceedingly unstable, promptly sprang into action. Once more, he lifted his gaze towards the mountainous scenery. In the depths of Hans's eyes, the murderous intent manifested almost tangibly. With a swift motion, he wielded his scythe, unleashing it like an arrow released from a bow. Although he had implanted a venom sac, he lacked the capacity to produce lethal toxins in vast quantities within a short span, unlike the formidable Jinbu. Should Jinbu encounter any misfortune, the lethality he posed to the extensive ninja forces would undeniably diminish significantly. In the absence of such deterrence, given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, the rain village could very well plunge into an abyss of warfare once more. Damn it. Pray for Jinbu's safety, for otherwise you shall come to regret your existence in this realm. Hanzo, the mantis shrimp, deftly sliced through the venomous pouch at his waist, wielding his sickle with deadly intent aimed at the vital neck of Shan Junjing. He understood the paramount significance of the well. However, the brief skirmish had made him acutely aware of the lethal capabilities of the Gazuki clan ninja before him, skilled in assassination and water techniques, and the grave threat they posed to ordinary shinobi. If left unchecked, the rain-drenched shinobi village would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. He needed to subdue his opponent swiftly and locate the well. Secret blade, vacuum sword. A series of vacuum sword strikes erupted forth, clashing against the sickle and weight he held. In comparison to Uchiha Madara's sickle and fan combination, Hanzo's weapon was considerably smaller. Although it offered swifter and more precise attacks, it undeniably lacked the capacity to withstand direct assaults and forcefully break through defenses. Under the relentless vacuum sword strikes from Shan Junjing, Hanzo found his movements hindered. Blood gushed forth from his toes as an unexpected invisible decapitation slice severed his left big toe at the root. Furrowing his brow, Hanzo chastised himself, believing that a prolonged life of ease had dulled his vigilance, causing him to overlook a concealed strike. Drawing on his formidable willpower, he bore the excruciating pain in his foot. Chakra surged beneath him, and with a single hand seal, he executed the water body flicker technique, hastening his approach once more. In his estimation, with the potent toxins emanating from his abdomen, once close quarters combat commenced, coupled with the pervasive presence of the well's poison, this adversary would succumb at his feet within a minute. Engaging in ninjutsu would only prolong the battle significantly. He could not afford such delays. Moreover, the vacuum sword technique was not uncommon. Continuously employing this technique would inevitably impose a tremendous burden on his body. He had but a few more breaths before his opponent's onslaught would surely wane. Clang, clang, clang. As he deftly deflected the incoming vacuum sword strikes, Hanzo surged toward his enemy, observing the diminishing frequency of strikes as the distance closed to about 8 meters. A chilling resolve ignited in his eyes. With his right hand gripping the sickle, he crouched, coiling his strength, while his left hand swung the weight to intercept the approaching blows. The sharp blade sliced through flesh, and the sound of blood splattering erupted beneath him. Though he did not glance down, the warm trickle of blood from his thigh made Hanzo acutely aware of his injury. "Damn you!" he roared, his eyes wide with fury. With adrenaline surging, he unleashed a powerful Iajutsu strike, fueled by rage, surpassing even his peak prowess. His form blurred into a shadow, lunging for the neck of the figure before him. Do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? In the mountainous terrain, Shan Zhaojing's gaze fell upon Hans, whose trousers were stained crimson with blood, causing an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Damn it! The very scenario he dreaded had come to fruition. Fortunately, this was an enemy, Otherwise, even the strongest of friendships could turn to bitter enmity with such a grievous act. Die. Hans's eyes were bloodshot, rendering him oblivious to the words spoken by his adversary. The poisoned sickle had swiftly approached Shan Zhongjing's neck in the blink of an eye. With remarkable reflexes honed through countless battles, Shan Zhongjing had already discerned the trajectory of Hans's movements before the latter even launched his attack. With the swift activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hans found himself bereft of a target, left only with the limp blade of his sword, the Samahata. Resting where it had been, the forceful strike, aimed at empty air, left a momentary look of astonishment on his face. It was neither the body flicker technique nor a mere clone or illusion, even he had not fallen prey to a genjutsu. Could it be that the recent movement was? Before Hans could fully comprehend the nature of his opponent's ninjutsu, his extensive combat experience kicked in, prompting him to instinctively activate the venomous pouch at his waist, releasing a dense cloud of toxic gas to shield himself from potential ambush. Just as he was about to forcibly pivot and search for his foe, a flicker at the edge of his vision revealed the enemy reappearing in close proximity. Brushing past his Samahata, with the sickle in hand, he swung it to defend his back, anticipating an imminent attack. However, at the moment his attention was diverted. Two hands erupted from the ground, seizing his ankles. The sudden and intense sensation of being bound rendered his body momentarily rigid. This was the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan. Splatter. Blood gushed forth from the decapitated neck, spraying in all directions. As Hans's head spun into the air, he caught sight of three tangible shadow clones standing around him, and suddenly recalled the name of the technique he had just encountered. The Flying Thunder God technique. Once heralded as the swiftest in the ninja world, a space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. With a dull thud, Hans's severed head rolled onto the ground. The shadowy doppelganger of mountain scenes swiftly advanced, casting a sealing scroll towards its original form, ensnaring it within. If only you could leave a few subordinates nearby. I would have to exercise restraint during our battle. A sigh of exasperation escaped my heart. Shan Zhongjing received the sealed scroll and cast it into the side pouch of his ninja gear. Even in death, the enemy's mind retained a plethora of information for a certain duration. It was imperative to retrieve what could be salvaged. The demise of a pivotal character led to a slight deviation in the trajectory of the world line, yielding one opportunity for entry extraction, one opportunity for entry bestowal, and one opportunity for entry removal. From the lifeless body of Hans, a substantial amount of fateful energy began to emanate. Under the effect of the blue fate-type entry, the Fate Master, a portion of this energy rapidly transformed into fortuitous power, merging seamlessly within Shan Zhongjing. He observed the greenish-blue hue, clearly on the brink of advancement. Of the fortuitous power, along with the system's reward of an entry removal opportunity. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing gently clenched his fist. This journey was not in vain. Merely the opportunity to extract a single entry was a remarkable profit. He received a spirit contract scroll of the mountain pepper fish, which stood at half his height, handed over by a shadow clone. Meanwhile, the two other shadow clones simultaneously dissipated. The memories of their actions were also conveyed into Shan Zhongjing's mind. The three members of the evil god sect, along with the white absolute on them, had all been subdued and relocated to the outskirts of Rain Ninja Village. The family of the mountain pepper fish, including the prominent JBU and the four lesser ones, has been continuously advancing into the land of fire. Guided by another shadow clone, it is time to retreat. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing adjusted the mask obscuring his face. Draping the summoning contract scroll of the mountain pepperfish clan across his waist, and hefting the great blade, shark skin, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing within the confines of the Rain Ninja Village, within the borders of the Land of Rain. In a cavern situated over 100 kilometers away from the Rain Ninja Village, seated before the flickering campfire amidst the mountains, he meticulously sealed the memories he had just gleaned from the white Zetsu into a storage scroll. Casting a glance at the three lifeless bodies of members from the cult of the evil god, now lying within the cave, he furrowed his brow slightly. These three individuals, hailing from the land of water, were not particularly young. Their memories, accumulated over decades, were extensive. However, he had only accessed the recent 2 months, specifically the period surrounding the demise of Uchiha Madara. As grassroots members of the cult, their status was neither particularly high nor low. Remarkably, they remained oblivious to the existence of Kaguya. They had merely received orders from their leader, indicating that the evil god desired them to conduct a sacrificial rite in the Hidden Rain Village. The peculiar entities that had possessed them, enhancing their abilities and facilitating their infiltration, were considered a boon from the evil god. The 3 white Zetsu, inhabiting these individuals, possessed very limited knowledge. They had only been activated by Kaguya from the underground a fortnight prior, and their role was simply to obey and assist these men in their endeavors. How exceedingly cautious they were. In the midst of the mountains, Jiang pulled out a solitary sealed scroll from his bosom. With both hands, he formed intricate seals and pressed them upon the seal itself. Before him stood a white Zetsu, disguised as a ninja from Amigakure. He placed one hand upon the head of this entranced white Zetsu, initiating the technique of memory extraction once more. Unlike the previous 3, this white Zetsu had been activated during the lifetime of Uchiha Madara. He bypassed the absurd sight of a multitude of white Zetsu huddled together, pondering how to create an eye on their own posteriors. In the mountainous realms, the diligent extraction of valuable information is underway. Today, the enigmatic figure, Madara, seems to have summoned numerous adept excavators. Alas, I lack the skill to dig, hence I am not called upon by him. It would be prudent to omit the prefix of black, lest Madara's ire be provoked, despite his undeniably dark disposition. It is merely a slight shade darker than ours. Why, then, does he hold the title of Lord? Foolishness. What Madara refers to is evidently the unearthing of seals, likely related to the legendary Uchiha weapons. Can those who excel at digging assist us in unearthing a restroom? Are you capable? As I bypassed the myriad of irrelevant information, my heart nearly skipped a beat upon hearing seal and Uchiha weapon. The flame fan can merely be classified as a tool of the ninja. Throughout Uchiha history, only one individual has been bestowed with the title of weapon, Uchiha Kagami. Koruzetsu has existed for nearly a millennium, embodying the very chronicles of the ninja world. How could he be unaware of Uchiha Kagami, who was sealed away by the Senju and Sarutobi clans due to his overwhelming power during the Warring States period? There is no need to continue masquerading as the will of Uchiha Madara. This is troubling. This recollection dates back 20 days. The expression on the mountain man's face shifted dramatically. He pondered the issue of the reincarnation eye, contemplated the concept of impure world reincarnation, and even considered certain factions from the theatrical adaptations. Yet, he never anticipated the emergence of this Uchiha weapon. With Black Zetsu orchestrating such a scheme, could it not potentially invoke a temporal paradox? After all, the product of an age devoid of combustibles ultimately returned to the past to effectuate salvation. Could it be that my very existence has altered the originally destined future of the ninja world? Thus, the future version of Boruto, who might have returned to the past to alter the fate of Uchiha Sasuke, no longer exists, resulting in the current predicament where Uchiha Sasuke is unearthed. After wandering through the mountain scenery for quite some time, a sudden realization struck him like a slap to the forehead. Regardless of how the timeline twists and turns, the boomerang has come back to him. After much effort to eliminate one elderly blemish, he finds himself facing yet another formidable challenge. He feels utterly overwhelmed. As long as the imprint is left on the body, one can disregard distance, connecting through the imprint to manipulate another's spirit and chakra with a multitude of obstacles. If such an imprint were to be placed on the white Zetsu, not to mention the special individuals among the white Zetsu, even the most ordinary ones possess chakra levels exceeding that of an average chunin. 100,000 white Zetsu. Damn it. Someone is playing with an unfair advantage. You are the lightning. You are the light. You are the singular legend. In the serene mountains, the character named Jing appeared to be troubled, scratching his head in contemplation. He glanced at the system interface, noting the available opportunities for a term separation and a term reset, realizing that his mind was devoid of any useful information, particularly the precise location of Kuroju. He took a deep breath. With a flourish of his hands, he began to seal the knowledge back into the scroll. The formidable 8,000 spears would prove to be a challenge. Nevertheless, with his current strength, it seemed feasible to confront them. Moreover, with the system's assistance, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he could rely on the system's capabilities for support. Yet, he pondered, Uchiha Light. Reflecting on the narrative of the ultimate storm bond, the expression on the mountain dweller's face remained rather displeasing. From a personal perspective, he harbored a certain fondness for this young lady. Alas, it was uncertain whether he would have another chance to sway her to his side. He rose and exited the cave. As the dawn light gradually illuminated the sky, Yamaguchi Kage activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He swiftly returned towards the Land of Fire, following the trail marked by the kunai he had previously scattered during his journey atop the Eagle and Falcon. An hour prior, the shadow clone responsible for transporting 5 mountain pepper fish had already returned to Konoha. The 5 fish, including the one belonging to Inuzuka, were temporarily housed in a semi-abandoned research facility within the root. A shadow clone disguised as Danzo had dispatched 4 root ninjas to guard them. With those 4 ninjas, skilled in the unique barrier technique of the Tsuchigumo clan known as Dreaming Bubble, it seemed unlikely that any issues would arise. Had he forgotten something? As he hurried back to Konoha, Yamaguchi Kage tapped his slightly dazed head. Ever since 4 days ago, when he began his battle of wits against Danzo at the root, he had been intensively utilizing the shadow clone technique. One clone impersonated Danzo, another represented himself, while the remaining 2 continuously adjusted the control seals of the core members of root. The main body not only had to periodically replace the shadow clones to prevent excessive fatigue from accumulating, but also had to continuously access Danzo's memories spanning several decades. Coupled with last night's events, first engaging in combat with the ninjas from the Rain Village, and then having the shadow clones transport summoning beasts throughout the night. The main body had also been reading the memories of the cultists of the evil god and White Zetsu. Even with his mental strength vastly exceeding that of ordinary individuals, he was experiencing a rare sense of fatigue. Could it be the system? In the mountains, the character glanced at his system interface. Perhaps due to the significant decline in the influence of Hanzo the Salamander on the timeline following the Second Shinobi World War, the rewards from the system were rather meager. Aside from a single opportunity for entry extraction, in the original narrative, this individual only made 3 appearances. First, he assisted Danzo and Obito in orchestrating a plot against the Akatsuki. Then he was slain by the vengeful Nagato. And finally, he appeared during the 4th Shinobi World War. Such rewards, while somewhat unworthy of the title demigod of Shinobi, could be considered justifiable. Additionally, having defeated a minor adversary named Shima, he received another chance for entry extraction from the system, bringing his total to 2 opportunities. The system proceeded to extract directly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the green entry Iodine Punch and the blue entry Earth Release Mastery. Iodine Punch, green, a technique where the fist is dipped in iodine, allowing for simultaneous disinfection while striking. The attack not only inflicts damage but also carries a detoxifying effect, becoming more potent with increased damage dealt. It enhances medical ninjutsu, drug formulation, chakra control, and slightly improves physical combat skills. Earth Release Mastery, blue years of rigorous training have enabled you to master the nature and form transformations of Earth Release techniques. Your efficiency in learning, refining, and innovating Earth Release techniques is significantly enhanced. The speed, power, and efficacy of Earth Release techniques are all elevated. A doctor with a basic understanding of martial arts, perhaps. Upon observing the terms extracted by the system, a light chuckle escaped from the lips of the character in the mountainous scenery. Although the name retained the system's characteristic dark humor, the efficacy of the iodine fist was undoubtedly somewhat overpowered. Had this term been acquired prior to confronting Hanzo, there would have been no need to employ shadow clones. Intricate sword techniques, family secrets, earth transformation, or the flying thunder god technique with its myriad designs and maneuvers. One could have simply charged in with sheer might. With Hanzo's physique, which coexists with a toxic sac, he could easily overwhelm his opponent in an instant, even if he were to succumb to poison in the process. A couple of punches from Bang Bang would suffice to restore him to peak condition, thanks to the regenerative prowess of the sage body. As for alleviating the enemy's poison, a negative buff in battle, who, in their right mind, would engage in close combat empty-handed? Even in the absence of a suitable ninja blade, could one not wield a kunai? Raikage AI. With a mere finger, I could pierce through life. Might Guy. With a single kick, I could extinguish life. Tsunade. With one punch, I could end a life. Hyuga Clan. No jesting here. As for the blue term regarding earth manipulation, upon glancing at the system interface, the purple title master of water release caused a nearly ear-to-ear grin to spread across the lips of the figure within the mountains. Based on his extensive observations, it seemed that the bloodline limits, such as this, were typically possessed only by those born with an innate bloodline. At the very least, one must have cultivated a specific chakra attribute to the level of a purple title, complemented by the fusion of another chakra attribute. Water release coupled with earth release, this formula appeared to be rather promising, as if numerous options were available. In the mountains, the landscape furrowed its brow. The secret arts of the snow mud escape bloodline limit, the mist-hidden's illusionary dissolution bloodline limit, and the wood release of Senju Hashirama all stem from the elements of water and earth. Should these techniques undergo a fusion, the system would not arbitrarily assign him a result, would it? During the fusion of techniques, if multiple advanced paths emerge, the host is afforded the autonomy to make a selection. Suddenly, the system's notification tone echoed unexpectedly. In the midst of the mountain scenery, a smile crept upon his lips. And without a trace of hesitation, he decisively activated the Earth Release technique. A torrent of memories regarding the mastery of various Earth Release ninjutsu surged into his mind. Thanks to the augmentation of comprehension and memory provided by the purple tier skill, the Observer, as well as an enhancement in his learning capabilities. He assimilated and processed these memories at a speed several times faster than before. Techniques such as the art of fish in the earth, the art of submarine navigation in the earth, the rock concealment technique, the earth dragon concealment technique, the art of decapitation in the mind, the heavy rock technique, and the light and heavy rock technique. Each familiar ninjutsu from his recollections of mountainous landscapes were swiftly integrated and understood by him. The various transformations of Earth Release properties were also grasped with considerable proficiency. However, why is it that my highest proficiency in Earth Release always leads me to burrow underground? System, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing found himself perplexed. Despite possessing an abundance of formidable earth techniques, he ultimately proved to be most adept at the art of deception. The system, however, paid no heed to Shan Zhongjing's grievances. Following the integration of the earth manipulation attribute, a prompt resonated once more. It detected the purple attribute water master and the blue attribute earth manipulation as compatible for fusion. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Yes. The system then identified 3 distinct developmental paths: mud release, dissolution release, and wood release. Wood release. Upon completion of the fusion, congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple attribute wood release successor. The system then detected a red attribute body that could enhance the purple attribute wood release successor. However, as the red attribute body remained underdeveloped, the enhancement failed. 2 consecutive system notifications echoed in response. In the mountains, Jing furrowed her brow, instantly grasping the concept of enhanced association. Furthermore, what aspect of the sage physique remains yet to be fully developed? The sage mode, as explicitly recorded in the original text. There are but a few places where the method of cultivating sage mode can be found. Among them are Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. The Fire Temple and the Wind Temple constitute the second group. The village where Chongwu was born can be considered a tenuous third. To learn the sage mode of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, one must first become a summoning contractor. Moreover, the techniques of the Fire Temple and the Wind Temple present a distinctly greater challenge. Merely becoming the host of the Fire Temple requires a sum of 30 million ryo, which pales in comparison to Asuma's worth. Additionally, Chongwu himself struggles to harness natural energy, so how can one expect him to teach others? The 3 great sanctuaries and the Fire Temple. As the scenery of the mountains enveloped him, the memories of cultivation surged rapidly into his mind, accompanied by an odd tingling sensation throughout his body, momentarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts within. In the past, Shimura Danzo had conducted experiments on the cells of Senju Hashirama. Not only did he desecrate the remains of Hashirama, but he also cunningly acquired the wood release ninjutsu scroll from the Senju clan. Having perused Danzo's memories, Yamashita Kei was no stranger to the art of wood release, the art of cutting, the art of ranking, the wooden wall, the tree realm wall, the art of the great forest, the 4-pillar prison, and the wood clone technique. One by one, these techniques were swiftly mastered by him. Moreover, through the process of associative learning, his understanding and control over earth release techniques quickly caught up to that of water release techniques. The powerful physique and abundant chakra bestowed by the sage body continuously nourished and fused with the newly awakened bloodline limit. The body, already brimming with vibrant life, became even more resilient and full of vitality upon the activation of the wood release bloodline limit. As an inheritor of wood release, Purple, his extraordinary talent, unique constitution, and relentless efforts allowed him to almost perfectly inherit the powers of the wood release bloodline limit by sheer fortuity. His efficiency in learning, refining, improving, and creating wood, water, and earth release techniques saw a significant enhancement. The speed, power, and effectiveness of releasing these techniques were considerably amplified, and his physique, vitality, and affinity for natural energy experienced a remarkable elevation. Incredible! As the power of the wood release bloodline limit within him gradually subsided, his gaze shifted towards the detailed explanation of the entry. It appeared to be merely a purple entry related to the wood release air. The various enhancements and augmentations it provided, in his perspective, held a value that surpassed that of many red entries. Even without mastering Sage Mode or fully harnessing the capabilities of Sage Body and Wood Release, the combat prowess he exhibited was undeniably formidable. At the very least, with his immense chakra reserves, he could effortlessly employ the Wood Dragon technique and the Wooden Golem technique, making it more than sufficient to effortlessly subdue the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, your power is overwhelming. Hee. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, in a vast forest devoid of human presence spanning several dozen kilometers, the strength of Wood Release is indeed remarkable. After several hours of rigorous experimentation with Wood Release, Yamashita let out a deep sigh. Indeed, Wood Release possesses remarkable strength, particularly when wielded by Senju Hashirama, who is not only endowed with the body of a sage, but also masters the Sage Mode and possesses Ashura's chakra. The potency of Wood Release transcends the very limits of bloodline limits. However, the strength that Yamashita refers to is not merely the result of the user's innate power, but rather the nearly flawless and ultimate development of Wood Release by Senju Hashirama. Whether confronted with an army of ninjas, colossal summoned beasts, tailed beast Jinchuriki, or even a complete Susanoo, Wood Release demonstrates sufficient means to counter all threats when ample chakra is available. Its unparalleled destructive capability combined with its comprehensive applicability is astounding. Even if the user is not Senju Hashirama, Wood Release still wields power that surpasses the vast majority of bloodline limits. Except for Yamado. How could I have forgotten about Yamado? In the mountains, Jing struck his forehead in realization. Over 2 months ago, he had discreetly requested Nara Shikaku to investigate the archived records of the Senju Hashirama cell transplantation experiments stored within the Hokage building. However, due to the sudden and unforeseen maneuvers of Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen, he found himself residing in the village hidden in the clouds for over a month. Upon his return, Kushina presented him with the meticulously transcribed documents prepared by Nara Shikaku. Yet, matters such as joining the route, controlling Danzo, and managing the complexities of the organization compelled him to suppress these concerns for the time being. This delay has now led him to the present moment. It would be prudent to make a visit soon, lest he inadvertently cause further delays and miss the opportunity to meet with the leader of the greening team. In the heart of the mountains, a whisper of thoughts emerged. I recalled the name of the research facility documented in the files authored by Nara Shikaku. I then cross-referenced this with the specific location of the abandoned research base embedded in Danzo's memories. Continuing to wield the Flying Thunder God technique, I arrived in a dense forest, less than 100 kilometers from the Hidden Leaf Village. After discerning my bearings, I summoned a hawk for guidance. After circling above the dense forest located over 10 kilometers to the west, the landscape finally located the entrance to an abandoned research facility, concealed beneath a rocky outcrop. Utilizing a unique unsealing technique at its roots, it displaced the massive boulder that obscured the entrance to the institute. As the somewhat rusted door creaked open, an unpleasant stench of decay, mingled with copious amounts of dust, rushed forth. The wind danced chaotically through the air. Amidst the mountains, one formed hand seals, channeling a formidable gust of wind created through the fundamental wind release ninjutsu into the corridor behind the research facility's entrance. The hidden exhaust vents of the base erupted suddenly, releasing a substantial quantity of foul-smelling gas. In an instant, birds took flight, and creatures fled in panic. The quality of the air was surprisingly decent, having remained unobstructed for such an extended period. The scenery in the mountains drew his gaze towards several ventilation shafts. Standing at the entrance, after repeatedly employing the technique of wind release, he finally stepped into the pitch-black corridor. The sound of his silent shoes echoed clearly against the stillness of the passageway. In the heart of the mountain, a figure named Shan Zhongjing unlocked his sensory perception and located the light switch, pressing it down. After a struggle, the old igniter finally illuminated the pitch-black research facility. Deep within the research base lay a laboratory where 60 towering glass incubation chambers stood in orderly rows. 5 years had elapsed. Once, all 60 chambers were operational. Now, only 2 in the center continued to function normally. Inside the chambers were 2 diminutive figures, a boy and a girl, peacefully resting with their eyes closed. Enveloped in a verdant liquid, they were connected to dark tubes that coiled around them, continuously supplying the energy necessary for their survival. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar, growing nearer to the boy's ears. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the entrance of the laboratory. The sound originated from there. Opposite him, a frail girl, clearly in a worse state than he, awoke from her stupor. Supporting herself on the glass shield, She gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning the source of the noise and whether he was calling her. Confronted with the girl's confused gaze, the boy, having witnessed the shattering of many incubation chambers and the demise of countless children who were once like him, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He understood that the light that had accompanied him was on the verge of vanishing. The lights that had previously extinguished had also displayed such weakness and helplessness before fading away. He did not want that. No. No. Thud, 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 thud. The boy pounded desperately against the glass shield of his chamber. He was unaware of why he was compelled to act this way, nor did he understand what he was yearning for. Yet, his instincts told him that only through such actions could the light be preserved. With a sudden, piercing sound, the heavily sealed door of the laboratory was yanked open by Shan Zhongjing. The abrupt illumination of white light in the darkness left the boy momentarily stunned, half leaning in his chamber, as he beamed a radiant smile at the girl, whose face was filled with astonishment and confusion. He could not comprehend why such a smile graced his features, but his instincts whispered that perhaps, just perhaps, the light would not fade away. 2. In the midst of the mountains, a figure appeared in an instant between two cultivation pots. Name, none. Occupation, none. Attributes, would release experiment subject, purple. Compatibility, blue. Survival instinct, green. Vigilance, green. Innocence, white. Name, none. Occupation, none. Attributes, would release experiment subject, purple. Vigorous, blue. Innocence, white. Weakness, gray. Would release experiment subject, purple, an experimental subject who has undergone the transplantation and fusion of Shinja Hashirama's cells, having endured cellular erosion and rejection, and after assimilation. This subject possesses the potential for would release Kekkei Genkai, capable of learning and performing would release ninjutsu. The release speed, power, and effectiveness of would release, water release, and earth release are significantly enhanced. Affinity for water release and earth release is augmented. Physical constitution is slightly improved. Is this a degraded successor of wood release? In the serene landscape of the mountains, the observer cast a glance at the entries of the two individuals, gaining a profound understanding. Although both possessed the ability of wood release and were marked with the same violet designation, the wood release acquired through cellular transplantation necessitated continuous learning and enhancement on their part. Not only was there a lack of deep research, refinement, and the innovation of wood, earth, and water release techniques, but the enhancement of one's physique had also diminished to a mere marginal improvement. Furthermore, there was a loss of the amplification in affinity towards vitality and natural energy. The disparity between the two was evident, perhaps akin to a father observing his son, or perhaps a grandfather watching over his grandson. Among these two children, the young boy was undoubtedly Yamato, while the young girl, in the mountains. Memories of the original narrative resurfaced. The little girl seemingly perished due to a shattered nutrient capsule, passing away before the arrival of Danzo, leaving behind not even a name. Upon revisiting the blue entries of Yamato's compatibility and the girl's vitality, he began to comprehend the reason for her premature demise. Yamato's compatibility allowed him to absorb and integrate the cells of Hashirama with relative ease, while the girl solely relied on the life force provided by her vitality to endure. After enduring the initial fusion, as her body continued to grow, the energy required for her daily sustenance undoubtedly exceeded that provided by the cultivation chamber, which was utterly insufficient to support her consumption. This resulted in the emergence of a frail negative entry. When the energy needed for cultivation surpassed the threshold set by the chamber, the default program would determine that the young girl was consumed by the wood release cells, and her fate was all too clear. Fortunately, there remained a glimmer of hope. On an uncharted island far from the world of the Hokage, dense mist enveloped the endless sea, where ethereal and resplendent light flickered amidst the swirling fog. Yahiko, his cheeks puffed up, found himself returning to the spot where he had initially awakened after circling the small island, which spanned less than 5 square kilometers. By the coastal rocks, Conan continued to gaze at the starry sky above, pondering their whereabouts. Nagato squatted before the clam that had brought them here, employing the power of his Rinnegan to repeatedly attempt communication with it. Conan, have you discerned anything? Yahiko inquired, hands on his hips, his expression one of frustration. I feel as though I've read a counterfeit book. The stars here are completely different from what we usually see, Conan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She hesitated to share with Yahiko that she found the starry sky beautiful and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks quite pleasant, becoming momentarily lost in thought. It's fine, Since our captors have brought us here, they will surely come to see us. I just wonder what that umbu from the mist intends to do. Humph. They didn't kill our companions, but merely imprisoned us here. They must want us to surrender. Then, they will exploit the power of Akatsuki to plunge our nation into chaos once more. Will Yahiko yield? Impossible. My will shall never succumb to such despicable scoundrels. Conan, rest assured, I will find a way to escape from here. I believe in you. Conan nodded with a smile, her voice brimming with conviction. The three of them had traversed through the most arduous of times together, and the challenges they faced now paled in comparison to their former tribulations. It seems we weren't captured by the Mist Ninja. Rather, it should be the Leaf Ninja, Nagato remarked, turning to remind his companions. Eh? Xiao Nan and Yahiko simultaneously turned their gazes toward Nagato, although the markings on its shell bore the emblem of the Hidden Rain Village. Its contract holder was a golden-haired jonin from the Leaf Village, recently accompanied by a leaf kunoichi named Hong. The golden-haired jonin. Xiao Nan tilted her head, suddenly recalling the legendary Jiraiya Sensei's other disciple. The Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze? Yahiko looked at Nagato with uncertainty. I apologize, my abilities are not yet finely tuned. They refuse to communicate with me, and the images I can perceive are limited. I cannot fully ascertain the identity of the individual, but I believe I have glimpsed Tsunade-senpai. It must be Brother Minato for sure. Tsunade-senpai and Jiraiya Sensei are the best of companions. Yahiko concluded decisively, striking his right hand against his left palm. Yet, why would Brother Minato? Xiao Nan furrowed her brow, feeling that something was amiss. Perhaps Jiraiya Sensei feels it's been far too long since we last met and asked Brother Minato to test us? Yahiko speculated, still unable to come up with a coherent explanation, when suddenly his stomach grumbled. A chorus of growls echoed, as both Xiao Nan and Nagato's stomachs joined in protest. The three exchanged smiles and swiftly sprang into action. Yahiko and Xiao Nan took charge of capturing seabirds and foraging for edible plants on the island, while Nagato ventured into the sea to salvage seafood. Despite the small size of the island, which boasted little more than seabirds, the trio's abilities ensured they could procure ample sustenance. In the medical room of the Leaf Village's root base, in the mountains, the frail little girl was gently placed back into a new incubator. The three medical ninjas nearby were instructed to maximize the energy supply of the nutrient solution, performing the regenerative healing technique 3 times a day for over an hour each session. Unlike Yamato, who could barely walk after a brief adaptation period outside the incubator, this young girl was in a state of severe physical depletion. Achieving complete recovery would require several days of regenerative treatment, followed by a month of nurturing with conventional medication. Any thought otherwise was mere fantasy. Of course, if Yamashita were to employ the medical water release technique, water jellyfish, the recovery time would be halved. However, applying such a technique to this little girl would be akin to committing a crime. Each time I encountered that dreadful terminology, it made me want to curse. Gazing at the euphoric medical ninjutsu entry on the system interface, Shan Zhongjing couldn't help but silently criticize it. What was once a promising healing technique had now been reduced to a mere instrument of torment. What kind of absurdity was this? He reflected on the iodine punch that had been extracted earlier but remained dormant. In the depths of the mountains, Jing furrowed his brow. This particular term, one might argue, bears relevance to medical ninjutsu, does it not? Upon its activation, might it merge with the blissful essence of Amaterasu? I dare not ask for more. I merely beseech that this ability be rendered controllable. O venerable three pure ones, and all celestial deities, I, a humble man, entreat you. Let Sarutobi Sasuke sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan for a chance to attain control over this term. In the tranquil mountains, Zhang Zhongjing clasped his hands together in earnest prayer for a while before finally addressing the system in his heart. System, activate the iodine fist. As the entry was activated, the customary knowledge surged into his mind, swiftly assimilated. Moments later, the system's notification resonated punctually. It detected the blue entry ultimate milk and the green entry iodine fist could be fused. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Yes, upon completion of the fusion. Congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the purple entry Grave Milk Healer, to kill or to redeem, to torment or to liberate, such is the dilemma. When healing, it allows the recipient to experience the myriad pleasures of the world. When attacking with both fists, the strikes carry disinfection and detoxification effects. The greater the damage inflicted, the more potent the effect. The efficiency of learning, refining, and innovating medical ninjutsu is significantly enhanced. Mastery over medical ninjutsu, chakra control, and yang release is greatly improved, as is the speed and effectiveness of healing and physical techniques. An abundance of medical ninjutsu knowledge, along with memories of training and physical arts, flooded into Zhang Zhongjing's mind, building upon the foundation laid by the previous 2 entries. In merely a moment, he fully absorbed the knowledge within, gazing intently at the details of the entry. Is it true that Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifespan was just 10 years? In the secluded mountains, the intricate scenery was elaborately described in the detailed entries, as I painstakingly extracted the textual information. Turning to the 3 medical ninjas, I addressed them. Please step outside for a moment. Yes, Lord Jing, they replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly exiting the medical chamber, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Only Yamato, still oblivious to the situation, stood dazed beside the incubation pod, his gaze fixed intently on the little girl, whose furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she slipped into slumber. Oh well, he mused. After all, I do not comprehend. In the secluded mountains, a naive and innocent Yamato gazed in astonishment. Sitting on a nearby bench, he removed his ninja footwear. After a brief moment of contemplation, he awkwardly began to experiment with performing seals using his feet. The entries in the detailed explanation were unequivocal, healing with both hands and striking with both fists, yet there was no mention of the feet. Was there? Perhaps, just perhaps, he could liberate himself from the constraints of the entries by not relying on his hands for healing. After countless failures, he diligently reflected on his experiences and adjusted his posture. With his extraordinary mastery over chakra, a moment later, the unique emerald glow of the sage technique illuminated his feet. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am a genius. In the mountainous scenery, Zhang Zhongjing tested the technique on his thigh and, finding no abnormalities, could barely suppress a grin wider than that of an AK. With renewed enthusiasm, he once again experimented with the medical water escape technique, water jellyfish, on himself. Discovering the same results, he then unleashed a medical water escape, water jellyfish, upon the little girl. This technique, capable of actively absorbing beneficial energy from the nutrient solution and utilizing the gentle properties of water escape, would continuously heal the body. In no more than 15 days, the little girl would undoubtedly be as lively as day. Ahem, this is not to be emulated. In the mountains, Jing gazed intently at Yamato's feet, prompting him to hurriedly put on his shoes. At present, Yamato was akin to a blank slate, with all his actions driven purely by instinct. It was imperative not to lead the child astray. Yamato and the little girl, having spent their formative years within a nurturing pod, were unable to speak, express themselves, or even comprehend sounds. Even with the art of transmission, one can only faintly discern a hint of emotional response from the other. It is evident that Yamato is reluctant to leave the side of the young girl, given the wood-release bloodline limit that both of them possess. It is indeed prudent to keep their presence discreet at this stage. After some contemplation, he instructed the leader of the second team from the Foundation, Yu, to summon the gentle and patient Yakushinon, who was on leave and currently volunteering at the Konoha orphanage to care for the children. With her amiable disposition and experience in childcare, there could be no better candidate for this task. Lord Kage, I am here to report from the intelligence division known as Miko, she announced. Yakushinon, renowned as a walking Miko and a top-tier spy, exhibited remarkable emotional control. Even though each time she bathed and caught sight of the on her thigh, she felt an overwhelming urge to bite Yamato in frustration, her demeanor remained composed upon their encounter. She presented an air of detachment, calmness, and restraint. Her external appearance and aura indistinguishable from that of an ordinary root ninja. Considering our relationship, there is no need for such formality, she remarked. In the serene mountains, the expression of Jing Shan was one of helplessness as he regarded the bureaucratic demeanor of the pharmacist, Yanoyu. It appeared that his subordinate had not previously encountered Lord Jing. Enough already, he had undoubtedly berated me in his thoughts countless times, so there was no need to feign unfamiliarity. My lord is overly cautious. The subordinate harbors unwavering loyalty to the root and adheres strictly to the management protocols for ninjas. Never would he utter insults against his superiors. Yanoyu slightly lowered her head, concealing the nearly uncontrollable expression on her face. Once again, the heart-to-body technique. Remain calm, remain composed. She quickly adjusted her mental state, striving to empty her thoughts and prevent her mind from wandering. Within mere seconds, Yanoyu entered a state devoid of joy, sorrow, or distraction. The root imposes a stringent management system for ninjas. If caught disparaging a superior, her fate would likely be grim. Relax. I truly did not employ the heart-to-body technique. In the mountains, Jingshan pressed his hand against his forehead, inwardly cursing Tuanzong once again. Just look at how this girl has been driven to such a state. After a moment of silence, the pharmacist now raised his head cautiously to meet Jingshan's gaze. After a brief pause, his tense body began to relax slightly. "Did you just scold me again?" "Rest assured, my lord," he replied. "I was merely extolling your care for your comrades and your consideration for your subordinates. You are indeed a remarkable ninja who has truly inherited the will of fire. Your sarcasm is quite masterfully executed." Shan Zhaojing rolled her eyes in exasperation. No longer willing to engage in circles with Yashir Yunayu, she pointed towards the medical room, indicating the little girl lying in the incubation chamber and the young man half leaning beside it, and then stated, "I am assigning you a long-term task. Teach these two children to speak, to write, to refine chakra, and impart some basic knowledge of everyday life, while also taking care of them. The training methods of the root? No, employ a standard approach suitable for normal children." "Understood." Yashir Yunayu cast a deep glance at Shan Zhaojing before bowing to accept the assignment. Children from the root. Can they still receive a proper education? Furthermore, speaking, writing, basic knowledge. Judging by their appearance, these two children should be around 5 to 6 years old. Can they truly not speak? I will hand you the mission scroll shortly, and I will also retrieve your file from the intelligence class. For now, you will temporarily serve as my assistant. The landscape of the mountains waved goodbye as he rose and walked towards the medical room, rushing to alter the system of the organization before fully assuming control over all aspects would only incite a series of complications. To reshape the organization into the form he desired, he understood that patience was essential. "Understood," the healer, Nanao, replied with a respectful bow. "An assistant, perhaps? If the superiors were less stringent, that might not be so bad after all." "Ah, and those two." The boy was named Yamado, and the girl was called Xiaoa. "Understood." He departed from the medical room. After replacing the shadow clone stationed at the roots with another disguised as Danzo, Yamado, with a heavy head, made his way back home. Having toiled for such an extended period, he had not even closed his eyes over the past few days. After hastily consuming a warm dinner, he embraced the fragrant and soft kushina and drifted into slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already noon on the following day. He stretched languidly, indulging in a moment of ease. Jing squinted at the snowflakes drifting outside the window, as well as the lanterns and colorful ribbons adorning the doorsteps of each household in the clan's territory. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality. The new year was approaching before she even realized it. Lady Kushina, Jing's illusion technique is truly remarkable. In just 6 days, one can experience 6 years within the illusion. Doesn't that mean one could learn anything at an astonishing pace? A young girl's unfamiliar voice drifted in through the cracks of the bedroom door. Well, no technique is without its flaws. There must be certain limitations to this one as well. However, such specialized matters are best left for Shizen to inquire about. I'm not entirely sure myself. Kushina patiently explained her understanding to Shizen. Shizen had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy alongside Yugao and had been taken under Tsunade's wing right after. Previously, she had been assigned to study at the Konoha hospital by Tsunade. With Tsunade's prolonged absence from the hospital due to her acceptance of illusion therapy, the concerned young girl decided to bring a basket of fruit as a visit. The two continued their hushed conversation, their voices barely above a whisper. In the mountains. At this moment, Shan Zhaojing contemplated the feasibility of his earlier notion regarding the use of silence. Due to his habitual reliance on illusionary techniques for combat and brainwashing, he had never considered this approach before. However, it seemed plausible. Although the cultivation within illusions necessitates a detachment from reality, the practitioner's control over various abilities relies entirely on the experience and insights of the spellcaster for simulation. Furthermore, upon exiting the illusion, both the body and memory require a period of adjustment and familiarization. Nevertheless, this method could significantly expedite the learning process for various capabilities. The only lamentation is that for Shan Zhaojing himself, it not only necessitates the cooperation of others or animals for the casting of the spell, but also serves solely to enhance cognitive speed. After all, how could an illusion crafted from his own experiences and memories accurately simulate something he has yet to master? Even if forced into existence, it would likely be nothing more than a hollow fade. He swiftly clarified the thought process behind casting this illusion. As the dawn broke, Shan Zhaojing was just about to rise and freshen up. Outside the door, the hushed whispers filled with speculation resurfaced. "Lady Kushina, Lady Tsunade, is it true that you are to be wed?" "Huh? Why do you ask?" "I have heard that the nobles from the daimyo's residence shave their eyebrows before marriage, symbolizing their unwavering commitment to walk hand in hand with their beloved for a lifetime." Lady Tsunade. Ahem, ahem. Hearing this, Shanzhongjing hastily cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the two individuals outside the room. What on earth is going on? This little girl, Jingyin, dares to make even more outrageous guesses? After a lengthy explanation, he finally managed to dispel the insatiable curiosity of the ever-inquisitive Jingyin. In the secluded chamber of Tsunade, a figure named Jing stood, gazing at the single delicate golden eyebrow of the woman before him, exhaling a resigned sigh. What could he do about the chaos he had inadvertently caused? Do not fret, Jing. Just yesterday, I inquired at the Konoha hospital. In Tsunade's condition, a mere application of the healing technique should suffice to stimulate regrowth, and her eyebrow will soon return. Kushina proclaimed with a sense of pride, lifting her chin. She was diligently assisting her boyfriend in addressing the troubles surrounding him. Although this morning's unexpected visit from Ino had revealed Tsunade's unfortunate appearance, it was preferable to be misunderstood than to be ridiculed. Indeed, it should be. Shall we give it a try? In the depths of the mountains, the protagonist glanced at his palm before turning his gaze towards Tsunade, who was ensnared in an illusion. The powerful Jinjutsu, akin to consuming a bowl of Mengpa soup, profoundly interfered with the senses of those ensnared within it. Despite the formidable traits of the grave milk healer, its essence fundamentally targeted the senses. Without sufficient chakra to disrupt the illusion, it was utterly impossible to awaken Tsunade from her trance, regardless of how much he might struggle. Preserving his dignity, he resolved to refrain from casting jutsu with his feet in front of Kushina, even though he had pressed his foot against Tsunade's face. Why not give it a try? As long as the completed eyebrows were close enough to perfection, the likelihood of Tsunade remembering this event after awakening from the illusion, which spanned several years, was exceedingly low. With a determined clap of his hands, a unique green luminescence emanated from his right palm, characteristic of the healing palm technique. Compared to using his feet, the chakra meridians in his hands created a somewhat clumsy sensation. To him, possessing the purple trait of grave milk healer, utilizing medical ninjutsu with his hands was as effortless as eating or drinking. He gently pressed his index finger against the spot where Tsunade's eyebrow was missing. As the special chakra infused with yang release began to stimulate the hair follicles beneath her brows, coaxing forth new growth. However, he soon realized that he could not wait for the full effect of the healing palm technique to take hold. The troublesome trait of the grave milk healer activated first. Tsunade, still lost in the illusion, parted her delicate lips and unconsciously let out a soft murmur. Her body began to tremble, a faint pink hue coloring her neck. Kushina, standing nearby, paused momentarily, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed the blush rising on Tsunade's fair face. It was merely the healing palm technique. But then, sensing the yang release chakra at his fingertips being forcibly drawn away by the yin seal at Tsunade's forehead, his expression shifted subtly. In the next instant, the yin seal at her brow seemed to trigger some form of alarm mechanism, opening completely in the blink of an eye. Transforming from a diamond shape to an X shape adorned with a fishtail, a surge of chakra erupted from the yin seal, and the dark sealing runes swirled around her like black ribbons, as if heralding the onset of creation rebirth, the 100 healings technique. Upon observing the considerable and abnormal dispersion of chakra in the mountainous landscape, Zhang Zhongjing immediately realized that this technique remained in an imperfect state. To achieve perfection, it would seem there is still a long journey ahead. Yet, the magnitude of this chakra surge requires an ultra-rapid response from a standing start. In an instant, the scenery in the mountains ceased the execution of the palm techniques, clapping both hands together. Water release, water prison technique. A vast curtain of water swiftly rose from all corners of the room, enveloping the entire space. In the midst of the mountains, Kage swiftly pulled Kushina aside and retreated into the living room. Having been immersed in an illusion that accelerated the passage of time for an extended period, awakening under such a surge of chakra was disorienting. Who could fathom what reaction Tsunade, whose mind might not be entirely clear, would have? It was undoubtedly wise to seek refuge. Inside the bedroom, as the dark seal was completely unraveled, an overwhelming surge of chakra broke through Tsunade's memories and illusions almost simultaneously. A muffled groan escaped her lips as her blood-red eyes abruptly opened, scanning the walls of her bedroom, now enveloped in a cerulean watery veil. A chilling, bloodthirsty, and frenzied aura permeated the room. The intertwining of illusory memories and reality caused her expressions to oscillate between cruel indifference and resolute determination. After several long seconds, the unusual energy surrounding Tsunade gradually subsided, and she sealed the dark chakra that still emanated a formidable presence. She patted her slightly dazed head, expelling the disorienting sensation of temporal entanglement from her mind. Furrowing her brow, Tsunade scrutinized her bedroom once more. Was it the water prison technique? Had the Dark Seal's violent outburst compelled her to employ water release to safeguard the house? Truly, it was that little brat's consistent style. Raising her slightly trembling right hand, Tsunade belatedly sensed an unusual tingling sensation coursing through her body. Was this a dream? An inexplicable aftershock made her body shiver uncontrollably. Her still unstable mental state caused her mind to involuntarily conjure certain indescribable images from popular magazines. Stop, stop, stop. What am I thinking? Is the after effect of the illusion this severe? Yet, the scenes from the illusion had no relation to such dreams. With a sharp clap, Tsunade lifted both hands and patted her cheeks, striving to regain her clarity, as rationality regained its hold. Her expertise as a top medical ninja swiftly led her to realize that this peculiar sensation was undoubtedly not a result of the earlier illusion. Damn it. Could it be that someone had drugged her? Suddenly, the water surrounding the room, condensed by the water prison technique, surged rapidly out through the open window. Kushina's small head peeked in from the doorway. Tsunade, you're awake. You scared me just now. What exactly happened? Tsunade replied softly, narrowing her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Kaguya, who stood behind Kushina. Well, it's nothing much really. We just wanted to use the palm healing technique to help you. Touch up your eyebrows. And then your dark seal suddenly went haywire. Kushina chuckled awkwardly. Having to speak the truth. Eyebrows of yang release? Tsunade gently brushed her fingers across the sparse eyebrows that adorned her forehead. I surmise this may be attributed to your immersion in the illusion, where most of your bodily functions lie dormant. Your subconscious, mistaking this state for near death, prompted the urgent activation of the Yin seal, stimulated by the sun release of the sage art. In the mountains, Jing spoke earnestly about his conjecture. Although the medical ninjutsu of the grave nurse was somewhat frivolous, it nonetheless belonged to the esteemed purple tier of healing techniques. His speculation could essentially be regarded as fact. As for the physical anomalies, he would leave it to Tsunade to ponder. He could offer no explanation. Tsunade nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with the conjecture. Tsunade, how are you feeling now? Kushina inquired with her wide, sparkling eyes. Hungry. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, responding somewhat off-topic. Then let us eat right away. Kushina replied cheerfully, turning to head towards the kitchen. What date is it today? Tsunade rubbed her head and glanced out at the snowflakes falling from the sky. It is December 30th. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And you will just in time for the celebration. As the snowflakes danced outside, Shan Zhongjing gazed out of the window. Suddenly, Shuo Gangzhou sprang from the couch, seizing Shan Zhongjing by the collar and pulling him into the bedroom. With his right arm encircling Shan Zhongjing's neck, he firmly pinned him against his chest. From this angle, Kushina, who had ventured into the kitchen, was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in the bedroom. Although Yamashita Kei sensed Tsunade's movements from the very beginning, he was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Tsunade, explain to me what is happening to my body, Tsunade demanded in a low voice, her silver teeth clenching audibly. Tsunade, I don't understand what you're saying. Damn it. Don't think I am oblivious to the schemes of you filthy men. Drugging me, intending to take advantage of my sisterly bonds? This is outrageous. How about you take a blood test first? In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade sat in her office, scrutinizing the blood test report with a furrowed brow. A misunderstanding? No issues. That shouldn't be the case. As a top medical ninja, her understanding of the human body was unparalleled. The condition described was undoubtedly abnormal. Could it be a disruption of the nervous system caused by the clash of Yin sealing and Yang release chakra? No, that didn't add up. Tsunade touched the Yin seal on her forehead. Despite its name, the Yin seal was a sophisticated ninjutsu that involved the transformation of Yang release chakra. In extreme cases, it could indeed lead to the emergency treatment Kyuji had mentioned. However, the structural integrity of the Yin seal was remarkably stable. A normal state induced by genjutsu leading to bodily function dormancy could not be classified as an extreme situation. For such an abnormal outburst to occur, it would necessitate that her body had already exhibited symptoms of a disrupted nervous system, triggering the Yin seal. Therefore, there was undoubtedly an issue, yet it was not the drug she had initially suspected. You think you can deceive me, but you're quite mistaken. Tsunade ground her teeth in frustration. Eliminating the possibility of drug use, she began to ponder how Yamashita Kei had accomplished this feat. Although genjutsu could affect the five senses, such influence stemmed from mental interference and control, which in turn impacted the body's sensations, indicating that mental influence was the fundamental element. The illusion she experienced bore no relation to such phenomena. Thus, it seemed that the issue was not with the genjutsu either. What remained? A technique akin to the principle of Ranshin SH, which employed exceptional chakra control to decompose lightning attribute chakra to a minuscule level and inject it into the enemy's body, paralyzing their nervous system. If one were to refine this further and accurately target specific nerves, it could theoretically achieve such an effect. However, Kushina had previously stated that Yamanaka Kyuji had utilized ninjutsu. Tsunade firmly believed that her sister would not deceive her. Moreover, Kushina would not be so incapable as to confuse yang release with lightning release. Could it be that through the transformation of yang release, the relevant nervous system was stimulated and disrupted? Or might it be a direct assault on the bodily organs themselves? Previously, she had been deceived into believing that she could merely master the art of medical ninjutsu. Should I uncover how you achieve this, there will be consequences. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and rose from her seat. She seized a tome from the bookshelf that she had yet to peruse, quickly flipping through its pages. The Konoha library and Konoha's ancient texts held numerous treasures she had not yet explored. Even the sun release cultivation notes left by her ancestors had received little of her attention. She refused to believe that with her profound understanding of the sun release, she could not unravel a technique executed by another. Once she comprehended that individual's technique, she pondered, not speaking it aloud. I'll confront you daily until you confess. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, the door to Tsunade's office was thrust open. A medical ninja, his expression fraught with urgency, addressed her, Lady Tsunade. We have an emergency. A.J. Nin returning from the border has arrived with a comminuted fracture in his right hand, multiple broken ribs on his left side, and internal bleeding. Dr. F's son instructed me to inquire about your availability. Where is he? Tsunade's expression shifted slightly as she recalled that during her recent blood tests, there hadn't been any particularly severe reactions. Clenching her fists tightly, she steeled herself and strode purposefully out of her office. To the emergency room too. The medical ninja's face lit up with surprise. At the roots of Konoha, as Shang Zhongjing approached the office door, preparing to replace his shadow clone, a rather unfamiliar root ninja appeared beside him. Lord Jing, Lord Orochimaru invites you to the number 7 experimental base to observe the results of the experiments. Ching. In the mountainous landscape, the figure observed the mask adorning the face of the root ninja before him. After rummaging through his memories of Danzo for a moment, he hesitantly called out the other's codename. It was not that his spy was ineffective. Rather, even Danzo himself had little recollection of this individual before him. Indeed, the subordinate known as AO belonged to the Ninjutsu Research Division managed by Lord Orochimaru, tasked with routine vigilance and protection of the research team. The root ninja, bearing the codename AO, slightly lowered his head and voluntarily disclosed his place of employment. I will arrive shortly. You may report now. Understood. As he watched the figure vanish from sight, a faint smile of intrigue curled at the corners of his mouth amidst the picturesque mountain scenery. Within the tightly controlled confines of Root, Orochimaru proved to be far less compliant than Danzo had recalled. Furthermore, the notion of inspecting experimental results? The 7th experimental base, dedicated to the transplantation and fusion of bloodline limits, seemed to have little relevance to his role as the deputy minister responsible for task assignment and training. This excuse felt contrived. Surely, they must have discovered his maneuvers. However, it was too late. In a span of 5 days, all department heads, corps members, and combat team personnel had their control over the curse mark of tongue severance irrevocably altered. Even Danzo's 2 paramours had their memories completely erased, transforming them into mere devotees of Root, while the remaining grassroots members held their own significance. His shadow clone had just yesterday extracted one from the 3 recently activated white Zetsu. All memories were wiped clean, reshaping it into a puppet utterly devoted to him. As long as there were no disruptions from the bloodline level of control, anyone who encountered it would simply assume it was Danzo. Should Snake Ant choose this moment to stir up trouble, she would be in for a grand showdown. After replacing the shadow clone on duty in the office, I departed from the root base, making my way leisurely towards the number 7 experimental facility located in the Bone Erosion Plain. This plain lies over 10 kilometers northeast of the Konoha bird summoning beast breeding house, well beyond the village's confines. Due to its complex terrain and treacherous environment, coupled with a lack of anything of value, it is often utilized by some civilian ninjas to rear their rather unfriendly summoning beasts. Over time, aside from those who tend to these creatures, the area has seen a significant decline in visitors. I approached and opened the concealed door of the experimental facility hidden within the waterfall. As I ventured into the scenic depths of the mountain, perhaps due to the proclivity of serpents for cool, damp environments, the experimental facility inhabited by Orochimaru was notoriously sparing in its use of illumination, perpetually enveloped in an eerie chill. This particular base was no exception. A faintly familiar, haunting scream echoed from the depths of the facility. In the mountains, Kage's demeanor remained unchanged as he gracefully approached the root ninja, bowing in respect. He made his way directly toward the location where Orochimaru was situated, without haste or deliberate slowness. Upon entering the laboratory of Orochimaru, the initial piercing cries had transformed into faint, ethereal moans. "Jinkuen, it has been a long time," stated Orochimaru, adorned with the Leaf Village headband and clad in a jounin vest, as he turned to acknowledge Kage with a slight nod. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet carried an air of cold nobility. Although Orochimaru's complexion had become somewhat paler, accentuated by purple eyeshadow and adorned with slightly feminine earrings, his appearance was far less grotesque and sickly than depicted in the original narrative. It could be said that the cold and enigmatic Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, still possessed an undeniable allure. Is this the new experimental result of Lord Orochimaru? The scenery within the mountains likewise bowed in acknowledgement. Its gaze shifted towards the blood-red prison behind Orochimaru. Within that confinement, the figure of Yu Cheng-yen, with deeply sunken eyes, writhed in anguish. Underneath the surface of his skin, bulging masses the size of eggs surged and pulsated, the volatile power concealed within threatening to burst forth and explode at any moment. To complete this experiment, one vital element remained missing, the blood dragon eye perhaps. Indeed, it remains uncertain whether Jingjun would be willing to generously part with it. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the corners of Yamaguchi's mouth curled into a faint smile. The experiment commenced only after he entered the research facility, utilizing Yuyuk-en as the subject. Was this not a blatant display meant for his observance? As a pawn nurtured in the shadows of a Wagakure, Yuyuk-en stood as a pivotal witness to the chaos between a Wagakure and Kumogakure, as well as the clandestine alliance with Kirigakure, rendering him immensely valuable to the upper echelons. Within a mere span of days, they had summoned this individual for human experimentation. Orochimaru was subtly demonstrating his clandestine influence over Konoha. Judging by his actions of extracting Yuyuk-en's eyes, it was evident that he did not harbor extreme aversion to human experimentation. Subsequently, upon discovering anomalies within the root, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he presented a relatively commendable research outcome, perhaps testing the waters for potential collaboration through this gesture. In the dimly lit mountains, one cannot help but sigh. Indeed, those who survive to witness the grand conclusion are truly the wise. From within my bosom, I retrieved a palm-sized scroll of sealing. Unfurling it with care, skipping over the initial 4 sealing techniques, I formed a single-handed seal and extracted the blood dragon eye contained within the 5th sealing technique. In the mountains, Jing casually tossed a glass vial containing the blood dragon eye to Orochimaru, who stood nearby. It was truly an enviable treasure. Orochimaru caught the small bottle, his tongue sliding past the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing an unabashed curiosity and covetousness. The 5 sealing techniques suggested that at least 5 items were contained within. Following the typical organization of possessions, it was highly probable that the first 4 items were even more precious than the blood dragon eye, resembling it in nature. However, they were merely a few pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. I shall soon present you with something even more astonishing. Amidst the mountainous scenery, a chuckle escaped the lips of Orochimaru as he casually rolled up the scroll. How truly delightful, he mused, his laughter echoing ominously. With a flick of his wrist, serpentine creatures, thick as a man's arm, slithered forth from his sleeves. In an instant, they ensnared the beleaguered figure of Uchiha Itachi, drawing him perilously close to the confines of his prison, binding him firmly against the bars. Opening a small vial in his grasp, Orochimaru extracted 2 blood-red dragon eyes and forcefully pressed them into Itachi's empty sockets. A verdant glow of mystical chakra illuminated his hands. Within mere seconds, the initial connection of the visual nerves was established. The power of the dragon eyes surged back, revitalizing the fading Uchiha. An overwhelming surge of crimson chakra erupted from his body, exuding a foul, dark, and grotesque aura. Unknown forces, undulating across his surface, began to merge with him under the oppressive influence of the dragon eyes, gradually intertwining with his very essence. Name: Orochimaru occupation, ninja researcher attributes, extreme researcher, red. Wind chaser, purple, one of the three Sannin, purple, master of forbidden arts, purple, child of the white snake, purple, exceptionally talented, purple, seer of true nature, blue, minter, blue, cautious, blue, obsessive, white, cold-blooded, white. As the scenery within the mountains melds with the essence of the powerful fortress of Yucheng, one scrutinizes the entry of Orochimaru. An extreme researcher, he epitomizes the pinnacle of research capabilities, practical skills, and cognitive prowess. With such attributes, it is but a rarity in the ninja world for there to be anything Orochimaru cannot comprehend. The winds of admiration for the boundless might of nature significantly amplify personal will and combat prowess. Thus, the desire to become a force driving the world's progress and momentum emerges. Among the legendary three ninjas, there is little of remarkable note. It is only fitting that the master of forbidden techniques resides within Orochimaru, the child of the white serpent, a fusion of destiny and soft body modification. Possesses an affinity for serpents, regenerative abilities, and an indomitable vitality that rivals that of cockroaches. This should serve as the prototype for the future eight-headed technique. Gifted with an innate talent for 7 chakra attributes, he learns swiftly and masters every discipline, a true genius. The ability to perceive human nature and unveil truths as a mentor enhances his teaching prowess, guiding thought and reinforcing notions. No wonder so many are fervently devoted to him, as he deftly exploits the vulnerabilities of human nature. Cautious as a wily hare with its 3 burrows, he contemplates carefully, ensuring he leaves himself a path of retreat. Accumulating contingencies. Coupled with the tenacity of the child of the white serpent, it is no surprise that he proves so difficult to vanquish. In the mountains, Jing contemplated as he cast a glance at Orochimaru. Judging solely by the entries, it seems that at this stage, this individual has surpassed both Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are also among the legendary Sannin, by a significant margin. It is indeed understandable, had it not been for the repeated utilization of the reanimation jutsu, which inflicted irreparable damage upon his soul, Orochimaru would not possess such a vulnerability to Jinjutsu. The impressive feats recorded in the original work would not have been marred by a mere handful of Uchiha with their crimson eye ailment. An exceptional piece of work. Would you not agree, Jing? Orochimaru gazed at the crimson cage, where half of Yakuchoan's body had transformed into a pool of blood. His eyes filled with hatred and fear, while a sinister smile played upon his lips. The blood dragon eye, the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan, an explosive release? Quite an intriguing fusion concept. In the mountains, Kaguya gazed at the interface of the Yucheng Yan's entry. He fixated on the pool of blood that had transformed from the opponent's body, where blood bubbles incessantly surged and burst forth. He casually offered a compliment. The technique of Kyoko's roots had forcibly fused 3 bloodline limits. The fusion was successful, yet it remained incomplete. It still lingered at the threshold of bloodline limits, failing to transcend into the realm of bloodline elimination. The distance to the comprehensive gathering of bloodlines was still an insurmountable chasm. In the original narrative, it was perhaps because Baruhu understood that only by amassing a sufficient quantity could one trigger the ultimate transformation that he was so ardently fixated on merging 5 bloodline limits simultaneously. It was uncertain whether Kaguya Haruka was interested in testing the prowess of this collection. Orochimaru turned to face Kaguya, his golden serpent-like eyes emanating a chilling glimmer. Let us see if I possess the strength to collaborate with you. In the mountains, Jiang Zhong embraced himself with both arms, chuckling softly at the words spoken. He lightly tapped his fingers against his arm and cast a glance towards Yuya Chengyan. The atmosphere was enchanting, a true blend of the ethereal and the earthly. A formidable surge of spiritual energy intertwined with the robust chakra within him, forming a remarkably pure form of in-release energy. In an instant, it breached Yuya Chengyan's mental defenses. The expression of sheer hatred that once adorned Yuya Chengyan's face momentarily faltered. After a brief pause, he broke into a foolish grin, counting with his fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ability to transform Danzo into a compliant puppet was indeed a testament to Jiang Jun's formidable prowess. Evoking a sense of awe, Orochimaru gently applauded, his smile growing more genuine and unrestrained. The Blood Dragon Eye was once renowned alongside the Uchiha clan Sharingan as a prestigious bloodline limit. With the enhancement gained from blood fusion, Yuya Chengyan's ocular power and mental strength had likely surpassed that of the vast majority of the Uchiha clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan. The scenery within the mountains is more profound than he had ever envisioned. However, this is quite fortuitous. A colossal python would never consort with an insignificant ant. The stronger the allies, the greater his delight. Moreover, after remaining concealed for such an extended period, it is now beginning to unveil its brilliance. The stagnant waters of Konoha, devoid of turbulence, are surely on the verge of being stirred by a mighty wave. It is rumored that Lord Orochimaru has been in relentless pursuit of immortality. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yamashita Kei realized that the other party was only focused on the changes at the root and remained oblivious to the fact that Danzo had been transformed into a mere fool. Uttering incoherent babble, disregarding any further circumlocution, he decisively addressed the matter at hand. Should a mutual understanding be reached, he would not hesitate to guide Orochimaru towards a clearer path, sharing intelligence and research findings, in hopes of prolonging their existence in a state of harmony. However, if an agreement proved elusive, he would exert effort to compel Orochimaru to come to terms with him. In the Land of Fire, amidst the dense forest where Yamashita Kei had previously experimented with would release, a colossal cloud of chakra billowed forth, heralding the arrival of the immense serpent, Manda. At Orochimaru's feet, not only that, but thousands of vibrant, venomous snakes emerged from the mist, resembling a tidal wave as their slithering and hissing filled the air, swiftly saturating the lush woodland. I approach you with sincerity, seeking cooperation, yet your arrogance is profoundly disappointing, Yamashita Kei mused. Under the guise of a snake substitution technique, Orochimaru slithered from his original form as if shedding skin. With a casual flick, he discarded the old skin bearing the flying thunder god seal into the writhing mass of serpents surrounding him, allowing the venomous creatures to tear it apart, obliterating the seal inscribed upon it. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was already well versed in numerous forbidden techniques, and his collaboration with Danzo had further acquainted him with many of Konoha's secret arts. Abruptly transported from the laboratory to this location, he recognized the technique as the Flying Thunder God technique, crafted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Previously, due to Jiraiya's disciple mastering this technique, he had studied it for a time. Although he lacked the spatial aptitude to wield it himself, he understood its principles and combat applications thoroughly. This silent method of leaving behind a technique imprint may pose a threat to those unsuspecting ninjas unfamiliar with it, yet it held no menace for him. With such a reaction, do you truly aspire to become Hokage? In the depths of the mountains, Mountain Jonjin gazed with a pained expression at Orochimaru, who stood atop the heads of myriad serpents. Were it not for Zero Frame's timely initiation, allowing him to swiftly react and bring Orochimaru here, the seventh experimental base would have been lost. Such a loss would equate to a significant financial setback, as it had been established at great expense. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from myself, who else could occupy such a position? Could it be Jingjun? Orochimaru, with one hand resting on his hip, looked down upon Mountain Jonjin. His mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had begun to decline in strength, his thinking rigid and his methods feeble, hesitant and indecisive. He was no longer fit to serve as Hokage. Among the younger generation, when considering contributions to battle, experience, strength, potential, and prestige, should not the position of the fourth Hokage rightfully belong to him? How foolish was it of me to aspire to be Hokage? I ask you, do you genuinely wish to occupy that position? In the mountains, Kagea rested his hand upon his forehead, disregarding the serpentine throng that enveloped him, and continued to question Orochimaru. He had been earnest in discussing a potential collaboration, presenting his own conditions while also offering substantial benefits. Did this individual not seek immortality? With ample financial support, a plethora of manpower, the correct research direction, the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and the ultimate origins of ninjas. Was this not sincere enough? He had articulated three primary stipulations. Firstly, Orochimaru was to refrain from conducting reckless human experiments until stable results were achieved, with subjects provided exclusively by the root organization, prohibiting any unauthorized abductions. Secondly, all research findings were to be shared and not hoarded. Thirdly, Orochimaru was to withdraw from the contention for the Hokage position and refrain from any covert schemes, focusing solely on his research. Initially, the conversation had flowed smoothly, but upon the introduction of the third condition, Orochimaru mistakenly perceived it as a threat, his eyes narrowing in hostility. Was this truly his aspiration to become Hokage? Had he genuinely contemplated this path? Orochimaru's serpentine pupils contracted, transforming into sharp, slender slits. What was he truly thinking? If the Hokage position held such paramount importance for him, he would not engage in forbidden human experimentation or delve into perilous jutsu. If that position were his ultimate goal, he would not resort to methods during the numerous wars that could easily provoke discontent among lower-ranking ninjas to swiftly secure victory. With his intellect and understanding of human nature, it would be simpler to garner greater prestige and support. Yet, visions of Hiruzen Sarutobi placing a hand on his shoulder, expressing hope for his future and vowing to watch over him, surfaced in his mind. Images of Danzo standing beside him, promising to elevate him to the Hokage seat, appeared. The faces of SHG, Akane, and numerous subordinates flickered before him, the scene wavering slightly. Release. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. The indistinguishable memories before him shattered like a mirror. The chakra of myriad snakes within him gradually receded, and the incessant voice of his opponent echoed in his ears. Release. Release. Orochimaru, you fool, how could you fall for an illusion? Ha ha ha. This time I've done you a great service, 200 sacrifices. I must have 200 sacrifices. They will be sent to you shortly. Orochimaru, his visage darkened, raised a hand to wipe away the cold sweat that had beaded at his temple due to the mental shock. Previously, when Kaguya had dealt with Uchiha-en, he had simply tapped his arm with a finger to cast an illusion. Was it that gesture of resting his forehead that had been so unexpectedly deceptive? Had he awakened? Did he grasp even a fragment of understanding? As Kaguya gazed upon Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the illusion, he felt an overwhelming desire to unleash a fierce assault with the myriad snakes. Just moments ago, he had skillfully ensnared Orochimaru within his web of deception. If only he could have maintained the ruse a little longer. In the realm of illusion, with a series of psychological suggestions, perhaps he could have convinced Orochimaru to relinquish his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Yet, this wretched serpent had audaciously disrupted his plans midway. Kage pondered whether the ambition to become Hokage was truly imposed upon him by others. Orochimaru appeared as nonchalant as ever. Yet one hand remained firmly placed upon the head of the myriad snakes, his gaze no longer directed at Kaguya's eyes. Expectations, pressures, surroundings, experiences, sunk costs. And the notion that it should be so? In the mountainous scenery, Jiang contemplated and provided his response. With a candid reply, he challenged Jingjun to summon the persuasive power to alter his resolve, to reveal that turning back at the right moment is indeed the wisest choice. Otherwise, Orochimaru displayed a sinister smile, his tongue licking the corner of his lips, and commanded the surrounding serpents to attack. He remained indifferent to why Jiang was reluctant to become Hokage or why he sought to impede him. However, since a collaborative agreement had faltered, they would resort to the language of fists. Let the victor dictate the life of the vanquished. Ah, the roots. He eagerly anticipated the moment he could harness that power completely and embark on extensive research. Would a formidable being like Jiang truly cling to superficialities? Perhaps. For beautiful things do bring joy to the heart. Yet, my inquiry stems merely from a whimsical fondness for collecting various summoning beasts, and when it comes to combat, I always feel a sense of loss if I leave without experiencing some form of satisfaction. Hee. If Jiang were to emerge victorious, I would personally escort him to the Dragon Cave, but if not, it is settled. Orochimaru, with a thunderous roar, several colossal wooden dragons surged forth from beneath the earth, letting out a furious cry as they ascended. A wooden giant, several times larger than the myriad serpents, slowly emerged from beneath Jiang's feet, its arms propping up its buried form like an ancient deity holding up the heavens, casting a shadow over him and blocking out the sunlight. The already lush trees around seemed to come alive in an instant, stretching their branches in a fervent display. Some unusually large ancient trees swayed, blooming vibrant and enormous buds amidst their swaying limbs. Without uttering a single word, the myriad serpents voluntarily dispelled the summoning jutsu and retreated to the Dragon Cave. Combat? What nonsense! They were born to cherish peace and could not bear the sight of bloodshed. In the depths of the mountains, the scenery initially witnessed several hours of relentless experimentation with would-release techniques within this forest. Various powerful would-release ninjutsu were employed as if they were without cost. Upon completion of the trials, the trees birthed by the tree realm and flower tree realm merely required a gentle concealment of their blossoms. However, the wooden man and wooden dragon posed a certain challenge in terms of destruction. Thus, he decided to have the wooden dragon burrow directly into the earth, while the wooden man was buried using earth release. He returned to this place anew. In the mountains, a mere clap of hands is unnecessary. One can effortlessly channel the immense chakra bestowed by the celestial body to infuse the powers of the wood-release bloodline limit back into these entities, thereby initiating control. Orochimaru had just submerged the entire forest in a sea of serpents. His primary objective, however, was to eliminate and investigate any potential traps that might be laid out. After all, the mountain scenery had directly led him here. Any conventional ninja would consider whether this forest had been tampered with, perhaps set with traps favoring the mountainous scenery. Unfortunately, wood release is not a technique that ordinary ninjas can wield. Orochimaru, in his desperation, never contemplated that his adversary's means would be these seemingly robust trees, ubiquitous throughout the land of fire. Wood release? Wood release. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru's gaze did not even glance at the vanishing sea of serpents beneath him. Instead, he fixated on Yamashiro, who sat atop the wooden figure, his feet casually dangling over its edge, a broad smile adorning his face, and erupted into maniacal laughter. He had spent 6 years studying the wood-release bloodline limit. Yet due to the overwhelming, devouring, and aggressive nature of the cells derived from Hashirama Senju, his experiments had made little to no progress. In the mountains, the astonishing spectacle of the wood release was unveiled. This individual undoubtedly possessed certain enigmatic attributes that remained unexamined. Powerful, majestic, the unparalleled, cataclysmic would release prowess of the first Hokage. Orochimaru's hands trembled as an exhilarating surge of emotions relentlessly assailed his reason. Although the strength exhibited by the mountain dweller instilled a primal fear within him, even provoking an instinctual urge to flee, the allure of such a flawless experimental subject, such an exquisite would release bloodline limit, was irresistible. He simply had to attempt it, if there was even a remote chance. Bang! Orochimaru bit into his fingertip, forming seals with his hands, and forcefully struck the ground. Within his golden serpent eyes, an unprecedented glimmer of hope and excitement erupted, as chakra surged within him, manifesting an overwhelming mist that obscured the heavens. Hisses, towering serpents, slightly smaller than the great serpent, rose majestically from the swirling chakra fog. Leading the charge were a 3-headed serpent and a 2-headed serpent, whose ferocity remained undiminished even in the presence of the towering wooden figure. Boom! In the next moment, dozens of giant serpents entwined with 4 wooden dragons in a tumultuous clash. The earth trembled as stones were overturned and colossal trees collapsed, the two forces rolling and writhing, shaking the ground for miles around. The sky was engulfed in swirling dust, enveloping the entire battlefield. The ancient trees, birthed and controlled by the birth of the woodland realm, continued to grow their tendrils and branches in an effort to ensnare the massive serpents. The serpents, already at a disadvantage against the wooden dragons, suffered grievous injuries in mere moments, dissipating into mist and retreating to their lairs. The remaining serpents, treated as mere playthings, were mercilessly tossed about by the wooden dragons, seemingly unable to withstand even a minute before vanishing entirely. As Orochimaru dashed towards the mountain dweller, his gaze swiftly scanned several towering ancient trees, noting the blooming buds swaying and gradually releasing a cloud of misty pollen. Aware that he must act swiftly lest he lose his chance entirely, he rapidly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a barrage of formidable ninjutsu. Earth release, mountain earth technique, wind release, vacuum wave, fire release, dust concealment technique. A massive semicircular wave of earth and stone bore down upon the wooden figure. Wind blades swiftly severed the encroaching branches that sought to ensnare him, while a blinding tempest of searing dust spread rapidly, engulfing the area and obscuring all light around Orochimaru in an instant. Why not simply display it directly? In the heart of the mountain, with his acute perception, Shanjunjing distinctly observed all of Orochimaru's movements amidst the swirling dust. Utilizing the cover of his vision, he executed the shadow clone technique, manifesting 8 clones. 4 of them delved underground, while 3 surged forward on the surface. 1 clone rapidly formed seals beside Orochimaru's true self. Simultaneously, Orochimaru began to weave an intricate series of hand signs, the initial gesture indicating a formidable forbidden technique. He was no fool, deluded into thinking himself an invincible antagonist. Naturally, he could not merely stand by and allow his adversary to unleash a powerful move. With a decisive clap of his hands, from the colossal trees conjured by his own chakra, numerous wooden clones emerged. The eyes of these wooden figures ignited with a radiant brilliance, mimicking the 4 arms of Susanoo. They struck directly toward Orochimaru's position, the triple gate of the netherworld. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru's shadow clones slammed their palms against the ground, and 3 towering gates. Adorned with eerie demonic faces, thunderously descended before the oncoming might of the wooden fists. Before the gates could collide with the wooden assault, Orochimaru's true form, still engaged in forming seals, was already ambushed by the wooden clones. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed violently, nearly merging into one cacophony. That unknown forbidden technique met its abrupt end. Boom. The triple gate of the netherworld shattered under the relentless barrage of the wooden warriors. Orochimaru's true self, now revealed amidst the swirling dust, emitted pained grunts and retching sounds. The shadow clones he had dispatched earlier were likewise overwhelmed by the onslaught of the wooden figures. The temporal techniques, the yellow springs reversal, the separation of soul and body, the 4 purple flames formation imbued with natural energy and venom, you truly are merciless. In the heart of the mountains, Yamashita Kei performed a single-handed hand seal, utilizing the mind-body transmission technique to connect with Orochimaru's consciousness. Initially, he intended to persuade his opponent to relinquish their ambitions. However, as he executed the mind-body transmission technique, an instinctive retrieval of memories inadvertently revealed Orochimaru's intentions. The technique known as the Yellow Springs Turn technique, originally depicted in the 4th Great Ninja War, was employed by the reincarnated Sound 4 against Neji, Kiba, CHG, and Shikamaru. This technique separates the soul from the body of the afflicted, drawing the spirit into a unique battlefield, while the body left behind, devoid of its soul, gradually approaches death. The soul separation technique, another forbidden art concerning the soul, conceal an enemy's spirit using a special talisman inscribed with their name and information. When combined with the Yellow Springs Turn technique, it becomes nearly insurmountable unless the soul possesses extraordinary strength and unique methods of spiritual attack. As for the 4 purple flames formation, it had previously ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the ANBU utterly helpless. If Yamashita Kei's soul were indeed drawn away by the Yellow Springs Turn, only his body would remain. Once the 4 purple flames formation was activated, the enclosed space would be suffused with serpentine venom infused with natural energy. Even if Yamashita Kei managed to withstand Orochimaru's soul separation technique using the secret arts of the Yamashita clan, and forcibly broke the constraints of the Yellow Springs Turn with the spirit transformation technique, he would still succumb to the poison unless he had mastered natural energy and learned Sage Mode. The only viable solution appeared to be to strike oneself, delivering several blows to himself. It was a treacherous situation that warranted a fierce response. The wooden puppet unleashed a flurry of punches downwards. 3 wooden clones emerged, entwining Orochimaru's form with vines, effectively immobilizing him. 1 clone relentlessly struck his limbs with additional seals, while the remaining 2 injected chaotic chakra into his body, disrupting his ability to perform jutsu. The giant snakes previously summoned had vanished, and the shadow clones were no more. Orochimaru could only watch helplessly as the colossal fists rained down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour later, a voice called out, "Hey, hey, hey. Stop pretending to be dead and take a breath." In the mountainous realm, Shan Zhongjing's right foot illuminated with the radiance of palm sorcery, resting upon the battered form of Orochimaru. His entire skeletal structure lay shattered, limbs reduced to a mere pulpy mass, and even his head had become grotesquely deformed. Yet, Orochimaru stubbornly endured this brutal onslaught, bolstered by an indomitable vitality. His chest, riddled with countless puncture wounds from broken bones, heaved faintly. Under the healing arts of medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru opened his contorted eye sockets, gazing intently at the towering Shan Zhongjing. Is this treatment, delivered with a kick, an act of compassion from a formidable adversary? Are you certain you wish for me to use my hands? I must forewarn you, my hands carry venom. As Shan Zhongjing gazed unwaveringly at Orochimaru, a moment of tension ensued before he smacked his lips and lowered his body into a crouch. A vibrant emerald light emanated from his hands as he pressed them once more against Orochimaru's chest. The grotesque wounds on Orochimaru's decaying torso spasmed violently. Thanks to his formidable vitality and medical ninjutsu, the wounds, which had just begun to heal, erupted in a spray of blood, nearly causing him to perish on the spot. You were suited for interrogation. I did mention this beforehand. It was your own request. Shall we revert then? Why the glare? I will ask one last time. Shall we revert? Revert. Orochimaru's body was grievously damaged. A normal person would have perished countless times over in such a state. However, having undergone soft body augmentation, his form was extraordinarily unique, having essentially transcended the confines of humanity. Under Shanjunjing's healing ninjutsu, Orochimaru's innate regenerative abilities were fully awakened. A multitude of white scales densely covered his skin. As his injuries rapidly mended, Orochimaru's form astonishingly transformed into a several-meter-long white phosphorescent serpent. This metamorphosis was not merely an external change akin to a transformation technique, but rather a complete alteration of his physical essence. Had he truly transformed himself into a serpent? Whitesnake Sage. As the scenery in the mountains evoked the entry of Orochimaru, the son of the white serpent, he furrowed his brows and inquired about Orochimaru. A serpent that had lived for over 1,000 years. Shouldn't Jingjun feel a sense of curiosity about this? Orochimaru's serpentine form lay still upon the ground. The relentless division and regeneration of his cells had consumed a substantial amount of his life force. Having barely recovered from such a near-death state, even with his modified body, he would inevitably succumb to a prolonged period of weakness. Well, very well then. In the mountains, Jianjing slightly nodded, a creature that has existed for over 1,000 years. To Orochimaru, who yearns for immortality, this certainly holds a magnetic allure. However, perhaps he has subconsciously accepted such an arrangement long ago. He never truly considered the possibility of studying the three entities. At most, he merely contemplated their sage modes. Upon hearing this dismissive tone, Orochimaru could easily discern that Jianjing was entirely uninterested in such matters. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his serpentine eyes as he tentatively inquired, "How did you acquire your wood release, Lord Jing?" Rather than merely receiving the answer directly, the process of discovery and research can also be an invaluable experience. Would you not agree, Orochimaru? One cannot claim to possess an advantage in the realm of the mountains. After a vague exchange, he buried the wooden dragon and wooden figure once more beneath the earth, tidying up the blossoms that had emerged from the floral realm. He then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the number 7 experimental base located underground in the bone erosion plains, accompanied by Orochimaru. From the scroll pouch of the elite ninja, he retrieved a palm-sized scroll. In the mountains, Shanjungjing effortlessly unsealed the first barrier. Bound within was the White Absolute, who emerged before Orochimaru amidst the rising chakra mist, reminiscent of a plant awakening from hibernation. The White Absolute stretched its limbs and moved its body, surveying the surrounding environment. Upon catching sight of Shanjungjing, it shuddered involuntarily, instinctively yearning to burrow underground to escape. Yet, before it could act, tendrils of wood release surged from the earth, binding it in place. Orochimaru, adorned with the form of a white serpent, forced his weakened body to approach the White Absolute, disregarding its incessant ramblings. His sharp fangs sank into the creature's neck, unleashing a green ichor that burst forth, a vitality distinctly alien to human blood, igniting a gleam in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. Be cautious. This entity has the capacity to flee underground and can also utilize wood release. Should it perish, do inform me, and I shall provide you with another. Given the nascent nature of their collaboration, Shanjungjing was reluctant to bestow too many White Absolutes upon Orochimaru at once. Despite its relatively low combat prowess, its potential for causing complications was significant. Who could predict when Orochimaru might, in a moment of folly, incite chaos with the White Absolutes? After pondering briefly, he continued, Orochimaru, how fares your research on Edo Tensei? The inability to fully retain the deceased's former strength and the considerable flaws in control were evident. The records in the Book of Seals lacked crucial information, as the second Hokage had not preserved the complete technique. Orochimaru's fangs withdrew from the White Absolute's neck. His gaze fixed intently on the wound, monitoring its recovery. Conduct further research. Soon, we shall bring forth our Edo Tensei companions. The scenery within the mountains did not surprise Q regarding the absence of a complete Edo Tensei technique left by Senju Tobarama. After all, given the opponent's intellect, it would be impossible for him not to have prepared contingencies. Oh, is this what Q referred to earlier as the correct path? Not quite. But have you ever considered bringing Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara together for research? In the mountains, Jing casually found a chair to sit upon. To him, the mere use of the technique of reincarnating filthy earth for combat seemed a wasteful endeavor, although Senju Hashirama appeared to lack notable achievements in research. Who would dare claim that a man who could develop wood release to its zenith did not comprehend ninjutsu? Senju Tobarama, a veritable research aficionado, was responsible for countless forbidden techniques in Konoha. Then there was Uchiha Madara, who independently accomplished the cultivation and transplantation of Hashirama cells, successfully nurturing the Rinnegan. If these three were to collaborate with Orochimaru in their studies, one could only imagine the tears of joy that would flow down the face of Otsutsuki. Moreover, by merely sacrificing a white Zetsu, one could obtain an unceasing, unyielding, and utterly obedient servant that required neither sustenance nor rest, all without the burden of wages. Where could one find such a remarkable opportunity? Jing, you are truly a madman. Orochimaru finally shifted his gaze from the white Zetsu. The notion of gathering the predecessors, who possessed all knowledge, along with that legendary man for research, is it a thought a sane individual could conceive? Yet, the image of such a scene, the peculiar creature before him, collaborating with the predecessors in research, the potential for true immortality, and a relatively equitable attitude towards collaboration, perhaps partnering with Yamashiro Jing, was not as dreadful as he had initially perceived. A sudden system notification echoed, heralding a significant advancement in the destinies of pivotal characters, accelerating the progression of world lines. 3 chances for entry extraction, 2 opportunities for entry bestowal, 1 chance for random blue entry upgrade, 1 opportunity for entry detachment, and 1 chance for entry reset. In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had just been contemplating whether his influence on Orochimaru could truly be considered a change in fate. After all, in the original narrative, this character ultimately pursued research. If anything, he merely expedited the intermediate process. To his surprise, it turned out differently. Moreover, Orochimaru had indeed become quite prosperous. The lack of a killing blow did not signify a complete alteration, but merely accelerated the trajectory of fate, resulting in such generous rewards. While the value of the reward may pale in comparison to the early elimination of Uchiha Obito, it far surpasses that of Danzo. The face of the first Hokage has been utterly diminished. Orochimaru certainly owes me a bow for this. I have circumvented 2 decades of detours. In the depths of the mountains, a thought escaped from Jing's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at the oblivious Orochimaru beside him, turning his face away in distaste. During his moment of stupor, Orochimaru seemed to have completely indulged in his peculiar fascination, nearly licking every inch of Baiju with his serpent-like tongue. The scene was so bizarre that even a pervert would be compelled to exclaim, "How depraved!" Moreover, the eccentric Baiju was audaciously directing Orochimaru, commanding him in every direction. With an expression of utter delight, it was evident that he was enraptured by this strange sensation, unable to extricate himself from it. For heaven's sake, a modicum of self-awareness would be appreciated. You are, after all, the subject of an experiment. One could never know when you might be dissected and torn apart, piece by piece. What joy could there possibly be in this? Oh, Orochimaru, might I suggest you first escort me to the Dragon Cave while you indulge in your research at your leisure? The scenery within the mountains is truly unbearable. Lingering here any longer might blind him with its brilliance. In the dimly lit research chamber, Orochimaru, still retaining his serpentine form, coiled before the unconscious white Zetsu. In his snake-like eyes, light flickered unpredictably. He remained indifferent to the position of Hokage. For his desire to occupy that seat stemmed solely from the belief that no one other than himself was worthy of it. Since Yamashita Kei has revealed a power superior to his own, what significance does his withdrawal from the contest for the position of Hokage hold? Similarly, he remains indifferent to his own defeat. Failure has never been a source of terror. No one can claim perpetual victory. Even the formidable Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, faced numerous setbacks at the hands of the Uchiha clan in his youth. What truly captivates his attention is the enigma embodied by Yamashita Kei. A person's energy is finite. It is impossible to master every art. The extraordinary control over chakra, the seemingly boundless reservoir of chakra, the elusive genjutsu, the effortless execution of family secret techniques, the water release noted in prior intelligence, the concealed flying thunder god technique, and the previously unmanifested wood release, coupled with the peculiar humanoid creatures he casually produces, along with the inadvertent revelations from these bizarre entities. It was astonishing to learn that Uchiha Madara had remained alive until recently. Furthermore, aside from the Manjiki Sharingan, he had also mastered the power of wood release. The individual who vanquished Uchiha Madara bore an uncanny resemblance to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. One might ponder, how many practitioners of the flying thunder god technique exist in the shinobi world? Not to mention those possessing the prowess to rival Uchiha Madara and exhibit exceptional skill in water release. Must one still speculate on the identity of this individual? Utilizing the flying thunder god technique and water release, They defeated and killed Uchiha Madara without employing any wood release throughout the ordeal. Was this an indication of their confidence in being sufficiently prepared to confront the aged and weakened Uchiha Madara, or did Yamashita Kei acquire some invaluable insight from that battle? Surely, it cannot be that this fellow is an unparalleled genius, having merely observed wood release to master it. His utter lack of concern over me discovering his secrets truly reveals his arrogance. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru emitted a low, raspy chuckle. The strong dictate the fates of the weak. Yet, the roles of the strong and weak are not immutable. To understand him, surpass him, defeat him, and ultimately control him. Even if this endeavor appears daunting, the most challenging pursuits are often the most exhilarating, are they not? Earth release, rock fist technique, earth release, heavy stone technique. Water release, water arm technique. Bang bang. I dare not resist any longer. I respond to Orochimaru's summoning technique. I am but a toad. The myriad snakes coiled together, wailing in despair, pleading for mercy without a shred of dignity. Human, you shall perish. I shall devour you. The crimson-scaled giant serpent, Shinya, drawn by the cries of the myriad snakes, instinctively directed its wrath towards Yamashita Kei, fueled by its animosity towards humanity. Unsurprisingly, it too joined the throng of those receiving a beating. However, unlike the utterly compliant and defenseless myriad snakes, it continued to struggle against its assailants, exhibiting a commendable spirit despite the pain endured. Half an hour later, my lord, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command. I, the obedient Shinya, heed your every command. When you say east, I shall not venture west. With scales shattered and two broken fangs protruding from my gaping maw, I wear a most obsequious grin. My dear sir, should you require assistance, rest assured that my battle experience far surpasses that of Shinya. Wan Shi, with a face full of flattery, presents himself as the embodiment of simplicity and sincerity. What utter nonsense! I once fought alongside the third generation of Wind Shadows. My battles far exceed yours, you scoundrel. But what does that matter? If you were truly capable, the third generation of Wind Shadows would not have discarded you. Wan Shi, were it not for the pain coursing through my body, I would strike you down. Shinya, do not be so arrogant. My current condition is far superior to yours. Wan Shi and Shinya hissed warnings at one another, poised to engage in combat at any moment. Silence. Take me to the White Snake Sage. In the frigid landscape of the mountains, a solitary figure observed two colossal serpents engaged in a theatrical display, too weary to engage in further discourse. Esteemed elder, allow this small serpent to escort you. No, allow me. Dear elder, my head is broad, and I promise a comfortable ride. The two serpents, Wan Shi and Xianya, exchanged a knowing glance, their heads colliding as they assumed a stance reminiscent of impending conflict. Enough of this prattle, or I shall unleash the wood release technique upon you. Moments later, the two immense serpents pressed their heads closely together, their bodies entwined like a twisted strand of dough. Their faces bore a smile meticulously sculpted to convey obsequiousness as they awkwardly slithered through the vast cavern, reminiscent of a labyrinth. In the midst of the mountains, Jing sat in silent exasperation upon the platform formed by the two, allowing them to carry him forward. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the experimental results regarding the effects of the two milk physician entries. Although the venoms of Wan Shi and Shinya exhibited differing effects, their potency was comparably formidable. This venom, rich in natural energy, possessed an exceptionally strong corrosive ability. For a person exhibiting mild poisoning, a single forceful strike from Tsunade would suffice to eradicate it completely. In cases of moderate poisoning, 2 to 3 strikes would be necessary, while severe instances would require no fewer than 5. Should the condition escalate further, a normal individual might succumb immediately, rendering any antidote futile. It is imperative to administer treatment gradually, distributing the damage, for if the poison remains untreated, the individual may perish before the antidote can take effect. In the serene mountains, a whisper escaped from the heart of Xiang. He felt a profound satisfaction with the detoxification capabilities of the purple word entry related to the burial of medicinal herbs, which proved effective against any poison. This singular ability alone was astonishingly formidable. He glanced at the rewards bestowed by the system after altering Orochimaru's fate, as well as the blue aura of fortune that enveloped him, a result of the effects from the fate-altering entry. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. Indeed, to amass great wealth, one must rely upon those characters with substantial roles in the original works. System. Utilize all extraction opportunities for the entries. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the white entry food love, the green entry thugs excitement fist, and the purple entry borrowed account login. Food love, white what you perceive as a romantic encounter is, in fact, a matter of life and death. The possessor of this entry will develop an affection for creatures regarded as food. The longer the contact, the stronger the appetite and the deeper the love. Yet they shall not harm the creature. Should the food attempt to flee or resist, love will turn to hatred, ultimately leading to consumption. Thug's excitement fist, green your physique will become more graceful and alluring due to enhancements in your martial arts. Skills and martial techniques, physical strength, flexibility, dexterity, and charm will see a modest increase. The rate of growth in strength and the speed of learning martial arts will also be slightly augmented. Borrowed account login. Purple this connects to the souls of those who have transcended, allowing one to harness the peak powers of the deceased. Upon forming a borrowing contract with the departed, one may log in with their borrowed strength. Each time another's power is utilized, a small residue will enhance one's own abilities. Note, the upper limit of the borrowed login state is influenced by the physical strength of the borrower, and this state requires a considerable amount of stamina. Insufficient stamina will render it unusable. Have I fallen in love with a cow? In the midst of the mountains. As I pondered my favorite dish of beef, a flurry of questions arose in my mind. One cannot, or rather should not, right, my dear brothers? This entry, never mind, it can be bestowed upon others. I shall contemplate whom it would be best to bestow it upon later. The thrill of the rogue's excitement. Or rather, the excitement of the one known as a beto? The effects of this entry are quite commendable, however, the enhancement of physical prowess, along with the accompanying attribute of a more graceful physique, is somewhat of a double-edged sword. The scenery in the mountains is certainly not meant for self-utilization. His ethereal body is abundantly endowed with vibrant life force. He merely needs to contemplate the lightning release chakra mode and the 8 gates of opening. That is sufficient, truly sufficient. However, this descriptor pairs perfectly with the enchanting essence of the kiln maiden. If it were to manifest on the same, well, man, the imagery would be too exquisite to behold. In the midst of the mountains, the figure shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind, and turned his gaze towards the last emerging purple notification. How long has it been? At last, another purple one has appeared. Utilizing a borrowed account, I, after all, possess a celestial body. It is only fitting to experience the pinnacle state of Hashirama Senju. To unleash a celestial technique would release true thousands hands, transforming into the Buddha atop the head, allowing me to preview the full capabilities of wood release. Is that too much to ask? Well, I do share a bond of life and death with Madara. I wonder if he would be willing to lend me his account. I shall see if I can manage to operate both accounts simultaneously, summoning the Susanoo and the Great Buddha, turning dreams into reality. System. Activate the borrowed account login. In the mountains, Jing's heart spoke to the system. Upon activating the purple text through borrowed credentials, he almost instantaneously sensed an anomaly in the spatial realm. It was as if the world had layers. Was it a pure land? In the mountains, he was poised to delicately sense and capture the elusive stratifications of time and space. Yet, once the entries fully merged, that sensation swiftly vanished. A glance at the purple entry of temporal insight on the system interface brought clarity to his mind. It seemed that this tier was likely beyond the reach of any purple-level entry. Closing his eyes, he absorbed and synthesized the information conveyed through his borrowed account. The scenery within the mountains, upon deeper contemplation, evokes a certain sense of the macabre. According to the information that flits through his mind, in order to borrow a spirit, one must first acquire the significant relics or bodily remnants of the deceased. Following this, a peculiar ritual is required to communicate and draw forth the soul of the departed, allowing for a meeting. Subsequently, it is essential to persuade the deceased to sign a contract for the borrowing of their essence, thereby establishing a connection between the two. Persuasion through virtuous means can indeed be considered a form of persuasion. Moreover, one may even glean a fraction of the other's residual power, enhancing one's own abilities, and even obtaining traces of blood. In the mountains, a hand brushed past the sealing scroll that contained the flesh and remnants of Uchiha Madara. Could this possibly grant him a pair of Rinnegan? It may appear somewhat unsightly, yet it possesses tremendous power. Upon receiving all the information from the borrowed account login, the individual surveyed the system interface displaying the random blue upgrade opportunities and promptly opted to utilize one. After all, these upgrades were inherently random, and he had already activated the majority of the blue options. As long as he refrained from upgrading the sole unactivated item, the one, he could accept any of the remaining upgrades. Congratulations, host. The blue entry Invisibly Decapitating Strike has successfully upgraded to the purple entry Guaranteed Decapitation Strike. Guaranteed Decapitation Strike, purple after being immersed in the art of blades for decades. And possessing extraordinary innate talent, you have faintly grasped a thread of the concept of formless power. When wielding any bladed weapon, your proficiency, power, and speed experience a significant enhancement. Upon activation, you may initiate any form of strike against any target, with every 10 strikes. The concept of power is guaranteed to trigger once, randomly severing one head from the target. A tenfold guarantee, now transformed into a controllable skill. Upon gazing at the detailed explanation of the term scenery in the mountains, a profound sense of enigmatic power enveloped my mind, eliciting a subtle smile upon my lips. Unable to suppress the urge, I mimicked swordplay with my hand, performing a few delicate gestures. The purple tier weapon-related terminology bestowed upon me a deeper understanding and a more formidable mastery over bladed instruments. Even a mere surgical scalpel in my hands could likely unleash tremendous potency. Moreover, the paramount aspect is its controllability. The concept-level attack known as Invisible Slash is entirely indefensible and unavoidable once triggered. No matter how resilient your head may be, blood will inevitably burst forth in an instant. Should this occur during a spar with a close companion and inadvertently strike a vital point, it would leave one utterly bereft of solace, with no place to lament. Presently, not only is there a safety net, but it has also evolved into a controllable state. This must surely be my most potent ability to date. In the heart of the mountains, Yamaguchi contemplated quietly. The intangible force of conceptual power transcended the realms of ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and bloodline limits entirely. With his current mastery over blades, should he select a lighter ninja sword and employ the appropriate swordsmanship, he could effortlessly unleash dozens of strikes in an instant. A minimum of 10 slashes guaranteed. Who would dare to engage him in close combat? They would undoubtedly become headless corpses in mere moments. Otsutsuki? One might inquire how many heads he possesses. Host, Yamaguchi profession, ninja activated attributes, transmigrator, red. Zero frame initiation, red. Sage body, red. Would release successor, purple. Master of Een release, purple. Temporal insight, purple. Source observer, purple. Grave healer, purple. Borrowed identity login, purple. Guaranteed decapitation, purple. Silent walker, blue. Handsome, blue. Fate manipulator, blue. Ominous strife, black. Inactive attributes, cicada pupa, white. Fragile yet tenacious, white. 9 treasures from one birth, blue. Empty-handed, gray. Complete childhood, gray. Rise of the tavern keeper, white. Size alteration at will, green. Food affection, white. Criminal excitement, fist, green. Attribute copy, 1 attribute donation, 10 attribute downgrade, 2 attribute reset, 2 attribute stripping, 2 1 copy, 2 downgrades, 2 resets, 2 strips, invincible. As Shan Jiangjing gazed upon the densely populated system interface, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. The joy of a hamster player is indeed that simple. Xianya and the myriad snakes advanced together, their combined presence instilling fear in all serpentine creatures along their path, causing them to flee in panic. Before long, they departed from the snake den and emerged into a mist-laden forest. Esteemed elder, the snake den merely serves as a dwelling and battleground for most serpents. The true dragon cave lies between the realms of illusion and reality, a liminal space inhabited by the white snake immortal and the 3 serpent queens. Once she explained as he noticed Shan Jiangjing surveying the surroundings. Do not heed its fanciful tales, esteemed elder. The so-called liminal space is a ruse meant for the pure of heart to enter. It is merely a trick employing celestial arts to manipulate spatial energies, obscured by illusions to conceal the true entrance, allowing only those lured by food to pass. Xianya interjected before once she could finish his explanation. Enough with the bickering. Let us focus on our journey, he admonished. In a fit of exasperation, Shan Jiangjing delivered a sharp slap to each of their heads. For heaven's sake, he exclaimed. Whenever these two engaged in a quarrel, even the snakeskin mat beneath him became unsettled. He rose from the heads of the two. Gazing upon the mist-shrouded forest from within the mountains, he perceives that the swirling fog is composed of rich natural energy. Deep within this woodland, an imposing structure stands, partially embedded in the rocky wall. In the courtyard before this edifice, gravestones rise solemnly along the path, casting an unsettling aura. 3 serpent-like figures, exuding a serpentine essence yet bearing human semblance, stand quietly at the entrance, seemingly aware of my arrival. Knowing the prowess of the white snake immortal, Shan Zhaojing surmised that nothing could remain concealed from her within the dragon's lair. Thus, he chose to abandon such ponderings. A few minutes later, Xianya and Wanqi arrived at the grand hall of the true dragon's lair. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of Tian Xian Shenji, Shi Chu Daoji, and Tuan Jinji, they simultaneously lowered their proud heads and prostrated themselves upon the ground, allowing Shan Zhaojing a place to alight. The three serpent maidens inclined their bodies slightly and opened the grand doors behind them. Upon confirming the scene before him, devoid of any illusion, Shan Zhaojing stepped into the grand hall. The great doors slowly closed behind him. Xianya and Wanqi immediately released their intertwined postures, both exhaling in relief. "Thank you," Xianya remarked to Wanqi beside him. He had indeed contemplated a fierce struggle to the death with Shan Zhaojing. However, midway, Wanqi had conveyed through the unique pheromones of its kind that this perilous human was a formidable force, rivaling even Sinja Hashirama, capable of wielding the cataclysmic would release. Being of considerable age, Xianya was more knowledgeable than Wanqi. If he refused to back down now, it would signify a reckless end. "Hiss, it's fine. With you to share the burden, I've evaded many blows." Wanqi flicked its forked tongue and turned back towards the direction of the snake lair. "Is that it? Are we not waiting for him? I shall first tear apart that dead snake that employed the reverse summoning technique." Together, Xianya hesitated for a moment, a dangerous glint igniting in his single eye, and he joined Wanqi in heading towards the snake lair. How dare they utilize the reverse summoning technique to deliver this living father to the dragoness cave? Today marks the end for that foolish snake. And that man who forged a pact with Wanqi, Orochimaru, was it? This matter will not be resolved so easily. Within the main hall of the dragoness cave, Tian Xian Shenji and Shi Chui Daoji stood on either side of the red carpet, bowing once more in respect. Tuan Jinji, positioned slightly ahead, gestured invitingly towards the long staircase adorned with a crimson carpet. "My lord, the white snake sage awaits you above. Please, will there be no illusionary trials to undergo?" In the mountains, Jing subtly raised an eyebrow. "I am not as foolish as Xianya." Tuan Jinji wore a smile on her face, her demeanor exuding extreme friendliness. She had clearly observed the recent antics of Wanqi and Xianya. Faced with such formidable opponents, even if she yearned for the alluring and fragrant chakra that enveloped them, she would resolutely suppress her innate desires. "Can the contract holders of Long D Cave summon spirits for battle?" As Shan Zhaojing ascended the steps, he inquired once more. "Those who have mastered the art of immortality, if they can earn our approval, are certainly welcome." "How can one gain such approval?" "For instance, by making us fall in love with him?" He chuckled softly. In the mountains, Jing gazed speechlessly at the blushing figure of Tuan Jinji, who covered her mouth with her sleeve, a faint smile gracing her lips. This serpent maiden harbored quite the delusion. Did she truly believe she possessed the robust thighs of Baisuzhen, capable of enticing him to willingly become Su Xian? Upon the elevated platform, the white snake immortal did not assume the guise of an old woman. Rather, she chose to present herself in her true form to Shan Zhaojing. The grand white serpent head was adorned with a black cloth, upon which two prominent horns protruded. Whether they were a natural manifestation of her essence or merely fashioned from the cloth remained uncertain. Her golden-hued serpent eyes mirrored those of Orochimaru's serpentine form, yet lacked the sharpness of aggression and menace. Her long, gray-brown hair cascaded loosely behind her. A scene that ought to be peculiar, yet inexplicably conveyed a sense of warmth and tranquility. Name: white phosphorus serpent occupation. None attributes: golden skin immortal garment, red. Serpent transformation, purple. Tail binding to the earth, blue. Coiled serpent listening, blue. Rattling tail, green. Serpent sensitivity, green. Beastly heart, white. Eccentricity, white. Devouring elephant, gray. Golden skin immortal garment, red. A millennium of meticulous cultivation, having perfected the Dragon Cave immortal technique to its zenith. It allows for flawless mastery of the Dragon Cave immortal art, resulting in a transformation of skin and flesh, rendering it impervious to water and fire. Resistant to blades and swords, with enhanced control over immortal energy, body recovery, and resistance to supernatural techniques, alongside a significant affinity for natural energy. The release speed, power, and effects of the Dragon Cave immortal art are greatly amplified. In the immortal mode, the body's recuperative ability, reflexes, physical strength, and the potency of ninjutsu experience considerable enhancement. Every instance of injury recovery boosts defensive capabilities, recuperative power, perception, strength, and speed. This attribute, Upon glimpsing the inscription of the golden skin immortal garment in the mountains, thoughts of two other sacred sites for spiritual beasts emerged. The inheritance of celestial arts in the Dragon Cave evidently focuses primarily on the skin and muscles. But what of the bones, meridians, internal organs, and even the spirit? Surely, not all celestial arts are solely dedicated to the cultivation of skin and muscular physique. The potential of these celestial techniques seems to exceed his initial expectations. He momentarily subdued the fervent thoughts that surged within him. The scenery of the mountains swiftly traversed the remaining entries. The terms Huaishi and Stin Wei Fad are intricately intertwined. The Huaishi is a legendary serpent of extraordinary ferocity, known for its brutality, malice, and untamable nature. In the transformative journey from serpent to dragon, the physique of the white snake immortal is further enhanced, exhibiting formidable strength and an exceedingly vicious temperament. Conversely, Xianwei refers to a cultivation method of a great white phosphorus serpent, while Fad denotes the adverse effects of this particular state of cultivation. According to legend, the Ouroboros symbolizes infinity, perpetual cycles, and immortality. However, this is coupled with a negative buff of being trapped within the dragon's cave, rendering one immobile. And to add insult to injury, it is classified as a blue entry. In the mountainous landscape, one can anticipate the unfolding of events. Once the white phosphorus serpent liberates itself from its binding constraints, the convergence of these two concepts may occur in mere moments, transforming this creature from a mere snake into a true dragon. The ability of the coiling serpent to listen is a remarkable skill that enables it to perceive every sound within the dragon's lair, attuning itself to all occurrences. The rattlesnake possesses a talent for deception and attack through sound, while the innate ability of the snake, known as serpent sense, encompasses a protective transparent membrane over its eyes and infrared perception. As for the notions of beastly instincts and eccentricity, the former ardently venerates the law of the jungle, whereas the latter is characterized by its solitary and reclusive nature, making social interaction challenging. Lastly, the desire to swallow the elephant manifests as a tendency to nurture prey, rendering it stronger and more delectable before ultimately consuming it. This old woman, indeed, is not a benevolent figure. In the mountains, Jing's vigilance heightened as he stood several meters away from the white phosphorus serpent, refraining from approaching any closer. The reaction speed afforded by his zero-frame stance allowed him to maintain a safe distance, providing him ample time to decide whether to counter or retreat. "Young man, have you come in search of the inheritance of celestial arts?" The serpent sage's eyes glimmered with a subtle golden light. Its tail swaying gently as it spoke in human tongue, its tone benevolent, imbued with admiration and awe. Yet, Jing was acutely aware that this admiration and awe stemmed solely from the sight of an exceptional prey and fine ingredients. Indeed, he pondered how one might cultivate the celestial arts within the dragon's earth cave. In the serene mountains, the landscape subtly inclined its head, revealing not a hint of unease upon its countenance. The mystical heritage of the dragon cave diverges from that of other realms. Should you accept the power I infuse into your being and succeed, you shall attain the celestial form. Yet, should you falter, the very essence of the celestial arts will consume you, rendering you mere sustenance for our survival. The white snake sage's lips parted slightly, revealing two sharp fangs. The implication of his words unmistakably clear. Is there truly no alternative? Every power is accompanied by inherent risks. Where exists the logic of seeking rewards without daring to embrace peril? Moreover, I can sense that your constitution is remarkably unique. With at least a 90% probability of success, I hold great faith in your potential. 90%. In the mountainous landscape, the gaze of Shan Zhongjing fell upon the contract summoning scroll, ensconced within the gnarled maw of the fearsome beast. He had come to realize that this white phosphorus serpent harbored no genuine intention of imparting wisdom to the visitor. What if this creature were to sink its fangs into him? Was the essence being infused truly composed solely of celestial energy? One could not help but recall the grotesque sage mode exhibited by Orochimaru in the original narrative, as well as the capabilities revealed through the white activation technique, which mirrored the abilities of the rattlesnake and the serpent's sensory perception. Was it merely the repercussions of transplanting Orochimaru's cells? One must remember, Orochimaru would never resort to such trivialities. Moreover, there existed a 90% probability of instability. Such uncertainty was disconcerting. Was the intent to forge a summoning pact first? The dragon's cave adhered to its own set of rules. Unless one failed the trials or was consumed by celestial energy, they would not be devoured by us. The white serpent sage, with a pipe clasped in its jaws, exhaled wisps of smoke that spiraled gracefully into the air. Despite proclaiming such sentiments, its serpent tail remained elevated, coiling around a contract summoning scroll nearly the height of a person, which it placed before Shan Zhongjing. Indeed, there were quite a number of individuals present. In the mountains, the scenery revealed a vast scroll adorned with a lengthy list of names, now a deep brown, having lost their covenant power. At the end of the scroll lay the still, vibrant name of Orochimaru. He took out a blood storage vessel and directly inscribed his name onto the summoning contract. There are always those who become enraptured by immense power, overlooking the limits of their own abilities, endlessly yearning for more. The white snake sage chuckled softly, folding the scroll once more. Turning to the young man, he gently inquired, "What is your choice?" "I choose deep blue with some enhancements." The white snake sage was momentarily taken aback. Even centuries of wisdom and experience could not elucidate the young man's words. System, copy the red attribute, golden skin sage robe. The attribute was successfully copied. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the red attribute golden skin sage robe. Activate. As the voice of the mountain faded, a peculiar tingling sensation reminiscent of the initial activation of the immortal body coursed through him. A wealth of memories and experiences from the cultivation of the Dragon Cave immortal technique flooded his mind. Flecks of natural energy were instinctively drawn into his being, merging spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy into a harmonious whole. A small quantity of immortal technique chakra was successfully generated, serving as a catalyst for further transformation. Within the mountains, the vast reservoir of chakra and the formidable spirit of the being began to fervently absorb the natural energy from the Dragon's Cave. The previously imperceptible natural energy, under the influence of a terrifying pull, coalesced into a vibrant whirlpool of colors. The mystical chakra gradually filled the entirety of the body. The already vigorous muscle cells, brimming with life, became even more resilient and invigorated as the mystical chakra surged through them. Each strand of muscle transformed instantaneously, becoming tighter and more powerful. The skin shimmered with a fluorescent glow, becoming increasingly delicate and fair. Thus, in the mountainous landscape, mystical energy flows forth from the surface, radiating a celestial azure glow from his garments. Two small pronged horns, formed by the gathering of chakra, emerge gracefully from either side of his forehead. Ethereal, semi-transparent manifestations of chakra, resembling neither dragon nor serpent, swirl around him. His originally brilliant golden hair dances amidst the chakra, emitting a soft, pale azure luminescence, as if guided by instinct. In the mountains, my feet gently lifted off the ground, hovering before the dais of the white serpent immortal. I raised my hand to perform the water escape technique, transforming it into a towering water mirror. Gazing at the reflection within the mirror, in the mountainous scenery, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. His sage mode resembled a fusion of the Rinnegan chakra mode and the sage mode of the Nine Tails. The mark on his brow, resembling a face paint, was a cerulean hue, no larger than a peanut. This angle did not evoke the image of a serpent's horn. Rather, it appeared rather endearing. Amidst the mountainous scenery, I raised my hand to touch the small protrusion on my forehead, sensing the surging power within me as I gradually descended to the ground. My strength, speed, vitality, perception, and resilience have all experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Furthermore, the chakra is evidently far superior to the ordinary chakra, providing significant augmentation to any ninjutsu, coupled with the myriad conferred by the golden muscle sage attire. This acquisition proves to be invaluable. A red descriptor, golden muscle sage attire, has been detected, which can be fused with another red descriptor, sage body. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Yes. Upon completion of the fusion. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the red descriptor natural sage body. It has been detected that the red descriptor natural sage body generates a beneficial correlation with the purple descriptor would release air, significantly enhancing the effects of would release air, which has now advanced to the red descriptor would release Jinchuriki. Boom. In the mountains, the aura of celestial techniques surged within the surroundings, causing the chakra flame to swell almost twofold. The azure glow of the chakra radiated with an even greater brilliance than before. His skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing refinement and purification by the celestial chakra. The two small dragon horns, formed from pure celestial chakra on his forehead, elongated slightly. The semi-transparent chakra conglomerates, which had previously resembled neither true dragons nor snakes, transformed directly into formidable and majestic flood dragons, adorned with prominent horns and an imposing presence. Upon returning, he intended to engage in a physical confrontation with Tsunade. In the mountains, the protagonist felt a profound enhancement of physique and strength, clenching his fist slightly. Although the Sage mode was not a manifestation of his usual power and the fusion of attributes did not lead to immediate advancement, he sensed that he was on the verge of transcending the limitations of the red attribute. Moreover, it seemed to chart a course entirely distinct from that of the Tsutsuki clan. As for the wood-released Jinchuriki, it was based on the formidable natural energy abundant in Sage Chakra, which, when further infused with the properties of Yang-released Chakra, transformed the original bloodline limit constituted by the changes in Earth and Water-released Chakra. This could be regarded as a refinement of the bloodline. Senja Hashirama, you clever trickster. Everyone believed you to be a mere bloodline limit, yet you achieved a refinement of the bloodline. How audacious. No wonder Madara, the illustrious reincarnation of Indra, despite awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, was still subdued by you. Are these two even in the same league? At the moment when the natural energy stirred, the three serpent goddesses Kushinadaheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Tamadarigoheim ascended from the long staircase of the Grand Hall. They gazed at the white serpent sage, who had risen from his resting place. A serious expression etched upon his face, and at the figure of the protagonist, whose body brimmed with formidable sage chakra and overwhelming life energy, exuding an aura that was utterly inhuman. The three serpent goddesses swallowed hard. After millennia of cultivating sage arts, they could hardly miss that this human was not merely a vessel for the sage energy imparted by the white serpent sage. This sage mode surpassed the orthodox Dragon Cave sage mode, being both more perfect and more terrifying. But how could this be possible? The white serpent sage, meeting the gaze of the three serpent goddesses, shook his head slightly. He could not comprehend, yet he understood that this human was beyond his control. Merely by arriving in the Dragon Cave, enriched with natural energy, and encountering these practitioners of sage arts, he had effortlessly mastered the perfect sage mode. Was this not akin to the six-path sage himself? How regrettable, the white serpent sage murmured, his face displaying disinterest as he reclined once more on the couch beneath him, possessing such a rare talent and unique physique. Yet failing to become a vessel for his power or a delectable morsel, he could only watch helplessly, unable to partake. Could there be anything more exasperating than this? The tranquil scenery of the mountains gradually calmed the tumultuous forces within him, transitioning him out of the sage mode. As he contemplated the specific applications of chakra and sage arts imparted by the Dragon Cave legacy, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. He began to comprehend why the white snake sage chose to infuse the contract holders with his own bloodline and sage chakra. This accelerated the learning process of sage arts, endowing the contract holders with enhanced physical prowess and the unique talents inherent to serpents, thereby strengthening their mastery and potential over sage energy, only to reclaim them once they had matured. In the mountain, a figure gazed upon the white serpent sage reclining languidly upon a divan. With a single hand forming a seal, he employed the technique of heart transmission, utilizing the art of memory retrieval to perceive the surface consciousness and thoughts of the white serpent sage. What you humans desire is merely greater power, is it not? To bestow upon you the art of immortals, to grant you strength. A fair exchange indeed. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the sage's eyes, and he did not resist this sudden mental connection. Rather, he found it somewhat surprising that this individual before him was privy to the hidden secrets of the Dragon Earth Cave's immortal techniques. Even the sage of six paths would be incapable of such feats. There is some truth in that. How many contractees have you consumed? Those insignificant beings, lured by power only to be devoured by it. Who would remember them? Those who master the immortal mode? They merely await death to absorb the celestial energy from their bodies and souls. A pile of decayed, lifeless flesh, devoid of vitality, offers little sustenance, buried deep within. Does the sage of six paths engage in similar practices? I do not know, the white serpent sage replied, casting a surprised glance at the figure in the mountains, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. You possess quite the spirit of contract, do you not? In the mountains. The figure of the white snake immortal was met with a peculiar gaze from the enigmatic mountain spirit, who did not delve into the peculiarities surrounding the six paths immortal. Although, under the constraints of the spirit contract, a summoning beast is typically unable to directly assault its contractor, one must ponder, would it truly adhere to the rules? Merely extending loans and collecting interest? Would it only consume the failures and absorb the power cultivated by the contractor only upon their demise? The Dragon's Cave. Such adherence to decorum? The essence of inheritance relies on order. Once certain things are disrupted, there is no turning back. The white snake immortal's gaze drifted into the distance, thoughts meandering through legions of summoning beasts that had vanished into the annals of history. In the mountains, the scenery slightly nods in acknowledgement. Those who venture into the dragon's den do so in search of power. The treasures belong to the dragon's den, and the decision of whether to share them, and how, rests solely with its guardians. Your arrival does not obligate them to impart their wisdom. Although infusing one's own bloodline and chakra into the process of cultivation accelerates the mastery of techniques, it simultaneously heightens the likelihood of failure. Nonetheless, for an ordinary individual, the rewards can far exceed those of conventional training. As for the prospect of having one's hard-earned power absorbed after death, once a person is passed, does it truly matter if they carry chakra into the Pure Land or if their chakra is drained away? Do you genuinely believe that everyone possesses the capabilities of Ashura or Indra, able to carry their will through countless reincarnations? The actions of the White Serpent Sage can be considered remarkably restrained for a creature that reveres the law of the jungle. Aside from the lack of prior explanation, there appears to be little to critique. Might I inquire if you could assist me with summoning in the future? The tranquility of the mountain landscape momentarily soothed the heart, which yearned for an exchange of skills with the White Serpent Sage. Turning to the 3 serpent maidens beside her, Tuanjinji exclaimed, "Of course. It has been quite some time since we sisters ventured into the outside world." Having lived for over a millennium, she was no fool. She could easily discern the White Serpent Sage's demeanor. The man before them was not to be trifled with. Yet, the chakra emanating from him, reminiscent of the blazing sun, brimming with natural energy and vibrant life force, was undeniably alluring. Was there any way to savor even a hint of it without facing dire consequences? With a sigh of relief, the White Serpent Sage, having seen off the mountain landscape, transformed into an elderly woman. Curse that Orochimaru. What does he sin over? Not only does he master the sage mode in an instant, but he also exudes a formidable aura that incites a profound sense of danger. She was acutely aware of the restless sage chakra. That individual had genuinely intended to confront her. How is it that humans are so favored by the heavens? Merely a young lad of barely 20 possesses such power. Grandmother, when will that fellow meet his demise? Michiko Kadeji lamented, drooling uncontrollably at the feet of the White Serpent Sage. It smells so delightful, truly delightful. He did not accept my power. No matter how enticing it is, you cannot indulge, the White Serpent Sage retorted, exasperated by Michiko Kadeji's antics. Was it merely a matter of allure? If it were not for the rules established by the Dragon Cave, imitating the decrees set forth by the Sage of 6 Paths for my Bokuzen, which had been adhered to for millennia, that troublesome individual might have caused chaos. Is there truly no other way to absorb the essence of the White Serpent Sage? Taiyan Shinji, struggling with uncontrollable drool, wore a pitiful expression. Don't even think about it? Wait until Tuanjinji returns. You can inquire with her. Before the White Serpent Sage could issue a warning to the 2 serpent maidens, she sensed a disturbance at the boundary of the Dragon Cave. After a moment of pause, a faint smile graced her lips. Tuanjinji truly is clever. Amidst the mountainous scenery, a colossal python slithered forth, summoned by Orochimaru's summoning technique, returning to the 7th experiment base. Without allowing his adversary even a glimpse of his visage, he vanished from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. By heavens, this is the genuine article, a serpent's kiss indeed. Squatting by the waterfall at the bone corrosion plain. In the mountainous landscape, the artistry of water entwines with the cascading waterfall, cleansing the remnants of saliva that lingered upon his neck. A deep admiration burgeons within him. A sentiment he finds difficult to suppress. He seeks not a title, but merely the opportunity to be in his presence. Yet, in a moment of folly, he realizes that such affections are merely a guise for lust. Within the sacred lineage of Yamashita Kei's celestial arts, there exists a plethora of techniques capable of absorbing and devouring the chakra of others to enhance one's own power. Although not as perverse as the Otsutsuki clan, who can directly siphon ninjutsu, the resistance of the one being absorbed can thwart such attempts. Nevertheless, a captivating serpent lady approaches, her demeanor radiating vulnerability as she offers her embrace. Were it not for his resolute will and quick reflexes, rendered cumbersome by the excess of saliva, he would have been ensnared. Whatever happened to his previous restraint? How did he find himself in such a predicament? In the serene mountains, the protagonist, with an expression of bewilderment, meticulously cleansed his neck. Were it not for the absence of forums in the shinobi world, he would have undoubtedly posted an inquiry. What should one do when the captivating serpent mistress, enamored by male beauty, engages in affectionate embraces and even loosens my belt? After tidying up the disarray of marks upon his body, the scenery in the mountains evokes a sense of tranquility. If one were to summon a deity in the future, it would be more appropriate to call upon Ichikishimaheim and Tadakushi no Kami. Those 2 appear to lack strong opinions and are unlikely to be as exuberant as Takawaki. It seems. I gazed at the setting sun gradually descending on the horizon. The scenery of the mountains did not lead back to the experiment base number 7. Instead, it turned towards the village of Konoha. As it passed by the aviary of summoning creatures, it took a moment to enter and observe the leisurely life of the falcons and the remaining 9 crows. However, upon gazing at the perches of the 9 crows, one could not help but notice the 30 or so nameplates inscribed with Minato Namikaze, alongside the juvenile crows perched there. In the mountains, a dark line departed from the aviary of the avian spirit beasts. It was ominously shadowy. It is commonly said that mastering the good is a challenging endeavor, while succumbing to the bad is all too easy. This fellow, Minato Namikaze, has secretly nurtured such a multitude of crows. One must wonder whose nest he intends to ambush. Moreover, considering the size of those crows, it seems he must have commenced their training shortly after our last sparring session. In merely half a month's time, these crows should be capable of completing their preliminary training as spirit beasts, achieving a flying speed rivaling that of fully matured birds. Minato, you are the golden flash, not a golden thief. In the mountains, a figure covers his face, exclaiming that the sun has turned dark. If such a ravenous technique were to be unleashed on the battlefield, would there be any respite left for ordinary ninjas? Unless an opponent of equal caliber could restrain Namikaze Minato, wherever he chose to engage, the enemies on that front would inevitably succumb to the terror governed by the Raven. Just as he continues to critique Minato, a sudden influx of memories from a dissipated shadow clone floods his mind. An urgent high-level meeting? Has the conflict between the Cloud and Mist villages escalated into full-scale warfare? What is Sand Village up to? Suddenly mobilizing a vast amount of reserves and halting all task distributions with every ninja on standby? Are they preparing to intervene in the Mist's affairs? Surely, they cannot be plotting to encroach upon the Leaf Village's territory. Are they so impatient that they are willing to forego the New Year celebrations? In the mountains, Jing felt a deep sigh escape his lips as he gazed upon the streets of Konoha, adorned with vibrant decorations and bustling with cheerful residents who greeted one another, blissfully unaware of the impending war. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the rooftops lining the streets and employed the body flicker technique, propelling himself rapidly towards the Hokage building. Minutes later, in the serene mountains, Yamashita halted in front of the Hokage building. Accompanying him were his shadow clones, disguised as root guards, alongside Danzo, who was cloaked in the guise of white setsu. Yamashita cast a glance at Danzo, whose demeanor was icy and whose exterior and aura revealed not the slightest flaw. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Yamashita subtly formed a single-hand seal. Through the technique of mind-body transmission, he established a connection with white Zetsu's consciousness, directing him to position himself half a step before him. A contingent of high-ranking officials from Konoha swiftly approached the conference room of the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha and head of the Konoha police force, glanced at Danzo, who was leading the way, and leaned closer to Yamashita, whispering, "Kagekuin, what do you think of Elder Shiranui's proposition last time?" Yamashita replied, "Fugaku-kun, the current state of the ninja world is quite tumultuous. It would be unwise to suddenly augment the numbers in the Umbu training division." Observing the demeanor of the individual before him, it was evident that he was deliberately speaking for Danzo's benefit. He feigned a look of difficulty, intentionally piquing the other's curiosity. How unfortunate. Thus, I have conferred with Lord Danzo and proposed the deployment of Uchiha Jonin to adapt to the operations of the Umbu training division. Subsequently, we can supplement our ranks by pairing experienced members with newcomers. What are your thoughts, Fujitaka? I express my gratitude for the trust placed in me by both Lord Danzo and Jing. As a member of the Uchiha clan, we are naturally inclined to contribute our strength to the village. A subtle tremor coursed through Uchiha Fujitaka's form. Even with his composure, the revelation brought him overwhelming joy that he could scarcely contain after his initial disappointment. The opportunity for the Uchiha to break the ice had finally arrived. Humph. A disdainful snort escaped the lips of the white Setsu, disguised as Danzo. Despite being met with such coldness, Uchiha Fujitaka found himself even more exhilarated, regardless of Danzo's demeanor. As long as there was no rebuttal, the matter was settled. Moreover, judging by Danzo's attitude toward Yamashiro Jing, it seemed that the future of the roots might indeed unfold as the elder of the Fire Island had speculated, with him inheriting the position. It felt secure. Placing an early bet had proven to be a wise decision. At that moment, a sharp gust of wind, accompanied by a piercing sound, surged toward them from behind Yamashiro Jing. Uchiha Fujitaka's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to ascertain the identity of the assailant. He instinctively drew a kunai from his waist, pivoting to shield himself against the imminent attack. This ambush was quite fortuitous. Although he had no knowledge of which shinobi village had foolishly chosen to launch an assault on Konoha's upper echelon amidst the presence of so many jonin, it presented an opportunity for Yamashiro Jing to owe the Uchiha another favor. Tsunade, no, isn't she residing at his place? What is happening? The sister-in-law and brother-in-law are engaging in a scuffle? Uchiha Fujitaka's eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, spun rapidly. Upon recognizing the assailant's identity, a jolt of alarm struck him, and he barely managed to deflect his kunai downward to evade Tsunade's punch. Clearly, Tsunade had not anticipated that someone would suddenly emerge to disrupt the proceedings. She hastily transformed her punch into a palm strike, landing upon Fujitaka's arms. However, the body flicker technique she had initiated was already too late to retract. Bang! Amidst the tumultuous landscape, the scene unfolded with a character whose nervous system had been utterly disrupted. In a moment of desperation, he attempted a grand split, clutching at his vital points. His face contorted in anguish as he struggled to lift his body. Yet, uncontrollably, he lurched forward, exacerbating the injuries inflicted upon Uchiha Fugaku. A slight twitch of his cheek betrayed the pain he was enduring. He had previously detected Tsunade's impending attack. Relying solely on his own physical constitution and the technique of body fluidity, fully unprepared to evade. If he were struck, "Sister, must you be so ruthless?" "Do not move," Tsunade commanded. Her expression darkened as she aimed to employ her medical ninjutsu to hasten the dissolution of the chaos within Uchiha Fugaku's body. However, the forceful strike she had just unleashed could not be so swiftly undone. How infuriating! That scoundrel had evaded a dire fate. "Brother Fugaku, your effort is noted." Not long after the assembly convened, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, entered the meeting room with a grave demeanor. He surveyed the gathering, taking note of the two advisors and an assistant to the Hokage seated at the lower left of the main seat. Counting the remaining heads of departments and core jonin present, he observed that most had arrived. Promptly, he ascended to the primary seat and addressed the assembly with a serious countenance. "Esteemed colleagues, war is upon us." The senior officials of Konoha and the heads of various departments had long anticipated the turbulent state of the shinobi world, and upon hearing his proclamation, none displayed surprise. Yet, their expressions mirrored that of the third Hokage, turning somber. No one relishes the thought of war. Once hostilities commence, their loved ones, friends, and children are all at risk of perishing in the chaos of conflict. Who would wish to witness such calamity? Intelligence reports indicated that the Hidden Cloud had dispatched 2,000 elite ninjas, engaging in open warfare against the Hidden Mist within the borders of the Land of Water, with the Hidden Mist fielding a similar number of combatants. The unique environment of the Land of Water posed its own challenges. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to elucidate the situation regarding the clash between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. The maneuvers of these two shinobi villages had been remarkably swift. From logistical preparations to direct confrontations, all transpiring in less than 20 days. Even though this conflict was instigated covertly by Konoha, they held the advantage of foresight. However, the rapid onset of hostilities suggested that both sides had clandestinely primed themselves for war. More critically, while a force of over 2,000 ninjas might seem substantial, for both factions it was merely a preliminary skirmish. Unlike the Hidden Mist, which traditionally operated in secrecy, resulting in scarce intelligence leaks, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well acquainted with the advancements of the Hidden Cloud over the years. They possessed a wealth of untapped military strength yet to be deployed on the battlefield. What could this imply? Were they preparing against potential assaults from other shinobi villages? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? As for the Hidden Mist, the lack of information was troubling, yet it was evident they were also scheming for something more. After all, what could have prompted the assault on Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village? The Sand Village has currently ceased all task allocations, and a significant amount of war supplies has been mobilized, with all ninjas standing by within the village. Although Iwagakure appears to be devoid of any large-scale personnel movements, intelligence reports indicate a recent increase in escort missions for merchant convoys, leading the intelligence department to speculate that they may be covertly transporting supplies to the border. Suddenly, news has emerged from the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander, a prominent figure in the Rain Village, has fallen victim to an assassination by the Umbu of Kirigakure. This has plunged the Rain Village into chaos as Hanzo's subordinates vie for control over the village. The daimyo of the Land of Rain is already preparing to seek refuge at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Saratobi Hiruzen expounded all the intelligence in one breath, his gaze shifting towards his three longtime comrades. The assassination of Hanzo has stripped the land of rain of its final layer of protection, thrusting us, along with the Wagakure and Sunagakure, into a state of heightened tension. Kirigakure, the figure of Tobi, disguised as Obito, spoke ominously at the behest of the Mountain View. While the blame has not been definitively placed on Kirigakure, a subtle suggestion was made regarding the possible involvement of Kumogakure. This portrayal of Tobi's suspicious character was executed flawlessly. After all, the summoning beasts of the Hanzo clan have remained shrouded in secrecy under the watchful eyes of Roots ninjas. This situation can be maneuvered as desired. Regardless of whether Kirigakure is implicated, Sunagakure has already been hindered, and our primary focus must be on vigilance against a Wagakure. Next, we should send emissaries to negotiate with Inoki. To delay their movements, spoke Nara Shikamaru. Previously, Sunagakure and Kirigakure had been embroiled in fierce conflict. Logically, with Kirigakure and Kumogakure now at war, and considering the lingering resentment from past events, the higher-ups in Sunagakure would likely have launched a direct assault on Kirigakure from the sea. However, with the sudden attack resulting in Hanzo's death, Sunagakure must reconsider its impulsiveness, weighing the possibility that a Wagakure and Konoha might strike from behind. Mito Minyan contemplated for a long while before offering his suggestion. The Wagakure is also a faction of martial prowess, and intelligence reports indicate that they are facing severe financial difficulties. In the current chaotic climate, shifting financial burdens by instigating war is the quickest solution. If war is indeed unavoidable, we might gather intelligence under the guise of negotiation, thereby buying time for Konoha to prepare further. That is unrealistic. Saratobi Hiruzen shook his head. He could already foresee that a Wagakure would be unable to contain its impatience and would initiate hostilities first. Moreover, their target would undoubtedly be Konoha. After all, Sunagakure is far too impoverished. Sending a high-ranking official from Konoha to negotiate at this juncture would simply be delivering information to the enemy. In the midst of the conference table, Yamashita Kei sat in a central position, subtly exchanging glances with Nara Shikahisa and others, while also alluding to the Uchiha clan. Tobi, disguised as Danzo, alongside several martial factions inclined towards initiating conflict, began to exert influence during the meeting. What had initially been a fruitless assembly for half a day suddenly began to progress significantly, following a heated exchange between Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen. The main tone for this high-level meeting was essentially established according to Yamashita Kei's vision, to refrain from being the first to strike, yet to deliver a formidable counterattack to any who dare to do so. Having previously consolidated logistical resources, a portion was promptly allocated for transportation to the front lines. Nara Shikahisa, Minamoto Yuaki, commenced drafting the list of personnel, 1,000 for the vanguard. 1,000? Hiruzen countered, unless you personally oversee the front lines. Who can be intimidated by that? 1,000 is merely a statement, signifying our fearlessness towards war. However, if I were to go myself, what would other ninja villages think? They would be compelled to engage, whether they wish to or not. I perceive nothing but weakness, Danzo retorted. You are far too extreme. Amidst the clamor of disputes, the high-level meeting continued for several hours, finally concluding as the clock approached midnight. A series of commands were issued following Hiruzen's inquiries regarding the conditions of various departments and ninja clans. 1,000 ninja troops was indeed a small contingent. Yet, this was not an act of war. Rather, it was a demonstration of their stance to the neighboring ninja villages, at the border of the Land of Fire. Led by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, along with elite forces drawn from various clans, even in the event of a surprise attack, they would be capable of temporarily stalling the enemy's advances. In due course, Konoha, leveraging its ample reserves for war, would be able to swiftly deploy a substantial force exceeding 3,000 to provide support, fearless of a two-front war. However, a two-front war? As Jiang Jing stepped out of the conference room, he slightly curled his lip in disdain. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had faced off against each of the other ninja villages in succession. It was a miracle that they weren't engaged in a four-front war simultaneously. To think they would consider a two-front conflict, what an optimistic notion. But alas, the third Hokage, in the mountainous landscape. A fleeting glance caught the sight of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, although he had not yet succumbed to the indecisiveness and cautiousness characteristic of an old man. As seen over a decade later at the onset of the original storyline, he was undeniably growing old. Unbeknownst to him, He had begun to suppress those aspiring ninjas and powerful clan members who sought to rise. It would be fitting for him to exit gracefully from the stage. After all, how shameful it would be for a village leader to be slain by his own disciple at the age of 69. Swiftly, a root ninja materialized beside him using the body flicker technique, bowing respectfully as he presented a scroll of intelligence. Your favorite? Cupping therapy? Gazing at the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the scroll's cover, the figure in the mountains momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. It was only after a brief pause that he recollected the origin of this intelligence. This information had been brought back by the covert operative known as Mute, who had just completed a successful extraction. According to his account, he had been perilously close to exposure, and his safe withdrawal was made possible only by the assistance of an ally. The scroll had been thoroughly examined, revealing no concealed ninjutsu or toxins. It seemed the root ninja had provided a report on the circumstances he was privy to. In the mountains, the scenery subtly nodded, with an expression of peculiarity. He unfurled the scroll of intelligence in his hands. Reflecting upon it now, his initial methods of manipulating human memory appear rather naive and crude. Yitsong was fortunate not to have succumbed to mental turmoil, transforming into a lunatic instead. Was this a complete capitulation to Konoha? Was it the self-preservation instinct of the human body that led her to select this particular perception? Or was there something more sinister at play? After perusing the contents of the intelligence scroll, in the mountains, Jing furrowed her brows slightly, having already placed considerable trust in Yitsong. Half a month prior, the Mist Village had dispatched several high-ranking officials to stealthily journey to the Sand Village, where they reached some unknown accord with Chio and Eyes, who currently oversee Sand's affairs. Although Yitsong was not privy to the specifics of this agreement, she deduced its aim was directed squarely at Konoha from the fragmented remarks of the Sand Village's upper echelons, SH and Fui. Recently, Chio had even hinted to her to safeguard Raza in the impending great conflict, ensuring Raza could achieve greater military merit, thereby facilitating his promotion to the position of the 4th Kazekage. The Mist Village initially allied with the Rock Village, subsequently forged an agreement with the Sand Village, and engaged in warfare with the Cloud Village primarily as a means of delay. Amidst the mountainous scenery, thoughts flickered rapidly through my mind. Although the exact price paid by the Mist Village to forge an alliance with the Sand Village remains unknown, it is increasingly evident that both the Sand and Rock Villages will soon launch a simultaneous offensive against Konoha once their preparations are complete. As for the Cloud Village, it is likely to remain an observer, barring any unforeseen developments, choosing to wait until the 3 factions have significantly weakened each other before deciding whether to intervene. However, the Mist Village, bound by its agreements with the Rock and Sand Villages, will undoubtedly be compelled to restrain Konoha's military strength, with 3 fronts poised for conflict. Careful consideration is required on how to draw Sarutobi Hiruzen into the battlefield. In the mountains, Yamashita Kei gently stroked his chin. After the white Zetsu, disguised as Danzo, exited the Hokage office building, he seized the opportunity presented by the chakra fluctuations of the root ninja, who had instantaneously departed. Utilizing the mind transfer puppet technique, he allowed his consciousness to directly infiltrate the body of his target. Silently directing white Zetsu, he grasped the intelligence scroll and returned to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, his physical form, having exchanged pleasantries with familiar high-ranking officials and elite jonin of Konohagakure, finally departed alongside Yamanaka Ino towards his home. The night passed without incident. The following morning dawned. In the serene mountains, the protagonist felt the stirring of Kushina in his embrace as she drowsily opened her eyes. The previous night's exchange with the disguised Tobi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had undeniably drained a considerable number of his mental faculties. Although he had not succeeded in persuading Hiruzen to decisively intervene and personally venture to the front lines, it was evident that the old man had been swayed. Once he was intrigued, how far could action be? It merely required the crafting of a scenario that made Hiruzen believe he was assured of victory, reaping accolades effortlessly while simultaneously elevating his reputation as the strongest Hokage. What was the purpose of rising so early? In the serene mountains, one hand rubbed at the still weary eyes, inquiring of Kushina, who was beginning to don her attire. The other hand, unable to resist, grazed the smooth skin at her lower back, prompting Kushina to pout and swat playfully at his palm. Today is New Year's Eve, and I have made plans with Anoka to tidy up the noodle shop. The noodle shop? In the serene mountains, Shang Zhongjing was momentarily struck by a familiar name. instantly recalling the scene from the original work where Orochimaru summoned the previous Hokage in the Namiya Hall of the Uzumaki clan through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, a jutsu that required a pact with the Shinigami to wield. Glancing at the sun that had risen outside, he rubbed his cheeks to dispel the remnants of sleep and sat up from his bed. "Shall I accompany you?" he offered. "Really?" Hee, Kushina chimed in, drawing closer to him with a playful smile, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Clearly, she felt that her boyfriend's willingness to carve out time from his busy schedule to be with her was deserving of such affection. The two arose, freshened up, and hand in hand, ventured out. After purchasing a few breakfast items from their local eatery, they made their way toward the Namiya Hall. The high-level meeting from the previous night had laid the groundwork for the forthcoming war, openly discussing the situation while informing all senior officials of Konoha's arrangements. Yet, in a bid to maintain stability, the third Hokage had issued a decree forbidding any discussions of the meeting's content outside. While this may not entirely prevent information from leaking to other ninja villages, it ensured that, for the time being, the residents of Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the impending conflict, preoccupied instead with preparations for the approaching new year. The festive atmosphere had enveloped most of Konoha's inhabitants, filling every street with an earnest yearning and anticipation for a life filled with joy. "How have you been getting along with the Ninetales lately?" Shang Zhongjing casually inquired of Kushina as they walked along the path to the Namiya Hall. It's been relatively well," Kushina replied, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her cheek. "Really? Do tell," he encouraged. "With Mito Grandma's seal and its transformation abilities, it can't quite overpower me now." "Well, we can communicate decently enough, but it has recently taken to being rather sarcastic. And then you just teach it a lesson?" "Oh no, not at all. Hee. I just make silly faces at it when it laughs. Next time it gets sarcastic, you should say, 'Ninetales, your power is too great,' and then mimic this gesture." "In the mountains." Jing could not help but burst into laughter. After lightly tapping Kushina's small head, he raised a hand and gestured in front of him. "Shall I give it a try?" Kushina allowed her boyfriend to lead her forward, her mind immersed in the seal. Moments later, she clutched her belly, laughing uncontrollably, evidently amused by the extraordinary reaction of the Ninetales. "Goose, goose, goose. Jing, the mischievous fox wishes to meet you. Would you like to see? Shall we meet?" In the mountainous landscape, a figure nodded and was about to employ the family's secret technique to enter the sealed space with his consciousness when Kushina grasped his hand. After closing her eyes to sense the surrounding environment and confirming the absence of any other presences, she spoke. "Do not be alarmed." A flicker of orange-red chakra emanated from Kushina, swiftly enveloping her entire attire in a resplendent golden-red glow. The dark, swirling seal runes materialized, and amidst her flowing golden-red hair, what appeared before the scene in the mountains was none other than the perfect Jinchuriki mode. "Is this what you referred to as the invincible golden form?" she asked playfully. Hee, but now there exists an even more invincible golden form. The Ninetales mode combined with the magical girl transformation, though I must admit, I haven't mastered it fully yet. Perhaps I will show you properly in the future. A triumphant expression danced across Kushina's charming face. Upon hearing her words, a shiver ran down the back of Shang Hongjing's neck. Is it true that this peculiar thing does not deduct one's lifespan? A mini nine-tailed fox, no larger than a palm, materialized from the golden-red chakra converging on Jio Xian Nai's left shoulder, baring its teeth in a feigned display of ferocity. "You little imp, how did you come to know that?" "Recently, I've been engaging in more frequent exchanges with Senju Hashirama." As the scene in the mountains unfolded, the mood brightened upon witnessing the uncontrollable expressions of the nine-tailed fox. The adorable little fox, with its cheerful demeanor, exuded undeniable charm. "Oh, did someone strike you? Prompting a journey to the Pure Land? Your recovery seems remarkably swift." The nine-tailed fox scoffed, utterly unconvinced by such a preposterous explanation. A quaint little thing. It had something delightful to share. In the serene mountains, a solitary hand formed a seal, allowing the wielder to perceive the myriad of plant species concealed beneath the earth through the energy of wood release. With the incantation of wood release, the flora surged forth. Blossoms that were destined to bloom in various seasons rapidly flourished and blossomed within the winter forest, adorned by a delicate layer of snow. In the heart of the mountains, a breathtaking flower was plucked and presented to the bewildered Kushina. The Ninetales surveyed the surrounding blossoms, then turned its gaze back to the mountain scenery before vanishing before their very eyes. "Damn, there's something foul here. I shall take my leave." The Ninetales chakra receded from Kushina, restoring her to her original attire. Gazing at the blooming flower in her hand, her small head was filled with an array of large question marks. I have mastered a technique that allows me to harness the power of the deceased, and each time I do, a trace of their essence lingers. Perhaps one day, you might suddenly find me sporting an additional pair of Meijiki Sharingan. In the mountains, Jing gently rubbed his cheek, casually dismissing the fact that he had mastered wood release as he logged in with a borrowed account. Incredible. Kushina nodded in a daze, instinctively supporting her boyfriend. After a brief pause, she inquired once more, "Why did Kurama react in such a manner? And what about earlier, when he mentioned your overwhelming strength? Could it be a reminiscence from the past? Are your focal points perhaps a tad askew? Is Jing seeking compliments? Should I lavish him with a few more praises? Never mind. Let me instead share the tale of the hedgehog and the watermelon rind, competing to see who can urinate the farthest." In the mountains, the scenery remained silent as it rolled its eyes. While recounting tales of the establishment of the hidden leaf village, it continued its journey towards the Noodle Pavilion alongside Kushina. Upon their arrival at the Noodle Pavilion, the two settled in the corridor to enjoy their breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, Uzumaki Onoka arrived, carrying a small wooden bucket and a cloth. After exchanging greetings, they continued their morning. In the mountainous landscape, the last bun was swiftly eliminated with remarkable efficiency. Leaving behind a flying thunder god mark in the corridor, the technique was employed, transporting one directly to the riverbank of Konoha to fetch water. Kushina and Onoka, equipped with various tools from the back storage, deftly began to clear away the dust, fallen leaves, and debris that had been swept in by the wind from the noodle hall. Gradually, they restored the noodle hall to its former glory, the numerous masks adorning the walls, each one symbolizing a deity, perhaps. In the serene mountains, one casually voiced the doubts nestled in her heart. This is the sea god. This is the goddess of the moon. This is Inari Kami. This is the god of fire, and this is. So, do each of them possess contracts and unique sealing techniques akin to the Grim Reaper? Not quite, replied Mito Granny. Many deities have, in fact, vanished long ago, leaving only 3 behind, each endowed with distinct contracts and sealing techniques. Does Mito Granny have records of them? Only the corpse demon sealing. As for the other 2, she knows one is the sealing of Amano Iwado, bound by a contract with Amano Iwado, and the other is the reversal sealing of Tenya Kugami, bound by a contract with the Tenya Kugami. Do you know them, Onoka? Kushinga paused momentarily before turning to inquire of Onoka beside her. The nation of the whirlpools has perished, and many traditions of the Uzumaki clan have been lost. Mito Granny is a human, not a deity. She cannot master or preserve all techniques. My parents did not learn such profound arts. Onoka shook her head. Her understanding of these matters was still less than that of Kushinga. Moreover, techniques that required contracts with deities were clearly not something an ordinary clan member could learn. Mito Granny has actually left behind many intriguing techniques. Shall we go explore them together someday? Is that possible? Of course, Kushinga exclaimed. You are simply too kind. That's because you are so wonderful, Onoka. The 2 girls, arm in arm, giggled as they leaned in closer to share secrets. The gaze of the scene in the mountains fixates upon a wall adorned with no less than 27 masks. How long has it been? How much time has passed since the celestial rock sealed away the divine and the malevolent? What formidable powers do they possess? I wonder if Orochimaru could investigate and perhaps deduce the secrets behind these 2 lost and enigmatic sealing techniques. Never mind. In the mountains, there was a slight sense of regret as he shook his head, having let go of the numerous high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village from earlier. He had scolded them too many times and was weary. It was what it was. Observing the nearly pristine state of the establishment, thanks to the diligent efforts of the 2 women. He shifted his gaze to the purple entry for logging in and pondered whether he should first summon Hashirama Senju to sign the contract. After all, what if Kushina, in a moment of whimsy, wished to meet her grandmother Mito's husband? Kushina, I have matters to attend to. Reach out to me when you need. In the mountains, Kage called out to Kushina, raising his arm and gesturing towards his wrist. Kushina waved her hand cheerfully in acknowledgement, then turned to share intimate conversations with Onoka. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kage materialized within the depths of the root base. He exchanged greetings with the shadow clone of Danzo, who was seated at the desk, engrossed in paperwork, and cast a glance at the Danzo squatting nearby, perusing a comic book. He then exited the office, making his way towards the confidential storage room located at the lowest level of the root facility. 10 minutes later, he unraveled the myriad of seals and retrieved a storage jar containing a sizable piece of meat, roughly the size of a palm. Once again, in the depths of the mountains, the figure utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to the dense forest where he had initially experimented with wood release. Employing the wood release for pillars technique, he swiftly erected a wooden dwelling. After placing the flesh of Senju Hashirama upon the floor, he rapidly circled the offering, inscribing an extraordinarily intricate seal upon the ground with his chakra. As the final stroke of the seal was completed, a myriad of arcane symbols illuminated with a brilliant azure chakra, a somber, profound portal, exuding an aura of decay and gloom, materialized at the center of the seal. How troublesome it is to summon someone by leveraging what they hold dear. In the serene mountains, Jing let out a quiet sigh of exasperation. After contemplating the matters that might concern Senju Hashirama, he raised his voice towards the grand entrance. Senior Senju Hashirama, I am the brother-in-law of your granddaughter Tsunade. Would you care to take a glimpse at your granddaughter? To witness the present state of Konoha? No response. Gazing at the immobile gate, the figure in the mountains furrowed his brow and rephrased his words. Senju Hashirama, a grave situation has arisen. Your granddaughter, Tsunade, has ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. Konoha is on the brink of collapse. Please come forth. Not yet. Senju Hashirama, the third great ninja war has erupted, and Konoha is besieged by the 4 major ninja villages on the verge of annihilation. We are in desperate need of assistance. Damn it. Huh. Madara claims he can urinate farther than you, and his water technique surpasses your combat prowess. Had it not been for your presence behind him back in the day, influencing his performance. Bang. The conversation about the picturesque mountains had not yet concluded when the dilapidated door was forcefully kicked open. With a dark expression and an imposing aura, Senju Hashirama strode forth from the Pure Land with great determination. Have you ever encountered Madara? That detestable fellow. He has clearly never triumphed over me even once. I have. In the heart of the mountains, a dark figure gazed intently at the ethereal presence of Senju Hashirama. The remnants of Konoha's destruction hesitated to emerge from the Pure Land. Yet upon the mere mention of Uchiha Madara, they surged forth in a fit of anger, demanding to know if he had encountered the man. Is this the bond shared between good friends? Your chakra feels unfamiliar. I am certain I have never met you. Madara perished long before me. How could you possibly have known him? Uchiha Madara had sealed Izanagi with a rewriting seal, and after a period following his death, he altered the very fabric of reality surrounding his demise and returned to life. Ha! I always knew that fellow was not so easily vanquished. How foolish I was to be deceived. Senju Hashirama chuckled heartily, hands on his hips, before his expression shifted to one of exasperation as he continued. So, you summoned me to assist because Konoha is on the brink of annihilation? Truly, war is an ever-present companion through the ages. Ah, that was merely a whimsical fabrication. Yet, with your considerable chakra and the power of wood release, it should not be so dire, correct? And what of that little one, Konohamaru? Well, that too was a mere invention. In the mountain, the scenery aroused a raised eyebrow, silently lamenting the extraordinary perceptive abilities of Senju Hashirama. They had only just met. Yet he had already sensed the magnitude of his chakra and the wood release bloodline limit coursing through him. Do you ever speak a single truth? I am, in fact, the brother-in-law of your granddaughter. Such an odd manner of description. My granddaughter's sister, not my granddaughter? Senju Hashirama stroked his chin, his expression shifting dramatically as he contemplated the possible reasons for such a scenario. What a tragic farce of human existence. Even in death, he must meddle in the melodramatic family ethics of his son and daughter-in-law? As for my side, it is through Mito Grandma that this connection has been established. In the mountainous scenery, Senju Hashirama found himself momentarily petrified, before finally speaking in a hushed tone. Has Mito remarried? The scenery in the mountains is truly unexpected. I never imagined that Senju Hashirama's thought process could be so uniquely whimsical. If only Uzumaki Mito were to learn of this, the beauty of the scene would be too overwhelming for him to bear. After much effort, I explained to the other party the relationship between Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, while also elaborating on the reasons behind this situation. Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, and sighed deeply. He couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt towards the head of the Ashina clan. How could a deceased person involve themselves in the affairs of the living? Ah, but then again, that granddaughter's husband could certainly enlighten me on the current state of Konoha. Couldn't he? Ha ha ha. No matter what, it remains the village that was painstakingly established in the past. It is something that one cannot easily let go of. How about this? You sign a contract with me first, and then you can go see for yourself. The terms of the contract are quite simple. In the mountains, Jing raised an eyebrow, revealing his ultimate intention while elucidating the contents of the contract. It bears some resemblance to the reanimation jutsu, yet it appears to be more benevolent towards the deceased. Surely, you were not inspired by the reanimation jutsu, were you? Pretty much. It is quite vexing to inform Tobirama to refrain from delving into such perilous matters. Senju Hashirama let out a resigned sigh, gazing intently at Jing's face for a while before solemnly inquiring, "Is there indeed an adversary that even you find formidable?" Indeed. The scenery in the mountains slightly inclined its head. Although he resorted to logging in with borrowed credentials not to confront formidable foes, such adversaries indeed exist. One might argue that this does not constitute a falsehood. Could the ninja world not embrace a semblance of peace? Senju Hashirama sighed once more, though unspoken. His demeanor unmistakably indicated consent to the signing of the pact. Without further ado, Shan Zhongjing promptly activated the purple attribute borrowed account to engage the accompanying soul contract, channeling chakra to solidify its form. Senju Hashirama decisively inscribed his own soul mark beneath the contract. The agreement was established. A connection akin to a summoning contract emerged within Shan Zhongjing's consciousness. Name: Senju Hashirama. Soul: occupation, ninja attributes, God of Ninjas, red, True Thousand Hands, red. Mastery of Wood Release, red, 100 Battles Radiance, red. Born Hero, purple. Growing braver with each battle, purple. Versatile Talent, blue. Heart of Compassion, blue. Unwavering Resolve, blue. Brotherly Love, green. Sincere, green. Playful, white. Fated Entanglement, gray. Note: when in a soul state, the replication of bloodline-related attributes may result in partial or self-adapted mutations. Without Ashura's chakra, the panel remains remarkably splendid. It is no wonder that Madara was subdued in their encounters. The scenery within the mountains hardly registered the system's final annotations. The Senju Hashirama already possessed the innate bloodline attributes. The true Senju embodies the fusion of sage mode and sage body, granting him a prowess that rivals the natural sage body of his counterpart. In the realm of wood release, he has a substitute in the form of a wood release Jinchuriki. The remaining titles, the God of Ninjas and the Fierce Son of 100 Battles, bear no relation to bloodlines whatsoever. This does not impede the process of replication. However, is it truly necessary for your fated entanglement to persist even in death? The scenery of the mountains evokes a compelling urge to engage in fervent critique, akin to the entries of Uchiha Madara from Yore. The parallels are striking: an identical devotion to one's kin and a shared entanglement of fate. The God of Ninjas faces the dual titans of the warring states. The True Thousand Hands confronts the chosen Uchiha. The battle-scarred son contends with the indomitable spirit of conflict. The ever-emboldened face the haunting ballad of blood and fire. The naturally gifted contend with the born conqueror. One cannot help but wonder whether the entry for Uchiha Madara still exists. In the mountains, Jiangshang's thoughts drifted to Uchiha Bido, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Were it not for this borrowed account, he would undoubtedly wish for Abido to remain peacefully as a mere shadow of his former self. At the very least, he could be summoned through the impure world reincarnation to serve Orochimaru. Yet now, he has the opportunity to harness the power of the other. Would it not be a loss if he were still in a diminished state? Should he call out to sea? After all, Senju Hashirama was present as well. Given Uchiha Abido's temperament, he might be disinclined to engage. However, it would be unthinkable for him to ignore Hashirama. This was, after all, the legendary Hashirama he had long admired. Should they venture to Konoha now? After Hashirama concluded the contract, he turned to Jiangshang with eager anticipation. "Senior, do you wish to meet Uchiha Abido?" In the mountains, Yamakami Keisuke gently stroked his cheek, tentatively inquiring. Hurry. Ha ha ha, I can undoubtedly summon him." Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed heartily. 10 minutes later, gazing at the immobile, decaying gate, the first Hokage's demeanor shifted as he squatted in a corner, drawing circles. With the prior experience of summoning Senju Hashirama, Yamakami Keisuke could now distinctly sense that Uchiha Madara's soul resided just beyond the door. It was merely a matter of the latter's unwillingness to emerge, faced with an old acquaintance who had been a source of entanglement for a lifetime, yet refused to make an appearance. One could not help but wonder, was it not for the Moon Eye plan? What else could it be? Contemplating this, in the heart of the mountains, Jing sat down upon the ground, slowly recounting the origins of the Tsutsuki clan, as well as the identity and ultimate objective of Kurizetsu, before the decaying gate leading to the Pure Land. After more than 10 minutes had passed, he glanced at the unyielding door and the solemn expression of Senju Hashirama, who listened intently. He clicked his tongue, opting for a nonchalant attitude. He had already divulged all he could, if they chose not to believe him. What more could he do? The information accompanying the borrowed account made it abundantly clear, should a living being forcefully open that gate, they would likely be trapped within the Pure Land, facing immediate demise. Moreover, the Pure Land harbored a formidable and enigmatic entity, a fact he could not overlook. Engaging in such perilous endeavors would be sheer folly. Perhaps he could suggest that Senju Hashirama attempt to draw Uchiha Madara out? After all, he was merely a soul within the Pure Land. What harm could there be in trying? Surely he couldn't die a second time. If they could manage to extract him, they would join forces, and surely a contract could be signed. Hashirama-senpai, why not attempt to bring him out? However, he quickly reconsidered. Oh, perhaps not. Madara might be displeased. Hashirama wore an expression of great difficulty, as though he were being asked to commit an unforgivable act against his beloved. In the mountains, Kage, with a hand pressed to his forehead, extinguished his final thought. Driven by the notion that Madara Uchiha must not be pleased, he whispered softly into the ear of Hashirama Senju for a moment. Hashirama regarded his distant granddaughter's husband with a peculiar expression. Although the sentiments he expressed may have seemed somewhat inconsiderate towards Mido and perhaps even a tad impractical, they possessed an undeniable allure. Madara, were you a woman? You would undoubtedly be stunning, he chuckled. Perhaps I would even marry you. If we were to have children, we could name our son Senju Konohamaru and our daughter Uchiha Hokage. Our dreams might just intertwine. With a forceful kick akin to that of Hashirama, Madara burst forth from the Pure Land, maintaining the youthful visage of his past, clad in vibrant crimson armor, his expression dark enough to drip with water. He unleashed a powerful punch directly at the seated Hashirama. The impact sent Hashirama's spirit hurtling through the wall, vanishing into the wooden abode. Madara withdrew his fist and rose, his pale violet Rinnegan coldly fixated on Kage standing nearby. While ordinary souls cannot harm the living, the spirits imbued with immense chakra possess capabilities beyond the limitations of physical form. Although lacking a corporeal body restricts their abilities, it simultaneously liberates them, allowing feats unattainable under normal circumstances, matching the speed of the ethereal transformation technique. In the serene mountains, a subtle chill gripped the heart of the observer. Although taken aback, there was no significant reaction until name: Uchiha Madara, soul, occupation, ninja entry, yin-yang reincarnation, gold, indomitable will of battle, red, rose of the battlefield, red. Talent of the immortal clan, purple. Twin heroes of the warring states, purple. Song of blood and fire, purple. Born leader, purple. Soul of solitude, blue. Polymath, blue. Strategies of chaos, blue. Brotherly affection, green. Entangled fate, gray. Obsession, gray. Note: in the state of the soul, the replication of bloodline-related entries may result in defects or adaptive mutations. It has been diminished. Yet, it appears not entirely so. The incomplete red entry, yin-yang initial convergence, has transformed directly into the golden yin-yang reincarnation. How infuriating. Here I am, wielding an advantage, and I have yet to acquire a golden entry. In the depths of the mountains, Shang Jing silently cursed under his breath as he began to quietly gather the natural energy surrounding him. The golden entries were undeniably powerful, yet his current combat prowess was far superior to that which he possessed when facing the elderly Uchiha. Furthermore, he was endowed with the immense chakra and regenerative abilities granted by his natural sage body, coupled with the conceptual lethality provided by the decapitation slash. Should a confrontation arise, he would harbor no fear whatsoever. Uchiha Madara's expression was frigid, his cold Rinnegan fixed intently on the unwavering Shang Jing, who stood resolute without the slightest hint of retreat. He spoke with an icy demeanor. Contract? In the midst of the mountains, Yamashiro was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. Without uttering a word, he immediately conjured the soul contract. He had previously elaborated on the purpose and utility of the soul contract while unraveling Korezetsu's schemes. Uchiha Madara approached and promptly signed the contract, clearly indicating that he had already placed his trust in Yamashiro's earlier assertions. However, due to his pride and the constraints of his own dignity, he found it somewhat difficult to accept the disconcerting reality of being deceived once more. The remarks made by Senju Hashirama, although overtly aimed at unsettling him, nonetheless provided Madara with a rationale to emerge from his state of repose. This was indeed a predicament for Hashirama. The first exchange was marked by a friendly yet forceful punch to the face. after leaving his soul imprint. Uchiha Madara raised his chin with an air of arrogance. Despite the previous battle having culminated in his defeat due to his body nearing its end and being afflicted by an unknown forbidden technique that rendered his Manjiki Sharingan ineffectual and caused the degradation of his sage body, defeat was still defeat. A person who cannot acknowledge their failure is merely a petty coward. He would not belittle his opponent, for such an act is the hallmark of the inept. Yet, the thought of being vanquished by the very individual standing before him, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Senju Tobirama, instinctively stirred a sense of unease within his soul. Cease with this childish masquerade. A true warrior must possess the awareness befitting their strength. Madara contemplated. If you are dissatisfied, calling upon Uchiha Konohamaru is not out of the question. Before Yamashiro could respond, Senju Hashirama breezed through the wooden walls of the cabin, arriving at Uchiha Madara's side. Get lost. Madara's soul form bore a prominent mark upon his forehead. Without a backward glance, he turned and began to stride toward the realm of the pure. The contrast between his current pace and the earlier velocity with which he had charged forth was starkly apparent. Wait. As Hashirama hastened to catch up, he glanced back at Yamashiro. Son-in-law, when you have the opportunity, remember to show me the present-day Konoha. I shall first reminisce with Madara. Amidst the serene landscape of the mountains, the figure observed the two individuals fading into the pristine realm, alongside the gradually dimming summoning technique. Their expression was one that eluded easy articulation. Had they truly pursued them? What is this? Are the young couple quarreling while refusing to allow outsiders to witness their discord? How outrageous. Senju Hashirama, they have grafted your cells and awakened the Rinnegan, yet you remain silent. Even when struck, you exhibit no reaction whatsoever. If only Uchiha Madara were not a man, would not Uzumaki Kushina be driven to jealousy? Shaking his head, he dispelled the errant thoughts swirling in his mind. In the mountains, the scenery transformed as he utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to Konoha. Initially, he had intended to compare the differences between wood style and sage mode after signing a contract with Hashirama Senju. Who could have anticipated that his counterpart would follow a Bido Uchiha? At midday, the atmosphere in Konoha was imbued with the spirit of festivity due to the impending New Year's Eve. On this final day of the year, the usually bustling residents of Konoha donned traditional attire, strolling through the streets alongside family and friends, savoring delectable treats and engaging in games. Vendors, seldom seen in their daily routines, lined the streets with an array of snacks and entertainment. Nearby, talented singers and performers ascended the platforms that had been erected in advance, captivating the audience with special New Year-esque performances amidst waves of applause. In the heart of the mountains, the scenery unfolds with a figure clad in a dark ensemble embroidered with intricate golden patterns, a departure from the traditional long robes of the Naruto world. Accompanying him is Kushina, adorned in a splendid hanfu embellished with cloud motifs as they stroll down the bustling street. Their presence frequently attracts the curious glances of the villagers of Konoha. Clearly, Kushina is quite pleased with her boyfriend's thoughtfully chosen attire. As they meander, she gazes eagerly to the east and west, brimming with joy. Clinging to her boyfriend's arm, she revels in the attention from onlookers, seemingly enveloped in a bubble of rosy delight. Amidst the tranquil surroundings of the mountains, Yamashita Kei meandered alongside Kushina Uzumaki, his previously empty stomach gradually filled with an array of delectable street snacks. Observing the bustling crowd that thronged the streets, he noticed a middle-aged vendor stationed beside a large basin of small goldfish, enticing passers-by with a delicate paper net. Through a silent exchange, he communicated with the ninjas on standby at their base. Such festive occasions, marked by an influx of people and relaxed identity checks, invariably witness a surge in espionage activities. In merely a stroll down one street, he had already spotted 3 spies from other ninja villages. One could only ponder the extent of infiltration that currently plagued Konohagakure. As the night gradually descended, the air filled with the sounds of celebration, and fireworks began to illuminate the sky. After a leisurely afternoon of exploration, Yamashita Kei and Kushina Uzumaki nestled together atop the spiral tower, gazing at the radiant lights of the village and the dazzling pyrotechnics above. Kage, it feels somewhat wrong to have abandoned Tsunade-sensei for an entire day, Kushina remarked, feeling the cool night breeze, instinctively snuggling closer to her boyfriend. I sense that it is I who should feel more guilty for bringing her along, he replied. In the tranquil embrace of the mountains, I recalled the fierce glint in Tsunade's eyes from the previous night, a sensation that suggested something was amiss. It simply should not be. Logically speaking, it was merely an unusual bodily feeling. Given Tsunade's boisterous and carefree nature, once her blood work revealed no issues, she would likely forget all about it by the following day, even if the impression lingered, leading to a slight rise in her temper. It would be improbable for her to resort to underhanded tactics without concrete evidence. Oh, well, no need to dwell on it. After all, I now possess an advantageous card. If Tsunade truly were to lose her composure, I could always have her grandfather speak to her. There should be no trouble that cannot be resolved. Hee. Perhaps I should sneak a peek to see what Tsunade is up to? Kushina planted a gentle kiss on her boyfriend, recognizing that on this special day, Tsunade still had some lingering concerns about her rather questionable life skills. Very well then. In the serene mountains, a solitary hand formed a seal, quietly connecting to the perceptual barrier enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Upon locating Tsunade's chakra, the position of the other was swiftly pinpointed. This is Konoha Hospital? The rightmost section on the third floor, the anatomical specimen room, perhaps? No, during the festive season within the brightly lit anatomical specimen room. Tsunade sat in silence, her hands covering her face, poised in an office chair behind the dissection table. The corners of her mouth occasionally curled into a hint of a bewitching, frenzied smile, only to be forcibly suppressed. Reflecting on yesterday's surgery, when she first entered the medical room, she observed the blood plasma being infused into the patient's body and the bloodied arm before her, managing to maintain a semblance of rational control over her actions. Yet, as she steadied herself and made the incision into the patient's abdomen, aiming to reconnect the severed ribs within the abdominal cavity, the sight of blood gushing from the internal damage inexplicably brought forth a smile, accompanied by her maniacal laughter. The surgery was a success. The fractured ribs were expertly reattached on the spot, and with time, the internal organs would heal. Even the patient's shattered right arm was meticulously repaired. She reconnected every nerve, removed the useless shattered bones, and flawlessly fused the remaining skeletal structure. With restorative treatment and training, normal function would be restored. It appeared to be a flawless outcome. However, upon leaving the operating room and washing away the blood, as her rationality gradually returned, she realized the horrifying nature of what had just transpired. The good news, her fear of blood had diminished. As long as the scene was not excessively gruesome, she could forcibly suppress the physiological discomfort. The bad news, her psychological issues seemed to have intensified. When confronted with scenarios beyond her threshold of endurance, a terrifying emotion surged within her, proliferating like a virus, yearning to express, to be free, to laugh heartily, to witness scenes soaked in blood. When she noticed the fearful glances of others, she would even demand they gaze intently. Of the 5 medical staff who assisted in the surgery, 3 were immediately terrified. The remaining 2, although they managed to endure alongside her through the procedure, cast fearful and panicked looks in her direction once it concluded. Fortunately, the patient had been sedated, deeply unconscious. Otherwise, who could say if the patient would ever dare to enter a hospital again in their lifetime? Tsunade, how could you find such sensations comfortable, even enjoyable? This is wrong. It is a violation of ethics. It contravenes the very essence of human morality. You must rectify your attitude and mindset, avoiding the descent into such a warped state. Tsunade murmured incessantly, instilling within herself a proper moral consciousness. Once her mental state regained stability, she turned her gaze once more towards the array of anatomical specimens, muscles, and skeletal remains surrounding her. The scenery of the mountains, the beauty of the mountains. The mountains. Tsunade's eyes reddened, feeling the surge of emotion rise within her once more, gritting her teeth as she muttered the name of the mountain scenery. The illusionary treatment was undertaken with her own consent. Logically, the physician had done their utmost, and the patient bore the risks. Yet, witnessing such a deplorable outcome, her mind was consumed with thoughts of retribution towards the mountain scenery. How infuriating. She was now acutely aware of why medical disputes arise. This situation would be intolerable for anyone. Remain calm. Be rational. Soothe your emotions. You can do this, Tsunade. A trivial psychological issue cannot defeat you. Desensitization therapy will soon yield results. The thoughts she had just entertained were misguided, morally reprehensible. The murmuring echoed once more within the room filled with anatomical specimens. It was at that moment that a silent crack appeared in the door of the specimen room. Through the crevices, the eyes of the figure in the mountain cautiously surveyed the scene within the room. With his perceptive abilities, he could distinctly see where Tsunade was seated. Aware that she had been murmuring to herself, he even sensed that her mental state appeared somewhat unstable. However, discerning the nuances of Tsunade's speech through the minuscule movements of her lips would prove to be an arduous task. Name, Tsunade occupation. Konoha ninja attributes. Dual mastery in medical and combat arts. Red. One of the legendary 3 ninjas. Purple. Overflowing talent. Blue. Mastery of seals. Blue. Meticulous precision. Blue. Colossal force. Blue. Timeless beauty. Blue. Noble heritage. Green. Indecision between good and evil. White. Reverse gambling sage. Black. In the mountain scenery. Tsunade glanced at the interface of her ability. At first glance, she noticed the red title dual champion of medicine and martial arts evolved from the purple title medical sage. In the span of 3 days in the real world, Tsunade had spent over 3 years in the illusionary realm, and her strength had seen some advancement. Which was to be expected. After all, she had orchestrated numerous battle scenarios. It would be improbable to emerge from 3 years without any gain. However, just a few days prior, while immersed in the illusion, she had observed that both hemophobia and crimson frenzy had evidently vanished. How then did the title moral ambivalence suddenly appear? Moral ambivalence. Why you will feel sorrow for the loss of life and may also descend into madness from blood and fear. In a state of virtue. Your mastery of medical ninjutsu is enhanced, slightly improving healing effectiveness and speed. In a state of vice, your combat instincts and desire for slaughter are elevated, slightly enhancing physical attributes, while also making it easy to succumb to a bloodthirsty frenzy and chaotic madness. The system can expedite the host's tidal fusion process. Others can autonomously trigger the tidal fusion state, which requires a certain period to complete the fusion, mutation, and adaptation. 2 consecutive system notification sounds echoed. In the serene mountains. The landscape seemed to frown slightly, as if the uncertainties within were finding resolution. However, Tsunade's current state raised concerns. I permitted you to adapt to the bloodshed of Night Raid, yet you have transformed into something even more deranged than the hunters with their obsidian eyes? The illusionary world I crafted for Tsunade was set against the backdrop of Yamashita Kei. There, Night Raid was not merely an organization of assassins, but a righteous force striving for the freedom and future of all, punishing darkness and eliminating the wicked. I arranged for Tsunade to join Night Raid, ensuring her ideals remained intact while she acclimated to the bloodshed. Was there anything amiss? If not for my knowledge that the narrative of this illusionary realm would not deviate, I might suspect that this sister had abandoned Night Raid to associate with this death for 2.5 years. Gently, Kushina prodded her boyfriend's back with her small fingers, her eyes reflecting both concern and inquiry. In the mountains, the scenery swayed gently as it shook its head. It cast a reassuring glance towards Kushina, signaling that there was no need for concern. Once more, it surveyed the scene within the specimen room and silently expressed gratitude. At least the pristine appearance of the room indicated that the most dire circumstances had not transpired. Was it not merely a game of drawing cards, where one might send forth a flower card only to draw back a joker? Tsunade's dyed hair could, at most, be likened to that of Harley Quinn, rather than resembling Hannibal. There was no cause for alarm. Contemplating the legacy of the Senju clan bestowed upon him by Tsunade, and reflecting on the pact signed by her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, he recalled that morning's ritual. The enchanting Tsukuyami, with a single hand seal. The newly developed variant of Tsukuyami was directly employed against Tsunade. In her diminished mental state, Tsunade had yet to grasp the situation before she found herself ensnared within the intricate web of illusions. The system initiated a reset of Tsunade's neutral disposition, shrouded by the veil of Jinjutsu. In the mountains, the protagonist utilized a systematic opportunity for resetting their attributes. A dazzling spectrum of colors, visible solely to him, swiftly merged into the other party's being. In the next moment, on the interface displaying his attributes, the entry for good and evil vanished. In its place, a shimmering blue entry emerged. Flow of light and shadow. Blue, you are the divine healer of sacred light, as well as the shadowy harbinger of death. In the state of light, your healing ninjutsu effectiveness, affinity, and personal charm are amplified. In the state of shadow, your instinct for combat, stealth, and thirst for slaughter are heightened. With the absence of negative effects, the state should now be manageable, wouldn't it? In the midst of the mountains, Kageyama silently murmured, cautiously pushing open the door to the specimen room. Under the accelerated time effect of the magical illusion known as Tsukuyami, Tsunade, who had spent 3 days within the illusionary world, suddenly lifted her gaze towards Kageyama's direction. Sister Tsunade, why bear the burden of such a trivial matter that could be resolved with a mere illusion? How do you feel now? Kushina interjected. I need to have a private conversation with this guy. Confused and unaware of the unfolding events, Kushina observed Tsunade's resolute demeanor. while her boyfriend gestured for her to step back. Pouting, she resolutely closed the door to the specimen room once more. In a swift motion, Tsunade leaped from behind the experimental table, dashing forward and reaching out to grasp the lapel of Kageyama's attire. Hey, Sister Tsunade. Let's discuss this calmly without resorting to violence. Stepping back amidst the mountain scenery, she raised her hand to intercept Tsunade's approaching right palm. Just as she was about to evade the subsequent attack once more, Tsunade unexpectedly tugged at her own garment draped across her chest with her left hand. In the mountains. With my eyes wide open, I had not yet discerned anything when, in the next moment, I found myself ensnared in Tsunade's embrace, her arm encircling my neck, once again rendering me captive within her hold. Sister Tsunade, you lack martial ethics. What need have I for such ethics when dealing with someone like you? I pose the questions, you provide the answers. Tell me, what exactly have you done to me? Oh, nothing at all. Merely a little illusion to cleanse the soul. In the mountain, Yamaguchi Jing did not blink an eye, speaking without hesitation. What a farce. Are you unaware of the occurrences within your illusion? Is this truly cleansing? Tsunade's voice was low and menacing. Her delicate cheek was drawn close to Yamaguchi Jing's ear, as if she were about to take a bite out of him. During the 3 days spent in the realm of illusion, she found herself confined within a so-called church. Upon her arrival on the first morning, she was greeted by the sight of a seductive nun clad in a revealing habit, adorned with white stockings and high heels, smoking a cigarette, along with a suave and courteous priest who engaged her in casual conversation at the church entrance. After merely 5 minutes of listening, realizing that both were waiting for a young boy, a murderous intent surged within her, and she swiftly eliminated them. With their demise, she was forcibly compelled by the illusion's power to assume the role of a new nun. That very afternoon, she began to listen to the prayers and confessions of the faithful. The first to confess was a middle-aged man who revealed that, out of jealousy towards a friend, he had inadvertently caused the death of the man's paralyzed grandfather. Consequently, his wife became the man's mistress, and the children were also his. Out of guilt, he had feigned ignorance all along. The second to confess was a young man who recounted a curious incident from his youth at the age of 13 when he caught a fish and, in a fit of curiosity, tucked it into his trousers. It was not until 2 weeks later, when the stench from the fish hidden beneath his bed became unbearable, that his father discovered it, prompting him to bury the fish. Yet, from that moment on, he developed an insatiable passion for fishing. The third confession came from a woman who claimed to be a seafood vendor, who, upon seeing an eel one day, was struck by a whimsical idea. For 3 whole days, she endured the nonsensical ramblings of these confessions. Oh, Tsunade, this is a tailor-made illusion for you. After hearing their prayers, do you not feel a sense of normalcy restored? In the mountains, a faint smile graced the corners of her lips, devoid of any hint of trepidation. As long as the system's capabilities could be attributed to illusion, what was there to fear? Moreover, although the content of the recent illusion seemed rather frivolous, it undeniably addressed the issues at hand, did it not? Those who genuinely repented and whose transgressions were not particularly severe found themselves comforted and consoled by Tsunade, who diligently fulfilled her role as a nun within the illusion. Conversely, for those whose sins were truly heinous, she showed no mercy, dealing with them decisively. Was this 3-day sojourn as a judge in the church not a journey of introspection regarding one's own values? Tsunade's gaze flickered, her fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. How infuriating. She found herself begrudgingly acknowledging that there was a semblance of reason in that scoundrel's words. What bizarre logic was this? Yet, the symptoms she bore appeared to have significantly improved, likely due to the recent illusion. At the very least, when she glanced once more at the various organ specimens in the laboratory, she felt no surge of unmanageable emotions. Tsunade, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's the new year. Shall we return home for a proper meal? Upon witnessing the reaction of Yamashita, it became apparent that he had successfully deceived her. Without hesitation, he offered her a way out. No way. Tsunade gritted her teeth, feeling that she could not simply let Yamashita off the hook. If she were to let this slide, what would that say about the suffering she had endured and the anger she had felt? With her left hand gripping Yamashita's neck and her right hand forming a swift series of seals, she summoned forth the emerald glow of medical ninjutsu in her palm. With a cold smirk, she raised her hand and struck at Yamashita's abdomen. The water from the water release technique splashed everywhere. In the mountains, Jing, in a state of full body fluidity, broke free from Tsunade's constraints and reformed his shape 2 meters away. He was not foolish enough to allow Tsunade to have her way with him. although her hand seals indicated that she was employing a medical ninjutsu related to the transformation of yang release chakra. The previous night's events involving Uchiha Fugaki were still vividly etched in his mind. Learning from past mistakes, he had no desire to be incapacitated for at least 3 days. However, sensing the accelerated flow of blood within him and a subtle agitation in his body, Shanshong Jing's cheeks twitched slightly, clearing the path while secretly maneuvering. Who taught him these tactics? On the surface, she initiated an attack with her left hand, but at the moment her seals concluded, her right hand, which was gripping his neck, had already emitted the unique yang release chakra characteristic of her medical ninjutsu, no matter how quick his reflexes. The withdrawal from the fluid body technique required some time. Had he known, he would have opted for the Flying Thunder God technique. This effect? A tent pitching expert? A Konoha flag bearer? If you can't think of a name, then silence yourself. Your technique. I shall unravel it sooner or later. Tsunade cast a dissatisfied glance at the results of her technique, turned her head in disdain, and rose to stride out the door. Sister Tsunade, if you wish to study this, allow me to demonstrate. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Yamashita realized that she had already deemed him the culprit. He decided to drop the pretense entirely. In an instant, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside her, with his left hand forming seals. The emerald light glowing from his right palm struck her lower back. Despite Tsunade's desperate attempts to evade, the sudden appearance left her no chance. Damn it. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. This brat had indeed mentioned that he practiced it with Minato. But when did he acquire that bastard's Flying Thunder God seal? Tsunade glared at Yamashita with gritted teeth, her fists clenched, prepared to retaliate, yet her body betrayed her, collapsing to the ground in a fit of uncontrollable tremors. Yamashita, you are finished. I mean it. Ha. Tsunade, we've known each other for so long. Isn't it fair to take turns? You went first last time. That Uchiha Fugaku already took a hit for me, didn't he? Bastard. No, it's not the same. For your grandfather's sake. Let us wipe the slate clean and start anew, shall we? You still want to claim my grandfather's legacy. You are doomed. Absolutely doomed. I meant your grandfather, Hashirama Senju. I forgot to mention, I've signed a special contract with him. I suppose that makes me his heir, right? Give your grandfather some respect? What do you know of being an heir? A successor of would release? Once the unusual sensation subsided, Tsunade, drenched in sweat and with a split lip, lay sprawled on the floor, her gaze fixed on Yamashita, her desire to kill intensifying. After a prolonged silence, her unwavering stare finally elicited a sheepish grin from Yamashita, prompting her to speak. How could you possibly have learned would release? My contract and jutsu are rather unique. I can acquire abilities from those who have passed. By the way, there are still 2 children in Konoha capable of learning would release. Would you like to meet them later? In the mountains, Jing reached into his pocket and extracted a raw sunflower seed, unprocessed and pristine. With a swift gesture of his hand, a sunflower rapidly blossomed before him. Could it be the bloodline of the 1,000 Hands? Surely, I'm not one of them. Their words belong to the survivors of human experimentation from years past, back when. The scenery of the mountains elucidates the origins of Yamato and Sha. Tsunade's delicate brows furrowed as she raised her weary arms to peruse the sunflowers incessantly. Human experimentation, she murmured, a flicker of sorrow and resignation crossing her eyes. Would release. The power that quelled the chaos of the warring states and ushered in the era of the shinobi villages. How many can resist such temptation? Even her grandfather, who had always held the utmost respect for his elder brother, had engaged in related experiments. As for the current higher-ups of Konoha, the young girl named Xiaoha is still recuperating, while Yamato is learning the essentials of daily life under my assistant's guidance. I have no intention of revealing their existence to the upper echelons of Konoha. In the mountains, Jiang revealed his intentions. The reputation of wood release is renowned, once exposed. Who can predict the extent of the covetous eyes it may attract? In this world, there exists a saying, there are 1,000 days of thievery, yet no day of guarding against thieves. Presently, the likes of Yamato and Ka, who cannot even harness chakra and possess no means of self-defense, would do well to delay their exposure for as long as possible. Well, when will you take me to meet them? Tsunade, propped up by her hands, rose from the ground. After a moment of silence, her desire to see the 2 children prevailed. After all, the sufferings those children endured were a consequence of Konoha and would release. They should have been nestled in the loving embrace of their parents, growing up under the warmth and affection of familial care. But what does that look of guilt on your face signify? Were you the one conducting human experiments? Or was it your command? Your ancestors' graves have been disturbed. yet you still linger in this guilt? In the mountains, a figure wore a foolish expression, mocking Tsunade's profound capacity for empathy. He found it perplexing that, in the village of Konoha, those with a modicum of conscience tended to shoulder responsibilities, while the unprincipled ones spoke incessantly of their unwavering dedication to the village, as if they were entirely disconnected from reality. Be quiet. Tsunade's forehead bore a prominent character. Were it not for her inability to overpower him, she would certainly show him a thing or two. Yamashita glanced irritably, pursed his lips, and rose to open the door. Stepping outside, he greeted Kushina, who was leaning against the railing at the end of the corridor, watching the fireworks, before heading homeward. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? Kushina approached and linked arms with Tsunade, who had just exited the specimen room. Noticing the sweat-soaked fabric clinging to Tsunade's form, she inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit off lately, struggling to sleep soundly at night. Would you like to sleep with me? Tsunade's gaze flickered toward Yamashita's retreating figure. In a direct confrontation, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance in the short term. However, she remained undeterred. She could leverage Kushina to her advantage. Idiot. You can spend the night alone. Sure. It's been a while since I've shared a bed with Sister Tsunade, Kushina cheerfully agreed. Yamashita, walking ahead, nearly rolled his eyes skyward. Was it really necessary? Just asking. Was it really necessary? Is there any food at home? I'm hungry. Yes, indeed. I prepared plenty of semi-finished dishes. Just a bit of heating, and they're ready to eat. Alcohol? Absolutely. I stocked up on your favorite sake. An entire night passed in silence. The next morning, Yamashita awoke precisely at 8 o'clock after a restful night. He followed his usual routine by heading to the root, replacing the shadow clone that had worked all day, and then made his way to the medical room. After 2 days of recuperation, the previously weak little Hina had significantly improved. The large, once dazed eyes now sparkled with vitality and awareness. Yamato, who had been reluctant to leave Hina's side, observed her recovery with a sense of closeness toward Yamashita and the healer Nanoyu. Remarkably, within just 2 days, he had begun to understand some of the simpler phrases spoken around him. In the mountains, the scenery quietly administered a healing balm to the young lotus after the aquatic jellyfish incident, then departed from its root base. The process of transferring control over the curse mark of the tongue is progressing steadily. It is anticipated that within another fortnight, the fade of Toby masquerading as White Zetsu can finally be shed. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, a return home is made. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with Kushina and Tsunade, the day unfolds. As Shanjiajing was preparing to further explore the revised application of the celestial deity, the door was abruptly knocked upon by Jiraiya. Clad in combat attire, Jiraiya exhibited a notable absence of his usual carefree demeanor, replaced instead by an uncommon gravity and solemnity. He entered the living room and took a seat. Tsunade, barefoot, lounged on the sofa, yawning languidly. Noticing Jiraiya's prolonged silence, she irritably tapped the coffee table before her. Is this your first time going to battle? Tsunade, I sense something amiss this time. Jiraiya pondered, his gaze shifting from Tsunade to Shanjiajing, who was preparing to depart. What seems to be the issue? Tsunade inquired, her brows slightly furrowing, her expression growing more serious. This morning, I perused the expedition list drafted in the Hokage's office. The ninjas from various clans constitute more than half of it, and their strength is commendable. Generally, ninjas from clans possess superior abilities compared to those from civilian backgrounds. Since the objective is intimidation, it naturally calls for the strongest. Indeed, yet I cannot shake off an ominous premonition. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. I shall keep an eye on things for you, Tsunade stated, refraining from reproaching Jiraiya for his feelings. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Ha ha, off he goes. When men go to war, they must be decisive to truly embody the spirit of manhood. Jiraiya erupted into laughter, and after achieving his objective, he waved goodbye to Shanjiajing and Kushina before departing. He glanced back at Jiraiya's receding figure. In the mountains, Yamashita reflected with a sense of wonder, compelled to acknowledge the astonishing accuracy of this individual's intuition. The list in question had been meticulously deliberated upon by the third generation and the Elder Council. To think that a mere glance could unveil such discrepancies was remarkable. What is the matter? Tsunade, deep in thought on the sofa, turned to gaze at Yamashita, who was sipping water. Although Jiraiya's premonitions often seemed inexplicable, she, having grown up alongside him, understood his reliability in serious matters. Moreover, the instincts of a ninja sometimes prove to be more trustworthy than mere evidence or logic. I do not know, he replied. To be candid, the previous incidents were to be forgotten. Following that high-level meeting, fresh intelligence emerged. The hidden mist and the hidden sand had reached an agreement. In the mountains, a figure gently caressed their cheek, revealing the truth. The unexpected interference from the mist village heightened the likelihood of both the sand and rock villages forming an alliance to jointly assault Konoha. Consequently, the higher-ups of Konoha were compelled to amend their original plans. Considering various factors, the previously dispatched 1,000-strong battalion, initially intended to serve as a deterrent, remained unchanged. However, their primary role had now shifted. They were to act as a decoy, drawing the enemy's attention while setting the stage for the hidden ambush to strike under optimal conditions. Aware that this battalion could suffer significant losses, adjustments to the original roster were inevitable. Yet, the fact that the third Hokage had chosen not to inform Jiraiya raised questions. Was it out of fear that his nature would lead to complications? Who had proposed this course of action? Tsunade leaned despondently against the sofa behind her, with the fate of the entire village at stake. She pondered what difference her knowledge could make. In the mountains, there was no hesitation in his demeanor as he resolutely uttered 2 words. Danzo. Tsunade sat on the sofa, grinding her teeth in vehement curses against Shimura Danzo. Although she understood that the higher-ups of the village made such a choice to gain a greater advantage in the early stages of war, ultimately aiming to minimize the village's losses, she questioned whether this approach truly aligned with their proclaimed will of fire. As soon as Kushina heard the name Danzo slip from Yamashiro's lips, she recoiled, retreating into the kitchen. After all, her boyfriend seemed to have transformed into a shadowy manipulator. What would she say if Tsunade noticed her discomposure? From a vantage point concealed from Tsunade's view, Kushina cautiously cast a questioning glance toward Yamashiro. It's all right. There's no need for concern. It's not as dire as you might think. The village is already drafting selections for the second wave of troops, totaling 3,000 personnel, who will depart from Konoha in phases. In the heart of the mountains, Yamanaka Kage gestured towards Tsunade and Kushina, elucidating the village's ultimate resolution. This contingent of 1,000 individuals served as bait, not as mere pawns. The third Hokage and the Council of Elders were astute. They would never engage in actions detrimental to the war effort before the conflict had even begun. Should the plan falter, they would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Aside from the 1,000 who accompanied Jiraiya to swiftly reach the front lines, the remaining 3,000 troops would be meticulously divided into 300 teams, each consisting of 10 elite ninjas led by the core members of various clans, prominent jonin of Konoha, the Third's confidants, and root operatives. Over the course of 2 weeks, these teams would depart from Konoha in batches, under various guises and methods, ultimately concealing their identities as they stealthily infiltrated hidden strongholds and towns near the borders. This approach, while ensuring maximum secrecy, would swiftly form a semi-encirclement around the frontline troops. Although this tactic could only be employed once and would impose significant strain on logistics, it risked turning into a farce if the enemy delayed their attack. However, should it succeed, it would undeniably establish a considerable advantage at the onset of the war. Furthermore, to mitigate casualties on the front lines, Yamanaka Kage had included the renowned Minato Namikaze in the initial 1,000-man contingent. He also entrusted Captain Odo of the 2nd Route Team to strategically place his specially crafted Flying Thunder God Kanai along the route to the front lines, ensuring readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. In the mountains, the situation can swiftly be turned back to the front lines as he aims to intensify the war, waiting for the opportune moment to create an opportunity for the 3rd Hokage to emerge, rather than allowing Konoha to be ravaged by other villages. As for the matter of defeating Iwagakure and Sunagakure, that can wait until the 3rd Hokage is dispatched. What strategies do they have in mind regarding Kirigakure? Upon hearing Yamashiro's explanation, Tsunade felt somewhat reassured and promptly inquired about the other side. A separate list of 2,000 personnel will be drafted and communicated to each individual, instructing them to prepare for battle openly within the village. This will serve to confound the enemy while waiting for Kirigakure to make the first move. After all, we do not hold the advantage at sea. Given the uncertainty regarding the enemy's scale, such arrangements are prudent. The 1,000-man front must be carefully divided between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. It would not do for the two to directly send forth a combined force of 10,000. Additionally, Kirigakure must remain vigilant against Kumogakure, so the situation should not pose significant issues. Who will be in command of the two forces? I do not know. Really? This is genuinely uncertain. After all, if this plan succeeds, the merits will be substantial. In the mountains, the scenery was breathtaking, and he shrugged nonchalantly before settling onto the nearby sofa. 3,000 individuals may not seem like a considerable number. However, to swiftly consolidate a dispersed group and launch a surrounding offensive against the enemy in a short time frame requires not only capability but also a significant degree of prestige and leadership. Moreover, given the potential existence of elite enemy forces, the demands on one's strength are exceedingly high. Orochimaru might be capable of shouldering such a responsibility. Yet, how foolish. Has the old man lost his senses? Danzo is a scoundrel as well, Tsunade berated once more. Her eye are not solely directed at Danzo but encompassing all of Konoha's F4. No one was spared from her wrath. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. The perception of the mountain scenery swept across, revealing the crimson hues of the setting sun, alongside the figures of Mai Take and Shiranui Genkan. With a cheerful smile, I stood up and opened the door. Teacher Jing, Happy New Year. Wishing you a year filled with good health, boundless fortune, a fulfilling life, and a harmonious family. The three little ones bowed in unison, presenting their heartfelt New Year blessings. Then, with their big, sparkling eyes, they beamed at their beloved teacher. Haraha you all. In the serene mountains, Yamashita greeted the three little ones with a warm smile as he presented them with meticulously prepared red envelopes, adorned with symbols of prosperity. In this setting, the tradition of giving money during the New Year exists, albeit under the name Yinyu, rather than the commonly known lucky money. Historically, elders would distribute the leftover rice cakes offered to deities during the New Year festivities to children who came to pay their respects, and these rice cakes were referred to as Yinyu. As time progressed, particularly during the Warring States period, this custom gradually transformed into the practice of distributing money directly. However, the envelopes he handed out contained not only currency but also small tokens of affection for the new year. Thank you, teacher. The three little ones beamed with joy as they bowed once more. Aren't you curious to see what's inside? It's filled with the heartfelt intentions of both me and your teacher. Kushina encouraged them to unwrap the envelopes. Her somewhat mischievous smile stirred an ominous sense of foreboding in both Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru. Their teacher and his wife were known for their gentle demeanor and attentive care, yet they both shared a particular fondness for teasing. Surely, this envelope doesn't conceal anything too mischievous, does it? Shikamaru inquired, glancing at Kurenai. Since we have been taught to respect our elders and care for the young, Kai. Being the youngest, you should go first, Kurenai suggested, swallowing nervously. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Might Guy, who flashed a bright smile, showcasing his gleaming white teeth, and promptly tore open the envelope. With youthful exuberance, he could hardly contain his excitement as he witnessed his teammates ensnared in an illusion, howling and hollering in delight. Kurenai and Shikamaru exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability as they turned to their teacher, who was clearly amused by the spectacle. To hide such a triggering illusion within the Yinyu is quite unkind. Kurenai exclaimed, raising her fists in discontent above their heads. Is this how you typically torment your hapless teammates? And mind you, I put considerable effort into crafting that triggering seal. Your teacher was earnest in preparing these gifts. So hurry and unveil them. All right. Kurenai and Shikamaru exchanged glances, their faces set in resignation. Under the watchful gaze of their teacher, they reluctantly opened their envelopes, only to find themselves immediately entrapped in the same illusion. However, after a brief moment of shock, both Kurenai and Shikamaru soon displayed expressions of surprise and exhilaration. What sort of illusion did you conceal? Tsunade, who had indulged a bit too much the previous night, remained oblivious to Kushina and Yamashita's preparations as she observed the trio lost in the illusion, her brow furrowing in curiosity. In the mountains, a smile spread across the landscape. This illusion was inspired by the previous visit from Silent, in comparison to the challenging techniques he employed on Tsunade, such as the bowl of Mengpa soup and the revised moon reading. This was significantly easier. However, its efficacy in accelerating learning was remarkable. A 2-hour illusion could allow the three youngsters to absorb nearly 2 months' worth of knowledge. An elite shadow-level warrior providing 2 months of one-on-one instruction. What a substantial New Year gift. Speak plainly. A hypnosis academy? It seems that whatever you utter is seldom benign. Furthermore, on the very first day of the new year, you were giving lessons to the children? It appears somewhat inappropriate, doesn't it? In the heart of the mountains, the scenery caressed by the gentle touch of contemplation. One might ponder whether such actions are akin to the relentless pressure of 5 years of examinations condensed into 3 years of mock tests. Surely, it cannot be so severe. His illusion, after all, lasts merely 2 hours, whereas that relentless regimen can torment a child throughout an entire holiday. Within the initial 10 minutes of this illusion, regardless of whether it is Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, or Nara Shikamaru, their spirits soar with fervor. Under the dedicated guidance of their teacher, they delve into new techniques, rectify their shortcomings, and swiftly enhance their prowess. What few genin can boast of such privileged treatment? Yet, as the illusion stretches into the hour mark, a month transpires within its confines, and fatigue sets in. Yuhi Kurenai begins to wilt, and Nara Shikamaru can no longer endure. Only Might Guy clings to his enthusiasm for training. After 1.5 months, Yuhi Kurenai is engulfed in desolation. Nara Shikamaru questions the very essence of existence. And Might Guy wears a mask of exhaustion. In this realm, devoid of day and night, they exist in a stark white space, untouched by any other hue. Isolated with only their teacher. There is no need for sustenance, hydration, or respite. Their energy is maintained without the mundane demands of life. Except for brief moments of rest when their spirits falter, every second is devoted to training. Even the slightest distraction is a luxury denied to them. As their teacher's watchful gaze lingers. After 2 hours, when the trio awakens from the illusion, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes glisten with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. Nara Shikamaru stares blankly, resembling a mere shell of his former self. Even Might Guy appears defeated, striving to muster a signature smile that comes off more as a grimace than a grin. Their plight is undeniably tragic. They had anticipated a mere brief lesson in illusion. Yet the duration has stretched to the brink of despair. The profound sense of emptiness and isolation they experienced is far more harrowing than any physical torment. Is their teacher not a manifestation of some malevolent spirit? With a clap of approval, he remarks, "Excellent, excellent. Once you fully integrate the gains from this illusion into your very beings, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. I shall recommend you for the upcoming CH9 exams." In the mountains, Yamanaka Ino beamed with joy as she applauded the 3 little ones. Observing their listless demeanor, devoid of any cheerful spirit, she decided to sketch a large pancake. "Chunin, the march of youth shall not falter due to a mere hardship. This time, we must catch up to Kakashi." Mato Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the news of being recommended for the Chunin exams, instantly invigorated. "Thank you, sensei." Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru, upon hearing this, found a flicker of hope and mustered their spirits to express their gratitude to their teacher. As noon approached, the 3 little ones politely declined Kushina's invitation to lunch, hurriedly bidding farewell to Yamanaka Ino and Tsunade before dashing away. Eager to revel in the freedom of Konoha after enduring 2 months of rigorous one-on-one training, in the mountainous scenery, a trio departs, watched by an observer. After becoming the mentor to these 3 young individuals, their progress over the past months has been remarkable, with their abilities advancing swiftly. Initially, the sunset-hued Hinata possessed merely a blue attribute of strong mental resilience and a green attribute of illusion. Now, not only has her original green attribute of illusion evolved into a blue attribute of magical prowess, but she has also acquired a green attribute of esteemed mentorship and a white attribute of whimsical charm. As for the enigmatic Shinhataru, who once bore only a blue attribute of near the crimson, one turns red, has now similarly gained an esteemed mentorship attribute alongside a green attribute of mastery in ninja tools. As for Might Guy, the most talented and diligent among the trio, his original 2 blue attributes of spirited youth and extreme recovery remain unchanged. However, his white attribute of bushy-browed Kappa has ascended to a green attribute of greenskin little beast, bringing him 1 step closer to his future transformation into the Azure Behemoth. Furthermore, he has acquired an impressive trio of green attributes: resilient physique, mastery of martial arts, and esteemed mentorship. The only concern, however, is the emergence of a gray attribute of wavering conviction. Could this wavering belief be attributed to Might Guy? In the serene embrace of the mountains, one closes the door and stands still, gently stroking their chin in contemplation. In the original narrative, Might Guy witnesses his father being looked down upon by other ninjas, humbly pleading yet still lacking a mission to undertake. This scene evokes a profound period of confusion and wavering within him. A father holds an irreplaceable position in a child's heart. Might Due, being Might Guy's father, embodies the unwavering belief that propels him forward and serves as a crucial guide along his life's journey. In the original story, it is only after witnessing his father's steadfast adherence to his convictions and the unleashing of the 8 Gates formation, defeating the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, that he emerges from his state of uncertainty, inheriting his father's will and resolve, and continues onward. After all, one cannot simply allow a child to lose their father. In the mountains, Yamanaka Kei scratched his head. He was not like Danzo, the type of person who would resort to any means to achieve his aims. This was truly beyond his capabilities. However, it seemed not too difficult to re-establish his father's towering image in the eyes of his child through alternative methods. After all, Might Guy was not the kind of person who could be easily dismissed. As a time traveler, Yamashita Kei had once gazed upon the scroll of the 8 gates through his own merits and familial connections. Yet, at that time, his talent for physical techniques was mediocre, and the arduous nature of training was daunting. When the exertion far outweighed the rewards, who would willingly endure such hardship? Given the stringent requirements of the 8 gates, Might Guy's ability to forcibly unlock the 8 gates formation indicated that his foundational physical prowess far surpassed that of most Konoha J-nin. Even if he solely mastered physical techniques, achieving the rank of Special J-nin should be well within reach. For many years, he had remained a genin. Likely due to his passionate nature, which led him to become overly enthusiastic, he specialized in physical techniques, rendering him ill-equipped to meet the diverse demands of a ninja's tasks. He lacked reliable teammates who could help him fill in the gaps, resulting in a low success rate for missions. His growth was slow, and by the time he matured, others had already formed fixed impressions of him. His performance in written exams was abysmal, preventing him from passing the CH-nin exams. Perhaps he could not even find someone willing to recommend him for the CH-nin exams. In the mountains, a murmur escaped from the lips of the contemplative figure. How could one who cannot even locate his comrades expect to receive a recommendation from a jonin to participate in the chunin exam? Jonin are not as commonplace as cabbage. They endorse only those they deem worthy. If one were to falter at the written examination and be eliminated, it would undoubtedly result in a loss of face. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to meet with Might Guy to ascertain his true capabilities. Should there be no significant issues, a suitable position could be arranged for him to contribute to the glory of Konoha. This would not only provide an additional capable ally, but also alleviate Might Guy's psychological burdens. Yes, a flawless plan. After lingering at the entrance for an extended period, it was time to join the others for a meal. How vexing. Why must I also prepare such a lavish gift for your disciple? Tsunade's irritable voice rang out from the dining table. She had just experienced a considerable financial loss. In the mountains, Jing and Kushinai bestowed upon each of the 3 little ones a red envelope containing 10,000 taels of silver. As a senior, she certainly could not remain idle and show no acknowledgement, could she? 30,000 taels. That would suffice for an entire afternoon of play at the slot machines. Here it comes, here it comes. In the serene mountains, Kaguya returned to his senses and strode towards the dining table, deliberately ignoring the latter part of Tsunade's statement. Oh, the woman. Did she really believe she could reclaim her losses here? Such fanciful notions. The inaugural day of the new year had dawned. Initially immersed in the festive atmosphere, the residents of Konoha were abruptly doused with a bucket of cold water. A formidable contingent of 1,000 ninjas was dispatched, transporting substantial supplies to the front lines. Everyone understood the implications of this action. The once bustling streets, filled with merriment and laughter, quickly fell silent, with the number of pedestrians dwindling by more than half. Even with the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, delivering an impassioned speech from atop the Hokage building, the majority of Konoha's inhabitants remained unconvinced. They believed that, should war indeed erupt, under the leadership of the strongest Hokage, victory would surely be theirs. Yet, the ominous clouds of war continued to loom over their hearts. Time slipped by swiftly in this oppressive atmosphere. Over the course of 2 weeks, Konoha had quietly dispatched a total of 3,000 shinobi in discrete batches through various means. Meanwhile, within the village, 2,000 ninjas had received orders to prepare for battle, engaging in various drills and exercises. The previously unresolved position of the Supreme Commander at the front lines, after a series of heated disputes between the White Zetsu impersonating Danzo and the 3rd Hokage, ultimately fell to Danzo himself. Indeed, the 3rd's affection for Danzo was genuine, as Shanjianjin gazed at the appointment letter in his hand. His expression reflected a complex mix of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Indeed, from the perspective of the 3rd Hokage, it was evident that Danzo, due to his advanced age, had largely forfeited his chance to ascend to the position of Hokage. Moreover, his ruthless methods over the years had ensured that, despite his numerous achievements, he would remain largely unacknowledged by the majority of Konoha shinobi. Yet, the highest command on the battlefield had been entrusted to Danzo. It was clear that the 3rd Hokage's trust in this old friend surpassed that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, among others. By the way, how has the team you assigned to monitor the situation been faring lately? In the mountains, Jing concealed the appointment letter in his hand and turned to gaze at Captain Bing of the 3rd Combat Squad nearby. 5 days prior, He had been taken in by Gan Yuan, the owner of the Santang Pool in Wenquan Street, and brought to his home. A day ago, he commenced his duties of providing back massages to male patrons entering the Santang Pool. Bing's voice remained devoid of any inflection, as cold and composed as ever. Was the owner of the Santang Pool truly a benevolent individual? Investigations revealed that Gan Yuan had divorced his wife a decade ago and had engaged with multiple men. Stop. In the midst of the mountains, the resolute Jian decisively halted Bing's report. After all, the forthcoming content could potentially taint his unblemished soul. A series of knocks echoed at the door. A ninja from the intelligence department, having received permission, swiftly entered and presented the latest intelligence report. In the mountainous scenery, she cast a glance at the large characters inscribed on the scroll that read favorite cupping. With a slight raise of her eyebrows, she unrolled the parchment. On January 7th, over 5,000 elite ninjas from Sunagakure will depart in 2 waves, cloaked by a veil of sand. The first wave, comprising more than 3,000 individuals, will be led by the upper echelons of Sunagakure, headed by Raza, to rendezvous with the forces of Awagakure in the Land of Rain, where both sides will jointly assault the front encampment of Konoha. The second wave of 2,000, under the leadership of Chio, will set out 3 days later to serve as reinforcements for Raza and his contingent. Should this battle yield success, Raza shall ascend to the position of the 4th Kazekage. This woman, after perusing the contents, Yamaguchi's expression was fraught with peculiar intrigue as he speculated on the mindset of Yetsong. Recently, he had also received intelligence regarding Shine Village from various channels. Although the information was not as detailed as that provided by Yetsong, it was sufficient to corroborate the authenticity of the reports. However, this woman had emphasized Luosha twice in her communications. Given the constraints of the environment and the support from the daimyo, there were not many exceptional talents among the younger generation of Shine Village. If Luosha were to encounter an unfortunate fate, according to his knowledge, only Yetsong and Maki would remain as viable candidates for that position. As a bloodline limit ninja, Yetsong undoubtedly had a greater chance than Maki. Yet, in Konoha, even if one ascended to the position of Kazekage, what would it matter? Unless one was willing to remain a puppet of Konoha for life. The consequences would be dire should the truth come to light. Yetsong was no fool. Having witnessed the memories of others, Yamaguchi would not underestimate her intelligence. Thus, was it due to the previous intelligence mentioning Chio instructing her to protect Luosha and assist him in achieving military merit? That would indeed be an injustice. Having already been mentally disoriented by altered memories and enduring grievances from Shine, had she ultimately sided with Konoha? Was her long-standing belief in the Kazekage position still compelling her? My spy, aspiring to become the leader of another faction? In the serene mountains. The gentle tap of fingers upon the table echoed as he carefully rolled up the scroll and rose to make his way towards the door. The ascension to the Leaf Village brought him nothing but advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. With the shadow of a village as his ally, the prospect of unification or forming an alliance, or even serving as a reserve of strength, became significantly more feasible. The sole concern, perhaps, lay in the impoverished state of the Sand Village. Without the relentless efforts of Raza in mining, the Sand Village would likely find itself in an even more dismal plight than depicted in the original narrative. It was imperative to devise a means to elevate their fortunes, a task that presented its own complexities. As he opened the door to the adjacent office, he entrusted the affairs of the root organization, albeit temporarily, to the caregiver Yamanaka Nonu and the newly inducted Uchiha Mikoto. In the mountainous landscape, one hand rested upon the shoulder of the white Zetsu, who was disguised as Danzo. As they vanished from the office using the Flying Thunder God technique, the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud have recently entered a state of stalemate. Although their clashes appear fierce, intelligence reports indicate that both sides have conspicuously synchronized their efforts to temper their assaults. It is clear that they are biding their time, awaiting the conflict between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand to ignite. The bulk of the Sand's forces set forth towards the Rain Ninja Village to rendezvous with the Rock Ninja a mere 8 days prior. With over 3,000 troops attempting to conceal their movements, their pace has become unhurried. By now, they should be nearing their destination. As for the Rock Ninja, despite the lack of precise intelligence returning, one can surmise that Noki, having conspired with the Sand, would not be lagging far behind. The essence of warfare lies in swiftness. Following their convergence, it is anticipated that no more than 2 days will elapse before the front lines at the Leaf's encampment face a direct onslaught. The Kunai, preemptively buried by the Root's shinobi, are poised for action. The scene unfolds in the mountains, where Tuanzong, portrayed by Baiju, after more than a dozen long-distance spatial transfers, directly arrives at an outpost situated less than 50 kilometers from the frontline Konoha camp, disguised as an ordinary ninja squad. The captain of the 2nd Combat Unit of the route, along with his 3 subordinate ninjas, hastily rises and bows upon the sudden appearance of the 2 superiors. What is the situation? In the mountains, the scenery unfolds as the team leader inquires. Currently, the 300 10-man squads have all arrived at their designated hiding spots, and no significant traces of the enemy have yet been detected in the forward direction. What of the 1,000-man encampment at the front? At the request of Lord Jiraiya, the encampment remains under a Level 2 alert status, with routine patrols continuously underway. In the serene mountains, the scenery nods gently. The temporary captain of a small squad consisting of 300 elite ninja, meticulously selected from the core of Konoha, includes the likes of Aburame Shibi, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chg, Hyuga Hisashi, Yumino Irika, Mizuki, Inazuka Tsum, Akimichi Shikaku, Nara Inch, and many others. Regardless of their abilities or prowess, these individuals are worthy of trust. Once the predetermined signal is observed, they can converge on the designated location within an hour, given their positions, to encircle the enemy. With everything in place, all that remains is to await the moment. Shan Zhongjing and the disguised Baiju entered the subterranean stronghold beneath the outpost to rest. Outside the outpost, the sky gradually dimmed as time passed. At 4 in the morning, a series of knocks startled Shan Zhongjing from his slumber. "Come in. Lord Jing, Lord Danzo. Our scouts have just relayed urgent news. The forces from Awagakure and Sunagakure are launching an attack on the frontline camp from the east and west. Lord Jiraiya has summoned 4 large toads and is valiantly resisting. How many enemies are there? An estimated 3,000 or more. Send the signal immediately." Shan Zhongjing rose from his reclined position, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire. With a single hand, he formed a seal, creating a shadow clone. He instructed the clone, under the guidance of Tuanzong, to orchestrate the surrounding of the enemy with the 3,000 scattered leaf ninjas. As for himself, he directly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a location 50 kilometers away at the leaf camp. Upon following the mark of the Flying Thunder God, Shan Zhongjing found himself less than 3 kilometers from the camp, only to be taken aback as he seemingly landed amidst a throng of people. What on earth? Was it not said that Sunagakure and Awagakure would attack the leaf camp from the east and west? Yet here he was, positioned directly to the south. Did they intend to completely sever the retreat route for the leaf ninjas? He observed the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas, each halting in their tracks, their gazes fixated upon him. In the mountains, Jing licked his lips. "Do you believe I merely passed by?" A low voice resonated from the crowd. "Eliminate him." Amidst the clattering sounds, puppets of various shapes lunged toward Jing. With a swift reaction that defied time itself, chaos ensued. In the mountains, the landscape transformed into flowing water through a mystical technique, dispersing the areas poised for attack. Over a dozen uniquely designed puppets, equipped with various sharp blades and mechanisms, whizzed past him, splashing droplets of water in their wake. Although the surrounding dozens of ninjas remained inactive, nearly each one was accompanied by 1 or 2 floating puppets. This was the elite puppeteer squad of Sunagakure, the most vital force wielded by Chiyo. Has that old hag Chiyo already arrived? Wazti had said that she would depart 3 days later than Rasha, bringing along 2,000 reinforcements? No. The voice just now must have belonged to a man. Is it Kaibutsu? He doesn't seem that old. So it must be Rasha? Indeed, he has arrived sooner than anticipated, a stroke of remarkable timing. In the depths of the mountain, Jiang was consumed by a flurry of thoughts, swiftly reaching for the shuriken concealed within his waist pouch. He was poised to unleash a chaotic assault, simultaneously crafting an opportunity for his ally, the spy Yitsong, to become the shadow in the wind. Suddenly, a hushed exclamation echoed among the surrounding puppeteers. "Halt! It is the Kage family of the Mist-Hidden village. They have likely come to gather intelligence, as we have now forged an alliance with the Mist-Hidden." The cacophony of clattering halted abruptly. The more than 10 puppets that were poised to launch a second attack, under the puppeteer's command, froze in place. Various intricate mechanisms subtly targeted Jiang from all angles. Hundreds, if not thousands, of poison saban glimmered ominously under the moonlight. In the mountains, the figure of Yamashita trembled slightly as he glanced at the Konoha Jonin vest draped over him and the forehead protector adorning his arm. A sudden confusion washed over him. "What is this? I was prepared to strike, yet you dare to call me an ally? Is this attire merely for show? Or is it that your ignorance prevents you from recognizing the flying thunder god technique I just executed? Beneath the surface, a faint rumble echoed, and the surrounding puppets began to shift slightly. Magnetic release, sand gold realm technique. Boom, boom. Sharp spikes of sand and gold erupted from the ground beneath Yamashita like bamboo shoots. The voice of Rasha resonated in the ears of all the sand-hidden ninjas. All puppet masters, retreat immediately. This is the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze of the Hidden Leaf Village. He is not an adversary you can contend with. The Puppet Master Brigade, renowned as the elite force of the Sand Hidden, was well-trained and coordinated. Although they could not fathom why their leader, Rasha, would mistake a ninja adept in the art of water transformation for Minato Namikaze, they nonetheless sprang into action, swiftly creating a distance of several dozen meters from Yamashita with the aid of their companion puppets. In the realm of ninja combat, overestimating one's capabilities is the gravest error. If this individual truly possessed the renown of the Golden Flash, it would be sheer folly to engage him directly. Me? Minato Namikaze? How absurd. In the mountains, the scenery transformed through the art of water, erupting into a cascade of droplets that evaded the assault of the magnetic escape and sand gold barrier technique. It coalesced into streams, reconstituting its form upon the ground on the opposite side. Observing Luo Sha emerging from the shadows of the trees, accompanied by the solemn-faced Yi Tsang, one could hardly suppress a sense of incredulity. Was this band of misfits from the sand-hidden village afflicted with collective conjunctivitis? How could they mistake a person not once, but twice? And Yi Tsang, could you not offer a word of caution? This is quite embarrassing for everyone involved. It seemed that Mountain Scene's grievances were palpable. Yi Tsang approached Luo Sha, who stood with arms crossed and an air of haughty indifference, and whispered softly. Luo Sha's proud demeanor faltered momentarily, only to regain its composure in an instant. How could I have mistaken the lapdog of the ninja's dark for a golden glimmer? If you cannot speak, then remain silent. In the mountainous landscape, he tightly grasped the kunai in his hand. Were it not for his recent busyness, his progress in mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia would not have been so sluggish. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Your grandmother is knocking at the door. Open up." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the raging fire within his heart. In the depths of the mountains, Jing's gaze swept over the opposing Rasha with a serious demeanor as he inquired, "Are you married?" A mere pawn of Danzo. What are you trying to convey?" Rasha gestured to the surrounding puppet masters, signaling them to continue their actions and obstruct the retreat of the Konoha ninjas. Beside him, Yekong's facial muscles tensed as he endeavored to maintain his composure. It appears that her position as Wind Shadow is secure. How had he never noticed before the courage that Rasha possessed? In the heart of the mountain, the expression of Shan Zhongjing darkened, his last vestiges of patience evaporating. With a swift motion of his right arm, he propelled a kunai towards Luo Sha while simultaneously forming a hand seal with his left hand. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick sea of mist surged and roiled, rapidly enveloping the forest within a radius of several hundred meters. As time progressed, the fog continued to spread further afield. Regardless of the likes of Karura or Gaara, he resolved to obliterate this foe's ability to speak first. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Luo Sha bellowed, his hands forming seals as he forcefully struck the ground. As he faced Shan Zhongjing, the gold sand beneath began to gather and accumulate, transforming into a torrent of golden sand that surged skyward, encompassing a 100-meter radius. What did it matter that his vision was shrouded by the hidden mist technique? As long as the range of his attack was vast enough, the enemy could not escape, let alone counterattack. Boom! The golden sand surged upward, rapidly forming a mound of gold that constricted tightly toward the center. No screams of agony echoed through the air, nor did Luo Sha hear the sound of bones shattering beneath the pressure. Frowning, he retreated, quickly forming seals once more. Yakura, ascend to the heavens. A seemingly ordinary black kunai sliced through the obscuring fog, appearing before Luo Sha. Recalling his initial mistake of mistaking his opponent for the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze, Luo Sha's expression grew grave. The sand gold that was meant to elevate him above the enveloping mist swiftly transformed into an enormous shield of sand gold. Surging towards the kunai, he absorbed the underground sand gold, fortifying his golden armor. However, Shan Zhongjing did not materialize as Luo Sha had anticipated at the kunai's location. Instead, he became a streak of azure light, shooting past him. Now in sage mode, Shan Zhongjing exuded an aura of terrifying chakra. A blue dragon, formed from the gathered sage chakra, roared ferociously as it clamped down on Luosha's limbs, encased in sand gold. In the next instant, Shan Zhongjing pivoted, driving his elbow forcefully into Luosha's chest. A thunderous eruption of power unleashed from the impact. Luosha, who had been ensnared by the chakra dragon, spewed forth a mist of blood, his form hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through countless trees. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as Shan Zhong glanced at the ethereal azure dragon formed by chakra, its mouth spewing forth golden sand. Realization struck him instantly. That scoundrel, Luosha, had detached the golden sand from his body the moment his limbs were ensnared by the dragon's jaws. Otherwise, under such a blow, it would be improbable for him to be sent flying without sustaining a significant wound to his chest. The golden sand transformed into countless tiny particles, dispersing within the thick mist. The nearly unconscious Luosha, sensing the imminent peril, strained to allow the golden sand to lift him swiftly into the sky. Above, Yitsong stood with his feet planted on the golden sand, arms raised high, a blazing fireball of several meters in diameter coalescing above his head. Yitsong, obliterate him! Luosha spat out, his voice laced with hatred, only to immediately retch a mouthful of blood. His ribs had sustained grievous fractures, one perilously close to piercing his heart. His internal organs were equally battered from the overwhelming force, the excruciating pain threatening to engulf his senses, nearly rendering him unconscious. Very well. Yitsong responded as he observed the attack point indicated by the golden sand. He directed the massive fireball downward with ferocity. Meanwhile, through the mind transmission technique he had established with Shan Zhong amidst the fog, he inquired, "Can you evade it? Should I deliberately misfire a little? Just play your part. If I weren't worried about your predicament, I would have already ascended. Don't blame me if it turns fatal. If I strike too hard. Don't hold it against me. My role as an undercover agent still holds considerable value, does it not?" With a powerful detonation, the fireball erupted at the designated spot indicated by Luosha, unleashing a terrifying heat capable of incinerating any living being in an instant, engulfing the surrounding forest for hundreds of meters. The ground at the explosion's epicenter transformed into a hellish sea of lava, while the edges of the affected forest saw their verdant trees reduced to mere charred remnants. Ashes swirled upwards, and a mushroom cloud of searing heat ascended into the sky. Struggling to maintain his composure, Luosha raised his hand to shield himself with the golden sand against the oncoming inferno. As the tumultuous waves of heat gradually subsided, the surface of his golden sand shield began to show signs of melting. Meanwhile, the sand-hidden puppet master troops, still racing toward the Konoha encampment, marveled at the devastating jutsu unleashed behind them. That unfortunate lackey of the ninja of darkness had truly met a dire fate. Colliding directly with the pride of their sand village, the magnetic Luosha and the blazing Yitsong, faced with the combined might of the two, it seemed unlikely that the unfortunate wretch would leave behind even ashes. "Is he dead?" Luosha gasped, struggling for breath. The recent devastating elbow strike from his adversary had shattered nearly half of his ribcage. Beneath the collapsed chest, his lungs were subjected to severe pressure from shattered bones, rendering each breath a Herculean task. Damn it! How could Konoha harbor such unreasonable monsters? He had just significantly fortified his defenses with gold sand. Yet that adversary had pierced through his sand armor effortlessly. "I don't know, but I suggest we leave quickly. You need immediate medical attention." Yakura shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the still-burning forest below. That individual must have utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. A singular attribute ninjutsu could not adequately counter her expansive scorch-release attack. "Yakura, you assist the Puppet Master unit to impede Konoha's retreat while I return to the camp," Rasha said, straining to support himself on the gold sand beneath his feet, lowering its altitude to enable Yakura to leap to the ground. As for himself, uncertain whether the enemy was dead or had fled via the Flying Thunder God technique, returning directly to the sand-hidden temporary camp from the sky was undoubtedly the wisest choice. This time, the sand-hidden and rock-hidden launched a surprise assault on Konoha from the east and west sides. The rock-hidden, with its superior numbers, bore the brunt of the attack, while the sand-hidden's puppet master unit was tasked with obstructing the enemy's withdrawal. This endeavor not only affected his ambition to ascend to the position of the fourth Kazekage, but also the alliance between the two villages. His current physical condition could no longer sustain high-intensity combat. Appearing on the front line would likely render him a prime target for the enemy's assaults. The subsequent mission relied solely on Yakura. Before Rasha could finish his sentence, the azure-hued chakra emanating from Yamamoto appeared once more above the scorched earth, still ablaze. With his nerves already taut, Rasha exerted himself to elevate their flight. Yukura, in turn, began to unleash his scorch release, summoning fireballs the size of human heads, which swiftly advanced toward Yamamoto's position. Yet, in the next instant, Rasha's expression changed dramatically as he beheld an enemy soaring upward from the ground, deftly evading the scorching fireballs and charging directly at him, causing his heart to skip a beat. The enemy could fly, and far more agilely than the gold sand. Retreat, Rasha commanded, propelling the gold sand beneath him and Yukura in a northwest direction. Whether concerning the alliance with Rock Hidden or the position of the fourth Kazekage, those were matters to contemplate only if they survived. Should he perish, everything would indeed be lost. Furthermore, compared to the unscathed Yukura, any adversary would prioritize attacking him. The wounded. To escape, he needed to rely on Yukura to shield him, delaying the enemy's advance. With a thunderous roar, the scorching fireballs in Yitsong's hands detonated before reaching the figure of Shan Zhongjing. The terrifying heat, capable of instantly turning a high-ranking ninja into a scorched corpse, spread ominously, halting any further pursuit. Luo Sha fixed his gaze on the distorted air behind him, warped by the intense heat, and the cerulean silhouette lingering beyond the zone of inferno, not daring to relax for a moment. Enchantment, moon reading. As Shan Zhongjing felt the piercing gaze of Luo Sha upon him, a smirk crept across his lips as he formed a hand seal. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the night sky. In the fleeting moment of their gaze, 3 full days elapsed within the confines of the mental realm. Luo Sha's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting from their sockets. The golden sand beneath him trembled incessantly, propelling him and Yitsong downwards into the dense forest below. That scoundrel had audaciously conjured the apparitions of Chiyo and eyes within the illusion, torturing him for a relentless 3 days. He endured lashes from a saltwater-soaked whip wielded by eyes until the pain rendered him numb, only to have a sharp blade thrust through the gaps of his ribcage, mercilessly twisting within. After Chiyo poured boiling water over him, she relentlessly scrubbed his flesh with a metal brush until he was devoid of human form, then donned a swimsuit. Her face adorned with a benevolent expression as she forced his eyes open. Cursed scoundrel! Yitsong! Block him! With that, another mouthful of blood erupted from Luo Sha. Supporting himself with one hand, on the verge of collapse, and clutching his seemingly about to explode mind with the other, he lay upon the golden sand, striving to control it and continue their flight forward. All right, Yitsong affirmed. As the golden sand beneath her slightly decelerated, she fell back several meters, aligning parallel with Luo Sha's golden sand. Her figure was compelled to shield Shan Zhongjing directly in front, becoming Luo Sha's human shield. Under the night sky, the silhouettes of the 3 streaked across the horizon like shooting stars. In the mountains, the figure of Shang Zhong glanced towards the direction of the Konoha camp several kilometers away, where various colorful ninjutsu illuminated the surroundings. No longer wishing to delay, he suddenly unleashed his full power, dramatically increasing his flying speed in an instant. He deftly evaded the superficial scorching ninjutsu attack from Yitsong, swiftly closing the distance between them. Magical realm, heaven and earth. As Shang Zhong's words resonated, Yitsong's hand, which was casting ninjutsu, faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned atop the sand gold, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Yitsong! Coughing, Luo Sha, witnessing Yitsong similarly ensnared by the opponent's illusion, was filled with urgency. He raised his left arm to manipulate the sand gold, using the chakra contained within to disrupt Yitsong's chakra flow. Yet, the terrifying figure radiating a green glow had already approached her side in the moment Yitsong fell into the illusion. With a resounding crash, a powerful punch landed squarely on Yitsong's abdomen. Just as she emerged from the illusion, blood erupted from her mouth, and her body was propelled towards Luo Sha. In the mountains, the figure known as Shan Zhongjing raised his gaze to the golden sand, located a mere 10 meters ahead, and broke into a radiant smile. Without waiting for his opponent to relinquish control over the sand beneath Yitsong's feet, he suddenly propelled himself off the glittering surface, accelerating towards the golden sand while raising his left hand to form a series of intricate seals. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Sha closed his eyes, fortifying himself against potential illusions while manipulating the surrounding golden sand to create layers of semicircular shields. The sand, which Shan Zhongjing had leveraged, transformed into golden spears that shot forth towards him. Water release, water severing wave. The sharp, piercing sound of slicing water echoed in his ears, enveloped by the golden sand. Luo Sha hastily opened his eyes, only to witness a slender column of water slicing towards him. Curse be it! The technique that his adversary was about to unleash was not an illusion, but rather a water technique. Straining against the sand, Luo Sha barely managed to evade the fierce onslaught of the water column, his upper body narrowly escaping. Yet, his legs were severed cleanly at the thighs. He felt a slight numbness in his limbs before the pain registered, and his form collapsed onto the sand. To his horror, the water column that had just passed him returned from an overhead angle. Perhaps due to the diminishing power of his opponent's technique, the initially slender column gradually thickened, its cutting speed slowing considerably. In a state of panic, Luo Sha managed to roll away, evading death's embrace. However, his legs, left behind in their original position, and his left arm, which had been slow to react, were mercilessly sliced by the now bowl-sized water column, reduced to mere blood and foam. The explosive sounds of scorching eruptions echoed alongside unfamiliar cries of agony. In that moment of despair, Luo Sha, akin to a survivor glimpsing the dawn, summoned every last ounce of his strength, wildly urging the golden sand beneath him to carry him and Yu Song away at great speed. Feigning the impact of the scorching technique, Shan Zhongjing descended into the dense forest, watching as Luo Sha and Yi Song fled into the distance. 3 of Luo Sha's limbs had been utterly obliterated. Given the current medical capabilities of Sunagakure, timely treatment would likely preserve his life. However, the regeneration of severed limbs or transplantation would be beyond their reach for at least another decade. Having lost both legs and his left arm, Luo Sha found himself unable to move swiftly, with his ability to form seals severely hindered, even if he were to later acquire puppet prosthetics. His overall prowess would diminish significantly, rendering any aspirations of achieving the position of Kazekage impossible. He would be relegated to a relentless mining machine, tirelessly extracting gold from the desert to sustain Sunagakure. Yet, was there truly no alternative? In the midst of the mountains, Jiangjing thoughtfully stroked his chin, reminiscing about the puppet modification techniques of the hidden sand village. If Luo Sha could, much like the scorpion of the red sand, willingly undergo a transformation into a human puppet, it might indeed be possible for him to stage a dramatic comeback and reclaim his position as the shadow of the wind. Should he pursue and completely eliminate the opponent? A significant alteration in the fate trajectory of important supporting characters would shift the progression of the world line, yielding a chance for entry extraction 2, a chance for random associative entry extraction 1, and a chance for entry gifting 1. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in the air. Alongside it came the influx of fate energy, drawn by the blue entry of the fate manipulator. In the mountains, a sense of fortune surged anew within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. Since Luo Sha's fate had been irrevocably altered, it signified that the opportunity to ascend to the position of Wind Shadow had indeed slipped away from him. As for the prospect of undergoing a transformation into a puppet, does it truly matter? The limitations of the puppet are inherent. At best, it merely distinguishes between a merciless mining machine and a more efficient, unfeeling mining apparatus. The scenery in the mountains can effortlessly be deconstructed into a myriad of fragments. Are the supporting characters and the subplots significant? I just revisited the system prompt from earlier. In the heart of the mountains, a gaze flickered subtly, fixated upon the random associative term extraction opportunity at its center. The random associative term extraction opportunity. From the activated terms of the host, a term shall be randomly selected, guaranteed to be associated with the chosen term. It seems the moment to test one's fortune has arrived once more. System, activate the random associative term extraction opportunity. The random associative term natural celestial body has been selected. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple term spirit of ethereal essence. Spirit of ethereal essence. Purple cultivating the spirit through nature, calming the mind, and achieving an almost perfect mastery of the ancient temple's teachings. This technique is deemed most suitable for human cultivation. The transformation of the mind and soul begins, resulting in a significant enhancement of mental strength, resilience, resistance, upper limits, and perceptual abilities, an affinity for natural energy, mastery of celestial arts, and improvements in release speed and effectiveness, as well as an elevation of character, will, and conviction. In the heart of the mountains, his gaze suddenly brightened. He immediately connected to the crimson entry and even extracted a violet one. The crucial aspect was that this item seemed to embody the very essence that he had previously sensed was lacking in the celestial body. System, activate the ethereal spirit. In the tranquil mountain setting, the protagonist pressed their lips together, suppressing the exhilaration within. A torrent of memories related to the cultivation of celestial arts surged into their consciousness. They sought to calm their mind and spirit, envisioning a divine journey, harnessing the natural energies of the cosmos to refine their essence and soul. The previously acquired knowledge of the natural celestial body now resonated harmoniously with the newly infused memories, leading to profound insights through associative understanding. They detected the crimson entry natural celestial body and the violet entry celestial spirit infusion, master of shadow retreat, engrave healer, pondering the possibility of their fusion. Fusion. Although Shan Zhongjing was astonished by the presence of the Dun master and the grave nurse, he exhibited not a hint of hesitation. Memories associated with the cultivation of celestial arts began to race through his mind at an astonishing pace. The natural energies within a radius of several kilometers were drawn towards him, attracted by the aura he emanated. The originally azure glow of the celestial chakra began to merge into the ashen hue of Dun, the verdant green of Dun, and the resplendent golden light of ethereal spirits. Various powers intertwined and fused, continually absorbing new natural energies, gradually transforming into a pitch-black essence. This deep, obscure energy, subtly shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, enveloped Shan Zhongjing. In the next moment, it slowly shed all color, morphing into a pure, colorless white light. In this dance between black and white, his skin, muscles, meridians, bones, and internal organs, which had previously undergone refinement, were once again purified by the regenerating energy of celestial arts. The surging and robust mental force also began to be compressed and refined by this celestial energy. Ichinji. A suppressed groan escaped from the depths of the mountain. It felt as though my soul was submerged in a hot spring, enveloped by a blissful and ethereal sensation. With a mere thought, I could vividly perceive every vein, every bone, and every sinew within me. Unlike the simulated images returned from previous experiences with the zero-frame integration, this was a genuine introspection. Upon completion of the integration, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden title Yin Yang Immortal Master. Yin Yang Immortal Master, gold a fusion of various schools of immortal arts, refining muscles, bones, flesh, and spirit to perfection. Creating a chosen immortal. Mastering the transformations of Yin and Yang, grasping the essence of nature, and enhancing efficiency in learning, researching, improving. And creating Yin-Yang techniques to their utmost limit. Control over Yin-Yang techniques, effectiveness of Yin-Yang arts, bodily restoration, resistance to immortal techniques, and affinity for natural energy are all significantly enhanced. In a normalized immortal state, all attributes are comprehensively and dramatically elevated. Upon recovery from injury, all attributes experience a comprehensive uplift. The system's notification echoed in the air. The peculiar sensation upon my body gradually dissipated in the mountainous landscape, as I waved my hand to conjure a shimmering mirror of water before me. Gazing into its depths, I beheld a figure adorned with a pair of obsidian dragon horns, exuding an enigmatic black radiance, surrounded by a cadre of black dragons formed from ethereal energy. A slight twitch graced the corner of my mouth. This visage, it is undeniably far from that of a virtuous being. With a mere thought, the originally dark ethereal energy transformed into a resplendent pure white. In the mountains, Jing touched the dragon horns that had once again grown slightly on his forehead, as well as the mark on his brow that had expanded a bit. Could this be the little white dragon? He gazed at the detailed description of the golden entry, Yin-Yang Immortal Master, and once more felt the complex array of information gradually clarifying within his mind. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips as he surveyed the mountain scenery. The master of Yin Retreat and the tomb medicine practitioner had seamlessly integrated into the new entries, enhancing his mastery over both ordinary Yin Retreat and Yang Retreat. Moreover, the unique effects originally associated with the tomb medicine practitioner entry remained intact, transforming instead into several forms of additional specialized Yang Retreat techniques that he could wield with effortless finesse. This transformation was evident through the system prompts and the infusion of memories. The myriad of other hidden benefits was equally remarkable, as his mental prowess continued to ascend. The once weary red entry of the traveler began to gradually amplify, rejuvenating his spirit, which had been diminished by more than half through refinement. The potency of the would-release Jinchuriki was inherently linked to the mystical arts of Yang Retreat. Even in the absence of explicit notifications, it was clear that its power was poised to surge once more. A singular path, perhaps, in the heart of the mountains. He felt the surging power within his body as he gently clenched his fist. Unlike before, he needed to unite the energies of nature, spirit, and body to cultivate the chakra of the sage arts, enabling him to enter the sage mode and wield sage techniques. Now, he had liberated himself from the constraints of chakra, effortlessly absorbing the energies of the natural world around him, utilizing them solely to perform the Yin-Yang Sage arts. Such power. The nemesis of the Tsutsuki clan? The smile amidst the mountainous landscape grows ever more radiant. In the original work, merely the various forms of ninjutsu chakra pose a significant threat to the six paths and the Otsutsuki clan. But what if it were transformed into senjutsu energy? Distilled from pure natural energy? Isn't Otsutsuki Kagaya particularly fond of absorbing ninjutsu? Come now, sample my senjutsu and savor its essence. It seems that fortune has been increasingly favorable of late. Upon glancing at the increasingly profound azure aura enveloping him, Shan Zhongjing seized the moment. Capitalizing on his fortuitous streak to employ the two opportunities for word extraction he had recently acquired. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gray entries. Hard landing and overtime ant flow. Hard landing, gray. The Earth's affection is invariably heavy when descending from any height. The likelihood of a failed landing technique, foot slip, misstep, breathlessness, and cramping significantly escalates, while the probability of fractures experiences a modest increase. Overtime ant flow, gray. As long as the Earth does not explode, ant flow takes no holidays. Under the influence of peculiar forces. For every month except the 7 days around mid-cycle, the daily blood loss shall not be less than 20 milliliters, accompanied by various adverse states including abdominal pain, lower back discomfort, chills, pervasive fatigue, and emotional instability. Such misfortune is rarely encountered by the average individual. The expression on the face of the mountain dweller is difficult to articulate. He truly did not anticipate that a slap in the face would arrive so swiftly. Having just proclaimed his recent streak of good fortune, he is now confronted with 2 gray entries. However, for him, gray entries often seem to possess greater utility than their white counterparts. At the very least, when it comes to bestowing gifts. The selection of recipients undoubtedly expands significantly with gray entries. A hard landing is indeed suitable for those in the ninja world who have a penchant for reaching lofty heights. One must possess a robust constitution to endure such a landing. If one's constitution is lacking, suffering multiple fractures could quite easily lead to demise. The overtime lady is also a fine option. Upon encountering Chiyo, he could directly present it to her. Speaking of which, Chiyo appears to be in her 50s. I wonder if she has reached menopause. If she has indeed ceased menstruating, upon suddenly witnessing her own profuse bleeding, would she suspect she has contracted a terminal illness? Wait a moment. This entry merely states that bleeding occurs under the influence of strange powers, yet it does not specify from where the bleeding originates. Good heavens! Upon glancing at his lower body, the figure in the mountain felt a jolt of realization. If he were a man, would he not begin to question the very essence of his existence? Having completed the entry, he sighed. In the midst of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance at the system interface, deftly forming hand seals with one hand, expanding his perceptual range to its maximum extent. Thanks to the perpetual enhancement of the Yin-Yang Sage mode and the profound refinement of his spiritual energy, his mental acuity had reached an even greater magnitude. Instantly, the chakra responses within a 20-kilometer radius surged into his consciousness. Thousands of chaotic chakra signals flooded his mind, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. These chakra responses emanated not only from various ninjas but also included those of summon beasts, chakra-infused tools, explosive tags, puppets, and the ninjutsu they unleashed. It was fortunate that the Source Seer had amplified his comprehension, understanding, and insight. For an ordinary sensing ninja would struggle to process and discern such an overwhelming influx of chaotic information in a short span of time. Within Shan Zhongjing's perception, approximately 5 kilometers away at the perimeter of the Konoha encampment, Jiraiya unleashed his full power against a towering and robust IWA ninja, suspected to be the son of Anoki. Known as Y2. Although his strength surpassed that of his opponent, the IWA ninja excelled in team combat, with several IWA Jonin providing support. A decisive victory remained elusive in the short term. Prior to entering the battlefield, Namake's Minato had prepared 50 specially crafted Flying Thunder God Kunai, which were now scattered across various locations on the battlefield. Minato, transforming into a firefighting hero, incessantly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to assist the Konoha ninjas in barely fending off the relentless attacks from numerous adversaries approaching from the east and west. On either side of the encampment, for large, battle-scarred toads stood, appearing as though they could endure for only a little while longer. Meanwhile, the puppet master unit of Sunagakure had advanced to within 500 meters south of the Konoha encampment during the skirmish between Shan Zhongjing and Ursa. Due to Ursa's earlier large-scale magnetic release jutsu and the expansive scorch release from Yakura, the Konoha ninjas quickly realized they were being encircled on 3 fronts. abandoning their plan to break through to the rear. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, they reorganized their forces and consolidated their strength. To the west, over 1,000 Sunagakure ninjas gathered. To the east, slightly more than 2,000 IWA ninjas. And to the south, a mixed unit of puppet masters and ordinary Sunagakure shinobi, exceeding 500 in number. In the mountains, Yamashita Kei pressed his lips together, having roughly counted the enemies on the battlefield. The combined forces of Awagakure and Sunagakure had dispatched over 3,000 ninjas, not due to a lack of manpower, but because the Konoha camp was limited in size. Despite being two ninja villages that had previously eyed each other with suspicion and hostility, they had formed a temporary alliance out of necessity. However, with limited space for joint operations, an overcrowded field could easily lead to confusion in commands, risking the immediate dissolution of their pact. The strategy of encircling the southern direction while reducing the enemy numbers to the west and leaving the northwest completely open showcased Inoki's astuteness. In the face of an enemy that outnumbered them several times, holding their ground without support would only lead to demise. Thus, Konoha's ninjas would inevitably opt for a breakout. The principle of encirclement, leaving a gap to the north, instilled a glimmer of hope in the Konoha ninjas, inadvertently diminishing their fighting spirit. Moreover, the number of Sunagakure ninjas to the west was half that of Awagakure to the east. Under normal circumstances, the Konoha ninjas would likely shift their breakout direction slightly towards the northwest, aligning with the direction of the Land of Rain. Even if they managed to break through, how many ninjas could evade the relentless pursuit of Awagakure and Sunagakure to make a long detour back to Konoha? A complete annihilation would be preferable to such a scenario. This was a conclusion that Yamashita Kei could deduce from the broader picture. Smart individuals like Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Tsunade could also arrive at similar conclusions. However, if they were to issue a forceful command for the Konoha ninjas to break southward, it would likely instill fear in the hearts of those with wavering resolve, leading to a collapse in morale. Even if Jiraiya and others, leveraging their prestige, managed to organize the troops and successfully break south, both Sunagakure and Konoha would suffer significant losses. They would have decimated a 1,000-strong Konoha unit, while simultaneously weakening Sunagakure's elite puppet master forces. No matter how one calculated it, Inoki would emerge unscathed. Ah, Raza, is your mind filled only with foolish thoughts? How can you still consider yourself the Kazekage? Perhaps you should stick to mining. In the mountains, a sense of frustration welled up within the heart of the observer, whether it stemmed from arrogance or other motives. The end result remained clear. Luosha had fallen into the cunning trap set by Inoki, although it appeared that 500 fewer troops had been lost. A thorough assessment post-battle revealed that, regardless of the outcome, the losses for Sunagakure were undoubtedly far greater than those for Awagakure. Turning his gaze toward the northeastern horizon, 7 kilometers away, he beheld the night sky where the third Tsuchikage, Noki, renowned for his dual prowess, stood with 2 subordinates, seemingly sensory ninjas, at his side. He was poised in the air, quietly observing the battlefield near the Konoha camp. While the motives of this old man remained unclear, whether he was merely training the earth or ensuring its protection, he was undoubtedly wary of any potential upheaval. Yet, should the enemy catch sight of the 3,000 Konoha ninjas encircling from behind, it was inconceivable that they would remain passive. Should one take action against this individual? In the mountainous landscape, his eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly calculated the gains and losses within his mind. 2 kilometers above the eastern front of the Konoha camp, Noki observed the Konoha ninjas, who, despite the joint assault from Sunagakure and Awagakure, continued to endure. His brow furrowed slightly. According to his estimations, under the onslaught of more than 3,000 enemies from the east and west, even with Jiraiya's formidable strength, the Konoha ninjas could hold out for no more than 10 minutes before succumbing to overwhelming odds. At that moment, the puppet master forces from Sunagakure, lurking behind the Konoha ninjas, could inflict a devastating blow. Yet, who could have anticipated that Sunagakure would expose themselves prematurely? Beneath the obsidian shroud of night, he discerned the vast range of magnetic and scorching techniques clearly, even from a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. Moreover, the individual known as the Golden Flash proved to be far more formidable than he had imagined. With an extraordinary mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, he single-handedly impeded the advance of the Konoha ninjas, who were already at a significant disadvantage. Truly, Konoha is a cradle of prodigies. Noki sighed, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. In contrast to the brilliance of Konoha's geniuses, Iwagakure had not seen a standout talent in ages. The steadfastness of the earth style was commendable, yet his abilities could only be deemed adequate. coupled with a complete lack of aptitude for managing the village. Should he inherit the position of Tsuchikage, Iwagakure would likely descend into decline. The deceased prodigies bear no value, or so that Tsuchikage believes. A calm and indifferent voice emerged from beside Noki, spoken by a diminutive ninja adorned with the Iwagakure forehead protector. It was the Mizukage who spoke. Noki nodded slightly, casting a discreet glance at this young man, who was not much taller than himself. Prodigies are not exclusive to Konoha. The fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure before him, along with the individual behind him, whose eyes were concealed by a forehead protector yet could perceive the battlefield with clarity, was also an exceptional genius. Lord Mizukage, Lord Tsuchikage. The enemy that suddenly appeared from the south 2 minutes ago has defeated the Sunegakure's Raza and Yakumo. Raza is gravely injured, while the lightly wounded Yakumo has fled towards the northwest. The ninja, whose eyes were shrouded by the Iwagakure forehead protector, softly reported the situation from several kilometers away. Indeed, as the Mizukage had stated, this foe is an exceedingly perilous adversary. Noki fell silent for a moment, his gaze directed towards the southern expanse of the Konoha camp. Previously, he had managed to suppress the animosity towards the Mist Village and opted for an alliance, primarily due to the overarching considerations of the war situation within the ninja world. As for the intelligence presented by the opposing side, he had maintained a stance of skeptical contemplation. A so-called ordinary Konoha ninja who had inherited the jutsu of the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama pilfered the legacy of the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and clandestinely assassinated the third Mizukage, inciting a conflict between the Cloud and Mist villages, thereby exacerbating the tensions between the Mist and Sand. Could such a scenario truly unfold? This ordinary Konoha ninja, named Yamashita Kei, first infiltrated the roots of Konoha, rising to the position of deputy director, and subsequently, as suspected by the Mizukage, eliminated Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village. He even masqueraded as a member of the Mist's Umbu, deftly casting a shadow of disgrace upon the Mist. The veracity of this intelligence, in his mind, had already approached 50%. Now, that individual had indeed appeared on the battlefield, effortlessly defeating the duo of Rasha and Yakura in a mere 2 minutes. Although Rasha, as the candidate for the fourth Kazekage, was somewhat youthful and inexperienced, his magnetic release sand techniques, bolstered by the support of the scorching release user Yakura, posed a challenge even for Noki to contend with. The facts were laid bare, no matter how obstinate Noki might be. He could not deny that this was indeed a perilous adversary he had previously overlooked. Moreover, this enemy was likely far more formidable and troublesome than the Mist had described. If all went as anticipated, he surmised that this individual would soon make an appearance on the front lines. Could the Tsuchikage not hasten to withdraw the Yellow Earth? The youthful voice echoed once more. The encirclement plan devised by the upper echelons of Konoha may have eluded others. But how could it possibly escape the scrutiny of White Zetsu? With his interference, the number of assailants from the sand and stone villages against the Konoha camp had exceeded the original plan by a full 1,000. Even if Konoha's reinforcements arrived promptly, the disparity in numbers rendered the encirclement plan a resounding failure. Initially, he had merely wished to test the waters, hoping to eliminate a significant figure from Konoha and intensify the conflict between Konoha, sand, and stone. Who could have anticipated that he would hook such a grand prize? In the depths of the mountains, the likes of Yamashita Kei, unable to turn a blind eye to the slaughter of the Konoha ninjas by the Sand Trio, chose to reveal his formidable strength and repelled Rasha and Yakura. This was a fish of the deepest concealment, one that he held in great trepidation. Now that the opponent had made a move, and with Rasha and Yakura having survived and departed, there remained no alternative for them but to directly support the front lines and continue their offensive. The threat posed by hidden foes and those exposed to the light of day is not of the same caliber. Once Noki witnesses the prowess of Yamashita Kei, he will subtly disseminate tales of the latter's past terrifying feats to the other ninja villages. There would be no need for him to do more. Iwagakure, Sunegakure, and even Kumogakure would instinctively conspire to suppress, restrain, and even plot the demise of this formidable adversary, even if they could not eliminate him directly. The ninja world would undoubtedly descend into further chaos. With the combined efforts of the 4 ninja villages, they could maximally constrain their foe. It is at that moment that his true plan could commence. With a whisper of cutting air, Yamashita Kei, having transformed into the form of black luminescence through Sage Mode, retracted the radiant effects surrounding him. Utilizing the abilities of the Silent Walker, he concealed his presence and merged with the shadows. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he traversed the battleground, silently arriving directly beneath Noki and the two Iwagakure ninjas hovering in the sky. Gazing upwards at the towering height of 1,000 meters, he perceived, from close proximity, the exceedingly subtle chakra signatures of the Rinnegan and the tailed beast, which caused him to abruptly halt his ascent. No. How could these two Iwagakure ninjas possess the essence of the Rinnegan and the aura of a tailed beast? Although they had employed some method to obscure their uniquely potent chakra fluctuations, his enhanced sensory abilities, honed through the fusion with the Sage of Yin and Yang, allowed him to discern them even at such a close distance. The presence of the Rinnegan and tailed beast chakra emanated from a figure just slightly shorter than Noki. Was it Kei Yakura? In the mountains, the scenery appeared hazy as he squinted his eyes, yearning to observe the personal panels of the three individuals with the capabilities of a system. However, the distance of 1 kilometer proved to be quite insurmountable. The official height of the stout Yamaki stood at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters, while the sprightly Kuriguchi Yagura measured only 1 meter and 40 centimeters. To his gaze, they appeared no larger than mere specks of dust. It was indeed impossible to discern them. The trio of Mihiko seemed to have been left behind at the mirage. Never mind, that can be addressed later. He fully unleashed the might of the H-Sinin mode. In the heart of the mountains, the figure crouched low, striking the ground with force. With a sudden push of his legs, he transformed into a streak of dark, flowing light, shooting upwards towards the sky, regardless of Black Zetsu's schemes. Eliminating the opponent directly would surely yield no error. A thunderous roar resonated from beneath, sending a chilling wave of terror through the three individuals suspended 1,000 meters above. They hurriedly cast their gazes towards the source of the sound below. Upon a massive, fissured expanse measuring several dozen meters in diameter, a shadow enveloped in swirling black luminescence, accompanied by a piercing shriek, rapidly closed the distance between them. Although the figure in the mountains had undergone considerable changes in both hair color and chakra aura, manifesting an annoying essence of sage techniques, Black Zetsu, forcefully intruding upon Kuratsuchi's consciousness, instantly recognized him. This fellow's perception range exceeded what had been reported. Disguised once more as a Wagakure, Black Zetsu reacted swiftly, realizing where the issue lay. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Kuratsuchi's perception radius extended to 5 kilometers. Given the distance at which he had just engaged in battle with Rasha and Yakura, it was inconceivable that Kuratsuchi would detect their presence. Moreover, since he had exposed his strength before Rasha and Yakura to minimize casualties among the Leaf Shinobi, it was only logical that he would first employ the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the frontline battlefield after the conflict concluded. Even if he became aware of their existence thereafter, he would not easily withdraw in order to ensure that more Leaf Shinobi could survive until reinforcements arrived. The sudden appearance of Kuratsuchi here could only mean that he had discovered them first, perceiving them as a greater threat than the Iwagakure and Sunagakure forces below. Black Zetsu's previous actions were not aimed at reducing the casualties of the 1,000 men, but rather to ensure their endurance until aid arrived, preventing a complete rout. Curse be the thought. He should have anticipated this. This individual, possessing the power to eliminate the elderly Uchiha Madara, could not possibly remain subordinate to Shimura Danzo now that he had infiltrated the route. Perhaps Danzo had already become his puppet. The list of 1,000 decoys was likely drafted with his involvement. How significant could those included in such a list truly be? The master of concealment always relishes revealing a fraction while hiding the rest. Using a tone of a seasoned veteran, Noki lectured the nearby Karasuma Yagura. Casting a sidelong glance at the battlefield within the Konoha encampment, he smirked inwardly. Days prior, he had learned from Yagura that the 1,000 Konoha shinobi were merely bait thrown out by Konoha. He had feigned ignorance about Sunagakure's sudden assault on the Konoha base, believing he could deftly consume this bait without incurring significant losses. Even if reinforcements from Konoha arrived, the disparity in numbers would only lead to a protracted stalemate. The fallen Konoha and Sunagakure shinobi would not be resurrected. Now, with this unexpected enemy opting not to support the battlefield but instead seeking them out directly, it would be prudent to attempt to detain them while the Mizukage was present. Even in failure, it would provide an opportunity to gauge the opponent's capabilities. Naka's form floated through the air, his hands raised before him. As chakra surged and coalesced, a translucent cube emanating a faint white glow rapidly took shape. He aimed it at the figure rushing through the mountains. Whether the Mizukage possessed the means to restrict the enemy's movements, the most effective approach against such an adversary was to unleash their most formidable techniques for a decisive strike. Leave it to us, he declared. After a moment of silence, Yagura nodded slightly and gestured towards the figure beside him, who had his forehead protector obscuring his eyes. The figure, a flying Fei, descended beneath them. He formed hand seals, and a plume of chakra smoke billowed forth. A mist ninja, similarly blindfolded and adorned with peculiar black rods, materialized beside him, without a word exchanged. This summoned mist ninja spread his hands downward. Universal pull. A terrifying force erupted from his being. The speed of the mountain's figure surged uncontrollably, doubling once more. After a brief moment of gathering strength, a Fei forcefully thrust both hands downward, condensing chakra into a dense black sphere and propelling it towards the mountain figure, which was now less than 100 meters away. The earth-shattering star. A terrifying gravitational force erupted from the black sphere. In the howling wind, the mountain figure clapped his hands with tremendous force. A potent surge of sage technique chakra poured forth. Amidst the rising clouds of chakra, countless roots and branches erupted around him. In sage mode, even in the skies far removed from the earth, as long as he utilized a few cells as seeds, he could still wield the power of wood release. The forest surged and roiled, rapidly proliferating. The horrific suction of the earth-shattering star continuously drew in the wildly growing roots and branches. In the mere blink of an eye, the earth-shattering star transformed into a colossal wooden sphere several dozen meters in diameter. Wood release, wood clone. In the midst of the mountains, the scene unfolds as two hands clap together. Numerous wooden clones, conjured in a state reminiscent of celestial beings, materialize from various points on the surface of a colossal wooden sphere. In unison, they initiate the power of wood release, causing the already substantial wooden sphere to inflate exponentially within an instant. The wooden clone positioned directly above the sphere finds itself a mere 10 meters away from Noki and Kei Kiyagura. Wood release. Naka's expression reflects sheer disbelief and horror. Initially, he had been wary of the mist ninja manipulating gravity and unleashing an enigmatic black orb. However, upon witnessing the wood release, his heart was consumed by sheer dread and trepidation. Having witnessed the overwhelming might of the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he comprehends all too well what wood release signifies. It embodies a power capable of dominating an entire era. Quickly, the voice of Korezetsu, having overtaken Kei Kiyagura's consciousness, urges urgently. With a swift motion, he slaps his right hand against the storage seal on his left arm. As chakra billows forth, he grasps a staff adorned with green blossoms. Chakra surges within him, and he slightly shifts his stance, half concealing himself behind a Fei. His gaze fixated on the colossal wooden sphere and the wooden clone wearing a look of delight atop it. Suddenly awakened by Kurizetsu's warning, Noki discards contemplation. He thrusts the white cube, which he has been charging in his palm, toward the direction of the wooden sphere. Dust release, disintegration technique. The white cube is unleashed, instantly creating a barrier between the wooden clone and the others, now just a breath away. A terrifying resonance reverberates through the air, akin to space trembling. The dust release, disintegration technique swiftly expands into a massive cube, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, enveloping a significant portion of the area centered around the celestial collision. Everything within its grasp is reduced to atomic particles. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the wooden sphere leaves remnants of wood release clinging to several edges of the cube. Alongside the two wooden clones still sporting radiant smiles, a Fei forms hand seals. Amidst the rising chakra smoke, 5 puppets identical to the mist ninja previously summoned materialize beside him. Behind him, Kurizetsu, having seized Kei Kiyagura's consciousness, channels the chakra of the three tails, transforming into a half-tailed beast form, its body radiating a fierce crimson hue. With a swift motion, 2 wooden clones, enveloped in swirling black senjutsu chakra, dart forward, swiftly reaching the path obstructed by the 6 paths clones. 2 colossal sage art, super giant Rasengan, each several meters in diameter, surge toward the 6 paths clones. Noki, Kurizetsu, a Fei. The battle has intensified. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, just as he soared into the sky, a resounding slap against the ground left behind the mark of the flying thunder god. With one hand shielding his eyes, he gazed up at the tumultuous battle above, his lips nearly stretching to his ears in a grin. Upon recognizing the identity of Kajitsun Yagura, he initially speculated that the opponent might be under the control of either the Rinnegan or the Sharingan. However, upon rushing forward, he was able to perceive, from a distance of several dozen meters, the effects of his instantaneous reflexes and the capabilities bestowed by the system. He discerned 3 figures, astonishingly revealing 5 distinct interface entries. The presence of Noki was indeed authentic. Kajutsun Yagura was genuinely Kajutsun Yagura. Furthermore, Kurizetsu had taken possession of Kajutsun Yagura, who was under the influence of the Sharingan. Even the figure beside him, the one known as Kisame Hashigaki, whose face was partially obscured by his forehead protector, exhibited strange, gill-like organs, indicating that he too was under the control of a Bido. The Rinnegan in the opponent's eyes was undeniably genuine. Thus, he acted without hesitation. Employing Sage Art would release to evade. Noki, Kurizetsu, Abido, along with the controlled Kajutsun Yagura, represented a formidable quartet. Had it not been for the rapid onset of Naka's dust release, which instilled within him a profound sense of peril, he would have risked lingering in the air. Who knows, Kurizetsu might have already claimed victory. The destructive power of dust release. In the mountains, Kage licked his lips and formed a hand seal, summoning a dozen wooden clones that surged forth from behind him, following the marks left by the flying thunder god technique at his waist. Two of the clones vanished from sight. As a practitioner of the advanced bloodline limit, he wielded the power of dust release, which, despite its significant drawbacks such as high consumption, prolonged charging time, and singular functionality, possessed an overwhelming offensive capability. In the original narrative, the technique for stripping limits had once obliterated Madara's 25 wooden clones, manifesting Susanoo with a single strike. He had already stepped into the realm of bloodline elimination with his wood release, yet he could hardly withstand this technique for even a few seconds. Coupled with the acute sense of danger he felt when targeted by dust release, even in his sage mode, he realized that lacking a bit of sage chakra rendered him vulnerable to the devastating absorption abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, it was likely that no opponent would dare to face him head-on. As he descended, he found himself less agile than in the air. Kurizetsu, surrounded by crimson-tailed beast chakra, was still struck with excruciating pain from a kick delivered by a wooden clone in sage mode, nearly sent flying out of Gord's body. Shinra Tensei, Afyu, controlling a member of the Kiri clan, forcefully propelled two clones, one wielding a ninja blade and the other casting a water release, spiraling sphere, into the fray. With 6 paths of clones encircling himself and Kurizetsu, they struggled to contain the numerous wooden clones that soared around them, unleashing various sage techniques, forming hand seals. He canceled the buoyancy affecting him and Kurizetsu, gripping Kurizetsu firmly. With a sudden thrust towards the ground, he unleashed the universal pull with all his might. With a sharp sound of slicing air, Kurizetsu and Afyu pursued the large wooden figure that had previously descended using earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Afyu vaguely perceived a gathering light in the hands of the large wooden figure. His battle instincts compelled him to grasp the large wooden figure's clothing with his free left hand. The three plummeted rapidly, while the dozen or so wooden clones relying on sage techniques to fly could not catch up in time. Gazing down at them from the ground, Kage needed no further words from Afyu or Kurizetsu. The experienced large wooden figure forcefully pushed down the gathered dust release in his hand. Dust release, original world stripping technique. A cylindrical pillar of dust release, arriving in an instant, pierced through Kage's chest. Yet, the faces of the three bore no signs of joy. For the opponent's body had already begun to transform into a wooden form. Damn it, is there truly no technique to distinguish wooden clones? Heijue and Noki simultaneously cursed inwardly. Noki clasped his hands together, raising them downward as he cast the earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique once more, reducing the descent speed of himself and his companions. A Fei revealed his Rinnegan, previously obscured by his forehead protector, and unleashed Shinra Tensei against the ground, using repulsion to counteract the trio's falling momentum. The earth within 100 meters around them violently collapsed several meters downward. In the blink of an eye, Heijue, a Fei, and Noki safely alighted on the ground. Name: Heijue. Occupation: filial son. Attributes: Inyan creation, red; mental strong control, purple; millennium scheme, purple; maternal rescue aspiration, blue; living encyclopedia, blue; superlative acting skills, blue; adhering to nature, blue; unwavering determination, blue; maternal affection, white; love deprivation, gray. Show me the scalp, will you? Impressive indeed. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he appeared directly beside the mountain scene where the wood clone had been slain by dust release. However, upon merely catching a glimpse of the scalp of the kumquat Yagura, the opponent had already vanished underground, entirely concealed by his diminutive stature. Just as Noki prepared to engage, he noticed his comrade fleeing and reacted promptly, employing earth release, earth dragon hidden technique to burrow into the earth. In the heart of the mountains, a sudden striking motion of both hands against the ground was executed. It had been anticipated that the three individuals would lack the flying speed and agility of the wooden clone, thereby inevitably choosing to confront him upon landing. Seizing the opportunity while the trio engaged with the wooden clone in the skies, he had already harnessed the power of the wood release through sage techniques, triggering an intricate network of roots infused with sage chakra beneath the Earth's surface, effectively sealing off their escape routes. Indeed, the abilities of Korezetsu and Afei allowed them to traverse freely through the earth and trees. However, the enchanted trees imbued with sage chakra would pose a formidable barrier for them. Sage art would release, flowering tree realm. A cataclysmic rumble echoed as the ground within a 1,000-meter radius surged and rolled, countless massive branches and roots rising from below, uprooting the soil above, and sprouting into towering trees. Daimu, unable to withstand the force, broke free from his earthen dragon concealment, observing the surrounding colossal trees that continued to grow. He forced himself to maintain composure. Swiftly maneuvering to evade the strikes, binds, and entanglements of roots and vines, he formed hand seals, channeling the power of dust release once more. Dust release, original world separation technique. The destructive force of dust release obliterated everything into atomic states, causing towering trees to crash to the ground. Daima desperately fled toward the perimeter of the tree realm. Yet, the fallen trees seamlessly merged with others, growing ever more vigorous and lush. Additionally, wooden clones materialized slowly from these trees. In his path lay Korezetsu and Afei, who emerged from the disintegrating earth, trapped with no means of escape. Afei grasped Korezetsu with one hand, shielding him behind, while extending the other toward the direction of Yamashita's position. Shinra Tensei. A cacophony erupted as countless sturdy branches and trees collapsed, propelled by the overwhelming repulsion of the Rinnegan, sweeping forth a torrent of debris, splintered wood, fallen leaves, and twisted vines toward Yamashita. Witnessing this scene, Yamashita's expression darkened. It was clear to him that Korezetsu and Afei were apprehensive of suffering the same mysterious attack that had befallen Uchiha Madara. At that time, Madara's Sharingan had vanished without a trace, and even after transplanting Hashirama's cells, the sage body had inexplicably lost much of its potency. Despite the lack of understanding regarding the principle, Korezetsu's cautious nature would never allow him to underestimate this technique. Grapefruit Ichang, do you dare to show yourself for a moment? In the mountains, Shanjongjing cursed fiercely, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. He appeared directly to the east of Korezetsu, having traversed the mark left by the wooden clone. This ancient being, having lived for a millennium, had quickly grasped the implications of the words spoken by his adversary after being lifted by Afyu and narrowly avoiding direct eye contact with Shanjongjing. With a voice filled with resentment, he exclaimed, "I have a mother. What I meant was for you to walk Mizukichi as the shadow of a village. Do you not possess the courage to face your enemies?" Noki leaned slightly, his gaze grave as he observed the encroaching army of shadow clones, attempting to stir the fighting spirit of Kirigane Shikura. The strength of their opponents surpassed all his expectations. Such unparalleled power could only be likened to the reincarnations of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. However, he was no longer the weakling who had once needed every ounce of courage just to raise his head before Uchiha Madara. He was the master of dust release, the inheritor of the position of Tsuchikichi, a man known as the Two Heavenly Balance. As long as Mizukichi, the host of the Three Tails, could muster the courage to confront the enemy, and as long as his equally formidable subordinates ceased to cower and think only of fleeing, they were not entirely devoid of the strength to battle their foes. The Tsuchikichi was right. As the Mizukichi, he should not be so timid. Humph. Soon, I shall resign. Noki felt darkness envelop him, his chest heaving violently as he nearly succumbed to a fit of blood. Was this truly human speech? Had the people of Kirigane perished completely? How could such a person be allowed to become Mizukichi? It was a disgrace to the five Kages. Korezetsu, possessing Kirigane Shikura, did not even cast a glance at Noki. If Shanjongjing had not possessed that eerie power that suddenly stripped him of certain abilities, he would have long since released the constraints on Kirigane Shikura and the Three Tails, allowing them to fully transform into their tailed beast forms and charge forth without the need for Naka's ramblings. However, just before he had burrowed underground, that chilling sensation of dread and Shanjongjing's persistent desire to face him squarely indicated that the enemy intended to employ the very technique previously used against Uchiha Madara. Moreover, that technique posed an extreme danger to him. Was it some form of sage technique? Korezetsu's thoughts raced. In theory, sage techniques could only inflict damage on a being like him, who was composed of yin and yang release, without the ability to directly kill. Yet, theory is but theory. Over the millennia, The ninja world has been rife with all manner of secret arts and techniques. Who could say whether a new variety might suddenly emerge? If something were to happen to him, what would become of Mother? Black Zetsu curled itself into a tight ball, concealing itself behind a Fei, poised to leap from the arrow store onto a Fei at any moment. The silhouettes of 6 clones descended from the heavens, swiftly converging beside Black Zetsu and a Fei. With 6 identical pairs of Rinnegan eyes fixated on the figure of Yamashita Kei in the mountains. Meanwhile, under Black Zetsu's cue, a Fei continuously manipulated the 8,000 spear marks left by Yamashita Kei through the chakra within his body. Although the member of the Kakashi clan he possessed was endowed with a significant amount of chakra and had a decent physique, it paled in comparison to Nagato, who boasted the remarkable Uzumaki lineage and prodigious talent. Even with the augmentation of his own power, he could barely unleash a fraction of the Rinnegan's might. To harness greater strength, the sole option remaining was to allow Yamashita Kei to utilize the abilities of the 8,000 spears to channel a portion of the chakra from the 100,000 white Zetsu. On the other hand, Noki turned to glance at Kei Yuzuyagura and his nearby subordinates. Just as he was about to provoke them further with words, he suddenly noticed the exposed eyes of one of the subordinates, devoid of the forehead protector. Those violet orbs, adorned with rippling patterns, were they the legendary eyes that controlled life and death, the Sage of 6 Paths Rinnegan? As a tempest of emotion surged within Noki, he felt a renewed urge to curse. How could his subordinate possess such a power while he himself dared not show his face, exuding an air of readiness to flee at any moment? Wait, Noki paused, his gaze drawn to the swirling black light enveloping Yamashita Kei, as well as the ferocious, roaring dragon that surrounded him. Observing the towering trees swaying ominously, as if demons had descended, he acknowledged that while his teammates were indeed formidable, the adversary was even stronger. This was not merely a matter of power, it was also about courage and will. Even with the Rinnegan, how much could a coward accomplish with immense strength? Moreover, a figure like Yamashita Kei, who could rival the first Hokage, alongside the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. In the recently seen Namake's Minato, the overall number of Awagakure ninjas may not match Konoha's, but their elite combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. He feared that if he were to meet his end here today, who would shoulder the responsibilities of the Tsuchikage for the vast Awagakure village? Truly, he lamented his folly in forming an alliance with Kirigakure. Cursing inwardly, Noki shifted his stance slightly, distancing himself from Kei Yuzuyagura and his companions, and addressed Yamashita Kei, saying, "Your Excellency, there is, in fact, no insurmountable enmity between Awagakure and Konoha." As these words left his lips, Black Zetsu was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Noki. Was this old man truly considering defection? In the midst of the mountainous scenery, Shang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, equally astonished. He truly did not anticipate that the obstinate old man from the original narrative would change his stance so swiftly. Was it not during the Fourth Great Ninja War that this individual remained resolute, encouraging the other Kage to stand firmly against Uchiha Obito? What is the current situation? Absent the invigorating presence of Gaara and Naruto, has he succumbed from the very beginning? Or is it that in the original work, it was only due to Uchiha Obito's ruthless actions, where everyone faced certain death, that this man fought with all his might to resist? Foolish old fool. Does he really believe the opponent would acquiesce? Kurizetsu scoffed derisively. As he swiftly pondered how to prolong the situation, he simultaneously cursed Uchiha Kakashi vehemently in his mind. Logically speaking, with Uchiha Kakashi's mastery over the 8,000 spears, the chakra reinforcement should have arrived by now. Yet, there has been no sign of it. What on earth is wrong with that fellow? In truth, Iwagakure and Konohagakure could collaborate and jointly assault Kirigakure. Although the land of water is not particularly vast, it is rich in resources. Anoki's mind was racing as he eloquently narrated his freshly conceived strategy. A buzzing, semi-transparent crimson barrier arose, extending beyond the reach of the blossoming tree realm. The surface of this pillar-like barrier was entwined with countless crimson flames, obstructing the entrance of all external individuals and energies. Senjutsu, for Crimson Sun formation. This barrier, requiring the combined chakra of 4 ninja of Kage-level strength, had instantaneously sealed off the space where everyone was located. Kurizetsu's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he glimpsed through the barrier's glow the colossal trees birthed from the blossoming tree realm, continuously dispersing strands of Senjutsu chakra. These invisible Senjutsu chakras formed a gossamer veil, effectively preventing a vast influx of chakra from the heavens. Damn it! This individual had long been aware of Uchiha Kakashi's existence and had already devised countermeasures. In the ninja world, we only need one ninja village. But I believe having multiple Kage could be advantageous. What do you think, Suchikage? In the heart of the mountain, the figure of Yamashita Kei stood with arms crossed over his chest, a radiant smile gracing his face, as if victory were already within his grasp. The barrier capable of withstanding the Ten-Tails Beast Ball had already formed. The power of Uchiha Kei Hachi's spear was completely obstructed, eliminating the need for him to covertly manipulate the surrounding trees to emit vast amounts of Senjutsu chakra for defense. Should Black Zetsu manage to escape, he vowed to demonstrate his fury in a most unforgiving manner. As for Noki, he had captured Black Zetsu, and the man would do well to comply, bringing along the thousands of shinobi from a Wagakure to lend their service. Should he resist, there would be no choice but to unleash would release to lay waste to the land, with a sardonic quip to follow. Naka's expression turned grave as he cast a sidelong glance at the figure of Kei Yatsukawa. He had not anticipated that Yamashita Kei truly harbored such grand ambitions. In a world where only one shinobi village existed, even if the positions of Tsuchikage, Tsukage, Reikage, and Fkage were preserved, they would amount to little more than hollow titles devoid of real significance. The true authority lay with the Hokage. If he, as Tsuchikage, were to acquiesce to such terms, how could he face the spirits of his predecessors or the brave Awagakure shinobi who had fought for their village? Moreover, this individual, Yamashita Kei, was far too arrogant and underestimated the strength of their village. If only today as Elder Zetsu and Han had been present. With the combined might of the Four Tails and Five Tails, even if they could not triumph, they would never find themselves in such a precarious position. Curse be the Hidden Mist Village. Curse be Kei Yatsukawa. If there were any semblance of decency, they would not have placed him in such a dire predicament. A bitter resentment festered within Noki, a feeling he could neither swallow nor expel, wishing desperately to strike down Kei Yatsukawa beside him. Yet, he understood that should he lay a hand on Kei, refusing Yamashita Kei's demands, he would likely not leave this barrier alive. And if he were to perish, who would shoulder the weight of a Wagakure's fate against this formidable foe? Soon enough, it seemed a Wagakure would be the first village to be assimilated. I, of the Hidden Mist Village, am the first to support your endeavor to unify the 5 great shinobi villages. As long as you grant me but a small request, I shall immediately lead the Hidden Mist Village, in my capacity as the 4th Mizukage, to merge with Konoha, under Black Zetsu's influence. Kei Yatsukawa's thoughts raced as he spoke first. For a millennium, his objective had remained simple: to rescue his imprisoned mother. The fate of the shinobi world or the 5 great villages had never concerned him. What difference would merging with Konoha make? The more powerful one becomes, the greater the thirst for even greater strength. As long as this individual possessed the powers of the Sage of 6 Paths and felt even the slightest curiosity, he would still have the opportunity to unravel the seal binding his mother. Forgive me, but until you are dead, my heart shall remain uneasy. Upon hearing the words of Black Absolute, the figure in the mountains let out a cold laugh, no longer casting a glance at the solemn-faced Yimu beside him. With a resounding clap of his hands, the earth began to tremble violently. Gigantic roots, buried deep beneath the ground, erupted forth, stretching once more towards the heavens alongside the surrounding trees. A pained roar emanated from the mouth of Kurizumi Yakumo, who, aware of his inability to escape easily, had no choice but to take a desperate gamble and fully unleash the seals upon Yakumo's body. The chakra of the 3 tails surged forth like a tempest. In an instant, it overwhelmed and crushed countless trees, coalescing into the towering form of the 3 tails, standing several dozen meters high. Taking advantage of the chaos, Afei reclaimed the power of the Rinnegan that had been dispersed among his 6 paths. He swiftly retreated, positioning himself beneath the belly of the 3 tails, while Black Absolute detached from Kurizumi Yakumo and shifted his attention to him. Afei pressed one hand against the abdomen of the 3 tails, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan to voraciously absorb the opponent's chakra. With his other hand outstretched, he unleashed the most formidable Rinnegan technique at his disposal, the summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. The colossal Outer Path Golem, towering over the 3 tails by more than tenfold, forcefully hurled the frenzied 3 tails into the air. The 10 eyes atop its massive head were tightly shut, and as it roared, a tremendous wave of sound surged forth, carrying countless vines and broken timber in all directions. Its arms swung wildly, causing innumerable towering trees to snap and collapse. The immense figure rose from the ground, bending its body as it stood, and brandished its arms, lunging towards the nearby golden red sage art. for Crimson Yang formation. Sage art, wood release, for great kings. Helping the elderly lady cross the street. In the heart of the mountains, I whimsically concoct names for ninjutsu. Just moments ago, a colossal tree, having broken through the earth, intertwined with the surrounding foliage, stretched skyward. Its vast branches swiftly transformed into 4 formidable figures, each embodying a fierce dragon, their wrathful eyes glaring. They surged forth from the periphery of the barrier, charging towards the outer path as monstrous form. With a forceful shoulder thrust and a calculated kick, they engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately pinning the creature against the forest floor. Although the individual size of the 4 enhanced wooden warriors fell short of the outer path's gargantuan frame, tenfold larger than even the Three Tails, their united strength was far beyond what a mere shell of the 10 Tails could withstand. The earth trembled as the floral realm descended, giving rise to a tumultuous forest. It manifested as expansive lotus petals, swirling with hues of gold and crimson, accumulating in layers. A towering lotus platform, over 1,000 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground. This platform, constructed entirely from wood release, was entwined with countless twisted branches, ensnaring the fallen outer path creature as if it were mired in a quagmire. Roar, accompanied by the monstrous roar of the outer path. Its limbs were forcibly twisted by the overwhelming power of the wooden release. 2 figures resembling fierce guardians seized the creature's arms, bending them back and securing them tightly against its chest. Meanwhile, the other 2 warriors, one positioned before and the other behind, thrust the outer path creature onto the lotus platform. Celestial technique, wood release, the great embrace of the lotus. In the depths of the mountains, Shan Zhongjing clapped his hands, unleashing a torrent of celestial chakra that surged forth like a river breaking free from its dam. 4 wooden figures raised their hands high, each palm emblazoned with a colossal character signifying seed, which they forcefully struck upon the outer demon's effigy. A resonating hum emanated, spreading the unique power of his technique. The once struggling outer demon fell into an eerie silence, unresponsive to any attempts from the concealed Fey to provoke a reaction. With no other option, he broke free from the outer demon, darting towards the overhead formation of the 4 red suns in a desperate bid for survival. In an instant, Shan Zhongjing's figure appeared atop the highest wooden figure, employing the flying thunder god technique. He observed several meters away as a Fei and Heiju continued their futile struggle, and inwardly addressed the system. System, strip Heiju of the yin-yang creation entry. As the words left his lips, a black light, visible only to Shan Zhongjing, swiftly penetrated Heiju's form. No. The sound that escaped Heiju's lips was a haunting, inhuman wail. His dark essence, now shrunk to the size of a palm before a Fei, billowed forth like smoke and hot oil, uncontrollably detaching itself from him. The aura of yin-yang escape at the 6 paths level rapidly dissipated. Within mere seconds, this mastermind behind a millennium of conflict was reduced to a mere wisp of pure chakra, dissolving into the ether. With the premature elimination of one of the villainous boss figures, the trajectory of the world line experienced a significant alteration, yielding 2 opportunities for entry duplication, 1 opportunity for red entry enhancement, 3 opportunities for entry extraction, 3 opportunities for entry gifting, 1 opportunity for entry demotion, and 2 opportunities for entry reset. As the system notification chimed, an influx of fate energy surged towards Heiju, quickly transforming into a rich luck aura that enveloped Shan Zhongjing, elevating his previously azure luck to a deep violet hue. High in the sky, the moon bore witness as Kagaya Otsutsuki, confined within the seal, struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Her pale, ethereal visage reflected a glimmer of sympathy and affection. With delicate hands crossing before her, she gently brushed her sleeves and sighed softly. Moments later, under the influence of the seal, she succumbed once again to slumber. What a colossal revelation! The diminutive Heiju is worth more than even Madara. Is that correct? In the mountains, Jing cast a glance at the recent system notification, nearly splitting his sides with laughter. 2 opportunities to copy entries, and 1 chance to elevate a red entry. Not random, but a chance to select and designate the red entry for enhancement. This. Black Zetsu, had I known you were so opulent, I would have taken down Uchiha Madara last time. Why not seize the moment to incapacitate you while you were oblivious? Thud. A heavy, muffled sound resonated, accompanied by the unmistakable crack of bones emanating from the spot where Black Zetsu once stood. It was then that Akatsuki's Deidara, who had been fleeing with Black Zetsu, upon witnessing his demise, harnessed the power of the Rinnegan and audibly knelt in midair. One could easily surmise that his knees were utterly ruined. Who taught you to wield the Rinnegan in such a manner? In the mountains, a figure cloaked in darkness gazed at the slowly descending Afyu at his side. Kneeling mid-air with his Rinnegan activated. What peculiar behavior? Has no one taught him proper conduct? Alas, Lord Jing, should you take his life, you would be absolved from mine. It was he who orchestrated everything. Afyu lamented, his visage a portrait of despair, dramatically gesturing with both hands toward the spot where Black Absolute had just vanished. Before Jing could utter a word, Afyu resumed his wailing. I have only lived for 2 years. I know nothing. Lord Jing. I have yet to savor a delicious meal or even experience the simple act of relieving myself. Woe is me. He seldom allows me to speak. He forbids me from moving. My plight is unbearable. Despite being quietly suspended in the tree for so long, what harm is there in wanting to converse or to fidget? Oh dear, I've digressed. Lord Jing, he is the one manipulating me. I cannot resist. He possesses the power to control all white absolution. Such disjointed and rambling utterances continued to pour forth. In the mountains, the protagonist grew weary of listening to the other's idle chatter. Instead, he focused on the fluctuating strands of fate emanating from his opponent, utilizing the abilities bestowed by the blue text of the Fate Weaver. The pale blue aura of destiny wavered continuously, at times deepening in hue, while at others it seemed poised to descend into a verdant shade. This was the first occasion he had witnessed so vividly the undulations of another's fate after having disrupted the trajectory of the world's timeline. The oscillations were erratic, sometimes elevated, sometimes diminished. Did this mean that his forthcoming choices would ultimately dictate the direction of the other's destiny? If he were to eliminate a Fei now, how would the rewards be calculated? In the mountainous realm, Jing furrowed his brow slightly, already poised to unleash his power and test the waters. Fei sensed the chilling aura of impending death emanating from him. Without hesitation, he plunged his fingers into his own eyes, forcibly extracting both of his Rinnegan. As he threw them towards Jing, his body, still maintaining a kneeling posture, began to plummet towards the ground, having lost the strength granted by his Rinnegan. Oh, great one. May I accompany you? I assure you, I am quite useful. I don't even require food or spend any money. Name, Fei occupation, attendant attributes, outer path anomaly, purple. Limit break amplification, purple, 5 elements transformation, blue, grass and wood bonding, blue. Energy devourer, green. Comedian, white. Eccentric, white. Free flight, gray. In the mountainous landscape, a black dragon. Conjured from the ethereal chakra of celestial arts, surged forth, clutching 2 blood-stained Rinnegan eyes. Observing the descending figure of Ah Fei, a subtle frown creased his brow. A servant? Previously, he had merely glanced at the profile interface of Black Zetsu and his companions, without delving into the details. Now, upon revisiting Ah Fei's personal interface, he discerned a profession that set him apart from the ordinary soldiers of White Zetsu, his gaze lingering on the Rinnegan at his side. In the mountainous landscape, Shan Zhongjing temporarily abandoned the plan to eliminate his opponent directly. After all, the scene offered more than just one opportunity for experimentation, as the fate of Ah Fei, who was being pressed upon the head by the citrus arrow of Sanwei-ji, was equally tumultuous. Contemplating this, Shan Zhongjing formed a single-handed seal. From the wooden figure's body, a vine as thick as an arm shot forth, catching the plummeting Ah Fei and hoisting him firmly atop the wooden figure's head. Oh dear, I'm alive. Lord Jing is indeed a noble soul. From now on, I shall follow you, exclaimed Ah Fei with a comical flourish of his arms. His body transformed into strange, blossoming white vines, detaching from the nearly lifeless body of Dan Akishin Shah. With both eyes gone and his knees shattered, the once vibrant Dan Akishin Shah, whose life force had long been drained by the reincarnation eye, lay rigidly atop the wooden figure's head and breathed his last within mere moments. In the serene mountains, the scenery beheld the ordinary eye of a Fei, causing a subtle twitch at the corner. It seems that when this fellow knelt, he did not use his own knees. And when he gouged out eyes, he did not touch his own. You truly are a clever little rascal. A significant alteration in the fate of a well-known supporting character, with a slight interference in the progression of the world line, has resulted in the acquisition of 1 purple attribute conversion card. The purple attribute conversion card, it allows for the transformation of any level attribute into a purple attribute. Upon hearing the system prompt, the figure in the mountains immediately turned their gaze towards the singular black entry on their system interface. It was a dismal struggle, akin to a battle amidst refuse. Within the realm of conceptual entries, this particular entry possessed an absurdly powerful effect, yet it had never been employed even once. There was no need to use it against the weak. When confronting formidable adversaries from the ninja realm, their current strength was more than sufficient. As for those seemingly indestructible beings of extraordinary power, they could simply strip the entry away. Was it not preferable to downgrade the entry? The scenery in the mountains was already splendid, and now it had improved even further. My gaze towards Ah-Fei softened considerably. I noticed that the faint green aura of fate he had previously possessed was now firmly anchored in a deep blue. As he turned to look at Sanwei Jifu, I casually advised him, "Be obedient. I shall have Orochimaru grant you an eye upon our return." An eye? Ah-Fei pointed to the right side of his face, which bore no eye. A rectal eye. Oh, how delightful it is to follow Lord Jing. That black absolute never considered helping me realize my dreams until his very end. I shall certainly behave well. Suddenly, with a swift technique, Lord Jing vanished from atop the wooden figure, leaving Ah-Fei to flounder alone. He comforted himself, thinking, "Once I have the eye, all will be well." The reason for his obsession and curiosity stemmed merely from a lack of understanding. Once one truly comprehends and becomes accustomed to it, such trivial matters cease to occupy the mind. I offer you a chance. Let us change the Jinchuriki. In the mountains. Upon being violently hurled by the foreign demonic statue, Shanjun Jing quickly regained composure and concealed himself at the edge of the four red suns formation, feigning death before the three-tailed Ison. With his head drawn in and eyes tightly shut, Ison, upon hearing the words, hastily opened his left eye, straining his voice. He timidly replied, "As you command, my lord." With a resounding thud, Shanjun Jing's wooden avatar heaved the recently severed body of the foreign demonic statue, measuring over 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, and cast it down before the three-tailed Ison, as the shell of the 10 tails. This entity served as a natural dwelling and the finest sealing material for tailed beasts. A spray of blood erupted from the neck of the bitter citrusy Chong as its head soared away, rolling grotesquely to the ground beside it. Ison, already half embedded in the remnants of the 10 tails, trembled, his movements quickening threefold. The brutality was overwhelming. Humanity was truly merciless. "Let me borrow your life for an experiment." After all, the other one knelt too swiftly, and I barely had time to react. A significant alteration in the trajectory of an important supporting character's fate ensued, causing a shift in the progression of the world line, granting 1 random association entry extraction opportunity, 1 entry extraction opportunity, and 1 entry bestowal opportunity. Here it comes again. The scenery in the mountains dissipates effortlessly as the high-pressure water blade conjured from my hands flows away. I find myself quite content with the rewards from the Yagura explosion. Had it not been for the opportunity to extract related attributes from Raza, which transformed his red attribute into a golden legend, I would not have experienced such a remarkable surge in strength. Consequently, when I encountered the holders of the Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, and the Rinnegan, I charged forward without a second thought. Ultimately, it is strength that serves as the foundation of all confidence. When one possesses overwhelming power that surpasses the enemy, there is no need to contemplate convoluted tactics or strategies. The opportunity for extracting related attributes inherently yields results connected to existing attributes, provided the levels do not differ too greatly. A fusion of these attributes could potentially elevate one's level further. Currently, the least of my attributes are blue. However, it is perplexing that this Yagura has 1 less opportunity for attribute extraction than Raza. Is it due to the fact that he lacks a commendable offspring? After all, their appearances in the original narrative are quite comparable. One is the Wind Shadow, the other the Water Shadow. One is a diligent miner, ultimately slain by Orochimaru. The other is a hapless puppet, ultimately reduced to a bloodthirsty beast. Although being controlled diminishes one's worth, the status of a Jinchuriki should still be a point in his favor. In the end, the evaluation from the system surprisingly favors Raza over him. It seems the disparity lies with Gaara. Whether to kill or spare, the fluctuations of fate appear to have little influence. As the picturesque scene in the mountains witnessed the moment when the water blade descended, the colors of the fate power enveloping Shikura had nearly faded to nothingness. Yet, the rewards that emerged were still comparable to those of Rasha, who bore a faint hue of purplish fate power. Both were similarly affected by the influence of the Black Abyss. Consequently, the divergent choices made by Afei and Shikura revealed no significant advantages or disadvantages. Thus, contemplating the matter seemed futile. In the future, one would simply retain what was pleasing to the eye and discard what was not, without overcomplicating matters. In the mountains, Kage shook his head, dismissing the trivialities that plagued his thoughts. There are no virtuous souls within the realm of ninjas. Each and every one bears the stain of blood upon their hands. Take Yagura, for instance, without delving into the original narrative where he was manipulated by Obito. Exacerbating the brutality of the blood mist, one must acknowledge that he emerged from the shadows of Kirigakure even under the clandestine control of Uchiha Madara. Could such a figure embody true goodness and beauty? Yagura is but a reflection of the ninjas within this world. Likewise, after years of survival in this realm, Kage's hands are equally sullied with blood. By the calculations of his previous life, should he perish, it would not be an exaggeration to suggest that he may find himself not merely in the depths of the abyss, but conservatively, at least several layers deep within the inferno. With a sigh, he cast aside the tumultuous thoughts that clouded his mind. The gaze of Yamashita Kei turned towards the direction from which Inoki had departed. Just moments ago, he had summoned 4 enhanced wooden golems through his wood release technique and had materialized a 1,000-meter lotus platform to forcibly suppress the outer path's demonic statue. Seizing the opportunity, Inoki utilized his earth release technique to burrow into the crevices of the soil that had emerged following the rapid creation of the wooden figures. He delved deep underground, successfully evading the confines of the 4 Red Suns formation. Although the mountain scenery had detected the opponent's movements, the opportunity to eliminate Kurojitsu was right before them. Adopting the mindset of escaping the monk, but not the temple, they paid little heed to the actions of others. However, Inoki, the old man, did not flee directly after departing from the confines of the 4 Red Yang formation. Instead, he made his way towards the direction of the Leaf Village. He summoned the bewildered Iwagakure ninjas, who were disoriented due to the massive wood release techniques and the emergence of the Outer Path Golem, the shinobi from Sunigakure. Intimidated by the terrifying ninjutsu that loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens 2 kilometers away, promptly ceased their assault upon Inoki's command and gathered in the northwest, forming an angle with Iwagakure. At this moment, the reinforcements from Konoha were nearly within reach. Upon seeing the shadow clone of Shankanjing and Danzo, Jiraiya understood that aid was imminent. He immediately led the frontline troops, who had endured a fierce battle and suffered significant losses, into a defensive posture, confronting both Iwagakure and Sunigakure. The shadow clone of Yamashita initially remained oblivious to the sudden madness of its original, who unleashed a powerful jutsu at the front lines. However, upon sensing a distinct energy of celestial techniques and the sudden presence of a Rinnegan aura, it swiftly comprehended that the original had experienced a surge in strength and had ensnared a significant target. It hastily communicated with Jiraiya and others, informing them that the wood release was initiated by itself, urging them not to act recklessly. Everything would be addressed once the original arrived. How will you conceal yourself? Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth as he gazed at the shadow clone of his dear friend beside him. He had sensed the spatial fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God technique manifesting around the battlefield. He could easily guess who had arrived. Shortly after the fluctuations, a ferocious battle erupted, revealing the covert actions of the Sand Village's elite puppet master troops attacking their rear. Although he was not particularly astute in political matters, his combat instincts and battlefield intuition were unparalleled. He immediately deduced that they had secret reinforcements at their disposal. Thus, during the previous skirmish, he prioritized preserving the fighting strength of his side rather than recklessly plunging into the enemy ranks. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his dear friend would unleash yet another powerful technique after arriving at the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God. This individual not only possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, but also wielded Genjutsu, In Release, and Water Release. Moreover, he had mastered the Wood Release, a technique originally belonging to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. While Jiraiya remained vigilant against the rock and sand-hidden villages, his ears perked up, listening intently to the conversation between his disciple and Yamashita. He had a plethora of questions regarding the wood release that he wished to inquire about. Recently, I have mastered a technique that allows me to forge contracts with the deceased. In the mountainous scenery, the shadow of the landscape manifested, adeptly conjuring an excuse for utilizing borrowed accounts. He elucidated the origins of the wood release technique to the 2 individuals beside him. Then why not employ it sooner? Questioned Minato Namikaze, his gaze subtly drifting towards Danzo, inquiring quietly with his close friend if he harbored concerns about attracting the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. Wait a moment. Let me check the situation on the other side. The shadow clone of the scenic mountain dissolved into a mist of chakra, and memories swiftly returned to their original form. In the next moment, a wooden clone, utilizing the specially crafted kunai of the Flying Thunder God from Minato Namikaze's waist, materialized beside him. It cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was staring at Danzo with a face full of disdain. In the mountains, the truth was no longer concealed as the origins of the Tsutsuki clan, the ninja world. The source of chakra, and the prior machinations of Kagaya were laid bare. Meanwhile, on the side of Awagakure, the tattered and battle-scarred Noki sat cross-legged before 1,000 IWA ninjas. He observed the myriad expressions of concern, anxiety, unease, and confusion in their eyes. Raising his hand, he pointed 2 kilometers away to a vast, crimson barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Within the semi-transparent enclosure, the formidable silhouettes of the outer path golem and 4 wooden figures loomed. Even from a distance of 2 kilometers, they radiated an overwhelming aura of terror. Konoha. There are those who have mastered the power of wood release, a force that once quelled chaos and birthed the era of the ninja villages. The Mist Ninjas, wielding the powers of the Sage's Eye, were defeated by them, and I have been vanquished as well. They have laid forth their terms. Naka's voice carried an undeniable weight of despair. As the 3-tailed beast fought the monstrous entities summoned by the Rinnegan and the wooden figures of wood release, he could only curl up like a helpless child, hiding in the corner. How much stronger could the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts be compared to the 3-tailed? It was a power beyond human reckoning. He, Noki, felt he had betrayed his predecessors, the Tsuchikage, and the countless IWA ninjas who placed their faith in him. But if he did not act, what could they wield against such overwhelming might? Could he bear to witness his village's ninjas falling one by one, groups after groups? On the path of charge? Perhaps, as Tsuchikage, this was the last service he could render to his village. Let him bear this humiliation, becoming the target of scorn and vitriol from those who cherished the village. Then, from behind Noki, the yellow earth, with tears streaming down his face, struck the back of Naka's neck with a swift chop. The third Tsuchikage, Noki, was exhausted from battling the enemy, gravely injured and unable to continue shouldering the responsibilities of Tsuchikage. I will inherit the position of the 4th Tsuchikage, representing Awagakure and negotiating peace with Konoha. The voice of the yellow earth quivered with emotion, yet he stood tall with determination. He was a ninja of IWA and also the son of Noki. He understood the immense torment and sorrow his stubborn father endured in making such a decision. How could he bear to let his father shoulder this pressure and humiliation alone? Upon perceiving that the great wild tree did not make an immediate escape, the scenery in the mountains captured his attention, and he directed his focus to the system interface. This wave of sudden wealth demanded prompt action to convert various rewards into tangible strength. How could he not seize the opportunity presented by his fortuitous luck today? System. Employ the purple conversion card for the ominous black entry regarding contention. Conversion complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the purple entry High Heaven Entertainment. High Heaven Entertainment. Purple designates 2 individuals, excluding the entry holder, whose strength does not exceed 10 times that of the entry holder, to engage in a 1v1 battle. Both combatants cannot refuse and must engage with their utmost effort. No external interference is permitted. The entry holder may adjust the strength of the combatants within a maximum range of 15. The battle concludes upon the death of one party or the entry holder's cancellation of the entry's effects. High Heaven Entertainment. A divine game of amusement? In the tranquil mountains. Yamashita Kei gently stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the ability could not be applied to himself and could only designate others to engage in combat, with the stipulation that their strength could not exceed his by more than tenfold. The question arose, could one truly find an individual within the entire shinobi world whose power surpassed his by such a margin? Perhaps the legendary Tsutsuki clan possessed a being, one who had ingested countless divine fruit, transcended mortality, forsaken the corporeal form, and traversed dimensions, namely, the enigmatic Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Yet, with that entity long departed from the Naruto universe, how could he possibly manifest before him again? The effects of this ability for Yamashita Kei had already eclipsed the utility of numerous red-tier skills. It was not merely an invincible control technique. It served as a definitive mechanism for forcibly diminishing his adversaries. Should Tsutsuki Mamashiki and Tsutsuki Kinshiki dare to appear before him in tandem, he would promptly orchestrate a confrontation between them. He would elevate Kinshiki's combat prowess by 15 points while simultaneously reducing Mamashiki's by an equivalent measure. Under the dominion of this formidable ability, Kinshiki would be compelled to engage in battle with all his might, unable to voluntarily allow Mamashiki to absorb him. Perhaps this would provide Mamashiki with a first-hand experience of the shinobi world's age-old art of overcoming the superior. After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously grasped the intricate application of the concept associated with the ability High Heaven's Entertainment. In the serene mountains, the gaze was directed towards the recently acquired opportunity for random associative term extraction, and a decision was made to utilize it immediately. The random associative term handsome was selected. and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for obtaining the blue term Arsonist of Affection. Arsonist of Affection, blue possessing an exceptional appearance, outstanding abilities, elegant discourse, superior temperament, amiability, overall aura, personal charm, articulate expression, and an enhanced allure towards the opposite sex. Probability of being hindered by obstacles is diminished. My appearance term, after all, cannot perpetually hold me back, can it? Upon gazing at the personal panel amidst the mountains, I noticed the 3 remaining blue entries. I concocted an excuse, one I scarcely believed myself, to activate the blue entry Arsonist of Affection. It is often said that fewer words signal greater significance. Although the detailed description of the Arsonist of Affection is succinct, the influx of knowledge upon activation is anything but meager. Alongside a plethora of conversational techniques, it encompasses various etiquettes, postures, and skills pertaining to attire, movement, dining, and repose. Even the nuances of posing for photographs and videos are included within its purview. The scenery in the mountains was an unfamiliar sight until now. I never realized that something as simple as having a meal or using the restroom could entail so many occurrences. The detection of the blue term handsome and the blue term hard arsonist suggests they can be fused. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Fusion. The process is complete. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the purple term, the strong do not perish by the axe. The strong do not perish by the axe. Purple possessing an almost flawless visage, immense strength, and a demeanor that captivates attention with every word and action. One's aura, charm, eloquence, and approachability significantly enhance attraction to the opposite sex. The greater the strength, the lesser the probability of succumbing to the axe. As for eloquence, adding this seems a waste. After decades, I have only mastered the art of elegantly spitting, and furthermore. As he gazed upon the continuously diminishing probability of the axe, Shan Zhongjing found himself at a loss for an appropriate expression. He was certainly not akin to Chenggu, who had charmed an entire class of girls. How could he possibly encounter the peril of being axed? The system simply relished in misunderstanding him. Regaining his composure, he turned his attention once more to the entry interface. In the mountainous realm, Shan Zhongjing was bestowed with the most significant opportunity to upgrade his pivotal red word entry, the Transcender. This gift accompanied him to this world, a manifestation of his innate talent that had been his companion throughout his journey. Who else could deserve it if not him? Congratulations, host. The red word entry Transcender has successfully upgraded, evolving into the golden word entry multiverse Transcender. As the system notification resonated, before Shan Zhongjing could fully savor the essence of his newly acquired entry, another system prompt echoed. It detected a potential fusion between the golden entry multiverse Transcender and the purple entry temporal insight. Would you like to initiate the fusion? Yes. Upon completion of the fusion, congratulations, host. You have now attained the golden word entry multiverse traveler. Multiverse traveler, Golda Transcender favored by the currents of fate, having undergone the baptism of temporal energies. Endowed with the extraordinary ability to perceive, capture, and document the temporal coordinates across myriad worlds, alongside enhanced talents, soul strength, mental fortitude, growth rate, growth cap, spatial temporal perception, and affinity limits. The system notification resonated once more. In the heart of the mountains, a thunderous resonance echoed within the mind. Countless insights into the fabric of time and space surged forth, heralding a transformation of both spirit and corporeal essence. The soul, having previously refined its quintessence under the aegis of the Yin-Yang Celestial Master, underwent a profound enhancement once more. Within the depths of introspection, the entirety of the soul seemed to radiate a resplendent luminescence, pure, crystalline, and flawless. It exuded strength and perfection, approaching a tangible form. Beneath the previously attained insights into the nuances of time and space, the innate spatial aptitude was elevated to a wondrous realm that left Shan Zhongjing in a state of awe. Despite the profound revelations imparted by the system, he still experienced a disconcerting sensation of cognitive understanding without the corresponding physical mastery. Under the influence of his formidable spatial talent, he recalled a fleeting perception of the Pure Land, a realm once sensed but quickly lost to his awareness. This time, however, it vividly manifested within his consciousness. It became evident that, should he harness this newfound power, the enigmatic Pure Land, shrouded in mystery to the world, would effortlessly transform into his own private sanctuary. Remarkably, it appeared that Shan Zhongjing could continuously enhance his perception of spatial fluctuations simply by expending energy. Given his current reservoir of chakra, this spatial awareness was sufficient to envelop the entirety of the ninja world. In essence, He could traverse from the hidden leaf to the hidden cloud in the blink of an eye, exploring other realms without the need for additional energy expenditure. In the mountainous landscape, his brow furrowed slightly. The quantity of his chakra, in the present era of shinobi, is undeniably unparalleled. Even Kushina, possessing the complete form of the Nine Tails and embodying the perfect Jinchuriki, has a lesser amount of chakra than he does. However, according to the information imparted by the system, even if he were to fully activate Sage Mode, attempting to pinpoint a location in another world would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. This, Ten Tails, Dragon Vein, Greel's Stone, Wraiths, in the depths of the mountains, vivid images of entities brimming with immense energy flicker through the mind. Among these, the one most readily accessible seems to be the Dragon Vein of Lulan. Host, Mountain Scenery Occupation, Ninja Activated Attributes, Multiverse Traveler, Gold, Yin-Yang Immortal Master, Gold. Zero Frame Initiation, Red, would release Jinchuriki, Red, Source Seeker, Purple, Borrowed Account Login, Purple, Guaranteed Decapitation, Purple, High Heaven Entertainment, Purple, Strong Do Not Perish by Machete, Purple. Silent Walker, Blue, Fate Manipulator, Blue. Inactive Attributes, Cicada Pupa, White, Fragile Yet Resilient, White, 9 Treasures in One Birth, Blue, Empty-Handed, Gray, Complete Childhood, Gray, Reversal of Fate, White. Size Alteration at Will, Green, Food Affection, White, Criminal Excitement Fist, Green, Hard Landing, Gray, Overwork Menstruation, Gray. Attribute Extraction, for Attribute Duplication, 2 Attribute Donation, 15 Attribute Downgrade, 3 Attribute Reset, 3 Attribute Separation, 1 Invincible, Truly Invincible. Who could withstand such overwhelming force? With a beaming smile, Shan Zhongjing gazed at his entry interface. The notion of traversing worlds, at this juncture, held little allure for him. Although he occasionally lamented why he found himself in the tumultuous and brutal world of ninjas rather than a serene and idyllic realm. He recognized that every situation possesses its merits and drawbacks. Were it not for the Naruto universe, he would not have acquired such formidable powers. Furthermore, after residing in this world for 2 decades, he had forged bonds with friends, family, lovers, and disciples, and he cherished the beacon that awaited him. Regardless of how late he returned, even if he yearned to explore other realms, he would meticulously attend to all matters around him, ensuring everything was in order before embarking on his journey. At the very least, when he returned, he wished to find not a landscape ravaged by chaos, but rather a place devoid of conflict. The light that awaited the traveler would continue to shine for him through the night. He could find solace in this harbor that belonged to him, akin to a weathered ship, scarred and worn by its voyages, finding peace in its anchorage. The system has exhausted all opportunities for entry extraction. In the heart of the mountains, a figure exuded an air of confidence as he addressed the system. His aspirations regarding the potential acquisition of various attributes had diminished considerably. After all, he had yet to fully comprehend the spatial abilities bestowed upon him by the multidimensional travelers. If he were to master this, what ninjutsu could withstand a silent, formless, and relentless spatial slash? Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue attribute Void Seat, the gray attribute Whispering Entrance, the white attribute Average Aesthetic Eye, and the purple attribute Master of Transformation Magic. Void Seat, blue through prolonged training. You possess a pelvis that is significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person. The force of your sitting is sufficient to rend the air asunder and shatter mountains. Your gluteal strength, leg strength, and hip defense have all been enhanced. Whispering Entrance, gray. Every individual harbors a peculiar fondness that they find difficult to articulate. And yours lies in the thrill of tearing silk. Resistance to various types, black, white, gray, flesh, colorful, gradient, and mesh, has notably diminished simultaneously. The secretion of hormones and dopamine has surged. Average Aesthetic Eye, white. In this world, appearances are mere facades. You perceive all individuals as neither beautiful nor ugly. And your insight into their nature, composure, willpower, and moral compass has slightly improved. However, desires and emotions have seen a slight decline. Master of Transformation Magic, purple. An essential spell for melee magicians, it allows you to store weapons, armor, and other gear within your magical arsenal, enabling you to switch equipment at will during combat. The speed of transformation, the capacity of your arsenal, weapon mastery, melee techniques, and magical application have all been significantly enhanced. Truly, the system has proven its worth. In the midst of the mountainous scenery, Shan Zhongjing pursed her lips, gazing at the 4 entries. each vividly colored and exhibiting an array of peculiar functions, nearly rendered speechless by the system's presentation. Sky-splitting sit, she mused, initially believing it to be a reference to the Pokémon franchise. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Surely, something so legendary as a Pokémon should not merely be represented by a blue entry. Yet this was indeed that sit. Was the subordinate entry not something akin to Crow taking a flight? Furthermore, which respectable individual would resort to such unconventional methods of combat? While he cared little for appearances and employed every tactic from eye gouging to groin strikes in close combat, methods typical of a true ninja, this surely resembled something conjured up by a courtesan, did it not? And what of that tantalizing entrance? The scenery within the mountains evokes a sense that even the most uninhibited Jiraiya's preferences do not reach such singularity. After all, the other party merely engages in the act of effortlessly rising at the sound of a rooster and indulging in whimsical cravings. I find myself rather curious. Could there truly be a flavor reminiscent of ice cream? Moreover, if the secretion of hormones and dopamine were to surge dramatically, would that not result in a perpetual state of exhilaration? While an average appearance may hold some merit, it is indeed essential for a high monk. In the future, should anyone wish to transcend the mundane and pursue monastic life, he could lend his assistance. System, activate the transformation into the master of magical attire. With a sigh, the figure in the mountains activated the soul purple entry. If his conjecture proved correct, this artifact ought to originate from the realm of fairy tale, akin to the magic wielded by the fairy queen Urza, which allows for the instantaneous alteration of equipment. After all, it was a purple entry, although uncertain of its relevance to his role as a ninja. Indeed, it was genuinely beneficial. He felt an influx of extensive training memories, foundational knowledge of magic, and the establishment of a magical arsenal within the source of magic flooding his mind. In the mountains, a radiant smile blossomed on Shan Zhongjing's face. The question of whether his new attire was handsome was secondary to the astonishing fact that this magical armory encompassed nearly 1,000 cubic meters. The concept of weapons, armor, and other equipment was exceedingly broad. Kunai, shurikens, and even 1,000 sheets of paper could be classified as weapons. Explosive tags, military rations, and even storage scrolls could also be deemed as weapons. Remarkably, even a plate of food in Shan Zhongjing's hands could be considered a weapon. Was this not akin to having a personal storage space? Moreover, perhaps due to the absence of a concept of source and chakra, the entries adapted to changes. The so-called magical armory, established in the source of magic, was intricately linked with his own soul and chakra, with his chakra fully capable of substituting for magic. This meant that even if he controlled another's body using the mind transfer jutsu, he could access items from the magical armory at will. Upon detecting the golden entry traveler of many faces generating a beneficial association with the purple entry master of transformation magic, the area of the master of transformation magic armory saw a significant enhancement, evolving into the red entry infinite armory. Infinite armory, read the ordinary transformation magic. Under the extraordinary talent for spatial manipulation, radiates a brilliance far beyond its limits, allowing the storage of any item within one's magical armory for flexible retrieval. The maximum size of the armory is greatly enhanced, along with improvements in retrieval speed, weapon mastery, close combat skills, and magical application. Is this a patchwork of the king's treasure in the infinite sword realm? Hearing the system's prompt, Shan Zhongjing sensed a transformation within himself, his expression momentarily reflecting astonishment. His mastery of the transformation spell had not significantly altered. However, the area of the magical arsenal, which previously measured a mere 1,000 cubic units, had now expanded in length, width, and height by over 100-fold. He turned to gaze at the outer demon statue, forcefully subdued upon the lotus platform, now once again shrouded in silence. In the mountainous landscape, a figure utilized the flying thunder god technique, instantaneously appearing before him. One hand rested upon the outer path golem, enveloping it swiftly in his own formidable chakra. In the next moment, the space rippled in waves. Even the towering golem, which stood several hundred meters high while seated, vanished from its original location, observing the corner occupied by the outer path golem within the magical arsenal. In the mountains, Shan Zhongjing swallowed hard. Were it not for the impossibility of storing living beings within the magical armory, he could very well lead the entire populace of Konoha on a wild escapade across the globe. The vastness of this space. He had no need for a mere storage ceiling scroll. The infinite armory, birthed from the ability to change attire through magic, allowed him complete control over the spatial dimensions within. This meant that to summon the outer path golem with the Rinnegan, one must first pass through him. There was no one with greater mastery over spatial manipulation, no power that surpassed his own. To think one could simply abscond with the Outer Path Golem? What a jest! Did they truly believe his golden attributes as a multiverse traveler and yin-yang sage were mere fabrications? As of now, he was indeed a formidable entity. As long as the Outer Path Golem remained in his possession, no one could hope to retrieve it. Aspiring to resurrect the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki? They should seek out a planet to plant trees themselves. The Outer Path Golem here was his personal property. Needle not pricked. In the mountains. A low chuckle echoed twice as I retrieved my personal collection, transferring it into the magical repository. Among my possessions were the Uchiha fan inherited from Uchiha Madara, numerous fire-style techniques, and various secret scrolls for pairs of Sharingan, as well as the remnants of the Outer Path Golem gathered from the Cemetery of Mountains. The scrolls of summoning contracts for the Pepper Fish, the Conch King, the Crow, and the Falcon, obtained from Danzo's Dream Demon Summoning Scroll, along with the blood storage sealing tube crafted by Kushina for him. Additionally, there are secret ninjutsu scrolls collected from the root, containing sealed scrolls of over 40 white zetsu, along with storage scrolls for living supplies, as well as some kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and blank scrolls. In his possession are also the Rinnegan and the blade known as Samahata, constituting his entire collection. What, do you see your mother? In the mountainous landscape. Shan Zhongjing observed as the creature in his grasp twisted incessantly, its tongue protruding straight, desperately yearning to taste the remnants of the Outer Path's monstrous figure that encased the Three Tails. With an irritable flick of his wrist, he cast it back above the remnants, allowing it to return to the embrace of the Three Tails. The great sword shark, nearly on the brink of collapse from hunger, lay atop the 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high carcass of the Outer Path's beast, letting out pitiful whimpers. Chakra from the Three Tails seeped from the remains, and the creature joyously exclaimed twice, swiftly absorbing the spilled chakra. Observing the scene of maternal devotion and filial piety, Shan Zhongjing decided to incorporate both individuals into the magical arsenal. Perhaps due to the fact that the Three Tails belongs to the realm of chakra life. The presence of the shark's skin resembles that of a unique weapon endowed with a spirit. Both entities could be seamlessly integrated into the arsenal. Originally, Shan Zhongjing carried an array of burdensome collectibles, which now seemed trivial in comparison to the minuscule size of the toes of the External Path's demonic statue. Moreover, the ease of access to these items was infinitely superior to that of the sealed scrolls. A tinge of reluctance lingered in the serene mountains. Shan Zhongjing gazed at the last remaining Rinnegan in his possession. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to store it within a glass vial inscribed with intricate sealing techniques and placed it in the armory for safekeeping. While the formidable physique granted by the Sage of Yin and Yang made acquiring a new eye as effortless as swapping a hot swappable keyboard, devoid of any concerns regarding rejection. This was ultimately the Eye of Uchiha Madara. Its powers were a manifestation of the combined strength of Ashura and Indra, shaped by their personalities, physical attributes, and mentalities. Currently, he had no pressing need to utilize the Rinnegan to enhance his strength. Why not pursue a pair of eyes that were uniquely his own? With his surpassing physique and mental prowess, should he awaken a pair of special eyes, they would surely outshine Madara's Rinnegan. Furthermore, the inability to freely activate or deactivate the purple Rinnegan did somewhat tarnish his image. Strength is but one aspect, yet charm is a matter of a lifetime. Holding two opportunities to replicate attributes, there was no rush. With a tentative plan set in his mind, Shan Zhongjing surveyed the still somewhat desolate magical armory. Placing one hand upon the vast lotus platform beneath him, he summoned forth a surge of spatial energy. For enhanced wooden figures, along with a colossal lotus platform exceeding 1,000 meters in diameter, were all drawn into the armory. Leaving such items behind would be wasteful. By storing them, every future battle would become his domain. There would be no need to laboriously recreate them. Goodness, with such size, even Ultraman would trigger a warning light upon arrival. In the mountains, Jing, satisfied, clapped his hands. Noticing that there was nothing left to tidy up around him, he promptly dispelled the Shinfa, the 4 red sun formation. He retracted the dark luminescence enveloping him, the imposing chakra horns on his forehead, and the swirling black chakra dragons that surrounded him. The mask imprint on his forehead also quietly vanished. At first glance, he appeared no different from his usual self. However, in reality, he had merely contained his energy. He remained in sage mode, poised to unleash his full power at any moment. Without the support of the wooden puppet, a fae plummeted from the sky, flailing about with a series of strange cries, akin to raindrops splashing into a lake. Utilizing his own abilities, he directly burrowed into the ground revealed after Jing retracted the Lotus platform. After a while, he finally emerged from the earth, poking his head out. Does my lord have any tasks for me? I am exceedingly eager to serve you. For now, just follow me, and please, speak less. In the mountains. Jing let out a sigh, harboring a faint sense of regret for having kept such a contraption. Was this truly meant to serve him? It was evidently eager to venture forth to Orochimaru and gain insight. Hey, Afei raised his right hand in greeting, obediently extracting his legs from the ground. Upon noticing the black battle attire tossed carelessly his way, a rather peculiar expression of delight emerged on his spiraled visage as he hurriedly donned it. You are truly a magnanimous person, my lord. Did I not instruct you to speak less? I have indeed spoken less. I meant for you to minimize your words, not to utter fewer words each time. Don't tilt your head. Speaking a great deal at once is also unacceptable. In the mountains, Jing's lips twitched uncontrollably as he gazed helplessly at the horizon. He truly grasped the exhaustion that came with being surrounded by someone like Black Absolute and his band of peculiar companions. With their whimsical and absurd personalities, coupled with their unconventional thought processes, one must ponder whether he would ever again enjoy a moment of tranquility. Moreover, with those lips sealed, what organ could possibly be producing sound? Oh, Afei replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and dutifully fell silent thereafter. It seems I have become the villain. In the mountains, Jing couldn't help but mutter under her breath, feeling as though she was bullying a child from kindergarten. A faint sense of guilt washed over her. How infuriating. Had she known earlier, she would have dealt with you then and there. With a firm hand, she patted Afei on the shoulder. The scene in the mountains swiftly transformed as he utilized the flying thunder god technique, transporting himself to the side of the wooden clone that had just elucidated matters for Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Upon dispelling the wooden clone, fragments of prior memories rushed back. Comprehending the events that had transpired, his gaze shifted towards the squad of Awagakure shinobi stationed 100 meters away. Although Lust may not possess the potential to become an exceptional Tsuchikage, he undeniably embodies the rare virtue of filial piety. As for Inoki, he observed the elder, who despite being rendered unconscious, still bore an expression of exhaustion and age. His vitality diminished significantly. Amidst the mountainous landscape, a flurry of thoughts swiftly traversed through the mind of Yamashita Kei. If the current situation were to persist, returning to Awagakure would inevitably lead to the ascension of the Earthen Sovereign, the fourth Tsuchikage. Could this be considered a moment that alters the destinies of two individuals? It appears plausible. How do you intend to address the matter of Awagakure and Sunigakure? Jiraiya, with arms crossed and a serious expression, earnestly sought Yamanokage's perspective. Shall we embark on negotiations with the aim of peace and unification? In the mountains, Kage's thoughts momentarily paused. The swiftest method to stabilize and unify the ninja world would be to first capture the leaders of the armed factions. If all goes according to plan, Yakura should succeed the position of the fourth Kazekage in Sunigakure. Subsequently, he could seek out Chiyo and the wise Kabze to engage in profound discussions about life, which should pose no significant challenges. Awagakure has come to terms with reality, and it is unlikely that the old man from the earth will cause any disturbances. By consolidating the military forces of the three ninja villages, they could be dismantled and restructured, thereby replicating the operations of the fourth Great Ninja War. The initial target would be to obliterate Kirigakure. With a common enemy established, the bonds of camaraderie would flourish, significantly easing the path towards eventual integration. As for Kumogakure, if the third Raikage can discern the prevailing trends, it is likely that the moment news of negotiations is released, the opposing side will become restless. Should they fail to see the larger picture, the combined might of Kumogakure and Kirigakure would merely be a fleeting notion. Regarding the so-called Daime, aside from a few stubborn relics of the past, who truly regards them with any seriousness? What of the Mizukage? Deceased. Jiraiya gazed at Kage, who spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, feeling a sense of exasperation. From the very beginning, it was clear that you never intended to engage in discussions with Kirigakure, was it? They are so utterly disregarded? Indeed, Kirigakure stands as the most unfortunate among the 5 great ninja villages. After Uchiha Obito covertly seized control over the third Mizukage, he employed exceedingly terrifying methods of governance, allowing the title of the Blood Mist to resonate throughout the ninja world. Presently, Kirigakure, although it has not yet reached the depths of despair depicted in the original narrative after more than a decade of torment by Obito, its ninjas have long since internalized the brutal law of survival of the fittest. The sanguinary and ruthless atmosphere is deeply entrenched, starkly contrasting with other ninja villages. Even if a scant number of rational individuals remain within the village, their limited presence renders them ineffectual. Attempting to win them over through conciliatory measures poses a challenge far greater than forcibly unifying the 5 great ninja villages. The scenery of the mountains does not embody the reincarnation of a Buddhist disciple, destined to traverse the world of shinobi for the salvation of souls. Since gentleness is not an option, let it unleash its utmost potential, serving as a forging hammer for the swift amalgamation of the 3 ninja villages. Exclude those characters from the original narrative whose absence he finds regrettable. At that juncture, he may intervene. As for the remaining individuals, he can only express his respect for their fates. Jiraiya, having roamed the various realms of the ninja world for many years, possesses a deeper understanding of each village's ethos than the majority. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the reasons behind the severity of the mountain scenery towards the hidden mist village. Ultimately, if friendship and alliance are unattainable, then to show mercy to adversaries would only invite endless troubles and repercussions. What comes next? Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at the mountain scenery, indicating that Danzo still lingered nearby. In name, upon Danzo's arrival at the front lines, he would assume the role of the highest commander, overseeing all operations of the Konoha ninjas. Although the strength displayed by the mountain scenery had already led them to tacitly accept his leadership, certain matters must be conducted behind closed doors to avoid becoming a subject of ridicule. Do not concern yourself with the old man. Why would I oppose matters beneficial to Konoha? The white Zetsu, disguised as Danzo, let out a soft grunt, reaching into his robe to produce the appointment documents given to him by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and toss them directly to the mountain scenery. Then I extend my gratitude to Lord Danzo. In the depths of the mountains, a smirk crept across the corner of his lips as he feigned a remark. Meanwhile, he began to contemplate whether to orchestrate a scenario where Danzo would succumb to a grave illness or meet his demise on the battlefield. As for the clandestine mischief he had already inflicted upon Danzo, it would remain buried in the annals of history. The notion of usurpation is not a commendable tradition. He resolved not to tarnish the new generation of ninjas that emerged following the unification of the villages. He tucked the appointment scroll into his bosom. In the mountainous landscape, the task of reassuring the frontline Konoha ninjas and reorganizing the subsequent teams was entrusted to Jiraiya, along with Minato Namikaze and Meitoromi. Afterward, he stepped away from the battlefield. Observing this, Inoki, who had been standing at the forefront of the Iwagakure ninja forces, also departed from the ranks after entrusting Oinoki to a trusted subordinate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu of Sunagakure, responsible for commanding at the front lines, could only muster the courage to approach upon witnessing Inoki's reaction. From the Warring States period to the era of the ninja villages, the conflicts among ninjas have persisted, ever expanding in scale. I aspire to alter this reality and hope that Iwagakure and Sunagakure can join me in transforming this world. The opening remarks of the scene in the mountains are grand and noble in tone. However, neither the earth nor the righteous spirit wavers in response to his mere 2 statements. Change the shinobi world? Senju Hashirama once harbored such aspirations. And what was the outcome? If you have specific demands or intentions, please articulate them directly. I shall convey them truthfully to Lord Gaara. Fu Yi's brow furrowed, and though his tone seemed resolute, he deflected responsibility outright. He could not acquiesce to any demands from Konoha on the front lines, even though he too feared the terrifying power of would release that could alter the very fabric of reality. Such a burden, he realized, was not one he could shoulder alone. I hope that Iwagakure and Sunagakure can engage in negotiations with Konoha, aiming for peace, to collaboratively discuss how the 3 shinobi villages might smoothly and successfully merge into a unified entity. As Shan Zhongjing gazed upon the towering figure of Huang Tu, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters and 20 centimeters, he couldn't help but reflect on the wild exploits of Yi Mu in his youth. If this were not a case of genetic mutation, then it could only be attributed to the extraordinary stature of Yi Mu's wife, towering at 8 feet. Otherwise, given his own height of merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters, how could he possibly sire a son as tall as Huang Tu, who stands at an astonishing 1 meter and 70 centimeters? Impossible. A resonant hum filled the air, vibrating with intensity as the earth beneath began to crack and fissure. In the heart of the mountains, a figure cloaked in jet-black chakra decisively locked onto Fui, compelling him to stifle his forthcoming words. As a conduit of communication, one must possess the awareness befitting such a role. If one cannot take charge, silence should prevail. Fui's pupils quivered, and cold sweat streamed down his visage. Under the suffocating weight of overwhelming pressure, his body trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground like chaff in the wind. The paralyzing fear of imminent disintegration assailed his mind, nearly robbing him of the ability to think. The amalgamation of ninja villages entails not merely the integration of combat personnel, but also the convergence of various institutions with differing functions, alongside the nations that support each village. Achieving such a merger is far from a simple endeavor. With arms crossed tightly before him, Huang Tu concealed his hands, his nails digging deeply into his palms, striving to anchor his spirit amidst this terrifying aura. For the sake of Awagakure and his father, he could not allow himself to bend his spine at this moment. If you were born in Konoha, or if I were born in Awagakure, we would undoubtedly be the best of friends. Perhaps, in the future, we may still become friends. The scenery in the mountains stood before him like an immovable boulder, and a smile of appreciation graced his face as he gazed upon the yellow earth. Observing Fui beside him, his eyes gradually regained clarity. He then spoke, "While we can discuss other matters at a leisurely pace, allow me to first elucidate my vision to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Firstly, I propose the amalgamation of the ninja villages, where both administrative and combat personnel will be restructured based on their specialties and capabilities. The leaders of each village will form a cabinet to collaboratively deliberate on the direction and significant affairs of the villages. Beneath this structure, we shall establish various departments, including regular combat units, a police department, a finance department, a logistics department, a construction department, a research and development department, an intelligence department, and a public welfare management department, allocating positions according to individual capabilities. I wish to clarify that I do not intend for Suna and IWA to become captives or slaves. My desire is solely for a more stable and peaceful ninja world. As for the nations that have previously supported the ninja villages, those considerations will only arise after the merger is complete." After Mountain Zhangjing had finished speaking, he raised his chin slightly, signaling Huang Tu to voice any inquiries he might have. "I agree to the merger. However, unifying the voices within the village will require some time. When shall we commence discussions regarding the specifics of the merger?" Huang Tu nodded slightly, refraining from inquiring about matters of authority division. He was not particularly adept at administrative affairs. Yet, it was evident to him that Mountain Zhangjing was not here to coerce the vanquished from a position of triumph. There was neither an air of condescension nor any opportunistic demands to exploit or subjugate Yanin. Of course, Shay and Fui might perceive it differently. "You will need at least 2 to 3 days to return. Let us schedule the discussions for 10 days hence, right here." "Very well, I take my leave. I hope that by the time of your next visit, you will truly don the mantle of the Earth's shadow." "I will." Huang Tu turned and made his way back to Yanin's group. He understood the pressures and circumstances he would face upon returning to the village, but as his father had said, in the face of such power, they had no alternative. At least, that much was clear for now. The outcomes demanded by the scenery of the mountains may not be as dire as they had initially anticipated. Could a village that integrates all ninjas truly usher in authentic peace? Return and inform Chiyo and the others to deliberate carefully over the next 10 days before making their decision. If they choose not to come, they need only to convey that in advance. I shall proceed to converse with her. Mountain's Cape turned to the side and glanced at Fui. Indeed, Fui struggled to rise from the ground, offering about a Mountain's Cape before unsteadily turning to depart. How could one comprehend the profound helplessness of confronting such an adversary without personally experiencing Mountainscape's formidable power? Chiyo, Heizang, and the others held themselves in high esteem. He had no desire to accompany those old relics to their demise. Damn it. Upon returning, he would seek refuge in the Temple of Wind. Wasn't the current abbot a disciple of Bunfuku? He could have that fellow take on apprentices in his stead, and he would assume the role of a venerable monk. System. Replicate the crimson entry of Yuki, the dust-style inheritor. In the depths of the mountains, Jin Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Oyamaki before turning away. Having copied the dust release technique, this technique, clearly documented in the formula book, stands as the singular bloodline limit that has endured. The destructive power of dust release is indisputable when wielded through Sage Chakra. Even the Otsutsuki clan would likely hesitate to confront a jutsu capable of reducing all to atomic particles. However, Jian Yuan's motivation for replicating this particular entry transcended merely its formidable offensive capabilities. He was equally intrigued by the elemental transformations of wind and fire chakra. In the realm of Hokage, the pinnacle of power arises from the fusion of 7 distinct chakra nature transformations, collectively forming the bloodline net. Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan is categorized within this esteemed bloodline net. In other words, the Rinne Sharingan itself is a form of bloodline limit. Techniques such as Heavenly Sovereign, Yomi Slope, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, and Rabbit Hair Needle exemplify the concrete manifestations of this bloodline net. Excluding Kagaya Otsutsuki among the remaining Otsutsuki clan, only those capable of seamlessly transitioning between the Byakugan, the red 6-tomo Rinnegan, and the blue Rinnegan, namely Otsutsuki Urashiki and Kagaya's son, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, hold the bloodline net. Even those possessing the Rinnegan, such as Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Ishiki, are merely classified within the formula book as bloodline limits. The scenery within the mountains is not solely recognized by a pair of cyclical eyes. In a state of foresight and awareness, one naturally opts for the most favorable conditions. Mastering the 7 types of chakra nature transformations and integrating them into a systematic ability for bloodline inheritance, along with his own sage techniques, he awakens his most potent eye. The golden attribute of Yin-Yang Sage significantly enhances his mastery over Yin-Yang Release, while the red attribute of Wood Release Jinchuriki greatly amplifies his control over earth and water attributes. As for the remaining 3 elements, wind, fire, and lightning, regardless of the calculations, 2 duplications are required. Thus, the optimal choice is the dust release formed by the fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra nature transformations. The attribute duplication is successful, and congratulations to the host for acquiring the red attribute dust release inheritor in the mountains upon hearing the system's prompt. The figure did not immediately activate the entry. Instead, he turned to regard Jiraiya, who was approaching him. His expression was a tapestry of complexity, likely stemming from the sudden realization that something he had sought for many years was now tantalizingly close. Jiraiya, with one hand resting on his hip, gazed at the retreating figures of Awagakure and Sunagakure, his own expression a myriad of unspoken emotions. Do not tell me that the child of prophecy you seek is me. I am neither a boy with azure eyes nor your disciple. Prophecy? What I have pursued has always been the potential paths leading to peace, even if that potential is so minuscule that it is deemed a miracle. So, is this what you perceive as a miracle now? In the mountains, Shanjun Jing chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance and spontaneity, unconcerned with trivialities, yet steadfast in his unwavering principles. Despite a hint of lechery, this version of Jiraiya undeniably embodies a captivating charm. It has never been so vividly apparent. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya laughed heartily, as if he had cast off an immense burden. The likes of Noki and the other rock shinobi clearly aligned with Shanjun Jing's proposal. That fellow named Fui, though his demeanor was somewhat ambiguous, would inevitably concede to the prevailing circumstances once an agreement was reached with the rock. Reluctantly, even the higher-ups of the Sand Village would have to acquiesce. Could one truly expect the relatively weaker Sand Village to take on 2 formidable foes among the 5 great shinobi villages? How about a visit to the Sand Village together in a few days? In the mountains, Shanjun raised an eyebrow and extended an invitation to Jiraiya. He was unfamiliar with Fui, a high-ranking figure from Sunagakure who had appeared only a few times in the original story and had even attempted to assassinate the 5th Kazekage, Gaara. However, he had some understanding of Chiyo. The vendetta against her son was profound, if there were any remnants of hope. It was almost certain that when negotiations with Iwagakure commenced, the opposition would undoubtedly intervene. He was not the type to passively react only after the enemy unleashed their ultimate techniques. Since he had foreseen an ominous sign, was it not prudent to eradicate the threat beforehand? Just the 2 of us? Jiraiya mused while stroking his chin, quickly realizing Shanjun's intentions. True, Wood Release was indeed formidable. Yet, should they find themselves encircled, the odds would not be in their favor. Perhaps I should summon the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Kushina as well? And then you could call forth the colossal summoning beasts from the 3 great summoning realms? Shanjun rolled his eyes in irritation. It was merely the hidden Sand Village. How many formidable experts could they possibly boast at this stage? As for the expression of concern, a splendid notion. When the time comes, the hidden Sand Village would undoubtedly be too afraid to make a single move. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, instinctively believing that Shanjun was jesting. Indeed, there was some truth to it. In the serene mountains, Jing pondered for a moment and gently nodded. His reputation in the ninja world was rather obscure, unless he resorted to the mystical wood release techniques to create a grand spectacle of destruction. How could he possibly instill profound fear in the sand-hidden ninja who had never encountered him before? Whether it was Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, or Uchiha Madara. Their formidable reputations were forged through countless battles. Hashirama unleashed the colossal Buddha, while Madara manifested his complete Susanoo. As for Tobirama, let us refrain from mentioning him. To spare Madara any distress, the three legendary ninjas convened with their immense summoning beasts, while the fully realized Nine-Tails Jinchuriki unleashed the power of the Nine-Tailed Beast. In the mountains, the scene unfolded as the four great guardians were positioned at the entrance of the sand-hidden village. That day, the village was haunted by memories of the terror once imposed by that group, and the humiliation of being imprisoned within a birdcage. The chilling laughter echoed ominously. And even Chiyo, with her mind submerged in the bog, understood the gravity of the situation. Are you jesting? Your technique relies solely on the power of your predecessors. Does it not? You can summon them? Jiraiya observed the increasingly peculiar expression on the face of the mountain figure, swallowing hard. I never mentioned using my technique. The second Hokage's jutsu is quite effective. Are you implying the reanimation jutsu? Recently, Orochimaru has been researching it, and the progress is promising. It seems rather disrespectful to disturb our forebears. Last time, the first Hokage requested that I take him out for a stroll. Is that considered a disturbance? Moreover, I am doing this for the peace of the ninja world, to summon them. This aligns with the dreams of both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, granting them the opportunity to realize their aspirations. Please, ensure I am included, Jiraiya exclaimed, bowing deeply. Such a momentous occasion cannot proceed without the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya, rest assured, you will not be overlooked. In the midst of the mountains, Yamamoto couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a brief pause, he suddenly recalled the trio of Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan, whom he had abandoned at the clan mess lair. His laughter faltered, and he leaned closer to Jiraiya, whispering, Do you still remember the three disciples you took in at the Rain Ninja village? Such matters are impossible to forget. Haha, have you seen them recently? How are they faring? I have indeed encountered them, albeit only briefly. As for their current state, they might be indulging in seafood to the point of nausea. It sounds as though they are living quite well. It has been ages since I have savored seafood. Well, when you meet them later, you might offer them such words of comfort. Jiraiya looked at Yamamoto, his expression filled with confusion. What do you mean? Meeting them later? Offering comfort? Does one need consolation for enjoying seafood? Synopsis. Having traversed the ninja world for 19 years and survived the Second Ninja War, Yamamoto now stands on the precipice of the Third War. Finally, he has activated the entry system. With lightning-fast reflexes and mastery of the elusive shadow techniques, he embodies the most formidable Sage-esque physique. It seems that without even trying, he has already become invincible.